On the playground, there were thousands of people standing, all their eyes focused on the center of the formation ceremony. There, a woman in a blue robe waved her finger, and mysterious runes appeared in the air, while a five-pointed star formation appeared on the ground. The 5 people stood at their respective positions within the formation, and with a flash of white light, the job change ceremony came to a successful conclusion. The teacher in charge of the job transfer announced the results. The 5 students were transferred to the following jobs: cook, carpenter, blacksmith, soldier, and dancer. In this world where everyone is changing jobs, everyone must make a choice at the age of 19. Jiangyan stood in the crowd. He had already transmigrated to this world and experienced 2 lifetimes. Fatty Qian approached him. Jiangyan, have you ever thought about switching to a different profession? Fatty Qian continued with a smile. I want to switch to a combat class and go to Shanhaiguan to take a look. Jiangyan also yearned for Shanhaiguan. It was the core battlefield of the Abyss Rift invasion, where countless heroes had sacrificed their lives to stop the Abyss. The job transfer ceremony continued. Next up was Sun Mei. She had a mole on the right corner of her mouth. The first 2 older sisters of the Sun family both switched to hidden combat professions. What will Sun Mei be this time? The crowd discussed among themselves. Sun Mei stood in the center of the formation. The formation was activated, and white light flashed, even more intense than before. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Everyone was shocked. How could there be snow in the summer? A job change anomaly. Jiangyan guessed in his heart that this might be a job related to ice and snow. The teacher announced, Sun Mei, the Ice Witch, a hidden combat class. The Ice Witch possesses powerful control abilities and area of effect damage, making her highly advantageous in both dungeons and battlegrounds. Sun Mei smiled as she stepped down from the formation, glancing at Jiangyan as she passed him. What kind of job could this boy, who had surpassed her, possibly choose? Next, Qian Duoduo also stepped onto the formation and changed his class to Paladin, a combat profession. He excitedly ran to Jiangyan. I'm finally a Paladin. Let's go to Shanhaiguan together. Jiangyan smiled and offered his congratulations. The job change ceremony was still underway, but no more eye-catching professions were revealed. Jiangyan stood before the formation, and the formation was activated. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiangyan closed his eyes. The sky above the playground suddenly darkened, and then an ancient howl resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The abyssal aliens have arrived, another person asked doubtfully. Impossible. This should be a job change phenomenon, right? The principal floated into the air and reassured everyone in a gentle voice. Don't panic. This is a job transfer phenomenon. Everyone's emotions calmed down a bit. This phenomenon is even more powerful than the Ice Witches. The strange phenomena did not stop. Several dark figures gradually appeared, one of which had several tails behind it that emitted flames. These shadowy figures knelt before someone participating in the job change ceremony. The headmaster was filled with anticipation. Clearly, this was a hidden class even more powerful than the Ice Witch. Sun Mei turned her gaze to Jiangyan. Could it be that he caused such a strong phenomenon? A moment later, the strange phenomenon gradually dissipated. The formation master announced, Zhang Bingyang, Flame Archer, a hidden combat class. Then he looked at Jiangyan. Jiangyan, Summoner, combat class. The entire room fell silent. Everyone started discussing it. Could such a powerful phenomenon really have been caused by Zhang Bingyang? Seeing Jiangyan's disappointed expression, Sun Mei's goodwill vanished instantly. She believed that Jiangyan could never be a match for her. When Zhang Bingyang heard that he had a hidden class, he almost jumped up. I actually have a hidden class. Then, he saw Jiangyan's blank expression and almost burst out laughing. The principal patted Zhang Bingyang on the shoulder and smiled. Young man, prepare well for the assessment. Good luck. Thank you, principal. Zhang Bingyang excitedly left the formation, and the others followed him. But Jiangyan remained standing there in a daze. The principal walked up to Jiangyan. Don't be discouraged. Summoners are not weak. They just rely more on the cooperation of their teammates. Jiangyan came to his senses and recalled the scene he saw when he changed jobs. To his shock, these shadowy figures were actually his summoned beasts. Back in the queue, Jiangyan couldn't help but smile, silently thinking, a tribute panel. A transparent panel appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. Jiangyan, gender, male, age, 18. Class, summoner. Talent, heart of God. Strength, 8. Spirit, 22. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. General skill, appraisal, professional skill, hatching. Jiangyan's spirit value is as high as 22 points, and the divine talent on the panel, heart of God, unique, is also impressive. He can contract creatures with divine bloodlines as summoned beasts and continuously purify their bloodlines until they become god-level creatures. Moreover, all summoned beasts would submit to him and take the damage for him. Jiangyan smiled confidently. I alone am an army. His gaze fell on the fiery red pet egg in his backpack. This egg signified that his journey of summoning beasts had just begun. Mysterious egg, quality, unknown, an egg possessing divine bloodline. The creature that hatches from it may be extraordinary. How are you? Still not recovered. Qian Duo patted Jiangyan on the back. You're a summoner. I can carry you. Jiangyan smiled and said, You go find the organization first. I have to go home. After saying that, he hurriedly walked home. As Jiangyan entered the courtyard, he saw the children there, who all gathered around him. Brother Jiangyan is back. The children all rushed towards him, and Jiangyan smiled as he took out candy and gave it to them. Thank you, Brother Jiangyan. The dean came out, a smile slowly spreading across his face. How was your class change today? Summoner, a combat class, Jiangyan replied. The children exclaimed excitedly, Wow, Summoner. Brother Jiangyan is so amazing. Jiangyan took out a red egg. The children's eyes widened when they saw it. It was bigger than a chicken egg. The dean explained with a smile. A summoner's first summoned beast is randomly generated, and you need to be prepared before it can hatch. Then, the dean looked at Jiangyan and asked, Do you have a target school? Jiangyan recalled memories from several years ago. The girl in the white dress. Little Inen, Shanghai Academy awaits you. If you don't get in, then see you at Shanhaiguan. Jiangyan smiled and said, I want to go to the Mountain and Sea Academy. The dean frowned and said, The Mountain and Sea Academy has extremely high requirements and many other restrictions. All right, come with me. The dean led Jiangyan towards his office. The dean took a file folder from the safe and handed it to Jiangyan. This is the inheritance left by your parents, 100,000 yuan. Jiangyan took the document back, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. If you feel pressured, you can come back anytime. This will always be your home. The dean's voice was warm and firm. Enjoy a delicious meal with your younger siblings tonight. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Jiangyan sat on the edge of the bed. He waved his hand, and the fiery red egg appeared in front of him, radiating a mysterious glow. The summoner's hatching spell is not 100% successful. If it fails, the pet egg will crack and the creature inside will die. To avoid this situation, he purchased incubation medicine prepared by a pharmacist, which could significantly increase the success rate of hatching. Jiangyan opened the package, and a green vial of medicine was inside. He gently opened it and dripped it onto the pet egg. The medicine was quickly absorbed, and the egg trembled slightly, as if the little life inside sensed that its birth was about to come. A few seconds later, the eggshell cracked with a crisp sound. Then a furry little paw emerged. Hatching successful. Soul contract bound. Current summoning space 1 out of 1. Summoners can only have one summoned beast at the beginning and can only expand their summoned beast after reaching level 10. The little fox moved quickly, breaking out of the eggshell and looking at Jiangyan with its big, bright eyes. This is a fire fox? How can it have divine blood? Jiangyan was puzzled, but quickly took out the pet panel to check. Unnamed. Race. Fire fox. Can be activated with divine bloodline. Gender. Female. Level. 1. Same as owner. Strength. 8. Spirit. 20. Agility. 20. Constitution. 15. Talent skill. Chu Lian. Combat skills. Tear Claw. LV1. Bronze. Flamestorm. LV1 Gold. Jiangyan gasped. Gold-level combat skills easily suppress skills of the same level. The fire fox possessed such formidable power. The little fox nestled affectionately against Jiangyan's lap, chirping happily, as if it had already accepted Jiangyan as its master. Through telepathy, Jiangyan heard its voice. Master smells so good, let's stick together. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the panel. Divine Bloodline Activation Quest. Materials required for the quest. 1. 50 portions of fire fox blood. 2. 1 level 20 or higher twin-tailed fox heart. Quest completion reward. Activate the divine bloodline of the fiery fox. Jiangyan logged into the official trading website of the Huaxia Empire. 50 portions of fire fox blood totaled 10,000 pieces. A level 20 double-tailed fox heart totaled 60,000 pieces. After obtaining the materials, he immediately claimed the mission reward. The little fire fox let out a joyful cry, and after the light faded, its fur shimmered with mysterious flame patterns. The little fox leaped up from the ground and swiftly jumped onto Jiangyan's shoulder, its fluffy tail brushing against Jiangyan's face. Jiangyan stroked its head, his heart filled with anticipation, and at the same time opened the little fire fox's interface. Jiangyan's breathing quickened as he felt the awakening of the divine bloodline within him. Its power was enough to easily defeat 10 of himself. At the same time, a new notification popped up on the panel. Divine Bloodline activated, current purity 10%. It's already so powerful with only 10% purity. If it reaches 100%, how terrifying would its strength be? Thinking of those dark shadows, perhaps they are the appearance of my summoned beasts after their purity is increased. Oh right, I almost forgot to give you a name, Jiang muttered to himself. How about I call you Flame Shadow? Firefox purred happily. Yay, I love this name. Then it's settled, Flame Shadow. Jiang nodded with a smile. After finishing the eggshell, Yining looked longingly at Jiang and Master. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Jiang immediately went online to search for suitable food for Firefox and finally chose the meat of the ground squirrel, which is Firefox's favorite. The meat was delivered quickly. After opening the package, Yin Ying's eyes lit up, and she eagerly rubbed against Jiang's leg. You ate well, so you'd better work hard tomorrow to level up, Jiang encouraged. Flame Shadow, her mouth full of meat, nodded happily. Don't worry, Master. Flame Shadow will do her best. After eating, Yining began to doze off. When Jiang was about to rest, Yining resisted and did not want to return to the summoning space. I don't want to go back, it's so cold there. I want to sleep with my owner. It jumped onto the bed and snuggled into Jiang's arms. Jiang smiled helplessly. Then let's sleep like this. The next morning, Jiang and Yin Ying boarded a bus to the beginner dungeon. As soon as she got on the bus, Flame Shadow attracted everyone's attention. My god, that Firefox is so beautiful. Jiang shrugged helplessly. This Firefox was indeed attractive to both men and women. It always clung to him. The beginner dungeon is a low-risk trial set up by the Huaxia Empire for newcomers, requiring levels 1 to 8, and there is a one-day cooldown period after each entry. Jiang felt that a solo challenge might be more suitable. He had just arrived at the dungeon entrance when Qian Pengzi's voice rang out. Jiang, over here. Behind Fatty Qian were 3 people. Jiang didn't recognize one of the girls, and the other 2 were Sun Mei and Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Bingyang glanced at Yining. Fatty Qian, is the friend you're talking about Jiang? Fatty Qian nodded. His summoned beast is a Firefox. But is the damage from this level 1 Firefox enough? Zhang Bingyang's voice was loud, and everyone started discussing it. Hey, isn't that Jiang? Is that a Firefox on his shoulder? Summoners aren't exactly popular. Maybe this Firefox won't do enough damage. Jiang felt somewhat helpless upon hearing these comments. However, since Yining was so obedient, Jiang didn't feel too much resentment. Sun Mei frowned and looked at Jiang. The former top liberal arts student had become a summoner, and his summoned beast was a Firefox. The gap between us is too big. We're not suitable to team up, Sun Mei said coldly. The other girl also lowered her head. Sorry, I also think it's not appropriate. Qian Duo grew anxious and stepped in front of Jiang, her tone urgent. What's wrong with Firefox? Firefox isn't completely harmless either. She turned to Zhang Bingyang. When we were discussing this, you didn't say you were bringing Firefox Summoner. Zhang Bingyang laughed and said, then go ask them if they are willing to bring Jiang along. But Jiang suddenly interrupted her. No need to say anything. Fatty, don't be in a hurry. I never intended to team up with you guys. After saying that, Jiang turned and walked towards the dungeon entrance. Qian Duo quickly grabbed him. Level up with them first. No need. You guys go ahead. I'll try soloing it. Jiang replied briefly, continuing towards the dungeon. Behind him, Zhang Bingyang sneered. Solo? You really think you're number 1? Qian Duo was so angry that his face turned red, but seeing Jiang's determined back, he said nothing and could only chase after him. Zhang Bingyang turned to Sun Mei with a disdainful look. Is he really so arrogant that he thinks he can solo it? Master, why won't you let me kill them? Flame Shadow roared, his eyes fierce. Jiang gently stroked its head and whispered comfortingly. Arguing is meaningless. The result is what matters most. He pointed to the instance's display screen, which showed the fastest completion record for the instance. Let's break it together. Flame Shadow's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I will definitely do it. Jiang walked to the blue vortex at the entrance of the dungeon. The staff warned that the monsters in the beginner dungeon were dangerous and recommended that you team up. I'll try it myself, Jiang insisted. The staff member handed Jiang a jade talisman. This is a suspension talisman. It will automatically teleport you back if you encounter mortal danger. Jiang nodded. I understand. Thank you. The staff member shook his head. Good luck. Jiang accepted the jade talisman, signed the agreement, and then touched the vortex of the instance. With a burst of light, he disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Qian Duo arrived and, seeing that Jiang had disappeared, shouted, You, a summoner, are doing this in such danger solo? You're courting death. Jiangyan shook his head, and the world before his eyes instantly transformed into a dense forest. Is this the beginner dungeon? Jiangyan looked around. Yanning had already jumped off Jiangyan. Soon, they encountered a red fire fox, which darted out from a clump of trees. Jiangyan used his appraisal technique. Firefox level, 2 strength, 10 spirit, 15 agility, 10 constitution, 10. Without hesitation, Flame Shadow transformed into a streak of red light, instantly rushing in front of Firefox and tearing it apart. Congratulations on defeating a level 2 Firefox. You have gained 12 experience points. Materials obtained. Firefox Pelt 1. Good luck. The first monster dropped materials. Jiangyan checked his experience bar. It seemed that defeating 9 Firefoxes would allow him to reach level 2. Flame Shadow happily rubbed against Jiangyan's leg, and Jiangyan smiled and encouraged it. Very good. Keep it up. Suddenly, a white figure rushed out from the bushes on the side and headed straight for Jiangyan. Lightning Rabbit. Level 3. Strength 22. Spirit 8. Swiftness 32. Constitution 22. Combat skill Lightning Strike, Iron Tier. Lightning Rabbit is not large, but its sharp fangs and the electric sparks flashing across its body make it look extremely dangerous. However, Flame Shadow was faster, appearing in front of Lightning Rabbit in an instant, pinning it to the ground with a claw, and then tearing it apart. Congratulations on defeating a level 3 Lightning Rabbit. You have gained 22 experience points. Materials obtained. Lightning Rabbit Hide 1. Outside the beginner dungeon, in the official staff's office area, Principal Zheng Yang and Sun Jinghao, the person in charge of the beginner dungeon, are chatting. Sun Jinghao glanced at the list handed to him by his subordinate and said, "It seems that your student's job transfer situation this year is not very ideal, is it?" "Yes, it's not entirely hopeless for me either. After all, Zhang Bingyang's job change phenomenon is truly astonishing," Zheng Yang replied. The job change anomaly only indicates the strength of the job. Whether one can become a strong player still depends on the individual, Sun Jinghao stated frankly. As the two chatted, Sun Jinghao's gaze fell on the panel, and when he suddenly saw Jiang Ping's name, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Zheng Yang asked anxiously. "Jiang Ping. He entered the beginner dungeon alone," Sun Jinghao said. "What?" Zheng Yang jumped to his feet. This kid was too impulsive. Summoners already have a hard time forming teams, and he went in alone. Even with a protection charm, the beginner dungeon can still be very dangerous, Zheng Yang said anxiously. He shouldn't have gone into the dungeon alone. "Teacher Zheng, no one can interfere with the dungeon." Sun Jinghao frowned. "I can only look at the records. Telling you this much is already overstepping my bounds." "I understand. I'll go to the vortex area of the dungeon and keep watch so I can treat him immediately if he comes out." Zheng Yang hurriedly stood up, looking anxious. In the beginner dungeon, Jiang is walking through a small forest, and his experience bar has reached 99%. He emerged from the jungle and came to a small swamp where several oddly shaped toads were gathered. These toads were bloated, with pouch-like structures on their backs. Jiang was overjoyed to see the monster finally arrive and immediately used his appraisal skill. Swamp Poison Frog, level 4, strength 59, spirit 17, swiftness 20, constitution 67, skill Venom Spray, bronze level. The Flame Shadow rapidly approached the swamp. The poisonous frog's detection range was far less than that of the Firefox. They only sensed the danger when the Flame Shadow drew near. The poisonous frogs prepared to spray venom, but it was too late. The flame patterns on Flame Shadow's body flashed instantly, unleashing the gold-level skill Flame Storm. The flames gathered in the air, forming a small firestorm that instantly swept through the swamp. A series of system notifications sounded. "Congratulations on successfully killing a level 4 swamp poison frog. You have gained 56 experience points. Level upgraded to level 2. Level upgraded to level 3. With these prompts, Jiang's experience points soared. His level reached 3, and his progress was 3%. The extra experience rewards from killing monsters of a higher level made his leveling speed extremely fast. Flame Shadow proudly strode onto Jiang's shoulder and asked, "How was it, master? Isn't Flame Shadow amazing?" "Excellent, as expected of a gold-level skill." Jiang praised with a smile. "Flame Shadow is truly amazing." Although Yin Ying's attack easily defeated the enemy, Jiang knew that this skill had almost exhausted all of Yin Ying's mental energy. Next, the goal is to break the dungeon record. Jiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Flame Shadow nodded and began leading the way, continuing to clear out the monsters in the forest. 2 hours later, Under a huge tree, lay charred firefoxes on the ground. Flame shadow nimbly weaved among the corpses, finally leaping back onto Jiang and shoulder. Golden light flashed simultaneously from both the man and the beast. Jiang exclaimed, "Finally, we've reached level 5. Yanning nodded in agreement. Jiang opened his attribute panel. Jiang level 5, strength 8, spirit 42, agility 10, constitution 22. Each level up grants 5 points of spirit and 3 points of constitution, for a total of 8 attribute points. Compared to Yanning, Jiang's attributes are significantly weaker. Yanning, race, divine fire fox, purity 10%. Gender, female level, 5 same as master strength, 80 spirit, 400. Swiftness, 400 constitution, 350 talent skill, Chu Yin. Combat skills, tear claw, LV1, bronze, flame tail, LV1, gold, flame storm, LV1 gold. Flame tail, LV1 gold level skill. Covers the tail in raging flames and attacks, dealing massive damage. This skill is suitable for single target attacks, deals high damage, consumes less mental energy, and can be used multiple times. Jiang excitedly led Yin Ying into the forest to search for their next enemy. Soon, Yin Ying's gaze was fixed on a withered sapling. Jiang decided to be cautious and immediately used his appraisal skill to check. Disguised tree spirit, level 5. Strength, 33, spirit, 5, agility, 0, constitution, 200. Combat skills, leaf blade, iron rank, health recovery, bronze rank. Note, extremely skilled at camouflage, it will blend in as an ordinary tree and wait for its prey to approach before launching an attack. Jiang raised an eyebrow upon seeing the feedback from the appraisal skill. This was actually a monster skilled in disguise. He cast an identification spell on the surrounding trees, where dozens of disguised tree spirits were nearby. Although the tree spirits were only level 5, their numbers were enormous. Jiang nodded, and Yanning swiftly charged towards a disguised tree spirit. The flame shadow tore the Trent's trunk apart. Although the Trent's health bar wasn't completely depleted, it still had about a third of its health remaining. It immediately dropped its disguise, the tree trunk shook, and the leaves flew towards the flame shadow like blades. At the same time, the tree spirit's roots emerged from the soil, quickly restoring its vitality. Facing the flying leaves, flame shadow nimbly leaped and dodged, avoiding all attacks and quickly approaching the tree spirit. Flame shadow unleashed the flame tail skill she had just learned, lashing her tail fiercely at the tree spirit. The tree spirit's trunk split open, and flames spread. Congratulations on defeating the level 5 disguised Treant. You have gained 211 experience points. Materials obtained, Treant Root 1. What powerful skills! Jiang exclaimed. Yin Ying's strength was indeed extraordinary, with 2 gold-level skills and enormous potential. Flame Shadow didn't stop, continuing its charge towards the other tree spirits. The flames ignited again, killing one disguised tree spirit with each strike. Jiang noticed a notification flashing on the screen. Congratulations on killing a level 5 disguised tree spirit, gaining experience reward plus 211. Equipment obtained, Treant Shield 1. Jiang was stunned. Equipment had actually dropped. In dungeons, monsters usually drop materials, while equipment drops are extremely rare. He eagerly opened his backpack to check. Tree Spirit Shield type, Shield. Class restriction, Guardian equipment level requirement, 3 quality, Black Iron Constitution, plus 5. Special effect, when attacked, there is a 5 chance to reduce damage taken by 50. This is a minor gem of equipment, a Black Iron Grade Shield. Unfortunately, it's restricted to the Guardian class, so Jiang can't equip it. After putting away the Treant Shield, Jiang continued to kill monsters, but no more equipment dropped until the last Treant was killed. Just as Jiang was about to leave, he looked up and saw a terrifying giant python sliding down from the tree, its enormous body flicking its tongue. Jiang quickly used his appraisal skill, Forest Giant Anaconda Elite Level, 6 Strength, 53 Spirit, 23. Swiftness, 48 Constitution, 150 Combat Skills, Strangulation Bronze, Serpent Tail Whip Iron. This giant forest python is a near top-tier predator in the dungeon, possessing a powerful physique. Once it entangles its target, it can easily wear down the enemy. Flame Shadow lashed out with its tail, striking the giant python's head and instantly shattering it into pieces. Congratulations on defeating the level 6 Forest Giant Anaconda Elite. You have received an additional 387 experience points. Elite level monsters give such generous experience. Jiang'an exclaimed happily. I'll wipe out all the giant pythons here today. Meanwhile, in another instance, I discovered a level 3 lightning rabbit with a speed of 38. Zhang Bingyang shouted in command. He held a longbow ablaze and shot an arrow at Lightning Rabbit. Lightning Rabbit leaped swiftly, leaving afterimages, and the arrow missed its mark, instead hurtling towards Zhang Bingyang. Freeze. Sun Mei hurriedly cast a spell, and frost instantly covered the Lightning Rabbit, slowing it down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Bingyang rolled to the side, avoiding the Lightning Rabbit's charge, and then quickly drew his bow and shot, successfully killing the Lightning Rabbit. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the dissatisfied looks directed at Zhang Bingyang gradually disappeared. Let's go. We might have to spend the night here. Let's try to reach level 3 before dark, Zhang Bingyang said, leading the way. An hour later, a golden light shone from Jiang'an's body. His level rose to level 6, and his attributes were enhanced once again. Congratulations on defeating the level 6 forest giant boa, elite. You have received an additional 350 experience points. You have obtained the giant boa Fong 1. Jiang'an took out the giant boa Fong from his backpack and examined it. Giant boa Fong, dagger. Class restricted, assassin, equipment level requirement, 3. Quality, black iron, swiftness plus 5. Special effect 1, inflicts additional bleeding effect upon attack. Special effect 2, inflicts additional poison effect upon attack. Jiang'an's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this dagger to have 2 special effects. This equipment looked like it could be a profitable investment. He continued forward. If I remember correctly, the forest giant anaconda is the only elite monster in the beginner dungeon, and the boss should be located just ahead. The guide mentioned a large waterfall near the boss area. Flame Shadow suddenly perked up its ears and stopped alertly. Jiang'an also heard rustling sounds among the trees, as if a monster was moving quickly. Before he could even see the monster, several rocks suddenly came crashing down from the surrounding trees, and Jiang'an had no way to dodge them. 7 or 8 stones slammed into Jiang'an in quick succession, causing intense pain, but Yin Ying's health bar continued to drop, indicating that he had been injured. The hidden effect of the Heart of God took effect, and all damage was transferred to Flame Shadow. A murderous glint flashed in Flame Shadow's eyes. Dare to harm my master, you deserve to die. It transformed into a streak of red lightning, weaving through the tree trunks. Jiang'an followed closely behind, and finally saw the enemy throwing stones, human-faced monkeys. These monsters were human-shaped, covered in gray fur, and were gathering stones in their hands. Human-faced monkey. Level, 7, Strength, 63. Spirit, 18, Agility, 50, Constitution, 90. Passive skill, Near-Death Berserk, Combat skills, Throwing stones, Iron level. Howling, Iron level. Frenzied Scratching, Bronze level. Without hesitation, Flame Shadow leaped toward the human-faced monkey, which quickly abandoned the rock and let out a chilling howl. Jiang'an felt dizzy from listening, and the Flame Shadow swayed slightly, but the killing intent in his eyes remained unwavering. Flame Shadow's tail lashed out at the human-faced monkey, but no kill notification appeared. Jiang'an was startled, suddenly remembering the effect of the Near-Death Berserk skill. Near-Death Frenzy. When a creature with this skill is close to death, it gains 1 second of invulnerability and triggers a frenzy effect. Upon the end of the frenzy, it dies immediately. The human-faced monkey, which had gone into a near-death frenzy, did not die. Instead, it launched a counterattack, its claws growing rapidly as it frantically clawed at Yining. Flame Shadow understood immediately, quickly dodged, and returned to the back of the human-faced monkey, the flames on its tail erupting once more. Flame Tail lashed out again, instantly defeating the human-faced monkey, whose corpse fell from the tree trunk. Congratulations on defeating the level 7 human-faced monkey. You have received an additional 420 experience points. You have obtained 1 human-faced monkey heart. At this moment, more human-faced monkeys appeared among the surrounding trees, at least 10 in total, each holding stones in its hands, ready to launch another attack. Flame Shadow's eyes turned cold. It absolutely could not allow these monsters to harm Jiang'an. It let out a high-pitched cry, attracting the attention of all the human-faced monkeys. As Flame Shadow leaped into the air, the flame patterns on its body became even more pronounced. A gold-level area of effect skill, Flame Storm, erupted. Flames swept around like a whirlwind, instantly engulfing all the human-faced monkeys in a sea of fire, but Jiang'an felt no burning sensation. When the flames subsided, only charred remains remained. All the human-faced monkeys had turned to ashes. System notifications kept ringing. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 human-faced monkey, gaining an additional 420 experience points. Obtained 1 human-faced monkey heart. Chapter 11 Instant Kill. Dungeon Boss. Jiang watched as his experience points rapidly increased from 43% to 86% of level 6. Sure enough, the experience reward was quite generous. A few more waves of human-faced monkeys, and he would be able to reach level 7. Flame Shadow jumped onto Jiang's shoulder, making cheerful noises as if seeking encouragement. Master, aren't I amazing? Impressive, impressive. Jiang took out a strip of meat, and excitement flashed in the Flame Shadow's eyes. Flames billowed from its mouth, filling the air with a delicious aroma. It slowly savored the meat, and Jiang took the opportunity to continue forward. Soon, they arrived at a waterfall, where water cascaded down a cliff hundreds of meters high with tremendous force. The boulders below were washed clean, the air was filled with moisture, and a forest stretched out in the distance. According to the strategy guide, the boss should be near the waterfall. Jiang muttered to himself, glancing around. Why can't I see him? Flame Shadow, with a strip of meat in its mouth, suddenly let out a snort and pointed its paws upwards at the top of the waterfall. Jiang followed its gaze and saw a blurry figure appear at the top of the waterfall. The figure leaped off the cliff and landed heavily on the boulder with a thud. Jiang finally got a clear look at the other person. It was a giant human-faced monkey, enormous in size, with thick black fur, well-developed muscles, and facial features similar to humans, but far exceeding those of ordinary human-faced monkeys. Its eyes were fixed on the strip of meat in Yin Ying's mouth, revealing a look of longing. Jiang quickly used his appraisal skill to obtain detailed information about the boss. Human-faced monkey, boss. Level, 8. Strength, 120, Spirit, 10, Agility, 100, Constitution, 150. Passive skills, Near-Death Berserk, Heart of Rage. Combat skills, Throw Stone Ball, Bronze, Howl, Bronze, Frenzied Scratching, Silver. This boss's stats far exceed those of a normal level 7 human-faced monkey, and its combat skills are significantly enhanced. The Wrath skill allows the boss to enter a berserk state during attacks, doubling its power. This skill has caused many teams to fail in their challenges. However, Yining seemed completely unaffected, still leisurely savoring the meat strips. Roar! The human-faced monkey boss roared and slammed its chest, causing a huge stone ball to appear. The bronze-grade stone ball was incredibly fast and extremely hard as it was hurled towards Jiang. The Flame Shadow finally moved. With the remaining strips of meat in its mouth, it leaped off Jiang and crashed into the rocks. The flames on its tail had already ignited, and it moved with astonishing speed, colliding with the stone almost instantly. Crack! The rock shattered instantly, and the Flame Shadow passed through the rubble, landing unharmed, and coldly glanced at the human-faced monkey boss. The human-faced monkey boss leaped off the boulder and pounced on Flame Shadow, its hands waving wildly, leaving afterimages in the air. Flame Shadow's flame patterns became active again, space began to distort, and a firestorm swept in. The human-faced monkey boss showed a hint of panic, but there was no way to avoid it, and it directly entered the attack range of the firestorm. Flames erupted, causing damage to skyrocket. The boss's health bar, which was originally at full strength, was almost instantly emptied. The near-death berserk state was triggered, and a red light enveloped the human-faced monkey boss. Roar! The howl was emitted, but it had barely ended when the continuous damage from the flame storm wiped out its last bit of health, and it collapsed to the ground. Flame Shadow looked tired, but his eyes were excited as he chewed the last bite of meat. A kill notification sounded immediately. Congratulations on defeating the level 8 human-faced monkey boss. You have received an additional 1,000 experience points. Obtain material, human-faced monkey, boss, heart 1. Obtained 1 spirit, jade ring. Then, the system issued an additional prompt. Congratulations on your first clear of the beginner dungeon. Completion time, 8 hours and 4 minutes, breaking the record for the fastest dungeon clear. Breaking the record rewards you with plus 2,000 experience points. Breaking the record rewards a special item, one-time cooldown charm, levels 1 to 10, 1. The experience bar rose rapidly, flashing with golden light. Jiang's level broke through level 7 and continued to rise until it stopped at 53% of level 7. He took a deep breath, breaking the record for the fastest completion of the dungeon and gaining a large amount of experience and special rewards. The ring and the jade talisman appeared in his hand at the same time. Jade ring. Quality, bronze. Constitution plus 10, agility plus 10. Special effect. Increases mental energy recovery speed by 5% when worn. Additional skill, Gale, LV1. This ring provides a significant attribute boost, and the accompanying Gale spell is an even more powerful skill. The most surprising thing is that this ring has no class restrictions. Even summoners can wear it. Jiangyan equipped the ring without hesitation, and his stats improved rapidly. Jiangyan. Level 7. Class, Summoner. Additional skill, Gale, LV1. Finally, he looked at the ancient jade talisman, his heart pounding. Disposable cooling charm. Special item. Effect. Forcefully resets the cooldown time after entering a dungeon. Restricted to dungeon levels 1 to 10. Chapter 12. Is there a possibility? Just as Jiangyan broke the record for clearing the beginner dungeon, far away on the battlefield at Shanhaiguan, Wei Qing was keeping a close eye on the cracked chaotic rift, wary of the Abyss Legion that might attack at any moment. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, which his lieutenant immediately noticed. As one of the record holders, Wei Qing suddenly saw a notification that the record had been refreshed. Someone actually broke the record we set back then? He frowned. Back then, we all leveled up to level 7 before entering the dungeon. Today, it seems like this person is on their first day after changing jobs. The lieutenant asked in confusion, General Wei, what happened? Wei Qing smiled slightly. It's nothing. I just saw a promising young talent worth paying attention to. At this moment, violent fluctuations came from the chaotic rift, and hordes of abyssal creatures crawled out of the rift. Wei Qing immediately raised his weapon. All human powerhouses, line up. Activate Legion mode. Kill all these monsters. At the command, tens of thousands of powerful warriors quickly formed ranks, and battle was imminent. Wei Qing took the lead, leading his troops into the monster horde, his fighting spirit soaring. Meanwhile, the vortex in the beginner dungeon continued to churn, and players, covered in dust and grime, were teleported out, their faces filled with dejection. Facing the true challenge of the monsters, they discovered that the damage was indeed devastating, and the enemies were far stronger than they had imagined. Every year, this scenario plays out, with many players ultimately choosing to switch to clerical jobs. The official team has already made arrangements, providing specialized psychological counseling to support these players. Principal Zheng Yang waited anxiously. Why hasn't Jiangyan come out yet? Could something have happened? The vortex in the instance fluctuated again, and the staff immediately surrounded them, preparing various healing potions. Zheng Yang stared nervously at the vortex. As the blue light flashed, 4 people appeared. Leading them was Zhang Bingyang, who was extremely weak, his skin covered in purple stripes, and his body trembling uncontrollably. The other 2 were in similar condition, with only Sun Mei and the support being slightly better off. Staff quickly diagnosed. They've been attacked by swamp poison frogs. Quickly purify. The staff member waved the scepter, and 2 balls of pure white light merged into the 2 people's bodies, while the purple light gradually disappeared. Zhang Bingyang's complexion gradually improved, and Zheng Yang frowned as he stepped forward. What happened? Sun Mei said coldly. Zhang Bingyang insisted on challenging the swamp poisonous frogs, saying that the warning range was small, but he was attacked by a swarm of poisonous frogs as a result. If Li Xian hadn't helped block the venom, he might be dead. She said angrily. We only stopped the dungeon when we realized something was wrong, she added. He could have lasted longer, but he wasted time by being too reckless. Zheng Yang sighed. Since that's the case, let's not dwell on it anymore. Adjust our mindset and wait for the cooldown period to end before challenging again. As the dungeon fluctuated, Jiangyan appeared beside the vortex, and a staff member asked with concern, How are you feeling, student? After Jiangyan was checked and found to be unharmed, the staff asked, Have you chosen to abandon the instance? Seeing that Jiangyan was safe and sound, Zheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhang Bingyang couldn't help but sneer. Firefox Summoner, you really gave up. Jiangyan shrugged and replied, Is it possible that I came out after clearing the game? Chapter 13 breaks the record for beginner dungeons. Upon hearing the news of Jiangyan's clearance, the staff, Zhang Bingyang, Sun Mei, and others couldn't help but laugh. A newbie starting from level 1 and clearing the game solo within 8 hours? Absolutely impossible. If it were that easy to clear, how could Wei Qing and his team's record remain unbroken for so many years? Moreover, they only managed to speedrun it after forming a team with multiple hidden professions reaching level 7. Zhang Bingyang shouted, You're a Firefox Summoner. How could you possibly solo the game? Although Sun Mei and the others didn't say it aloud, their eyes were full of disbelief. Only Principal Zheng Yang frowned slightly, vaguely sensing something was amiss. He knew Jiang and wasn't the kind of braggart Zhang Bingyang was, and besides, he'd spent 8 hours in the dungeon without a single scratch. Could it be? Xingyang became suspicious and then used his appraisal skills. Upon seeing the feedback from the identification technique, Xingyang's face instantly went blank. Level 7? Jiangyan actually went straight from level 1 to level 7? What exactly did he do? Did he actually clear the dungeon? Before Xingyang could react, Sun Mei's father, Sun Jinghao, had already strode over. When Sun Mei saw her father appear, she couldn't help but call out, "Dad." "Hello, Uncle, I'm Zhang Bingyang. We met once before. I'm Sun Mei's teammate today." Zhang Bingyang hurriedly greeted Sun Jinghao. However, Sun Jinghao's gaze did not linger on Zhang Bingyang, but instead fell upon Jiang Un and Yining. "Hello, I am Sun Jinghao, the person in charge of the beginner dungeon. Congratulations to Jiang Un for clearing the beginner dungeon solo and breaking the record for the fastest dungeon clear." Sun Jinghao's voice was loud, and everyone around heard it. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, and even Xingyang could not hide his shock. Sun Mei's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Un. Zhang Bingyang shouted, "How is that possible? He's a Firefox summoner. How could he possibly solo the dungeon? Any one of the monsters in the dungeon could defeat him." Sun Jinghao turned around and said coldly, "Are you questioning me, or are you questioning the fairness of the beginner dungeon?" Zhang Bingyang immediately backed down. "No, I wouldn't dare. I just don't think the Firefox he summoned could be so powerful." Sun Jinghao sneered. "It's a fact that Jiang Un cleared the beginner dungeon. As for the abilities of other people's summoned beasts, that's a private matter. The clear time has been recorded. You can check it if you don't believe me. Young people shouldn't be too confident." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the electronic screen and saw that Jiang Un's name was now ranked first, with the original record pushed to second place. All doubts vanished instantly. Sun Mei and her teammates couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If they hadn't refused Jiang Un's offer to join them, would they also be on that screen, receiving everyone's admiration? Zhang Bingyang's face was gloomy, as if he had eaten shit. After Xingyang recovered, the wrinkles on his face relaxed, and his heart was filled with joy. Jiang Un's record of clearing the beginner dungeon in 8 hours is likely unique globally. While other dungeons may differ, their difficulty levels are similar. Jiang Un's performance is practically inhuman. Xingyang couldn't help but recall the strange phenomena that occurred during his job change, and a guess formed in his mind. Were those strange phenomena truly caused by Jiang Un? He was startled. His incredible speed in clearing the level, coupled with the unusual phenomenon during the job change, would likely attract the attention of the Abyss believers. Xingyang suppressed his doubts and laughed heartily. "Haha, I was worried that something might happen to you, but I didn't expect you to bring me such a big surprise. Solo completion of the dungeon in 8 hours. You're pretty good. Get some rest and keep going." Sun Jinghao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at his daughter. Although he didn't understand why his daughter had quit the dungeon, finding a new teammate was no longer an option. Isn't Jiang Un right in front of me a powerful ally? As long as my daughter teams up with him, her leveling speed will definitely be fast, and she can also stay away from Zhang Bingyang. So Sun Jinghao took the initiative to say, "Jiang Un, playing dungeons alone must be a bit boring. How about playing with my daughter next time? She exited the dungeon around the same time as you, and the cooldown time is the same, so it's a good idea for the two of you to team up." Sun Mei blushed slightly, but felt a sense of anticipation. Jiang Un is so strong. If he teams up with me, I can not only make up for the gap, but also get ahead of others at the starting line. But she also knew that she had rejected Jiang Un before, and she couldn't help but worry. Could Jiang Un still accept her now? Jiang Un glanced at Sun Mei and said indifferently, "Sorry, I refuse. The gap between us is too big. We're not suitable to team up." Sun Mei's face turned pale instantly, her teeth clenched, and blood seeped out, but she was completely unaware. Sun Jinghao paused for a moment, then realized that his daughter had probably offended Jiang Un long ago. He wasn't angry, just regretful, feeling that his daughter had missed a rare opportunity. Just then, a notification flashed across Sun Jinghao's screen. His expression instantly turned serious, and his gaze became complicated. Xingyang noticed his unusual behavior and immediately asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Sun Jinghao swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. "I just received a message from General Wei Qing, the commander of Shan Haiguan." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Sun Jinghao. Jiang Un also became curious. Why would Lord Wei Qing contact the person in charge of the newbie dungeon? Lord Wei Qing instructed me to block the news and temporarily block Jiang Un's records until he participates in the assessment, in order to avoid being targeted by the Abyss believers. Furthermore, Lord Wei Qing asked me to convey a message to Jiang. Sun Jinghao looked at Jiang, his tone full of envy. Do your best in the assessment, and I look forward to the day you come to Shanhaiguan. ChatGPT says. Chapter 14, you're getting all worked up over saying you're fat. Wei Qing, one of the main generals of Shanhaiguan, is a hero of the human race. After Jiang broke the record for clearing the beginner dungeon, Wei Qing specially had the record temporarily hidden and sent his congratulations. If this action were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire city of Linen, and Jiang would instantly become the focus of attention. Jiang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wei Qing to pay attention to him. But recalling what his teacher had mentioned, that the original record holder would receive a notification once the dungeon record was refreshed, he felt relieved. Xingyang nodded inwardly. Wei Qing's response was indeed skillful. He had been worried about being targeted by the Abyss cultists, but he hadn't expected Wei Qing to have already come up with a solution. As long as the records of the beginner dungeon were temporarily hidden, Jiang wouldn't cause too much of a stir, and outsiders wouldn't know that he was a newbie who had just changed classes. I will temporarily block Jiang's clearance record, Sun Jinghao announced. Everyone must keep it strictly confidential and is prohibited from leaking it. Anyone who violates this rule will be treated as a traitor. Understand? Everyone, including Zhang Bingyang, answered in unison, understood. The way everyone looked at Jiang changed. He was someone who had gained Wei Qing's attention without even participating in the assessment, and his future was bright. Xingyang looked at Sun Mei, whose face was full of regret, and shook his head helplessly. He knew her situation very well, and now he could only hope that she would learn from this experience. All right, everyone disperse, go back and rest. We'll fight again tomorrow, Xingyang said. Sun Mei and the others were about to leave with mixed feelings when Jiang suddenly spoke up. Wait. Sun Mei turned around in surprise, thinking Jiang had changed his mind. Even Sun Jinghao was somewhat expectant. Jiang frowned and asked, where are Qian Duoduo's people? Wasn't he with you? You refused to let me join, and even kicked him out? Sun Mei looked somewhat disappointed and explained, Qian Duoduo got angry and quit because you didn't join. I thought he went to find you. Jiang suddenly realized that Qian Pengzi, a man of great loyalty, could do such a thing. He had been too eager to enter the instance and hadn't encountered him. Seeing that Jiang hadn't changed his mind, the four turned and left. The three of them deliberately distanced themselves from Zhang Bingyang, their faces full of disdain. Zhang Bingyang felt bitter inside. How could this be? I was the one who caused the strange phenomenon. It was just a momentary lapse. I didn't do it on purpose. He lowered his eyes, his heart filled with resentment. It's all Jiang's fault. He stole my thunder. After the others left, Jiang walked up to Xingyang and said, I want to go to the Bamboo Forest Mountains to level up. I need your permit. Bamboo Forest Mountains? Xingyang asked in surprise. That's a leveling up area in the wild. There are many kinds of monsters of varying levels, and it's several times more dangerous than the beginner dungeon. You're only level 7 now, so you should be able to go back to the beginner dungeon. Take a day off and continue tomorrow after the cooling off period. Sun Jinghao also spoke up. Every year, newborns die in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Without dedicated protection, it is very dangerous to enter rashly. And the danger doesn't just come from monsters. Your principal is right. It's safer to continue with the beginner dungeon after the cooldown is over. Jiang shook his head. In the beginner dungeon, the highest level monster is only level 8, and I can't kill most of them even if they are higher level than me. Keep refreshing the dungeon. The maximum level I can get is 8. Leveling up is too slow. Xingyang and Sun Jinghao remained silent. Fortunately, Sun Mei didn't hear them. Otherwise, she would have been so ashamed that she would have kowtowed to the ground. Are you sure? Xingyang asked, glancing at Jiang and the flame shadow on his shoulder. Yes, I'm sure. Jiang had his own plan. He needed to maximize the benefits of the cooling talisman. The cooldown charm is limited to levels 1 to 10, and it's most cost-effective to use it to reset the cooldown of level 10 dungeons. Using it on beginner dungeons yields very little benefit. Okay, Xingyang finally agreed. This is my contact information. You can contact me in case of an emergency, and I will organize a rescue as soon as possible. Sun Jinghao left his phone number. Jiang saved the phone number, then suddenly remembered something and said to Sun Jinghao, there's one more thing. Could you please pass it on to Qian Duoduo for me? He took out a monkey face shield from his backpack. This is what I got from a dungeon run. Qian Duoduo changed teams temporarily because of me, which affected his leveling up. Could you please give this shield to him for me? Sun Jinghao took one look and discovered that the shield had extraordinary properties. His eyes showed appreciation. Okay, I will personally guard this place and hand it over to Qian Duoduo when he comes out. Thank you for your help. After Jiang En sincerely thanked him, he left with Yining. Watching Jiang En's departing figure, Sun Jinghao sighed. That kid is really good, not just in terms of ability. He flicked his shield. To give such a small, exquisite item to a friend shows that one has extraordinary character. What a pity for Mayor. If she hadn't offended him, she might have had a chance to develop the relationship further. You're dreaming. Xingyang rolled his eyes at him. You actually want him to become your son-in-law. I haven't congratulated you yet. Jiang En is backing you up. This year's honorary principal position is no easy feat. Xingyang was secretly pleased, but his face remained humble. Ahem, not necessarily. After all, #1 middle school is also very strong. You're getting cocky now that I'm calling you fat. Sun Jinghao laughed and patted Xingyang on the shoulder. But the stronger the newcomers are, the better it is. With a wave of his hand, Jiang En's name slowly faded from the electronic screen, and the record was temporarily hidden until it would reappear on the day of the assessment. Chapter 15. Thank you, Godfather, for the shield. 2 hours later, darkness fell completely, and the blue vortex fluctuations in the instance gradually disappeared. Many people had decided to leave the instance to rest and prepare to continue the battle the next day. As the fluctuations subsided, a figure carrying a shield appeared before the vortex. Qian Duoduo's shield was covered in monster claw marks, and his health bar was down to half. Fortunately, staff members quickly came to help him recover. Beside him were members of the temporary team. We were so lucky to have Qian Duoduo take so much damage today, otherwise we would have been in danger several times. Let's continue tomorrow. Call that Firefox summoner friend you mentioned. Don't worry, bringing one person is no problem. Qian Duoduo smiled, looking quite pleased with himself. Their team had reached level 3 on the first day, a good progress, and Jiang En would be able to join their team tomorrow. He suddenly thought of Jiang En and felt a little curious. Is Jiang En alright? Has he already logged out of the instance? Just as he was about to contact Jiang En, he heard a surprised sound from the surrounding area. Huh, Sun Jinghao, the person in charge of the instance? Why is he still here so late? Could it be that one of the newcomers is the son of an important person? Qian Duoduo's curiosity was immediately piqued. Following the crowd, she saw Sun Jinghao, who was carrying a shield. Wow, who's so generous as to have Sun Jinghao personally deliver the equipment? Don't be silly. Maybe he's Sun Jinghao's illegitimate son. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened immediately. An illegitimate child? This news is explosive. Just then, he noticed Sun Jinghao walking towards him. Qian Duoduo quickly turned around, only to find himself alone. Was Sun Jinghao coming for him? Could I really be Sun Jinghao's illegitimate son? This absurd thought suddenly popped into Qian Duoduo's mind. Father, he exclaimed excitedly. Sun Jinghao was stunned for a moment. Ahem, you must be Qian Duoduo? Qian Duoduo then came to her senses and hurriedly nodded. Sun Jinghao smiled and handed him a shield. This is something your friend Jiang En asked me to give to you. Qian Duoduo took the shield and was stunned. He used his appraisal skill, and, after seeing the shield's attributes, he could hardly believe his eyes. This is a shield dropped by a level 5 disguised tree spirit. Jiang En actually soloed a level 5 tree spirit. Lord Sun, where's Jiang En? He's already gone back to rest. You'll have to work hard to catch up with him. Sun Jinghao maintained a constant smile, appearing exceptionally friendly towards Jiang En's friends. Seeing this, those around him became even more certain that there was some kind of relationship between the two. Keep it up. Sun Jinghao patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder, then turned and left. After Sun Jinghao left, the surrounding classmates immediately surrounded him. Fatty Qian, I never knew you had this kind of connection. That's amazing. So, are you and Sun Mei siblings? Get out. Qian Duoduo left everyone behind and silently digested the shocking news of Jiang En's tree spirit farming. Once they reached a secluded spot, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent Jiang En a long voice message. Awesome. Thank you so much, Godfather, for the shield. I will go through fire and water for you in the future. After dinner, Jiang En returned to his room, opened the trading platform, and began to take stock of his materials. Firefox blood, 31 portions, 200 per portion, totaling 6,200. Poisonous frog pouches, 10 portions, 300 per portion, totaling 3,000. Lightning rabbit skin, 3 portions, 230 per portion, total 690. Giant boa gallbladder, 11 portions, 400 per portion, total 4,400. Human-faced monkey heart, 8 portions, 100 per portion, total 800. The most expensive item was the heart of the human-faced monkey boss, worth 3,000 per piece, totaling 18,000. Jiang En was amazed by the rewards from the dungeon. However, upon further reflection, I realized I was soloing. If it were another team, these materials would have been distributed among their teammates, and ordinary players consume a lot of potions in dungeons as well. I barely used any potions. All the damage was taken by Flame Shadow. Jiangyan gently stroked Yan Ying's fur and took out the giant python's fang. He entered its attributes into the trading platform, and after a short while, an astonishing number popped up on the page, 40,000. Jiangyan was stunned. The weapon itself was worth over 20,000, but because of the recent job change for new players, weapons with additional attributes were more popular, hence the premium price. Then, as if possessed, Jiangyan entered the attributes of the Spirit Jade Ring, and the page quickly loaded, displaying the price, 60,000. Jiangyan was dumbfounded and almost considered selling the ring, but then he thought that he should keep it for later and sell it when his level was higher. He then opened the skill scroll panel to check the summoner's skill scrolls. Universal skill scrolls cost 50,000 each, while specific skill scrolls were ridiculously expensive. Jiangyan's current savings were barely enough to buy one universal scroll. He decided to buy the scroll, since combat power was the most important thing. He was going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains tomorrow, and learning a skill would give him more security. After purchasing the skill scroll, Jiangyan handed the materials over to the exchange staff and received the scroll in return. General Skill Scroll, levels 1 to 20 randomly learns one skill from your current class upon use. He unfurled the scroll, closed his eyes, and silently chanted, "One shot, one kill. Don't let me down." Chapter 16 Diamond Level Skill. Shadow Technique Twins. Flame Shadow curiously examined the skill scroll, then reached out a claw and gently touched it. Flames erupted rapidly, engulfing the scroll almost instantly, leaving not a trace of ash. Jiangyan, with his eyes closed, could feel a dark light blooming before him, the radiance of a black iron level skill. However, just as he was feeling somewhat frustrated, his heart skipped a beat, and the dark light gradually disappeared, replaced by a dazzling white light. This is a diamond level skill. Jiangyan suddenly opened his eyes, his shock evident. How could the special glow that only diamond level skills possess appear on him? He quickly recalled his talent, Heart of God. Could it be that this talent caused the change in his skills? With excitement, Jiangyan quickly opened his interface and looked at the skill bar. Sure enough, a new skill notification appeared. Congratulations on learning your new skill, Shadow Duel Techniques. Shadow Technique Duel, LV1 Diamond Level Skill, consumes a large amount of spirit points, can copy and release the skill of your own summoned beast, causing 60% of the skill's effect. Jiangyan was incredibly excited. As a summoner, skills that could directly cause damage were extremely rare. Most were amplification skills. The Shadow Twin skill he had acquired this time allowed him to copy the skills of his summoned beasts and exert some of their effects. It was practically a divine skill. He couldn't wait to try it. He silently chanted, and a phantom appeared behind him, looking exactly like the Flame Shadow, even down to its expression and movements. The phantom flicked its tail, releasing a copy of the flame tail. Snap! The phantom's tail slammed onto the desk, and flames spread, instantly turning the desk to ashes. A furious roar came from downstairs. Jiangyan, what are you doing? I'm asking you what you're doing. Jiangyan hurriedly extinguished the flames, quickly burrowed into the covers, and pretended nothing had happened. Filled with anticipation for the Bamboo Forest Mountains, he embraced Yan Ying and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jiangyan eagerly arrived at the edge of the city. He had thought that being close to the city center would prevent it from being too crowded, but the crowds far exceeded his expectations. Everyone was dressed in gear, carrying weapons, and some even had monster blood on them. This was completely different from the student life he had experienced before. Most of the shops around sold medicine and equipment, and there were also quite a few massage parlors. Spring Breeze Massage will give you a pleasant, spring-like feeling and restore your mental energy buff after the massage. Sister Massage, close sister service, promotes blood circulation, removes blood stasis, and restores vitality. Jiangyan glanced at the shops, his steps never faltering, until the Adventurers Guild sign came into view, at which point he finally stopped. The Adventurers Guild is an officially organized association that all members, regardless of whether they have changed jobs, life, or combat, can join. Various quests can be accepted and posted here. Upon entering the association's hall, Jiangyan found it already packed with people, with noise rising and falling everywhere. We're one short for our wolf hunt in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Need a damage dealer. The Blazing Flame Mercenary Group is recruiting new members who are level 10 or above. Welcome to join us. We need help with the herb gathering and escort mission. Someone come here. The staff quickly arranged Jiangyan's registration. Hello, I would like to register as a member. and check if there are any hunting missions suitable for levels 8 to 10 in the Bamboo Forest Mountains with generous rewards. Okay, please show your identification. The staff member looked up and saw Jiang En's youthful face and the flame shadow on his shoulder. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and helped Jiang En complete the registration, handing him a membership card and badge. Jiang En, a Level 1 Adventurers Association member, current points, 0. The task has been checked. 2 of them match. The staff member continued. Mission: hunt down the demon wolf. Mission description: a wolf's infestation has emerged in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, impacting the surrounding ecosystem. The guild is recruiting adventurers to hunt down these wolves. Mission reward: 100 yuan and 1 point for each demon wolf killed, with a demon wolf tooth as proof. Task: collect slime. Quest description: the apothecary needs a large amount of slime to brew potions. Task reward: 3 portions of slime can be exchanged for 100 yuan and 1 point. Jiang En raised an eyebrow. The rewards for these 2 tasks were not very generous, especially the slime task, where 3 slimes only earned 100 yuan, which was obviously not worth it. He scanned the task list, and suddenly a grayed-out task caught his attention. Mission: hunt down the Demon Wolf King. Mission description: a wolf horde has emerged, and the Wolf King boss has appeared. A bounty is offered for its defeat. Mission reward: kill the Demon Wolf King to receive 50,000 yuan and 500 points, with the Demon Wolf King's tooth as proof. Jiang En asked, "Can I accept this mission?" The staff explained, "Sorry, hunting the Demon Wolf King is a mission that only Level 2 association members can accept. You just registered and only have Level 1 membership, so you cannot accept it at the moment. Once you reach 100 points, you will automatically be upgraded to Level 2 membership." Jiang En nodded, understanding the association's rules. "Then I'll take on the mission to hunt down the demon wolves." The staff member quickly responded, "Okay, the task has been accepted." The staff advised, "If this is your first time going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains, we suggest you go in a team. The environment there is complex, and there are omissions in the guides. The Demon Wolf quest is always available, so there should be many people in teams." Before Jiang En could respond, a hearty laugh came from the counter next to him. "Hey, someone else is going to hunt demon wolves? Why don't you come with us?" Chapter 17: Temporary Team Formation. Rampant Demon Wolves. Jiang En looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man with a full beard standing at the next counter, carrying 2 axes on his back. His leather armor was covered in monster claw marks, and his health bar was only half full. The staff quickly helped him recover. "Today, it was all thanks to Qian Duo that I was able to avoid a lot of damage, otherwise it would have been dangerous. We'll continue tomorrow. Remember to bring your Firefox summoner friend. 1 person is no problem." Qian Duo smiled, feeling smug. Reaching level 3 on the first day was progressing well. Jiang En would join their team tomorrow. Suddenly, he heard a clear voice from the crowd. "Captain, over here." A dark-skinned woman stood at the door waving, with 2 young men in their 20s standing beside her. Tan Gong led Jiang En to them. When the woman saw Jiang En, she raised an eyebrow. The captain brought in another newcomer? "She's good-looking. Finally, we found someone who's not crooked or crooked. Wow, this Firefox is so cute. Let me hug it." The woman warmly embraced Yin Ying and showered her with affection. Tan Gong shook his head and said to Jiang En, "They've also come to hunt demon wolves." He pointed at the woman and said, "This is Zhuo Cha, an archer, level 13. Tang Mianmian, priest, level 11. Tang Mianmian looked quiet, but when she saw Jiang En's gaze, she immediately lowered her head and secretly glanced at Yin Ying, her eyes full of affection. "This is Yin Tianhao, a mage, level 12. Yin Tianhao glanced at Jiang En and nodded slightly in greeting. "Me? Tan Gong, a warrior, level 13. Don't underestimate our small team. We're considered experts in the Bamboo Forest Mountains." After introducing himself, Tan Gong turned to Jiang En. "This is the young man I just met, Jiang En. His profession is summoner, level 7. Jiang En said calmly. "Level 7. Zhuo Cha's eyes widened. "Are you sure you want to go to the Bamboo Forest Mountains? The monsters there are at least level 8. Wait, is this Firefox your summoned beast?" Zhuo Cha gently stroked Yin Ying's head, a look of sympathy in her eyes. Tang Mianmian opened her mouth wide in surprise. "Oh my god, are you and I in the same year? The Firefox summoner is even worse off than me." She immediately realized she had misspoke and quickly added, "It's okay, leveling up is fast in the early stages, and Brother Tan Gong is very kind to us." As you can see, Jiang En came out of the beginner dungeon, and he probably spent a lot of time training with low-level monsters, which is why he leveled up so slowly. Tan Gong scratched his head. I really didn't know you were only level 7. Forming a team is fine, but our team's loot will be distributed according to contribution. Your level is low, so the benefits might be less at first, but as you level up, your damage will increase, and the benefits will naturally increase, right? No problem. Jiang'an felt that having an experienced person to guide him would save him from many detours. Yin Tianhao glanced at Tang Yinyan, then at Jiang'an, and, feeling wary, said coldly, "Don't expect any help. Just don't hold us back." "Don't say that. We're all newbies. You were only level 8 back then and hadn't even cleared the beginner dungeon. Now you're level 12? You think you're all grown up?" Tan Gong teased with a smile. Yin Tianhao snorted coldly, his expression softening slightly, and walked ahead. Zhuocha walked to Jiang'an's side. "Don't pay attention to him. He's just being stubborn. He's not a bad person at heart." Tang Mianmian couldn't help but gently stroke Yining, a satisfied expression on her face. "This firefox is so cute. How did you raise it? Its fur is so exquisite." Yining was held in Jiang'an's arms, staring at him with wide eyes, looking somewhat adorable. Soon after, they arrived at the guard post on the edge of the city. The guards recognized Tan Gong and his group and greeted them warmly, allowing them free passage. As Jiang'an passed by, the guards suddenly stopped him. "The area ahead is the Bamboo Forest Mountain Range. Please show your pass if this is your first time entering or leaving." Jiang'an handed over the pass signed by the principal. The guard checked carefully, his eyes looking somewhat strange. "New student, level 7, special pass?" He muttered to himself. "Is the job change being brought forward this year? How come there are new students so soon? What went wrong?" Tan Gong urged. "Are you all right?" "It's all right, let him through." The guard waved him through and handed Jiang a box of signal flares. "If you encounter any problems, you can release the signal flares, and staff will come to your aid immediately." Jiang took the signal flare and walked towards the mountains. Suddenly, the view opened up before them, with continuous mountain peaks all around, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Tan Gong sneered. "These demonic wolves are becoming increasingly rampant, daring to spread to the guard post. However, if the demon wolves weren't so rampant, we wouldn't have been able to get this quest." Zhuocha laughed. "Demonic wolves of level 8 to 10 are no problem for us at all. However, I always felt that the number of dire wolves was somewhat unusual." "No." The group continued onward. Yining jumped down from Zhuocha's arms and cautiously observed her surroundings, clearly also sensing the smell of blood. Soon, they found the source of the bloodshed, a dismembered fox carcass, its fur dull, its internal organs devoured, and its blood long since dried up. Jiang'an was about to step forward to check when Tan Gong stopped him, saying, "Be careful, there's something wrong with the body." Chapter 18 Trap. Wolves Attack. Fireball. Yin Tianhao raised his staff high, and a ball of orange-red fireball flew out, accurately striking the fire fox corpse in front of him. The flames spread rapidly, the corpse crackled, and a large number of mosquitoes flew out of the corpse. Corpse mosquitoes. Level 1. Skill. Corpse poison, silver tier. Yin Tianhao swung his staff again, and the fireball landed precisely in the swarm of corpse mosquitoes, instantly annihilating them completely. He glanced at Jiang'an, then walked up to Tang Yinyan, looking somewhat smug. Tan Gong explained to Jiang'an, "These corpse mosquitoes are monsters unique to the Bamboo Forest Mountains. They like to parasitize corpses. Although they are low level, the silver level corpse poison is very dangerous, and people die from these poisonous insects every year." Jiang'an nodded silently, marveling at how much easier it was to have an experienced person leading the team. "Look here." Zhuocha suddenly noticed several plum blossom footprints in the soil. It must have been left by a demon wolf. "Let's head in this direction. Follow them. We might encounter more demon wolves," Tan Gong said decisively. The group quickened their pace. Although the name of the Bamboo Forest Mountains contained bamboo, Jiang'an had not seen any bamboo along the way. He couldn't help but ask, and Zhuocha immediately covered her mouth and laughed. This is a question that many people who come to the Bamboo Forest Mountains for the first time ask. There are actually no bamboos in the mountains. The name comes from the fact that someone encountered a bamboo forest here a long time ago. "A secret realm?" Jiang'an asked. "You should know that secret realms mean opportunities. They contain all sorts of precious items, such as skill scrolls and job change books," Zhuocha explained. Jiang'an nodded. "The entrance to the secret realm is random, and sometimes it is accompanied by great danger. If there really is a secret realm here, there must be many adventurers in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, right?" Jiang'an asked. Tan Gong interjected. "When the news broke, many people came looking for the secret realm, but after so many years, no one has found it, and gradually no one has come looking for it anymore." That's how the name of the bamboo forest mountains has been preserved. Jiang suddenly realized, but he was still somewhat interested in the bamboo forest secret realm. Suddenly, Jiang noticed a sense of danger emanating from Yanning. Yanning pricked up its ears, stopped wagging its tail, and warily surveyed its surroundings. Master, something's wrong. There are monsters around. Be careful. There might be an ambush nearby, Jiang warned. Monster ambush? Don't be ridiculous. Monsters don't have any intelligence, Yan Tianhao said dismissively. Newcomers should observe and learn more, and speak less. Shuecha stopped, a white light flashing in her eyes as she activated her insight skill. The surrounding trees gradually faded, revealing the outlines of creatures, and Shuecha quickly scanned her surroundings. No monsters have been detected approaching yet, she said, shaking her head. See? There's nothing there, Yan Tianhao said casually. All right, that's enough. It's good to be cautious, Tengong interrupted. Based on the previous claw marks, there might be more than one demon wolf. Since there are no problems, let's continue, Tengong instructed. The group continued on their way, with Yan Tianhao leading the way. He used flames to clear away the monster corpses he encountered, and Tang Mianmian would cast a healing spell on him after each release. However, as they went deeper, Tengong also realized that something was wrong. Wait! He suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Captain? Yan Tianhao asked, puzzled. We've already walked 5 or 6 kilometers, Shuecha estimated, his expression turning serious. Tengong said in a low voice, You've noticed something's wrong too? We've gone this far and haven't encountered a single living monster. In the past, we should have run into other creatures by now. There aren't even any slimes, not even the most abundant ones in the bamboo forest mountains. There are only corpses. Shuecha looked at Jiang, seemingly realizing something, and asked, Captain, do you mean that these demonic wolves deliberately left their corpses behind? A trap specifically set for us. Her voice was filled with doubt. Yan Tianhao immediately refuted this. How could a demon wolf possibly have intelligence? It's just a monster. Wolves don't possess this kind of intelligence, but I still feel something is off. Tengong said gravely. Shuecha, check the surroundings again. All right. Shuecha activated his insight skill again, carefully examining his surroundings. Tang Mianmian seemed a little nervous, but Yan Tianhao reassured her. Don't worry, the demon wolf can't possibly set a trap. However, the flame patterns on Yan Ying's body were unusually clear at this moment, and the surrounding trees disappeared from Shuecha's sight. Apart from his teammates, there were only a few insects among the other life forms. Just as Shuecha was about to close the insight, her gaze suddenly froze as a lithe figure burst into view, followed by more figures. Shuecha's breathing quickened, and his face turned pale. Damn it. There really are a lot of demon wolves. At least 100. Chapter 19 Mutant Divine Wolf. Decapitation Operation. Prepare to defend. Tengong's expression changed, and he shouted, Tang Mianmian and Jiang stand in the middle, and the 3 of us will each guard one side. I've already fired the signal flare. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes at most. The wolves aren't high level. As long as our formation isn't broken, we can hold out. The players quickly took their positions, clearly prepared. Fortunately, there was a large rock nearby that could alleviate some of the defensive pressure. Nevertheless, everyone's expressions remained grim. Although the level of the demon wolves was lower than that of Tengong, their numbers were terrifying. Shuecha glanced at them and saw that there were at least 100 of them. We can handle a dozen or so wolves, but with hundreds, our only hope is that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. Soon, the demon wolves emerged from behind the tree. They were similar in size to ordinary wolves, with blood-red eyes. The lead wolf was particularly strong, constantly emitting low, threatening growls, its saliva dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Jiang quickly used his identification skills to check the information. Mutant dire wolf, elite. Level, 10. Strength, 120. Spirit, 88. Agility, 100. Constitution, 90. Combat skills, Bloodlust Berserk, bronze. Wolf Howl, bronze. Wolf Claw Assault, silver. Corrosion, bronze. Group Berserk, silver. This demonic wolf was clearly stronger than the others, belonging to the elite level, with a sharp glint in its eyes, like a greedy hunter. The other dire wolves, ranging from level 8 to 10, were eager to make their move, eyeing the group clinging to the boulder. The elite dire wolf let out a howl, and the other dire wolves followed suit with their barks. The wolf howl skill was activated, and the surrounding demonic wolves grew larger, their fangs becoming even more ferocious, bringing a chilling aura. Tang Mianmian immediately waved her scepter, and white light overflowed, enveloping her teammates and alleviating their psychological fear. However, she quickly realized that her skills were ineffective against Flame Shadow, only affecting her teammates. Fortunately, Flame Shadow remained alert and prepared to fight. Seeing that their howls had no effect, the wolves stopped waiting and charged towards the group. Tan Gong wielded his axe to meet the attack, each strike carrying overwhelming power, slaying the charging demonic wolves. Zhuocha drew his bowstring, and 5 arrows were fired simultaneously, suppressing the demon wolf from a distance. Despite the heavy firepower support, the wolf was still slowly approaching. Yin Tianhao's situation was even more urgent. Although he was a mage, he was only level 12 and could not effectively stop the wolf's attack. He used fireballs to repel several demon wolves, but there were simply too many of them to control. "Captain, I can't hold on any longer." Yin Tianhao's face was pale, his magic power was greatly depleted, and the frequency of his fireballs dropped significantly. Tan Gong's expression turned solemn as he locked onto the elite demon wolf. It was clearly the leader of the pack, and killing it would greatly reduce the pressure. But this demonic wolf did not attack at this moment. Instead, it stood in place directing the other demonic wolves, like a commander on a battlefield. To get close to it, they had to break through the encirclement of countless demon wolves, which was extremely difficult for the entire team. "Captain, I haven't recovered." Yin Tianhao shouted weakly. The fireball was getting weaker and weaker. "We can't wait any longer." Tan Gong roared. "Zhuocha, cover me." He gripped his axe tightly and charged towards the mutated wolf, unleashing a whirlwind slash. The axe blades traced sharp trajectories in the air, and the wolves fell one after another, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, the mutated wolf remained standing still, its eyes becoming wary, and it let out a low growl. As the demon wolves charged, Tan Gong was gradually surrounded. Although his whirlwind slash killed many demon wolves, he was still 5 meters away from his target. "It's over. Whirlwind slash is the strongest skill I can use. It consumes a lot of stamina, and I can't use it again for a while." Tan Gong's heart sank. The mutated wolf's eyes turned cold again. It did not attack, but observed quietly. The pack of wolves drew ever closer, and Tan Gong was filled with despair. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, he heard a gasp from behind him. That was Zhuocha's voice. Tan Gong turned his head and saw Jiangyin and Yining walking out of the bloody battlefield. The corpses of demon wolves were lying around them, many of them bearing burn marks from the flames. The powerful aura emanating from Yin Ying instilled a sense of fear in the surrounding demonic wolves. Jiangyin followed behind Yin Ying, his expression unchanged, as if the demonic wolf posed no threat to him whatsoever. "Go back quickly. These dire wolves are not something you can handle." Tan Gong thought Jiangyin had followed him to clear out the safe zone, so he hurriedly shouted. The mutated wolf saw the flame shadow, its eyes flashing with vigilance, its fur standing on end, and it let out a low growl. It commanded more than a dozen demonic wolves to abandon Tan Gong and quickly pounce on Yining. Tan Gong watched this scene unfold, his heart tightening as he couldn't help but imagine the image of Yining being torn apart. However, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on the red fur on Yin Ying's body, as if real flames were burning. Flamestorm, unleash. Chapter 20. The twin shadow techniques show their power for the first time. Flames erupted from Flame Shadow's body, igniting the surrounding air and unleashing a storm of fire before everyone. The demon wolves struggled within the storm, trying to escape the flames. Those on the edges managed to escape, but many more were burned to a crisp in the storm's center. Kill notifications rang out one after another, but no one paid any attention to them at this moment. They stood there, stunned, feeling the heat wave hitting them, their hearts filled with astonishment and joy. This is Firefox. Is this the level 7 Firefox summoner's strength? Tan Gong stared intently at Yin Ying and Jiangyin at the center of the flame storm, his gaze fixed on them. So Jiangyin had managed to warn everyone before they even noticed. His strength was indeed formidable. At this moment, they seemed to have a glimmer of hope for victory. Yin Tianhao was desperately releasing fireballs to stop the demonic wolf's attack when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from Yin Ying. He involuntarily turned his gaze towards Yin Ying. When he saw the dazzling flame patterns on Yin Ying's body, he gaped in shock. This is fire magic, and it's several times stronger than what I know. But isn't it a fire fox? As the flame storm unfolded, Yin Tianhao was utterly shocked. Flame storm, a gold level skill. For me, I'd need to be at least level 20 and prepare hundreds of thousands to learn it. His expression became complex, a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and shame. He, who had once looked down on Jiangyin, now felt intense shame. The wolves seemed to have been terrified by the flame storm, and all turned their gazes toward the elite-level mutated wolf, showing signs of retreating. A woo, a woo, a woo. The mutated elite dire wolf's fur stood on end, and suddenly a transparent red halo emanated from its body, covering all the dire wolves. The affected dire wolves' eyes gleamed with ferocity. Their speed increased dramatically, and they appeared exceptionally vicious. Damn it! It's a silver-level group berserk skill. It overdraws stamina, greatly increasing combat power and speed for a short period of time. Mian, can it be cured? Zhuocha asked anxiously. Tang Mian anxiously threw out a white light circle, but quickly said, "No, my skill is only bronze level. It can't cancel it out." The demonic wolves that had just retreated pounced again, their attack frequency noticeably increasing, and Zhuocha knew things were going badly. While the flame storm was powerful, Jiang En and Flame Shadow were only level 7. Even with Flame Shadow's exceptional talent, releasing it once was already her limit. If the demon wolf continued its relentless drain, Flame Shadow would inevitably be exhausted. As expected, the vast majority of the demonic wolves began to pounce on Jiang En and Yining. Yining extended her claws, her sharp nails carving slashing lines in the air. Each claw strike severely injured a demonic wolf. However, Jiang En suddenly noticed a notification on the panel. Your summoned beast Flame Shadow. Skill Tear Claw upgraded. Current skill level LV2. The Tear Claw's power had increased, and its stamina consumption had slightly increased, but it could still be fatal instantly. Jiang En stood behind the Flame Shadow, frowning. There were too many demonic wolves. The Tear Claw alone couldn't stop them. Just as a demonic wolf pounced on Flame Shadow, who was about to retaliate with his fiery tail, suddenly froze. The demonic wolf's fangs bit down hard on Flame Shadow's fur, and the corrosive effect was instantly triggered, leaving 2 shallow wounds. The mutated elite wolf stood up, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The other wolves pounced on it, surrounding and attacking Yining. Jiang En's gaze remained fixed on the mutated wolf. The flame patterns on Flame Shadow's body reappeared, and a fierce burst of fire swept through the surroundings in an instant, instantly killing more than a dozen nearby demonic wolves. As the firelight dissipated, Flame Shadow's figure appeared. Although it was disheveled, its fur damaged, and its body covered with bite marks from demonic wolves, its eyes were still bright and full of fighting spirit. Jiang En's panel flashed another notification. Your summoned beast Flame Shadow. Skill Flame Storm upgraded. Current skill level LV2. Flame Storm, LV2 gold tier skill, consumes a large amount of mental energy, powerfully manipulates fire elements to create a flame storm, dealing massive damage to enemy creatures. The damage of Flame Storm has increased, but its consumption has also increased. Flame Shadow's mental energy is nearing its limit. Although he can still unleash Tear Claw, Flame Storm is clearly no longer usable. At that moment, the elite-level mutated wolf suddenly leaped up, its target aimed directly at Jiang En's throat. Its eyes were exceptionally sharp, clearly intending to sever the summoner and cut off the life and death of the summoned beast. A beam of white light flew out from behind and landed on Yining, but it had no effect. My healing skill is ineffective against summoned beasts. Tang Mian was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, forgetting that her skill could not work on summoned beasts. Fireballs and arrows flew over her head and rushed towards the mutated wolf, while Tangong also swung his axe and charged towards the wolf. They fought with all their might, determined not to let the mutated wolf get close to Jiang En. However, the mutated wolf ignored them, quickly repelled the other wolves, and leaped in front of Jiang En. Its sharp fangs slashed through the air, lunging fiercely at Jiang En's throat. At the critical moment, Jiang En revealed a calm smile. Shadow Technique Dual Skill. Copy, Flame Storm. Chapter 21 Instant Kill. Elite Demon Wolf. Twin Shadow Techniques. Copy, Flame Storm. Jiang En wore a faint smile, and illusory flame shadows appeared behind him. The flame-shaped patterns twisted and turned, becoming increasingly lifelike, until a flash of light appeared. The skill Shadow Technique Twins was revealed to the world for the first time. Although the copied skill only deals 60% of the damage, Flame Shadow's Flame Storm has just been upgraded to level 2, resulting in a significant increase in damage. So even though it's a skill of copying, however, its power did not decrease significantly. The flame spread outwards from Jiang En as the center. The elite-level mutated wolf sensed the violent energy emanating from Jiang En and the increasingly outrageous heat wave. Fear flashed in its eyes, and it instinctively tried to turn around and run away. However, as soon as it forced its body to turn, It felt the burning pain of the flames. The fur sizzled as it was roasted. Flames spread across his entire body along his fur. The terrifying damage instantly emptied the elite-level mutated dire wolf's health bar. Not only it, but all the other demonic wolves that had launched the attack perished, turning into charred remains around Jiang'an. A burnt smell permeated the air. A golden light simultaneously emanated from Jiang and Yining. I've finally reached level 8. The main reason is that they are in a team. If Jiang and were to level up alone, the experience gained from just the 2 waves of flame storms in front of Flame Shadow would probably be enough to level him up. The upgrade instantly wiped away the fatigue of both the human and the beast, restoring them to their optimal condition. And until then, Tan Gong and the others finally reacted, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Jiang'an. Is this the Firefox summoner? Whose summoner is this outrageous? A Firefox being able to unleash a terrifying skill like Flame Storm is already impressive, but Flame Shadow was used twice in quick succession. If this got out, I bet every summoner would want their default summon to be a Firefox. The skill Jiang'an just released was even more outrageous. As we all know, a summoner's combat ability in the early stages depends entirely on their summoned beasts. Most of their skills are auxiliary skills for summoned beasts, which is why most support classes cannot apply auxiliary skills to their summoned beasts. A summoner who lacked combat ability in the early stages unleashed a terrifying Flame Storm? The key point is, isn't Flame Storm a mage-oriented skill? How can a summoner cast it too? Yin Tianhao's expression was incredibly subtle. As a level 10 mage, he hadn't even learned the Flame Storm skill yet, but he never expected that a summoner could not only cast it on his summoned beasts, but also cast it himself. Its damage is terrifyingly high, capable of killing elite-level mutated monsters even if the monster's level is higher. The pride that had been hidden had completely vanished, leaving only admiration and shame. A gray-white figure suddenly flashed past Yin Tianhao. Yin Tianhao was stunned at first, and when he came to his senses, he heard Tang Mianmian scream. He hurriedly turned around, his eyes then turning bloodshot and filled with rage. A wolf bit down hard on Tang Mianmian's right arm, leaving her defenseless. The corrosive effect on her teeth made Tang Mianmian frown, and tears streamed down her face. Damn beast! Yin Tianhao unleashed a series of fireballs from his staff, and Zhuo Cha reacted quickly, firing a bursting arrow. It took the combined attack of the two to kill the demonic wolf. However, Tang Mianmian's right arm had been bitten off. The horrifying wounds were chilling to look at. The edges of the wound were constantly sizzling and corroding from the wolf's saliva. Tang Mianmian endured the discomfort, raised her hand, and released a purification spell to remove the corrosive effect, then fainted. Having recovered to his peak condition, Flame Shadow began hunting down the nearby demon wolves. Tan Gong and Jiang'an returned to the boulder, their brows furrowing at the sight of Tang Mianmian's miserable state. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't been distracted. Yin Tianhao held Tang Mianmian, his face full of self-reproach. Tan Gong pulled Yin Tianhao up. All right, since you know you were wrong, then take responsibility like a man. Tang Mianmian is not dead. As long as we find a skilled healer, her severed limbs can be reattached. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianhao felt as if he had found a pillar of support and carefully put away Tang Mianmian's severed arm. Yes, it's possible to recover as long as a skilled therapist is found. Back to the city. We need to get back to the city to rescue people. The sound of hurried footsteps approached nearby, and Tan Gong and the others immediately became alert. However, they quickly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the person's attire. The people who arrived were a rescue team from the Linen City military. The leader of them wielded a giant sword, was clad in metal armor, and displayed his rank information above his head. Sun Yang, Great Swordsman, level 22. Sun Yang held up his great sword, scanned his surroundings, and then froze. There are indeed many dire wolves here. However, they had all turned into charred corpses, with only a dozen or so surviving wolves scattering and fleeing after their group berserk state was broken. After glancing at Tan Gong and the others, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Having been stationed there for many years, he naturally had no idea what Tan Gong's team was like. They were experienced, but their level wasn't particularly high. They might be able to handle a dozen or so demon wolves at the same time. But there were far more than a dozen pieces of black charcoal on the ground. There were at least close to 100. Even if he were to deal with so many demonic wolves alone, it would still take him a lot of effort. And the price Tan Gong and the others paid was merely injuries to their assistants? Concealing his surprise, he ordered his men to clear out the other demon wolves while he went forward to investigate. Upon learning of the news about the elite-level mutated dire wolves, Sun Yang frowned. Something's not right. Even elite-level dire wolves shouldn't possess such a powerful intelligence. According to you, these dire wolves deliberately set up a trap to hunt adventurers. This news is very important. You all come back with me first. I need to organize all the information for reporting. Perfect timing. Your companion's injuries also need treatment. As he spoke, Sun Yang couldn't help but glance at Jiang'an, who had a calm and collected expression. He had already learned the general outline from Tan Gong. If it weren't for Jiang'an's presence, Tan Gong and his team would probably have been wiped out during this wolf riot. Hundreds of demonic wolves were far beyond the capabilities of Tan Gong and his group. They couldn't even hold out until reinforcements arrived. He was eager to take them back to find out the details. Aside from the fact that the mutated wolf itself was somewhat strange, he was also very curious. Jiang Aming was clearly only an 8th-level Firefox summoner, so how did he play such a powerful role and save the entire team? Chapter 22. The Harvest. A new skill scroll. The deepest part of a cave in the bamboo forest mountains. A terrifying dire wolf dwells here, its size more than twice that of an elite-level mutated dire wolf. Its body hair was glossy and smooth. There were many human remains next to it. The wolf, which had been taking a nap, suddenly awoke, its eyes wide open, filled with a violent emotion. Roar! A low, threatening growl came from its mouth. Little wolf, what's wrong? A gentle voice sounded from the side. Then a slender, fair hand touched the wolf's forehead, soothing it. On the back of the hand, one could vaguely see black lines rotating continuously. If anyone else were to see the lines on the back of his hand at this moment, they would probably be horrified. Isn't this a mark unique to those who have sided with the Demon Legion? It's those abyss believers. Did a wolf cub die? The gentle voice said. It's all right. We can just make 2 more. Seal off the bamboo forest mountains. We absolutely cannot let anyone discover that thing. We just need to wait a few more days. Then our mission will be complete, and the High Priest will guide us back. An hour later, at the official guard post in Linen City. Say it again. Are you sure it was your summoned beast, a level 7 fire fox, that instantly killed a pack of level 10 demonic wolves? 3 flame storms will solve it. Jiang'an concealed the diamond-level skill Shadow Technique Twins and attributed all the credit to Flame Shadow. Sun Yang looked at Jiang'an's sincere face and felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples. In the past few minutes, his worldview had undergone a complete transformation. A firefox that was less than level 10 used the gold-level skill Flame Storm, and the damage was so high that it could instantly kill the demon wolf. Are gold-level skills really that worthless now? Even Firefox can release it at will? I spent all my money and only managed to acquire a gold-level skill. More importantly, the cost of a gold-level skill is terrifying. I'm lucky if I can use it twice, but this Firefox actually used it 3 times. However, with corroboration from Tan Gong and others, he had no choice but to believe it, no matter how bizarre it seemed. After the incident was recorded, Sun Yang led the group away from the guard post. Before parting, Sun Yang said to the group with a serious expression, I have recorded and reported everything you said. I believe someone will come to handle it soon. Until then, I do not recommend that you enter the wild areas of the bamboo forest mountains. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang'an. You're quite good. You're only at level 8, yet you possess such formidable strength and extraordinary keen judgment. I hope you achieve a satisfactory result in this year's performance review. It would be my honor if we could become colleagues in the future. I will prepare well, Jiang'an said with a smile. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Tan Gong and the others finally realized why the guards had given Jiang'an a separate signal flare when they left the city earlier. It turned out that he really was a newcomer who had just changed jobs this year. Indeed, with Yin Ying's terrifying strength, if Jiang'an had changed jobs last year, his level would probably have already broken through level 20, right? All right, I won't keep you any longer. Your friend should already be receiving treatment. The matter here is settled. You can go and visit them now. Okay, thank you for your trouble, sir. After thanking him, Tan Gong led the group to the treatment center, where they met Yen Tianhao, who looked haggard. How is Mian Yin doing? Yen Tianhao shook his head. The injury has improved, but if we want to reattach the severed limb, we need a doctor of at least level 50 to do it. And we can't delay too long, otherwise it will be troublesome to reattach the severed limb once the wound has fully healed. Zhuocha's expression changed slightly. The fee for a level 50 physician is at least 6 figures. This? Yen Tianhao remained silent. After a while, Tan Gong said, all right, it's just a few 100,000. With a little effort, we can always raise that much. He then looked at Jiang'an and said, we owe you a lot this time. Otherwise we probably wouldn't have escaped the wolf's jaws. We obtained a total of 112 wolf teeth and 58 wolf pelts this time. There are still 21 wolf hearts left. They all belong to you. You can take them to pay the bounty. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. All of it for him. His gaze involuntarily turned to Yan Tianhao. No need. Tang Mianmian's treatment still requires a lot of money. One thing at a time. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been eaten by wolves long ago. Our share of the profits is calculated based on the proportion of our contributions. Tan Gong waved his hand. Zhuocha nodded and said, That's right. Rules are rules. You should take this money. With red eyes, Yan Tianhao bowed to Jiang'an. I'm sorry for my bad attitude towards you before. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to come back, let alone receive treatment. We will find a way to pay for Tang Mianmian's treatment separately. Seeing that they all said so, Jiang'an did not refuse any longer and took the materials from Tan Gong. Tan Gong seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, Since you are a freshman this year and have now reached level 8, you should be planning to farm the spider nest dungeon near the bamboo forest mountains next? Right. Tan Gong took out a map from his backpack. The spider nest dungeon has a level limit of 8 to 10. We've already exceeded the level limit, so we won't join you. This map shows the areas I've explored in the bamboo forest mountains, including some of the locations of wild monsters. I hope it helps you. Looking at the dense markings on the map, Jiang'an was filled with surprise. This stuff is much more reliable than any online guide. It's based on Tan Gong's years of experience navigating the bamboo forest mountains. Having this can save you a lot of time. After receiving the map, Jiang'an waited until Tang Mianmian woke up before saying goodbye and leaving. He did not leave again immediately, but instead went to the Adventurers Guild. Hello, I need to turn in my task. As luck would have it, the staff member was the same one as before. Seeing the cute firefox lying on Jiang'an, she instantly remembered that Jiang'an had just come in the morning. Okay, please show me the quest items, she said with a sweet smile. Jiang'an waved his hand, and the more than 100 wolf teeth appeared on the counter. Even though the staff had all received professional training, she still couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw so many wolf teeth. I just helped Jiang'an complete the membership application this morning. Isn't he a level 7 Firefox summoner? Only a few hours have passed. How did he manage to get so many wolf fangs? Is there a problem? Oh no, it's nothing. Realizing his lapse in composure, the staff member quickly put away the wolf fang and helped with the operation. Could you please show me your membership card? We need to calculate your points. After receiving the certificate from Jiang'an, the staff quickly completed the process. She then respectfully handed the membership card to Jiang'an with both hands, her originally sweet voice now tinged with even more respect. There are a total of 112 wolf teeth, and the total prize money is 11,200 yuan. In addition, an extra 112 points have been tallied. You need another 88 points to upgrade to level 2 membership. Jiang'an nodded and was about to leave when a staff member reminded him. If you have any more materials, you can register them for sale here. We have a partnership with the official Huaxia Bank. So convenient. Jiang'an was a little surprised, then took out the materials and handed them to the other party. Soon, dedicated staff will take over the handover. Jiang'an only realized now that the bounty reward was actually a small part of the profit, while the real money came from the materials of the demon wolf itself. For example, the demon wolf pelt was used as one of the raw materials for making low-level skill scrolls, and the demon wolf heart was also a valuable material for alchemy. The total value has exceeded 20,000. With the money he had left over, Jiang'an had just enough to buy another skill scroll worth 50,000 yuan. Jiang'an decisively placed an order. The previous skill scroll granted me the diamond-level divine skill, Shadow Twins. I wonder what skills I'll acquire this time. Chapter 23 Diamond-level skill. Teleportation. After obtaining the scroll, Jiang'an immediately went to the quiet place provided by the Adventurers Guild and chose to use it. Flames burst forth from the scroll. It burned completely in an instant, leaving not even ashes. With his eyes closed, Jiang'an could feel a dark light blooming before him. A skill of the iron level. It turns out I was just lucky last time. Just as Jiang'an was feeling somewhat dejected, he suddenly felt his heart pound again. The dark light gradually disappeared and was replaced by a dazzling white light. Another diamond level. It really is diamond level again. Jiang'an's heart was pounding with excitement as he eagerly looked at the control panel. Congratulations on learning the new skill, teleportation. Teleport cannot be upgraded diamond level skill, consumes a large amount of spirit points, allows you to swap positions with yourself or a summoned beast, and forcibly removes all control effects from both parties after the swap. Jiang'an's eyes lit up. This can be considered one of the summoner's signature survival skills. As a fragile summoner, the summoner is often attacked by monsters. Being able to switch positions with the summoned beast at critical moments can greatly reduce the chance of injury or death. However, as far as Jiangyan knew, ordinary teleportation was only a silver-level skill, which could only move the summoner and the summoned beast between positions and did not have the effect of removing control effects. But the diamond-level teleportation he had mastered could not only remove control effects, but more importantly, once he mastered other summoned beasts, he could also swap the positions of two summoned beasts to catch the enemy off guard. Suppressing his excitement, Jiangyan left the Adventurers Guild and headed towards the Bamboo Forest Mountains as planned. Perhaps due to the sudden rampage of the demon wolves, Jiangyan did not encounter any monsters on the road. Not even a single body was found. It seems the news has spread, so no one is coming to grind monsters in the wild for the time being. Jiangyan thought to himself, and just then, his steps suddenly faltered, but he continued forward as if nothing had happened. Just now, a faint sense of crisis suddenly came from Yen Ying's side. It felt like I was being watched by something. However, this sense of crisis was significantly weaker than that of the wolf riot. Is it an unknown monster? Or someone else? In theory, when faced with a crisis like an invasion of the abyss, all of humanity should unite against the common enemy, but this is not always the case. Aside from a small group of madmen who believe in the abyss, some people also go astray and engage in robbery. Every year, people disappear in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, and it's hard to say whether they are killed by monsters or by other people. Jiangyan remained vigilant and decided to observe the situation for the time being, waiting for the other party to reveal their true colors. It's just a few hundred meters away from Jiangyan. The two men, one fat and one thin, were furtively observing Jiangyan through the bushes. The skinny man looked at the fox on Jiangyan's shoulder and asked the fat man with some suspicion, "Yulun, are you sure this kid just got a big bonus? I think he's only level 8, not even level 10. Yulun glared at him. "This shows you don't trust me. When have I ever failed in the past 2 years? Moreover, from what I've observed, he not only received the prize money, but also sold a lot of materials. More importantly, he also bought a skill scroll." "What?" the skinny man exclaimed, raising his voice. "Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear us. This is a fat sheep, and the level isn't even that high." Yulun's oily face revealed undisguised greed. The skinny man calmed down and asked, "But even if he bought the skill scroll, what if he's already used it? Wouldn't we have made a wasted trip?" "Idiot. Yaoan, you've done so many things. Can't you think about it a bit more? You don't really think an 8th level Firefox summoner can kill so many demon wolves, do you?" Yulun sneered. He must have had some lucky teammates who discovered the location of the wolf pack and are hunting them down. They probably sent him back to resupply. That skill scroll was most likely sold to someone else. If we intercept him halfway, all of this will be ours. Yaoan suddenly realized, then looked around with some concern and asked, "Where is your brother, Yukun?" "Nonsense. If my brother comes, he'll take at least 60%, so wouldn't it be better for the two of us to split it 50-50ths? "What?" Yulun said with some disdain. "You're already a level 10 assassin, and you're worried about not being able to handle a level 8 Firefox summoner? Stealthily approach, silence with a throat strike. Even a level 10 summoner can't stop you. Besides, I'll be there to support you." Yaoan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, so he said nothing more. As Jiangyan was about to walk into a grove of trees, a ruthless glint flashed in Yulun's eyes. "We'll be close to the wilderness dungeon rendezvous point soon, where there will be many people and a lot of attention. Let's make our move now." "Clear." As the sound faded, Yaoan's figure began to gradually become transparent, and then completely disappeared from Yulun's sight. This is an assassin's exclusive skill. Sneak. Seeing this, Yulun didn't stand still either. A bow and arrow, seemingly cast in bronze, appeared in his hand, and the arrow was aimed at Jiangyan's location from afar. Yen Ying, who was walking ahead of Jiangyan, suddenly stopped, and the fur on his back stood up. "Here it comes." Finally couldn't hold back anymore. Jiangyan looked around, but didn't see any people or monsters. Only Yen Ying twitched its nose and stared intently at a clearing not far away. With a slight thought, Yen Ying immediately pounced towards the open space. The person standing in the open space was naturally Yaoan. Seeing that the Firefox could actually pinpoint his location, Yaoan was somewhat shocked, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, his stealth level was not high enough to completely mask his hearing and smell. Flame Shadow arrived at the open space, its sharp claws extending forward to grab at nothing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yaoan used his speed to quickly rush to Jiangyan's side. The dagger was suddenly swung out and sliced across Jiangyan's neck. The assassin's skill, Throat Strike, is activated. It can not only cause a lot of damage, but also silence the target. A silenced summoner poses no threat to himself. As Yaoan used his skill, his figure slowly appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. Yaoan only realized now that the target was so young. If he didn't know that Jiangyan had already become a summoner, he would have thought that Jiangyan was a student who hadn't graduated yet. Even so, he did not soften his heart at all. On the contrary, he was so excited that his body trembled slightly. However, Jiangyan's expression was not one of fear as he had imagined, but rather one of calm indifference. Before Yaoan could think too much about it, his throat strike skill hit Jiangyan, silencing him and preventing him from using any skills. It was the perfect opportunity to kill him. He swung the dagger repeatedly, trying to kill Jiang, and in a short time. Not only that, but 3 more arrows were shot out from not far away. With proper coordination, any other level 8 summoner would be dead. However, at that moment, a faint smile appeared on Jiangyan's lips. Skill, teleportation. Release. Chapter 24, Seeking a large sum of money. The venomous sack of the king of rainbow spiders. The dagger struck 3 times in quick succession. The arrow struck just then, making a soft thud sound. Yaoan's excitement suddenly froze, and he looked at the flame shadow that had suddenly appeared in front of him with some confusion. What's going on? Transformation? That's impossible. Even if the summoner had the money to learn this skill, he used the chokehold skill first. He couldn't possibly use this skill while he was silenced, etc. Yaoan suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he looked at Yin Ying's health bar with some confusion. Even though the opponent used Shadow Shift, and this Firefox took 3 attacks from me in a row, plus Yuluin's 3 consecutive shots, why did its health bar only drop by a tiny bit? Is this really a summoned creature of an 8th level summoner? Why does it feel like a high-level wild boss? A hint of anger flashed in Yin Ying's eyes. This person had actually bypassed his master, who was trying to attack him. This is absolutely unacceptable. Chu Lian's condition instantly disappeared. An inexplicable aura erupted from Yin Ying, the powerful pressure making Yaoan's legs sway, and even giving him the feeling of wanting to prostrate himself in worship. Flames erupted from the tail of the flame shadow with a bang, then lashed out heavily towards Yaoan. Yaoan tried to escape, but found that his legs wouldn't obey him, and he could only watch helplessly as the tail burning with raging flames lashed at him. Snap! With just one strike, Yaoan's health bar was instantly emptied, and then he completely lost his breath. Flame Shadow did not stop moving. Her pair of bewitching fox eyes looked in the direction from which the arrow came, and she shot out like lightning. Yu Luan, who witnessed all of this from a short distance away, stared wide-eyed. His bloated and obese face was devoid of greed, replaced by boundless fear. His pale lips moved as he murmured, "I was instantly killed." Cold sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away, but after only a few steps, he saw Yin Ying's elegant figure. A moment later, Yu Luan's disheveled figure crawled out of the bushes, his body covered with claw marks and his health bar almost empty. Behind him followed Flame Shadow, who was casually grooming his fur. At this moment, Yin Ying had reactivated Chu Lian's effect, and that astonishingly terrifying aura had vanished without a trace, as if she had become a harmless pet. However, every time Yu Luan heard Yin Ying's footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes revealed intense fear. Yu Luan could only place his hope of survival on Jiangyan. He crawled tremblingly to Jiangyan, raised his head, and looked up at that young and handsome face. I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed. It's all my fault." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jiangyan wave his hand, and immediately fell silent, afraid of displeasing Jiangyan. Jiangyan then inquired about their situation and learned that they had been targeted because they had been leaking money. "You said you have an older brother named Yukuan, who is a level 13 warrior?" Jiangyan asked thoughtfully. Yes. Yu Luan hurriedly said, "My brother is very good to me. If he knew I was dead, he would definitely be furious. Why don't you just let me go? I promise I won't tell anyone what happened today." "Oh." Jiangyan's gaze swept over Yaoan's corpse. "What about him?" Yu Luan thought he had convinced Jiangyan, and quickly said, "Yaoan, he died at the hands of a wild boss. It's normal for someone to die in the wild. No one will associate it with you. As long as you let me go, there will be absolutely no trouble. I can give you all the money I have on me." Jiangyan nodded. "I understand. In that case, you can die." Yu Luan's eyes widened. "You." Before he could finish speaking, Yin Ying's beast claws suddenly shot out, taking away Yu Luan's last bit of health. Jiangyan's face remained expressionless as he looked at Yu Luan's corpse. Since it's normal for one person to die in the wild, it's not surprising that 2 people would die. Jiangyan would never let Yu Luan leave. He would settle scores and avenge any wrongs. Since such a person dares to attack me in the wild, there is only one outcome. death. As for that so-called Yukuin, I made a note of him. Since the other party's older brother will definitely seek revenge, I might as well find an opportunity to strike first. Jiangyan didn't want anyone to do anything to him behind his back. Thinking of this, Jiangyan took all the materials and equipment from Yuluan and Yaoan, and then had Yining burn the 2 corpses to charcoal. With Flame Shadow by his side, Jiangyan continued deeper into the bamboo forest mountains. Behind him were 2 burning corpses, with wisps of black smoke rising from them. After passing through a grove of trees, Jiangyan finally heard faint human voices. We've finally arrived at the spider nest instance gathering point. Looking around, one by one, well-dressed adventurers set up stalls on both sides of the road, displaying all kinds of equipment and potions necessary for entering dungeons. However, perhaps due to the wolf riot, there were very few customers in front of the stall. There were more stalls than customers. Jiangyan casually picked up a summoner's exclusive scepter displayed on a stall and examined it. Spiderweb wand. Type, weapon. Limited class, summoner. Equipment level requirement, 10. Quality, black iron. Spirit, plus 20. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Good heavens, this attribute is just too trash. It's level 10 restricted and only increases the spirit attribute by 20 points. Does anyone really want to buy this thing? Boss, how much does this wand cost? The boss, who was pretending to be asleep, raised his right hand and held up 5 fingers. 5,000. Jiangyan asked tentatively. Weapons with such poor stats are unlikely to be dropped directly by monsters. They are mostly crafted by crafting professions using materials. Considering the labor costs of other people's livelihoods and professions, selling it for 5,000 doesn't seem unacceptable. The boss shook his head. 50,000. Without the slightest hesitation, he carefully put down the wand, afraid of leaving any trace that might lead to being extorted. Good heavens, this is just ripping people off. Anyone who buys this is an idiot. Jiangyan lost all curiosity about the stalls and decided to head straight for the spider nest instance. The spider nest dungeon has a level restriction of 8 to 10. Compared to other dungeons, this dungeon is not recommended for beginners because it is several times more dangerous and difficult. The spiders inside are all covered in troublesome spider venom, and the environment is eerie. Even a highly skilled team could encounter trouble. However, Jiangyan chose this dungeon for a very simple reason. There are many monsters and a lot of experience. Moreover, its level restriction perfectly matches the one-time cooldown charm I obtained, allowing me to clear the spider nest twice in a short period of time, naturally leading to a rapid level increase. Just as Jiangyan was about to reach the dungeon vortex, he suddenly stopped and looked at the stalls near the dungeon entrance. The stall wasn't selling anything. Instead, it had a white banner. Huaxiao Empire Exchange seeks to purchase the venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King for 200,000. Chapter 25 Spider Nest. Highly venomous spiders. There were a few onlookers next to the banner. TSK, TSK, TSK. The venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. Haven't I seen one of these in years? Who says otherwise? The drop rate for this stuff is already low, and there's no guaranteed drop. Very few people can clear the spider nest dungeon within their level range, and those who are above the level limit won't get anything when they try to clear it. It's a complete ripoff. Speaking of which, what's the use of this poison sac? This stuff is one of the materials for making poison resistance potions. It can directly increase poison resistance by a percentage. Resistance potions. Each bottle is incredibly expensive. No wonder it's so pricey just because it's one of the raw materials. Damn, if this really comes out, we can make a fortune whether we sell it or hire a pharmacist to make poison resistance potions. Don't even think about it. The drop rate for this item is incredibly low. I heard that only breaking a clear record will increase the drop rate by a tiny bit, and even that's barely better than nothing. Breaking the record? Upon hearing this, someone reached out towards the dungeon vortex. These outdoor dungeons are not maintained by official personnel. You can only view your current progress by actively engaging with the vortex. Holy crap, the latest clear times for normal dungeons are 7 hours and 8 minutes, and for hard dungeons, it's 11 hours and 32 minutes. And those records have stood for 10 years. This can't possibly be broken. Among the chattering group, some became interested. A middle-aged bald man named Wang who loudly asked, anyone interested in teaming up to try their luck? Requirements. Level 10, at least 2 skills, and a full equipment check. Our goal is to break the record. If we get the Spider King's venom sac, we'll split it. Let's gamble on the odds. What if it works out? Hey, you gambled away all your money, and now you're gambling on drop rates, huh? Wang Hu retorted, TCH, betting on turning a bicycle into a motorcycle? You know nothing. Wang Hu was obviously someone who frequented dungeons for many years, and most people knew him. Some people were indeed tempted, and with the help of an organizer, a small team that was beginning to take shape was quickly formed. Jiang ignored them and strode towards the spider nest instance. His actions instantly attracted the attention of others, especially Wang Hu, who instinctively wanted to call Jiang and to team up. However, he was stunned when he saw the firefox on Jiang's shoulder, and then cast an appraisal spell. A level 8 firefox summoner? He immediately abandoned his plan to invite Jiang and to join his team. What a joke. The spider nest is filled with monsters, and even a fully equipped team of level 10 players needs a certain level of coordination to clear it. This level 8 newbie is probably just planning to try out the Vortex dungeon and admire the clear records left by predecessors. As soon as Jiang's right hand touched the dungeon vortex, a difficulty level reminder popped up. Aside from the beginner dungeons, other dungeons have varying difficulties. Monsters become stronger at different difficulties, but experience points and drop rates also increase. These are generally categorized as normal, hard, nightmare, hell, etc. However, the spider nest dungeon is relatively low level, so the highest difficulty is only hard. Hard difficulty spider nest, recommended for level 10 teams to enter. Seeing the red warning notification flashing on the panel, Jiang smiled faintly and decisively chose to enter. With a ripple in the dungeon's vortex, Jiang vanished from in front of the dungeon. Wang Hu, outside the instance, glanced around and immediately noticed that the level 8 summoner had disappeared. Wang Hu was slightly taken aback. What's going on? That guy wasn't checking the records. He genuinely planned to solo it himself. He approached the dungeon vortex with some disbelief, checking the entry records. When he discovered that Jiang had entered a difficult level dungeon, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this what they mean by a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Even if they were all level 10, they would only be thinking of trying the normal difficulty level of the hard level dungeon. It's important to understand that hard level dungeons are practically not for ordinary players. Spider nests are inherently dangerous, with a consistently high mortality rate. Generally, only teams with all hidden classes would consider hard-level dungeons. Wang Hu thought to himself, hopefully this guy reacts quickly and can interrupt the dungeon and escape in time. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. With a sudden dizzying sensation, the scenery before Jiang's eyes had quietly changed. The soft soil beneath our feet has turned into hard rock. It was pitch black all around, and Jiang couldn't see anything. Flame Shadow let out a soft cry and leaped off Jiang's shoulder, a ball of flame erupting from its tail. This time, the flames were not aggressive. The soft firelight illuminated Jiang's vision, and Jiang then realized that what he was standing on was not hard rock, but many white bones, and his right foot was even stepping on a skull. Unlucky. Jiang quickly left the pile of bones, and then began to observe his surroundings. The nest appears to be located in a rock cave, surrounded by brown stones. The top and corners of the cave are covered with spider webs, and there are many creatures wrapped up inside. Some have already lost their vitality, while others are still wriggling. A very peculiar smell permeated the air, like the stench of decay mixed with the smell of some kind of protein fermentation. Yanning shook her head in disgust and looked at Jiang with a wronged expression. Jiang was about to offer some words of comfort when he suddenly heard a noise. In this silent grotto, every sound seemed amplified countless times, like a steel needle piercing stone. The sounds of puffing and squelching continued incessantly. The sound continued to extend and rapidly approached, and a strong, sour stench gradually intensified. Within seconds, a spider covered in venomous stingers crawled down from the stone wall in front of them, its slender legs nearly a meter long. Its body was as big as a human head, and its forehead was covered with 8 eyes that blinked at different frequencies, as if sizing up the prey that had just appeared before it. Jiang raised his hand and unleashed an identification spell. Highly venomous spider. Level 10. Strength 140. Mental state 80. Swift 120. Physical fitness 110. Combat skills: poison sting, iron grade. Spider web binding, silver grade. As expected, in difficult level dungeons, even a regular monster is stronger than an elite monster of the same level in the wild. Although it only has 2 skills, those 2 skills are enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless people. The spider web bindings are incredibly strong. Unless you use fire attribute skills to quickly break free, once you're hit by a spider web binding, you can't move for a short time and can only be injected with poison. Without teammates' help, you'll die in the dungeon. Of course, this was not a problem for Jiang at all. With a thought, Flame Shadow immediately rushed towards the venomous spider. The venomous spider stretched out its 8 legs, revealing its round abdomen, from which glistening white silk could be faintly seen. Puffed. A large wisp of white spider silk swept towards Yining. Chapter 26 Spider Swarm. A blazing storm sweeps away the enemy. The flames that were originally used for illumination on the tail of the flame shadow instantly rose up, and even the temperature of the air suddenly increased. The skill, Flame Tail, lashed out fiercely. The seemingly sturdy spider web melted silently the moment it touched Flame Shadow's tail. The highly venomous spider didn't even have time to react before it was hit squarely. His health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain Spider Silk 1. Yining looked up at Jiang with her head held high, giving him a "I'm awesome, please praise me" look. Just then, the abdomen of the highly venomous spider silently split open, and more than a dozen miniature, highly venomous spiders crawled out. The identification technique was swept away. These miniature, highly venomous spiders, aside from being only level 6, which results in slightly lower stats, have all the same skills as their parent spider. A dozen spider webs shot towards Flame Shadow, who easily dodged the attack with a slight movement of her limbs. Then, the level 2 tearing claw suddenly shot out. Call out. With a whooshing sound, the group of miniature spiders were instantly torn apart by claws, their bellies ripped open, and they became a large amount of experience. Jiang nodded slightly. My choice was definitely right. The monsters in this dungeon are a bit tricky, but they pose much less of a danger to Flame Shadow, since all of Flame Shadow's skills, except for Tear Claw, are related to fire. Moreover, there are many monsters, and if you're lucky enough to encounter a mother spider, you can kill a few more baby spiders. As Yining pulled a strip of meat from his backpack, his eyes lit up instantly. It came to Jiang's legs and kept rubbing its head against him, its fiery tail swaying gently. Master, please give me some, I want some. Eat up, there are still more spiders to kill later. Flame Shadow swallowed the food in large gulps, licked his lips with a hint of lingering satisfaction, and then turned and walked energetically deeper into the nest. This spider's lair has countless branching paths, crisscrossing each other, making it difficult even for those who have entered the dungeon before to guarantee finding the correct path to the boss in the first instance. Fortunately, Jiang's goal this time was not to speedrun, but to kill more monsters to gain experience. So he led Yining to slowly clear out the spiders in the nest. My experience is also steadily increasing. 5 hours passed quickly, and Jiang emerged from a narrow passage with Yining. Both the man and the beast were covered in lime and spider webs. Yining shook his body to get rid of the filth. Goodness, it's a good thing Fatty Qian isn't here. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to squeeze through such a narrow passage and would have to take a detour back. Despite his disheveled appearance, Jiang couldn't suppress a smile. The reason is simple. I just encountered a lot of highly venomous spiders, and after killing them all, my experience points have now reached 40% of level 8. At this rate of upgrade, I should reach level 9 today. Normally, the leveling speed will drop drastically after leaving the beginner dungeon, since the strength and danger of monsters in both the wild and normal dungeons far exceed those in the beginner dungeon. Multiple players need to team up to complete the level, which naturally reduces the amount of experience gained. Jiang's ability to level up from level 7 to level 9 in a single day would be considered a world record-breaking feat. Suppressing his joy, Jiang looked around. This place is significantly wider than the previous narrow paths, and if nothing unexpected happens, we are already getting closer to the center of the nest. On the stone wall ahead, there were many highly venomous spiders still taking a nap. There were at least dozens of them. If we were to kill them one by one, wouldn't it be a waste of the Flame Shadow, such a powerful weapon? Jiang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and immediately came up with an idea. The space here is relatively spacious, giving Flame Shadow room to avoid being bound by the spider webs. As long as Flame Shadow attracts the aggro of these venomous spiders, and then uses its speed advantage to gather them together, it can completely kill them all with Flame Storm. Solved in one go. Let's get right to it. With a burning fighting spirit ignited in Ying's eyes, who was in perfect harmony with Jiang, her body straightened, and then she darted out like a red lightning bolt. As soon as they approached the first venomous spider, it immediately awoke from its slumber. Its 20-odd compound eyes opened almost simultaneously, its body slightly raised, and a spray of pure white spider web shot out. The spider web was spraying faster than Jiang had anticipated. At this rate, while Yining wouldn't be completely bound by the web, she would likely be contaminated, slowing her down. With so many venomous spiders here, The situation could become dangerous if they continued to accumulate. Thinking of this, Jiangyan slightly raised his right hand. The Spirit Jade Ring comes with the Skill Gale technique, which can be cast instantly. Increase the target's speed by 5% within 10 seconds. Target selected, Flame Shadow. A gentle breeze quietly appeared near Flame Shadow's limbs. The wind resistance that had been present when running disappeared and instead became a slight boost, instantly increasing Flame Shadow's speed by 5%. The spider web, which was about to hit its target, missed its mark and fell to the ground due to the sudden acceleration of the Flame Shadow. The venomous spider paused for a moment, its countless tiny eyes seemingly filled with confusion, before angrily swinging its 8 long legs and chasing after Flame Shadow. Unfortunately, even his skills couldn't hit, and his movement speed was even slower than Flame Shadow's. All I can do is follow Flame Shadow and eat his exhaust fumes. Flame Shadow let out a joyful cry and then charged toward the second venomous spider. What followed was exactly the same. The third one, the fourth one, the 12th one. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and a large swarm of venomous spiders followed behind Flame Shadow's tail, the crisp sound of their legs hitting the ground echoing incessantly. Although the effect of the Gale technique had worn off, the most dangerous time had passed. The venomous spiders would need time to recover before they could use their web bindings again. After circling the venomous spiders once, Flame Shadow suddenly stopped. The highly venomous spiders swarmed forward, ready to devour it. Flame shot skyward. This was the first time Flame Shadow had been released after Flame Storm reached level 2. Not only has the attack range been expanded, but the temperature has also increased significantly. Flame Shadow stood alone in the center of the raging storm. The firelight blended seamlessly with its fiery red fur, making it impossible to distinguish between the two. The overwhelming flames seemed to have become part of its body, making its already imposing presence even more striking. Like a god who controls fire. A constant hissing sound came from all around, and a faint, acrid smell of burning permeated the air. These highly venomous spiders were utterly helpless against Flame Shadow's terrifying gold-level skill, Flame Storm. Even a tiny spark would instantly turn them into charcoal. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain Spider Silk 1. Congratulations on killing a level 6 venomous spider, juvenile. You have gained 239 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 6 venomous spider, juvenile. You have gained 239 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain material, Spider Silk 1. Chapter 27 Spider Eye Gaze. The fiery storm gradually subsided, with only the corpses of venomous spiders on the ground bearing witness to what had happened. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. This wave of events caused my experience bar to surge by 30%. As expected, high risk comes with high reward. I spent 5 hours in the dungeon and only gained 40% of the experience, but I gained 30% in just a few minutes. The only downside was that even after killing so many venomous spiders, no more equipment was produced. It seems I've used up all my luck in the beginner dungeon. After passing the spider's corpse, Jiangyan led Yining deeper into the nest. Every now and then, 1 or 2 highly venomous spiders would descend from the sky, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but unfortunately, they were usually dealt with easily by Yining before they even reached Jiangyan. Another hour passed, and Jiangyan suddenly felt a faint sense of crisis coming from Yining. Just a few seconds later, Jiangyan felt a slight vibration under his feet. Something big is coming. Jiangyan's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction from which the tremor had come. The sound of stones breaking and the screeching sound of spider legs rubbing against the ground made Jiangyan frown slightly. A giant spider, more than twice the size of an ordinary spider, appeared before Jiangyan. The spider's body was covered with yellow and red patterns, and the number of its eyes had increased dramatically from 8 to 12. The pale yellow eyes reflected the figures of Jiangyan and Yining. Its mouth has a sharp mandible that is nearly half a meter long, which can easily cut through even steel. With the identification spell activated, Jiangyan immediately obtained information about the spider. Highly venomous rainbow spider, elite. Level, 10. Strength, 180. Spirit, 100. Swiftness, 150. Constitution, 130. Combat skills, Poison Sting, bronze. Spider Web Binding, silver. Poison Strike, silver. Spider Gaze, bronze. Spider Spear Assault, bronze. Elite-level monsters not only have significantly improved attributes, but also possess 3 extremely troublesome skills. As someone with a strong theoretical background, Jongin was naturally familiar with these skills. Poison Strike is a short-range movement skill that allows you to instantly appear near an enemy and launch an attack with poison properties. Spider Gaze is a control skill. Once activated, anyone who makes eye contact with the target will be stunned for several seconds and will be unable to resist. Spider Spear Strike is the most lethal skill. Unless you are a tank, an ordinary professional will likely have their health bar instantly depleted if hit. The only drawback is that the activation process is relatively long. If you are not controlled by Spider Eye Gaze, an ordinary person can easily dodge it. Before Flame Shadow could make a move, the highly venomous Rainbow Spider had already moved first. The poison attack was launched instantly. The venomous spider vanished from its spot and reappeared near the Flame Shadow in the next moment. The long, slender spider legs transformed into sharp weapons, slicing across the Flame Shadow's body and leaving a tiny wound on its neck. The wound wasn't large, but it caused Yin-Ing to fall into a state of poisoning. Flame Shadow's tail blazed brightly, and it was about to attack when it suddenly saw an invisible beam of light emanating from the dense array of eyes of the venomous rainbow spider. Spider Gaze. Caught off guard, the Flame Shadow and the poisonous spider locked eyes, causing the Flame Shadow to freeze in place. At that moment, the venomous spider suddenly leaped up, its 8 spider legs coalescing in midair to form an extremely sharp spider spear, which then plunged fiercely into Flame Shadow's abdomen. Seeing that Yin-Ing was about to be attacked, Jongin did not hesitate to activate his skill at the critical moment. Shadow Shift. Yin-Ying's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, replaced by Jongin. With the spider spear right in front of him, Jongin could even see the reflection on its tip. He had no time to react and immediately rolled on the ground. The spider spear narrowly missed him and plunged into the ground. With a loud bang, stones flew everywhere, and the spider spear's sudden attack smashed a hole the size of a human head. Jongin got up from the ground and stared in disbelief at the terrifying deep pit. Even though Yin-Ying's health bar was thick enough that he wouldn't be instantly killed if he was hit, such a powerful attack would still hurt a lot even if he wasn't instantly killed. Jongin naturally wouldn't stand idly by. The highly venomous spider's 8 legs spread out again, and its 12 compound eyes stared at Jongin. The cooked duck flew away, and a human-like anger appeared on its face. The spider's legs moved swiftly, approaching Jongin. In an instant, earth and stones flew everywhere, and a highly venomous spider appeared in front of Jongin. Its sharp mandibles rose up, instantly covering them with purple venom, and it fiercely attacked Jongin. Despite the attack from the highly venomous rainbow spider, Jongin remained remarkably calm. His legs seemed rooted to the spot, neither dodging nor avoiding. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The venomous spider stopped moving when its mouthparts were about half a meter away from Jongin, and instead emitted a sharp popping sound. Flames silently rose from behind it, and its health bar was instantly emptied. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 elite venomous spider. You have received an additional 1528 experience points. Obtain material, Rainbow Spider, Venom 1. The highly venomous spider collapsed to the ground with a thud, and only then could one see the fiery shadows behind it, with each hair standing on end. At this moment, Flame Shadow was clearly in a state of great rage. Golden flames danced in its wild eyes, and mysterious flame patterns on its body flowed continuously like liquid. The flames on its tail still maintained the terrifying state it had when it released its flame tail. Only after confirming that the highly venomous rainbow spider was dead did Yin-Ing gradually calm down. The flames in his eyes quietly dissipated, and the patterns on his body gradually disappeared. Then it lightly leaped up, came to Jong'an's side, lowered its head, and looked as if it had admitted its mistake. "I'm sorry, Master." Jong'an gently stroked its head. "It's okay, just be more careful next time." Upon hearing this, Yin-Ing raised its head again. The flames on its tail quietly extinguished, and then it flicked its tail across Jong'an's clothes, sweeping away the dirt, expressing its apology in this way. "Alright, now that we've encountered an elite-level monster, the boss probably isn't far off. Don't forget about the cooldown charms that can reset dungeons. We still have a lot of tasks to complete today." Flame Shadow nodded, rekindled his flames, and walked at the forefront. Jong'an's judgment was indeed correct this time. Less than half an hour after walking forward, he began to smell a strong stench of blood. After turning a corner, a gigantic, enormous spider appeared before Jong'an. Chapter 28 Target. Level 10. Excluding its spider legs, its body length alone is at least 2 meters long, and its patterns are even more vibrant than those of the highly venomous rainbow spider. Most striking of all are the at least 20 eyes on its head. At this moment, the Spider King is hanging in midair, its long, sharp mouthparts inserted into a sphere encased by spiders. That rotten, fishy smell emanated from there. The identification technique was used. The venomous rainbow Spider King, boss. Level 10. Strength, 240. Spirit, 150. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 150. Combat skills, Poison Sting, silver rank. Spider Web Binding, silver rank. Poison Strike, silver rank. Spider Gaze, silver rank. Spider Spear Assault, silver rank. Spider Web Guard, silver rank. Upon sensing Jiang An's approach, the Rainbow Spider King merely raised its head and let out a silent roar before continuing to eat. From the pit behind it, a dense swarm of highly venomous spiders instantly crawled out, among which were 3 highly venomous rainbow spiders leading the way. The swarm of spiders surged toward Flame Shadow like a tidal wave, making Flame Shadow look like a drifting duckweed, about to be submerged at any moment. White spider webs surged in from all directions. Flame Shadow's eyes were focused and cold. With a light leap, it actually pounced on the spider web. Just as the first spider web was about to touch Flame Shadow let out a loud and clear cry. Flames erupted and completely engulfed Flame Shadow's figure. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and the spiders that had been charging forward with great momentum, intending to devour Jiang An and Yaning, instantly turned into fragrant protein. They were instantly killed. A large number of experience points were instantly displayed on Jiang An's panel. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 elite venomous spider. You have received an additional 1528 experience points. Obtain material, Rainbow Spider, Venom 1. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Experience points skyrocketed instantly. A golden light rose up on Jiang An and Yin Ying respectively. Both were upgraded to level 9 at the same time, and the boost from the upgrade instantly swept away the previous fatigue, restoring them to their best condition. Before the flames on Flame Shadow's body had completely died down, it charged toward the venomous Rainbow Spider King. The venomous Spider King realized something was wrong and pulled out its long mandibles, swinging its 2 blade-like forelimbs in an attempt to attack. Unfortunately, Flame Shadow had already been upgraded to level 9, and its speed had been further increased. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Rainbow Spider King. The Spider King's densely packed eyes opened and closed, its silver-level spider pupils silently releasing their gaze, attempting to control the Flame Shadow. Unfortunately, Yining had already learned her lesson once, so how could she possibly repeat the same mistake? Its wild eyes slowly closed, and terrifying flames erupted from its tail, lashing out heavily at the Rainbow Spider King boss. Snap! A crisp sound of impact rang out, and cracks instantly appeared all over the Rainbow Spider King's massive body, with flames spreading continuously from the cracks. The health bar has been emptied. Sold out instantly. Even the level 10 boss in the hardest dungeon is no match for Flame Shadow. Jiang An opened the Flame Shadow panel and took a look, then immediately gasped. Flame Shadow. Race, Divine Fire Fox, Purity 10%. Gender, female. Level, 9, same as owner. Strength, 80. Spirit, 600. Swiftness, 600. Constitution, 550. Talent skill, Chu Yen. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV2, Bronze. Flame Tail, LV2, Gold. Flamestorm, LV2, Gold. Goodness, no one would believe this attribute if it were released. Compared to the Rainbow Spider King, Flame Shadow is clearly more like the boss. Moreover, it was only at this moment that Jiang An noticed that the Flame Tail skill had been quietly upgraded to level 2. No wonder the damage felt significantly increased. The kill notification only sounded at that moment. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 poisonous Rainbow Spider King boss. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, Leg of the Venomous Rainbow Spider King 1. Obtain material, Heart of the Venomous Rainbow Spider King 1. Jiang An was a little disappointed, as he hadn't gotten anything good. He had been hoping that he might have incredible luck and get a high-value material called the Poison Sac. Then another additional notification message flashed on Jiang An's panel. Congratulations on your first clear of the Spider Nest dungeon. hard difficulty. Your clear time was 6 hours and 43 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Spider Nest dungeon. Break the Spider Nest dungeon, hard, clear record, reward, 3000 EXP. First time breaking the Spider Nest dungeon hard clear record, obtained 1 pet egg. Huh. The disappointment vanished instantly, and Jiang swiftly retrieved the pet egg with a wave of his hand. An egg covered in colorful patterns appeared on the ground. Pet egg, highly poisonous rainbow spider king. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain the rare and highly venomous rainbow spider king as a pet. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. A boss-level pet egg is quite valuable, and its growth potential and trainability are unmatched by ordinary pets. Having a boss-level pet can undoubtedly help you level up quickly in the early stages. If Jiang remembers correctly, an elite-level pet egg once sold for tens of thousands of yuan. He happily put the pet egg back into his backpack. He didn't know yet whether this guy had divine blood in him. Even if there was only a trace, he could consider contracting this pet once he reached level 10. Even if we don't have it, we won't lose money if we sell it later. Seeing the blue vortex appearing around him, Jiang knew that his time in the dungeon was almost up. They then came into contact with the vortex and chose to leave. The scene before my eyes flashed by. Jiang immediately heard the voices of people at the dungeon's gathering point. Without hesitation, he took out the cooldown amulet he had obtained from clearing the beginner dungeon. I decided to use it without hesitation. Normally, there is a 2-day cooldown period after entering the spider's nest, but this time has disappeared instantly. The instance has become accessible again. Enter again and select the hard difficulty level. Jiang's figure disappeared from the spot. Most people outside the instance gathering point didn't even notice Jiang's sudden appearance and disappearance. Only the exchange employee who was setting up a stall to buy poison sacks at high prices rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Did I just see it wrong? It looks like someone just left the instance and then went back in." A person nearby laughed and said, "You must be seeing things. Wang Hu and his team won't clear the dungeon that quickly. Even if you do manage to clear the dungeon, you'll still enter a cooldown period after exiting. Items that can reset the dungeon cooldown time are incredibly valuable and simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like us." The stall owner rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, I must have been seeing things." They returned to the spider's nest. Jiang looked at the familiar white bones at his feet and smelled the oppressive odor in the air, a smile appearing on his lips. "My experience level has now reached about 20% of level 9. If I clear the level one more time, I should be able to level up to level 10 and unlock the second slot for a contracted summon beast." Having learned from their previous experience, Jiang led Yan towards the area where the spiders were most densely distributed. "Since we've already been here once, let's speed things up this time." Target, level 10. Chapter 29 Silver Grade Equipment. The Spider King's Scepter. Outside the instance gathering point. More than an hour later, the blue vortex rippled, and then a group of 6 people, covered in wounds, appeared in front of the instance, led by Wang Hu. Disappointment was written all over their faces. The stall owner, still unwilling to give up, stepped forward and asked, "How did it go? Did it explode?" Wang Hu shook his head. "I didn't gamble. Although I cleared the level, I'm still a long way from the time it takes for the boss to refresh. The drop rate for this item is extremely low." The stall owner gave a wry smile. Of course, he knew that the drop rate of the Rainbow Spider King's poison sack was low. Otherwise, the exchange wouldn't have needed to specifically arrange for him to stake out this spot. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Jiang, whom he had seen earlier, and casually asked, "By the way, that young man who went into the difficult spider's nest alone earlier, hasn't he come out yet?" Everyone else said they had never seen it. If a tank class enters a difficult spider nest alone, they'll be lucky to last half an hour. As for squishy characters, they'll probably be entangled and killed by the venomous spiders as soon as they see them. "How could you be so reckless? Have you been blinded by money?" "That guy seemed to be a summoner," Wang Hu sighed. "It's a pity, he was so young, and he's gone just like that." Listening to their conversation, the stall owner frowned slightly, his heart pounding, and he couldn't help but recall the time when he had misread the image. No way, it can't be that bad. Seeing the stall owner's strange expression, Wang Hu asked a few more questions. Upon learning that someone had left the instance and then re-entered it 2 hours earlier, Wang Hu's eyes widened. An item that can reset a dungeon? Is this guy not a hothead, but a genius from some powerful family? Although somewhat incredulous, Wang Hu still arrived at the dungeon vortex and ventured inside to check the dungeon completion records. Spider Nest, hard, fastest completion time, 6 hours and 43 minutes, completed by Jiang. Seeing that Jiang was the only person listed as a passerby on the clearance record, Wang Hu's breathing became rapid. He stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. He vaguely remembered that the information he had obtained using the appraisal skill back then matched the other party's name. Jiangyan. The other person actually beat the game, and it was a solo playthrough as a Firefox summoner. The key point is that the record for clearing this dungeon on hard difficulty is 11 hours and 32 minutes, and that was done by a team of multiple hidden classes. Jiangyan, on the other hand, cleared it in about half the time. Is this really something a summoner who was criticized in the early stages could do? The stall owner next to him noticed Wang Hu's unusual expression and, somewhat disbelieving, also checked the dungeon status. He then opened his mouth wide, his surprise evident. However, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by joy. Now that Jiangyan has broken the dungeon record, who knows, he might have gotten some poison sac materials inside the instance. To save time, Jiangyan and Yining did not stop along the way, but instead let Yining use her high agility to lure the monsters first. After upgrading to level 9, Flame Shadow can easily maneuver among a group of highly poisonous spiders even without the Gale technique bonus. After the man and the beast arrived at a relatively open area, a large number of highly venomous spiders emerged. The sheer number of them caused many of the highly venomous spiders to lose interest in Flame Shadow and instead develop a bloodthirsty desire for Jiangyan, who was following behind them, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Looking at the numerous venomous spiders ahead, Jiangyan remained expressionless and coldly shouted. Shadow technique dual abilities, copying the blazing storm. The phantom of Flame Shadow appeared behind Jiangyan, and flames shot into the sky. The dazzling flames devoured everything. Meanwhile, Yining on the other side also realized that it was about time, so she used the skill Flame Storm as well. The two flame storms were released simultaneously. Two bursts of fire shot into the sky. Although they were two separate skills, they seemed to merge into one, instantly turning the entire nest into a sea of fire and even increasing the power of the skills. Those highly venomous spiders were engulfed in flames before they even showed themselves. Jiangyan and Yining, who were in the midst of the fire, felt a sense of relief due to their increased experience. After the flames gradually died down, there was no trace of Jiangyan and Yining left. Jiangyan walked towards the boss's location with ease, and any spiders he encountered along the way became part of his experience points. It didn't even stop Jiangyan's steps for a moment. In just 3 hours, the man and the beast reappeared near the boss's lair. The venomous rainbow spider king, hanging high in the air feeding, let out a silent roar. A large number of spiders emerged. Flame Shadow used the same trick again, transforming into a bolt of lightning and rushing towards the poisonous flame storm, instantly wiping out all the small fry, and then appeared before the rainbow spider king. Flame Tail whips out. Snap! The crisp sound rang out again. The venomous rainbow spider king, feared by countless adventurers, perished before even being able to use its signature skill, Spider Gaze. Without looking back, Yining turned around and jumped into Jiangyan's arms, nuzzling his hand affectionately, celebrating that today's mission was finally completed. Just as Jiangyan was affectionately stroking Yining, the upgraded golden light rose up. Level 10. The kill notification also sounded at the right time. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 poisonous rainbow spider king boss. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, venomous sac of the venomous rainbow spider king 1. Obtain Spider King's Scepter 1. Jiangyan's breath hitched slightly, followed by a surge of ecstasy. The poison sac, worth a full 200,000, was actually exposed by himself. In addition, a piece of equipment dropped, and equipment dropped directly by the boss is usually top quality. Sure enough, luck is conserved. I didn't get any good stuff just now because I was accumulating good luck, and then a big one came along. Before Jiangyan could even check the equipment attributes, the notification that the dungeon had been cleared rang. Congratulations on clearing the Spider Nest dungeon, hard. Your clear time was 3 hours and 12 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Spider Nest dungeon. Break the Spider Nest dungeon, hard, clear record, reward, 3,000 EXP. No extra rewards will be given for not clearing the Spider Nest dungeon, hard, for the first time. Each dungeon only offers extra rewards for the first time you break your clear record. This is to prevent people from intentionally controlling the clear time to repeatedly farm monsters for rewards. Jiangyan already knew this, so he wasn't disappointed. He excitedly took the Spider King's scepter out of his backpack, and as soon as he took it out, a bright white light burst forth from his hand. Just by looking at that luster, Jiangyan knew there was no mistake. This is a rare silver-level equipment. Chapter 30, Level 10. A new bloodline purification mission. This Spider King scepter is entirely black, with a spider decoration at the top that looks exactly like the venomous rainbow Spider King. In particular, its more than 20 eyes appear to be carved from extremely pure red gemstones, making them incredibly lifelike. I couldn't wait to check the attributes. The Spider King scepter. Type: Weapon. Limited class: Summoner. Equipment level requirement: 10. Quality: Silver. Spirit: plus 40. Agility: plus 20. Constitution: plus 20. Special effect: when wielding this weapon, it will exert a special pressure on all spider creatures, increasing damage by 10% against ordinary spider creatures, 5% against elite spider creatures, and 3% against boss spider creatures. All summoned beasts can also enjoy this effect. Additional Skill 1, Spider Web Guard, LV2. Additional Skill 2, Spider Gaze, LV2. Spider Gaze, LV2 Silver Tier skill, can be actively cast. Consumes a large amount of spirit to stun one enemy unit. The stun duration depends on the difference in spirit between the two units. Spiderweb Guardian, LV2 Silver Tier skill, can be actively activated. Consumes a large amount of spirit to generate a spiderweb shield for a designated friendly unit, increasing its defense by 100% and reducing its movement speed by 50% for 10 minutes. This equipment cannot be sold once it is bound to the account. Hiss! Jongin couldn't help but gasp. The attributes of this equipment were truly luxurious. The four-dimensional attributes it provided were extremely useful to the summoner, and the two skills it came with were top-notch, with control and defense maxed out. Jongin originally felt that he had too few skills, but he didn't expect that this scepter would instantly fill the gap for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jongin decisively chose to bind and put on the equipment. A warm current flowed through his body, and Jongin could feel that his attributes had been enhanced considerably. I opened the panel and took a look. Jongin. Gender: male. Age: 18. Level: 10. Class: Summoner. Talent: Heart of God. Strength: 8. Spirit: 107 plus 40. Agility: 40 plus 30. Constitution: 67 plus 30. General skills: Identification, Hatching. Combat skills: Shadow Duel skills, Diamond level, LV1. Teleportation, Diamond level, LV1. Attached skills: Gale Force, Iron Grade, LV1. Spider Gaze, Silver Grade, LV2. Spider Web Guard, Silver Grade, LV2. With the 40-point bonus from the scepter, the spirit attribute in the 4 dimensions finally broke through to 100 digits. Although it seems insignificant compared to Flame Shadow, it is still considered overwhelming among its peers, especially its diamond-level combat skills, which are a feast for the eyes. Just as Jongin was about to close the panel, he suddenly saw 2 notifications flashing on the panel. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. One more summon slot has been unlocked. The exclusive quest for the summoned beast Flame Shadow is now available. Purification of Divine Bloodline. Materials required for the quest: 1. Crystal of the Flame Queen 1. 2. King Gilly's Spoon 1. 3. Pure Demon Blood 10. Quest completion reward: Divine Bloodline purity increased to 20%. Punishment for mission failure: none. The Flame Queen's crystallization. King Gilly's Spoon. Demon's Blood. Jongin frowned. He had never heard of these things before. Oh well, he could only wait until he got out and then look up the relevant information. Anyway, there's no rush to purify the bloodline. Looking at his vacant summoner slot, Jongin took out the pet egg of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. To be honest, Jongin wasn't very satisfied with having this guy as his second summoned beast. Although the Rainbow Spider King was also a boss and not weak, it was not enough compared to the Flame Shadow. Ideally, the second summoned beast should be a physical damage dealer that is more of a tank, so as to make up for the weaknesses of Flame Shadow. Jongin had his own plans in mind. Since summoners are disliked and difficult to join teams, I'll create my own mythical beast army. I can be an army all by myself. Why do I need to join a team? However, obtaining a tank pet egg with divine blood is not so easy. Jongin shook his head and looked at the poisonous Rainbow Spider King pet egg. Sure enough, a new notification popped up after a new summoning beast slot became available. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. Would you like to proceed with incubation? Jongin resolutely refused. Reach out into the vortex of the instance and choose to exit the instance. Outside the instance, the sky had completely darkened, with stars hanging in the night sky. Outside the dungeon gathering point, only a few vendors were packing up their things. Only near the Spider Nest Dungeon Vortex, by Hong and Wang Hu, the vendors from the Huaxia Empire Exchange, were still full of energy. Old Bai, aren't you leaving yet? Are you going to risk your life? Recently, the demonic wolves have been rampant in the bamboo forest mountains. Why don't we team up and go together? That way we can look out for each other. Many familiar faces greeted Bai Hong and agreed to leave together. You guys go ahead. The exchange is pressing us hard lately, and we have a lot of tasks. I'll wait a little longer. Bai Hong's words did not arouse suspicion from others. After all, the exchange has always been known for its generous benefits. However, although the benefits are good, the pressure inside is also unbearable for ordinary people. In the past, the people in charge of acquisitions basically guarded the entrance of the instance 24 hours a day. When no one else was seen nearby, Bai Hong took out a portable tent and tossed it to Wang Hu, who was also waiting. Take a nap. His previous completion time was over 6 hours, and it should be about the same this time. That makes it more than 3 hours. Speaking of which, why didn't you team up with him today? Wang Hu took the tent, his face full of sighs. Sigh. I originally wanted to invite him when we were forming a team, but I backed out when I saw that he was an 8th level Firefox summoner. Who would have thought that he could solo a difficult dungeon all by himself? I was blind to your greatness. Bai Hong also sighed with some emotion. Tisk, Firefox summoners soloing a difficult dungeon. No one would believe it if word got out. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'll take a nap now. Just as the two were about to rest for a while, the vortex in the spider nest instance suddenly began to fluctuate. The two of them sat up in shock. Bai Hong glanced at the time and stammered. Only 3 hours? He's not going to come out soon, is he? Wang Hu also looked incredulous. Impossible. 6 hours to solo a difficult dungeon is already incredibly difficult. 3 hours. Is that even possible for a human? There might have been an accident in the dungeon, which is why the dungeon was forcibly interrupted. Bai Hong let out 2 dry laughs. I think right. Chapter 31. Once it's cooked, isn't it just a speedrun? As the vortex fluctuations in the instance subsided, Jiang En's figure slowly appeared before the two of them. Before he even opened his eyes, Jiang En smelled the incredibly refreshing scent mixed with the fragrance of earth and flowers. Compared to the smell inside the spider's nest, it was a real treat. I opened my eyes, and the bright moonlight spilled across the earth. There were 2 wooden-looking men standing opposite them. Jiang En ignored the 2 men and, seeing that it was getting late, decided to leave and go back to the orphanage to rest. He had only taken 2 steps when the 2 men surrounded him. Jiang En, is this right? I am Bai Hong, representing the exchange. Jiang En thought of the banner that had been hung up before and nodded thoughtfully. Bai Hong asked impatiently. You cleared the spider nest on hard difficulty this afternoon and broke the record, right? Great. Did they find the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King? Under Bai Hong's expectant gaze, Jiang En honestly shook his head. It didn't leak out this afternoon. Bai Hong's smile froze instantly, and he said with some disappointment, I see, then. Before Bai Hong could finish speaking, Jiang En added, but we were lucky this time tonight, and we managed to get it out. As he spoke, Jiang En took out the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King from his backpack and set it to display mode. The venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. The essence of the venom from the entire body of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King is a rare and precious poisonous material that alchemists find invaluable. Upon seeing what Jiang En held in his hand, Bai Hong was overjoyed, but he quickly sensed something amiss in Jiang En's words. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, You mean you just revealed this? Did you spend 3 hours beating the game to get this? Jiang En didn't understand why he knew so much, but since the dungeon records had already been updated, they could also check this through the dungeon vortex. Wang Hu's smile froze, and his carefully maintained composure seemed to be crumbling again. He quickly ran to the dungeon vortex and checked the dungeon records. Spider Nest, hard, fastest completion time, 3 hours and 12 minutes, completed by Jiang En. Upon seeing the words, Wang Hu was stunned, and his face turned deathly pale. In just one day, the Spider Nest dungeon on the hard difficulty was refreshed twice. And what's even more outrageous is that the opponent cleared it in just 3 hours. Despite having a team with excellent equipment and being composed of experienced players, they couldn't even clear a normal dungeon as quickly. Wang Hu, still somewhat unwilling to give up, returned to Jiang En's side. May I ask why you cleared the game in 6 hours the first time, but only 3 hours the second time? Is there some secret technique? Wang Hu still held a sliver of hope, wondering if there was some unknown way in the dungeon that would allow him to reach the boss quickly and clear the dungeon. The first time I wasn't familiar with it, so it took me a bit longer. The second time, once I'm more familiar, it's just a speed run, right? Saving half the time is normal, Jiang En replied calmly. completely unaware that Wang Hu's face was gradually turning pale, his mouth trembling as he couldn't say anything. Listen to this. Is this human language? The second speedrun should save half the time. If these words were to get out, they would probably be enough to shame all adventurers to death. What's wrong with him? Jiang'an asked, frowning. No, it's nothing. He was just upset by what you said. Bai Hong looked at Wang Hu with some pity. Let's get down to business. Are you planning to sell the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King? Jiang'an stopped paying attention to Wang Hu and instead asked, what is the purpose of this poison sac? As far as I know, while poison resistance potions are precious, poison sacs don't seem to be irreplaceable. Bai Hong glanced at Jiang'an with some surprise. That's right. The venom sacs of the Rainbow Spider King are usually used to make poison resistance potions. And as you said, this stuff is not irreplaceable, so its value is not particularly high from this point of view alone. But, Bai Hong changed the subject. This item is one of the essential items required for certain hidden professions to complete their second job advancement. The reason we are buying it is because someone posted a bounty on our guild, which is why we were able to offer such a high price of 200,000. I see. Jiang'an seemed to understand something. Since Bai Hong was from the exchange and was knowledgeable, he might know the materials needed to purify the Flame Shadow bloodline. So he told him the names of the three materials. The Flame Queen's crystallization, King Gilly's spoon, Demon's blood. Bai Hong pondered for a moment and said, of these three materials, the first two are dropped by bosses similar to the poison sac, and their value is almost the same. More importantly, there is very little stock on the market, so many people will not choose to sell them, but will barter with them. As for pure demon blood, it should refer to the blood of pure demon creatures that are level 50 or above. The drop rate is extremely low, and it can only be produced in small quantities near Shanhaiguan. If you want to acquire them, 10 shares would cost around 600,000. So expensive. Even though Jiang'an had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked when he heard the astronomical figure. Bai Hong smiled wryly and said, this price is already very reasonable. Pure demonic creatures are extremely powerful, capable of taking on 100 enemies on the battlefield. In addition, the drop rate is low, which is why they are so expensive. And frankly speaking, most people don't need such precious materials. Jiang'an glanced at the bewildered Yin Ying and thought, good heavens, so you're a four-legged gold-devouring beast after all. However, considering Yin Ying's strength, Jiang'an felt relieved. The Flame Shadow is already so powerful with only 10% purity of bloodline. After further purification, it will surely bring him great surprises. As for 600,000, although it seems like a lot, don't forget that you still have a boss-level pet egg. Even if it's not worth that much, you should be able to save up enough. After a moment's thought, Jiang'an made up his mind. I can sell poison sacs. Just as Bai Hong was overjoyed, Jiang'an added, but I don't intend to take money. I want a barter. I need either the Flame Queen's crystal or the Lucky King's spoon. Bai Hong frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Okay, I'll go back and contact my colleagues to post the request for exchange. Although the materials are relatively scarce, at least we now know where the toxic materials are. Also, Jiang'an's hand held up the pet egg. I'm also planning to sell this one. As far as I know, exchanges should also handle auctions. How much is this thing worth approximately? After saying that, he set the pet egg to public, making all the information on it visible. Bai Hong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked at the description of the pet egg. A boss-level pet egg. The number of boss-level pet eggs sold in the entire Imperial Exchange each year is extremely limited, and I never imagined that I would actually be lucky enough to see a living boss-level pet egg. Bai Hong suddenly realized that he had underestimated Jiang'an. This boss-level pet egg could be said to be the dream egg of every summoner, but Jiang'an chose to sell it. Clearly, the other party doesn't think much of this boss-level pet egg. After calming down, Bai Hong said, the value of a boss-level pet egg is often unpredictable because there are various uncertainties at auctions, but it should be no less than 300,000. This is just my personal estimate. In the past, there have been boss-level pet eggs that sold for 700,000 or 800,000. It depends on the situation at the time. There happens to be an auction scheduled for tomorrow. If you're looking to make a purchase, you can attend this auction. Okay, then please arrange it for me as soon as possible. Okay, I have reported your situation. Someone will contact you tomorrow. Okay, don't go too early. I want to sleep in a bit more tomorrow, Jiang'an said casually, then left and disappeared into the night. Bai Hong and Wang Hu were still in shock for a long time after Jiang'an disappeared from sight. After a long silence, Wang Hu sighed. What a young hero. Chapter 32. This thing. I'm determined to get it. The next morning, Jiang'an was awakened by the hungry flame shadow, which shook its adorable fox ears, its eyes filled with longing for food and dependence on Jiang'an. Master Flame Shadow is hungry. Wanna, please give it to me, Master? This instantly dispelled Jiang'an's morning grumpiness from being woken up, and he instead offered Yining some dried meat to comfort her. Watching Yining happily eat the jerky, Jiang'an took out his constantly vibrating phone. Upon opening it, I discovered that someone was chatting in the class group, and the message count had already exceeded 99. After a quick glance, Jiang'an realized that their conversation was actually about him. Holy crap, did you guys see that? The auction that was announced a while ago suddenly added a new item today. A boss-level pet egg. Really? Of course it's true. Go check it yourself. It's pinned at the top of the official trading website. Who's so lucky? A boss-level pet egg just popped out like that. It's a pity it's the poisonous rainbow spider king, a boss from a level 10 dungeon. It would have been better if it were a higher-level dungeon boss. You talk as if you can afford it. Ugh, it's a spider. How disgusting. TCH, you think spiders are disgusting? If you actually farm spider nests, I'll teach you a lesson. The group was buzzing with excitement. Jiang'an hadn't expected the official exchange to act so quickly and for the news to spread so fast. However, this is also a good thing, because the more attention it receives, the higher the selling price will be. He sent Bai Hong a message, and Bai Hong replied immediately, saying he would come to pick him up right away. Not long after, a luxury business van pulled up in front of the orphanage. Jiang'an only realized that the driver was Bai Hong after he got on the bus. Bai Hong, dressed in a suit, respectfully said to Jiang'an, I will take you to the exchange now. The auction will be held in an hour. As for the materials you need, we have already found a seller of Flame Queen crystals. We can exchange them after the auction ends. Jiang'an nodded. Things had gone relatively smoothly. That means all I need now is King Gilly's spoon and the demon's blood. The demon blood is manageable. Once the pet egg is sold and I save up some money, it should be about right. As for the lucky king's spoon, it all depends on fate. If all else fails, you'll have to go there yourself and see if you can get it. Bai Hong drove fast and steadily, and soon they arrived at the linen branch of the official exchange of the Huaxia Empire. Despite the convenience of online trading, many adventurers still choose to trade in person offline. The lobby on the first floor was packed with people, and there were queues at every window. In the center of the hall, there is a huge electronic screen that clearly displays information about the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg and the countdown to the auction. Many people stared intently at the electronic screen, occasionally letting out envious exclamations of admiration. Please follow me this way. Guided by Bai Hong, Jiang'an arrived at the second floor. The number of people on the second floor was significantly less, and each customer was accompanied by an official staff member from the exchange, clearly indicating that only VIP members could enjoy this treatment. Bai Hong explained to Jiang'an, this is our exchange's membership service, which is open to high-level or high-potential clients. He led Jiang into a private room, room number 103, and then used an exchange employee's backpack to take the pet egg and poison sac from Jiang'an. Please rest for a while and wait for the auction to begin. If you need anything, please let me know and I will be waiting outside the private room. After saying that, Bai Hong left the private room. Jiang'an was the only one left in the large private room. Jiang'an looked around the private room with great interest. The floor was covered with a luxurious carpet, and the walls on both sides were decorated with precious gems. So this is what the legendary private rooms at the exchange look like. Jiang'an had heard when he was still a student that the private rooms in the exchange were reserved for powerful figures. They were usually arranged according to the person's power and status, and the earlier the room number, the higher the status. The value of the pet eggs I sell alone is probably not enough to afford a private room, but it is said that the exchange will give extra favor to people with potential. There is a large transparent glass panel directly in front of the private room. From Jiang'an's perspective, he can see the location of the auction hall on the first floor. Besides the auctioneer at the front, the area below was filled with onlookers. Although the auction has not officially started yet, the atmosphere is already very lively. This auction was originally intended for new graduates who had just changed jobs. The equipment and items on display were all low-level, high-quality equipment and items. Every year, many parents are still willing to go all out for their children, hoping to give them a head start in life. That's why this boss-level pet egg is considered a game changer. What could be a greater boost than a powerful boss pet? As the auction began, a beautiful woman in a red dress slowly walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Her slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, drew everyone's attention. Her alluring red lips slowly parted, and her sweet voice carried a seductive charm that could melt anyone's heart. Even the dry and tedious descriptions of the auction items are exciting. The men sitting below, whether adults or minors, couldn't hide their excitement. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Wasn't this Bai Jing, the head and chief auctioneer of the linen branch of the exchange? As the chief auctioneer, Bai Jing is a household name in Linen City. Her innate charm has captivated countless men. Even if it's just a piece of junk, I'm willing to spend a fortune just to make her smile. The first exhibit was a black iron-grade magic wand, which Jiang Yan estimated would sell for around 20,000 to 30,000. However, under Bai Jing's guidance, the price soared to 50,000, which can be considered a successful start. Jiang Yan glanced casually at the crowd below and spotted a familiar figure. Zhang Bingyang. How did he get here? Shouldn't he be refreshing the dungeon right now? Is there something at the auction that would make him not immediately refresh the mobile game instance, but come here instead? Jiang Yan's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. Could it be that he was also after that pet egg? The auction featured a rich variety of items. Apart from a few rare items that failed to sell, most of the items sold for more than their estimated prices. This is inextricably linked to Bai Jing herself. Her perfectly timed words, combined with her beautiful face, always managed to evoke the deepest desires in others. The atmosphere at the auction grew even more heated as Box 142 bid a high price for a small, exquisite mage-specific ring. Jiang Yan looked thoughtfully at room 142. He recognized the person in the room from the bidder's voice. It should be Sun Jinghao, the person in charge of the beginner dungeon. As for the ring, it was most likely bought for Sun Mei. It seems that this team is planning to further equip themselves before continuing to grind dungeons. Alright, now for the next item up for auction. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. After removing the ring, Bai Jing waved her hand, and a pet egg with flowing yellow and green patterns appeared on the display stand. This is the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg. The sound in the auction hall paused for a moment, then erupted into a cacophony of noise. Clearly, many people came specifically for this pet egg. The boss of the level 10 dungeon spider nest, having it is like having a combat partner with extremely strong attack capabilities. This is a crucial time for new employees transitioning to new roles and preparing for their performance reviews. If you want your child to get a head start, don't miss this great opportunity. Her lips parted slightly, and a soft, seductive voice rang out, instantly turning many people's eyes red. Zhang Bingyang, who was sitting below, stood up excitedly, breathing rapidly, clenching his fists, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. This thing. I'm determined to win. Chapter 33: The Exorbitantly Priced Pet Egg. Inside the auction, seeing the huge reaction from the crowd below, Jiang Yan was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the appeal of the boss-level pet egg. Even beyond the newcomers, many summoners are equally eager for this pet egg. One of the men stood up first and said to the others, although this pet egg is a boss-level one, it is still the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Although it is strong in battle, it lacks protective abilities. Apart from summoners, other professions can only contract a pet once in their lifetime and cannot change it. Whether it's a mage or an archer, a class that desperately needs protection, choosing this pet egg will naturally lead to rapid leveling in the early stages. But in the later stages, when facing danger, it will be extremely easy to lose the ability to protect oneself. This pet egg seems extremely valuable, but it's only suitable for summoners, or those who are tanks and need a damage-dealing pet. Moreover, as everyone knows, this is a level 10 boss, so its potential is definitely not low, but it is not as good as the boss in high-level dungeons. I hope everyone will consider this carefully. Upon hearing this person's words, many people's burning enthusiasm was instantly dampened, and they gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the man smiled. He was a summoner himself and was extremely envious of this pet egg. It would be good to reduce the number of competitors as much as possible. Bai Jing was clearly prepared for this situation and covered her mouth with a light laugh, saying, that's right. Please think carefully before participating in the auction. However, I would also like to kindly remind everyone, especially the newcomers who are about to take the assessment, that you all know that the various academies control the resources of high-level dungeons and secret realms. In the future, if you want to level up quickly, it will be very important to be able to enter a higher academy. Under such circumstances, even just one more level can make you stand out from the geniuses. Isn't it only meaningful to discuss later stages after entering a university? As for protective capabilities, Bai Jing lowered her fair hand and chuckled. Isn't killing all the monsters the best protection? The venue, which had just cooled down slightly, erupted in excitement once again. Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair, mentally satisfied with Bai Jing's professional abilities. Now I hereby announce the start of the auction for the venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg, with a starting price of 100,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. 200,000. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone raised their bid with their number plate. 250,000. 300,000. Prices continued to rise, reaching the price Bai Hong had initially predicted right at the start. Zhang Bingyang's face was rather grim. He hadn't expected the price of this pet egg to skyrocket to such a high level. He looked pleadingly at his father, and after receiving his father's nod of agreement, he excitedly held up his number plate. 400,000. The noise in the hall quieted down a bit, and many people turned their attention to Zhang Bingyang and his son. Although the boss-level pet egg was very valuable, many people had already estimated that 400,000 was the limit. After all, it's a level 10 dungeon boss, so many people will definitely have some concerns. 4,100,000. The summoner who spoke first gritted his teeth. 41,000 for the first time. Bai Jing smiled and looked at Zhang Bingyang and his son. Just one flirtatious glance was enough to make them tremble. His father couldn't help but shout excitedly, 430,000. The summoner who had been following him turned ashen-faced and looked resentful, but in the end he reluctantly put down his number plate. 430,000 for the first time. 430,000 for the second time. As the gavel was raised high, Zhang Bingyang's heart was in his throat. Just when Lin Zhenghan thought that Zhang Bingyang would buy him for 430,000 yuan, a clear and melodious female voice, like a silver bell, suddenly came from VIP room number 5. 500,000. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Bai Jing's composed face, clearly indicating that she knew something about the guests in VIP room number 5. I never expected that even she would be interested in this. Zhang Bingyang's face was pale, and her father Zhang Sihai's expression changed slightly. Everyone who can stay in the private rooms at the exchange can be considered a big shot, let alone the top 10 rooms. On ordinary auctions, these rooms are usually left empty unless there are big shots in attendance. The price of 500,000 was already the limit he could afford, not to mention the risk of offending a powerful figure if he continued to bid. But before he could speak, Zhang Bingyang, unwilling to give up, raised his number plate first and shouted, 510,000. Zhang Sihai hurriedly stood up to cancel the bid, afraid that being too slow would displease the important figure. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bingyang grabbed him first. Dad, as long as I get this pet, I'm sure I can soar to the sky. Big shots won't hold a grudge against us over this pet. Have you forgotten the strange phenomenon of job change that day? Zhang Sihai hesitated slightly. He was also there on the day his son changed jobs, and the terrifying celestial phenomenon was something he had never seen in his life. That was the most glorious time of his life. Even classmates who hadn't been in touch for many years came to curry favor with him, all claiming that their son Bingyang had the potential to become a great general. If Zhang Bingyang really rises to prominence because of this pet, his future achievements will surely be considerable, and he might even have a place as the commander of Shanhaiguan. The important figures in the private room will have to come and curry favor with them. It would be absolutely worth it, even if it meant risking everything. Thinking of this, Zhang Sihai remained silent and decided to take a gamble. Inside VIP box number 5, in the spacious private room sat a woman in a light blue dress. She looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and her features were a masterpiece sculpted by heaven. Her eyes were like the starry sea, and every blink seemed to make the stars twinkle. She frowned slightly when she heard the offer of 510,000. I didn't expect to see a boss-level pet at this auction. Its strong attack power would suit me, but it's just a level 10 dungeon boss, and a spider at that. Oh well. She shook her head and put down the number plate in her hand. With no further bidding from box number 5, the auction for this pet egg finally came to an end. 510,000 for the first time. 501,000 for the second time. 501,000 for the third time. Congratulations to bidder number 1069 for successfully winning this auction item for 510,000. Bai Jing banged the gavel to announce the final auction result for the pet egg. Zhang Bingyang clenched his fists excitedly. A strong sense of confidence welled up in his eyes. Great. With this pet egg, his leveling speed would definitely increase significantly. So what if Jiang broke the record for the newbie dungeon? He would definitely surpass him in the future. This is a boss-level pet, definitely much stronger than Jiang and Firefox. Just wait. I'm the one who caused the job change phenomenon. I am the chosen one. I am the only one. Chapter 34-2 Interesting Little Guys. As the auction drew to a close, Bai Jing took out the last item, her expression becoming somewhat mysterious. Next up is the highlight of our auction, the final item. A piece of white metal appeared on the auction stage, its attributes and effects clearly displayed. Frost Crystal Core. Special materials are rare minerals that can only be found in extremely cold regions or abyssal realms. Their formation process is extremely complex, requiring incredibly intense cold precipitation and energy accumulation to take shape. Many people in the audience looked confused, clearly having never heard of what this thing could be used for. Jong-in's pupils contracted slightly. It's this? No wonder so many people came. Frost crystal cores are extremely rare, only produced in a few dungeons. Most people have never heard of them, but everyone knows what they can be made from. Cooling amulet. Whether it's a one-time use cooling charm or a reusable cooling charm, both rely on the material frost crystal core. After Bai Jing explained the function of this item in her sweet, mesmerizing voice, the entire auction hall erupted in an uproar. But some people quickly realized what was happening. Is this all the material needed to craft the dungeon cooldown charm? Bai Jing smiled and said, of course it's not that simple. To make a cooling talisman, you need a specialized alchemy master and a lot of expensive materials. Cooling amulets are different from other equipment. Basic cooling amulets can only reset low-level dungeons. To use them in high-level dungeons, you need to continuously add new materials to upgrade them. However, regardless of whether it's a high-level or low-level cooling amulet, frost crystal cores are essential. In addition, Bai Jing said in a soft voice as she parted her lips slightly, after testing by our specialists, this frost crystal core is of extremely high quality and can be used to manufacture repeatedly usable cooling amulets. Sitting in the private room, Jong-in's eyes flickered slightly. This material was truly excellent. After clearing the beginner dungeon, all I got was a one-time use cooldown amulet. If you can obtain this material and find an alchemist to persuade him, you can get a reusable cooldown amulet. Jong-in shook his head. Unfortunately, even though he had just sold a boss-level pet egg, it would be difficult for him to get involved in the auction of this item. As expected, taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, Bai Jing started the auction for the frost crystal core. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must be at least 200,000. 2 million. The excited voice had barely rang out when someone immediately started taking pictures. 3 million. 6 million. All the bidders were guests in the private rooms. Those standing below became spectators. No matter how tempting it may be, it's still not enough in front of these big shots. This thing is truly invaluable. It can be used by both newcomers and established powerhouses. Sun Jinghao, in box 142, put down the bidding device with a wry smile. He thought he could get around 6 million, but he didn't expect it to have far exceeded his expectations so far. 10 million. That silvery voice rang out again from VIP box number 5, as someone added 4 million in one go. The room fell silent. It was clear that the other party was determined to get it. Although this thing was good, it also had a value. A price of 10 million was already about right. After all, they would need to hire an alchemy master and prepare other materials later. After waiting a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, Bai Jing struck the auction hammer with a smile on her face. The entire auction has now come to a complete end. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Please come in. The door was opened, and 2 figures walked in. You're Jong-in, the one who soloed the spider nest and got the boss-level pet egg, right? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Extraordinary indeed. A soft, seductive voice rang out, and Jong-in looked at the woman in the red dress with some surprise. She truly is a natural charmer. Even a close look at her now reveals that every gesture and movement she makes exudes allure. Someone with a weak will would probably want to pin her down on the spot. Have I prepared my materials and money? Jong-in's expression instantly returned to calm as he asked. Seeing that Jong-in was so young yet possessed such composure, Bai Jing couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a red crystal stone appeared before Jong-in's eyes. This is the crystallization of the Flame Queen. As for the money from the auction of the pet egg, it totaled 510,000. Under normal circumstances, as a junior member of the exchange, a 5% handling fee would be deducted, which is 25,500 yuan. However, since you are so young and promising, I will take the liberty of upgrading your privileges to senior membership. The handling fee is only 1%, deducting only 5,100, leaving a final amount of 504,900, which will be deposited into your account shortly. Jong-in raised an eyebrow slightly. Then thank you very much. Why are you being so polite? Bai Jing covered her mouth and chuckled. It's rare to meet such a promising young person in a small city like Linen. Of course, I should make things convenient for him. I hope he won't forget me when he becomes successful in the future. Huh, is this your summoned beast? A fire fox. She suddenly noticed Yan Ying, who was sleeping in Jong-in's arms, looking bored. No, this isn't an ordinary firefox. I've never seen such an elegant firefox before. He instinctively wanted to touch Yanning. Flame Shadow was instantly awakened when she sensed someone approaching. In his dazed state, he thought someone was going to attack him, and his wild eyes stared intently at Bai Jing. Bai Jing froze instantly, feeling as if her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't until Jiang and patted Yan Ying's head that Yanning yawned and went back to sleep obediently. Sorry, it was just dozing off, Jiang explained casually. It's all right. I was being presumptuous. Bai Jing laughed it off, her expression filled with curiosity as she looked at Yanning. She had never seen such a strange pet before. It was definitely not a firefox. No firefox could have such imposing presence. She even felt like she was being targeted by a wild boss, and the hairs on her body stood on end. By the way, I have some materials from yesterday. Can I sell them now? Jiang waved his hand and took out the materials he had obtained yesterday. Despite the fact that they were all low-level materials, Bai Jing showed no impatience and patiently took stock of them. Because there is a high demand for spider webs in daily life and professions, the price is quite good. There are 128 sets here, totaling 20,000 yuan. Spider legs will be much cheaper, totaling. As for the bow and arrow and the dagger, they are both black iron level weapons, with limited value, totaling it all, it's 48,000 yuan, which will be transferred to your account shortly. Good. The money arrived in his account quickly, and Jiang'an was excited to see that his balance had reached 550,000. This was the first time Jiang'an had ever had so much money. However, upon further reflection, Jiang'an realized that this wasn't even enough to cover the material costs for upgrading his Flame Shadow bloodline, and his mood quickly calmed down. Before Jiang'an left the exchange, Bai Jing handed him a fragrant business card. My contact information is here. If you need to trade anything in the future, you can contact me, and I will try my best to get you a better price and lower transaction fees. Jiang'an casually put away the business card and left the private room with light steps. As Jiang'an's figure gradually disappeared, Bai Jing slowly sat down, the smile on her face gradually fading, her right index and middle fingers tapping lightly on the table. Bai Hong walked in from the door and asked curiously, Sister, Jiang'an may have a lot of potential, but does he really need you to entertain him? Isn't this taking it a bit too seriously? Bai Jing shook her head. No, you underestimated me. We're all in professions that focus on daily tasks, and we've never run a dungeon before, so you have no idea how impressive it is to clear the spider nest solo in 3 hours. Let's put it this way. Even the current commander of Shanhaiguan would never have been able to do this when he first changed his job. All he needs is time to grow. Moreover, what we have given up is nothing more than a trivial matter. I'm warning you, this kind of person is only good as a friend. Don't go and offend him. This. Bai Hong broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he frantically processed his entire encounter with Jiang, and of course not. I wouldn't dare. That's good, Bai Jing said lazily, stretching her waist and highlighting her graceful figure. Jiang'an's calm face and Yin Ying's beastly eyes kept appearing in his mind. They really are two interesting little guys. Chapter 35, A Pact of Life and Death. I'll play along. After leaving the exchange, Jiang'an headed straight for the bamboo forest mountains. However, this time he did not take a side path, but a safe road that had been specially opened up. Along the way, you could occasionally see several adventurers with excited expressions. Clearly, they shared the same goal as Jiang'an. Soon, Jiang'an arrived near his destination. The surroundings were noisy and bustling, with a cacophony of voices, making it impossible to tell that the demonic wolves were wreaking havoc. It was as if the attack on Jiang'an and his companions had never happened. Buying large quantities of wild wolf pelts. Bring your price. Wild wolf daggers on clearance sale. Don't miss out on these bargain prices. Top quality bear paw. A must-read for chefs. Mercenary Corps recruiting. Newbies level 10 and above are welcome to join. Potion of Life. This very specially made original potion of life. Not expensive. The enthusiastic vendors were a stark contrast to those in front of the spider nest instance. The number of people here was significantly higher than in the spider nest instance. The reason is simple. There are 4 instance gathering points here at the same time. These are Goblin Village, levels 7 to 9, Snowy Wasteland, levels 10 to 13, Wild Bear Ridge, levels 14 to 15, and Undead Graveyard, levels 16 to 18. The 11-level jump from level 7 to 18 has drawn many adventurers to gather here to team up and grind dungeons. As for spider nests, their remote locations and high level of danger make them an undesirable choice for most people. Most new players choose to start from the beginner dungeon and gradually level up to level 10 by progressing through the Goblin Village. Although this method is slower, it is safer. The snow-covered wilderness was Jiang and's destination on this trip. I'm currently level 10, which meets the minimum requirements for the snowy wasteland dungeon, so I can maximize my experience gain. The only downside is that I'm out of cooldown amulets. After running it once, I need to wait a day for the cooldown to enter again, so I can only grind monsters to level up slowly. Cooling charm. I really hope I can get another one this time after clearing the snowy wasteland. Even a one-time use one would be great. As Jiang pondered this, he arrived near the vortex of the snowy wasteland instance, only to notice that a large group of people were gathered there, making it a lively scene. The sounds of arguing could still be faintly heard. What intrigued Jiang was that one of the voices felt familiar to him. It sounds like Tangong's voice. Jiang squeezed through the crowd with great effort, and, sure enough, saw Tangong's familiar figure. Tangong, his face ashen, shouted at another burly man with a long scar on his face. "Yukuin, what do you mean by this? We've already taken this commission. Are you trying to poach it?" Upon hearing this name, Jiang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scarred man. "Yukuin? He's the older brother of the two who ambushed me? A level 13 warrior?" Upon closer inspection, Yukuin and Yuluin have slightly different body types, but their facial features are vaguely similar. They are most likely brothers. Yukuin sneered. "It's not like you're the only one who can take on these commissions. Since it's about escorting people to level up, the strength of the guards is naturally very important. My team is all level 13, and they are well matched in both offense and defense. Unlike you bunch of misfits, whose levels and strengths vary greatly." As he spoke, Yukuin tilted his head and glanced at Tang Yinyan, who was pale and wrapped in bandages behind Tangong. "Even your assistant is disabled. How can you expect to protect the employer?" Upon hearing these words, Tangong's Wochua and Yin Tianhao felt their blood run cold and were filled with rage. Just as Tangong was about to draw his weapon, Yukuin's expression instantly turned cold. "Tangong, you're asking for it, aren't you? I advise you not to mess with me right now. I'm furious. How about we sign a death contract? Let me see some blood and vent my frustration." Tangong felt a chill run down his spine. These old hands naturally had access to information and immediately guessed that the rumor that Yukuin's younger brother was dead and burned to a crisp was true. As for the life or death contract, Tangong was naturally familiar with it. In the wilderness, one can voluntarily sign a death waiver. Once signed, both parties can engage in an unrestricted battle, and even if one party dies, the other party will not be punished by law. Although the two were at roughly the same level, the quality of their equipment was clearly different. If we only consider strength and not character, Yukuin was naturally a bit stronger. But this commission was very important, so how could Tangong possibly give up like this? He tilted his head and was about to grit his teeth and agree when Zhuocha grabbed his arm and shook his head. Just then, the crowded people suddenly parted to create a path. A woman in a blue dress appeared before Jiang'an. Her face seemed to possess an unyielding, icy aloofness, and her star-like eyes immediately drew everyone's attention. Tangong ignored Yukuin and cupped his hands in greeting to the woman, saying, "Are you Su-chan, our employer this time? We are ready to enter the instance at any time." Su-chan's cold expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded. Hey. Yukuin immediately objected. "This is a public commission, and our team accepted it. Logically, it should be left to the employer to choose from." He turned to Su-chan, his expression instantly becoming obsequious. "Miss Su, our entire team is level 13, which perfectly matches the highest level in the White Snow Wasteland, ensuring your safety once you enter." Tangong retorted, not to be outdone. "Miss Su, although our team is a bit lower level, we are very experienced, and our average level is similar. If we both clear the level, you will gain more experience." "Bullshit. It might take you several days to beat the game. If you factor in the time it takes to complete, you'll get even less experience." Yukuin once again turned his attention to Tang Yinyan. "Moreover, your support characters have no practical combat ability at all. They can barely even use their support skills. Go home and heal your wounds." Yin Tianhao gritted his teeth and shielded Tang Yinyan behind him. What do you mean? If you're not satisfied, then let's follow the rules of the martial arts world," Yukuin said coldly. "Anyone in your team can sign a life or death agreement with me. Whoever wins gets the commission. If you lose, then die." Su-chan frowned slightly, clearly not expecting that two teams would compete for the commission. Seeing that Tangong did not respond for a long time, Yukuin's face showed a hint of disdain. "I knew it." Yukuin looked at Su-chan and said, "Miss Su, I believe you can tell who is stronger. Please make your choice." Yin Tianhao glanced at Tang Yinyan, who had not yet recovered, gritted his teeth, and was so engrossed in biting his lip that he didn't even realize it. Just as he was about to step out, Tang Yinyan grabbed him. Don't want. Tang Yinyan said in a soft voice. It's not worth it. I want to give it a try just in case. Miss Su promised that if you can satisfy her, she can bring in a level 50 physician to help you reattach your severed limb. Yin Tianhao shook off Tang Yinyan's hand with a determined look and took a step forward, but unexpectedly a figure blocked his way. With his back to the two men, Tan Gong said in a calm voice, Go back. You're just asking for death. Captain, this is her only chance. If the wound heals completely, even if we have money, we can't reattach the severed limb. Yin Tianhao said anxiously. I know, so let me do it. Tan Gong walked step by step toward Yu Kuan, a bronze-grade battle axe quietly appearing in his hand. Yu Kuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Fine, since you're looking for death, then I'll use your life to sharpen my newly bought knife. He took out a long sword, its blade gleaming with a silvery white luster, clearly a silver-grade weapon. This change instantly put everyone's hearts in their throats. Yu Kuan has always been known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. He is often involved in fights, and his combat skills may even be superior to Tan Gong's. The difference in attribute bonuses between silver-grade and bronze-grade weapons is enormous. If a slightly superior weapon also comes with a skill, Tan Gong's chances of winning are practically zero. Yin Tianhao and Tang Yinyan both looked tense when they saw the silver-grade longsword. Tang Yinyan cried out for Tan Gong to come back. Su Chan parted her lips slightly, about to speak and stop her. Just then, Jiang Yin's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A death contract? Interesting. Captain Tan, let me play with him for a bit. Chapter 36. Has the fiery fox summoner turned the tables? Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the direction from which the sound came. When Su Chan realized that the person who spoke was a boy about the same age as her, she was stunned. A hint of curiosity flickered in those star-like eyes. But when she noticed Yin Ying in Jiang Yin's arms, the frost on her face instantly vanished. So cute. How can there be such adorable creatures in this world? When Tan Gong and the others realized it was Jiang Yin, their faces all lit up with joy. They had already witnessed Jiang Yin's strength when they were dealing with the demon wolves. Both Yin Ying and Jiang Yin themselves are monster-level beings. Especially after Tan Gong cast an appraisal spell and discovered that Jiang Yin's level had actually increased from level 8 to level 10 in just one day. His joy was overwhelming. Yin Tianhao also noticed Jiang Yin's change in rank. While he was overjoyed, he was also deeply disappointed. The gap between people was just too great. I worked hard for several months to team up and run dungeons, only to level up 2 levels. I never expected Jiang Yin to catch up so quickly. Yu Kuan narrowed his eyes, looking at Jiang Yin standing in front of him, and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. This guy is too young. He looks like a student who hasn't even graduated yet. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have given it a second glance, but Tan Gong and his group reacted this way. Is there something fishy going on? Yu Kuan carefully examined Jiang Yin, his gaze lingering briefly on the flames surrounding Jiang Yin, a level 10 fire fox summoner. He suddenly had a thought. His younger brother, Yu Luan, had died in the wilderness, most likely killed after a failed robbery. Although Yu Luan was disappointing, he had followed me for so long. If he had really found a powerful target, he would have informed me. However, he chose to take matters into his own hands, which means that the opponent's apparent strength was probably not that great. Moreover, the body was burned to a crisp, and there were fox paw prints in the shape of plum blossoms nearby. Could it be? Were you in the bamboo forest mountains yesterday? Yu Kuan suddenly asked. So what if I am here? Jiang Yin's expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Tan Gong looked at Yu Kuan with some confusion, suddenly remembering the news of his brother's death. She glanced at Jiang Yin again, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, leaving her frozen in place. Could it be that Jiang Yin killed Yu Kuan's brother? It seems it's not impossible. Jiang Yin is fully capable of doing this, and more importantly, who would be wary of a firefox summoner? It seems quite reasonable that Yu Luan carelessly failed to inform his brother and caused the accident. Yu Kuan kept looking Jiang Yin up and down, and just as he was about to ask something more, Tan Gong took the initiative to provoke him. What are you dawdling about? You're not scared, so you're just stalling for time, are you? Yu Kuan's expression changed slightly. What a joke. Killing you, a level 13 cultivator, is as easy as killing a chicken. Why would I be afraid of a level 10 firefox summoner? As soon as he finished speaking, a notification flashed on both Yu Kuan's and Jiang Yin's panels. It was about signing the waiver of life and death. The rules of the life or death contract came with the game system, so no one could tamper with it. Jiang Yin only glanced at it, and after confirming that he could kill the other party without any consequences, he decisively signed his name. Just when I was wondering how to get rid of this trouble, the other party came to me on their own initiative. A stream of light entered Jong-un and Yu Kuen's bodies, marking the completion of the life or death agreement. Many people showed excitement upon seeing that they had actually signed the waiver of life and death. There's going to be some excitement to watch. I remember the last time someone publicly signed a death waiver. The end result was that they were split in two. TSK. Hopefully Yu Kuen will go easy on him. This young man is quite handsome. Go easy on him? It can't be easy on him. You guys don't know yet, do you? Yu Kuen's brother got into trouble, and they haven't found the murderer yet. He's holding back a lot of anger, and this guy just happened to walk into the line of fire. It's fun when there's a river of blood. How many moves do you think he can withstand? He's level 10. He should be able to withstand 2 skills, right? Firefox Summoner, I guess 2 skills. The first skill will take out the Firefox, and the second skill will take out the summoner himself. 666, that's a very good analysis. Don't do that next time. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Yu Kuen stared intently at Jong-un and said softly, "Could it be you? It doesn't matter. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Kuen grabbed his long sword and charged fiercely at Jong-un. Jong-un didn't even bother to take out the Spider King's scepter. Yining leaped down from his arms. His wild eyes were filled with murderous intent. From the moment Jong-un learned that he was Yu Kuen, he had no intention of letting him go. If such a person isn't eliminated immediately, they will eventually become a hidden danger when the other party comes knocking. There's no way you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Even when facing a Firefox, Yu Kuen did not let his guard down. Before even reaching Yining, he had already swung his long sword and slashed. At the same time, he let out a loud shout. One of the warrior's signature skills, War Cry, reduces the defense of enemy creatures and increases the warrior's fighting spirit for a certain period of time. A white light suddenly appeared on the blade. The blade's edge shot out, about to strike Yining. Hiss, he really is a veteran. This combo doesn't give him any chance at all. He even used the blade slash that comes with the silver weapon. To deal with a summoner, you either need to directly target the main body or use swift and decisive methods to kill the summoned beast. It's gone. What a pity for such a beautiful Firefox. Many fans of Flame Shadow subconsciously closed their eyes, only to suddenly hear gasps from those around them. Before I even opened my eyes, I could already feel a wave of heat hitting me. Although the blade strike was fast, it was practically a joke compared to the terrifying speed of the Flame Shadow. With a light leap, Yining nimbly dodged Yu Kuen's attack. Yu Kuen's heart trembled violently. This is an absolute crushing victory in speed. Before he could react, he saw Yining leap high into the air, and her tail suddenly burst into flames. The terrifying heat caused the air in front of Yu Kuen to distort. Only then could Yu Kuen be 100% certain. "It's you." Yu Kuen stared wide-eyed at Jong-un. This terrifying flame was exactly the same as the flame that had burned his younger brother's corpse. "You killed him." The angry words were not yet finished. Flame Shadow's tail, wreathed in terrifying flames, lashed out heavily at him. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yu Kuen froze on the spot, his face still contorted with barely suppressed anger. The words that were left unsaid in his throat could never be uttered. It then crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd, who had initially come with the intention of watching the spectacle, fell completely silent, like a goose whose throat had been stepped on. Some people could clearly see that Yu Kuen's health bar was gone the instant he came into contact with Yining. The health bar, which was clearly at full strength, was instantly emptied. Yu Kuen was instantly defeated. A level 13 warrior with a silver-grade weapon was instantly killed by a Firefox at full health. Looking at Yu Kuen's corpse lying on the ground, and then at Yining's elegant return, everyone felt a sense of absurdity. This world is crazy. Has Firefox Summoner made a comeback? Chapter 37, A Golden Carp is no ordinary fish. With Yu Kuen's death, the squad he brought with him instantly disbanded and disappeared into the crowd like birds and beasts. They were only brought together briefly for personal gain, and with their leader dead, there was no point in them staying any longer. Su Chan's mouth was agape, and she looked at Jong-un and Yin-ing with a gleam in her eyes. Tan Gong arrived near Jong-un and, looking at Yu Kuen's corpse, said meaningfully, "Yu Kuen and his gang have a terrible reputation. If it weren't for the money, no one would want to team up with them. With his death, no one will investigate his brother's affairs anymore." Jong-un instantly understood what Tan Gong had guessed. He was just trying to put Jong-un at ease. Shuicha approached Jong-un with a big smile, took Yining from Jong-un's arms without any hesitation, and buried her head in Yin Ying's soft fur, taking a deep breath. Then he exclaimed in admiration, "TSK, TSK, TSK. You've already leveled up to level 10 in just one day. If this gets out, it would probably be enough to make many people die of shame." Yin Tianhao pulled Tang Mianmian to Jiang and sighed. He had admired Jiang and since the incident with the demon wolf, and now, seeing that Jiang could kill Yu Kuan in an instant, he was even more excited and his face turned red. "Well done. That scumbag Yu Kuan deserved to die long ago. I only regret that I'm not strong enough, otherwise." Compared to Yin Tianhao, Tang Mianmian was much more reserved, her eyes filled with tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Jiang. Thank you, thank you." Although Tang Mianmian didn't seem to care on the surface, what girl would want to be disabled for the rest of her life? Upon receiving the commission, Tan Gong immediately contacted Su Chan and negotiated to exchange the large reward for a treatment by a senior physician, hoping to help Tang Mianmian reattach her severed limb. If it weren't for Jiang'an, the outcome might not have been good. Jiang'an felt a little embarrassed, since his original intention was simply to nip the danger in the bud and do a favor. "Will you be joining us in the dungeon later?" Su Chan suddenly asked. Her voice was incredibly clear and melodious, like the sound of a silver bell. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. He had just heard that voice not long ago. Wasn't that the voice of the mysterious girl in VIP room number 5? However, considering that the other party could hire someone to protect her while she was leveling up in dungeons and was willing to pay the price of having a high-level healer save her, it seemed quite normal that they were of noble status. After calming himself down, Jiang'an said calmly, "No, I just happened to be passing by. I'm not one of those who accepted the commission." "Is that so?" Her tone, now back to its icy expression, revealed no hint of her feelings. Tan Gong explained from the side. Jiang'an is indeed not one of the commission members. In fact, he just changed jobs this year, so his focus will be on improving his level and participating in the assessment. But you can rest assured that we can definitely protect your safety. Su Chan's eyes brightened slightly. "You're a new student who just switched jobs this year, and you leveled up to level 10 all by yourself?" Upon seeing Jiang'an admit it, Su Chan's eyes widened, and she quickly realized what he meant and immediately said, "I would like to ask you to take me into the dungeon to level up on your own. This won't affect your leveling speed. Leveling up in a team of 2 is faster than leveling up with multiple people or even solo." Su Chan was right. When 2 people team up to level up, they can enjoy the experience bonus from the team. And because only 2 people share the experience, the leveling speed is actually a little faster than soloing. But Jiang'an didn't know Su Chan well, so he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, Su Chan extended her fair right hand, her 5 fingers spread out. With a flash of light, a golden amulet was quietly placed in the palm of his hand. Basic cooling charm. Special props. Crafted by the alchemist Tang Wu, this item is reusable but requires recharging after each use. Currently it may 5th uses. Restricted to dungeons below level 20. If you agree, you can borrow this cooling amulet. As for your friends, I can also consider them to have completed the task and distribute the rewards normally. I can forego all the rewards from the dungeon. All I want is experience to level up." Hearing what the other party said, Jiang'an made a decision without hesitation. "Make a deal. If I hadn't said there was a cooling charm, I would have been disrespectful to it if I had hesitated for even a minute longer. I was just worried that I couldn't reset the dungeon cooldown time, and that I had to wait 1 or 2 days to complete a dungeon run, which slowed down my leveling speed. But then someone delivered this opportunity to my doorstep. What's more, others don't even want the dungeon rewards. No wonder he's a rich kid. This one amulet alone is enough for many people to work hard for their whole lives. Moreover, even a basic cooling amulet would probably cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to recharge. This is truly for the super rich." Seeing that Jiang'an agreed, Su Chan nodded lightly, then looked at Tan Gong and the others, her eyes lingering on Tang Mianmian's severed arm for a moment, and said, "As for your commission, since it has delayed you for so long, I will consider it as your completion." She took out a business card and handed it to Tan Gong. "Contact this person. He will help your senior therapists." Tan Gong took the business card, feeling as if he were in a dream. Is that all? Is there any hope for Tang Mianmian's severed limbs? Having witnessed all of this, Jiang'an's impression of her improved somewhat. Then Su Chan looked at Jiang'an. "So, shall we enter the dungeon now?" Etc. Su Chan asked, somewhat puzzled. "Is there anything else?" As Jiang'an walked toward Yu Kuan's body, he asked Tan Gong, "Since I made a life-or-death pact with him, now that he's dead, all his belongings are mine, right? A silver-grade weapon should fetch a good price." Tan Gong was slightly taken aback, then nodded with a wry smile. After stripping Yu Kuan of all his equipment, Jiang immediately looked at the weapon. Silver Moonblade. Type, weapon. Class restriction, warrior. Equipment level requirement, 12. Quality, silver. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Additional skill 1, Silver Moonblade, LV1. Silver Moonblade Aura, LV1 bronze level skill, can be activated actively. Consumes a certain amount of spirit to release a blade aura, dealing 150% of the damage of a normal attack. Jiang shook his head. Sure enough, even silver-grade weapons were worlds apart. The attributes of this weapon were worlds apart from his own spider scepter. The bonuses to the 4 main attributes were a level lower, and it only had 1 skill attached. The only advantage is that this weapon is not bound to Yu Kuan, and he can take it out and resell it. Even if its stats are terrible, it's still a silver-grade weapon. I just need to buy some demon blood, and I'm a few tens of thousands short. Adding this will make it about right. As for the other equipment, it was no different from scrap metal, but Jiang didn't mind and equipped it all first. Su-chan stared at Jiang with curious eyes until she saw him get up. Then she quickly turned her head away, reverting to her cold demeanor, and said in a clear, icy voice, "Are you done? If you're done, then let's go." Jiang took the lead and headed towards the dungeon vortex, with Su-chan following closely behind. Tan Gong stood there watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance. Zhuocha quietly appeared beside him and said with some emotion, "By the time we meet again, his level might have surpassed ours, right?" Tan Gong shook his head. "It's not a matter of chance, it's a certainty. A golden carp is no ordinary fish. All he lacks is time." Chapter 38 Instant Kill. Nightmare Level Dungeon Difficulty. Standing in front of the dungeon vortex, Jiang was the first to reach out and touch it. Unlike the spider's nest, the snowy wasteland dungeon offers 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Just as Jiang was about to make a choice, Su-chan's clear, cold voice rang out. "Since this is our first time teaming up to do it, let's try the normal difficulty level first to get used to each other. If the normal difficulty level doesn't pose much of a challenge, then consider the hard difficulty level. Don't worry, my job is very strong. You don't need to worry about being tired." Just then, Su-chan saw that the difficulty had been adjusted to nightmare level and chose to enter without hesitation, immediately letting out a sharp explosion without regard for her image. Did you choose the wrong one?" Before she could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The heavy snow fell thick and fast, covering the earth in a layer of silver. Every breath felt like holding an ice cube, so refreshing. Outside the instance, it was still sunny, but inside, it was a scene of ice and snow. Jiang couldn't help but sneeze twice. Fortunately, physical fitness will improve significantly after changing jobs, so at least the change in weather won't affect combat effectiveness too much. Suddenly, Su-chan's retching sound came from the side. Jiang turned around and saw Su-chan leaning against a withered branch, looking unsteady and clearly uncomfortable. This isn't your first time entering a dungeon, is it?" Jiang's expression was somewhat subtle. Su-chan looked to be about the same age as him, and was most likely a new student who had just switched jobs this year. He reached level 10 by quickly clearing dungeons with his powerful Flame Shadow skill, while Su-chan hadn't even run any dungeons, yet she had still reached at least level 10. Su-chan explained, "I used to be guided to level up in the wild. There was a leveling spot that was very suitable for leveling up in the early stages, but after reaching level 10, the experience points were much less, so I gave up on this method. Since someone else is helping you level up, why do you still want to team up with me?" "My family members are too high level to enter these dungeons," she said, a little embarrassed. "The level is too high?" Jiang's lips twitched slightly as he forcibly suppressed the urge to complain. Just then, the sound of light, soft footsteps came from all around. Looking towards the sound, a fox covered in snow-white fur appeared before Jiang. This fox looked even smaller than Yanning, and its green eyes were filled with hunger, clearly regarding Jiang and the others as its food. The identification technique was used. Snow Fox. Level, 13. Strength, 190. Spirit, 150. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 150. Combat skills, Tear Claw, Iron rank. Frenzied Scratches, Silver rank. Ice Bolt, Iron rank. As expected of a nightmare-level dungeon, the monster's stats are almost comparable to those of world bosses. Su-chan also received feedback from the appraisal technique, and her expression changed slightly. Damn it, the nightmare-level dungeon is too difficult. Even a team of level 13 powerhouses would find it very challenging. Although Su-chan had never entered a dungeon before, she knew that the difficulty of a nightmare-level dungeon was on a completely different level from that of a normal hard-level dungeon. Originally, she only asked Tanggong and the others to run the normal difficulty level together, and if they cooperated well, they would consider the hard difficulty level. Unexpectedly, Jiang'an was so reckless as to choose the nightmare level directly. Jiang'an ignored Su-chan and gently stroked Yan Ying's soft fur. Yan Ying immediately jumped down from Jiang'an's arms and landed on the snow, where she met the eyes of the snow fox. Seeing that Jiang'an was ready to give it a try, Su-chan didn't say anything more. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a jade-green flute appeared. The melodious sound of the flute flowed from her lips, clear and crisp, carrying an ancient melody that cleansed the soul like a mountain spring. Jiang'an noticed that he suddenly had a buff effect. Heavenly Voice. For the next 10 minutes, all skill damage will be increased by 10%, and attack speed will be increased by 10%. What shocked Jiang'an even more was that this buff was not only effective on himself, but also appeared on Yan Ying. Su-chan's skills can actually be applied to summoned beasts. Flame Shadow seemed to sense the change within itself and let out a low growl at the snow fox. Chu Lian, who was being disguised, was removed voluntarily. In an instant, Yan Ying's aura surged, and his figure seemed to grow slightly larger. The snow fox, which had been ready to attack at any moment, suddenly became weak and half-crouched, giving up all resistance. Flame Shadow moved its slender limbs and approached the snow fox. The tearing claws extended. Uffed. The blood stained the surrounding snow red, and the snow fox's health bar instantly dropped to 0. The snow fox fell to the ground and died without offering any resistance. Su-chan's mouth opened slightly, as if an egg could fit inside, and she was completely stunned. Su-chan didn't come to her senses until the kill notification rang in her ears. This scene is even more shocking than Yan Ying's instant kill of Yukoan. These are monsters from nightmare-level dungeons. Ferocity and brutality are their defining characteristics. Countless people have entered nightmare-level dungeons and never come out again. But this snow fox actually gave up resisting Flame Shadow. It's like the bloodline suppression between people of the same race. This can't possibly be an ordinary firefox. Su-chan's gaze towards Jiang'an and Yan Ying changed. No wonder he could level up to level 10 so quickly by soloing dungeons. He probably has never run a normal level dungeon before. The tension and worry of entering the nightmare level dungeon vanished instantly, replaced by a look of joy. Nightmare level dungeons share the same cooldown as normal/hard dungeons, but offer more experience and materials, and naturally, the loot is also better. When using the same cooldown charm, resetting nightmare difficulty dungeons is the most cost-effective option. Aren't you a support class? Why can your skills work on Flame Shadow? At this moment, Su-chan had completely accepted Jiang'an and openly revealed her information without any concealment. Su-chan, level 10, music teacher. She explained, because my skill actually conveys emotions. Any friend who can understand the emotions conveyed in the music can receive a bonus. It's also because Flame Shadow is smart enough. I've tried casting Heavenly Melody on ordinary summoners before, and some summoned beasts still didn't get the bonus. Yan Ying seemed to sense Su-chan's praise and nodded at her with a proud and self-satisfied expression. No wonder. Jiang'an nodded. Although he had never heard of the Sound Master class, the percentage-based damage amplification and the ability to affect summoned beasts undoubtedly proved the strength of Su-chan's class. However, this is also a good thing. At least it's not entirely like having a burden. Call. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Jiang'an said, "Let's go. Let's try to finish this quickly. We can reset it and do it again." If someone else had said that, Su-chan would not only not believe it, but would also think that the other person was bragging and exaggerating. But looking at Jiang'an bathed in sunlight in the snow, Su-chan was surprised to find that she had never doubted the possibility of his statement. After quickly determining their direction, the two people and the beast began walking on the pristine white snowfield. 3 long sets of footprints were left behind. Chapter 39 surrounded. Ghoul tide. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Deep roars echoed continuously. As Su-chan watched the figures appearing all around her, a hint of tension crept into her otherwise cold expression. These people were covered in tattered animal skins, stained with brownish blood. Even in the snow, the stench of decay could not be suppressed and spread. Their hair was disheveled, obscuring their faces, with only their red eyes revealing their non-human nature. These humanoid creatures did not attack immediately, but instead surrounded Jiang'an and his companions, constantly roaring to attract other of their kind to approach. "It's a ghoul." Su-chan's voice trembled slightly. Jiang was naturally familiar with the iconic monsters of the snow wasteland. These creatures were not human. They fed on carrion in the snowfield and were numerous. Once targeted, one would face the hunt of their entire race. He unleashed a detection technique. Ghoul. Level 13. Strength 230. Spirit 100. Swiftness 180. Constitution 200. Combat skills: Wailing Howl, Silver rank. Bloodlust, Iron rank. Plague Outbreak, Iron rank. Corrupting Touch, Iron rank. Ghouls aren't actually that strong in direct combat. The reason they're so feared is because of their two skills. Corrupting Touch, Black Iron tier. The ghoul touches the enemy with its rotting claws, dealing physical damage and inflicting a continuous poison effect that reduces the target's health. This effect can stack. Plague Outbreak. Iron tier ghouls release plague viruses from their bodies, dealing area of effect damage to surrounding enemies and potentially infecting them with the plague, causing them to continuously lose health and fall into a weakened state. This effect can stack. Don't be fooled by the fact that these two skills are only at the iron level. The damage they deal isn't particularly high, and they're easily dispelled by support skills. The key point is that they can be stacked, as stated in the skill descriptions. There won't be just one ghoul. Once surrounded, a large number of ghouls will attack simultaneously. Even with the support's dispel, the condition can only be restored briefly, since the support's dispel skill also has a cooldown time. But ghouls never tire and can exhaust their prey to death. Even in normal level dungeons, the best way to deal with ghouls is to break through quickly and leave. In this nightmare level dungeon, the ghoul's attributes have obviously been greatly enhanced, so even breaking through will be extremely difficult for ordinary teams. Su-chan said in a low voice, "There are too many of them. Dispelling skills alone are definitely not enough. There are relatively fewer ghouls on the left side. Break through from the left. Otherwise, it will be dangerous if their numbers increase." Su-chan had already witnessed the flame tail skill used by Yanning along the way, and this powerful single-target skill amazed her. With the flame tail skill, one can break through before the ghouls completely surround them. Wait. Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the ghouls around him. Su-chan's eyes widened as the number of ghouls around her continued to increase, and she could even see a vast, dark mass in the distance. Why wait? What are we waiting for? Are we just waiting to die? She was about to urge him when she heard Jiang's calm voice. Wait a little longer, trust me. For some reason, upon hearing Jiang's voice, Su-chan found that her inner tension had lessened considerably. The number of ghouls around them continued to increase, their red eyes fixed intently on the two of them in flame shadow. If someone were to look down from high above at this moment, they would see that Jiang and Su-chan was the center, and the surrounding area was already filled with ghouls. The sheer number of them was enough to terrify even a seasoned team that had worked together for years. Just as Su-chan was feeling her legs go weak, Jiang suddenly focused his gaze on a ghoul that had just appeared not far away, its body clearly enormous. The ghoul's fur was completely stained black with blood, and it wore a necklace made of finger bones around its neck. As soon as it appeared, the other ghouls became clearly restless, ready to pounce on Jiang and the others at the slightest command. So, the leader of this ghoul tribe has finally appeared. Jiang's face showed joy. Few people know that ghouls actually have leaders similar to wolf packs. Although they are only elite level, they are much more difficult to kill and have a higher probability of dropping good loot. The identification technique was used. Ghoul Leader Elite. Level 13. Strength 240. Spirit 150. Swiftness 200. Constitution 220. Combat skills: Wailing Howl, Silver rank. Bloodlust, Iron rank. Plague Outbreak, Gold rank. Corrupting Touch, Silver rank. Su-chan quickly noticed the leader of the ghouls, and her face instantly turned pale. A gold-level plague has broken out. Damn it. Although my dispel skill is also gold level, it's only level 1, so it might not be able to dispel 100%. Once infected with the plague, the continuous loss of health and the weakened state are no joke. Su-chan gritted her teeth and took out a prop from her backpack, handing it to Jiang. One-time skill amulet, Life Protection. Upon use, it releases the gold tier skill, Life Protection, generating a shield that lasts for 3 minutes, during which the user is immune to negative effects. This is a second-tier support skill. Use these 3 minutes to exit the dungeon. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang's eyes. This was a good thing. To make this skill into a talisman, not only did he need a second-class support, but the skill level also had to reach the maximum level of 10. Under these circumstances, specialized alchemy masters and extremely expensive materials are also required. Simply put, The value of just this one amulet is equivalent to having this second-tier support powerhouse make 10 moves. Such high-value items are simply not something ordinary people are qualified to possess unless they are family members of powerful figures. It was obvious that this was given to Su-chan by her family to save her life, and there was more than one. Jiang didn't stand on ceremony and took the talisman. Who would complain about having too many life-saving items on them? Su-chan took out another talisman, and just as she was about to use it, Jiang spoke calmly. No need, it would be a waste to use such a good thing on ghouls. Su-chan was slightly taken aback, and the next moment she saw Yin-ing rush out like a bolt of lightning. The agile flame shadow pushed its speed to the limit, and the ghouls pounced on it, but all missed, unable to even touch a hair on its head. Almost instantly, flame shadow disappeared into the ghoul horde. Su-chan understood Jiang's tactics. Did he want to use Yin-ying's speed to kill the ghoul leader first and complete the decapitation? It's a very bold idea. If flame shadow can really kill it quickly, the ghoul horde might be thrown into chaos. There was indeed a chance to escape. But while the idea was beautiful, reality was cruel. The ghouls around them weren't just the few in the direction of flame shadow. There were many more ghouls nearby. Stimulated by the flames, they became ferocious, and their eyes emitted a terrifying red light. It looks like they're about to launch an attack. Chapter 40 Overlapping. Double Flame Storm. On the snow-covered plains, the ghouls, eyeing Jiang menacingly, let out low growls. As the first ghoul charged at Jiang, the others immediately followed suit. Su-chan could even see the rotting flesh and blood between the ghoul's fingers. She sighed inwardly. Jiang was overconfident. With such a terrifying number of ghouls, Yin-ing alone wouldn't be enough. Even if Yin-ing could rush to the ghoul leader and kill him, the remaining ghouls would be enough to tear the two of them apart. Silently clutching the protective amulet, Su-chan was ready to crush it at any moment. However, at that moment, Jiang suddenly took a step forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. Through his mental connection with Flame Shadow, he knew that Flame Shadow had also arrived near the ghoul leader, and the timing was perfect. A master of both shadow and magic. Copy. Flame Storm. A lifelike phantom of flames quietly appeared behind Jiang, and the flame pattern on his fur began to writhe vividly. Two bursts of fire erupted from the locations of Jiang and the real Flame Shadow, respectively. Su-chan was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood there dumbfounded. Jiang before them seemed to have transformed into a small sun, with flames continuously emanating from his body. The two firestorms combined at this moment, their power and range far exceeding a simple 1+1, but increasing several times over. The wails of ghouls echoed in my ears, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The ghouls that once struck fear into the hearts of everyone were now reduced to easy targets for experience gain, and their wailing stopped within seconds. All ghouls wiped out. Flame Shadow, engulfed in flames, strode gracefully toward Jiang. As the flames on its body gradually subsided, the battle was finally over. Only then did Su-chan hear the pleasant notification of gaining experience upon kill. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Obtain material, 1 piece of tattered animal hide. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite ghoul leader. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, Ghoul Leader's Heart 1. Seeing that nothing good had been dropped, Jiang wasn't too disappointed. After all, it was just an elite-level monster. Once Su-chan came to her senses, she immediately cried out in surprise. Flame Storm. Flame Shadow has actually mastered this kind of area of effect skill. And you can even unleash the skills of summoned beasts. Su-chan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The use of summoned beast skills by a summoner is unheard of. No wonder Jiang was so confident, not caring even when surrounded by ghouls. He had been prepared all along. Suddenly, Su-chan thought of something, and her gaze towards Jiang became somewhat subtle. Since Jiang had already made preparations, he shouldn't have needed that protective talisman at all. But he didn't hesitate at all when he accepted the amulet. Jiang could roughly guess Su-chan's thoughts, so he kept his eyes down and avoided eye contact with her. Upon seeing this, Su-chan burst out laughing. This smile instantly dispelled the frost on Su-chan's face. She hadn't intended to ask for the talisman back anyway. Jiang was now her teammate, and for her, the stronger Jiang became, the better. As for the expensive talisman, she didn't care. She crouched down and waved to Yin-ing. Yanning glanced at her, then jumped into Jiang En's arms without looking back. Su Chan's eyes flickered, and a fragrant plate of roasted meat appeared in her hand with a flash of light. Honey-glazed roasted meat, prepared by a master chef, it is a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Not only does it fill you up, but it also slowly restores your health after consumption. The fragrance instantly spread, and Yin Ying's 2 little ears immediately perked up, her eyes fixed on Su Chan. Come here, little flame shadow, let me touch you. Let me touch this, and I'll give it to you to eat. Flame shadow stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, clearly showing interest. It raised its head to look at Jiang En, its eyes filled with longing. Jiang En sighed helplessly. Go ahead, you glutton. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yinning shot out of Jiang En's arms and appeared beside Su Chan in the next instant. Su Chan couldn't wait to reach out and pat Yin Ying's head. It has to be said that Yinning and Chu Lian's form is an absolute weapon of mass destruction for any girl. No woman can resist such an adorable creature, and Su Chan is no exception. From the very first moment she saw Yinning, she wanted to hug it and rub it hard. While it was in the meantime, Yinning wolfed down the roasted meat. As soon as it swallowed the last bite, it ran to Jiang En's side without looking back and jumped into his arms. Oomph, I can't even touch you for a little longer, Su Chan said coquettishly. Flame Shadow wagged its tail slightly in Jiang En's arms. Oomph, you want to touch me? Trade me something delicious. Sensing Yin Ying's thoughts, Jiang En was both amused and exasperated. All right, we've rested enough. Let's continue. It looks like we might even level up today. The 2 people and the beast continued their journey, but perhaps because of the ghoul, they did not encounter any monsters for the next hour. Until they arrived at a large canyon that stretched for tens of kilometers. Only in the deepest part of the canyon, covered in snow, can you see the brown soil, and the melting snow flows down the ravines. There is a faint tendency for them to converge into a small stream. Su Chan said with delight, it seems we're in luck. We've reached the canyon so quickly. We should be able to find the boss by following this stream. And there should be quite a few monsters along this road. Jiang En followed the stream, and indeed saw many strangely shaped footprints on both sides of the stream. The 2 of them were a bit tired from their journey, so Su Chan decided to wash her face in the stream where the snow had melted. As soon as she approached the stream, Jiang En noticed that Yin Ying's condition was not right. Flame Shadow stared intently at the stream and let out a series of low growls. A subtle sense of crisis also followed. Jiang En quickly reached out and grabbed Su Chan. Wait, it seems there's something wrong with the stream. Upon hearing this, Su Chan was startled and subconsciously looked towards the stream. The stream was crystal clear. You could see the stones at the bottom clearly. Are you sure there's something wrong with this stream? I don't think I saw it mentioned in the dungeon guide, and the stream is so shallow, there's no way there could be any monsters hiding there, right? Su Chan peered around cautiously, but no matter how she looked at it, it was just an ordinary little stream. There's definitely something wrong, Jiang En said with certainty. Having learned from his previous experiences, Jiang En had complete faith in Yin Ying's intuition. Su Chan, still somewhat skeptical, threw her appraisal technique into the stream. If there are no monsters inside, the appraisal skill will naturally not provide any feedback. To Su Chan's surprise, she actually saw the monster's attributes. Chapter 41 The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. The Abyss Believer's Plan. Hidden Wave Carp. Level, 13. Strength, 150. Mental State, 80. Swiftness, 250. Physical Fitness, 150. Talent Skill, Blinding of 3 Eyes. Passive Skill, Hidden Wave, Silver Tier. Combat Skills, Gnawing, Iron Rank. Fish Scale Shot, Iron Rank. Water Arrow, Silver Rank. There really is a hidden monster. Su Chan was surprised and shared the feedback with Jiang En. Jiang En's opinion of him rose to a new level. If Jiang En hadn't noticed the anomaly, he wouldn't have paid any attention to the problem in the stream. If he had approached rashly, he would have inevitably provoked an attack from this monster. Even with a protective talisman, he might not have been able to use it immediately. When Jiang En saw the monster's attributes, he suddenly realized that although he had never heard of this kind of monster, its innate skill and passive ability were familiar. Triple Blinding, Passive Talent. A creature possessing this talent will be completely hidden when 3 or more other creatures are present, and will not be detected or attacked by any means. Hidden Wave, Silver Tier Passive Skill. Allows the user to remain invisible in calm waters, undetectable to the naked eye. The talent skill 3 Eyes Cover is actually quite useless and is also known as the Cowardly Talent. As long as there are more than 3 other kinds of creatures around, it will become completely invisible. Even if you stand next to it, it will not attack, nor will it be detected by any means, as if it has completely disappeared. No wonder no one has ever mentioned that there are monsters in the stream. Everyone enters the dungeon in a team, usually a team of at least 5 people. With the magical talent skill, 3 Eyes Blind, it is impossible to find the whereabouts of the hidden wave carp. Picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it into the stream, the waves instantly dispersed. Just as the waves rippled, the hidden wave effect vanished instantly, and Jiang'an indeed saw many hidden wave carp swimming in the stream. The hidden wave carp is not large, at most the size of a palm. Its scales are patterned like waves, reflecting a dazzling light in the rippling water. If you only look at these parts, you might think they are not much different from pet fish. However, its mouth is full of sharp teeth, and you can vaguely see bits of flesh embedded in them. Flame Shadow, who was already fully focused, plunged into the stream in an instant. The tearing claw was unleashed instantly. One hidden wave carp was easily killed. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 hidden wave carp. You have received an additional 1,400 experience points. Obtain material, Hidden Wave Carp Meat 1. The other Hidden Wave Carp also stopped hiding and launched an attack on Flame Shadow. Their palm-sized bodies suddenly swelled up, then they opened their mouths and sprayed several water jets at the Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow tried to dodge, but being in the water slightly hampered her movements. She dodged most of the water arrows, but was still hit in the waist by one. The health bar only dropped by a tiny bit, but the difference in their attributes was simply too great. Feeling the pain, the Flame Shadow extended its claws and tore the hidden wave carp in two. Before long, all of the dozen or so hidden carp in the stream were wiped out, becoming a lesson for the two. After emerging from the stream, the drenched Flame Shadow was immediately enveloped in flames, and the moisture was quietly evaporated. It has returned to its fluffy and adorable form. Su-chan took out her flute, and as soon as the melodious sound rang out, Yin-Ying's newly broken skin quickly recovered, and she soon returned to full health. Hidden wave carp meat. These should be the materials that professional chefs need. Su-chan nodded. Yes, and this ingredient is very popular among chefs, but very few people can find the spawn point of the hidden wave carp. This creature only spawns occasionally in the wild. Really? Jiang'an's eyes lit up. This world isn't just about selling materials. The spawn points of certain special monsters can also be quite valuable. Since this stuff is so popular with chefs, this spawn point might even fetch a good price. This dungeon run was worth it. I might be able to gather enough materials for the second purification of the Flame Shadow bloodline. Just as Jiang'an was feeling quite pleased with himself, Su-chan's words shattered his imagination. Although we now know that it will also be in this instance, to be honest, this information is not very useful. Why? Jiang'an was somewhat stunned. Su-chan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Besides someone as freakish as you, who else would dare to enter a dungeon with just 3 people? Don't forget there are ghouls from the entrance to the canyon area. Are the 3 of us going to come in and let the ghouls have a feast? Well, Jiang'an scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, realizing that it made sense. After resolving the problem with the hidden wave carp, the two continued walking along the stream deeper into the canyon. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, a large group of people were gathered in front of an unnamed waterfall. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe, while the others behind him were wearing gray and white robes respectively. Before them was a white vortex that was just beginning to form. The vortex was only in its initial stages, and one could vaguely see the scene inside it through the vortex. The vigorous bamboo forest seemed endless. You can faintly smell the unique fragrance of bamboo. The man in the black robe spoke slowly, his voice low, hoarse, and unpleasant, only vaguely discernible as male. The bamboo forest secret realm is really about to reopen. We've waited far too long for the secret realm. We absolutely cannot allow any accidents to occur. Only the most devout believers and followers are allowed to enter. After saying that, he turned around and looked at a woman in a gray robe behind him, with a huge, shiny wolf next to her. Gray One, you did a good job this time, using the name of the demon wolf to prevent anyone from getting close to the vortex. However, he changed the subject, his tone becoming heavy. The wolf riot was far too reckless. If I hadn't used my connections to suppress the situation, the Linen Army would probably have already come to wipe them out. Keep an eye on your dire wolf until the secret realm opens. The man in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly. If we attract the attention of the authorities in advance, you know what the consequences will be. The woman called Gray One trembled and lowered her head even further. Understood, I will keep the demon wolves in check. Seeing this, the man in black robes nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the other men in gray robes. These past few days have seen new recruits change jobs, making it a perfect time to take on new followers. The faith of the abyss must be spread to all. Only if we work hard enough will the rulers look down on us. The abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. Everyone bowed their heads slightly, and a mixture of male and female voices rang out simultaneously. The abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. The abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. The abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. Chapter 42 Instant Kill. Cyclops Boss. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite snow fox. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Materials obtained. 1 pure white snow fox pelt. Looking at the pure white elite level snow fox corpse on the ground, Su-chan became even more curious about Jiang and summoned beast, Flame Shadow. They encountered snow foxes several times as they walked along the canyon stream. Normally, snow foxes are definitely a troublesome presence in the snowy wasteland dungeon. Their snow-white fur makes them difficult to spot, and when they launch a sudden attack, even a well-coordinated team can easily suffer casualties. Yet, this very natural hunter seemed to completely lose its desire to attack in front of Flame Shadow. Even when its body was torn apart by the Flame Shadow, it offered no resistance. Even elite-level snow foxes are no exception. Despite her curiosity, Su-chan didn't ask any questions. The attributes and skills of summoned beasts are the most important privacy of a summoner. Most summoners are very reluctant to be asked about them, as this is equivalent to revealing someone else's hand. Moreover, unless the summoner actively discloses the attributes and skills of a summoned beast, no one can see them. We should be close to the boss point by now. Jiang Yin's voice drew Su-chan's attention away from Yining. She looked ahead, where the deepest part of the canyon lay. The snow had almost completely disappeared by this point, and some unusual green, unidentified plants were sprouting on the ground. But what caught her eye most was the pile of white bones that looked like a small mountain. Among these skeletons, one can vaguely discern the characteristics of many animals: snow foxes, wild wolves, and even ghoul heads that resemble human bones. Well, since we can already see it. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to shake violently. The snow that had been piled up above the canyon fell down in a flurry as the tremors began, and the two men turned their gaze toward the source of the tremors. A massive, imposing figure emerged from behind a boulder in the canyon. This guy has a human-like body, but he is nearly 10 meters tall. His huge hands alone seemed capable of crushing Su-chan. Her bloated belly was filled with fat, and her skin was grayish-green and covered with wrinkles. Its large head had no nostrils or ears, only a huge eyeball and a mouth that almost covered its entire face. At this moment, those huge eyes were staring intently at Jiang Yun and Su-chan. The identification technique was introduced. Young Cyclops, Boss. Level, 13. Strength, 300. Spirit, 50. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 300. Combat skills, Petrify, Silver rank. Stone Skin, Silver rank. Earth Power, Silver rank. Charged Punch, Silver rank. Earthquake, Silver rank. Note: the lost giant infant, growing up alone, has long lost the glory unique to giants, but even in his juvenile form, he possesses extraordinary power. With both strength and constitution reaching 300 points, it is a typical physical tank-type boss. However, this enormous body was only in its juvenile form. Su-chan couldn't even imagine how robust its adult form would be. The Cyclops opened its mouth, revealing its jagged, sharp teeth, with bits of flesh still faintly visible on them. A low, monosyllable came from its mouth. Although Jiang Yun couldn't understand it, it could roughly guess from the drool constantly dripping from the corner of its mouth that the other party regarded it as food. Suddenly, the Cyclops moved, its powerful legs propelling it toward Jiang Yun and the others. Flame Shadow let out a disdainful sound, then took the initiative to go to meet him. Su-chan didn't sit idle either. She immediately took out her musical instrument and played a heavenly melody. As soon as the melodious and beautiful sound rang out, Jiang Yun and Yining both received the buff of the heavenly sound. Heavenly Voice. For the next 10 minutes, all skill damage will be increased by 10%, and attack speed will be increased by 10%. This wasn't the end of it. The voice coming from Su-chan's side suddenly turned intense. It was exhilarating, as if my heart was being pounded like a drum. Speedy sound. For the next 10 minutes, movement speed increases by 10%, and dodge chance increases by 10%. Flame Shadow's already exaggerated speed was further enhanced, and he appeared in front of the Cyclops like a red lightning bolt. The Cyclops was clearly taken aback by the speed that Flame Shadow had unleashed. A gray light immediately shot out from its enormous single eye. It was the petrification technique that the Cyclops was extremely skilled at. Despite its speed, Flame Shadow was still unable to dodge the beam of light. As soon as the light hit, the fur on Yin Ying's body was covered with a layer of gray light, and his body began to gradually turn to stone. Once this petrification spell hits, the target's movement speed will gradually decrease until it drops to 0, and all of the target's skills will be silenced for about 10 seconds. Although it may seem like a short time, 10 seconds is actually enough to decide the outcome of a battle. The Cyclops excitedly opened his mouth wide and reached out to grab Flame Shadow. Just as Jiangyan was about to use the Shadow Shift technique to forcibly remove the abnormality of Yin Ying, a pure white musical note flew out from Su Chan's side and landed on Yin Ying. The petrification state was instantly lifted. The Cyclops was slightly taken aback and subconsciously looked up at Su Chan's location. Then I felt a surge of heat rise up instantly. Looking down, he realized he was on fire. His bloated body, which hadn't been washed for years, was covered in grease, and the raging storm that had just been released from Flame Shadow immediately spread to him. Roar, roar, roar. The deep roar gradually subsided, and the health bar was reduced to 0 in the flame storm. The Cyclops collapsed and died. Su Chan, who was preparing to replenish her status skills at any time, was a little stunned. He died like that. Isn't this the snowy wasteland on Nightmare difficulty? Isn't this the Cyclops boss on Nightmare difficulty? It's one thing for Flame Shadow to be able to one-shot mobs, but how come it can even one-shot bosses? Wasn't it supposed to be that the dungeons were dangerous, and that people dying was common on the hard difficulty? Is that all? She murmured, putting down her flute. The aloofness she had shown at the beginning was gone from her face. Her expression was now one of bewilderment and confusion, which only added to her charm. Is this how it is when you normally run dungeons? It seems pretty easy. How come it's different from what my family told me? Jiangyan frowned and thought about his experience grinding through the beginner dungeons, then said, That's right. That's how I've always done it. Your family might be worried that you'll recklessly enter the dungeon, so they're deliberately making it sound dangerous to warn you to be careful. Huh? Is it really that easy? Something feels off. Compared to Su Chan's doubtful expression, Jiangyan spoke with confidence and certainty. Yes, trust me. It's that easy. Chapter 43 The Bet. Nightmare Level Dungeon Record. Seeing Jiangyan's certainty, Su Chan temporarily put aside her doubts, and only then did the kill notification arrive belatedly. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 baby Cyclops, boss. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Obtain material, Giant Hand 1. Congratulations on your first clear of the snowy wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Your clear time is 6 hours and 13 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the snowy wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Break the record for clearing the snowy wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Reward, 5,000 experience points. First time breaking the record for clearing the snowy wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Obtaining Giant Hide 1. A long string of notifications flashed across the two people's screens. A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiangyan's face. My luck seems to be running out this time. I haven't gotten anything good. Giant hands and giant skin are just ordinary materials, and their value is average. Compared to Jiangyan's composure, Su Chan was clearly much more excited. Broken the dungeon record. The two of us broke the dungeon record. Seeing the excited Su Chan, Jiangyan was speechless for a moment. Breaking the record is perfectly normal, isn't it? Once you're more skilled, you can break it again. Let's go, we can reset it today and try again. Yes. Su Chan nodded heavily. Choose to exit the copy. The scene before Jiangyan and Su Chan changed in a flash, and then the two appeared outside the dungeon vortex. Before Jiangyan could speak, Su Chan had already taken out the cooling talisman. With a flash of light, her own cooldown time was restored, and then she handed the talisman to Jiangyan. Jiangyan didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the talisman, choosing to use it immediately. A cool sensation instantly permeated my entire body, and the 2-day cooling-off period that was originally required was immediately cleared. The snowy wasteland instance is now accessible again. Without wasting any time, Jiangyan immediately chose to enter the dungeon, which was still at nightmare difficulty. The two disappeared from the spot again. This move naturally attracted a lot of attention. In addition, the life-or-death agreement Jiangyan made with Yukuin beforehand left a deep impression on many people with his signature summoned beast. Firefox Summoner rarely manages to defeat warriors in the early game. Why are they out now? Forced interruption. Isn't that normal? There are only 2 people. No matter how strong his Firefox is, without a tank class to hold it off, it'll be easy for it to get eaten by a ghoul. It's good enough if it survives. That's true. It's too much of a stretch for just 2 people. Heh, barely? You're underestimating him too much, aren't you? A voice suddenly came from the crowd, and Wong, who stepped out from the crowd. He snorted coldly. Believe it or not, if you check the fastest clear record for the Vortex dungeon now, it's highly likely that it has already changed. Isn't that an exaggeration? There are only 2 of them. Even the easiest level, the normal difficulty of the Snow Wasteland, has never been cleared by 2 people. If I remember correctly, the normal difficulty of the Snow Wasteland is always farmed by several hidden classes. One of them is even the Daughter of the Sun family. Even a summoner with a regular class and a support wouldn't be able to clear the game this quickly. Wong, who smiled and said, "How about we make a bet? 5,000 yuan. If they don't pass the level, I'll give you 5,000 yuan. If they do pass, you give it to me." How? Seeing Wong Hu's confidence, many people stopped talking. Only the bearded man who had spoken first raised his neck and shouted, "Let's bet. I don't believe 2 people can pass the level." After the 2 made their bet, one of them went to check the dungeon. Didn't clear it. The dungeon record hasn't changed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Wong Hu crashed, didn't he? Give me the money. The bearded man laughed heartily. Wong Hu frowned. How could that be? He had witnessed Jiang En's rapid passage through the spider nest, and in terms of difficulty alone, the spider nest was much more difficult than the White Snow Wasteland. Since he could clear the spider nest in 3 hours, there's no reason why he couldn't get through the Snow Wasteland. What? You were the one who suggested the bet, and now you want to renege on it. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. After saying this, Wong Hu went to the front of the dungeon vortex to take a look. When he saw that the dungeon record for the normal level Snow Wasteland had indeed not changed, he was first stunned, then immediately remembered something and switched the dungeon difficulty to hard. When he still saw no change, he switched to nightmare level in disbelief. I saw Jiang En's name clearly displayed in the records for nightmare difficulty. Even Wong Hu, who had always known how powerful Jiang En was, couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't show any weakness on his face. Instead, his face was rather pale. The bearded man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Give up now, huh? I knew you, Wong Hu, liked to gamble, but I didn't expect you to get so carried away. This isn't gambling, it's giving away money. Wong Hu did not leave the dungeon vortex. After transferring the money to the bearded man, he pretended to be unwilling. I'm not convinced. They're probably just unfamiliar with the game this time. They'll definitely be able to pass it. Should we keep gambling? Still gambling. The bearded man's eyes darted around. If Jiang En and his group had really figured out a way to avoid the ghouls, given the Fire Fox's ability to instantly kill Yukuan, it might actually be possible. Forget it, I'll make a sure profit. Just as the bearded man was about to refuse, he suddenly heard Wong Hu grit his teeth and say, 10,000 yuan this time. And this time I bet they can beat nightmare difficulty. If it's either normal or hard difficulty, I'll admit defeat. How about it? Okay, I'll bet. The bearded man's eyes lit up. This was practically like giving him free money. Wong Hu looked around with bloodshot eyes, like a gambler who had lost everything. Anyone else want to bet? Bet. I'll bet you. Several people immediately jumped out and accepted the bet. Nightmare difficulty dungeons are so challenging that only a handful of people can clear them each year. If hard-level dungeons are for hidden classes, then nightmare-level dungeons are for the best among those hidden classes who want to challenge themselves. Moreover, many people who can clear nightmare difficulty dungeons will not necessarily choose nightmare difficulty, mainly because nightmare difficulty dungeons are too dangerous. It is easy to die if you are not careful. The clear time is generally more than twice as long as that of hard difficulty, but the experience gained is not twice as high, at most only about 50. As for 2 people clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, that's simply a myth. With the addition of the bearded man, a total of 6 people accepted the bet. Wong Hu was overjoyed, but a hint of regret was visible on his face. It was as if they were regretting the rash gamble they had made. Seeing Wong Hu's expression, some people became restless, but unfortunately, there were not many people willing to take the gamble. In the end, only 2 more people joined, making a total of 8. Everyone else was just there to watch the spectacle. Especially the nearby vendors, since the new students hadn't arrived yet. No one was buying those cheap materials and weapons, and they were already bored. Now they all gathered around to watch the excitement. The area outside the instance was bustling with activity. Everyone was waiting for the results of Jiang En and his team's run. Chapter 44: The Heart of the Cyclops. In the snowy wilderness, Jiang En and Su Chan seemed to be quite lucky this time, as they spotted ghouls as soon as they entered the dungeon. Jiang En gently patted Yen Ying's head, and Yen Ying immediately jumped out of his arms and went to find the ghoul to pull monsters. Having had previous experiences, Su Chan was no longer nervous about this scene. Instead, She was filled with curiosity about Jiang'an. You're a freshman this year? I've never heard of you before. Yes, I'm from the 8th school. Oh, so which university are you planning to apply to? China University. Su Chan's tone was full of admiration when she mentioned China University. The fact that Huaxiao Academy is named after the Huaxia Empire speaks volumes about its status. While both are top-tier institutions, Huaxiao Academy places greater emphasis on dungeon exploration compared to Shanghai Academy. It is said that most dungeon strategies were developed by Huaxia Academy members. Located in the heart of the Huaxia Empire, Huaxiao Academy is far safer than Shanhaiguan, which is constantly embroiled in war. I want to go to the mountain and see Academy. Shanghai Academy? Isn't that place very dangerous? Su Chan's eyes widened in surprise. There are dangers everywhere. Even in a dungeon, there is no such thing as 100% safety, Jiang'an replied casually. Actually, I also want to go to Shanhaiguan. My teacher said that my skills are very suitable for the battlefield, and I can provide a large-scale percentage buff. Su Chan's tone suddenly became a little disappointed. But my family doesn't want me to go to Shanhaiguan Academy. They want me to go to Huaxia Academy instead, because they think it's safer there. Jiang'an thought about Su Chan's skills. Her skill range was indeed terrifying. As long as her teammates could hear her voice, it would take effect, and it could also affect summoned beasts. She would probably play an extremely terrifying role on the battlefield. Scratching his head, Jiang'an casually said, "Where you go to school is your own decision. Your family can only give you advice, not make the decision for you. Is it just a suggestion?" Su Chan murmured to herself, her head lowered. Just then, Flame Shadow, leading a large group of ghouls, ran over. Su Chan quickly snapped out of her daze and applied various buffs to Flame Shadow. As soon as the ghoul leader appeared, Yin Ying and Jiang'an immediately replicated their previous actions. 2 fiery storms spread out instantly. The flames mercilessly reaped the ghouls' health bars, converting them into a wealth of experience points. Unfortunately, the legendary ghoul leader, who was supposedly always generous, turned out to be quite stingy and still failed to drop any good loot. As Su Chan watched her experience points steadily increase, she could barely contain her smile. I already have 52% of the experience points for level 10. If I finish the boss today, I should be able to reach level 11. According to her original plan, once she reached level 10, she would team up to run difficult dungeons, and it would be good if she could reach level 11 in 2 days. She never expected Jiang'an to give her such a big surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an glanced at his experience bar, which had now reached 70%. The speed of leveling up in a team was not much slower than soloing, and with the addition of the cooldown talisman, it would be even faster overall. The progress is about right. Let's farm the snowy wasteland a few more times. Once we reach level 13, we can go to the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. As Jiang'an spoke, he took out some dried meat and gave it to Yin Ying, but unexpectedly Yin Ying looked at Su Chan pitifully. After the battle, Yin Ying reverted to her Chulian form. Already adorable, this pose made Su Chan unable to resist, and she took out the extra roasted meat she had prepared as a snack for Yin Ying. Roasted meat made by a professional chef is naturally much tastier than dried meat. After Flame Shadow finished eating the roasted meat, the young Cyclops also ran out of its cave. With a thought, Jiang'an's Flame Shadow darted out, appearing before the Cyclops like a red lightning bolt. The Cyclops glared with its large eye, and the petrification spell was silently activated. The grayish-white light had barely touched Yin Ying's body when Su Chan unleashed her long-awaited crowd control removal skill. Flame Shadow's actions were not even affected in the slightest. The flame patterns on its body arrived as expected, and a fierce storm of flames suddenly erupted. The brilliant flames rose again before the two of them. A moment later, Flame Shadow stepped out from the flames with elegant steps. Everything went smoothly, like flowing water. Golden light shone from Jiang'an's body, and Jiang'an's level successfully increased to level 11. Although Su Chan has not yet leveled up, her experience bar has reached 93% of level 10, and she is only 1 step away from leveling up. Kill notifications and dungeon completion notifications sounded in turn. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 baby Cyclops, boss. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Obtain material, Cyclops Heart 1. Congratulations on clearing the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 3 hours and 42 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Reward, 5,000 EXP. No extra rewards will be given if this is not the first time you clear the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Before Jiang'an could examine the scene closely, he heard Su Chan exclaim in surprise. The heart of the Cyclops. The heart of the Cyclops has been unearthed. Is this thing famous? Jiang-En's hand flashed with light as he took the heart of the giant out of his backpack. A heart the size of a human head, bright red and still slightly beating, appeared in Jiang-En's hand. The heart of the Cyclops. The heart of the Cyclops, seemingly serving a special purpose in some way. The description of the material was rather vague, and Jiang-En had never heard of it before. This item can only be dropped by Cyclops bosses on nightmare difficulty or higher. But even the drop rate of a high-level adult Cyclops is extremely low, and as for this young Cyclops, I've never heard of it ever dropping. Su-chan stared intently at the heart. This thing can upgrade equipment below platinum level by 1 grade. In other words, if you have a piece of silver grade equipment, with the help of a crafting master, you can upgrade it to gold grade equipment using the heart of a Cyclops and other materials. As you know, top quality gold level equipment is extremely rare, and even if you were to buy it, it would cost hundreds of thousands or millions. Under such circumstances, many people would choose to upgrade their top quality silver level equipment. Su-chan turned her head away, withdrawing her envious gaze. After all, she had said before that she would not take a single penny of the rewards from the dungeon. Although the Cyclops heart was not bad, it was clearly unwise to offend Jiang-En for it. Whether you want to use it yourself or sell it, this thing should be very convenient. The heart of the Cyclops is often bought long-term, and its value is around 200,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang-En raised an eyebrow slightly. I never expected this heart to be so valuable, 200,000. That's enough for me to buy the rare material, King Geely's soup spoon. Combined with today's other gains, it should be enough to complete the repurification of the Flame Shadow bloodline. In other words, Flame Shadow can take another step closer to becoming a divine beast today. Chapter 45, A Huge Profit. Preparing evolution materials. Filled with excitement, Jiang-En chose to exit the instance. As the world spun around him, the scenery before his eyes gradually became clear, startling Jiang-En. The sky had already darkened, and the moon had long since crept up. Based on past experience, the area outside the instance was already deserted. However, as soon as Jiang-En opened his eyes, 7 or 8 pairs of burning gazes were immediately cast upon him. The crowd of onlookers was comparable to that during the battle with Yu Kuan that morning. They're out. The two of them came out in less than 4 hours. In less than 4 hours, Wang Hu, you're probably going to lose everything this time. No need to look at this anymore. Just pay up, hurry up and hand over the money. This is a huge profit. We made money without doing anything. It's fantastic. Wang Hu, however, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Stop just talking. Go check the dungeon records on nightmare difficulty. You're still not giving up? Fine. You want to be beaten to death, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. The bearded man who had initially made the bet with Wang Hu pushed through the crowd, came to the front of the dungeon vortex, and reached his hand inside. He kept muttering to himself, 2 people, nightmare difficulty dungeon. Wang Hu, you really dare to think big. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Before he could finish speaking, the bearded man abruptly stopped, abruptly pulled his hand away, and turned to look at Jiang-En, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets and falling to the ground. You, Wang Hu deliberately asked from the side. Hey, Zhang Jun, why did you stop talking? Zhang Jun swallowed hard, his eyes constantly shifting. The other onlookers vaguely sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Did they really beat nightmare difficulty? For hours to beat it? Absolutely impossible. Zhang Jun, what exactly did you see? Seeing that Zhang Jun hadn't come to his senses for a long time, the other people who had placed the bets couldn't wait to come to the front of the dungeon vortex and explore it. Then something strange happened. Although the reactions of these people varied, some were stunned, some stared wide-eyed. In the end, they all looked at Jiang-En in disbelief. Damn, look at their reaction. Did I really beat nightmare difficulty in 4 hours? Seriously? I can't even reach that speed with a normal shot. At this point, Zhang Jun finally came to his senses and gave Jiang-En a thumbs up. I beat nightmare difficulty in less than 4 hours. I, Zhang Jun, am truly impressed today. It's just 10,000 yuan. Consider it witnessing this miracle. I accept my bet. Zhang Jun obediently transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Hu. The others gradually came to their senses and looked at Jiang-En with awe. Wang Hu smiled and pocketed all 80,000 yuan. Their actions naturally proved Jiang-En's strength, and the crowd instantly erupted in cheers. I really beat the game. Hey bro, are you guys still looking for someone? Take me with you. I can warm your bed for you, a gruff male voice shouted. Me? I can do it too. Get out of the way, you men. What are you doing here? Big brother's so capable. He'd definitely be happy to help his little sister, right? Jiang'an was both amused and exasperated by the sudden enthusiasm of the onlookers, but he managed to roughly figure out what had happened. I couldn't help but glance at Wang Hu a few more times. I never expected this guy to have such a good business sense. This wave alone has generated considerable revenue. Perhaps sensing Jiang'an's gaze, Wang Hu, who had just been smug, quickly squeezed next to Jiang'an and somewhat embarrassedly told him about the bet. Hee, I'm too embarrassed to take all the money. Apart from the 5,000 I earned from fishing at the beginning, I made a total of 75,000. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Is it okay? Wang Hu's expression was still a little uneasy, obviously worried about offending Jiang'an. Seeing that Wang Hu was so cooperative, Jiang'an naturally wouldn't refuse. After giving his account number, Jiang'an received a notification that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. That's convenient. I made 50,000 yuan without doing anything. With the gambling game over, the onlookers gradually dispersed. After bidding farewell to Wang Hu, Jiang'an planned to go to the exchange on his way home to buy various materials needed for Yining. Suchan also happened to be going the same way and came to the exchange with him. We've just arrived at the entrance of the exchange. Bai Hong, who had given prior notice, took the initiative to come out to greet them. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. I've been waiting here ever since I received your message, afraid of missing you. Seeing Bai Hong's enthusiasm, a strange light flashed in Su Chan's eyes. When did the people at the exchange become so proactive? Given my status, if I had given prior notice, someone would have made preparations in advance. However, I am relying entirely on my family's background. If I were on my own, I wouldn't have such influence. However, Su Chan quickly realized that the exchange was making an investment in advance after thinking about Jiang'an's performance in the dungeon. Bai Hong obviously didn't recognize Su Chan, assuming she was a friend brought by Jiang'an, and led the two of them to a private room on the second floor. Once only the three of them remained, Jiang'an waved his hand, and the silver-grade weapon he had obtained from Yukuan, along with all the materials from the dungeon, appeared before Bai Hong. The Cyclops heart remains in my backpack, and I haven't chosen to sell it yet. Bai Hong raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the weapon. This weapon was just sold recently, and it was sold through his hands. How did it end up in Jiang'an's hands now? However, he had also undergone rigorous training, so he naturally wouldn't ask about the source of the weapons. He simply silently estimated their value for Jiang'an. The final amount was given very quickly. Mr. Jiang, the total cost of the items you brought, after deducting transaction fees, is 180,000. Okay, let's make the deal. This price actually exceeded Jiang'an's expectations. The silver-grade weapon wasn't top tier and had high-level restrictions, so it wasn't particularly valuable. He only offered 100,000 for it. On the contrary, the fish meat obtained from the hidden wave carp is quite valuable, costing tens of thousands of yuan. After Bai Hong completed the transaction, 180,000 yuan was transferred to Jiang'an's account. Looking at his balance, and adding the 50,000 he got for free from Wang Hu, his balance had skyrocketed to 780,000. Was the 10 portions of pure demon blood you were asked to acquire last time enough? And that King Gilly spoon too. Jiang'an gently stroked Yan Ying's head and asked with some anticipation. Flame Shadow was also filled with anticipation, eager to become stronger. Bai Hong nodded. We've already sourced the pure demon blood from Shan Haiguan. 10 portions, as I previously estimated, will cost a total of 600,000. However, Bai Hong said with some difficulty, our exchange does not have any stock of the Geely King's soup spoons. We can only purchase them from some of our old customers. But as you know, this thing is similar to the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King, and it is extremely rare. Some customers have them, but they don't plan to sell them for the time being. Is that so? Jiang'an shook his head helplessly. It seems that Yining will have to wait a while longer if she wants to further improve the purity of her bloodline. Just then, Su Chan, who had been listening in from the side, suddenly spoke up. King Geely's soup spoon? Is it that important? I seem to remember Uncle Qin having some. Let me ask him for you. Chapter 46, Secondary Purification. The Powerful Flame Shadow. After saying that, Su Chan took out her phone and went outside to make a call. Bai Hong was slightly stunned. Isn't the King of Lucky Foods soup spoon supposed to be rare? How come it seems to have become something that can be seen everywhere? Uncle Qin. This time, he used his connections at the exchange to inquire with his longtime clients, so he naturally had a general list. In Linen, there's a person who possesses the material for the King of Lucky Foods soup spoon, and whose surname is Qin. Bai Hong swallowed hard. Could this so-called Uncle Qin be Qin Lan, the person in charge of the entire Linen? He cautiously asked Jiang'an. And this gentleman is? Jiang'an shrugged. She's my employer. I don't know anything else. Not long after, Su-chan walked in from outside the private room with a smile. It's all set. Uncle Chin has some. I'll bring it over to you later. But since this isn't mine, you still have to give me a token amount of money. The normal market price is 200,000, but you can give me 150,000. Thank you. Jiang accepted the favor without any hesitation. I originally thought I would have to sell the Cyclops heart to raise enough money, but I didn't expect that this way I would have enough money to save the material and upgrade my weapon. If the Spider King scepter could be upgraded to the gold level, it would be considered a top-tier item. In addition, the matter of contracting a second pet should also be put on the agenda. The private room had a built-in exchange platform, and while waiting, Jiang opened the pet egg page to take a look. It was then discovered that the exchange's classification of pet eggs did not actually include whether or not they possessed divine blood. In fact, this attribute seems to be completely unviewable. Even Jiang himself could only find out whether the other party met the conditions for a contract after he had a spot for a contracted pet. Fortunately, the exchange has very comprehensive functions, and relevant reminders can be viewed when products are displayed. Click on the boss level pet egg category. There is only one pet egg of this level currently available for sale. Pet egg, 5-colored Python King. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain a rare 5-colored Python King as a pet. There is also a line of small print below reminding you. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. As expected, whether or not one possesses divine blood has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not one is a boss. Jiang then opened the elite-level pet egg. The choices suddenly became dazzling, with over 100 pages of options. Elite-level Fire Ape, Thornflower Fairy, Poisonous Scorpion. Unfortunately, every time I browsed through the page, I received the same notification. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. Jiang shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to leave it to fate. It's here. Uncle Chin had his assistant bring it over. Su Chan's words interrupted Jiang and continued browsing. Bai Hong took the initiative to go downstairs to greet the other party, and soon a middle-aged man with a square face came into the private room. Bai Hong followed behind the man, his forehead covered in cold sweat. If it was just speculation before, it was completely confirmed when I met this middle-aged man. Isn't this Chin Lan's assistant? The rest of the process went very smoothly. After paying 150,000 yuan, Jiang successfully obtained the Lucky King's soup spoon from him. The material looks ordinary. It looks like a regular ceramic soup spoon. After carefully storing it, Jiang quickly obtained a very pure demon blood from Bai Hong for 600,000. The wallet, which had just begun to grow, was emptied in an instant, leaving only 20,000 yuan. But it was worth it. All the materials have been prepared. The panel is already flashing a notification that the task is complete. However, Jiang did not intend to complete the transaction at the exchange. Instead, after saying goodbye to the two, he took Yining back to the orphanage. After greeting the dean's younger siblings, Jiang quickly slipped into the room. Yining gently nuzzled Jiang's chin, acting coquettishly, and her innocent childish voice resonated in Jiang's heart. Master, I want it. All right, don't rush, we'll finish the task soon. After taking out all the mission materials, Jiang excitedly chose to complete the mission. Materials worth nearly 1 million vanished instantly, and a pure white light enveloped Yining. Under the white light, Jiang could only make out the general shape of Yining. You can sense that Flame Shadow's size is gradually increasing. Previously, Yining could easily rest her head on his shoulder, but now she clearly needs to be held in his arms. Suddenly, Jiang's eyes narrowed, and it seemed that a new tail had suddenly appeared next to the fluffy tail behind him. The moment the tail appeared, Jiang suddenly felt a moment of mental disorientation. The white light in front of me continued to spread. In a daze, a graceful figure slowly walked towards Jiang and in the white light. Even though it's just a back view, and you can't even see the facial features clearly, it's still impossible to look away. She had a stunning figure, with curves in all the right places. Even Bai Jing from the auction house couldn't compare. More importantly, you could vaguely see two tails swaying slightly behind her. It has a unique charm. Just then, a loud and joyful shout suddenly rang out. Jiang snapped out of his daze, and a notification flashed on the panel at just the right moment. The bloodline of the gods has been successfully purified. The current purity level is 20%. The next level upgrade requires level 30. The white light gradually faded away. After completing the second bloodline purification, Yining finally appeared before Jiang. Its size has nearly doubled, and its body color is still mainly red, but you can vaguely see some purple light at the tips of its fur. And its tail really did turn into two, one a fluffy red tail, and the other a fluffy purple tail. The look in his eyes is also noticeably more human. At this moment, it has lost some of its cuteness and gained more of its domineering presence. It leaped up from the ground with a joyful shout and jumped towards Jiangyan. In midair, Flame Shadow activated Chu Lian's talent, and its body gradually shrank. Even its purple tail slowly disappeared, returning to its cute appearance before the bloodline purification. After burying her head in Jiangyan's arms, a voice that had lost its youthful innocence rang in Jiangyan's mind. "Thank you, master." If Yin Ying's voice was like that of a little girl before, it has now become that of a middle school student. Jiangyan couldn't wait to open Yin Ying's attribute panel. When he saw it clearly, his expression froze. Flame Shadow. Race: Divine Two-Tailed Fox, Purity 20%. Gender: Female. Level: 11, same as owner. Strength: 80. Spirit: 700. Swiftness: 700. Constitution: 650. Talent skills: Chu Lian, Divine Might. Combat skills: Tear Claw, LV2, Platinum. Flame Tail, LV2, Platinum. Flame Storm, LV2, Platinum. Phantom Bewitching, LV1, Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV1, Platinum. Divine Might, active talent. Activating this talent will grant you Divine Might state, imbuing you with Divine Majesty. Your 4 main attributes will be doubled, and skill power will be increased by 100%. Cooldown: 3 days. Phantom Bewitching, LV1 Platinum level skill. Utilizes the Spirit Tail to unleash powerful mental energy to bewitch enemies, placing them in a bewitched state. The duration of this state depends on the difference in mental strength between the two parties. Phantom Clone, LV1, Platinum level skill. Creates a Phantom Clone to assist the main body in battle. It is indistinguishable from the main body in appearance. The clone possesses 30 of the main body's 4-dimensional attributes and all skills, and takes double the damage. Chapter 47 Powerful Platinum Level Skills. Compared to the last time, Flame Shadow's 4-dimensional attributes have not changed, but its skills have been greatly enhanced. The skills he had already learned were all upgraded to Platinum level, with their power increased by at least 30%. Furthermore, I gained 2 more new Platinum level skills: Phantom Clones and Phantom Illusions. The skill that actually provides the biggest boost is the Divine Might talent skill. With its 4-dimensional attributes and skill power doubled, it can definitely be used as a trump card. That million was well spent. I just don't know how useful the Phantom Clone skill is. If it's easy for enemies to identify the real body, then it's somewhat useless. Sensing Jiangyan's thoughts, Yining stuck out her tongue and gently licked Jiangyan's palm before leaping down from his arms. While in midair, Flame Shadow activated the skill Phantom Clone. When it landed, 2 identical flame shadows appeared on the ground. The 2 flame shadows were indistinguishable in appearance. Even their eyes and movements were exactly the same. Moreover, the real flame shadow can control the clone to unleash other skills. Jiangyan's heart stirred slightly. The clone of the flame shadow suddenly trembled, and a new flame shadow was created from it. In an instant, 3 fiery shadows appeared in front of Jiangyan. The clone flame shadow possesses all the skills of the original flame shadow, and naturally also has the skill of Phantom Clone. However, the combat ability of the clones that split off again is really unreliable, since the damage suffered by the phantoms released by the clones will double each time. Even so, this skill is still considered a divine ability. Even if you don't use them for battle, just looking at these adorable flame shadows is enough to make you feel satisfied. After trying out the Phantom Clone skill, Flame Shadow trembled, and all the clones instantly dissipated, leaving only its original body. Jiangyan then wanted to try out the Phantom Bewitching skill. Just as they were struggling to find subjects for their experiments, there was a sudden knock on the door. The dean's somewhat deep voice rang out. "Jiangyan, you're back, right? I haven't even talked to you about burning the desk yet. I know you just changed jobs, but you also." Jiangyan opened the door to the room and looked at the dean with a smile on his face. The dean was slightly taken aback. People usually didn't have this expression when he was about to reprimand them. Suddenly, the dean noticed that Yin Ying was gracefully approaching him. Its adorable appearance is so endearing that it's easy to overlook the mysterious purple tail that quietly extends from behind Flame Shadow. The purple tail swayed quietly. Illusionary Bewitching Technique. Activate. For a moment, all the dean could see was that fluffy purple tail, growing bigger and bigger. Time seemed to stand still until it filled the entire world. When he came to his senses, he found himself already in the office. Huh? What was I just doing? The dean sat in his chair, somewhat lost in thought. I seem to remember there being something I need to do. The dean, frowning, racked his brains but couldn't recall what it was. Sigh, it seems I really am getting old. Jiang'an looked out the window of his room and saw the light in the dean's office go out, a smile playing on his lips. This platinum-grade illusionary enchanting essence is truly extraordinary. Ordinary illusions and hypnosis can only make the other party stand still or perform some unconscious actions. However, this platinum-level illusionary charm can subconsciously guide the other party to do certain things while bewitching them, such as making the dean forget to scold him and return to his office. However, amidst his excitement, Jiang'an also knew that the reason they were able to achieve such remarkable results was largely due to the fact that the dean's professional ethics were not high. If it were another highly demanding profession, it might not have been so successful. Jiang'an looked at Yin Ying with anticipation in his eyes. With these skills, his leveling speed would definitely be able to increase even further. As Jiang'an lay in bed preparing to rest, the figure he had just seen kept flashing through his mind. This figure was extremely similar to the job change phenomenon that occurred when I changed jobs. Apart from the slight difference in the number of tails, it was the same person. Stroking the sleeping Yin Ying nestled in his arms, Jiang'an murmured to himself, I've heard that mythical beasts have the ability to transform into human form. When your bloodline is purified to 100% and you become a divine beast, that's what you'll look like, right? It's a pity we don't know what their facial features look like yet. Don't you dare become a back-view killer for me. The next morning at 7:30. The agreed time with Jiang'an was 8 o'clock, but Su Chan arrived at the Vortex Dungeon in the snowy wasteland early. A hint of joy could still be faintly seen on her frosty cheeks. A number of people had already gathered around the dungeon vortex, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement. Su Chan peered curiously through the crowd. It turned out that a huge, colorful spider had attracted everyone's attention. Standing next to that enormous spider were several newcomers who had clearly just changed jobs not long ago. Is this the venomous rainbow spider king? It's incredibly powerful. My summoned beast, Lightning Rabbit, doesn't even dare to approach it. Is this the terror of a boss-level pet? Wow, that's amazing. It's only been a few days since the newbies changed jobs, and this team is already preparing to raid Goblin Village. I went to see them when they changed jobs this year, and the job-changing anomalies were absolutely astonishing. It seems to be this Zhang Bingyang. Wow, a job change phenomenon, a hidden class, and a boss-level pet. The buffs are stacked to the max. Just wait and see. If he doesn't get first place in the city this year, I'll eat shit. Don't try to freeload here. Listening to everyone's comments, Zhang Bingyang proudly touched the highly venomous rainbow spider king he had bought at great expense. Buying this pet was absolutely the right decision. Since getting it, monsters in the beginner dungeons are no longer a problem at all. In just 2 days, he led his team to level 7. The resentment of the other team members towards him finally dissipated, and even Sun Mei was occasionally less cold towards him. The only regret is that I never got to meet Jiang'an again. Now that I have the deadly weapon, the venomous rainbow spider king, Jiang'an's leveling speed will definitely not be faster than mine. As more and more people gathered around, Zhang Bingyang felt he had done his job and was about to enter the Goblin Village instance with satisfaction when he suddenly noticed Su Chan in the crowd. His heart skipped a beat. What a nice view. Sun Mei was already the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but compared to Su Chan at this moment, Sun Mei was clearly at a disadvantage. Especially her frosty cheeks, yet with a hint of a smile, were simply irresistible. Li Zhuang, who was traveling with Zhang Bingyang, followed Zhang Bingyang's gaze and was also taken aback. He muttered to himself, Hey, isn't that Su Chan from our number 1 middle school? Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow, inwardly overjoyed. She's also a freshman in our year? What's her major? Yes, she's in our year, and she's the only hidden support-type sound artist. Her support abilities are incredibly strong. Our teacher said that based on her profession alone, she's basically guaranteed admission to a top university. It just depends on which school she likes. Li Zhuang's tone was filled with deep envy. Zhang Bingyang glanced at the unremarkable-looking female support player in the team, his eyes flickering slightly. He made a decision very quickly. He walked straight towards Su Chan, with the venomous Spider King following closely behind. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him. Standing in front of Su Chan, Zhang Bingyang patted the venomous Spider King beside her and said something. Su Chan, is that right? Want to team up with us and level up together? We level up really fast. Chapter 48 Out of Control. The Rampaging Poisonous Rainbow Spider King. Su Chan, is that right? Want to team up with us and level up together? We level up really fast. Upon hearing this, the team's original support player and Sun Mei immediately frowned. Hearing this, Su-chan was also a little surprised. She was just curious about what this highly venomous rainbow spider king looked like. After all, she had almost spent money to buy it. Now that she saw its ferocious and menacing appearance, she was glad that she hadn't bought it. Sorry, I already have a team, Su-chan said coldly. Oh, it's okay if there's a team. Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow and patted the pet beside him. The team isn't tied down. My pet is a boss-level character with super strong attack power. Furthermore, he has mastered 2 silver-level skills. Besides me, there are 2 other hidden combat classes in the team, and their leveling speed is definitely the fastest among this year's freshmen. Zhang Bingyang was full of confidence, his face showing pride, completely unaware of how ugly the expression on the female assistant behind him was. Su-chan frowned. No need. Huh? Are you sure? Undeterred, Zhang Bingyang pressed on. We have flame archers, ice witches, and earth shield guardians here, all of which are highly sought-after classes. In fact, when I changed classes, there were countless strange phenomena. Su-chan's patience was completely exhausted. Didn't you understand when I said I didn't need it? And frankly speaking, your upgrade speed is really not up to par. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-chan revealed her level. Su-chan, level 10, music master. Zhang Bingyang and Sun Mei were stunned when they saw Su-chan's level. Level 10? Why is her level so high when we're both new students who switched jobs this year? It's only been a few days since the new student job change. How can someone level up at a rocket speed? See? You need to be level 10 to be eligible to team up with me. Su-chan glanced at the female assistant next to Sun Mei, seemingly unintentionally, and said coldly, besides, don't be greedy and always want more. It's really despicable. After saying that, Su-chan turned around and prepared to leave. As soon as she turned around, she saw a familiar face and the little cutie perched on the other person's shoulder. That was Jiangyan. The icy expression on Su-chan's face melted instantly. She waved to Jiangyan. You arrived early too? Jiangyan shrugged. Yeah, I was thinking of trying to do it one more time today. Su-chan reached out her fair hand to touch Yan-ing, who looked lazy and unwilling to move. A flash of white light appeared in her hand, and a square piece of meat appeared in her palm. The moment the piece of meat appeared, a strange aroma seemed to fill the air. All the pets nearby were drawn to the attention, even Zhang Bingyang's pet, the venomous Spider King, whose dense compound eyes were fixed on Su-chan. Yan-ing was the same, his eyes fixed on the piece of flesh in Su-chan's palm, his mouth constantly drooling. This is a premium pet food meat chunk prepared by a pet nutritionist. Jiangyan asked in surprise. Jiangyan had previously considered buying high-grade pet food for Yan-ing, but ultimately gave up due to its high price. He never expected that Su-chan would actually prepare this specifically for Yan-ing. Yes, Su-chan's eyes narrowed to slits as she waved the piece of meat at Yan-ing. Come here, little Yan-ing. Come to your sister's arms. I'll give you something delicious. Call out. Without hesitation, Yan-ing snuggled into Su-chan's arms and took a bite of the meat, eagerly tasting it. At this moment, Su-chan was no longer the cold and aloof person she had been before. Instead, she looked at Yan-ing with a gentle smile. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bingyang felt as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Jiangyan again. How come it's him again? Everything is related to him. Why does Sun Mei treat him differently, and why does Su-chan treat him the same way? It was clearly me who caused the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Zhang Bingyang stepped forward. Your teammate is Jiangyan. His summoned beast is just a fire fox. Why should it be your teammate? Zhang Bingyang didn't notice that after he finished speaking, there was complete silence all around. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. Whether Jiangyan's summoned beast is actually a fire fox is still debatable, but Jiangyan definitely killed a level 13 warrior yesterday. Is Zhang Bingyang really that brave? Zhang Bingyang's anger instantly infected his pet, the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. The venomous Rainbow Spider King immediately charged towards Flame Shadow with its long, slender spider legs. Those densely packed compound eyes not only held anger, but also greed for food. Zhang Bingyang's expression changed slightly in an instant. Although this highly venomous Rainbow Spider King is powerful, it has only just hatched and is a boss-level pet. I don't have 100% control over it yet. At this moment, under the guidance of my anger and the temptation of high-grade food, it is showing signs of getting out of control. It wanted to kill the fire fox and steal the food. Zhang Bingyang wasn't worried about the fire fox. Even if it was killed, he could afford to compensate. But right now, Su-chan was holding the fire fox, and if the venomous Spider King accidentally injured Su-chan, he might not be able to bear the responsibility. The onlookers were equally experienced, and one summoner immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, this is out of control." Careful! The crowd scattered instantly, fearing they would be attacked by the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. This is a boss-level monster from the spider nest. Even though its attributes are weakened after becoming a pet, its damage is still not to be underestimated. Jiang still wore a faint smile, but a scepter had quietly appeared in his hand. The Spider King's scepter. As soon as the scepter appeared, the venomous Spider King seemed to sense something and glanced at Jiang's location. But they didn't stop there. Instead, they continued rushing towards Yan Ying and Su Chan's location. As the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King moved, the hard ground seemed to turn into tofu-like rubble, with fragments of stone flying everywhere. Su Chan's expression changed slightly. Anyone would be afraid if they saw such a ferocious-looking spider approaching with hostility. Just then, Yan Ying coldly raised her head. Her wild eyes no longer held any of their former cuteness, but only icy killing intent. Call out. Flame Shadow leaped out of Su Chan's arms and landed on the ground. A cocoon made of spider webs quietly appeared on Su Chan's body. It's the skill that comes with the Spider King's scepter, Spiderweb Guardian. After ensuring Su Chan's safety, Jiang coldly gave the order to Yan Ying in his heart. Kill. The venomous Spider King had already arrived in front of Flame Shadow, a glint of light flashing in its densely packed compound eyes. Flame Shadow seemed to be a beat too slow in reacting, and just then, it met the compound eyes of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Spider Gaze hit successfully. Flame Shadow fell into a state of dizziness. The venomous Spider King leaped high into the air, its spider legs coalescing into spears that slammed down towards the Flame Shadow. Caught off guard, Su Chan didn't even have time to break free from Yin Ying's control. Uft! The spider spears suddenly pierced deep into Flame Shadow's heart. Chapter 49 Instantly slaying a boss-level pet. The Flame Shadow displays its power. Spider Spear Assault is the most powerful and deadly skill of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Countless people have died from this skill in the spider nest, and now, after being hit, Flame Shadow's health bar was instantly emptied. Flame Shadow was instantly killed? The venomous Spider King pulled its spider leg out of the Flame Shadow's body, and was about to use its long spider leg to snatch food from Su Chan when it suddenly discovered that the Flame Shadow in front of it had shattered and disappeared like a mirror. The next moment, a strange yet familiar heat came from behind me. Snap! Platinum-level flame, tail skill successfully hit. The venomous Rainbow Spider King couldn't even turn around before its health bar instantly dropped to 0. Everyone present fell silent. The highly venomous Rainbow Spider King was instantly killed? The key question is how they did it. Wasn't Flame Shadow controlled by the Spider Eye Gaze? And he was even hit by the Spider Spear attack. Everyone thought Flame Shadow was dead. But at the last moment, the situation took an unexpected turn, shocking everyone present. Only Jiang knew that the moment the venomous Spider King went out of control, Yan Ying had already quietly activated her skill, Phantom Clone. Meanwhile, the true form had already found an opportunity to circle around behind the venomous Rainbow Spider King, deliberately waiting for a chance to launch a fatal attack. Sun Mei's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with surprise and helplessness. After witnessing Jiang's formidable strength for the first time in the beginner dungeon, she has been working hard to improve herself. The damage and control of the Ice Witch class have been maximized. Although Zhang Bingyang's pet played a significant role in their team's quick exit from the beginner dungeon, she herself also contributed a great deal, hoping to close the gap between herself and Jiang. Flame Shadow, however, completely shattered this idea. At least Sun Mei was certain that she couldn't fight the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King alone, let alone kill it instantly. She looked at Flame Shadow standing next to the corpse of the venomous Spider King. At this moment, it had already released Chu Lian from her state. As its size increased, a mysterious purple tail also appeared behind it. Its flame-like fur was dotted with purple spots, and it exuded an elegant, noble, and mysterious aura. It even subtly evokes a sense of wanting to worship it. Yan Ying's cold eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Bingyang's mouth was slightly open, his face filled with shock and anger. My pet venomous Rainbow Spider King, which I bought for over 500,000 yuan, has died? And he was instantly killed by Jiang's useless firefox? The shock gradually faded, replaced by intense anger. Flame Shadow's purple tail swayed slightly, and Phantom Bewitching was quietly activated. All Zhang Bingyang could see in the world was that purple tail. The scene changes. Zhang Bingyang seemed to see countless firefoxes appear in front of him. These firefoxes were frenzied and all pounced on him. Each firefox brandished its sharp claws and fangs, using all its strength to try and tear a piece of flesh from its own body. Pain. Pain permeated every part of my body. He could only watch helplessly as the fire foxes tore at his flesh, unable to resist and forced to endure the pain. Zhang Bingyang only came to his senses when the illusionary hypnosis ended. Oh! He immediately let out a terrified scream, but the fire fox was nowhere to be seen. All he could see was an imposing shadow of flame. There was no longer any anger on Zhang Bingyang's face, only fear remained. He didn't even dare to look up at Yining. Jiang'an, who witnessed all of this, still maintained a faint smile on his face. This was naturally at his behest, Yin Ying's instruction. The highly venomous Rainbow Spider King went out of control and attacked people. Its death was well-deserved. As for Zhang Bingyang, with so many people watching, it's not easy to make a move. I can only use the illusionary bewitching skill to punish him slightly. Yining reactivated Chu Lian's effect, her body returning to its small and adorable form. She leaped up from the ground and returned to Su Chan's arms. They savored the high-end food with gusto. Su Chan's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at this moment. This feeling was really wonderful. 1 second Yining was a mysterious, elegant, and powerful being, and the next second she turned into an adorable and cute person, enjoying food in her arms. Wait a minute, could that weapon in Jiang'an's hand be the silver-grade Spider King scepter? Some sharp-eyed people noticed the uniquely shaped silver-grade weapon in Jiang'an's hand. Huh, that seems to be true. Didn't he just cast a spiderweb protection spell on Su Chan? I seem to remember that this scepter only drops in the spider nest on hard difficulty, and the drop rate is very low, right? Speaking of which, I went to the spider nest dungeon yesterday. Jiang'an has already broken the record for the hard dungeon, and it only took him a little over 3 hours. We're talking about whether it's possible that Jiang'an dropped the pet egg of that highly venomous Rainbow Spider King? Damn, that's very possible. After all, boss-level pet eggs are rare. The probability only increases when you break a dungeon record. Since Jiang'an broke the record a few days ago, it means he had a high chance of getting one. That can't be. If it were true, Jiang'an's pet egg was bought by Zhang Bingyang at a high price, and now he's just throwing his life away? Wouldn't that make him want to vomit blood? Su Chan also heard what everyone was saying and looked at Jiang'an with some surprise. Did you get that boss-level pet egg? Jiang'an touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. I guess so. The crowd gasped in surprise, then cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Bingyang. Even a fool could see that these two clearly had a history of conflict. In other words, the pet egg that Zhang Bingyang spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy was essentially a donation to Jiang'an. Perhaps the reason why that fox was so strong was also related to this money, while the pet that he had spent so much money to get was easily killed by the other party. Everything has come to naught. Who can bear this? It's important to know that, apart from summoners, other classes can only contract one pet for their entire lives. In Zhang Bingyang's case, he will never be able to contract a second pet in his lifetime. He is already inferior to others before the battle even begins, and many top universities will not consider students like him. Seeing the sympathetic looks directed at him, Zhang Bingyang was so angry that he felt a surge of anger, his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he didn't dare to look at where Jiang'an and Yining were, and could only lower his head and grit his teeth. Let's go run the dungeon first. Let's see if we can run the snowy wasteland 3 times today. Jiang'an and Su Chan disappeared together in the dungeon vortex. The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhang Bingyang, who was looking down, suddenly saw 3 more people in front of him. He looked up and realized that they were his former teammates. The assistant's eyes were red, while Sun Mei and Li Zhuang both had anger on their faces. Sun Mei said coldly, "We don't need teammates who will discard you after they've served their purpose. Go find another team. You're not welcome here." Yes, he's such a nice person. How could he want to switch partners as soon as he sees Su Chan? He's not a real man. After making their decision, the group left Zhang Bingyang behind. Zhang Bingyang stood alone, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, not even noticing the blood dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, a soft laugh rang in his ear. Tisk, hatred, what an intoxicating thing. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power, asking the question in a persuasive and enticing manner. Do you want revenge? Chapter 50. The ghoul leader has shipped his goods. In the snowy wilderness, watching the flame shadow, whose size had increased significantly, easily tear the enemy apart, Su Chan could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "The flame shadow seems different from yesterday? It's become even stronger, and it looks even better." Jiang'an smiled and said, "Yes, I have to thank you." Su Chan was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized, "So the materials you wanted were for helping Yining improve?" Su Chan looked at Yining with surprise and affection. Even with her extensive knowledge, She had never heard of a summoned beast undergoing such a terrifying improvement in just one night, but she didn't want to ask Jiang and how he did it. Wow, little Flame Shadow is really amazing. She made no attempt to hide her affection for Flame Shadow, praising it incessantly while continuously feeding it expensive, high-grade pet food, which Flame Shadow ate with such delight that it forgot all about home. Unfortunately, every time Yining finished eating, she would return to Jiang An's arms without lingering, which made Su Chan grit her teeth in anger and secretly complain that Yin Ying was an ingrate. Soon, the two arrived back into Ghoul's territory. One after another, ghouls arrived as promised, their eyes fixed on the two of them with burning desire. Having learned from her previous experience, Su Chan was completely relaxed and focused on feeding Yin Ying without even lifting her head. Only after the number of ghouls gradually increased, and even the ghoul leader showed up, did Flame Shadow finally make a move. With half a piece of meat in its mouth, it silently activated its phantom clone the moment it landed. At the same time, the clone also activated this skill. In just an instant, countless fiery shadows appeared across the entire snowy wasteland. Each flame shadow looked exactly like a real flame shadow, even carrying the same piece of meat in its mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame shadows moved with elegant steps and instantly charged into the ghoul horde. Flame Tail, Flame Storm, Illusory Bewitching. Various skills were unleashed from the clones as if they were free, and flames erupted in an instant. The snow began to melt. Endless flames engulfed the ghoul horde. Although the damage had been weakened multiple times, the flame shadows' damage was already ridiculously high, and there were just too many of them. Almost as soon as they made contact, experience notifications kept popping up on their respective screens. A golden light emanated from Su Chan's body, and she finally caught up with Jiangyan, reaching the same level of 12. Meanwhile, the real flame shadow was weaving through the ghoul horde, targeting the ghoul leader. Soon, the elite ghoul leader appeared in front of Flame Shadow. Platinum-grade flame tail whips out. The flames suddenly ignited both of its tails. The two tails, one purple and one red, seemed to be one, and lashed out fiercely at the ghoul leader. Snap! It was accompanied by a crisp sound. The ghoul leader's health bar instantly dropped to 0. As his experience points suddenly surged, Jiangyan noticed a message flashing in the kill notification. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite ghoul leader. You have received an additional 1720 experience points. Obtained material, Rotten Finger 1. Obtained Ghoul Ring 1. Hey, the shipment's been shipped. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. In a flash of light, a rotten finger and an antique-style ring appeared in his palm. Rotting fingers, a silver-grade sacrificial material, a precious finger treasured by the ghoul leader, imbued with the resentment of its owner in life, and can be used as a necessary item for certain classes to unleash skills. Su Chan said with some surprise. They actually dropped sacrificial materials. That's the most reliable way to farm ghoul bosses. For professions like wizards, the power of many skills is related to the grade of the sacrificial materials. If I remember correctly, silver-grade sacrificial materials cost about 50,000 yuan. Jiangyan nodded, satisfied, and put the finger into his backpack before looking at the ring. The ghoul's ring. Type, ring. Class restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 13. Quality, silver. Constitution, plus 30. Special effect, when worn and not in combat, restores 1% of maximum health per second. Additional skill, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, LV3 Iron Tier skill, automatically activated when health drops below 30%. Increases attack speed by 5%, movement speed by 5%, and damage by 3%. This silver-grade minor gem ring only adds one of the 4 main attributes, but its advantage lies in the fact that the added value is quite high among silver-grade equipment. Moreover, both its special effects and the accompanying passive skills are very versatile. In particular, it has a special effect that restores a percentage of health every second after leaving combat. For adventurers who fight year-round, this can greatly save on potion costs unless the situation is critical. Not bad. Made a small profit. Should be able to sell for tens of thousands of yuan. After Flame Shadow cleared out the remaining ghouls, the two continued their journey. After the skill was upgraded to platinum level, Flame Shadow's strength also increased significantly. With the experience of clearing the previous level, this snowy wasteland dungeon had lost its challenge and completely became a place for the two of them to farm experience. Time flies, and 8 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk settled, Jiangyan and Su Chan concluded their dungeon run for the day. I completed the snowy wasteland 3 times in total. The first few times, I completed it in less than 3 hours. The last time, I performed exceptionally well and completed it in just 2 hours. The only downside was that, apart from the few good items dropped by the first school leader, there were no other significant gains. Fortunately, Jiang En's level has already broken through to level 12. Su-chan is currently at level 11 at 89%, just one step away from leveling up. This upgrade speed is almost unbelievable, like a miracle, in the eyes of outsiders. Statistics have shown that even geniuses, with the help of cooldown talismans, experience a significant slowdown in their leveling speed after reaching level 10. Those who can level up once every 3 days are considered exceptionally strong. Jiang Andao, however, is currently still truly leveling up once a day. Su-chan was naturally very satisfied with the current leveling speed, and she stretched. What a busy day. I'll head back now. My amulet only has one cooldown left, so I need to go back and recharge it. The same as usual tomorrow. Good. After saying goodbye to Su-chan, Jiang En was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that he had several unread messages. It was impossible to communicate with the outside world inside the instance, and it was only just loaded now. The message was sent 20 minutes ago from Qian Duo. Godfather, I've finished the beginner dungeon. Where are you? Huh. Is the lack of a reply while I'm in a dungeon? It seems you're in a dungeon. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be in a non-human dungeon like the spider nest. So you must be in the goblin dungeon right now, right? Goblin dungeons at levels 7 to 9 are just right. I'm here too. After chapter 51, what's mine is yours. The message was sent 20 minutes ago, judging by the time. Qian Duo should have arrived by now. Jiang En abandoned the idea of leaving immediately and instead stood there and waited. Before long, Qian Duo, dressed in armor and wielding a tree spirit shield, appeared in the distance on the road. He was beaming with excitement, glancing around at each of the stalls from time to time. These stall owners are all shrewd people. Just by seeing Qian Duo's curious look and calculating the time, they knew that he was a fresh graduate who had just changed jobs this year. At this moment, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Hey handsome, come take a look at this weapon. I'll sell it to you for a bargain price of only 58,000. Qian Duo glanced at it and immediately laughed in anger. You think I'm an idiot for selling a black iron weapon without any extra attributes for 58,000? You unscrupulous merchants, not a single piece of the weapon materials you sell is reliable. I've done my research. This kind of low-level scam can't possibly fool me. Brother, don't believe him. Look at this lucky ring, another beautiful stall owner said enthusiastically. This ring can only be dropped by hidden monsters in the goblin village. Wearing it will increase your hidden luck attribute. The beautiful stall owner winked seductively and said, and luck also includes romantic luck. Qian Duo's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to look at the ring in the other person's hand. Lucky ring. Type, ring. Class restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 1. Quality, black iron. Spirit, +1. Note, a magical ring. Its original owner lost it in a goblin village. Really? I don't see this luck-boosting attribute. Qian Duo asked with skepticism. Of course it's true, brother. Think about it. Luck is a hidden attribute, so it won't be displayed directly. Wearing this will increase your hidden luck attribute, significantly increasing the chance of getting rare items when running dungeons. And since you're so handsome, they might even give you a discount. It was originally priced at 100,000 yuan, but if you want it, brother, you can buy it for only 88,088 yuan. Qian Duo felt like she was floating on air as she heard everyone calling her brother, and instinctively wanted to reach for her wallet to buy it. The next moment, someone grabbed his ear. Ouch! 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 Qian Duo turned around with a grimace, but her anger vanished instantly when she saw Jiang En. I think you're really hungry. Look closely and see how old you are. Qian Duo then took a closer look at the beautiful stall owner and realized that although she kept calling him brother, even at night, her face was covered with a lot of foundation, yet her cleavage was still undeniable. More importantly, under the dim moonlight, Qian Duo could even see the Adam's apple bobbing up and down on the other person's neck. Qian Duo shuddered. Holy crap, that's terrifying. This wasn't mentioned in the beginner's guide to avoiding scams. Seeing her good deed ruined, the beautiful stall owner glared angrily at Jiang En, and a lot of the powder on her face fell off. But when he discovered that the person who caused the trouble was Jiang En, he silently returned to his original seat without saying a word. Good heavens, this is something that can instantly kill a level 13 warrior and allow 2 players to clear the nightmare difficulty level of the snow wasteland. It was just bad luck for me to run into his friend. Seeing that the stall owners were sensible, Jiang En didn't say much, but simply dragged Qian Duo away from the stalls. It's almost dark. What are you doing here? Where are your teammates? Hee, it's all thanks to you for giving me this shield. Their leveling speed can't keep up with mine. Duo said excitedly after changing his mindset. I thought you'd need help farming Goblin Village, so I came over right away. Upgrade all night tonight? Let's go on a rampage through the Goblin Village together. No, I'm going home to sleep. Jiangyan shook his head. You've changed. Where did that exam king go? You're just staying up all night leveling up. Duo feigned indignation. With the exam just around the corner, you actually have the mind to go home and sleep. Disappointing. So disappointing. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Don't misunderstand. You can continue leveling up all night. I'm not going. I can't get into the goblin dungeon. Huh. Duo was slightly taken aback. No way. Didn't you give me the shield on the first day? It should be upgraded to level 5 by now, right? Haven't leveled up in the last couple of days? Still not at level 7. Before Jiangyan could speak, Duo, already imagining the situation, said with emotion, You didn't buy this for me specifically, did you? Ahem. Jiangyan patted Duo on the shoulder without any hesitation. Is there a possibility? I'm already level 12, which exceeds the maximum level for the goblin dungeon. Duo's moved expression froze instantly, and she stammered. No way, right? Level 10, 12? How could it be so fast? Are you kidding me? Jiangyan was too lazy to explain and directly revealed his level information. Jiangyan, level 12, summoner. It wasn't until she saw this message that Duo realized Jiangyan wasn't joking. He really had leveled up to level 12. Ui? Duo blushed, so surprised that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. How did you do that? Why is the upgrade speed so fast? Fast, Jiangyan said calmly. If you can clear the difficult spider nest twice, and then clear the nightmare snow wasteland a few times, you should be able to do it too. A spider's nest? And twice. Duo's mind went blank. Isn't the spider nest dungeon supposed to be extremely difficult, so that practically no one tries it? How come it came out of Jiangyan's mouth as easily as drinking water or eating? And Jiangyan even chose the difficult level, not to mention the nightmarish, snowy wasteland. After a long pause, Duo managed to squeeze out only these words. Godfather. Awesome. Looking at Duo, who was only level 7, Jiangyan frowned slightly. But your level is indeed a bit low right now. Duo's face darkened slightly. I thought my good brother was fighting in the Goblin Village and that we could level up together, but I didn't expect that even if I worked so hard, he had already left me far behind, and I didn't even have the chance to enter the same instance. It's okay. It's already great that you were able to level up smoothly. I didn't expect the Fire Fox Summoner to be so powerful. It seems that I'm not even needed. Duo forced a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Jiangyan said, Wait a minute. Jiangyan then took out his phone and sent a message to Su Chan and Tan Gong, and received a reply shortly afterward. Jiangyan smiled slightly. All right, all done. There's a leveling spot in the wild where you level up quickly and get a lot of materials, which is perfect for you. Duo's eyes lit up, but then she said with some concern, But I might have some trouble fighting wild monsters. Don't worry, we found the right people. They also need to farm materials to make money. They don't have any tank classes in their team, so you can tank the damage and become an experience booster at the same time. Give Tangong's contact information to Duo. Just contact this number tomorrow. Jiangyan yawned. I'm going back to sleep now. Thank you, Godfather. From now on, everything I own is yours. And your future wife? Of course it's still mine, except for my wife. Chapter 52, So this is what the master likes. Inside a private room at the China Securities Exchange. After arranging things for Duo, Jiangyan came here. I plan to sell my belongings. The proceeds should be enough to buy 2 skill scrolls. Money is meaningless if you keep it on you. Only by converting it into strength can you improve yourself faster. The fruit in the private room was incredibly fresh, and even Yanning, who loved meat, couldn't resist taking a couple of bites. Just as Jiangyan was feeding Yanning, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Please come in. Ta-da-da. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, Bai Jing, dressed in a red cheongsam, walked in from outside the door. It has to be said that the cheongsam really suits Bai Jing. It accentuated her figure perfectly. Jiangyan's gaze lingered on her for only a second before returning to Yanning. He said calmly, Why is it you? Where's Bai Hong? Seeing Jiangyan's reaction, Bai Jing's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she said, Of course I should personally greet you, since you're such a distinguished guest. You've been quite the celebrity lately. Another life or death contract, and another record of clearing the nightmare dungeon. Is this little brother really that strong? As Bai Jing spoke, she sat down opposite Jiangyan. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Little brother? I'm not little. Is that so? Of course, I'm 18 years old, an adult, not a child anymore. Bai Jing was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right, enough teasing, let's get down to business. Jiang waved his hand, and the materials he obtained from the dungeon instantly filled a table. The first thing displayed was the rotting finger and the ring. Upon seeing such an astonishing quantity of materials, even the well-informed Bai Jing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "So much? Did you rob an adventurer's guild? How many times would it take to clear the snowy wasteland? Let's calculate the value," Jiang urged. Bai Jing's expression turned serious as she calculated the value, and she quickly gave a final price. Excluding that rotten finger, there are a total of over 169,000. Let me round it up for you. 17,000. I'll keep it if possible. Jiang raised an eyebrow. The price was much higher than he had initially expected. In fact, the bulk of the ingredients came from the flesh of the hidden wave carp. Good. Bai Jing pointed to the finger and said, "As for this, I suggest you use it for bartering or to post commissions. Wizard-type professions have a high demand for this kind of thing. Moreover, silver-grade sacrificial materials are quite rare." Jiang nodded and said, "In that case, please help me list it. I can accept rare pet eggs for exchange. There are no restrictions on the grade. Only the rarity is required. Of course, I need to check the relevant attributes to determine whether it meets my specific requirements." Jiang had never given up on his second summoned beast, but unfortunately, he had already checked all the pet eggs in the exchange and found none with the potential to possess divine bloodline. Since the pet eggs commonly available on the market do not meet the requirements, Jiang had no choice but to resort to this last resort. "Okay, I'll keep an eye on this for you. In addition, I need 2 general skill scrolls, and I also need a blacksmith to help me upgrade my equipment." "Upgrade equipment? Upgrade from iron to silver?" Bai Jing asked curiously. "No, upgrade to gold." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang took out the Spider King scepter. The unique luster of silver-grade equipment clearly showed its quality. Bai Jing's eyes lit up. "This is the Spider King's scepter?" Bai Jing is obviously familiar with the equipment that drops only in the Spider Nest hard difficulty dungeon. Even without seeing the weapon's attributes, Bai Jing could guess that it was definitely a top-tier weapon. She exclaimed in admiration, "You're really lucky. Since you want to upgrade the quality, you should know that upgrading silver-level equipment requires a Cyclops heart. This item is currently priced at 200,000, plus the cost of the blacksmith's work. The overall price should be close to 300,000. No need. I have the heart of the Cyclops," Jiang said calmly. "You just need to arrange a blacksmith for me." A look of surprise flashed in Bai Jing's beautiful eyes, but she still nodded in the end. "No problem, I can arrange this deal. I know a blacksmith with a hidden profession whose success rate in forging will be higher. However, he needs to be booked in advance, which will take about a week. I will contact you then." "Okay. A week is just enough time for me to farm some more materials to earn money and upgrade my equipment. Having a piece of gold-grade equipment will give you a significant advantage during assessments. To gain admission to the Mountain and Sea Academy, one must make full use of all available resources." Just as she was thinking, Bai Jing suddenly leaned forward and placed her hands on the table between them. For a moment, Jiang was somewhat lost in thought. "This is a personal favor I'm doing. If my brother becomes successful and forgets about his older sister, I'll be very sad." As she spoke, she shook herself playfully. Even though Jiang had lived 2 lives, he was still somewhat stunned to see such a beautiful woman acting coquettishly in front of him. After forcing himself to calm down and obtaining 2 universal skill scrolls, he took his leave. Seeing Jiang flee in disarray, a hint of satisfaction finally flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. I almost thought I'd lost my charm." But he was lucky. He managed to get his hands on the heart of the Cyclops. Top-tier, gold-level equipment. So many people can only dream of it. Back at the orphanage, sitting on his bed, Jiang couldn't help but think to himself, "That Bai Jing is truly a vixen." But speaking of which, her figure is really. Yan, who was nestled in Jiang arms, raised her head, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Figure? Does the owner like this?" "Go away, it's none of your business," Jiang casually replied. Yan nodded, but silently kept this in mind. Clear his mind of thoughts and take out the 2 universal skill scrolls. It's time to open blind boxes again. I hope to learn 2 new diamond-level skills. Full of anticipation, Jiang opened the scroll and slowly closed his eyes. A flame quietly rose and burned the entire scroll to ashes. A dark light quietly bloomed, then quickly disappeared, replaced by a dazzling white light. As expected, it's another diamond-level skill. Even though he was mentally prepared, Jiang was still somewhat excited. What skill will it be this time? Chapter 53 New Skills. A motivational strike. Open the panel to view it. Congratulations on learning your new skill. This is very encouraging. Enthusiastic inspiration, LV1 diamond level skill. Consumes a small amount of spirit to create an inspiring heatwave. When it passes through a summoned beast, it grants the summoned beast an enthusiasm buff, increasing its movement speed, damage, attack speed, and defense by 10% for the next 10 minutes. The summoned beast is also immune to the first control skill it encounters. After seeing the skill attributes, Jiang En's eyes lit up. This skill, like teleport, is one of the summoner's signature skills. However, the ordinary passionate inspiration is only a silver level skill, and at level 1, it can only provide a 5% overall boost to the summoned beast. The diamond level passionate inspiration boosts the level 1 increase by a factor of 1. Moreover, Jiang En values the additional effect even more, immunity to the first control skill that follows. The immunity effect is terrifying. Even if it only grants immunity to the first control skill, it will definitely cause the enemy a lot of trouble in actual combat. With the Flame Shadow's destructive power, as long as it is not controlled immediately, it can almost instantly kill. With a single thought, the skill's enthusiasm and inspiration quietly activate. Yanning leaped down from his arms, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang En. Master, unleash your skill. As the skill was unleashed, a beam of red light spread out from Jiang En's side. A layer of red light covered Flame Shadow's body, and the passion buff took effect, giving Flame Shadow a 10% increase in all attributes. The power boost from the skill made Flame Shadow feel a surge of pleasure, and he couldn't help but let out a howl. Cool. Flame Shadow really enjoys this feeling of increasing strength. The howl was crisp and clear, carrying a sense of unbridled joy. The sound was so loud that it woke up all the motion-activated lights in the entire building. The dean roared in a voice almost comparable to Yin Ying's. Jiang En, what are you doing? Can't a person get any sleep? Lights out, get into bed, pretend to be asleep. All in one smooth motion. 3 days later, in the snowy wasteland, a red glow quietly appeared around Jiang En's body, and the skill Enthusiasm Encouragement was activated. As the red light fell upon the Flame Shadow, she was immediately encouraged. After being buffed with passion, Flame Shadow's body was covered with a layer of red light, and it rushed towards the young Cyclops boss like lightning. The young Cyclops stared wide-eyed as the petrification spell was quietly activated. Flame Shadow neither dodged nor evaded, and its speed was not affected at all when it took the petrification spell head-on. Flames erupted from the red and purple tails, and it lashed out with a flick of its body. Snap! The young Cyclops was instantly killed. A surge of experience points rushed in instantly, and combined with the experience rewards from clearing the dungeon, a golden light rose from Su Chan's body. Finally upgraded. We can go to Wild Bear Ridge now. She instantly became excited and said, it took me 3 whole days to grind these 2 levels. That's way too long. I'm about to throw up from grinding. If any outsiders were present and heard her say this, they would probably be ashamed to death. It's important to know that many candidates still get stuck at around level 13 each year. The experience required to level up is simply too much, and with the increased danger and difficulty of monsters and dungeons, the slower leveling speed is the norm. If others were given the chance to level up twice in 3 days, countless people would probably be eager to catch this fast track to advancement, waving their money around. Jiang En nodded. Let's go check out Wild Bear Ridge. I'm getting tired of this snowy wasteland. Choose to exit the copy. After a dizzying moment, Jiang En heard a lively commotion outside before he even opened his eyes. Come on, take a look. We have top-tier equipment for beginners here. You'll regret missing out. Newbie massage discount. Handsome guys, come and try it out. Top-quality Firefox pet egg. Highly recommended. More and more newbies have graduated from the beginner dungeons recently, and many of them are already teaming up to level up in Goblin Village, making this dungeon gathering point quite lively. Jiang En and Su Chan suddenly appeared in front of the dungeon vortex, and Jiang En's signature Firefox on his shoulder immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, look, isn't that your classmate Jiang En? Sun Mei, who was standing in front of the Goblin Village instance vortex and about to enter, suddenly raised her head and looked around. Their gazes quickly settled on Jiang En. The sun was shining brightly. The soft sunlight shone on Jiang En, highlighting his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, making him look radiant. In a daze, Sun Mei seemed to see the boy who used to get first place in every exam. Even the flame shadow in Jiang En's arms seemed exceptionally endearing. Sun Mei's heart was pounding, and she instinctively wanted to go up and say hello, but she stopped in her tracks when she saw Su Chan standing next to Jiang En. She knew in her heart that she had already lost the right to be friends with Jiang, and from the moment she refused to team up with him, let alone take it any further. Just then, she saw Jiang and Su-chan walking together toward the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon vortex. Sun Mei was deeply shaken. He's already level 14? That was fast. I'm only at level 9 right now. If only. Jiang had no idea that Sun Mei was in the crowd, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Upon arriving at the dungeon's vortex, Jiang raised an eyebrow and looked at Su-chan. Should we start with the normal difficulty level again this time? Su-chan felt a little embarrassed when she remembered her scream last time. She turned her head away from Jiang's gaze and teased Yining, saying, "Humph, considering how powerful Yining is, let's go straight for nightmare level." Jiang smiled slightly and selected the dungeon difficulty. Nightmare level. With a flash of light, the two disappeared before the dungeon vortex. After Jiang disappeared, Sun Mei sighed and then looked at her teammates. "Let's go. Let's hurry up and level up. We are still a long way from getting into the Mountain and Sea Academy." Just as my teammates and I were about to enter the dungeon vortex and select the difficulty level, a series of exclamations suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Look, there's something green over there. It's so thick. What's that?" Sun Mei looked in the direction of the crowd's exclamations, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Deep within the bamboo forest mountains, a vibrant green bamboo was growing at an alarming rate, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Jade-like bamboo leaves hung from its branches, captivating the eye. "This is bamboo. Sun Mei seemed to realize something, and then her expression froze. Could this be a hidden bamboo forest? Chapter 54, The Prelude to the Opening. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, Qian Duo held a tree spirit shield, and in front of him were 7 or 8 level 9 fire butterflies. These flame butterflies are not large, each only about the size of a palm, and their wings are covered with flame-like patterns. When it flaps its wings, it scatters large amounts of flames. Qian Duo intercepted them all using his shield. Behind Qian Duo stood Zhuocha, Tinggong, and others, all looking excited. Qian Duo's health bar was slowly decreasing, and every time it dropped to a dangerous level, a white orb of light would land on him and restore his health. Tang Mianyan, whose severed limbs have been reattached, has recovered to her best condition, and her recovery skills seem to come out of nowhere. Arrows and fireballs flew out from behind him in an endless stream, constantly killing the fire butterflies. Their faces were beaming with smiles. This upgrade point was exactly where Su-chan leveled up in the wild. There were a large number of monsters, and the resources were incredibly abundant. If the information about this upgrade point were sold, it would be quite valuable. Jiang simply gave it to them. The only cost is that they need to help bring more money to upgrade the game. While it said that they were helping Qian Duo level up, that's not entirely true. Their team was lacking a tank class, and Qian Duo was able to fill that gap perfectly. In the past 3 days, Qian Duo had already reached level 9. Zhuocha was overjoyed. Jiang's recommendation of this place is fantastic. The drop rate is so high. Moreover, the fallen flame powder is extremely expensive. At this rate, it won't be long before we upgrade our equipment and get new weapons. Although Tinggong was very satisfied with the place, he still kept in mind the captain's responsibilities and reminded him, "Yes, but we still need to be careful. After all, this is the deepest part of the bamboo forest mountains, and there's still no follow-up to the recent wolf rampage." Upon hearing the words, "demon wolf," the others' expressions instantly turned serious. After all, the last wolf riot had left them with considerable psychological trauma. Zhuocha said with a stiff expression, "Don't say such unlucky things. I don't think I'll be that unlucky." Moreover, the fact that the linen guards didn't even send anyone to investigate means that we were just unlucky last time and encountered a low-probability event. Never mind, I'll check it again. Zhuocha cautiously activated his insight skill. The surrounding scenery gradually faded away, leaving only a few flame butterflies flying by from time to time. Suddenly, Zhuocha also noticed the bamboo growing rapidly in front of him, and his expression froze. "What's going on? Are there demon wolves?" Tinggong asked nervously. Zhuocha slowly shook her head. No, look over there. That looks like bamboo." The group was equally shocked when they saw the bamboo growing wildly, but they were soon filled with intense joy. Yan Tianhao was even more excited and said, "Is this a sign that the bamboo forest secret realm is about to open? I've heard that there are always unusual occurrences before a secret realm opens. There have never been any bamboo trees in this bamboo forest mountain range before. This must be related to the secret realm. There are plenty of treasures inside the secret realm, even hidden job change scrolls. Many important figures have risen to power by gaining benefits from entering the secret realm. Hearing him say that, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes, and Xian Duo shouted loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Tan Gong's eyes flickered. Let's go take a look. After quickly killing the fire butterflies, the group prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a rustling sound came from all around. Shuocha activated his insight skill again, looked around, and then his expression changed drastically. Oh no, demon wolves. There are so many demon wolves. I can't even count them all. What? Tan Gong immediately panicked. Something's wrong. Retreat. Retreat. Threatened by the demonic wolves, they had no choice but to abandon the bamboo forest secret realm and retreat. Tan Gong keenly sensed that something was wrong. The appearance of these demonic wolves is too strange. There was no trace of them a few days ago, but now they have swarmed out like locusts. No one would believe there is nothing wrong with them. He took out his communicator, intending to contact Sun Yang, the linen guard who had been in charge of the rescue last time, but found that the communicator was out of service. No, the signal is being blocked. As the others fled, they all pulled out their communicators, but without exception, all of their signals were blocked. Tan Gong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly urged, "Signal flare. Fire the signal flare quickly." Tang Mianmian hurriedly took out a signal flare and fired it, a burst of fire shooting into the sky. Just as it entered the sky and was about to explode, it suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a ripple suddenly appeared in the seemingly normal sky, as if a transparent film had been covered the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even without Tan Gong saying it, they understood what this meant. A formation master set up a formation in advance, which not only blocked the signal, but also covered up everything that was happening in this mountain range. They're the Abyss Scourge. Only those guys would do something so heinous. Tan Gong said in a low voice. The only way now is to go to the dungeon rendezvous point. There are many people there, and maybe there will be a chance. More importantly, Jiang An is there too. Upon hearing Jiang An's name, the group perked up as if they had found a pillar of support, except for Zhuocha, whose face was extremely grim. Damn it, there are demon wolves ahead too. As soon as the words were spoken, several demonic wolves emerged from the bushes, drooling, and slowly approached the group on their path. We can't let them get us entangled. Otherwise, the beasts behind us will catch up, and we'll be done for. Tan Gong raised his weapon high and shouted, "Kill them! Kill!" In the Wild Bear Ridge instance. When Jiang An opened his eyes, he saw a lush forest. Compared to the snowy wilderness, the temperature here was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, making him feel comfortable. On a towering tree right in front of Jiang An were extremely terrifying claw marks. The claw mark was at least 10 centimeters deep. One can imagine the consequences if that claw had landed on a person. Suchan looked surprised. This must have been left behind by the elite monster giant bear in the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. What terrifying power! I estimate that the strength attribute must be at least 300 points. Roar! The words had barely left his mouth when a roar, like a thunderclap, exploded in their ears. Look in the direction from which the sound came. A monster stood in the distance. It was at least 3 meters tall, with an incredibly robust physique and powerful pectoral muscles that seemed to contain boundless strength. Its entire body is covered with pale yellow fur, each hair standing upright, almost as hard as a hedgehog's quills. The muscles on its arms looked as if they were about to burst, and its large paws were even bigger than its head. It also has 2 slightly comical round ears on its head. Chapter 55, Speedrunning Wild Bear Ridge. Jiang An immediately recognized it as the giant bear, an elite monster that was the most famous in Wild Bear Ridge. At this moment, the other party was staring at Jiang An and his companion with predatory eyes, looking ready to pounce and hurt them at any moment. A single identification technique was unleashed. Giant Bear Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 320. Spirit, 30. Swiftness, 100. Physical fitness, 300. Combat skills, Tear Claw, Silver. Powerful Strike, Bronze, Hardened Bronze. A monster with high strength and high defense, its strength attribute alone is comparable to that of a Cyclops. The giant bear could no longer contain itself and charged towards the two of them. A tree as thick as a man's waist blocked the road, but the giant bear did not slow down. Suddenly, a layer of black metallic luster covered its fur and skin. It is precisely this bronze-level hardening that can significantly enhance defensive capabilities in a short period of time. It crashed violently into the giant tree, snapping it in half, and continued charging towards Jiang An without slowing down. Dust rose up along the way, and even the ground trembled slightly. Jiang Yin's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, Yining jumped out of his arms. At this moment, Yining had not yet shed her Chu Lian state and looked petite and cute, like a harmless pet. The giant bear charged in front of Flame Shadow, its dark claws gleaming with a sharp light. The silver-grade tier claw was unleashed without any concealment. With a strength attribute boost of up to 300 points, the tier claw seemed capable of tearing apart everything in the world, let alone the seemingly petite, cute, and frail Flame Shadow. Even Su Chan couldn't help but exclaim, "Watch out!" Just as the tearing claw was about to strike, a purple tail quietly appeared behind Flame Shadow. Platinum-level skill. Phantom Bewitching activated. The tearing claw came to an abrupt halt, its claw stopping less than a centimeter in front of the Flame Shadow, unable to advance even an inch further. With only 30 points in its mental attribute, the giant bear was completely powerless against Flame Shadow's illusionary charm. The violence in its eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by extreme fear. Before the Phantom Bewitching skill effect had even ended, flames had already ignited on Flame Shadow's tail. The flame tail lashed out fiercely. There was a loud thud, followed by a heavy thud as the object hit the ground. Instant kill. The elite-level Mighty Bear's health bar was emptied in an instant. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 Mighty Bear Elite. You have received an additional 1990 experience points. Obtain material, Giant Bear Paw 1. Luckily, I got a loot on the very first monster. The most valuable part of the giant bear is its paw, which is known for its rich and delicious flavor. Many chefs and other professionals buy large quantities of this ingredient, and a single piece can sell for 30,000 yuan. After carefully storing the bear paw, Yining took the lead, with Jiang Yin and Su Chan following behind as they ventured deeper into the mountains. The instance is called Wild Bear Ridge, but the monsters inside are not limited to bears. Not long after, Yining stopped and looked up at a towering tree beside her. A beehive, much larger than a person, hangs beneath the thick tree trunk. Around the hive, you can vaguely see many bee-like animals flying around. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern the differences between them and bees. Not only are the poison needles in its abdomen several tens of centimeters long, but its mouth also has very obvious and densely packed sharp teeth. If you were bitten, there probably wouldn't be a single piece of flesh left. The identification technique was used. Stinger wasps. Level, 15. Strength, 150. Spirit, 150. Swiftness, 150. Physical fitness, 150. Talent skill, bee venom. Combat skills, 1000 needles, bronze level. Self-destruction, bronze level. Frenzied devouring, bronze level. The four-dimensional attributes are extremely balanced and mediocre, but just looking at the skills, you can tell that once you provoke this kind of monster, you will face a storm of attacks. The innate skill, bee venom, means that any attack from the poison stinger will be imbued with silver-level bee venom, dealing massive damage to enemies while also reducing their movement speed. The accompanying itching and swelling after effects are even more unbearable. As for the self-destruct skill, when they sense that their lives are in danger, they will choose to self-destruct, deducting all their health points to deal a lot of damage to the enemy. A single stinging wasp may cause limited damage, but there are far more than 100 stinging wasps going in and out of that hive. In reality, most teams would choose to avoid monsters like the poison stinger. They preferred to face the raging mighty bear rather than deal with the poison stinger bees, as being suddenly bitten by such a monster could easily lead to casualties in the team. Looking at the terrifying beehive, Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly. Enthusiasm Inspire skill activation. A flash of red light. The Enthusiasm Inspire skill has been successfully unleashed. The buff effect is triggered instantly. Full of fighting spirit, Flame Shadow moved its limbs slightly and immediately rushed towards the location of the beehive. A few poisonous bees noticed the approaching Flame Shadow in midair and immediately launched an attack. Their bellies were slightly bulging, and their poisonous needles gleamed with a silvery white luster. Skill 1000 Needles. Unleash. The slender, poisonous needle instantly detached from the poisonous bee's body and shot fiercely towards Flame Shadow's location. Not only that, the poison needles began to split in midair, splitting from a single needle into thousands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the sound of air being torn apart filled the air all around. Although it was just an attack launched by 7 or 8 poisonous stinging bees, they wove a dense, impenetrable net of poisonous stings in midair. The melodious sound of a flute drifted over, and Su Chan decisively added speed and defense to Yining. With the support of high speed, Flame Shadow seemed to transform into a red lightning bolt, constantly weaving through the net of poison needles. Even when dodging, its movements remained elegant and fluid, as if it were not fighting, but performing a show for thousands of people. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of poison needles missed their mark and stuck in the ground, the entire needles disappearing into the soil. Flame Shadow dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding most of the poison needles. Unfortunately, there were still too many poison needles, and even so, one of them still managed to pierce Flame Shadow's tail. A pitiful -1 damage value appeared above Flame Shadow's head. Before the bee venom could even take effect, an immunity notification popped up, which was the immunity to negative effects added by passionate encouragement. Without pausing, Flame Shadow rushed to the location of the hive. The flame patterns on the fur have begun to writhe vividly, and the platinum-level flame storm is poised to unleash its power. The sudden appearance of the Flame Shadow also attracted the attention of more stinger bees inside the hive. A constant buzzing sound emanated as swarms of stinging bees eagerly emerged, ready to teach the creature that had invaded their territory a lesson. The flames quietly ignited, and it was at this moment that an unexpected event occurred. A deafening roar suddenly rang out. The Flame Shadow, who was unleashing a fiery storm, suddenly froze and fell into a dazed state. The newly ignited flames were forcibly interrupted, and the skill was aborted. Jiang-un and Su-chan were both attacked, their expressions froze, and they fell into a state of dizziness. The venomous bees that kept flying around fared even worse. After becoming dizzy, they couldn't even flap their wings and fell to the ground like rain. Chapter 56: The Best Chance to Kill Him. When Jiang-un recovered from his dizziness, he then noticed a bear-like monster covered in black fur rapidly approaching from not far away. This guy looks somewhat similar to the mighty bear, but his presence is much weaker. A single identification technique was unleashed. Honey-loving black bear, elite. Level, 15. Strength, 250. Spirit, 50. Swiftness, 150. Constitution, 250. Combat skills, intimidating roar, gold rank. Slam, bronze rank. Harden, bronze rank. Note: this creature is unique to Wild Bear Ridge. It has an insatiable thirst for honey, and any creature that tries to stop it from eating honey is its enemy. It's actually a gold-level intimidation roar. No wonder it can control Flame Shadow. Jiang-un raised an eyebrow slightly. This skill was the favorite of warrior-type classes, as it could cause a large-scale stun. Although the duration was short, even a few seconds was enough to kill a squishy class. The thick-skinned, honey-loving black bear is completely immune to the stinger bees. On the contrary, its intimidating roar greatly restrains them. The honey-loving black bear was furious, clearly regarding Jiang-un and his companions as enemies who wanted to seize the poison needle honey. Flame Shadow had recovered from her dizziness, and her eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as she coldly watched the approaching honey-loving black bear. By the time the poison stinger bee recovered from its dizziness and took flight again, the honey-loving black bear had already rushed to Flame Shadow's side. The flame pattern reappeared. The platinum-level blaze storm was quietly unleashed. A terrifyingly high temperature rose, and the surrounding air suddenly began to distort. Chu Lian's status automatically ended, and Yin Ying's body returned to battle mode, her inherent noble aura quickly spreading. The honey-loving black bear only now realized that it seemed to have kicked a hornet's nest. My first instinct was to turn and run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Flames erupted from Flame Shadow's body, transforming it into a merciless reaper that instantly devoured the poisonous bees and the honey-loving black bear. Kill notifications popped up in dense clusters. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain materials, Poison Needle Honey 1. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 honeybee black bear, elite. You have received an additional 1990 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain materials, Poison Needle Honey 1. As the flames gradually faded, Yining returned to Jiang-un's side, having reverted to her Chu Lian form. Jiang-un stroked the Flame Shadow while looking at his haul with satisfaction. Indeed, this dungeon lives up to its name as the Chef's Paradise Dungeon. The poison needle honey seems to be only slightly inferior to the giant bear paw. 8 portions of poison needle honey were harvested from one hive. Give us a few more, and your high-end pet food will be taken care of from now on. Upon hearing the word high-grade pet food, Yin Ying's ears perked up, her eyes brightened, and she glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Su-chan's location. Su-chan sighed and took out a serving of premium pet food from her backpack. You ungrateful wretch, if you don't come looking for me next time, I won't let you eat. Despite saying this, Su-chan had an unyielding smile on her face. I think the highest clear time for the nightmare difficulty of the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon was 10 hours and 8 minutes, right? How long do you think it will take? Su-chan asked curiously while feeding Yining. It's my first time using it, so I'm not very familiar with it, Jiangin said modestly. It should take about 3 hours, right? 3 hours? Even though Su-chan was mentally prepared, she was still somewhat shocked to hear this time. Well, the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon isn't actually that complicated, and the number of monsters isn't that many either. It's just that the individual monsters are quite strong, and every bear-type monster is elite level. Jiangin analyzed seriously. For an ordinary team, it would take a lot of effort and time just to deal with one bear monster. Especially if you get injured, you'll need extra time to recover and rest. But this is not a problem for us at all. Even elite-level monsters are not a problem for Flame Shadow. The 3-hour time frame is to take into account that we need to clear out as many elite monsters as possible so that our leveling speed won't be too slow. The boss of Wild Bear Ridge, the Dark Gold Bear King, does not have a fixed area. If you are unlucky enough to encounter and kill it early, the dungeon will be interrupted prematurely. Jiangin shrugged. So this timing is reasonable. Su-chan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. After Yin-ing finished eating the high-grade pet food, the two people and the beast resumed their journey to find monsters to level up. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, a man in black robes sat cross-legged on a boulder next to the bamboo stalk that seemed to pierce the sky. His eyes were closed, and a transparent membrane was continuously spreading from his body, covering the entire bamboo forest mountain range. It conceals everything that happens here. Standing respectfully beneath the boulder, Gray said, reporting to the high priest, the demon wolves have been dispatched, and no one will come to interfere with our operations. The man in the black robe remained motionless, only his voice emanating from him. You did a good job. Make sure to drive everyone away. Priest, there is something I don't understand. Why not just kill them all? No. Although the Water Moon Cave skill can create illusions to conceal strange phenomena, if the person who is killed has an item similar to a soul-guiding lamp, the lamp will go out when the person dies, and their family will definitely come to investigate. By then, whatever treasures are in the secret realm will be irrelevant to us. The man in black robes reached out and stroked the bamboo beside him. This secret realm will open in a few hours at most. I can already see the entry restrictions. Anyone above level 20 cannot enter. We must ensure that everyone who enters is a believer in order to retrieve all the treasures and not let down the arrangements made over the years. Hui nodded, then hesitated for a moment before turning back to look at a believer in a white robe behind her, carefully choosing her words. Even if there is Wei Qing's successor among these people, should we just ignore them? What? The man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes. Wei Qing, one of the generals of Shanhaiguan? He has chosen a successor. How did you know? Gray nodded to the person behind him, and a believer dressed in a white robe stepped forward. He approached the man in the black robe, took off his hood, and revealed a slightly immature yet somewhat gloomy face. If Sun Mei and the others were present at this moment, they would definitely be shocked, as they also knew this follower of the Abyss cult. It was Zhang Bingyang, whose pet was killed by Jiangin. Reporting to the high priest, I witnessed Jiang and clear the newbie dungeon in 8 hours on the first day, breaking the record for clearing the newbie dungeon. Wei Qing took the initiative to contact the person in charge to congratulate him, and even asked them to block Jiang En's record of clearing the newbie dungeon until his assessment. Mentioning Jiang En, Zhang Bingyang's body trembled involuntarily, as if the painful image of being torn apart and killed by countless flame shadows resurfaced once again, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger desire for revenge. If he had no connection with Wei Qing, he would never be so concerned. Jiang En is currently leveling up in the Bamboo Forest Mountains instance. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Chapter 57 Wild Bear Ridge Boss, Dark Gold Bear King. This is the best chance to kill him. Who are you? The man in black robes narrowed his eyes slightly. Reporting to the high priest, this is my newly recruited believer, Zhang Bingyang, codenamed by Wu. As far as I know, he and Jiang En are classmates, and there has been some conflict between them, Grey One explained. Zhang Bingyang could vaguely sense a scrutinizing gaze emanating from the black robe, as if they were considering the credibility of the news. After a moment, the man in black robes suddenly spoke up. This person's potential should not be underestimated. as he was able to clear the beginner dungeon in 8 hours on the first day. Regardless of whether he is Wei Qing's successor or not, letting him continue as he is will inevitably make him our enemy. Kill. However, the man in black robes changed the subject. There can't be too much commotion in the Water Moon Cave, and we can't make a direct move, otherwise it will cause too much disturbance and attract the attention of the linen guards. The Bamboo Forest secret realm is still the top priority and cannot be lost. Gray One, I remember your witchcraft can create even stronger dire wolves, right? Yes, Your Excellency. Gray nodded in response. Take these sacrificial materials and use them to create a strengthened demonic wolf. You must kill Jiangyan. Yes. Hui took the materials and turned to leave. Zhang Bingyang pulled up his hood and followed behind Hui Yi, a slight smile playing on his lips that went unnoticed by anyone. Jiangyan, let's see how you survive this. This is the retribution you deserve. 2 hours later, in the Wild Bear Ridge instance. Completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world, Jiangyan was immersed in the joy of rapidly increasing his experience points. The flames slowly subsided. Beside Flame Shadow stood a charred corpse of a honey-loving black bear. Let's search the vicinity. Since there are honey-loving black bears, there should be stinging bees too. After several tests, Jiangyan gained a certain understanding of the habits of these honey-loving black bears. Their fondness for poisonous needle honey surpassed everything else. Whenever a honey-loving black bear was encountered, there would definitely be a beehive nearby. Flame Shadow's tail swayed slightly, and clones emerged from its body. These clones moved swiftly through the nearby woods, searching for the hive's location. A few minutes later, Yining looked warily towards the dense forest on the left. Master, I'm over here. Good. Yining led the way, with Jiangyan and Su Chan following closely behind. The Phantom Clone skill is simply divine. The clones created can not only help confuse enemies in battle, but also play a great role in situations where detection and reconnaissance are needed. After all, Flame Shadow, as the main body, can understand the situation encountered by each of its clones. With this skill, the speed at which Jiangyan cleared dungeons was much faster than he had imagined. Sure enough, Jiangyan saw the beehive hanging on the tree trunk after walking only a few steps. The enormous beehive bent the tree trunk under its weight, and there were even paw prints left by a honey-loving black bear on it. The poisonous bees that kept darting among them had not yet noticed the approach of Flame Shadow and the others. Just as Yining was about to rush forward and finish the job quickly, she suddenly stopped and looked in the other direction with her ears perked up. What happened? Su Chan asked, puzzled. Jiangyan nodded. He sensed a faint sense of danger from Yining. Something seemed to be approaching. However, Jiangyan could only see a towering tree that was as thick as 2 or 3 people could encircle, but he could not detect any sound or movement. Not long after, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly. The shaking intensified, eventually becoming as exaggerated as an earthquake. Su Chan's expression changed slightly. Even before we've seen the monster make a sound, it's already this powerful. This monster's size is probably not much smaller than the Cyclops of the White Wasteland. Suddenly, a huge bear paw reached out from behind the tree trunk and grabbed the towering tree. Pull hard. Squeak. This large tree was actually uprooted along with a large area of soil. It then easily lifted the tree trunk behind it and rubbed it repeatedly, acting as a back scratcher. Jiangyan and Su Chan finally saw the monster's true appearance. It's too yellow, way too yellow. This bear-like monster was covered in a golden sheen, and even a single hair seemed incredibly hard. Its size is at least twice as large as the giant bear we saw before. The claws on the bear's paws look exactly like metal. Su Chan frowned slightly. Dark Gold Bear King. We actually encountered the boss ahead of schedule. Jiangyan also used his appraisal skills. Dark Gold Bear King, boss level. Level, 15. Strength, 400. Spirit, 100. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 400. Talent skill, Dark Gold Bear Claw. Combat skills, Bear King Stance, silver rank. Deadly Claw Strike, silver rank. Intimidating Roar, gold rank. Earthquake Shock, silver rank. Tear Claw, silver rank. As expected of a level 15 Nightmare level dungeon boss, it possesses terrifying attributes and the innate skill Dark Gold Bear Claw. Dark Gold Bear Claw, passive talent skill, grants 30% defense penetration upon attack. Any squishy class of the same level will be instantly killed if it gets hit by this Dark Gold Bear King. Even tank classes may not be able to withstand its attacks for long if their equipment is not good enough. Under normal circumstances, most people can only kill this Dark Gold Bear King by having a tanky front line to block the damage and then slowly whittling it down with ranged attacks. This is why the completion time is so long. Since we've encountered it, let's deal with it. I'm really looking forward to seeing if I'll get any good loot on my first clear. Call out. A red light flashed on Jiangyan's body. The red glowing shadow charged towards the dark golden bear king. The dark gold bear king, who was focused on scratching his itch, finally noticed Jiang and the others, as well as the adorable creature that was rushing towards him. The dark gold bear king was somewhat stunned. Having roamed the wild bear ridge, it had never encountered a creature that dared to charge at it. Not to mention such a weak fox. Feeling provoked, it raised its hand and flung out its back scratcher. The tree trunk spun in the air with a heavy whistling sound. An ordinary person would likely suffer broken bones and tendons from just being hit by it. Flame Shadow stared intently at the dark gold bear king, neither dodging nor avoiding the flying tree trunk. With a powerful stomp, Flame Shadow's small body instantly soared into the air and landed steadily on the tree trunk. Then, it used the tree trunk as a carrier to quickly move across it. They soon arrived in front of the dark gold bear king. The dark gold bear king finally realized something was wrong and opened its mouth to unleash a gold-level, intimidating roar. The sound waves stirred up countless bits of soil and fallen leaves. All creatures within range were rendered dizzy. A flash of red light appeared on Yin Ying's body, and the words immunity floated by in large letters, which was the immunity effect that came with the enthusiasm encouragement. Having already suffered losses at the hands of the honey-loving black bear, how could Jiangyan possibly allow Yin Ying to be controlled again? The golden fur on the dark gold bear king suddenly began to grow wildly, and its size also increased significantly. It has activated its bear king form, gaining additional boosts to both attack and defense for a short period of time. The metallic bear claws suddenly lunged at the flame shadow. Chapter 58. There's a big problem with the bamboo forest mountains. Chu Lian's condition has been lifted. Flame Shadow's fur moved without wind, and his posture returned to normal. With a touch of eeriness and nobility, the two tails behind her came together, and flames rose up. Skill, Flame Tail. Activated. Snap. The tail, burning fiercely, struck the bear's paw squarely. The platinum-level flame tail clashed with the silver-level tear claw. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. The dark gold bear king's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't understand why such terrifying energy could erupt from the small body of the flame shadow. Its massive body was sent flying backward in an instant, snapping a large number of trees. The health bar has been reduced by 9/10, leaving only a sliver of health. The level 15 nightmare-level dungeon boss was nearly killed instantly while in the Bear King stance buff. Even though Su Chan had witnessed Yin Ying's power, she was still incredibly shocked. Just how terrifying are the attributes of Flame Shadow? This dark gold Bear King once struck fear into the hearts of countless teams. Its terrifying defensive penetration effect could turn most tank classes into a joke. Most teams enter this dungeon to make money, since the bear paws dropped by the bear monsters are highly sought after by professions that focus on crafting. Hunting elite bear monsters to obtain materials is a relatively safe way to make money, provided you don't encounter the dark gold bear king. This guy doesn't have a fixed area to move around in. If he accidentally encounters the dark gold bear king or similar teams, he will immediately choose to leave the dungeon. Once entangled, even the slightest carelessness can easily lead to the death of a team member. Even such a terrifying being, when facing Flame Shadow, could only barely avoid being instantly killed even after activating the Bear King form. If this gets out, probably none of the professional material processing teams will believe it. At this moment, Yining was also somewhat shocked to see that the Dark Gold Bear King was still alive. After all, this was the first monster that it could not kill instantly. Then, a hint of anger flashed in its eyes. This is the first time I've encountered such a tanky enemy. How dare you embarrass me in front of my master? You deserve to die? A terrifying speed erupted instantly, and Flame Shadow appeared beside the Dark Gold Bear King. The flames quietly ignited. The Dark Gold Bear King was completely engulfed by flames before it even had a chance to stand up and escape. Its once proud defensive capabilities were utterly insignificant in the face of a platinum-level flamestorm, let alone now that it was reduced to a mere sliver of health. Before the flamestorm had even ended, the Dark Gold Bear King's health had already been reduced to 0. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 Dark Gold Bear King, boss level. You have received an additional 2,500 experience points. Obtain material, Dark Gold Bear King's hide 1. Jiangyan looked somewhat disappointed at the appearance of the Dark Gold Bear King's pelt. This material isn't particularly valuable. It's more of an ornamental item or trophy, so naturally, there aren't many buyers. As a large amount of experience points poured in instantly, Jiangyan also heard a pleasant notification that he had cleared the level. Congratulations on clearing the Wild Bear Ridge Nightmare Dungeon. Your clear time was 2 hours and 38 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Wild Bear Ridge Nightmare Dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland Nightmare Dungeon. Reward: 5,000 EXP. First time breaking the Wild Bear Ridge Nightmare Dungeon clear record. Obtain the material Dark Gold Bear Claw 1. Dark Gold Bear Claw. After quickly glancing at the items he had acquired, Jongin was somewhat surprised to take out the Dark Gold Bear Claw. Dark Gold Bear Claw. The bear claws produced by the Dark Gold Bear King already possessed some metallic properties, and adding them when crafting or upgrading equipment may have unexpected effects. Not bad. I guess I've managed to get a good item. I can keep this. I'll need it when I upgrade my equipment in a couple of days. Only then did the flames gradually dissipate. Yining had already released Chu Lian from her state and gracefully walked to Jiangyan's side, leaping up and jumping into Jiangyan's arms. Let's go outside and use the cooling charm to reset the number of uses and continue, Jiangyan said to Su Chan, who was still in a state of shock. Okay. Choose to exit the copy. The two figures vanished silently. Linen Garrison, the guard, dressed in heavy armor, looked at Sun Yang, who was in civilian clothes, and laughed. Brother Sun, are you going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains again? It's been so many days already, why bother with all this trouble? It's so hot outside. Sun Yang shook his head non-committally. Nothing much, just going to take a look. Hey, that wolf attack must have been an accident. Look how peaceful the Bamboo Forest Mountains are. With you getting so busy, Brother Sun, our workload is going to increase a lot. The guard was clearly very familiar with Sun Yang and joked. You little rascal, all you ever think about is how to slack off, huh? Sun Yang casually made a comment, and then strode towards the Bamboo Forest mountain range, intending to take a stroll around. Since dealing with the last wolf attack, he has maintained this habit, even when resting. The reason was simple. He still felt the wolf attack was too suspicious. Are elite-level dire wolves with a certain level of intelligence setting traps to kill humans? There's something wrong with how you look at it. Strangely, after I uploaded the report, it was as if nothing had happened. They just told me that someone would handle it, but there were no preventative measures or even any restrictions on new students entering the Bamboo Forest Mountains. He didn't understand the plans above and didn't want to pursue them, so he could only be more careful and cautious on his own. He soon arrived at the Bamboo Forest Mountains. The area in front of him looked normal, and he could occasionally hear the howls of monsters, just like any other day. Sun Yang shook his head. Looks like I'm being too sensitive. Since no restrictions have been imposed from above, there shouldn't be any problems. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across the room and noticed something, causing him to freeze instantly. Not far ahead, there was a large tree that had been split in two. The cut surface was fresh and intact, as if it had just been cut down. The problem is, Sun Yang clearly remembers that this was a tree he cut down to clear a path when he led his men to rescue the area during the last wolf attack. How much time has passed, yet the cross-section still looks so fresh. As an official guard, he had a keen sense that something was amiss. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a silver-grade greatsword materialized there. Holding the sword in both hands, he was cautious and constantly on guard against any potential dangers. Seeing that he still hadn't seen any trace of the demon wolf, he decided to place the greatsword on the cross-section of the tree trunk to compare it, just in case he had misremembered. Just as he was about to place the greatsword on the tree trunk, he suddenly felt a resistance at the tip of the sword, as if there was a transparent film in front of him, constantly swaying like water ripples. Sun Yang's expression changed drastically. Water Moon Cave. This is a skill that only advanced formation masters can master. There's a big problem with the Julin Mountains. Chapter 59 Trapped in the Dungeon Vortex. Break the impasse. The scenery before my eyes flashed. Before Jiang and could even open his eyes, he heard a girl exclaim in surprise. Careful! I heard a whooshing sound and opened my eyes. A ferocious-looking demonic wolf was almost within reach. Jiang and could even see a few bloody bits of flesh stuck between its teeth. Flame Shadow leaped out of his arms in an instant, and while still in midair, his tail was already ablaze with flames as he lashed out. Snap! Even when Flame Shadow was only level 8, he could easily deal with the demonic wolf. Now, it was no problem at all. The moment he made contact with the menacing demonic wolf, its health bar was instantly reduced to 0. The girl who spoke up seemed to be a freshman from another school who had just transferred. She was stunned to see that Jiangyan, who was about the same age as her, could easily defeat the demon wolf. Jiangyan nodded to her in thanks, then looked around and realized that the place had been ravaged by demonic wolves, with a seemingly endless number of them. Fortunately, the dungeons were backed by mountain walls, and the vendors who had set up stalls were all gathered together. The tanks and warriors were at the front, while the mages and archers stood in the inner circle. Those who need support or rest are in the most secure and central location. Although these people had not received formal military training, they had been spending years in dungeons and were able to quickly form a formation, barely managing to defend against the attacks of the demon wolves. The demonic wolf just now happened to break through the defense boundary and encountered Jiangyan, who had left the instance. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. A warrior had just killed a demon wolf, and before he could even catch his breath, another demon wolf suddenly appeared beside him and bit him hard. He had to temporarily step back and let others fill in for a while. However, the substitutes were also covered in injuries. The entire defense line was already on the verge of collapse. What's going on? Su-chan asked in surprise. Although there are demonic wolves ravaging the bamboo forest mountains, this is just too exaggerated. And where are the guards? With such a commotion, where are the guards of linen? Jiangyan's gaze swept over the people fighting fiercely around him. They were all working hard to resist the demonic wolves, and many of them were covered in blood. He even saw Sun Mei and others who were pale and exhausted from their mental energy. The tanks at the front were already teetering on the brink of collapse after such a long period of resistance, as if they could be torn apart by the dire wolves at any moment. He turned his gaze back to the sky. High in the sky, arrows streaked across the ground, leaving ripples in their wake. Water Moon Cave Heaven. Jiangyan was somewhat surprised. Just then, Wang Hu, who was in the rest area, also noticed Jiangyan. He immediately perked up and quickly pulled Jiang into retreat to the core security zone. Wang, who had a large wolf claw mark on his chest, indicating that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, with the help of treatment, the wound had stopped bleeding and his health bar was gradually recovering. Su-chan had a strong impression of the person who made money by betting on the completion time, and she quickly asked, "What happened? Why are there so many demon wolves all of a sudden?" Wang Hu's expression was bitter. "I don't know. These demonic wolves appeared out of nowhere, and no one has noticed their origin." He then pointed to the sky. Moreover, someone has set up an array in advance to block all signals. Now, people below level 20 in the entire bamboo forest mountain range can only enter but cannot leave. Although we haven't tested people above level 20, it's highly likely they won't be able to get in. We all guessed it was the Abyss Evil. Wang Hu's teeth almost ground to powder when he mentioned the last 4 words. Abyssal heretics? What is their purpose? Su-chan's voice turned colder. No one but the Abyss Evils would do something so heinous. As for the purpose, Wang Hu looked towards the deepest part of the bamboo forest mountains. The bamboo stalk that had almost pierced the sky had stopped growing, and its color had become even greener. Jiangyan and Su-chan finally noticed the bamboo. Their pupils dilated, they exchanged a glance, and exclaimed in unison, "The bamboo forest's secret realm." Su-chan immediately realized, we can't let those evil people enter the secret realm. The powerful individuals they cultivate after obtaining the good things will be a major threat to our human race. The Abyss Heretics are all people who worship the Demon Legion. If they are made even stronger, wouldn't that mean the rear is lost? Jiangyan nodded in deep agreement, but his reasoning wasn't particularly lofty. Such a wonderful place as the secret realm, of course I should find a chance to get a piece of it. We need to get rid of the demon wolves first, and at least ensure our safety before we can even think about the secret realm. With a thought, Yining jumped out of Jiangyan's arms, and Chu Lian's condition was lifted. Its thick fur grew wildly in an instant, and its body size also increased. 2 fox tails, one a vibrant orange and the other a mysterious purple, swayed slightly behind it. The attention of the support staff and the wounded who were resting was instantly drawn to it. Jiangyan led Yining towards the front where the pressure was greatest. Just then, a tank class was attacked by the 3-headed wolves at the same time, leaving him with a lot of injuries, and he had no choice but to retreat and rest for a while. "Bro, you hold this up for now. I'll rest for a bit and be right back." Jiangyan took his place as a matter of course. Seeing how young Jiangyan was, the others around him all drew the surrounding demonic wolves away, trying to reduce the pressure on Jiangyan's side as much as possible. In this situation, if any side makes a mistake, it will ultimately lead to the collapse of the entire formation. Seeing this scene, Jiangyan felt a slight stirring in his heart. Enthusiasm and encouragement are immediately unleashed. Under the crimson glow, flames and shadows appeared. Phantom clone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fiery shadows, numbering as many as demonic wolves, suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the demonic wolves. Flame storm. Flame tail. Tear claw. Illusory bewitching. Various skills were unleashed by the Flame Shadow clones, as if they were free. Although the damage of some clones had been reduced to the point of being negligible, the sheer number of clones still attracted the attention of many demon wolves. In an instant, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. Now everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to Jiang Un and Yining. Sun Mei was no exception. A hint of surprise flickered beneath her pale, weary face. He's here, there should be hope. After releasing the phantom clone, the real Flame Shadow did not stop, but rushed towards the direction where the wolf pack was most concentrated. Dozens of elite-level mutated demon wolves inhabit this area. Based on previous experience, they should be the leaders of these wolf packs. The elite-level mutated wolves' eyes flashed with a human-like threatening light, and they let out a series of low growls. Countless demonic wolves charged towards Flame Shadow, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They retreated quietly, always maintaining a relative distance from the Flame Shadow. That's exactly the attack range of a gold-level flamestorm. Upon seeing this, Jiang En's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the mastermind behind this is indeed somewhat wary of Flame Shadow, having even taken into account the attack range of the gold-level flamestorm. Unfortunately, it was no use. The Flame Shadow now wields the platinum-level flamestorm. Flame patterns twisted and emerged on Yin Ying's body. Flames burst forth. Chapter 60, Clearing the Area. Tang Yinyan calls for help. The platinum-level flamestorm has a significantly higher attack range and damage than the gold-level version. What delighted Jiang and even more was that at that moment, Yin Ying's flamestorm skill leveled up to LV3. The elite mutated wolves instantly realized something was wrong and fled in a frenzy. Jiang En wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Twin shadow techniques. Copy. Flamestorm." A phantom of flames suddenly appeared behind Jiang En, and the flames spread out instantly. The two fiery storms seemed to have been unleashed by the same person, instantly overlapping each other. The attack range and attack distance have been significantly increased. Those elite-level mutated wolves that had a slim chance of escaping were immediately engulfed by the flamestorm. Instant kill. Flame Shadow emerged from the flames, hunting down the other demon wolves like a god. For a moment, apart from the howling of the dire wolf, the entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Countless admiring and respectful gazes were cast upon Jiang En, who stood amidst a pile of demonic wolf corpses. What a terrifying fox. This can't possibly be a two-tailed fox. I have never seen such a powerful summoned beast before. Did he just use Flamestorm? Why is it that I, a fire mage, haven't even learned this skill yet, but he already knows it? Isn't he a summoner? Who cares? Isn't this a great thing? Listening to the discussions around her, Sun Mei, standing in the crowd, felt her heart pounding wildly, as if something deep inside her was spreading and growing rapidly. But when she thought about what she had done, her face was immediately filled with bitterness. It was all too late. Everyone, in order to prevent the dire wolves from launching another attack, please accept the invitation to the Legion Team mode. Su Chan suddenly spoke up and then initiated the Legion Team mode for everyone present. The maximum number of people in a regular team is 10. Generally, when there is a large-scale battle at Shanhaiguan, the Legion Team mode is chosen because it is easier to organize. Everyone agreed to Su Chan's request to join a team. Seeing the 322 people listed, Su Chan immediately took out her flute. A melodious sound emanated from it. Everyone noticed that their health and mental energy were rapidly recovering, and even some summoner-class summoned beasts received the same effect. This surprised many people. As we all know, support skills usually have a limit on the number of targets they can affect. A support player is already considered quite good if they can take care of a 6-person team. Holy crap, is that an area of effect healing skill? Summoned beasts can enjoy this too? What kind of support class does this beautiful woman have? Is she that powerful? Jiang En nodded slightly upon seeing this. Su Chan's profession was best suited for large-scale battles like this. It was foreseeable that once she grew up, as long as she was properly protected, she would be able to reduce a lot of pressure when facing the invasion of the Demon Legion. Everyone is recovering rapidly, and even if the wolves return, the pressure should be much less. Flame Shadow, who was focused on cleaning up the demon wolves, suddenly stopped and looked up at the bushes beside it. A soft rustling sound came from the bushes, and then a figure rolled out of them. She looked disheveled, and her clothes bore many marks of being torn by the demonic wolves. Tang Yinyan. Jiang En immediately came to her side and helped her up. Upon seeing Jiang En, Tang Yinyan couldn't stop her tears and said urgently, "Tian Hao and the others are trapped by the demon wolves. Save them. They can't hold on much longer. Captain Tan wanted Qian Duo to bring me here for help, but he was tied up, so I had to come first. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan frowned deeply. Where are they? Follow this path, and you'll soon see Qian Duo. Jiangyan nodded, led Tang Mianmian to a safe resting area, and said to Su Chan, keep an eye on her for me. I'm going over there to take a look. The bamboo forest secret realm will most likely open there as well. Su Chan said softly, don't worry, I'll apply a group buff here. Even if the demon wolves attack again, we should be able to hold on. With a thought, Yanning appeared in front of Jiang and bent down slightly. Jiang then sat down. Flame Shadow let out a howl, and then rushed quickly in the direction Tang Mianmian pointed. Dust and smoke rose up in an instant. All anyone could see was Jiang's figure slowly disappearing. Before long, they heard the deep howls of the demon wolves coming from all around them again. As Jiangyan walked through the bushes, he indeed saw a somewhat disheveled figure holding a shield. Go to hell, you beasts. Go ahead and eat me if you dare. Qian Duo, his face covered in blood, held his shield high, facing the attack of the two demonic wolves in front of him. The health bar is also decreasing slowly and steadily. You bastard. If I'd known, I wouldn't have switched to a combat class. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home and inherit the family fortune? As he was cursing, Qian Duo suddenly saw a fox demon appear in front of him. A flash of fire appeared, and the two ferocious wolves that had just been displaying their ferocity died instantly. Don't just stand there, fatty. Take me to find Tan Gong and the others. Jiang's voice came, and Qian Duo then noticed that his good brother was riding on the back of the fox demon. Holy crap, you're still alive. Qian Duo burst into tears and laughter in an instant. The feeling of thinking he was going to die and then being miraculously saved made him completely lose control. I fucking thought I was going to die this time. This is your summoned beast? How come? It has changed so much. Hurry, where are Tan Gong and the others? Qian Duo then came to her senses and quickly said, it's over there. Take me with you, and I'll show you the way. Walk. Master, his crying is disgusting. Snot is coming out of his nose. Flame Shadow is a little disgusted. Yanning glanced at Qian Duo with disgust, rushed up to him, grabbed his collar, and charged forward. Suddenly feeling the terrifying speed of the Flame Shadow, Qian Duo felt as if he had experienced the most thrilling roller coaster, and was even strapped to the front of the ride. Yeah. Before I could wipe away the snot and tears, they instantly smeared my face. Yeah. Qian Duo's screams echoed through the bamboo forest mountains. Fortunately, Qian Duo was quite adaptable and quickly adapted to the high-speed movement before informing Jiangyan, Tan Gong, and the others of the situation. They originally planned to head to the instant's gathering point as soon as they discovered the dire wolf. However, they were unexpectedly intercepted by demon wolves on the way, and in order to avoid a large number of demon wolves, they had to hide in a cave. The cave is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The wolves can't get in, but they can't get out either. This situation can't continue indefinitely. Therefore, Tan Gong had Qian Duo use his superior defensive abilities, along with Tang Mianmian's healing abilities, to forcefully escape from the demonic wolves and head to the dungeon's gathering point for help. Jiangyan already knew what happened after that. Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Tan Gong and the others were out of immediate danger. Just then, an extremely unpleasant smell suddenly wafted from all around. The smell is like a compound stench of a rat that died 3 days ago in 40-degree heat being squeezed with durian and snail rice noodle juice. It causes physical discomfort. Chapter 61, GAA's Rampage. The aroma wafted over first, and a few seconds later, 2 demon wolves emerged from the nearby woods. While they are called demon wolves, that's not entirely true. Because these 2 wolves looked like they had been dead for a long time, their bodies were covered with maggots, and their fur was dry. The eyeballs in their sockets had long since rotted, and eerie green flames flickered within them. Ugh! Qian Duo couldn't hold it in and vomited. What the hell is this? Jiangyan raised his hand and unleashed an identification spell. Corrupted Wolf, Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 250. Spirit, 250. Swiftness, 250. Constitution, 250. Combat Skills, Bloodlust Berserk, Bronze. Wolf Howl, Bronze. Wolf Claw Assault, Silver. Corrosion, Bronze. Note: this corrupted demonic wolf, created from the corpse of a demonic wolf, faithfully completes the tasks assigned by its creator. Refining. Jiangyan keenly noticed the key word in the notes. This was deliberately created by someone. Only wizards and necromancers, and their advanced forms, are qualified to refine the corpses of demon wolves into monsters. Hiss! Only then did Qian Duo see the strange-looking demon wolf's attributes clearly and gasped in shock. Level 15. 250 in all 4 stats. Damn, this doesn't make any sense at all. The 2 corrupt wolves raised their heads, and the green flames swept over Qian Duo without any ripple. Then it landed on Jiangyan. The next moment, the green flames suddenly began to leap wildly. As if suddenly awakened, the 2 corrupt wolves immediately charged towards Jiangyan's location. Holy crap, they're coming. Run. Qian Duo, whose mouth was being held by Yaning, looked at the rotting demon wolf that was gradually enlarging in front of her, and felt terrible. She writhed like a maggot. As the rotting demonic wolf drew ever closer, Qian Duo even closed his eyes, preparing to face his death. The next moment, a bright orange light burst forth, and even with eyes closed, one could feel the presence of the light source. A warm feeling spread throughout my body. Qian Duo opened her eyes in disbelief, and then, as if struck by lightning, her expression froze, and her mouth gaped open as if an egg could be stuffed inside. The corrupt wolf was almost within reach, but it was covered in flames, and its body was charred. With its health bar at 0, it had clearly been instantly killed. All around him was a storm of pure flames, flames that seemed capable of burning everything in the world, yet they only brought him a warm feeling. Even though Yaning had instantly killed those ordinary demon wolves when he was surrounded and attacked. But these 2 are not comparable at all. One is a normal dire wolf of around level 10, and the other is an elite corrupt dire wolf of level 15. Even if Tan Gong mobilized his entire squad, he might not be able to easily deal with these 2 demonic wolves. As the flames gradually subsided, the charred, decaying wolf suddenly began to turn to dust. His entire body seemed to have gone through countless years in an instant, turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating. Jiangyan pouted in dissatisfaction. These 2 corrupt demon wolves had wasted their level 15. After killing them, not only did they not drop any materials or equipment, but they also gave less experience than ordinary demon wolves. These man-made monsters are nothing but a pile of garbage. Wait, what level are you now? After regaining her senses, Qian Duo asked impatiently. Level 14. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Level 14? But aren't these 2 corrupted dire wolves level 15? Yes, is there a problem? What's the problem? Qian Duo was stunned, then roared as if someone had stepped on his tail. What do you mean there's a problem? Doesn't dealing with an elite-level monster require a team of the same level? Why are you able to kill elite monsters that are 1 level higher than you, even though you're only level 14? Jiangyan shrugged. Huh? Isn't this normal? I've always scrolled through like this, haven't I? There can't be anyone who can't kill monsters above their level, right? You. Qian Duo completely gave up on communicating with Jiangyan. This monster. Talking to him would only hurt her more. Fortunately, he changed his mindset quickly. After all, no matter how powerful Jiangyan was, he was still his brother. Isn't this just the 2 brothers wreaking havoc together? Ga? Let's go pick up Tan Gong and the others. Qian Duo wiped the blood off his face. I'll show those monstrous wolves what the power of Uncle Qian is. In the conference hall of the Linen Garrison Command. I don't care what methods you use now. Right now, break the formation. What exactly are you guards doing? News of the rampage by the dire wolves has been circulating for a long time, yet you still allow people to enter. I'm telling you, it's best if the people in the bamboo forest mountains are safe. Otherwise, none of you can bear the responsibility. Upon hearing the news, Sun Jinghao rushed over and berated the person in charge. Others may not know, but he knows all too well that this year's freshmen are all incredibly valuable. I won't talk about my own daughter. Su Chan, with a mysterious background, is the only hidden support class and the linchpin of the future Shanhaiguan battlefield. She has already been eyed by top universities from all sides, waiting to be invited to enroll. Jiangyan, although he has no background and is just a summoner, is someone whom even Wei Qing, the general of Shanhaiguan, personally called to congratulate. If his record in the beginner dungeon were made public, the sensation it would cause might not be any less than that of Su Chan. These 2 people absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. The other side set up the Water Moon Cave at least half a month in advance. There are many traps. We are gathering array masters to break them. It is expected that it will take another 10 minutes or so to break them. More than 10 minutes? Sun Jinghao's face darkened. Where is Qin Li, the person in charge of linen? I remember he's a 2nd-level formation master, right? This formation should be very simple for him. Lord Qin received orders from his superiors to go on a business trip 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Someone explained. Not in linen. Sun Jinghao paused, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent it. With Qinli, the formation master, absent, breaking the formation in 10 minutes is already the fastest possible time to dispel it. The only hope now is that Jiang and the others can hold out for a little longer inside. Has the reason why those evil people blocked the bamboo forest mountains been found out? It's not certain yet, but we have indeed found some clues and suspect that the bamboo forest secret realm may be about to open. The bamboo forest secret realm? Sun Jinghao's expression changed slightly. These guys from the Abyss Evil Disciples have probably been eyeing this place for a long time. No, we can't let them take away the spoils from the secret realm. Otherwise, all we'll cultivate will be traitors to the human race. Immediately arrange for people to surround the entire bamboo forest mountain range. After the Water Moon Cave is destroyed, we must thoroughly investigate even the smallest mosquito that tries to fly out. Any human traitor who escapes will be punished for dereliction of duty. Yes, it would be such a waste not to read Chapter 62. Inside a cave in the bamboo forest mountains, Tan Gong completely blocked the narrow cave entrance, preventing any demonic wolf from bypassing his position to attack Shuecha and Yin Tianhao from behind. There were more than 20 menacing wolves outside the cave, but fortunately, due to the terrain, only 2 wolves could attack at a time. The 3 worked together very well. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 2 demonic wolves, Tan Gong swung his battle axe at the wolf on the left, while Yin Tianhao and Zhuocha also raised their weapons high. Arrows and fireballs rained down on the demon wolf on the right. These wolves possess a certain level of intelligence, and they don't just blindly charge to the front. After being attacked and injured, it will temporarily retreat, allowing other healthy dire wolves to continue the attack. If this continues, although there have been no casualties yet, Tan Gong and the others are in very poor condition. On the other hand, even though the demon wolves are injured, their greedy bloodlust has not diminished at all. After repelling another wave of demonic wolves, Shuecha couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Why haven't we received any reinforcements yet? Did Qian Duo and the others also encounter demonic wolves?" I should have gone with Qian Duo. If we really encounter the demon wolf again on the way, Tang Mianyan. No, they'll definitely get there safely. Yin Tianhao immediately denied, though his tone was tinged with worry. All right, don't think too much about it. If you really go, Yin Tianhao alone won't be able to stop the attacks from the right side demon wolves. Maintain your breathing rhythm and avoid unnecessary energy expenditure. As Tan Gong spoke, he reached for the blood medicine in his backpack, but his expression suddenly froze. I've already used up the blood medicine Qian Duo left behind. Do you have any more? Unbeknownst to them, they had been trapped here for 2 hours, and their previously sufficient blood medicine had now been completely used up. I only brought mental recovery potions. Yin Tianhao's face was extremely ugly. I have one last bottle of basic blood potion here. Zhuocha tossed the blood potion to Tan Gong. Upon receiving the blood potion, Tan Gong felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on his heart. A bottle of basic blood potion could only restore 30% of his health. At the current rate at which my health is decreasing, this potion is just a drop in the bucket. It's just a delaying tactic. Logically speaking, Qian Duo, who had been given a support buff, should have arrived at the dungeon gathering point by now, but so far no one has come to help. There are only 2 possible outcomes. Either Qian Duo and his companion have an accident, or the dungeon's assembly point is also in grave danger. But whatever the outcome, it's not good news for them, who are about to run out of ammunition and supplies. As the wolf he was about to kill retreated, another wolf took its place, leaving Tan Gong feeling utterly helpless. Am I destined to be humiliated and worn down to death by these demonic wolves? With his health bar dropping to an extremely dangerous level, Tan Gong had no choice but to use his last health potion. This barely ensured safety. Zhuocha and Yin Tianhao, who were behind them, saw this and were very anxious. The wolf's attacks seemed endless, and the 30% of health that had just been restored was rapidly decreasing. In just a few minutes, the health bar was back to the bottom. I'll use Whirlwind Slash to cut a path later. Take this opportunity to escape. Tan Gong brandished his battle axe and said to the 2 behind him, "Scatter and escape. Don't go to the rendezvous point. There's probably something wrong there." "No, you have to hold on, Captain." Tan Gong shook his head, slightly turned his body, and prepared to unleash the Whirlwind Slash, making the most of his last bit of health. Just then, a familiar and extremely loud voice suddenly rang out. "Ha ha ha, your Uncle Qian has arrived. Get out of my way, you beastly wolves." Tan Gong's expression froze. That was Qian Duo's voice. The wolves that had been surrounding the cave were now instantly drawn to the fresh flesh and blood. Tan Gong and the others finally saw the flame shadow approaching not far away, leaping and bounding like an elf. Flame Shadow. It's Jiangyan. He's here. Very good. Compared to Qian Duoduo's voice, seeing Yanning made me feel much safer. Flame Shadow was moving at full speed, covering the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Qian Duoduo, who was being held in someone's mouth, had completely adapted to this situation. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, she calmly watched the approaching demon wolves. Since you've been given the chance not to leave, don't blame me for not holding back. Flame Shadow. Charge. Kill them instantly. Flame Shadow resisted the urge to throw Qian Duoduo into the pack of demon wolves and unleashed a flame storm. Flames poured out. The demonic wolves that had been giving Tan Gong and the others a headache were instantly burned to charcoal. For Tan Gong and the others, the pervasive smell of burning in the air was at that moment comparable to the most alluring perfume in the world. All right, Captain Tan, you can come out now. Qian Duoduo, feigning expertise, calmly stated, I have cleared out all the demonic wolves outside and confirmed it is safe. The next moment, Flame Shadow jerked its head away, loosened its teeth, and Qian Duoduo was thrown out, landing in the charred pack of demon wolves. Tui, Tui, Tui. Qian Duoduo spat out the charcoal in her mouth and said angrily, That's so unfair. What's wrong with letting me show off for a bit? Jiangyan smiled and said, There's nothing I can do. It's your arrogance that Yanning couldn't stand. It has nothing to do with me. Bullshit. You must have secretly had Yanning throw me out. Don't think I don't know that Yanning listens to you, Tan Gong and the other two also came out of the cave at this moment. Seeing the two bickering so easily, they knew that the crisis had temporarily passed. Only Yin Tianhao was still looking around nervously, searching for Tang Mianmian's figure. Don't worry, she's at the assembly point and safe. Hearing Jiangyan's words, Yin Tianhao finally relaxed completely. Zhuocha couldn't help but reach out and stroke Yin Ying's forehead. Yanning naturally recognized her and gently rubbed against her forehead. The little guy has grown so much, and it seems to have become even more powerful. Having survived the ordeal, Zhuocha made no secret of her affection for Yanning. After being freed from her Chulian state, Yanning became less pitiful and more mysterious and powerful. Especially that purple tail, it's impossible to look away. What do you plan to do next? Tan Gong asked Jiang, and those evil people are definitely near the entrance to the secret realm. Without realizing it, they had subconsciously started asking Jiangyan, who was much younger than them, for his opinion. Jiangyan's expression turned serious as he looked at the bamboo stalk deep within the bamboo forest mountain range. The two were now much closer, and Jiangyan could even see the veins of the emerald green leaves on the bamboo. It should be opening soon. That's a legendary secret realm. It would be such a waste not to go and see it. Chapter 63 Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, the people in robes looked up at the bamboo. This bamboo plant has grown extremely fast since it appeared, but now it seems to have stopped growing upwards. Its branches have become more somber from their original vibrant green, just like a young person gradually entering middle age. And on its branches, one can faintly see clusters of pale yellow flowers spreading out. As the first bamboo flower blooms, a black vortex quietly formed before everyone's eyes. The secret realm has indeed opened at this time. Let's prepare to enter. After saying that, the man in black robes looked up at the ripples spreading across the sky and said in a deep voice, We've been discovered. The formation won't last much longer, at most 10 minutes. The expressions of the gray-robed believers changed slightly. Gray stepped forward and asked worriedly, That secret realm? It's all right. Let each of you disciples receive an escape talisman. Once you've obtained something good in the secret realm, activate it to escape and you'll return to the safe point I've set up. The remaining believers can leave after all the followers have entered the secret realm. With the help of the corrupt demon wolf, the gains should be substantial. As for Jiangyan, if he encounters and eliminates the person in the secret realm, he can immediately be promoted from a white-robed follower to a gray-robed believer and enjoy the power of the second-level Holy Flame. The so-called Holy Flame is a special flame buff that believers who join the Abyss will receive. Activating it will grant additional attribute bonuses, as well as an extremely strong sense of spiritual pleasure. The Level 2 Holy Flame will be even more powerful in terms of both attribute bonuses and spiritual pleasure. Upon hearing this, the white-robed followers' eyes lit up instantly, and they all came to Grey One's side. A large number of corrupt demon wolves gathered around Grey One, who then pointed a finger lightly. A corrupt wolf approached each of the disciples. The peculiar scent instantly spread, but the disciples showed no disgust. Instead, they were filled with delight. With the help of this elite-level corruption wolf, they would naturally gain more benefits in the secret realm. Zhang Bingyang, in particular, was accompanied by 3 corrupt demon wolves, which clearly showed that Gray had very high expectations for him. His face was gloomy, and all traces of the high spirits he had when he first changed jobs were gone. His eyes were filled with hatred for Jiang'an. You're lucky you didn't die in the wolf pack. If I had found you, I would have torn you to pieces. As Gray distributed control of the corrupted wolves, she hesitated. She could clearly sense that 2 of the corrupted wolves she had created for patrolling had died, and not just killed, but their health bars were instantly reduced to 0. Instantly defeated. Are there really such powerful people in this bamboo forest mountain range? They can even easily kill a level 15 elite demon wolf? Will there be any problems? Just as Gray hesitated about whether to inform the priest, she heard the black-robed priest suddenly call out her name. Gray 1, come with me. Gray had no choice but to obediently follow behind him to a quiet place. After passing a small grove of trees, the area was deserted and quiet, but the black-robed priest did not stop and continued walking into the distance. Priest, where are we going? Aren't the other believers coming along? Gray asked respectfully. The black-robed priest turned around, staring intently at her. Watermoon Cave can only hold out for 2 more minutes at most. The others are just tools for delaying things. Now come with me to a safe place and wait for the disciples to return the treasure. Once everything is done, I will become a red-robed priest, and you will be promoted to a priest as well. Of course, if you want to face the wrathful retaliation of the linen guards, then stay. After a moment of silence, Gray decisively summoned her Demon Wolf King. The Demon Wolf King lay respectfully on the ground, appearing ready to be ridden. Priest, please let it take you around. 2 minutes later, just as Jiang'an was gazing into the distance, violent ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. Then came a sound like shattering glass. Click. The Watermoon Cave, which covered the entire bamboo forest mountain range, has been destroyed. Then, figures riding griffins swept through the air. Some of these figures landed at the dungeon's gathering point, while others circled overhead, preparing to rescue those who were separated from their groups. But many more people flew towards the location of that bamboo tree without stopping. They're the guards. And it's the Griffin Knights. Tan Gong exclaimed with delight. The Griffin Knights are a knightly guard regiment meticulously crafted by Linen. Each member is not only handpicked for their exceptional combat prowess, but they are also equipped with elite-level griffin mounts, making them unparalleled among their peers. Zhuocha laughed happily. Great. This nightmare is finally over. Those beasts are definitely running away with their tails between their legs right now. Jiang'an's eyes flickered slightly. Now that the Griffin Knights have entered the fray, the secret realm shouldn't cause much of a stir, so I can take this opportunity to grab a share of the spoils. After sharing this idea, Tangong Zhuochua and Yin Tianhao were also interested, but considering that their current condition was indeed not suitable for exploring the secret realm, they could only choose to give up and wait for rescue. On the contrary, Qian Duoduo was extremely excited. Take me with you. I want to go. I want to go. Aren't you afraid of something going wrong since you're only level 10? What are you afraid of? A real man has a big butt. If you don't even dare to go to the secret realm, can you still call yourself a man? Qian Duoduo said bluntly. Cough, cough. Tan Gong coughed lightly, and Yin Tianhao and Zhuocha glared at him angrily. Of course I'm not talking about you guys. You're injured. It's different for you. Qian Duoduo's expression changed slightly. Then she looked at Jiang'an. Take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. My most brilliant, most powerful, most awesome, and most handsome godfather Jiang'an. Hearing the long list of truly fitting titles that followed, Jiang'an finally relented and agreed. After all, secret realms are different from dungeons. The rewards each person receives are calculated individually, and Qian Duoduo might even be luckier than me. After making his decision, Jiang'an immediately mounted the Flame Shadow. As the Flame Shadow approached, Qian Duoduo's expression changed slightly, and he pleaded, "Can we try a different method? This makes me really feel." Before he could finish speaking, Yining picked him up in her mouth and rushed towards the bamboo pole. The locations they were in were not far apart to begin with. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang'an spotted a huge black vortex, located right at the bottom of the bamboo. At this moment, there was a large pool of blood in front of the whirlpool, and many people wearing white robes or even gray robes had been captured. The Griffin Knights, each armed and with cold expressions, noticed Jiang'an's intrusion and immediately surrounded him. Judging from Jiang'an's appearance, he was only 18 years old. If he were an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to break through the pack of demon wolves and come here. That leaves only one possibility. At this tense moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind. Wait, he's not one of the Abyss cultists. He's a freshman this year. Chapter 64. It's fake. It must be fake. Wait, he's not one of the Abyss cultists. He's a freshman this year. Sun Jinghao stepped out from behind the crowd. Upon seeing him, the Griffin Riders immediately became much more respectful and put away their weapons. Clearly, they trusted Sun Jinghao's words completely. He came up to Jiangyan and said, "Great. The people at the assembly point said they didn't see you. I was worried something had happened to you. You've come at the perfect time. Is that the entrance to the secret realm? What's the situation now?" Sun Jinghao's lips curled into a bitter smile. "When we arrived, we killed and captured most of the evil cultists, but the leader, the Crescent Priest, and his confidants were prepared and still managed to escape. The demonic wolf was transported here using a dimensional portal, and it has already been destroyed. But the most important thing now is that the secret realm has been opened, and some evil people have entered it. If they take things from the secret realm, the loss will be huge." Qian Duo, who had been being teased, asked with some confusion, "Aren't we already surrounded? Why don't we just catch them all when they come out of the secret realm, or you can just go in and capture them?" "Oh, so you're here too," Sun Jinghao said with some surprise. He then explained, "It's not that simple. Although the secret realm is indeed shared by multiple people, it is different from the dungeon. It has stricter entry restrictions. This bamboo forest secret realm requires you to be below level 20. Anyone who reaches level 20 is not allowed to enter. As for waiting for them to come out to make arrests, the evil people will definitely think of this as well. As long as they prepare teleportation talismans in advance and crush them when leaving the secret realm, they will be teleported to a designated safe location." So, Sun Jinghao looked at Jiangyan seriously and said, "I want to issue you a special mission. You can choose to refuse or agree." As soon as he finished speaking, a notification popped up on Jiangyan's panel. Special mission: cleanse the remnants of evil. Mission objective: kill the evil traders who enter the bamboo forest secret realm and ensure that the items within the realm do not fall into their hands. Mission reward: 10 points and 1 bonus point for each villain killed. Task penalty: none. Before Jiangyan could react, Qian Duo let out a strange cry, clearly indicating that he had also received the mission. 10 points? And there are bonus points for the assessment? The points are what we need to exchange for resources after we go to the university, right? After Sun Jinghao confirmed, Qian Duo became even more excited. He whispered to Jiangyan, "Damn, this is a good deal. I heard them say that you need points for everything after you go to university, but there are very few ways to get points. And there are bonus points for the performance review." Jiangyan nodded. "Okay, I'll take this task." Sun Jinghao relaxed a lot, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, one of the men captured by the Crescent Priest is called Grey One. He created the corrupted demon wolf, a level 15 elite monster, and gave it to those low-level evil followers to take into the secret realm." He looked at Yanning and said slowly, "I'm worried." It's just a corrupt demon wolf, no big deal. We encountered one on the way too." Qian Duo said with an air of superiority, "I killed it in one move." Sun Jinghao looked at Jiang and with a somewhat surprised expression. He naturally didn't believe Qian Duo's nonsense about killing someone in one move. Only Jiangyan could do that. "Yes, the corrupt demon wolves are not a problem," Jiangyan affirmed. "That's great. Now you can prepare to enter the secret realm. The entrance to this secret realm should only last for another 10 minutes at most. The others who meet the entry-level requirements are all at the dungeon gathering point. It's too late for them to come over, and their strength isn't enough. You will be the only ones who can get in. Everything is in your hands." Jiangyan nodded, and together with Yan Ying and Qian Duo, they headed towards the unique black vortex of the secret realm. A secret realm, a place that so many people dream of but never have the chance to enter. "I wonder if I'll find anything good here?" As Jiangyan reached out to touch the vortex of the secret realm, before he could make any choice, a powerful attraction came from within. Jiangyan and Qian Duo disappeared into the black vortex in an instant. After a moment of dizziness, Jiangyan opened his eyes to a vast expanse of green. The dense bamboo forest seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and a gentle breeze rustled through it. The unique fragrance of bamboo is truly delightful. This must be the real bamboo forest mountain range. Qian Duo got up from the ground and brushed off the bamboo leaves that were stuck to his body. "That's spectacular, but I don't think I see any monsters." Just then, a wolf howl rang out from not far away. "Let's go take a look." Jiangyan immediately made a decision. Yan Ying led the way, with the two of them following closely behind. After rounding a small hill, Jiangyan and Qian Duo indeed spotted a corrupting wolf. Beside the corrupting wolf stood a girl in a white robe, and in front of her lay a creature with black and white markings. Its head is mostly white, with only small black patches on its eyes and ears. Its limbs are also black, and its round belly is covered with white fur. Overall, it looks somewhat cute and adorable. However, at this moment, the white hair on its mouth was stained red with blood, and the light in its eyes had been lost. Panda? Jiang instantly recalled the name of this national treasure from his previous life. Its adorable appearance was exactly like a panda, but unfortunately, it was already dead and he couldn't check its attributes or species name. The girl's face contorted as she kicked the panda's corpse. What a waste, it doesn't explode anything. How do I get the rewards in this secret realm? Roar. The girl suddenly noticed the low growl coming from the corrupted demon wolf. She looked up and saw Jiang and the others approaching. You are. The girl pondered for a moment, then exclaimed with delight. Jiang? You know me? Of course. You're a celebrity, Wei Qing's successor. Killing you will bring rewards comparable to those from a secret realm. The girl's eyes gleamed with greed as she said to the corrupting wolf, Go, kill them. At the same time, the girl took out a greatsword, and her body was instantly covered with a layer of black flames. This black flame is the holy flame buff unique to Abyss believers, which will greatly enhance their abilities for a short period of time, even enabling them to fight opponents of higher levels. Feeling the increase in power and the intense mental pleasure, the girl's expression became even more excited and exaggerated. Hee, I'm going to chop you all into pieces. She raised her greatsword high and charged after the corrupted wolf. Flame Shadow's eyes were icy cold, and its two tails behind it instantly burst into flames. Flame Tail whips out. The corrupted wolf died instantly upon contact, its health bar emptied. The girl's previously excited expression froze instantly. Her restlessness and excitement vanished in an instant, as if she had suddenly fallen into an ice cave in the middle of summer. Cold sweat dripped slowly down her forehead. It's fake, right? How? How could someone be able to kill in an instant? Chapter 65 Headless Soldier. Elite Level Monster. Those who choose to join the Abyss heretics are naturally not of a high level. She was only level 12 to begin with, and even with the attribute enhancement from the Black Flame, she was still far inferior to a level 15 elite corrupted wolf. Flame Shadow slowly approached the girl, and Jiang's voice came from behind. What do you know about the Bamboo Forest secret realm? The girl's eyes were filled with terror. I don't know. I haven't encountered any monsters since I came in, only this black and white panda. There was no reward after killing it. Oh. Flame Shadow extended its claws, and the Tier Claw was silently activated. If you know nothing, then you are worthless. Jiang then saw in his mission notification that he had killed one evil traitor. Well, it's not entirely worthless. It's still 10 points plus 1 bonus point. In addition, Jiang also noticed the information revealed in her words. The claim that he would call himself Wei Qing's successor is undoubtedly a rumor, but as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Someone must have leaked information about the beginner dungeon. At that time, Jiang could only think of one person who would have a reason to do this. Zhang Bingyang. I hope it really is you. Then I'll finally have a legitimate reason to completely eliminate you. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang's eyes, causing Qian Duo beside him to shiver involuntarily. Composing himself, Jiang glanced in the direction the girl had come from and decided to continue along her path. The bamboo forest, the scenery before my eyes, seems to never change, with the emerald green bamboo as the only dominant theme. Occasionally, you can still see a few bamboo shoots that have just sprouted. Suddenly, Jiang's eyes narrowed. In front of him was a black and white panda, which looked a little smaller than the one he had seen before, as if it was still a minor. At the moment, it was trying hard to peel a bamboo shoot, and its adorable appearance made people want to suppress a laugh. Jiang raised his hand and unleashed an appraisal spell. Black and white panda. Level 9. Strength, 100. Spirit, 30. Swiftness, 20. Physical fitness, 100. Combat skills, steel bones, gold rank. Thunder palm, gold rank. Note: friendly creature, not hostile to humans, will only retaliate if attacked. Hiss. Qian Duo gasped. Holy crap, 2 gold level skills? This guy's skills are way too exaggerated, aren't they? I heard them say that gold level skills are very rare. Jiang raised an eyebrow. The skill level of this black and white panda was indeed ridiculously high. A low-level character possesses 2 gold-level skills. I seem to have only ever seen Yanning, but Yanning was born with the bloodline of a god. Could it be? Does this black and white panda also possess divine blood? It's a pity that friendly creatures don't drop items. Otherwise Jiang would have really wanted to kill it and see if it could drop a pet egg. Let's go and take a look ahead. There were many messy marks on the ground, indicating that there should be quite a few black and white pandas living in this area. Sure enough, after walking for a few minutes, we rounded a small hill. Before me lay a vast expanse of growing bamboo shoots, and nearby sat a group of lazy, robust black and white pandas. Wow, so many black and white pandas are all friendly creatures. Qian Duo pouted and put down the shield she had just raised. Don't worry, it will definitely appear. Whether it was Jiang An's mouth that had been blessed or not, as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept in, and a large number of bamboo leaves rustled and fell. Upon sensing this strange gust of wind, the black and white pandas abandoned their plans to sell bamboo shoots and turned to run away. It's here. It's here. Qian Duo swallowed nervously, staring intently at the direction the wind was blowing. Soon a monster came into their sight. No, rather than a monster, it's more like a person wearing thick armor. However, the area above this person's neck was completely empty. Headless Soldier, Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 300. Spirit, 1. Swiftness, 150. Constitution, 200. Combat Skills, War Cry, Silver Tier, Whirlwind Slash, Silver Tier, Slash, Silver Tier. Note: Headless soldiers corrupted by undead power roam this area, killing any creature that approaches. A level 15 elite monster. Qian Duo exclaimed. How am I supposed to fight that? Although you can team up in the secret realm, the loot drops directly into the kill player's inventory. With Qian Duo's current level 10, it's obviously a bit of a stretch to deal with this headless soldier. Wait a minute, I'm a little curious. How can he activate the battle cry when his head is gone? Isn't this thing supposed to be called out? Qian Duo suddenly asked curiously, his mind racing. Ignoring him, Jiang An said to Yining, go. Flame shadow darted out in a flash, just as it approached within 15 meters of the headless soldier. He immediately became alert and raised his greatsword. A heavy groan suddenly came from his neck. Battle cry skill activated. Attack power increases by 10% for 1 minute. He then slightly turned his body, aiming at the location of the flame shadow, and was about to launch a whirlwind slash. However, he was too slow, and Yining had already taken the opportunity to get in front of him. The tearing claws were thrown out. The metallic claws tore apart the already rotten armor, revealing the mummy-like flesh inside. After the flesh was broken open, no liquid flowed out. The headless soldier showed no reaction after being struck by the flame shadow, clearly having long since lost the ability to feel pain. The whirlwind slash was unleashed. Flame shadow nimbly leaped away from the attack, then its tail swayed slightly and struck him. The headless soldier died instantly. At that very moment, 2 notifications flashed on Jiang An's panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 headless soldier elite level. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Liberate the Wailing Souls. Quest reward. All items owned by this soul. Jiang An then saw a series of falling notifications. Obtain 1 piece of tattered leather. Obtain material. My beloved's headscarf, rotten, 1. Obtain material. Ragged armor, 1. Get. Obtain standard greatsword, 1. Jiang An suddenly realized that as long as he killed this monster corrupted by the so-called immortal power, he could free its soul and obtain all its items. He took the standard greatsword out of his backpack, and a glint of light, characteristic of silver-grade weapons, flashed across his face. Standard greatsword. Type: weapon. Restricted class: warrior. Equipment level requirement: 10. Quality: silver. Strength: plus 20. Constitution: plus 20. Special effect: when wielding this weapon, the level of the whirlwind slash skill increases by 1. Additional skill: War Cry, LV3. Battle Cry, LV3 Silver Tier skill, can be actively activated, consumes a small amount of stamina to activate, increases attack power by 10% for 1 minute after activation. If you already possess this skill, its level increases by 1 dot. Surprisingly, this standard greatsword is quite good. The increase in the 4 main attributes, as well as the accompanying effects and skills, are all extremely practical. It's considered a fairly average weapon among ordinary silver tier weapons. If you play a few more rounds, you could make a small fortune. Just as Jiang An was thinking this, Qian Duo, who couldn't sit still, suddenly pointed to the other side of the defense line and shouted, "Look, there are so many headless monsters over there." Chapter 66, He's the Real Monster. Look in the direction Qian Duo pointed. In a low-lying valley, dozens of headless monsters roamed. Jiang An's eyes lit up immediately. In his opinion, these were not monsters, but money-bringing children. Everything drops. Is this the joy of farming dungeons? The two immediately headed towards the valley, and soon the first monster came into view. Headless Soldier, Elite. Level, 13. Strength, 240. Spirit, 1. Swiftness, 200. Physical Fitness, 150. Combat Skills, War Cry, Silver Tier, Whirlwind Slash, Silver Tier, Slash, Silver Tier. Note: Headless Soldiers corrupted by undead power roam this area, killing any creature that approaches. As the level decreases, the attributes also decrease slightly. Duo was quite excited. Wow, there are even level 8 ones here. I can give it a try too. After saying that, he rushed excitedly toward an 8th level monster. With his current level of 10, as long as he didn't rush in recklessly, he should be able to slowly wear it down. Jiangyan naturally wouldn't stop him, but simply asked Yanning to keep an eye on his side. Jiangyan then looked at the monster in the valley and fell into deep thought. Although there were many soldiers scattered throughout the valley, the distance between each of them was very far. Even if he and Flame Shadow released their flame storms at the same time, they could only cover 2 headless soldiers at most. The efficiency is undoubtedly somewhat low. After all, Flame Shadow cannot continuously release skills. The physical and mental consumption is still too great. In addition, based on the previous test with the headless soldier, Jiangyan already knew that these guys' alert range was about 15 meters. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Jiangyan's mind. Phantom Clone activated. Flame Shadow's body instantly created countless clones, which scattered in all directions without hesitation, deliberately arousing the hatred of the other headless soldiers. In an instant, a large number of headless soldiers were on high alert. After attracting aggro, all the clones immediately retreated to Jiangyan's location. And these headless soldiers with extremely low intelligence naturally followed closely behind. Dust billowed up, and even the ground trembled slightly. Jiangyan and the real Yanning were at the very center, their faces completely expressionless. Only after these headless soldiers entered the attack range of the flame storm did these clones transform into streaks of light and fly into the Flame Shadow's body. Having suddenly lost their target, the headless soldiers' hatred immediately shifted to Yanning and Jiangyan. They quickly approached, their movements surprisingly synchronized. They all started with a battle cry and then tried to unleash a whirlwind slash. However, they had lost their value for testing in Jiangyan's eyes. Jiangyan naturally wouldn't let Yanning hold back. Flame Shadow's body was instantly covered with flame patterns, and the high temperature instantly distorted the temperature. Flames rose up. It spread instantly. The storm, composed entirely of fire, instantly engulfed them all. These headless soldiers writhed and screamed silently, but they could not escape the burning flames. While still holding his shield high and fighting the headless soldiers with bayonets, Duo noticed the firelight out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but complain about the headless soldiers who were gradually being charred in the firelight. Monster. He's the real monster. Who the hell can kill level 15 elite monsters like it's nothing at level 14, especially in groups? As he spoke, he looked at the headless soldier of level 8 in front of him, who had surprisingly become handsome. You're so great. Let's take our time having fun. Meanwhile, Jiangyan was constantly receiving notifications about loot drops upon kills. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 headless soldier, elite level. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Liberate the Wailing Souls. Quest reward. All items owned by this soul. Materials obtained. Obtain the specified skill scroll, Whirlwind Slash, 1. Obtain Standard Greatsword 1. Obtain Standard Greatsword 1. Somewhere in the secret realm, Zhang Bingyang leaned against the bamboo, his expression twisted with excitement. Only one rotten wolf remained beside him, while the other 2 rotten wolves were tearing at something. A closer look reveals that the one being torn apart is another white-robed follower. The white-robed follower, unwilling to accept defeat, ignited black flames in an attempt to resist, but his strength was negligible in the face of the 2 corrupt demon wolves. Meanwhile, the other corrupt wolf, which was supposed to help resist, stood frozen in place, as if it had lost its command. The white-robed followers rolled on the ground, wailing, Why? Why? How dare you betray the Holy Church? Aren't you afraid of being burned to death by the holy flames? This so-called holy flame not only provides attribute enhancement and mental pleasure, but also possesses the most abnormal ability. That is the legendary black flame that will instantly rise up as soon as you have the thought of betrayal. Burn the traitors to ashes. This is precisely why, once a follower of the Abyss joins, there is no possibility of them turning back, making it extremely difficult to completely eradicate this organization. Faced with the accusations, Zhang Bingyang's expression remained unchanged. How can this be considered betrayal? Heaven and earth bear witness. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Holy Church. Those headless soldiers are quite strong, and the higher the level of the headless soldier, the better the loot they drop. But I certainly can't kill them all by my 3 corruption wolves alone. That's why I need to borrow your strength. Only if I am strong enough can I obtain more good things and bring them back, so as not to let down the high priest's arrangements over the years. How dare you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? He sneered, don't blame me. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for not having Huei as your guide. The corrupt wolf bit the white-robed follower's neck, ending his life. Seeing this, Zhang Bingyang snapped his fingers at the corrupt wolf that originally belonged to the white-robed followers, and the corrupt wolf obediently came behind him. The reminders he gave me kept echoing in my mind. Once you enter the secret realm, prioritize obtaining the rewards. You can ignore everyone else. The corrupt wolves I created are only temporarily obeying their commands. You can disable these commands, and once their original owners die, the other corrupt wolves will obey your orders. You need this reward to improve your strength, and I also need this credit. Do you understand what I mean? Looking at the 4 corrupt demon wolves behind him, Zhang Bingyang's lips curled up slightly. 4 level 15 elite monsters, no one can compete with me. Everything in this secret realm shall belong to me. As for Jiang'an, upon hearing this name, Zhang Bingyang's body trembled involuntarily, and the psychological trauma he had suffered from in the past resurfaced. His face darkened. You'd better not enter the secret realm, or I'll make you experience the pain of being devoured by the corruption wolves. Chapter 67 Burn them all, they stink too much. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang'an finally managed to clear out most of the monsters in the valley and opened his backpack with some anticipation. 3 specific skill scrolls actually dropped. 1 whirlwind slash, 2 battle cry. Jiang'an's eyes lit up as he looked at the skill scrolls. It's important to know that even the cheapest version of a designated skill scroll costs at least 200,000. After all, if you're unlucky, even millions of dollars might not be enough to get the skill you want from a general skill scroll. Specific skill scrolls, on the other hand, have always been expensive because of the materials required for their creation and the need for a skilled player with full proficiency to help with their crafting. In other words, I had already earned at least 600,000 in less than half an hour after entering the secret realm. This only includes the benefits from skill scrolls. It doesn't even include the materials or the silver-grade greatsword that every monster drops. Most importantly, this isn't even about the items dropped by bosses. If the drop rate of elite monsters is this ridiculously low, then what kind of loot will the bosses in this secret realm drop? Jiang'an was getting excited just thinking about it. Holy crap! A sudden exclamation came from Qian Duoduo's side. The shipment has been completed. A big shipment has been shipped. After more than 10 minutes, Qian Duoduo finally killed the monster that was 2 levels lower than himself. He excitedly came to Jiang'an's side and showed him the dropped items. Job Change Scroll, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. After using the scroll, you can accept the Job Change quest to change your class to the Hidden Combat class, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. Limited to Warrior, Swordsman, and Paladin classes. You're incredibly lucky. You actually got a Job Change Scroll, and it's even a Hidden Combat job. The drop rate of job change scrolls in normal dungeons is practically 0. The rewards are usually only relatively more abundant in secret realms. A scroll like this, which hides a combat class, is still priceless even if it's restricted to a specific class. After all, the first job change is entirely up to fate, while this job change scroll is undoubtedly a way to defy the heavens and change one's destiny. Hee, it's all thanks to my godfather. I want to use this scroll myself. Under Jiang'an's surprised gaze, he scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. You're too strong now. I feel like I can't help you much. Changing to a hidden combat class should help you. Then we can go to the Mountain and Sea Academy together. Jiang'an looked pleased. Very good. My son has grown up. Get out. After their playful banter, the two continued their enthusiastic search for other headless soldiers. The black and white pandas that had been hiding came out again and started diligently pulling up bamboo shoots. They didn't even pay attention to Jiang'an and Qian Duoduo as they passed by. 3 hours later, Jiang'an and Qian Duoduo crossed another small hill, and so far, they have encountered another large number of headless soldiers. In addition, they encountered 2 groups of abyss villains. Jiang'an killed 6 people, and Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity to finish off one of them. I feel like there aren't enough people. There aren't enough to kill. Qian Duoduo muttered with some dissatisfaction. It seems the quantity is a bit off. According to Sun Jinghao, at least 50 evil people have entered the secret realm. Even if they were scattered, We have explored almost half of the secret realm. There is no reason why there are so few. Just as the two were wondering about the unusual number of evil people, a white figure lying in the bamboo forest ahead caught their attention. Hurry up, and you'll see that the white figure was the one killed by Zhang Bingyang, with many marks on his body from being gnawed by the corrupting demon wolves. Is there infighting? Jiang'an wondered to himself. That's outrageous. Qian Duoduo suddenly exclaimed indignantly. It's utterly immoral. What a precious point this was originally. Just like that, it's gone. It's absolutely outrageous. Jiang'an's lips twitched slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of bamboo, leaves being stepped on. The sound was extremely dense, clearly indicating that more than one creature was approaching. There were many of them. Along with this feeling came an extremely unpleasant odor. Corrupt wolves. There's definitely not just one, but many. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, a crisp clapping sound came from the bamboo forest, and the two turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. Zhang Bingyang, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked towards them. Behind Zhang Bingyang followed more than 40 corrupt wolves. Zhang Bingyang, you actually joined the Abyss Evil Cult, you scum. Qian Duoduo was truly enraged this time. He never expected that his former classmate would make such a decision that went against their ancestors. It was just a quarrel between classmates. How did it escalate like this? Jiang'an remained calm. He had already guessed this outcome and even felt a little anticipation. It's just a minor disagreement between classmates, you. Before Qian Duoduo could finish speaking, Zhang Bingyang's expression changed drastically, and he said fiercely, friction. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Jiang'an. He stole my thunder in the newbie dungeon, making me extremely embarrassed. And the venomous Spider King deliberately killed me at the dungeon's gathering point. It was just out of control. I could have regained control quickly, but he deliberately killed it. It cost my entire family's savings of over 500,000 yuan to buy. You're telling me this is just a minor disagreement? Qian Duoduo was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Jiang'an shrugged. It's just a spider. I can kill it easily. It's like accidentally stepping on an ant. Do you need to do it on purpose? Okay, very good. Zhang Bingyang bit her lip so hard she didn't even notice the blood seeping out. However, he quickly regained his composure, and with a wave of his hand, all the corrupt wolves stepped forward, baring their fierce teeth and glaring at Jiang'an. I hope you'll still be this stubborn when you're torn to shreds by the corruption wolves. That feeling. Zhang Bingyang seemed to recall something and couldn't help but tremble. Hee. I have to let you all experience it too. After all, this is the pain you inflicted on me. Go, tear them apart. Upon receiving the order, the green light in the eyes of all the corrupted demon wolves instantly intensified, and they charged towards the location where Jiang'an and Qian Duoduo were. A layer of black flames had spread over Zhang Bingyang's body. His expression was extremely crazed, and his eyes were filled with the pleasure of anticipating revenge. He muttered under his breath, tear them apart. Tear them to pieces. Don't even spare their internal organs. Jiang'an shook his head and took a step forward. Perversion is an illness. It needs treatment. Also, do you have rhinitis and can't smell anything? These guys stink so badly. How can you stand it? Zhang Bingyang's expression was slightly blank. He hadn't expected Jiang'an to say such inexplicable things before he died. The next moment, Jiang'an's face turned cold. Flame shadow. Roar. Master, I'm here. Burn them all. They stink too much. Roar. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 68, Unleashing True Strength. Divine Might activated. Fire, flames engulfed everything in an instant. Zhang Bingyang's eyes were filled only with that dazzling orange red, while his proud corrupt demon wolf turned to ashes in an instant, as if it had never existed. Just like that highly venomous rainbow spider king back then. No, that's impossible. These are all level 15 elites. They could even take on a boss of the same level. How could this happen? Zhang Bingyang's face turned pale, and he subconsciously grabbed the bamboo beside him. He muttered, how could this be? I was clearly the chosen one. Why? A figure emerged from the firelight, with a petite and adorable figure perched on his shoulder. Dealing with the corrupt wolf was obviously no challenge for Jiang'an. He didn't even get a speck of dust on him. Approaching Zhang Bingyang, Jiang'an grinned and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. That job change anomaly was actually caused by me. You've been a piece of trash from the beginning, and you still are. Zhang Bingyang's expression changed drastically, and even the last vestige of his pride seemed to crack. Impossible. You're lying to me. You're just an ordinary person. How could this possibly be related to you? Just then, the ground began to shake slightly, as if something had been attracted by the firelight. A A very peculiar roar rang out. The voice seemed to contain a special kind of oppressive power, making people want to worship it. Qian Duo and Zhang Bingyang were both unable to withstand the pressure and immediately knelt down in the direction from which the roar came. Only Jiang Yin and Yin Ying remained unaffected, and a sudden realization dawned upon them. Like Yin Ying, the opponent possesses the bloodline of a god. The ground shook slightly, and a huge black and white panda appeared before them. Its body was as large as a young cyclops, and it wore an ancient beast armor. The beast armor seemed to have endured countless years, long since worn and dilapidated, while the exposed body was covered with various scars and marks. Its head was completely empty, like those headless soldiers. Headless black and white panda, boss level. Level, 15. Strength, 430. Spirit, 200. Swiftness, 300. Physical fitness, 500. Combat skills, steel bones, gold rank. Thunder palm, gold rank. Intimidation, gold rank. High-speed healing, gold rank. Note: the headless black and white panda, corrupted by the power of immortality, has had its originally friendly nature altered. It wanders aimlessly in this area, rarely engaging in combat, but will become hostile if anyone fights nearby, even by simply using a skill. The headless black and white panda seemed to have been attracted by the firelight. It stretched out its round, large hand and snapped off the bamboo around it, then placed it on its empty head. Only after realizing they couldn't eat it did they angrily throw it aside. As for Jiang Un and the others in the bamboo forest, they seemed to be completely ignored by it. Zhang Bingyang knelt on the ground, a contemptuous smile suddenly appearing on his face. Look, even God is on my side. As soon as you use your skills, you will immediately arouse the hatred of this terrifying boss. What are you going to do now? He then grabbed a bamboo stalk and forced himself to stand up, taking out a talisman from his hand. It is an escape talisman. Once activated, it will temporarily create an escape vortex within the secret realm. Are you going to stop me? Just as Zhang Bingyang was about to choose to use the talisman, his vision suddenly blurred. A fiery red figure darted past like lightning. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, and his pale hand, holding the amulet, fell to the ground. The tearing claw easily severed his hand. Zhang Bingyang couldn't help but gasp, his face contorted as he said, "Fine, very well, then we'll all die together." The headless black and white panda, which was already preparing to turn and leave, turned around immediately after Yin Ying released the tear claw, and a deafening roar came from its abdomen. Qian Duo's face instantly turned green. Oh no, I'm doomed. The headless black and white panda's strength far exceeds that of a level 15 boss. Its roar alone is enough to make people want to bow down and worship. Even if Jiang Yin can easily deal with the corrupt demon wolf, he may not be a match for the headless black and white panda. Despite the excruciating pain in his wrist, Zhang Bingyang laughed loudly. Ha! You're going to die too. You're going to die anyway, so it's all worth it. Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly. It's just a level 15 boss. There won't be any useless people who can't handle this, right? Qian Duo was stunned, feeling as if she had also been insulted. Flame Shadow, unleash your true power. Yes, Master. Chu Lian's condition has been resolved. Innate skill Divine Might. Activated. Divine Might, active talent. Activating this talent will grant you Divine Might state, imbuing you with Divine Majesty. Your 4 main attributes will be doubled, and skill power will be increased by 100%. Cooldown, 3 days. Suddenly, the hair on Yin Ying's body began to move without wind, and an aura of majesty unique to God spread out. Both Qian Duo and Zhang Bingyang showed intense shock. This terrifying pressure was extremely similar to that emanating from the headless black and white panda. However, it is clearly a level above. If the gaze of a god was felt from the headless black and white panda, then the oppressive aura emanating from Yin Ying was like the wrath of a god, making one feel as if they might die at any moment. The legs that had just managed to stand up suddenly collapsed to their knees again. The headless black and white panda could also feel the oppressive aura emanating from Yin Ying. Feeling the pressure, it immediately swung its fist, wanting to strike first. A flash of lightning illuminated the headless black and white panda's fist, which was crackling with intense lightning, as it slammed down fiercely towards Flame Shadow. If Yin Ying were in her normal state, she might have chosen to avoid the attack first and then find an opportunity to strike. But at this moment, in her divine power state, her eyes were full of contempt. The tail twitched slightly. The enhanced version of Phantom Goddess is activated instantly. The headless black and white panda's fist stopped in front of Yin Ying. Roar! Flame Shadow let out a clear, cold cry. Kneel down. After hesitating for a second, the headless black and white panda slowly withdrew its fist, and its limbs began to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. Suddenly, many normal black and white pandas appeared all around. At this moment, they all sensed the will of Flame Shadow and knelt down before it. Yanning enjoyed the worship as if he were a true god, with Jiang standing behind him. Zhang Bingyang and Qian Duoduo were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. Qian Duoduo quickly recovered and shouted in a broken voice, "Awesome! My brother is really strong. Invincible." Zhang Bingyang was unable to come to her senses for a long time, and her face gradually turned pale, even worse than that of a dead person. He wasn't lying. That strange phenomenon really wasn't caused by me. Wrong from the start. Chapter 69 Harvest. A Divine Bloodline Pet Egg. When the Divine Might state is activated, the Flame Shadow skill effect is doubled, and the Illusionary Bewitching skill also becomes exceptionally effective. The headless black and white panda will not be able to get rid of this limitation in the short term. Kill it. Jiang decided its fate. Flame Shadow nodded slightly, then moved its limbs and came to the headless black and white panda. There is a clear difference in size between the two. Even when Yanning was out of Chu Lian's form, she looked incredibly small compared to the headless black and white panda. But it is precisely because of this difference in size that the whole picture becomes more impressive. Flames rose from the shadowy figure. The fiery storm instantly engulfed the headless black and white panda's entire body, and the headless black and white panda did not even attempt to resist during this process. Its health bar began to drop rapidly, and soon it reached 0. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. As he died, a kill notification sounded. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 headless black and white panda, boss level. You have received an additional 3,000 experience points. Interestingly, the loot dropped by this dungeon boss doesn't drop directly into your inventory. Instead, it appeared next to the headless black and white panda's corpse. Jiang glanced around and saw a golden light and a round object. Jiang did not immediately check the fallen objects, but instead looked at Zhang Bingyang's location. Flame Shadow stared straight at him. Do you understand now? I want you to understand that from the very beginning, you were just relying on the anomalies caused when I changed jobs. You've been a fake from the very beginning. Zhang Bingyang's last shred of pride was shattered. His face was ashen, and he was filled with suicidal thoughts. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Kill me." Jiang's expression remained unchanged. Remember, you deserve this fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple tail behind Yanning swayed slightly. Phantom Clone, activate. In an instant, countless flaming shadow clones appeared across the entire bamboo forest mountain range. Upon seeing the countless foxes covering the entire mountainside, Zhang Bingyang's expression instantly changed. The most terrifying image etched into his memory resurfaced in his mind. He cried out in terror, "No, no, no, don't do this. Give me a quick death." The voices were drowned out by the roars of countless fiery shadow clones. One after another, the clones came to Zhang Bingyang. They did not use any skills, but relied on their claws and fangs to instinctively tear at the flesh and blood on Zhang Bingyang's body. At first, Zhang Bingyang tried to resist, his body burning with black flames, and he raised his bow and arrow and shot one arrow after another. But Yanning was still in a state of divine might. Even though the clone's attributes were weakened, it was still not something Zhang Bingyang could deal with. Moreover, there are so many of them. The screams continued, then gradually subsided, until there was absolutely no sound. Jiang had already arrived in front of the headless black and white panda corpse, and Qian Duoduo also came over. Looking at that dazzling golden light, Qian Duoduo swallowed hard. This looks like gold tier equipment. Jiang nodded and reached out to pick up the piece of equipment. Bamboo Shadow Waist Belt. Type, Waist Armor. Class Restriction, None. Equipment Level Requirement, 15. Quality, Gold. Constitution, plus 100. Special Effect 1. Increases health regeneration speed by 20% when worn. Special Effect 2. Increases maximum health by an additional 10% when worn. Special Effect 3. When worn, there is a 1% chance to trigger a phantom attack when attacking. When worn by summoner-type classes, their summoned creatures will also be affected. Additional skill, High-Speed Healing. High-Speed Healing, LV3 Gold Tier skill, can be actively cast, consumes spirit to heal the target unit, rapidly restoring their injuries and health. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the side. Qian Duoduo was stunned when he saw the attributes of this equipment. All three special effects are incredibly powerful. The speed of health recovery is a given, making it essential for saving on potions. The increase in maximum health is even more enviable. As we all know, The health attribute is only affected by constitution. Many squishy classes will not increase their constitution attribute points after leveling up. It is harder than climbing to heaven to increase their maximum health. This third special effect is equally amazing. Even if Jiang wears it as a summoner, his summoned beasts can still enjoy the special effect of this phantom attack. As for the accompanying skill, it's a gold-level healing skill, and it's not restricted to being used only by the wearer. To put it bluntly, with this skill alone, Jiang could act as a healer in dungeons with lower pressure. Compared to Qian Duo, Jiang's expression was much calmer. After putting it on, Jiang looked at another item with some anticipation. It was a round, pet egg. The egg is covered with emerald green patterns resembling bamboo leaves, and you can faintly smell the fragrance of bamboo leaves. The friendly black and white pandas all gathered around and spontaneously stroked the pet egg, as if performing some kind of ritual. Check the attributes of the pet egg. Pet egg, black and white panda. Level boss. After hatching, you can obtain a rare black and white panda as a pet. The simple description made Jiang hold his breath instantly. The reason is simple. A familiar reminder popped up below this description. This pet egg possesses divine blood and can be contracted. Would you like to begin incubation now? No. Jiang excitedly chose no. But he hadn't forgotten that there was a certain chance of the pet egg failing to hatch, so he needed to prepare the materials in advance. Finally, I got a pet egg that met the requirements. Ever since I reached level 10, I've been searching, and I never expected to finally get what I wanted in the secret realm. This trip to the secret realm was definitely worthwhile. It's a pity that Zhang Bingyang stole a lot of points, otherwise it would have been a perfect completion. Zhang glanced at the panel and was stunned when he saw that the mission showed that he had killed 51 evil people. After checking the task details, Zhang discovered that the original judgment standard was not for level 11 or 12 evil followers, but for level 15 corrupt demon wolves. In the secret realm, each corrupted wolf killed counts as a target being cleared. Although Zhang Bingyang killed the vast majority of people, he kept all the corrupt demon wolves and gave them all to himself. What a kind person. Zhang couldn't help but sigh. So Zhang Bingyang is the real good person after all. Qian Duo looked at Zhang Bingyang's mangled corpse and the escape talisman, scratched his head, and asked, "What do we do now?" The secret realm boss is dead, so the mission can be considered successfully completed. What a pity about this escape talisman. I just checked, and it can only be used in this secret realm. It will become ineffective if I take it out. Zhang's gaze lingered briefly on Zhang Bingyang's corpse before finally settling on the escape talisman. Not necessarily. Chapter 70. You deserve to die. In a basement in a residential area of Linen. The priestess of Crescent Moon stood helplessly in the center of the basement, with Gray behind her bowing her head. Can't you sense the condition of the corrupted dire wolf? Yes, the secret realm seems to have severed all contact. The priestess of the Crescent Moon nodded slightly. The secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable. It's normal that we can't sense it. Once we get what's in the secret realm, Linen will definitely conduct a comprehensive investigation. Let's avoid meeting for a while and make good use of our disguised identities to avoid being investigated. Gray understands. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what good things they'll bring back this time. It's a pity I've never truly entered a secret realm in my entire life. The new moon priestess's eyes were full of anticipation. Whatever they gain, it will belong to our holy church, and also to you, sir. Gray's eyes flashed. Don't worry, you'll get a share too. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, a white vortex suddenly appeared in the very center of the basement. This is the fluctuation generated when the escape talisman is used. Someone is leaving the secret realm and coming over. Judging by the time, it's about 4 hours. They should be coming back soon. Even the priestess of the Crescent Moon was extremely excited at this moment. After so many years of planning, it was finally going to come to fruition. From the very beginning, no one in the high ranks of the Holy Church had any faith in the bamboo forest secret realm, but she managed to find traces of it herself. That's how we got to where we are today. A smile spread across the Crescent Moon priest's face. He could almost picture the surprised expressions on the faces of the other priests in the Holy Church when they learned that he had outmaneuvered the officials of Linen and been promoted to Red Robe Priest. The white vortex did not immediately teleport people out after it appeared. Instead, it remained there quietly. Huh? What's going on? Aren't they coming out yet? A hint of doubt arose in the new moon priestess's heart, but she comforted herself. It must be because we reaped too much, and maybe we even got some good stuff that was hard to move, which is why we were delayed. Just as he was thinking this, the vortex swayed slightly. Then a flash of light. A figure lay in a strange posture in front of them. It was Zhang Bingyang, who had just died not long ago. His body was covered in gnaw marks, and his face was filled with a look of terror and fear. The smile on the priestess of Crescent Moon's face froze instantly, and Gray's expression also changed drastically. After Zhang Bingyang's body was teleported out, the white vortex gradually disappeared. The priestess of the Crescent Moon stood frozen in place, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Where are the others? What happened? Are they all dead? At this moment, Huai was filled with unease, because the moment Zhang Bingyang's corpse was teleported out, some kind of restriction on the secret realm was broken. She could clearly feel that there was no rotten demon wolf in the secret realm at all. All 50-odd corruptible wolves have vanished. Priest, it seems all the corrupted wolves have been killed. Gray hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Impossible, the priestess of the Crescent Moon roared. The highest level person in the Bamboo Forest Mountains is only level 15, and they were stopped at the dungeon gathering point. Given the duration of the entrance to the secret realm, they wouldn't even have had time to arrive. So how could they possibly enter the secret realm to stop them? Those guys in linen would never risk taking low-level characters into such a critical situation. Sir, have you forgotten about Jiangyan? Hui cautiously reminded him. Jiangyan. Muttering this name, the priestess of the Crescent Moon's expression froze completely. After a long while, he seemed to finally realize the truth. His plan, which he had been scheming for so many years, had become the biggest joke in the world. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years, and his whole demeanor had vanished. Hui squatted down in front of Zhang Bingyang's body, trying to check if anything had been left behind. After searching around Zhang Bingyang's waist for a moment, her face suddenly lit up with joy. She actually touched something bulging. Seeing this, a glimmer of light returned to the Crescent Priestess's eyes as she looked at Gray with anticipation. He pulled out the bulging thing and spread it out in his palm. It was a pure black metal sphere. Before the two could even check the attributes, the metal sphere suddenly exploded in Gray's hand. Both of them were startled and immediately unleashed their strongest defensive skills. As a result, they were not attacked. Jiang Yan's voice came from the fragments inside the metal sphere. Thank you for helping to protect this secret realm. Otherwise, if everyone could enter, I might not have gained so much. Here is my thank you gift for you. The voice suddenly changed, becoming Qian Duodwas. You old bastard, New Moon. Eat my super stinky fart attack. Before the two could react, a cloud of yellow gas instantly spread out and covered them. The smell was extremely unpleasant, like someone letting out a fart before diarrhea started. The stench made the two of them almost vomit. Jiangyan, the priestess of the Crescent Moon, completely broke down, roaring, You deserve to die. Yeah. Before the secret bamboo forest, Sun Zhenghao stood with his hands clasped at the edge of the secret realm's vortex. The enormous bamboo seemed to have completed its final journey, its leaves turning from green to yellow. They all fell down. My lord, this should be a sign that the secret realm is about to close. Jiang Yan and the others haven't come out yet. Is that? Sun Zhenghao waved his hand. No, we should have faith in him. Even so, Sun Zhenghao still felt somewhat uncertain. After all, no one knows what's inside this bamboo forest secret realm. Based on past experience, there are many types of secret realms, some of which are specifically designed to help people level up quickly. There are also monster-killing loot drops, and even items that can quickly increase skill levels. However, regardless of the type of secret realm, there is always great danger. As the old saying goes, the greater the reward, the greater the risk. What's more, those abyss evils have also infiltrated this secret realm. The members of the Griffin Knights opened their mouths, unsure how to persuade Sun Zhenghao. In their view, Jiang Yan had most likely failed. The secret realm was already preparing to close, and the fact that no one is left so far can only mean one thing. That means the survivors of the secret realm were the abyss evils, who used other methods to leave the secret realm. Besides this, there seemed to be no other possibilities. Just as the last leaf fell from the bamboo, the vortex in the secret realm suddenly began to fluctuate. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at the vortex with anticipation. Soon, two figures slowly appeared. Jiang Yan sneezed twice in a row as soon as he came out, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. It seems the priestess of the Crescent Moon is sending me her most sincere greetings. Chapter 71 needs to be discussed separately. As soon as Jiang Yan and Qian Duoduo appeared, professional medical personnel immediately came forward to check on their condition. After ensuring safety, Sun Zhenghao inquired about the situation inside the secret realm. There were a total of 51 evil people inside, and they were all wiped out, Jiang Yan said calmly. What? Sun Zhenghao's eyes widened in surprise, and the Griffin Knight beside him also looked incredulous. Their estimate of the number of evil cultists entering the secret realm was completely wrong. I originally thought there would be at most a dozen people inside, but I didn't expect there to be more than 50 people in total. In other words, Jiang and his group were not only facing the threat of the secret realm itself, but also fighting against 51 evil disciples. You've wiped out all these abyss villains? Each of them had at least one corrupted demon wolf with them. The knights couldn't help but interject. The corrupted dire wolves are all level 15 elite monsters. It's not that I'm questioning you. It's just, are you sure the two of you can handle so many wolves? He glanced at his watch and added, and within 5 hours. Sun Jinghao, who was standing to the side, did not express his opinion. On the one hand, he felt that Jiang must have something extraordinary to be able to clear the beginner dungeon in such a short time in order to attract Wei Qing's attention. On the other hand, he himself felt that it might be a bit too outrageous. Even if he's incredibly strong, Jiang is currently just a level 14 newbie. What does 51 evil followers mean? It means there are 51 level 15 elite monsters. This terrifying disparity in numbers is simply too exaggerated. Qian Duoduo immediately became anxious. Hey, what do you mean by this? Don't you trust the two of us? The two of us were practically wreaking havoc inside. I was in charge of tanking the damage, and my brother was in charge of dealing damage. Finally, Qian Duoduo tugged at Jiang's sleeve. Xiao Jiang, quickly reveal the mission to them. Jiang's lips twitched slightly. Qian Duoduo really never forgot to take him along, no matter what. Left with no other choice, Jiang decisively chose to make the task public. Seeing the bright number 51 on the mission information screen, the Griffin Knight opened his mouth wide, but couldn't say a word. Sun Jinghao raised an eyebrow. You killed all 51 of them. This task is not completed in a team. It only counts who made the kill. Since all 51 people were counted under Jiang's name, it means that Qian Duoduo did not make a significant contribution. So-called points and bonus points are naturally irrelevant to him. Qian Duoduo pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph, you guys didn't go in. If you had, you would have found out that if I hadn't drawn your ire, how could Xiao Jiang have had such a big harvest? By now, Sun Jinghao and the others had a full understanding of Qian Duoduo, and they could not believe a single word he said, so they simply ignored him. Sun Jinghao looked thoughtful, then slowly asked, did you get the rewards for killing the boss in the secret realm? Generally speaking, the most valuable reward in each dungeon naturally comes from the boss. Someone like Qian Duoduo, who gets the job change scroll by killing monsters, is 1 in a million. Jiang saw that Sun Jinghao didn't speak, while Qian Duoduo said with dissatisfaction, what? You guys aren't trying to steal our loot from the secret realm, are you? Sun Jinghao's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly said, of course not. Anything you gain in the secret realm belongs to you. And we haven't even rewarded you for your achievements yet. So how could we possibly take away the spoils that belong to you? Qian Duoduo's expression finally relaxed, while Jiang looked at Sun Jinghao, waiting for him to say something else. The reason I ask this is because if you obtain something in the secret realm that can enhance your potential, you can receive extra support. Under normal circumstances, there are often some items with special functions in the secret realm, whether it is a scroll for changing jobs or some kind of prop. With the help of these things, you can naturally develop faster. In fact, almost all of the 5 generals of Shanhaiguan have had the experience of entering the secret realm and obtaining good things. So if you have any success in this area, feel free to tell me, and I can report it to the authorities and seek support for you, including but not limited to bonus points during assessments and assistance in completing corresponding tasks. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo became excited and was about to mention the job change scroll. Jiang suddenly grabbed Qian Duoduo, looking puzzled. Uncle Sun, aren't you in charge of the newbie dungeon? How do you know so much about these things? Sun Jinghao smiled and dismissed all the members of the Griffin Knights beside him. A look of intense confidence appeared on his face. I forgot to introduce myself. Besides being the person in charge of the beginner dungeon, I am also one of the secret guards under Lord Wei Qing, the chief of Shanhaiguan. Being responsible for the stability of Linen, you can understand me as the person in charge behind the scenes. A line of information appeared on his forehead. Title: Head of Novice Dungeon in Linen City, Shadow Guard. Jiang suddenly realized why Sun Jinghao was handling the matter in the secret realm this time. Moreover, Jiang had some doubts before, as these Griffin Knights should not normally show such respect to the person in charge of a beginner dungeon. After resolving this confusion, Jiang nodded to Qian Duoduo. He was being told he could tell him about the job change scroll. However, Jiang did not intend to reveal all of his gains in the secret realm. Always keep some cards up your sleeve. Moreover, Jiangyan doesn't need this so-called support. He can complete the task on his own. As for bonus points in the assessment, 50 points or so are already enough. Jiangyan didn't believe that with his abilities and bonus points, he couldn't meet the requirements of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Sun Jinghao quickly recorded Qianduoduo's situation, and even he had to marvel at Qianduoduo's good luck. Hidden class change scrolls can drop from elite monsters, and even Qianduoduo himself can use them. It's like their ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. At the same time, Sun Jinghao was also very clear in his heart that since Qianduoduo could get such a good reward for killing elite-level monsters. Therefore, the items dropped by Jiangyan, who is the main force, after killing the Secret Realm boss must be even more amazing. However, since Jiangyan chose to remain hidden, he naturally wouldn't force him. Sun Jinghao breathed a long sigh of relief. In any case, this matter was finally resolved satisfactorily without causing any further trouble. If the Abyss Evils had taken the things from the Secret Realm, he would have truly died 1,000 deaths. I will submit the points and assessment scores, and you will calculate them directly for you. Just as Sun Jinghao was about to retreat with the captured Abyss villains, Jiangyan suddenly spoke to him. There's one more thing that we need to discuss privately. Chapter 72, The Tricolor Deer. Another pet egg. Although Sun Jinghao didn't understand why Jiangyan specifically requested a conversation between the two of them, out of trust in Jiangyan, he still took Jiang into a secluded place and took out a prop to soundproof the area. All right, you can say whatever you want to say now. Jiangyan stared intently at Sun Jinghao. There is a traitor among the high-ranking members of the human race. Sun Jinghao never expected Jiangyan to say such a thing, and he was stunned. You can't just say things like that. Jiangyan's expression was serious. You should also know about the previous wolf riot. As one of the parties involved, I know for sure that this matter has been recorded and reported. But no large-scale cleanup operation was carried out in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Someone deliberately prevented exploration of the Bamboo Forest Mountains because they were afraid of discovering the layout of the Water Moon Cave. If I remember correctly, the person in charge of Linen City is also a high-level array master. If he were to take action, he should be able to break through the Water Moon Cave very quickly. Since it has taken so long, he should have been sent away beforehand. Sun Jinghao's expression changed repeatedly. Each of these things was true, and any one of them could be considered a coincidence. With so many things happening at the same time, Sun Jinghao had no choice but to face the problem squarely. It is highly likely that the Abyss cultists have infiltrated the upper echelons. Alright, I'm just giving you a heads up. As for what to do next, that's none of my business. After saying that, Jiangyan turned and left. Unexpectedly, a unified voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around curiously and found that everyone, including Sun Jinghao and Qianduoduo, raised their right hands and placed them in front of their chests to salute him when they saw him leaving. This is a gesture of respect. Jiangyan was stunned for a moment before mimicking the gesture. Flame Shadow, take me home. Yan Ying released Chu Lian from her state and crouched down next to Jiangyan again. Call out. Jiangyan and Yan Ying quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Walking along the path in the Bamboo Forest mountain range, you can see many wolf corpses along the way, with blood everywhere. The few survivors you occasionally see are usually those who have just received emergency treatment, and thankfully, most are not in life-threatening danger. They were also taken aback when they saw Jiangyan, and then they all raised their right hands to their chests and watched Jiangyan walk away. Along the way, people expressed their admiration for Jiang and in their own ways. That terrifying firestorm will likely be etched in their memories forever. After leaving the Bamboo Forest Mountains, Jiangyan planned to head to the exchange. On the one hand, they sold off everything they didn't need, and on the other hand, they bought incubation medicine. As a result, he received a message from Bai Hong while he was still on the way. Someone offered an elite-level pet egg they had never seen before, wanting to exchange it for the sacrificial material finger with Jiangyan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the exchange, Bai Hong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet them. Mr. Jiang, the other party is already waiting inside the exchange. Jiangyan nodded slightly, signaling Bai Hong to lead the way. Soon the two arrived at a private room on the second floor, where a woman was waiting. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with beautiful features, fair and delicate skin, and a beauty mark near the corner of her eye. However, such a beautiful woman actually had a faint, almost imperceptible, foul odor emanating from her. Bai Hong, maintaining a smile, introduced, Li Yuan, this is Jiangyan, the owner of the sacrificial materials. Li Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. You're Jiangyan? You know me? Jiangyan asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly suppressed his surprise. Of course, what happened in the Bamboo Forest Mountains is no secret. Now, who doesn't know that a man named Jiang and has made a great contribution? Alright, she changed the subject. Since you specifically asked for a rare pet egg and want to trade it in person, then see if this meets your requirements. I got this after killing an elite monster that I encountered by chance in the wild. I haven't seen the same elite monster since. With a wave of her fair hand, a pet egg appeared on the table in front of the two of them. The egg is covered with blue and white patterns. Jiang had been looking at the pet eggs that appeared in the exchange during this period, but he had never seen a pet egg with this kind of pattern before. Just from the appearance, it was impossible to tell what kind of monster the egg was. Li Yuan revealed the attributes of the pet egg. Pet egg, tricolor deer. Level, elite. After hatching, you can obtain a rare tricolor deer as a pet. Jiang had only glanced at it casually and hadn't expected to find another pet egg with divine bloodline. After all, he hadn't found a suitable one after searching for so long and had long since given up hope. Unexpectedly, a related reminder actually popped up on the panel. This pet egg possesses divine blood and can be contracted. Shall we begin incubation now? Jiang's breathing paused for a moment, then returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 10 and not finding a suitable pet egg for so long, I suddenly got 2 on the same day. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. However, it's also good news. At least I won't have to search so hard after I level up to level 20. How is it? Does it meet your requirements? This pet egg should be worth about the same as your sacrificial materials, Li Yuan said casually, staring at Jiang. This tricolor deer is quite rare, perfect for collecting, Jiang said, taking the finger out of his backpack and looking at Bai Hong. Do you need to pay a brokerage fee for this kind of exchange? Bai Hong smiled slightly. Under normal circumstances, of course it is necessary. However, since you are a VIP of our exchange, this fee can be waived. As long as you two agree, the transaction can be completed. Good. With Bai Hong as a witness, Jiang received the tricolor deer pet egg. After finalizing the deal, Li Yuan turned and left the room. Jiang then began to tidy up the contents of his backpack. With a wave of his hand, more than 50 silver-grade weapons appeared in front of Bai Hong. Bai Hong was stunned. Looking at the weapon in front of him that was radiating a silvery light, he felt his mouth go dry. I need to report this to Sister Jing for handling. Please wait a moment. This situation was clearly beyond Bai Hong's authority to handle, so he had to seek help from his superiors. A few minutes later, Bai Jing walked into the room with her slender waist swaying. Bai Hong respectfully left the room to guard the door for the two of them. Bai Jing glanced at the enormous number of silver-grade weapons, her eyes showing surprise. TSK, you actually managed to get so many silver-grade weapons in such a short time. He really is a guy you can both love and hate. As she spoke, Bai Jing squatted down in front of Jiang and examined the silver-grade weapons. This squat made Bai Jing's figure appear even more exaggerated. Chapter 73 Ready to Hatch. Black and White Panda. Noticing Jiang's gaze out of the corner of her eye, Bai Jing's lips curled up slightly. Jiang withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of some impure thoughts. Love and hate at the same time. Of course I love you because you're so powerful. What I hate is that you're about to take your exam, and you'll definitely leave Linen City for another city then. Bai Jing looked at Jiang with alluring eyes. When you decide which city you want to go to, you have to tell your sister. I'd love to come with you so I can continue to serve you. Oh, Jiang gently lifted Bai Jing's chin with a finger. I wonder how much it would take for you to provide good service? Bai Jing never expected that Jiang, a guy who hadn't even grown his first hair yet, would dare to flirt with her back. In her daze, 2 red blushes rose up. She quickly changed the subject. Although the weapons you brought are all silver-grade weapons, they are mass-produced standard weapons after all, and their attributes are not particularly good. I can only offer them at 120,000 each. There are 57 here, which is 6,840,000. Upon hearing this number, Jiang nodded nonchalantly on the surface, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Is this the secret realm? I only went in and cleared it once, and the loot I got from these odds and ends is more than what I get from running dungeons for a month. With over 6 million, if I only bought universal skill scrolls, I should be able to learn all the early game summoner skills. Then take out the designated skill scrolls and place them in front of Bai Jing. The surprise in Bai Jing's eyes became even more obvious. The stock of designated skill scrolls is extremely limited. Basically, every alchemist who can create skill scrolls cooperates with their Huaxia trading company, so there are no designated skill scrolls that have been accidentally lost. This can only be obtained from drops in dungeons. Coupled with the terrifying number of silver-grade weapons, Bai Jing finally realized what was happening. Her cherry-red lips parted in surprise as she exclaimed, "You've entered the bamboo forest's secret realm." As the person in charge of Huaxiao Exchange and Linen, she naturally had her own information channels. The opening of the bamboo forest secret realm has been confirmed, but unfortunately, it will only be open for a short time, and most likely only officials will enter. So at the beginning, she never even considered that those silver-level weapons were related to the secret realm. That's right, Jiang didn't hide this information either. Bai Jing's eyes flickered, and her regard for Jiang increased even more. Those who manage to emerge alive from the secret realm, provided they do not die prematurely, are destined to become great figures in the future. Bai Jing quickly calculated the value of all these items. After deducting handling fees, the total is 7,930,000. I need 2 sets of pet egg hatching materials, and I need to buy 20 universal skill scrolls for levels 1 to 20. Okay, this totals 1.06 million, leaving 6.87 million. Shall I transfer it all to your account? Help me register 3 million into an anonymous card and transfer the rest to my own account. Okay, Bai Jing said without asking any further questions. She quickly completed the process and handed over the bank card and the purchased materials to Jiang. After completing the transaction, Jiang returned to the orphanage with great excitement. Unexpectedly, just as I arrived at the orphanage gate, I ran into the director, who was rushing out in a hurry. Before the dean even noticed Jiang quietly came up behind him. "Dean, why are you in such a hurry to go out?" "Something happened in the bamboo forest mountains. The injured have been sent to the treatment center. I have to go see them." The director thought it was an acquaintance greeting him and didn't even turn his head. Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. He was the only one in the orphanage who had just changed jobs and was leveling up in the bamboo forest mountains. It was quite obvious who the director was going to see. "Why don't you look back?" "Oh dear, I told you I was in a hurry." The dean suddenly noticed Jiang's grinning face. The moment his tense expression relaxed, his face immediately fell. "You idiot. You never even call me when there's nothing wrong. You just make me worry." Hee. Jiang chuckled a little sheepishly. "I'm fine now, aren't I?" "Oomph. All the younger siblings in the compound saw the news, and they're all worried. Come on, come in with me." The director pulled Jiang into the orphanage, shouting as they passed the kitchen, "Chef Yang, make some extra good food tonight." "All right." As soon as he entered the courtyard, a group of little ones became excited when they saw Jiang surrounding him and chattering excitedly to express their concern. Although the children in the orphanage do not have parents to take care of them, they are indeed more united and close-knit. After playing with them for a while, Jiang finally found the dean and handed him the bank card with 3 million yuan in savings. "There are 3 million here. After all these years, it's time for me to make some contribution to the institute." The director shoved it back, saying, "You kid, have we ever lacked food for you all these years? Do you think we're short of your little bit? Take it away, take it away. The exam is coming up soon. Keep this money to improve yourself and get into your dream university. That would be the best reward for me." Jiang couldn't resist the urge to give in, so he had to put the card away for the time being and give it to her later when he had the chance. Before even having dinner, Jiang couldn't wait any longer and ran upstairs to his room. With a wave of his hand, the 2 pet eggs then appeared in front of Jiang. A tricolor deer, a black and white panda. He was immediately stumped. Which contract should he incubate first? I used to rack my brains trying to find a suitable pet egg, but now I'm starting to worry about it instead. Maybe this is a sweet dilemma. Jiang fell into deep thought. For me, Flame Shadow is currently an extremely powerful and lethal pet. It can be said that monsters of the same level, or even those 10 levels higher, are no match for Flame Shadow. However, Flame Shadow's weaknesses are also obvious. For example, it lacks physical attack methods and will be unable to deal enough damage if it encounters a monster with strong resistance to fire attribute skills. Secondly, there's defense. Flame Shadow is a typical high attack, low defense character. Therefore, my best option next is a pet that can supplement both physical attack and defense. After careful consideration, Jiang decided to hatch the black and white panda first and save the tricolor deer for when he reaches level 20. Putting away the tricolor deer, Jiang turned his expectant gaze to the black and white panda pet egg. Dripped the prepared incubation solution onto the eggshell. The entire pet egg immediately began to shake slightly, joyfully anticipating its imminent birth. Jiang placed his hand on the pet egg and released the universal skill hatching technique. A violent shaking suddenly came from inside the eggshell. Flame Shadow, standing to the side, also looked at its soon-to-hatch partner with great curiosity. Finally, the eggshell cracked. Based on his previous experience, Jiang knew that this was a sign that the egg was about to hatch successfully. Chapter 74 God, Black and White Panda, Purity 20%. Click, click. With a series of crisp sounds, a round, black and white panda crawled out of the egg. Its fur wasn't completely dry, but that didn't diminish its cuteness at all. Especially those two dark eyes under the dark circles under her eyes reveal a kind of intelligence. It reached out to Jiangyan, asking for a hug. Jiangyan picked it up, and the creature clung to Jiangyan's neck with its paws, hanging in midair. At this point, the notification on the panel also lit up. Soul contract bound, current summoning space 2 of 2. Yanning stared intently at the little guy, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. She took 2 steps forward, flicked her tail, and pulled the black and white panda off Jiangyan's neck. Then Yanning lightly leaped into Jiangyan's arms, as if to assert her dominance as the leader. The black and white panda, who had been thrown to the ground, looked completely bewildered, with tears welling up in its eyes. Jiangyan glanced helplessly at Yanning, patted the black and white panda's head as a gesture of comfort, and then opened its interface. Untitled. Race, Black and White Panda, can be activated with Divine Bloodline. Gender, Female. Level 1. Strength, 30. Spirit, 5. Swiftness, 10. Constitution, 30. Combat skills, Steel Bones, Gold level. Deterrence, Gold level. Steel Bones, LV1 Gold tier skill. After activation, defense increases by 50% and elemental resistance increases by 20% for the next 10 minutes. Deterrence, LV1 Gold tier skill. When activated, it inflicts a deterrent effect on enemies within a 10-meter radius, increasing the damage taken by deterred enemies by 10%. As expected, the black and white panda cub perfectly met his current needs, possessing great strength, excellent physique, and mastering 2 gold-level skills. Both skills are very useful. Steel Bones is used for defense, while deterrence can greatly increase the damage taken by enemy units. Moreover, this is still in the state where the Divine Bloodline has not been activated. Upon opening the panel, it was confirmed that the black and white pandas also possess the task of activating the Bloodline of the Gods. Divine Bloodline Activation Quest. Materials required for the task, 10 jade bamboo. Quest completion reward. Activate the Bloodline of the Black and White Panda God. Punishment for mission failure, none. This activation task is much simpler than the one Yanning did. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction, then opened the trading website and searched for jade bamboo. The search results appeared quickly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Holy crap, this is robbery. 1 piece of jade bamboo costs 30,000 yuan. 10 pieces would cost 300,000 yuan. This is much more expensive than spending money on Flame Shadow. If it were before, Jiangyan would have felt some pressure, but now. Jiangyan smiled slightly. It's only 300,000. It's not even enough to cover a small portion of what's in my account. I decisively placed an order. The materials were delivered shortly afterward. This jade bamboo is more like a bamboo shoot than a bamboo plant. It's small and quite cute. When the black and white panda saw these jade bamboo stalks, its eyes widened and its mouth watered uncontrollably. Yanning looked at it with a hint of curiosity, then closed her eyes in disgust. I don't like vegetarian food. At the same time, Jiangyan could also sense Yin Ying's contempt for the black and white panda. Ignorant. Following the instructions in the mission details, Jiangyan handed the jade bamboo to the black and white panda. It immediately started munching on it as soon as it took it. The 10 jade bamboo stalks disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within minutes, it completely disappeared into the black and white panda's mouth, and it licked its lips with a hint of reluctance. A somewhat childish and innocent voice echoed in Jiangyan's mind. Master, is there anything else? I'm hungry. Its voice is distinctly different from Flame Shadow's, and coupled with its honest and simple appearance, it's quite hilarious. Just then, a notification flashed on the panel indicating that the task was completed. A burst of white light suddenly erupted from the black and white panda's body. It took a while before it finally dispersed, revealing its round body. Compared to before, its body size has not changed, but its fur has become more lustrous and glossy. I opened the panel and took a look. Untitled. Race, God, Black and White Panda, Purity 20%. Gender, Female. Level 1. Strength, 300. Spirit, 50. Swiftness, 100. Physical fitness, 300. Talent skill, flexible and elastic. Combat skills, Steel Bones, Platinum level. Deterrence, Platinum level. Hiss. This guy just activated his Divine Bloodline, and the Purity level is already 20. All skills have reached Platinum level, and the 4-dimensional attributes have also gained an extra 0, just like Flame Shadow, and an additional talent skill has been added. Upon closer inspection, Flexible Size, a natural skill that allows the user to control their body size. The current maximum size that can be shrunk or enlarged is 10 times their original size. Freely change body shape? Jiangyan looked at the black and white panda with some curiosity and wanted to let it try out this ability. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. Under Jiangyan's watchful gaze, the black and white panda's body began to shrink continuously. In the end, it actually became about the size of Jiangyan's palm. It's as cute as a doll. Although it has shrunk in size, its attributes have not decreased, and it can still exert 300 points of power in this state. Looking at the black and white panda in front of him, which resembled a pendant, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. So what name should I give you? A little bear? The black and white panda's honest and simple expression froze instantly, and then it shook its head frantically. Little black bear. The black and white panda shook its head even more vigorously, as if afraid that the name would fall on its head. Then, what should I call you? Yanning suddenly said in his mind, as Jiangyan fell into deep thought. It looks greedy, doesn't it? It does look like a ball. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This name is great. It fits the black and white panda's image perfectly. The black and white panda glared fiercely at Yanning, but Yan Ying's mere glance was enough to frighten it away. Then I'll call you Greedy Ball. Chanchio lowered its head, looking resigned to its fate. Yeah, your level isn't high enough yet. I'll take you to level up tomorrow. The first summoned beast bound by this soul contract will follow the master's level, and the level of the other summoned beasts will need to be continuously upgraded. After rubbing the gluttonous ball, Jiangyan took out the 20 skill scrolls. I have now mastered 3 diamond level skills, Shadow Shift, Shadow Duel skills, and Passionate Encouragement. To an ordinary summoner, this would be considered quite good, but for Jiangyan, it was still not enough, since he had not yet mastered any elemental summoning skills. Summoners' summoning skills are divided into 2 types. One type is soul contract summoning like Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. The advantage is that the connection with the master is extremely strong, and they can always accompany the master. The disadvantage is that they require time to raise and nurture, and once they die, they need to form a new contract with another creature to raise them. Jiangyan's goal, however, is another summoning skill. Dimensional Summoning. Chapter 75 Dimensional Summoning. Elemental Spirits. Dimensional Summoning. It is usually only used in combat. The bond between the summoned creature and the summoner is much weaker, and even if it dies, it will not affect the next release of the skill. For example, with Fire Elemental Summoning, each summoned fire elemental spirit will obey the master's commands, even if it's a suicidal attack. And even if they die, other fire elementals can still be summoned at will. They're basically cannon fodder. You won't feel bad if they die. Jiangyan wants to acquire elemental summoning skills this time. With so many skill scrolls, it should be easy to get them, right? With this in mind, Jiangyan used the first skill scroll. Flames swept across the area. Jiangyan's face darkened. Gained the duplicate skill Shadow Technique Twin. Continue using it. Gained a duplicate skill. Gained a duplicate skill. It wasn't until he used the 7th skill scroll that a hint of joy finally appeared on Jiangyan's numb face. Gained skill Dimensional Summoning, Lightning Element Summoning. It's finally out. More importantly, what Jiangyan had just seen was still diamond level brilliance. In other words, this lightning element summon is also of diamond level. Somewhat excited, I opened the skill page to view the detailed information. Dimensional Summoning, Thunder Sprites, LV1 diamond level skill, consumes a large amount of spirit points, summons 3 thunder elemental sprites to fight for you. The level of the thunder elementals is the same as the casters, and the summoned thunder elementals may randomly be elite or boss level. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This diamond level lightning elemental summon is truly exceptional. A regular lightning elemental summon can only summon 1 lightning elemental spirit, and most of the time it's just a common level 1. Only with good luck can you summon an elite level 1. And my skill is at least elite level, with a certain probability of being boss level. The gap is significant. After reading the skill descriptions, Jiangyan took out more skill scrolls and used them again. Gained a duplicate skill. Gained a duplicate skill. After all 20 skill scrolls were used up, Jiangyan gained 2 new skills. These are the Fire Elemental Summoning and the Water Elemental Summoning. Judging from the skill description alone, it is the same as the Thunder Element Summoning. Just as I was about to try out these 3 skills, an extremely fragrant aroma of food suddenly wafted from downstairs. Chanchio and Yining immediately sniffed, then both looked at Jiangyan expectantly. Let's go eat first. Flame Shadow cheered. Yay. Yay. Don't follow my example. Oh, The newly hatched gluttonous ball immediately won the hearts of its younger siblings as soon as it appeared in front of them. Greedy Ball's appearance is so endearing that it's even more popular than Flame Shadow. Fortunately, Flame Shadow didn't care about these things. After dinner, seeing that it was getting late, Jiangyan gave up the idea of trying out his skills. Anyway, I'll be teaming up with Su-chan to level up for the rest of the time. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. The next morning, Jiangyan arrived at the bamboo forest mountains as usual. After what happened the day before, there were noticeably fewer people in the bamboo forest mountains. Especially for new students who have just changed jobs, their parents are basically restricting them and are unwilling to let them come here to level up again in the short term. I'd rather go slower and be more cautious. However, Su-chan, just like before, waited in front of the dungeon early. Jiangyan was immediately welcomed by everyone as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, everyone knew that Jiangyan was there to upgrade, so it didn't take up too much time. After everyone had left, Su-chan stepped forward. I thought you weren't coming today. I heard you went into the bamboo forest secret realm. Yes. Jiangyan nodded in agreement. How is it? Is it fun inside? Su-chan asked with longing. If given the chance, who wouldn't want to enter the secret realm and take a look? Unfortunately, the circumstances at the time did not allow her to leave. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Everything else is fine, but there's a black and white panda that's really cute, with only black and white colors all over its body. Round and chubby. You'll probably like it. Oh, what a pity, Su-chan said with a regretful expression. What's a pity? It's a pity I didn't see it. It's so cute. It's such a shame I couldn't take a picture with it. Jiangyan smiled mysteriously. Not necessarily. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, revealing a small, palm-sized ball of meat. Huh? This is... Su-chan's eyes widened. Come on, I'll show you inside the dungeon. After Jiangyan led Su-chan into the Wild Bear Ridge instance, the gluttonous ball returned to its normal size. Su-chan's eyes widened as she looked at the round, plump, tempting ball. This is a pet you got from the secret realm? Considering that Su-chan was going to level up along with him anyway, it was obviously unrealistic to hide the existence of the gluttonous ball, so it was better to show it off openly. Wow, so cute. Su-chan pounced on Chanchio, hugged it tightly, and began to suck on it frantically. Yaning, nestled in Jiangyan's arms, had a hint of contempt and disdain in her eyes. What a fickle woman. Jiangyan gently touched Yaning to comfort her. Just then, the roars of monsters came from all around. Just as Yaning was about to leave, she sensed Jiangyan's intention to stop her. Watching the giant bear rushing towards them at breakneck speed, Jiangyan put to use the new skill he had just learned last night. Dimensional Summoning, Thunder Sprite. A flash of lightning appeared, and 3 lightning elemental spirits appeared in front of Jiangyan. They are only half a person tall, and their entire bodies are a transparent blue like jelly. Traces of lightning flashes could still be faintly seen inside his body. As expected of an elf proficient in the element of lightning, even its body is made of lightning. Moreover, one of the lightning elemental spirits was noticeably stronger than the other two, and the lightning within its body was also thicker. Jiangyan glanced at the panel and immediately raised an eyebrow. I was lucky. I managed to summon a boss-level lightning elemental spirit, and the other two were also elite level. Electro Spirit, boss level. Level, 14. Strength, 1. Spirit, 350. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 100. Combat skills, Lightning Storm, silver rank. Lightning Chain, silver rank. Lightning Flash, silver rank. It features high attack and low defense, and possesses a wide range attack similar to a Flame Storm. Although its attributes are much worse than Flame Shadow, it has the advantage of being more numerous, and you won't feel bad even if it dies. Jiangyan also checked the attributes of the other two elite-level creatures. They were roughly the same, except that the spirit and health values were slightly lower. Su-chan was somewhat surprised. You've learned lightning elemental summoning? But how can you summon 3 at once? Normally, a summoner's dimensional summon can only summon 1 creature at a time, right? Secret. Jiangyan smiled and chose to unleash his skill again. Dimensional Summoning, Fire Sprite. Dimensional Summoning, Water Sprite. Chapter 76. The assessment is imminent. Level up with all your might. Accompanied by a burst of fire and the sound of water. 3 more fire sprites and 3 more water sprites appeared in front of Jiangyan. These 2 summoned creatures look very similar to thunder spirits, except for their different colors. However, both of them were carrying a weapon. The fire spirit held a bow and arrow burning with flames, while the water spirit held a round ball. I glanced at the attribute panel. Fire Sprite, Elite. Level, 14. Strength, 1. Strength, 300. Spirit 1. Swiftness 200. Constitution 50. Combat skills: Explosive Arrow, Silver rank. 5-Shot Barrage, Silver rank. Ricochet, Silver rank. Water Sprite, Elite. Level 14. Strength 1. Strength 200. Spirit 200. Swiftness 100. Constitution 50. Combat skills: Healing Water Wave, Silver rank. Water Ripple, Silver rank. Bubble Prison, Silver rank. The summoned spirits from the dimensional portal all have relatively low health. The Fire Spirit is essentially a physical damage version of the Thunder Spirit. The Water Sprite is more like a healer, capable of restoring other sprites and summoned beasts, as well as controlling enemies. At that moment, the giant bear had already rushed up to the two of them. The spheres in the hands of the 3 water sprites suddenly flashed, and a large amount of water elemental material suddenly formed in front of the giant bear, enveloping it. It's a bubble prison. After being restrained, the giant bear immediately swung its fists, trying to break free of the restraints. However, this was a restriction skill released by 3 elite-level creatures, and even the mighty bear, in its full force state, could not break through it immediately. It was at this moment that the Thunder Spirit and Fire Spirit also attacked simultaneously. Chain lightning and explosive arrows struck the mighty bear. A single round of damage reduced the giant bear's health to a mere sliver. If we hadn't entered a nightmare-level dungeon, this one attack would probably have instantly killed the giant bear. Su-chan's mouth was slightly open, her face full of disbelief. Finally, he murmured, as expected, the elemental creatures summoned by the monster are also monsters. The water sprite followed up with a water ripple attack, finally ending the life of the giant bear. Once the kill was complete, a large amount of experience points immediately flowed to the lowest level greedy ball. The greedy ball, which had been rolling around begging for a pat, was taken aback. 3 golden lights shone in succession. This level 15 elite monster instantly boosted Greedy Ball's level from level 1 to level 4. The gluttonous ball stood there blankly, which only made it look more endearing and cute. Out of curiosity, I opened the Greedy Balls panel to take a look. Greedy Balls. Race: God, black and white panda. Purity 20%. Gender: female. Level 4. Strength: 450. Spirit: 50. Swiftness: 250. Constitution: 450. Talent skill: flexible and elastic. Combat skills: Steel Bones, platinum level. Deterrence, platinum level. Sure enough, every time the glutton levels up, all its stats except for its spirit attribute increase by 50 points. The attribute points gained from upgrading Flame Shadow are the same. Jiangyan could imagine that once the Greedy Ball's level caught up, it would definitely become his main source of damage. As for mental stats, so be it if they're low. At worst, I'll just be a little stupid. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So what's next? Insane upgrade. Time flies. Before we knew it, the assessment was here. Outside the examination hall, several somewhat anxious people stood among a group of staff. They are the principals of various schools in Linen, and the assessment time is also the time to inspect each school. Since it concerned their evaluation as honorary principal, it was natural for them to be a little nervous. Of course, there is one exception. It was Zheng Yang, the principal of the 8th rank school in Linen. He looked calm and collected, as if he didn't care at all. Someone joked, "Look, old Zheng is still so calm. Has he given up on the honorary principal assessment? It's just an empty title, don't take it too seriously, just keep a calm mind." Zheng Yang had a faint smile on his face, as if this assessment really didn't matter to him at all. A harsh voice suddenly rang out. He'd like to take it seriously, but their school has produced a Zhang Bingyang, one of the evil ones. This alone would be enough to fail the assessment. Rather than going through all that trouble only to be eliminated in the end, it's better to just give up and at least gain a reputation for being magnanimous. Xing Yang's expression changed slightly as he glanced at the person who had spoken. A bespectacled woman in her 40s with a somewhat sharp and mean-spirited appearance was Tang Yu, the principal of the top-ranked school. The other principals also gave somewhat awkward smiles upon seeing this. Although everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with Tang Yu, believing that she had risen to her position through nepotism, and everyone knew that Tang Yu's husband was the head of the Linen Education Bureau, there was nothing that could be done. The teaching staff of No. 1 Middle School was simply too strong, so it did indeed produce many good students. Someone flattered her, saying, "I heard that your Su-chan contributed a lot to the Bamboo Forest Mountain incident, and she even got extra points in the assessment. She's definitely going to be the top scorer in Linen City, right?" Tang Yu's expression improved slightly, and she smiled. "You can't say that, but Su-chan is indeed very promising." Someone couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, Su-chan? She's not exactly a key player, is she? I heard she only escaped danger thanks to Jiang'an. I just don't know which school Jiang'an went to. They probably aren't from Linen, right? They must be students from other cities who just happened to be here to advance. Otherwise, who would be so confident as to not come out and show off? Hey, someone remembered and nudged Xingyang. Old Zeng, didn't your school have a guy named Jiang'an this year? I think he switched to a summoner class. I heard you lamenting this for a long time before. Could it be him? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was immediately startled and looked at Zheng Yang. While secretly pleased, Xingyang wore a bewildered expression. Huh? It must be someone with the same name, right? Jiang'an from our school has a fire fox as his companion summoned beast. It shouldn't be him. Firefox. Tang Yu's eyes showed undisguised disdain. I don't know what's going on lately, but quite a few people have suddenly started to praise Firefox again. What a waste of resources. It seems that Jiang'an is really from somewhere else. Then this year's honorary principal spot is definitely going to our principal Tang. Tang Yu was overjoyed but maintained a humble demeanor, saying, Don't worry, if I really become the honorary principal, I'll treat you all to a meal then. Good. I'm going to take advantage of this meal. Hey, a student's here. The principals immediately turned their attention to the person who had arrived. With their level assessment techniques, they can naturally obtain students' level information directly. Li Meng, class of 2014, Poet of Blessings. Oh, I didn't expect Li Meng to arrive so early, Tang Yu said with a smile. She's doing quite well, already in the 14th grade. If she performs well, she should be able to get into a top-tier university. Following Li Meng's appearance, many other students from No. 1 Middle School also appeared. Huang Yaoqiang, level 13, Warrior. Sun Moyu, level 13, Archer. Tang Yaozu, level 14, Fire Mage. Chapter 77 The Contest for Honorary Principal. There were more than 10 students in a row, and the highest-ranking ones were all from the first school. The 8th school managed to get 1 or 2 students, but their level was only just 12th. Seeing this, Tang Yu's lips curled up slightly, and her face showed an uncontrollable joy. It seems that this year's honorary principal position is indeed rightfully yours, Tang Yu. When the time comes, I'll treat you to a big meal and make you pay dearly. Oh, don't worry. I'll take you to a 5-star restaurant. Order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost. Tang Yu accepted the other principal's flattery with a smile, showing no modesty whatsoever. Xingyang maintained his faint smile, as if everything was irrelevant to him. The other principals also assumed that Xingyang had given up. There's nothing we can do about it. Tang Yu has a good husband, and the school she took over has excellent resources. Just as they were thinking this, an extremely flamboyant figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in golden armor, holding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of holy light. What is this? Someone couldn't resist throwing an appraisal spell at him. Money Flows, level 15, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. A hidden class. I've never heard of that class before. I don't think this is one of the hidden professions this year. Could it be a transfer student? But this student is quite wasteful. The holy light on his body must be his professional buff, right? Isn't he afraid of failing the assessment if he just activates it like that? Young people always want to find every opportunity to send out courtship signals. It has to be said that Qian Duoduo's trick was quite effective. His flamboyant expression, combined with his golden armor and holy light, certainly attracted the attention of many test takers. Tang Yu frowned. She had mobilized her family's connections for this honorary principal assessment. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. She surveyed promising students at various schools, but never remembered a student with this hidden profession. Are these also students from Linen? Which school are they from? The crowd exchanged glances, and some people subconsciously turned their gazes toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu's lips moved slightly. They're not ours. Oh, then, which school is this? Surely no one doesn't know their school's star player? It shouldn't be that bad. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Zheng Yang let out a soft cough. Ahem, he seems to be one of our students. Sorry, I wasn't strict enough and forgot to remind him to conserve his strength for the assessment. I'll teach him a lesson later. Although his words were full of criticism, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. As the school principal, he received the news right after the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident ended. He even helped Qian Duoduo complete his job change quest after she applied for assistance. The Holy Light buff on Qian Duoduo is a permanent skill and does not affect the assessment at all. His ostentatious behavior was even partly due to his tacit instructions. Tang Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and deliberately teased. So Principal Zeng had this trick up his sleeve. No wonder he was so confident. A level 15 hidden combat class is indeed very competitive. But isn't falsifying the reports of students changing jobs a bit too much? The other principals also realized what was going on, saying, "Old Zung, that's not fair of you. Did you deliberately conceal the student's job transfer information?" Xingyang knew exactly what Tang Yu was up to and laughed heartily. "You've all misunderstood that. He was originally just an ordinary combat profession, but he obtained the job change scroll by chance. You can't blame me for not reporting it." The principal, who was on good terms with Xingyang, asked curiously, "A hidden profession change scroll? That's quite a sum of money. Is this student's family very wealthy?" No. Xingyang looked mysterious. "Oh, you didn't buy it? Such a great opportunity." Suddenly, someone realized something and asked with a start, "It was something we got from inside?" As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the bamboo forest mountain range. Xingyang smiled broadly, but remained silent. But it was precisely this appearance that made Tang Yu wary. This person named Qian Duo actually entered the bamboo forest secret realm? Since we can obtain a hidden job change scroll, we might also be able to obtain other good things. Could it be that this year's top scorer will actually be this show-off guy? Tang Yu was unwilling, but she also knew that the leveling speed would decrease as the level increased. Despite the fact that quite a few students in her school have advanced to level 14. The experience required to go from level 14 to level 15 would normally take at least 2 weeks. It may seem like there's only a 1-level difference, but in reality, it takes time to gradually improve. Just then, one of the principals suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Look, that student. He's already in the 2016 cohort." The moment the words left her lips, she attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes to a girl who was slowly walking towards them from not far away. The girl was wearing very ordinary clothes, just a combination of jeans and a t-shirt, but it perfectly brought out her pure and innocent charm. Even if you don't notice her rank, you'll still take a second look at her because of her appearance. Su Chan, class of 2016, music teacher. Isn't this the only hidden support class in the first school? It's said that his background is even more extraordinary. He was able to level up to level 16 in such a short time. With this level and profession alone, he can easily enter any top university. So it was her. No wonder she's of such a high level, and her demeanor is indeed extraordinary. That's impressive, reaching level 16 in just 1 month. If I remember correctly, that was the highest record before. Yes, the fastest record was set a couple of years ago by a girl named Lu Tingyu. I have a deep impression of her. TSK. Our male comrades haven't been doing well in recent years. Female students have taken the lead all the time. The crowd had already decided that Su Chan was this year's top scholar. Tang Yu finally relaxed at this moment. If the gap between level 14 and level 15 was extremely difficult to cross, then levels 15 to 16 would be an insurmountable barrier. Even if we consider that Su Chan's profession is a support profession and the assessment method is different, the final total score will definitely exceed Qian Duo's. With Su Chan around, he was guaranteed to get the title of honorary principal. However, before the principals could notice, Su Chan had already gone straight to Qian Duo's vicinity. "Where's Jiang'an? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Qian Duo shrugged. "I called him when I left, and he had just woken up. I overslept, it'll probably be soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Duo saw a familiar figure. "Look, here it is." Chapter 78 Jiang'an's level. Terrifyingly so. Like Su Chan, Jiang'an did not wear any fancy attire. Instead, he was dressed casually. Aside from his incredibly handsome looks, Jiang'an didn't attract any extra attention when standing in the crowd. The other principals didn't even check his grade. Tang Yu was even more immersed in the joy of soon receiving the title of honorary principal. His words carried an arrogant tone. "Actually, they are all very easy to manage. They have achieved their current level entirely because of their own hard work. I didn't do anything. I just gave them some encouragement from time to time." "You're being modest," someone said, trying to appease him. "No, I'm serious. In the end, it's because these students have a good foundation. They studied hard in the humanities and didn't slack off after changing jobs. It's all thanks to them. All I did was offer them a tiny bit of help." Tang Yu was modest, but the expression on her face practically screamed that all the credit was hers. Xingyang couldn't stand it any longer. He said in a deep voice, somewhat surprised, "That boy seems pretty good, and he's quite close to Su Chan and the others." Tang Yu's face darkened slightly, somewhat annoyed that Xingyang had interrupted her pretentious act, but she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. There really was another boy next to Su Chan. Moreover, the two seemed to be quite familiar with each other, and more importantly, from an outsider's perspective. Su-chan was noticeably more enthusiastic, while the boys seemed to treat everyone the same. Tang-yu subconsciously felt that something was wrong. When did Su-chan meet this person? She's been reserved by top universities in advance. If she were to be snatched away by some nobody, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty on her part as the principal? She instinctively cast an appraisal spell. Just as she was about to go up to Su-chan and give her a good reminder, she was stunned when she saw the result returned by the appraisal technique. Its mouth was wide open, as if an egg could fit inside. Jiangyin, Summoner, level 17. Xingyang witnessed everything and felt secretly delighted. Although this scene also happened to him the day before yesterday, the impact of a student from the class of 2017 was simply too strong. Seeing Tang-yu like this, Xingyang felt that all the anger he had been holding in for the past 2 days was completely worth it. Others noticed Tang-yu's pause and followed her gaze to find Jiangyin as well. Curious, he threw out the identification sample afterward. Cough, cough, cough. I can't be seeing things, can I? That student's name is Jiangyin, and he's already level 17. Is he the one from the Bamboo Forest Mountains a while ago? All eyes turned to Jiangyin, and a collective gasp filled the air. So, Jiangyin is really from Linen? Wait, don't you guys see a firefox perched on his shoulder? Not only that, what's that black and white thing in my arms? It looks kind of cute. Wait, Firefox? Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Didn't they just say that Qian Duo got the job change scroll by entering the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Then, those present weren't fools. They immediately connected the group and all turned their attention to Xingyang. Ahem. Xingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Okay, I admit it. Jiangyin is indeed my student, and he is indeed a level 17 summoner. His words were like a bomb dropped into the crowd. Summoners can be this strong? Summoners are supposed to have a hard time getting into groups in the early game, so they shouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Level 17. This leveling speed is terrifying. I thought level 16 was the limit. I can't believe someone has broken this record. If I remember correctly, the experience required to level up from level 16 to 17 is close to 100,000, right? It's normal for an ordinary person to spend a month to level up this level. That's not right. If Jiangyin is leveling up this fast, he should have already stood out in the beginner dungeons, right? Upon hearing someone raise a question, Tang-yu's eyes lit up. Yes, I definitely checked the beginner dungeon records myself. There weren't any particularly outstanding students in this year's class. The only relatively threatening team was Zhang Bingyang's team. Unless Jiangyin, like Su-chan, didn't even enter the beginner dungeon, there's definitely something wrong here. Jiangyin did enter the beginner dungeon, but as for the time it took to complete it, Xingyang said mysteriously, it's a secret. Since Jiangyin emerged from the secret realm, he has been one of the few people who knew that there were traitors among the high-ranking members of the human race. Currently, Jiangyin's information is being kept strictly confidential, and anyone who tries to inquire about it will face a series of investigations. This naturally includes the time required to complete the beginner dungeons. Alright, stop standing here. It's about to officially begin. The candidates have already entered the examination hall. Let's go in and take a look. Xingyang led a group of principals toward the assessment site, with Tang-yu following behind him with a dark expression. In the end, she couldn't help but take out her phone and contact her husband. She was really unwilling to give up and planned to ask her husband, who was in charge of the education department, to help her find out more about Jiangyin. If Jiangyin is fine, then so be it, but if there really is a problem, for example, the power gained by joining a heretic, then you can't blame her. On the other side, Jiangyin, Qian Duo, and Su-chan also entered the assessment venue together. Occupations are divided into 3 main categories: life occupations, combat occupations, and support occupations. The entire testing venue was also divided into 3 parts. The assessment standards for different major categories of occupations are naturally different. As a support class, Su-chan's assessment methods certainly cannot be compared with those of combat classes. Su-chan turned around and said to the two of them, looking at the passage that marked the support class, "Good luck. I hope you all get good results. See you at the Mountain and Sea Academy then." After spending a long time with Jiangyin, Su-chan's thoughts changed, and she decided to choose the Mountain and Sea Academy. Maximize your support capabilities. Absolutely, Qian Duo said without hesitation. Jiangyin nodded slightly. Okay, see you at the Mountain and Sea Academy. After Su-chan entered the passage and disappeared from their sight, Qian Duo immediately grinned mischievously and said, "Tsk, we agreed to all be single dogs together. People are even considering giving up Huaxia University and switching to Shanghai University for you. I have a feeling you're about to find a girlfriend. You're only a little better looking than me. You don't have any other redeeming qualities. Get out of here, Jiang said with a laugh. Don't spread rumors and nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Look how good he is to you. He even let you help me level up, and he even lent me his cooldown talisman, Qian Duo said, looking like a know-it-all. If she's not interested in you, then what? Is she interested in me? Then I would be more than happy to accept that. Chapter 79, The Assessment Begins. Combat Strength Test. After exchanging a few casual jokes with Qian Duo, more and more people in the vicinity began to prepare for the assessment. Just as the entire hall was becoming somewhat bloated, a wave of energy suddenly enveloped everyone. Jiang felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was all alone. Qian Duo and everyone else have disappeared. The surrounding scenery also changed. The original hall quietly disappeared, replaced by a completely airtight room. The room was surrounded by black bricks and stones. Flame Shadow curiously waved its claws, trying to break the bricks and stones, but found that it could not affect them at all. Is this the trial space? Jiang murmured. The assessment was not held in a normal space, but in an artificial space resembling a secret realm. In this space, examiners are said to be able to adjust the difficulty level according to the candidate's abilities, in order to test the candidate's true capabilities as accurately as possible. However, the requirements for the exam are different every year, and Jiang is still unsure how the assessment will be conducted this year. Just then, several figures slowly appeared in front of him. Huh? Uncle Sun. Jiang also recognized the leader. He was Sun Mei's father, Sun Jinghao. Behind him sat more than a dozen men and women, their features blurred and indistinct, making them impossible to see clearly. Sun Jinghao did not respond to Jiang, but spoke to himself instead. I will answer your questions regarding this assessment. I am Sun Jinghao, the person in charge of this assessment. And those of you behind me are representatives from various academies. Your performance in actual combat will be one of the factors considered in admission decisions. The assessment you are participating in today is a combat profession assessment, and this is the first assessment item. Combat Capability Assessment. Please choose your assessment target based on your own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, several monstrous phantoms appeared in front of Jiang. These monstrous phantoms are old friends. The first monster phantom was a level 10 venomous spider with a line of lowercase numbers 50 appearing above its head. The second monster phantom is an elite level venomous rainbow spider with the number 70 above its head. The third monster transformed into a level 13 ghoul, 100. The fourth monster is an elite level ghoul leader, level 150. And the final boss challenge, the young Cyclops, number 200. Different targets will have different assessment scores. Please select your target and kill it to pass this test. Sun Jinghao's eyes were vacant, his expression rigid, and he spoke mechanically, like a pre-programmed script. Please note that you can only choose one target for the assessment. If you rashly choose a monster whose strength exceeds your level and fail, you will not be truly harmed in this assessment space. But this assessment will end here. Please make your choice. Jiang understood that this was not Sun Jinghao himself, but an NPC-like character generated in the assessment and trial space, merely to explain the relevant rules. The first combat capability assessment is precisely for the purpose of the first round of selection. The simplest level 10 highly venomous spider is equivalent to a standard line. If you can't even handle a highly venomous spider, then there's no point in participating in the subsequent assessments. It's cruel, but it's also very realistic. The higher you go, the greater the demand for dungeon resources becomes. Only by selecting those with real potential can they play a role in the harsh environment of Shanhaiguan. The assessment process actually marks the beginning of the first round of screening. Jiang said softly, I choose the young Cyclops. You have selected a level 13 boss monster, the baby Cyclops, which is extremely dangerous. Please confirm your choice. I confirm. After Jiang uttered those 3 words, the phantoms of the other monsters slowly dissipated, while the figure of the young Cyclops became increasingly solid. The group, led by Sun Jinghao, also disappeared quietly, leaving only one sentence echoing in the space. Well then, good luck. Just as Jiang chose the boss-level baby Cyclops as his challenge target. In an empty room, representatives from various universities and Sun Jinghao looked at the screens that appeared in front of them. The page above displays assessment pages for numerous participating students. Tisk, he's already level 14, and he actually chose a level 10 elite monster. This student is far too cowardly. You're alright. I just saw a student who was level 14 and chose a level 10 venomous spider. He didn't dare to take any risks at all. They have no spirit of challenge whatsoever. If we train people like this, they'll probably run away the moment they see the Demon Legion at Shanhaiguan. I have someone here who's pretty good. He's level 13 and chose a ghoul of the same level, a tank-type class. He plans to slowly whittle it down. It's a smart choice. Did he realize that there's no time limit for killing in this exam? That's right. One of my students is a level 14 ice, who chose the level 13 elite monster, the ghoul leader. She's probably planning to slowly wear it down. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinghao was about to switch his screen to the Ice Witches channel when he suddenly noticed a notification flashing on the screen. To be precise, not only him, but also representatives from other universities received the same reminder. Candidate number 1342, Jiangyan, has chosen the level 14 boss, the baby Cyclops. Candidate number 148, Su Changsheng, chose the level 14 boss, the young Cyclops. Candidate number 1343, Qian Duo, chose the level 14 boss, the baby Cyclops. Choosing a boss-level monster for the assessment will trigger a separate notification and generate a large screen in front of everyone for viewing, allowing representatives from various universities to identify geniuses in advance. 3 people actually chose the young Cyclops. You've got guts. I hope you're not overestimating yourself. Everyone looked up at the image that had suddenly appeared at the front. The first thing to appear in the video is a ferocious young Cyclops. Its skin was covered with a layer of gray, indicating that it had already cast the stone skin spell, which greatly increased its defense in a short period of time. At this moment, it is swinging its fist and slamming it down on the ground. It is its silver-level skill, Earthquake. As its fist landed on the ground, a visible ripple spread outwards from the point where the fist landed. Opposite the Cyclops was Qian Duo, who was participating in the assessment. Faced with the earth-shattering earthquake, Qian Duo was not too surprised, as this was not the first time he had encountered a young Cyclops. He brandished his shield and held it in front of himself. Golden light descended from the sky, seemingly welding him and the shield into one. Is this some kind of defensive skill? Knowing that earthquake would cause dizziness and preparing in advance, this little fatty is not bad. Sure enough, the ripples from the earthquake spread to Qian Duo's location. Qian Duo suddenly felt a numbness all over his body, unable to move or use his skills. The young one-eyed boy rushed to Qian Duo and began to smash his fists down as if they were free. Chapter 80 can be left to my underling. However, its attack was clearly not enough for Qian Duo, who had already set up a defensive stance. Even after multiple hits, it only reduced Qian Duo's health by 10%. Soon, as the control time of the earthquake ended, Qian Duo immediately drew his one-handed sword, the tip of which flashed with golden light, and fiercely stabbed it towards the young Cyclops. However, this only deducted 3% of its health bar. The representatives from these academies were all experienced in combat and quickly made their judgments. Both sides have strong defenses, but the earthquake skill has a long cooldown time. Without earthquake, it's difficult to pose a threat to this candidate. The battle will drag on for a long time, and I'll be in a situation where I need to urinate. But this class is interesting. Its defensive capabilities seem to be stronger than those of a pure tank class, and its offensive capabilities are not too weak either. Sun Jinghao smiled and nodded, then explained, he obtained the job change scroll from the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. This profession is several levels stronger than the usual hidden combat professions. I see. He is a promising talent. The university representatives silently noted down the name Qian Duo. Then the scene shifted to show the 148th examinee, Su Changsheng. Compared to Qian Duo, Su Changsheng's visuals are significantly more gorgeous and pleasing. He held numerous talismans in his hands, which could trigger terrifying explosions with a casual flick of his wrist. Furthermore, each explosion not only damages the Cyclops, but also creates a knockback effect. The distance between the two was closing very slowly, but the Cyclops' health bar was dropping extremely quickly. Just as the Cyclops was about to reach Su Changsheng, the talisman in Su Changsheng's hand suddenly changed. He pulled out a blue and white talisman, and then a flash of lightning appeared, covering the young Cyclops boss in a sea of lightning. They were actually confined to the spot like that. Su Changsheng took this opportunity to quickly increase the distance and continued to use explosive talismans to cause damage. This Su Changsheng is not bad. He is only level 14, but he dares to challenge a boss of the same level. Although he has the advantage of his class, he is still brave and resourceful. Is there anything special about his talisman mastery? The frequency of his skill release is terrifying. It feels like even the only hidden class might not be able to match it. You guys don't understand, do you? This talisman master is a hidden combat profession. Their talismans need to be prepared and drawn in advance, and a talisman made at one time can only be kept for 3 days. Without any preparation, their combat ability is indeed not very strong. However, once you are prepared, such as for assessments on fixed dates, you can have a huge advantage. If you don't believe me, zoom in and take a closer look. He hasn't rested for at least 3 days and 3 nights. If he hadn't been holding on with his willpower, he probably would have fallen asleep right now. Some people, not believing it, zoomed in on the footage and, sure enough, saw Su Chongqing's dark circles under his eyes, which resembled those of a panda. They immediately understood. Even so, Su Chongqing's combat prowess was clearly recognized by the representatives of these universities, and many of them recorded his name on their lists. The scene changed again, and in a flash, we were in the assessment space where Jiang'an was located. In the scene, a young Cyclops lies on the ground, its health bar reduced to 0. Jiang'an, on the other hand, looked around boredly. The university representatives were all surprised after seeing the scene. What happened? Why is the boss here already dead? Is there something wrong with the trial space? Did it generate a dead, young Cyclops for him? Could he have killed her? How is that possible? That's a level 14 boss, even if it had. God, this examinee is level 17. These words finally drew the attention of the representatives to the basic information about Jiang'an displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. That bright, glaring number 17 was so blinding. They simply couldn't look away. Level 17. Someone actually reached level 17 before the assessment. That's amazing. The world record is only level 16. It's normal for it to take a month to close the gap between those two levels. The burly Li Jing, representing the Mountain and Sea Academy, immediately turned his gaze to Sun Zhenghao. Lord Sun, has this examinee undergone the relevant screening? Has his identity been confirmed to be unrelated to evil? He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Others clearly shared the same doubts. Sun Zhenghao's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, I can be 100% certain that his identity is innocent. He comes from the Twin Hearts Orphanage. Upon hearing the name of this orphanage that spans the entire country, Li Jing, representing the Shanghai Academy, instantly became respectful. That was a tribute to the children in the orphanage who sacrificed their parents. In addition, he also helped us thwart the evildoers' plans in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident some time ago. It destroyed the evildoers' years-long plan in an instant. Li Jing's eyes were filled with surprise, and his gaze toward Jiang'an also carried a hint of admiration. Does the trial space have a replay function? After Sun Zhenghao's introduction, more and more university representatives became very interested in Jiang'an and wanted to learn about his fighting methods. Sun Zhenghao smiled and nodded. Okay. Immediately replay the assessment footage of candidate number 1342, Jiang'an. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of the delegates began to rewind rapidly, and time was reset to the moment when the young Cyclops had just taken shape. Roar. Once the young Cyclops had fully formed, it let out a deafening roar. The flame shadow, who had been dozing on Jiang'an's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes and looked over with a wild and untamed gaze. There was a kind of anger that felt provoked. Jiang'an patted Yin Ying's head. Why bother with this kind of trash? Just leave it to my younger brother. Chanchio shook its head in Jiang'an's arms. Exactly. This monster is so weak, it's not even enough for me to move around in. Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. Skilled dimensional summoning, Thunder Sprite. A flash of lightning appeared, and 3 lightning sprites appeared in front of Jiang'an. However, this time their luck wasn't so good. All 3 Jolteons were elite-level monsters. As Jiang'an reached level 17, the Thunder Spirits he summoned also reached level 17, and their attributes naturally improved. 3 level 17 Jolteons? His dimensional summoning skill is of a very high grade. If I remember correctly, I once saw a summoner with gold-level dimensional summoning, but he could only summon 2 elemental spirits at a time. But even 3 level 17 Jolteons probably wouldn't be able to take down this Cyclops, right? I remember that Jolteon's HP is very low. Even if its skills deal high damage, as long as it can't kill Cyclops instantly, it will be taken down by one of Cyclops' skills. Just as they were discussing it, Jiang'an in the picture moved again. With a wave of his hand, he summoned water spirits, fire spirits, wind spirits, and wood spirits. He summoned all 5 of the most common elemental spirits, and 3 of each elemental spirit were present at the same time. The sheer number of elemental spirits left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 81, Second Trial. Survival Test. The newly appeared wind spirits and wood spirits are Jiang'an's new skill gains during this period. Upon seeing so many elemental spirits, the young Cyclops' first reaction was to rush forward, hoping to seize the initiative. But unexpectedly, it only took one step. The surrounding water elements immediately condensed and enveloped it. As soon as the wind spirit raised its hand, all the other spirits around it were given extra attack speed. The lightning bolt and the fire arrow were thrown almost instantly. After it finally managed to break the bubble prison, its health bar was almost half gone. But then a terrifying hurricane blew out from the opposite direction, stopping it from moving forward. The wood elf also leaped up and landed in front of the Cyclops. Wood elves are significantly stronger than other elves. In fact, the wood elf is the elemental spirit with the highest defense among all elemental spirits and can be understood as a tank-like character. The wood elf raised its hand, and part of its green elemental body took root in the ground, a testament to the wood element's unique ability to firmly protect the earth. Its defensive capabilities have been further enhanced. The young Cyclops had no choice but to attack the wood elf first. Only by breaking through the wood elf's defenses can one reach Jiang and behind them. But the other elemental spirits wouldn't give up easily, and took this opportunity to launch a continuous barrage of attacks on the young Cyclops. That young one-eyed creature ultimately only managed to kill one elite-level wood elf before its health bar was completely depleted and it died. The entire process takes no more than a minute. The combination of various elemental spirits is as smooth as flowing water. Jiang muttered to himself, "This boss seems a bit weak. These guys don't do much damage when we're doing dungeons normally." Jiang forgot that when he was running dungeons, he was always entering the highest difficulty level, Nightmare, where the monsters were significantly stronger. The damage output of elemental spirits alone is certainly insufficient. However, when facing ordinary boss-level monsters, a mix of boss-level and elite-level elemental spirits is clearly sufficient. The Academy representatives were completely stunned as they watched the young, one-eyed boss lying on the ground in the video. Is this really an elemental spirit? Aren't elemental spirits supposed to be very fragile? Why are the elemental spirits he summoned so powerful? No, look at the wood elves he summoned. One of them has a horn on its head. That's a characteristic only boss-level wood elves possess. Not only wood spirits, but fire spirits are also boss level. Wow, the elemental spirits this guy summons are either elite level or boss level. How high must his skill level be? Wait, I seem to remember that elemental spirits are just cannon fodder skills for summoners. Aren't the summoned beasts that summoners train themselves the main fighting force? If his elemental spirits are this strong, how terrifying must the fire fox on his body and that strangely cute-looking sphere be? After realizing the problem, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. We at Huaxia University want this person. Before the assessment was even finished, the representative from Huaxia Academy spoke first, as if someone would steal the spot if they spoke too slowly. Come on, if anyone should be chosen, it should be from our Mountain and Sea Academy. I've had my eye on him for a long time. Li Jing from Shanghai Academy glared and immediately retorted, yes, and Su Changsheng and Qian Duoduo too. Shanghai Academy wants them all. Hey, our Jiuhua Academy isn't weak either. Why were we excluded like this? Huaxia, Shanghai, and Jiuhua are the three most famous universities in the Huaxiao Empire and are among the top universities. Representatives from other second-tier or even third-tier universities could only remain silent at this moment. Compared to these three universities, their academy is far inferior in terms of resources and the secret realms it controls. However, they have no intention of giving up. I plan to talk to Jiang separately after the assessment is over. Maybe I can win him over by offering him some benefits. This kind of thing has happened before. The three universities were arguing heatedly when Sun Jinghao intervened and temporarily stopped the farce. Gentlemen, the assessment is still ongoing. Let's see how they perform before making any plans. The group paused for a moment and looked at the screen. Sure enough, the Cyclops boss in front of Jiang slowly dissipated. Then, Sun Jinghao's projection appeared again. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the first test and obtaining a score of 200. Current score, 200. The next assessment will be a survival assessment. You will be pursued by the following groups of monsters. Successfully evading their pursuit and surviving for half an hour will count as passing the level. Please choose the appropriate monster group based on your own strength. Please note that failure in this assessment will not immediately end the assessment, but your score will be 0. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom images of monsters reappeared. The first monster phantom is still a highly venomous spider, earning 70 points. The second monster phantom transformed directly into a ghoul, earning 100 points. The third one is a level 15 poison stinger bee, with a score reward of 150. As for the monster that finally appeared, it was a creature that Jiang had never seen before, but rather the howling banshee, a level 15 dungeon boss from the nearby Bailu city. A score reward of 200 points will be given. Looking at the monstrous phantoms, Jiang frowned and pondered for a moment. This test doesn't actually assess combat strength. Since the number of monsters has increased dramatically from just a few to an enormous number, it is clearly impossible for a normal person to kill them all. In fact, the test assesses the candidate's grasp of their own abilities and their understanding of the monsters, especially the final boss creature. Once you choose this difficulty level, all that appears are wailing banshees. To evade so many level 15 bosses and survive for half an hour is obviously not an easy task. However, that applies to ordinary people. As for myself, if you kill them all, surviving for half an hour doesn't seem too difficult. Jiang chose the last difficulty level, the Wailing Banshee, without hesitation. Well then, good luck. Sun Jinghao's illusory figure slowly dissipated. The last illusory image of the Howling Banshee rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it seemed as if dozens of Howling Banshees appeared before us. The surrounding environment has also quietly changed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang found himself standing in a swamp. The stench of decay, mixed with the smell of mud and water, rushed into our nostrils. The college representatives frowned upon seeing Jiang's choice. That's too reckless. This level won't eliminate people directly, so the final option is actually an impossible goal. Didn't Jiang's teacher remind him of that? Although the Howling Banshee is only a level 15 boss, it has a very disgusting skill, the howling sound, which can suppress the target unit for a long time. Even a level 20 combat class would easily stumble against so many banshees. Moreover, the terrain has changed into a swamp, which hinders movement. Only the banshee, who has no physical form, can move freely. What a pity for this student. Chapter 82: The Terrifying Strength of the Gluttonous Ball. Many representatives expressed their opinions, but none of them had any hope for Jiang, which diminished Jiang's importance in their hearts. After all, even if a student demonstrates strong combat power, it would be extremely foolish to rashly choose a monster without understanding their own role and the monster's skill attributes. Even if they are successfully trained, they are very easy to fail. In the image, the Wailing Banshees have fully taken shape. The Banshees have no physical form. They are more like ghosts with distorted and deformed features. Mouth slightly open. It seemed as if it had been enduring pain and wanted to let out a wail. Jiang casually cast an appraisal spell on one of the Howling Banshees. Wailing Banshee, boss level. Level, 15. Strength, 1. Spirit, 340. Swiftness, 200. Constitution, 200. Combat skills, Fearful Howl, Silver Tier. Touch of Fear, Silver Tier. Black Swamp, Silver Tier. Mind Blast, Silver Tier. Note: a banshee lost in the swamp, forever trapped in torment, possesses a bewitching power that makes her want everyone to experience the pain she has endured. Its attributes aren't particularly strong, and it's even weaker than a level 13 dungeon boss in Nightmare difficulty. However, the skills are clearly more focused on control and skill damage. Once entangled, given their terrifying numbers, they can easily be controlled and killed instantly. These Wailing Banshees locked onto the elemental spirits as soon as they appeared. A piercing scream came from their mouths. They each controlled the elemental spirits. These elemental spirits were about to launch an attack, but their skills were interrupted by this round of fearful howls, leaving them stunned in place. Then, the Black Swamp skill was activated. The swamp beneath the elemental spirits' feet had all turned black. They were all poisoned. Once the elemental spirits had finally broken free from the restrictions of the fearful howl, the fear trigger was triggered. Dark red tentacles silently spread out from the swamp, lashing at the elemental spirits. Jiang could clearly sense that the elemental spirits, which he had originally controlled, now seemed to have lost control of their bodies. Only a sense of terror continued to spread. Under the terrifying onslaught of the Wailing Banshees, these elemental spirits, whose defenses were already weak, quickly perished. Even the Wood Elf had its health bar emptied before it could even use its skills. As expected, there was no chance to fight back at all. His only chance of passing the level now is that one of his two summoned beasts has the ability to fly. Perhaps he can get rid of the swamp's terrain restrictions in this way, thereby minimizing the possibility of being attacked and restricted. But even so, it's still very dangerous. And, to be honest, those two summoned beasts on him don't seem like they can fly at all. What a pity, what a real pity. The three universities that were initially determined to acquire Jiang and all fell silent, staring intently at the screen. At this moment, after killing all the elemental spirits, the Wailing Banshees turned their gaze to Jiang. Those scarlet eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Before Jiang could give the order, Chanxiu yawned and prepared to make his move. Over this period of time, it has come to fully realize its own position. If Jiang and summoned creatures were ranked, elemental spirits are undoubtedly at the lowest level, with the lowest status, since their combat power is average, and they are not a big deal if they die, as they can be summoned at will. Greedy balls can only be considered mid-level. As for the top level, it is undoubtedly Flame Shadow. At this moment, all the elemental spirits were wiped out, and it obediently prepared to go on the field. The round body jumped out of Jiang's arms and landed in the swamp. The rotten, foul-smelling mud couldn't stick to the gluttonous ball at all. However, facing a large number of howling banshees, the gluttonous ball, which looked only the size of a palm, was clearly outnumbered and outmatched. The wailing banshees didn't care about any of that. They opened their mouths and were about to unleash a terrifying wail. Just then, suddenly, the gluttonous ball let out a roar. The sound was incredibly powerful, unlike anything a palm-sized ball could produce. As the sound was heard, the shape of the greedy ball began to change. It grew rapidly from the size of a palm. In the blink of an eye, it grew to twice the size of Jiang'an, and its originally clumsy body now looked somewhat terrifying. However, those dark circles under his eyes somewhat ruined the atmosphere. The terrified howls of the wailing banshees fell upon the gluttonous ball. Then, two words were displayed clearly. Immunity. Greedy ball grinned, then bent his legs slightly and leaped directly at one of the howling banshees. The enormous, hairy right hand was outstretched, and it slapped towards the wailing banshee. You can vaguely see streaks of lightning flashing across its bare paws. With a single palm strike, the howling banshee's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Instantly kill the boss. The swamp beneath the glutton's feet suddenly turned black, and its body immediately sprouted countless numbers indicating immunity. At this moment, the gluttonous ball is completely immune to all negative status effects. Then it turned around and charged toward the next howling banshee. The other wailing banshees continued to unleash their skills on the gluttonous ball. However, neither Mind Blast nor Touch of Fear could cause any serious damage to Greedy Ball, nor could they affect its condition. Greedy Ball seemed to transform into a wild beast, moving freely among the wailing banshees. This summoned beast actually has a skill that grants immunity to negative effects. What grade of summoned beast is it? Its size has also become enormous, not only cute, but it also seems to possess super strong combat power. Its defense and attack power are both very strong, even significantly higher than bosses of the same level. Can you see its attributes? Someone couldn't help but ask Sun Jinghao. Sun Jinghao shook his head. I'm sorry, the attributes of a summoned beast are the summoner's privacy. Unless the summoner makes them public, no one can see the specific attributes. All we know for now is that this summoned beast seems to be called a black and white panda. A black and white panda? I've never heard of such a monster before. Could it be some kind of rare, random wild boss? Anyway, it seems he'll be able to get through this hurdle. The number of wailing banshees in the scene is rapidly decreasing. Just a few minutes later, not a single howling banshee survived, leaving only Greedy Ball standing amidst the corpses of howling banshees, howling to the sky. There are still 25 minutes left before this level ends. Jiang'an was clearly getting a little bored, but he still had great faith in Chanxiu's fighting ability. Although the level of the gluttonous ball hasn't fully caught up yet, a level 15 gluttonous ball is terrifying in both attributes and skills. Open the Greedy Balls panel. Chapter 83 Special Assessment, 4th Stage. Greedy Balls. Race, God, Black and White Panda, Purity 20%. Gender, Female. Level, 15. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 50. Swift, 800. Constitution, 1000. Talent skill, Flexible and Elastic. Combat skills, Steel Bones, Platinum. Intimidation, Platinum. Thunder Palm, Platinum. Fearless War Cry, Platinum. After reaching level 15, Greedy Ball's strength and constitution both exceeded 1000, and it also gained 2 new skills. Thunder Palm, LV3 Platinum level skill. After activation, it deals significant damage to enemy creatures and inflicts a slight paralysis effect. Fearless War Cry, LV2 Platinum level skill. Activates by letting out a roar, granting the Fearless buff, which prevents the user from being affected by any negative buffs for 5 minutes. With the Fearless Battle Cry and its high attack and defense, it has become the strongest tank. It's enough to give any enemy a headache. Roar. Master, aren't I awesome? Chanxiu excitedly shook its head, trying to gain Jiang's approval. However, as it shook, some mud was flung out and landed right on Yin Ying's body. Flame Shadow's dozing eyes snapped open instantly, staring at the greedy ball. Be quiet. The gluttonous ball, which had just been so smug, instantly wilted and let out a soft growl with its head down. Sorry. Yin Ying then withdrew his gaze, and a flame ignited on the mud stains on his body, completely removing them. Jiang patted the head of the greedy ball and looked at it with sympathy. Actually, I wasn't this afraid of Flame Shadow before when I was greedy for balls. Until that time when Greedy Ball had just obtained the Thunder Palm, he thought he had grown powerful and wanted to fight Flame Shadow to confirm his status. Then, the result is obvious. Just by feeling the terrifying power emanating from Yin Ying, Chan Xiu admitted defeat. From then on, he obeyed Yin Ying's every word and dared not act recklessly again. Make it bigger. The greedy ball obediently did as instructed, and its size increased considerably. Then it leaned against the swamp, revealing its enormous belly. Jiang leaned against its belly. This is still the most comfortable. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable to stand in the swamp. This assessment space is still not smart enough. Since I have already killed all the monsters, there is no need to wait for half an hour. Wouldn't it be better to just end it directly? Never mind. At least we haven't finished eating what Su Chan prepared last time. Jiang stretched out his hand, and with a flash of light, a box of fruit appeared in his hand. They ate with great relish. At the same time, Jiang also took out a box of high-grade pet food that he had gotten from Su Chan and handed it to Yin Ying. Flame Shadow instantly focused, savoring the delicious food with gusto. Just then, Jiang suddenly heard a very loud swallowing sound coming from behind him. A slightly aggrieved voice echoed in Jiang's mind. Master, the gluttonous ball wants some too. Jiang glanced at his backpack. It seems there's only one serving of premium pet food left. You'll have to wait. Yin Ying probably won't be able to finish it. Glug. Sister Yin Ying, eat slowly. The voice, tinged with longing, pleaded, could you leave me a little bit? Upon hearing this, Yin Ying ate even faster, swallowing large mouthfuls. The representatives watching the screen were still in a daze. They've all been killed. A 30-minute survival level with this kind of completion mode? Kill all the monsters? No way. This level 15 black and white panda can instantly kill a level 15 boss? That's ridiculous. Don't talk nonsense. They didn't just kill one in a second, they killed every single one in a second. He's so relaxed. Everyone else is fighting tooth and nail in the survival challenges. How come he's even eating? Is he having a picnic? That's a bit outrageous. And the key point is that he hasn't even used his full strength yet. The Firefox beside him hasn't even made a move yet. And look how wary that black and white panda is of the Firefox. Clearly, the Firefox is stronger than the black and white panda. But this black and white panda is already this outrageous. Then what about this Firefox? The group exchanged bewildered glances, filled with curiosity about Firefox's abilities. Shouldn't the next level allow Firefox to intervene? Not necessarily. If I remember correctly, the first test is a combat strength test, the second test is a survival test, and the third test is an extreme test. The score is calculated based on the continuous waves of monsters. But the monster horde consists of level 13 monsters. It's just a test of quantity. Look at that black and white panda. It's practically a top-tier tank. Judging by sheer numbers, it's probably just a score farming exercise. Li Jing turned his gaze to Sun Jinghao. Therefore, I want you to start the fourth round of unconventional testing. The fourth round. Many people looked at Li Jing with puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of what this fourth round of testing meant. Someone who knew the situation explained in a low voice. Usually, the assessment is considered complete after 3 rounds of testing, and rankings are based on the total passing score. But occasionally we encounter some gifted students who show exceptional potential during the assessment period in order to test their limits. The fourth round of testing will quietly begin after the third round of testing, and will continuously upgrade the level limit of the monster tide, until the student reaches his limit. Everyone suddenly realized, is that so? But wouldn't that be unfair to ordinary candidates? After all, this means Jiang's total score in the exam would be much higher than others. Li Jing waved his hand and said, there is no such thing as absolute fairness. Even if someone can pass the test with a perfect score, it's because that's their limit. Jiang got a perfect score simply because the maximum score was limited. Is that fair to Jiang? To start the fourth round of assessment, all that is needed is a vote by representatives from each university. If more than 2/3 of the people agree, it can be started. At the same time, the points earned from killing monsters in the fourth round will not only be added to the assessment score, but will also be added to his points after he is admitted to university. This is probably the easiest way to earn points. Sun Jinghao nodded slightly. He actually agreed with Li Jing's idea. Testing Jiang En's limits is not a bad thing. It can also earn Jiang En extra points. He glanced at the group of representatives and said, "Then, please begin the vote. I will decide whether to open a fourth round of testing for Jiang En based on the results." Two button options quietly appeared in front of everyone. One side agrees, the other disagrees. Everyone pressed the agree button, and everyone was very curious. Just how far can Jiang En go? Chapter 84 might hold a surprise. Alright, all 31 university representatives present voted in favor. Then I will submit an application. If the application is approved, the fourth assessment will begin for Jiang En after the third assessment. For now, please continue to observe the other candidates. After all, although Jiang En's assessment has ended, the others have not yet. Upon hearing Sun Jinghao's reminder, the representatives realized their main task and quickly looked at the small screen in front of them to observe the other students. Qian Duoduo and Su Changsheng, who also chose the boss challenge, were naturally the focus of observation. Qian Duoduo's assessment space. The battle wasn't over yet. The young Cyclops was desperately swinging his fists, trying to kill Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo also diligently raised his shield and swung his one-handed sword. Both sides' health bars were decreasing at an extremely slow rate. The young Cyclops has 78% of his health remaining, while Qian Duoduo has 83%. At this rate, victory should ultimately belong to Qian Duoduo. It just might take a bit longer. After confirming the result, everyone turned the screen to Su Changsheng. I witnessed the Cyclops fall just as it did. Su Changsheng was clearly exhausted, but even so, the Cyclops had just fallen and the second stage had not yet begun. He then began to continue making new talismans. I planned to seize every minute and second to improve my skills. This prompted all the representatives to nod in agreement. Not letting one relax after a victory and always preparing for future battles undoubtedly makes him a promising talent. While others watched the seeded players' trials, Sun Jinghao quietly opened the 1443rd trial space. Inside was the trial of his daughter, Sun Mei. In the first level, she didn't choose a boss-level monster, but rather an elite-level ghoul leader. Ghouls are monsters that rely on numbers to win, so a single ghoul leader isn't particularly difficult to deal with, especially when facing range damage dealers like the Ice, who possess control skills. So at this moment, she has passed the first level and arrived at the second level. Numerous ghoul phantoms slowly took shape before her. Ghouls are level 13 monsters. Even though Sun Mei is already level 14, she obviously cannot clear out a large number of ghouls as quickly as Jiang En. She could only try to hide and survive as long as possible. Fortunately, the surrounding environment had also turned into a snowfield, which was obviously good news for Sun Mei, who controlled the ice. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of ice and snow around her suddenly disappeared and appeared on the ghoul's legs, freezing it in place. Sun Mei took this opportunity to quickly get away from the ghoul horde. We must prevent the ghouls from surrounding us. Only in this way can we possibly survive for half an hour. Seeing Sun Mei struggling to escape in the snowfield, Sun Jinghao couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. In fact, given Sun Mei's level, even if she chose the venomous spider in the second challenge, she could still get into a decent university. But he knew how stubborn his daughter was. I thought that Jiang En's matter would teach her to back down. Unexpectedly, this seemed to spur her on even more, making her determined to enter the Mountain and Sea Academy. That's why they chose the highly challenging ghoul as the test subject. Sun Jinghao sighed slightly, then continued to check on the other people's conditions. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the impatient crowd switched the scene to Jiang En's trial space ahead of time. I was afraid of missing any exciting moments. As soon as they switched to the next screen, the scene they saw left them speechless. Jiang En lay motionless on Chanchio's belly, while Yanning served as a pillow right at Jiang En's neck. Sun Jinghao's expression froze, and he subconsciously spoke up for Jiang En. He's probably racking his brains trying to figure out how to pass the next level. Everyone looked at me like I was an idiot. The snoring could be heard through the screen, and you could even see the clear drool dripping from the corner of their mouths. Ha! A burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. It was Li Jing from the Mountain and Sea Academy. He smiled and said, "Truly worthy of being a student of our Mountain and Sea Academy. He has the bearing of a soldier, knows how to seize every opportunity to rest and recover his strength, and is in the best condition to face any potential crisis." The representative from Huaxia University rolled his eyes at Li Jing. "I think this is the style of Huaxia University. Don't talk nonsense. We are clearly Jiuhua, conserving our strength and ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment." The representatives from the other third-rate universities secretly grumbled in their hearts, thinking only of Jiang'an. If it were any other student, they would probably be rejected by these top universities simply because of their improper attitude towards assessments. How can someone be defending him like this? Sun Jinghao felt relieved upon hearing this. As expected, geniuses are treated differently. They are accepted as long as it's not a matter of principle. The second round of assessment time is finally over. Sun Jinghao's illusory figure slowly appeared. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the second test and obtaining a score of 200. Current score, 400. Next is the final assessment, the ultimate assessment, which will last for 1 hour. You will face a constant stream of level 13 monsters. Please note that there is no fixed score for this assessment. You will receive 10 points for each monster you kill. The assessment will automatically end if you are in a critically injured and dying state. The assessment will officially begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Jiang'an woke up from the gluttonous ball with a yawn and sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes. So, we've finally reached the last hurdle? As the countdown ended, monsters began to appear silently. The first wave of monsters were familiar faces, ghouls. More than 20 ghouls spawned around Jiang'an. It's finally about to begin. This time, he'll finally get that fox to make a move. Although this black and white panda is very strong, judging from its skills, it should be more focused on single-target attacks. It cannot completely stop all the monsters that keep coming. That won't work. There's no such thing as an all-powerful monster. Even the bosses in top-tier dungeons have their own biases. The black and white panda is clearly not an area of effect attacker. Let's see how Jiang'an handles this. Sun Jinghao stood beside them, a smile playing on his lips. I think this black and white panda might hold a surprise. He knew Jiang'an much better than Jiang'an, even though Jiang'an never mentioned what he had gained in the secret realm. But it wasn't hard for him to guess that this black and white panda came from the bamboo forest secret realm. Look, Jiang'an moved. In the scene, a red light suddenly emanated from Jiang'an's body. A quick glance at the gluttonous ball. Chapter 85 Multi-Person Test. Snap. With a crisp sound, the gluttonous ball glowed red. Get up and get to work. It scrambled to its feet with a start, looking at the ghouls around it with a hint of rage in its eyes. Roar. Disturbing someone's sleep. What an annoying person. Jiang'an said softly. Go all out. This level is all about racking up points. Although the challenges of the assessment are constantly adjusted each year, the overall concept remains the same, and the final stage is usually used to test the candidate's limits. It is also the level where you can get the most points. Although the level 13 monsters are strong, they are undoubtedly much easier to deal with compared to the previous bosses. Every year, many candidates barely pass the first 2 rounds, but they deliberately save their trump card for now, hoping to overtake others by taking a shortcut. After all, you only need to kill 10 monsters to get 100 points. Of course, Jiang'an's goal is not just to get 100 points. Instead, kill them all. After Jiang'an demanded that he take full action, Chanchio's eyes lit up, and its size continued to expand. It quickly reached a height of 10 meters. It had become a small giant, especially when standing next to a ghoul. The difference in size alone was enough to leave people speechless. Lightning crackled on the bear's paw as it swung it towards the nearby horde of ghouls. With one slap, 7 or 8 ghouls that were relatively close were all hit. Instant kill. Greedy Ball chuckled, revealing its bestial nature, and continued waving its bare paws. Even a normal attack without lightning can inflict terrifying damage on these level 13 ghouls with the added power. In just a few seconds, all the ghouls were wiped out. The moment the last ghoul died, monster projections reappeared all around. This time, the monster was one that Jiang'an had never seen before. It was a level 13 green python. Its entire body is green, and its scales have a diamond-like appearance. It is only about half a meter long, but it has 200 points of strength, so it can be considered a strength-type monster. Unfortunately, it still seemed too fragile in the face of the gluttonous ball. Greedy Ball grabbed a green python with both hands. It's like the feeling of a child catching an earthworm. It pulled hard again. The green python was instantly killed. Then, the gluttonous ball seemed to have found a new source of amusement, and playfully looked at the other green pythons. The representatives who witnessed this scene fell silent. This black and white panda is just too outrageous. Although it only has a single target skill, its size has changed too much. Even a single target skill can cover so many creatures at the same time. What the hell is the difference between this and a group attack? There are still differences. Group attack skills consume more resources. I think it can probably unleash single target skills like Thunder Palm dozens of times in a row without stopping. So he can solve this test just by relying on the black and white panda? What What kind of limit is this, you bastard? Speaking of which, the lightning and fire spirits he summons are ridiculously strong. Are you sure he's just an ordinary summoner? Why does he seem even stronger than that holy summoner who enrolled a few years ago? But the reason he's strong is because his companion pet egg is a powerful angel. His black and white panda is already this strong. I can't even imagine how strong that fox is. Sun Jinghao coughed lightly. Everyone, don't forget there's still a 4th round of assessments. I believe we will see Jiang and true strength. That's true. Luckily, we've already applied for the 4th round of assessments for Jiang'an, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. It was supposed to be an extreme test, but they didn't even show their true strength. It's a bit embarrassing. Wait a minute. Look what this guy is up to now. The group noticed a flash of light next to Jiang'an in the scene, and a single bed appeared next to him. I'm sleepy, I'll sleep a little longer. Jiang'an lay on the bed, and Yining curled up in his arms. It's still more comfortable to sleep on the ball. This bed is a bit hard to sleep on. This bed wasn't something Jiang'an specifically prepared for the assessment. Rather, as the level of the glutton gradually increased, Jiang'an consciously had the glutton engage in battles. However, Greedy Ball's fighting style is completely different from Flame Shadow's. With its thick skin and tough flesh, it doesn't need to dodge many skills, especially with Su-chan's support. Jiang'an simply bought a single bed to cope with this boring situation. In addition, last night, in order to reach level 17, he had to reset the dungeon once more and grind it until midnight. Bored, I kept getting sleepy. Jiang'an began snoring loudly almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. Sensing the sweet sound of Jiang and sleep, Chanchio turned around, looking aggrieved. Roar, roar, roar. I want to sleep too. Damn it, I'll kill you all. The enraged, gluttonous ball leaped high into the air and pounced on the green pythons on the other side, reaping their lives. A hush fell over the space where the delegates were gathered. Finally, someone, trying to cover up their embarrassment, said, "What kind of situation is this? Shouldn't we consider increasing the difficulty of the assessment?" Yes, I think so too. Now that the conditions are better, we can increase the difficulty of the assessment. Otherwise, it's still too boring for geniuses. Indeed, pressure is needed to better bring out their potential. Li Jing and the representatives from the other 2 top universities exchanged glances. We'll submit the proposal tomorrow. As for Jiang and situation, the difficulty of the assessment was indeed too low for him. So, you can't blame him for this. Jiang'an was unaware that his actions would trigger an evaluation starting that year. The difficulty increased sharply, which led to a subsequent decrease in the admission score. All right, let's stop looking at him, it's pointless. Let's look at the others, Li Jing said casually. Although our Shanghai Academy has already decided to admit him, we still need to give other students a chance. That's not fair of you. Our Jiuhua Academy has also decided to admit them. Don't come here and claim they're from your academy. Hey, are you treating my Huaxiao Academy as nothing? The representative of Huaxiao Academy was an old man, who was so angry that he was puffing out his beard and glaring. Hearing the 3 universities' recognition of Jiang'an, Sun Jinghao smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was at this moment that Sun Jinghao suddenly noticed a notification pop up on his panel. Upon opening it, he immediately frowned. Have people from Japan and the United States also applied to start the 4th round of testing? A level 16 Dark Ninja. A level 16 Demon Hunter. Oh no, the 4th round is a multi-person assessment. If the 2 of them join forces, it will definitely not be good news for Jiang'an. If anything goes wrong with Chapter 86, I'll take full responsibility. As the rules of the game were introduced worldwide, and the assessment system was recognized, it was implemented globally on the same day. The earlier rounds of assessments may be different. However, the 4th round of assessment was the same, and even took place in the same trial space. Generally speaking, not every cohort of students will need to undergo a 4th round of assessments. After all, geniuses are rare. Jiang'an was just that lucky. He happened to meet candidates from 2 other countries. Although humanity's primary goal is to combat the demonic legions emerging from the Chaos Rift, there are still considerable frictions between nations. Japan and the United States, fearing China, have long formed an alliance. This time, we will definitely join forces to target Jiang'an. However, once Jiang'an is successfully defeated, it will not result in actual death in the trial space. However, they were still able to thwart Jiang'an's confidence, and even seize upon the moments of defeat to make a big fuss. What's even more disgusting is that opening the 4th level was originally good news for Jiang'an. After all, the more grades you can get, the more points you'll have when you enroll. But if you get sniped as soon as you enter the 4th level, you'll have wasted such a good opportunity. Sun Jinghao looked at Jiang'an, who was still fast asleep, with some concern. Can you resolve this crisis? In the assessment and trial space of the Cherry Blossom Country, a group of slit-mouthed female warriors, including Nakajima Tsunekazu, surrounded them and launched a continuous barrage of attacks. Just as Nakajima Tsunekazu's health points were depleted, he turned into a piece of wood and exploded violently in the brief moment that the slit-mouthed woman was stunned. This wave of slit-mouthed women was wiped out instantly. As the smoke cleared, Nakajima Tsunekazu, unharmed, slowly revealed himself. New monsters were spawning all around, and Nakajima Tsunekazu suddenly paused, as if listening to something. A moment later, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Baka, do those yellow-skinned pigs even deserve to apply to start the 4th stage of the assessment? Team up with a demon hunter? No need. I will continue the glory of my ancestors and show those yellow-skinned pigs what true power is. And he only deserves to wail under my blade. This scene also occurred in the assessment and trial space of the Eagle Kingdom. Ashley, now half-demon, tossed her golden hair and ruthlessly wielded her demonic blade, easily reaping the lives of the goblins beside her. A summoner from the Chinese Empire? I see. I will deal with him first before completing the assessment. Join forces? That's not something I should do. Even if he's a level above me, he's still just a summoner. No one can survive under my demonic blade, not even him. Time passed slowly. Just as Jiang'an was about to turn over, he suddenly heard Sun Jinghao's voice. The 3rd round of assessment has ended. During this assessment, a total of 1,232 monsters were killed and 12,320 points were obtained. The current cumulative score is 12720, a score of tens of thousands of points. If this score were released, it would probably be jaw-dropping. It's important to know that in the 3rd round of assessment, although you can get a lot of points, getting 1,000 points might already make you a top genius. After all, a score of 1,000 points means you need to kill 100 monsters. While level 13 monsters aren't exactly overpowered, their sheer numbers are undeniable. No matter how strong you are, human strength is ultimately limited. Based on past experience, a total score close to 1,000 is enough to get into a top university, and if it exceeds 1,000, it can even rank you among the top in the province. With Jiang'an's score of over 10,000, it can be said that he has achieved something unprecedented and will likely never be seen again. 10,000 points? Not bad. I'll buy you some premium pet food when we get out. Chanchio was so excited that he trembled slightly, and then looked forward to leaving the trial space. Just then, Jiang'an suddenly noticed that Sun Jinghao's projection in front of him had changed. His previously blank expression became lively. He then said, Jiang'an, it's me. Uncle Sun, what happened? Jiang'an frowned. Logically speaking, as the person in charge of the assessment, Sun Jinghao should not have had any contact with any student during the assessment period in order to avoid any suspicion. Even his own biological daughter, Sun Mei, couldn't do it. But now he appears in his own trial space. Could it be that the evil people are up to something again? This was Jiang'an's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. If evildoers can already cheat in the assessment, then they won't have to hide everywhere like rats in the gutter. Sun Jinghao, somewhat embarrassed, explained the ins and outs of the 4th test to Jiang'an. This includes the 2 players from Japan and the United States. To be honest, with their combined strength, they're already pretty much done for the 3rd level. It's very likely they came here on purpose to snipe you. Originally, I was thinking that you could get more points in the 4th level. These points would be converted into points proportionally when you went to the academy. But I didn't expect that my good intentions would backfire. In short, kill as many monsters as you can in the 4th test. As for the 2 of them, we can ignore them. Sun Jinghao said slowly. After all, the monsters' levels will continue to increase during the 4th test. I believe they won't have many opportunities to deal with you. As long as you avoid the beginning, there shouldn't be any major problems. Jiang'an frowned. Since they deliberately came to ambush us, can I also take action against them? Sun Jinghao was slightly taken aback. You mean, instead of worrying about being ambushed by the 2 of them, it's better to just kill them? All I want to know now is if I really killed them both, or even left them with some kind of psychological trauma that would cause them to never recover. Will this cause any trouble? Sun Jinghao fell silent. He hadn't expected that Jiang'an's plan was not to avoid them at all, but to kill them directly. Before Sun Jinghao could speak, the trial space flickered, and then another figure appeared. Sun Jinghao was startled, but when he saw the man's appearance clearly, he calmed down. Lord Weiqing, what brings you here? Sun Jinghao asked in surprise. Jiang'an curiously observed the figure that had just appeared. He was tall and straight, with resolute and handsome features, and wore golden armor. Even without speaking, Simply standing there, the unique majesty of a soldier slowly spreads out. Looking at Jiangyan, Wei Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Kill without hesitation. Let alone in the trial space, even in the real world." The calm voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Since these bastards dare to come, they will pay the price. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Chapter 87 Joining Forces. The combined attack is complete. The space where the university representative is located. The representatives looked at each other, unsure of what to say as they gazed at Wei Qing, who had appeared in the Jiangyan trial space. As the commander of the human race, Wei Qing has the authority to view the assessment process and can even access it at any time. The problem is, when did Lord Wei Qing suddenly have so much free time? Normally, he'd find it annoying to even glance at a junior, but now he's actually going to the assessment and trial space to answer the examinee's questions. More importantly, Wei Qing can actually laugh. Wei Qing, who killed countless enemies on the battlefield and suppressed any problem with ruthless methods, left everyone with only that cold face. This refers not only to the Demon Legion. He is also a well-known fighter in China. He once stormed into Japan alone and blocked their shrine, cursing them for 3 days and 3 nights. This is because the other party attempted to claim a section of Shanhaiguan as part of their territory. The funniest thing is that no one on the other side dared to fight Wei Qing. He could only be berated by Wei Qing. Only after Wei Qing issued a statement declaring that the land belonged to China did he leave. After a long while, the representative from Huaxia University stared at Li Jing with wide eyes. "I'm telling you, that's not very fair. You even invited the commander of Shanhaiguan to come here just to poach students, right?" The people from Jiuhua Academy reacted instantly. "Li Jing, you actually resorted to underhanded tactics." Li Jing immediately cried out in protest. "I would like to, but do you think I can ask someone of that level to do that? Don't even mention me. Can even the dean of an academy have any influence with people? I'm not taking the blame for this." After thinking about it, the group realized that it made sense. So, Lord Wei Qing's reason for appreciating talent was simply that. Is it because you value talent that you've been paying attention to Jiangyan and want to nurture him properly? At this moment, Jiangyan's importance in their hearts has risen even further. The two representatives from Jiuhua Academy and Huaxia Academy exchanged glances and quickly took out their communicators to contact the higher-ups at their respective academies. "We must win this student over, even if it means offering more conditions." Li Jing, though confused as to why Wei Qing had appeared, was grinning from ear to ear. Lord Wei Qing is the honorary dean of the Shanghai Academy and is stationed in Shanhaiguan year-round. This alone puts Jiuhua and Huaxia far ahead. Meanwhile, in the trial space, with Wei Qing's approval, Jiangyan felt relieved and decisively chose to start the 4th trial. Sun Zhenghao and Wei Qing in front of them slowly dissipated. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. "Good luck. I'll be waiting for you at the Mountain and Sea Academy." The scenery around Jiangyan quickly disappeared, replaced by a vast grassland. He immediately noticed a blonde woman standing not far from him. It was Ashley, a level 16 demon hunter. Ashley also sized up her opponent, who was a level above her, with curiosity in her eyes. Just then, a piercing sound came from behind Jiangyan. "Hee, we're all here, just waiting for you to keep delaying the start." "What? Is the yellow-skinned pig scared?" Jiangyan turned his head sharply and saw Nakajima Tsunekazu dressed in a ninja outfit. "Her mouth is really stubborn and foul, just like my imagination of Sakura." The dog-barking contestant. Nakajima Tsunekazu was instantly enraged. "Baka. Stupid yellow-skinned pig, prepare to die." Nakajima Tsunekazu shrank his body and entered the underground, using his escape technique to quickly approach. The flame shadow, who had been feigning sleep, immediately perked up its ears and warily scanned its surroundings. All around was silent. Only a few level 13 elite monsters were spawning in the distance. Ashley stood aside, observing quietly. Although she had her own principles and was unwilling to team up with Nakajima Tsunekazu, since Nakajima Tsunekazu was willing to test Jiangyan's strength first, she didn't mind waiting. In the silence, a figure suddenly rose from the ground behind Jiangyan. The shuriken gleamed sharply in his hand as he thrust it viciously toward the back of Jiangyan's neck. The next moment, the gluttonous ball suddenly grew larger, and with a slap crackling with lightning, it slammed the figure down heavily. Bang! The terrifying force instantly slammed the ground, causing it to cave in, and the figure was reduced to a piece of wood. Nakajima Tsunekazu's figure appeared in the distance. He has great strength, but unfortunately, he is too foolish. Burst! As soon as he finished speaking, the piece of wood suddenly exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ashley was secretly alarmed. Both of them were very strong. Jiang and summoned beast was incredibly powerful. If I were to take a direct hit from it, even if I wasn't instantly killed, I would be left with very low health. Nakajima Tsunekazu's methods are even more insidious. The explosive damage accompanying his clone technique is equally terrifying. However, Jiang was clearly unfamiliar with Nakajima Tsunekazu's methods, and he was bound to suffer this loss. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Jiang stood unharmed in the same spot, as if the explosion had never happened. Nakajima Ganga stared in astonishment. Baka, this is impossible. Ashley's pupils suddenly contracted. She keenly realized that the explosion had not been without causing any harm. That black and white panda lost about 1% of its health. Jiang's expression remained unchanged. Is this all the strength you have? Just like your country, it's disappointing. Nakajima Ganga finally realized how terrifying Jiang was. He turned to Ashley and said, "Let's join forces. This guy is incredibly strong." Ashley hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded. Okay. Her body quickly underwent a partial demonic transformation, and half of her originally beautiful features became hideous. The devil's hand. A huge, dark purple arm suddenly materialized beside the gluttonous ball, grabbed it, and then threw it away violently, attempting to restrain it. Her thinking was very clear. A summoner's summoned creatures usually have different functions. Since this black and white panda has such amazing protective abilities, then as long as the black and white panda is contained, Nakajima Ganga, skilled in assassination, was able to ignore the seemingly pitiful fire fox and kill Jiang. After all, the easiest way to deal with a summoner is to deal with their physical form. Seeing this, Nakajima Ganga once again burrowed into the ground, using his earth. Done. Earth is a type of technique in Chinese martial arts, skilled to quickly approach Jiang, intending to complete this combined attack. Finally, the flame shadow moved. It leaped off Jiang's shoulder, deactivated its Chu Lian state midair, and instantly returned to normal. A whoa! A fox's cry echoed throughout the trial space. Then Flame Shadow's purple tail swayed slightly. Skill, Phantom Clone activated. Tens of thousands of imposing, fiery figures appeared on the grassland. The fox's cries were continuous and overwhelming. A whoa! A whoa! A whoa! Chapter 88 Unable to Withstand. Unable to withstand. Don't you like having multiple clones? Then let's play the clone technique properly. Jiang smiled faintly. Both Nakajima Tsunekazu, who was in the ground, and Ashley's expression changed. What level of clone skill is this? There are so many identical firefoxes. Faced with such a terrifying number, both of them couldn't help but feel somewhat dazed. Could it be that the ultimate test of the 4th level is actually about dealing with the fire fox, which has the ability to create infinite clones? The newly spawned monsters were equally dumbfounded, as they were completely surrounded by Flame Shadow's clones. An illusion. This must all be an illusion. These clones cannot all be combat capable, and given their terrifying numbers, they certainly cannot cause any damage. Nakajima Tsunekazu thought to himself, he's trying to scare me off like this. Impossible. As long as we bypass these clones and get close to Jiang's main body, we can easily kill him. With this thought in mind, Nakajima Tsunekazu continued to approach the earth, but vaguely felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. Jiang glanced at Nakajima Tsunekazu, who still refused to come out, and knew that the other party had no intention of giving up. So he coldly uttered 4 words. Flame Storm. What would it look like if tens of thousands of flame shadows simultaneously unleashed a flame storm? Ashley had already witnessed it before she even got close. Red became the dominant color of the world before her eyes. Terrifying flames spread across the grassland. A hallucination? Or is it real? Ashley reached out with trembling hands and touched the edge of a flame. The stinging pain and the rapidly decreasing health points proved one thing. This is definitely not as simple as a simple illusion. The newly formed level 13 elite monsters were caught in the raging storm and didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. Then he died completely. As soon as Nakajima Tsunekazu, who was hiding in the ground, realized something was wrong, he immediately activated his life-saving skill, Escape. This is Nakajima Tsunekazu's most powerful survival skill, which consumes all of his mental energy to increase his defense and movement speed tenfold. After unleashing this skill, he will be in a weakened state for 2 days. But even when facing a stronger opponent 10 levels above him, he can easily escape once he uses this skill. This is why he is so confident. He burst from the ground and fled for his life within the range of the fiery storm. Even so, he found that his health points were still dropping rapidly, and his expression changed drastically. Just how terrifying is this skill? Why is it still so hard to withstand, even with my defense increased tenfold? Fortunately, his movement speed was also increased tenfold, and he found the edge of the flame storm and escaped in less than a second. He was panting heavily, his eyes filled with intense resentment. How can this yellow-skinned pig be so strong? This flame is terrifying. It's not a skill that someone of this level should possess. Just then, Nakajima Tsunekazu suddenly noticed a flash before his eyes. Flame shadow appeared before him. Nakajima Tsunekazu's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to give up the trial. However, it was too late. The purple tail behind Flame Shadow swayed slightly. Platinum-level Phantom Bewitching activated. Everything before Nakajima Tsunekazu's eyes vanished, leaving only the ever-expanding purple tail. He immediately fell into the illusion that Yin Ing had specially prepared for him. In the dream world, Nakajima Tsunekazu seemed to return to his childhood hometown, to that carefree time. A harmonious and happy family. He forgot that he had grown up and had even switched to a hidden profession. He is perfectly satisfied with his current life. Until a group of people dressed in cherry blossom military uniforms suddenly broke into his hometown. They killed his parents and dragged him to a dark room. Don't want. With his eyes tightly closed, Nakajima Tsunekazu was drenched in sweat, pleading incessantly. As he was humiliated and killed in the illusion, he finally opened his eyes. However, the surroundings were no longer the trial space, but were filled with familiar teachers and leaders. Nakajima-kun, are you alright? They were all wearing the same military uniforms, and although they all looked concerned, Nakajima Tsunekazu could still picture the scene in his hallucination. His body trembled uncontrollably. Ashley swallowed hard. What kind of summoned beast is this? This feels even scarier than the Cerberus from my job change event. She couldn't understand why Nakajima Tsunekazu had suddenly lost the power to resist. All that was known was that the fox wagged its tail, and Nakajima Tsunekazu stopped moving, and was then easily killed by Flame Shadow. After dealing with Nakajima Tsunekazu, Flame Shadow turned to look at Ashley. Those beastly eyes stared intently at her. Cold sweat instantly covered my entire body. That's terrifying. This man is absolutely terrifying. And this fox too. We cannot fight back. We absolutely cannot fight back. Otherwise, I would have absolutely no chance of survival. Ashley's half-demonization quickly dissipated. She raised her hand above her head. I'll let go. Before he could finish speaking, a huge bear paw slammed down. Snap! Ashley's body was instantly smashed into a pile of minced meat, and then slowly disappeared. Roar! Chanchio shook his hand dismissively, wiping away the meat sauce stuck to it. In the real world, in the Eagle Nation, Ashley appeared in the real world with blank stares. Although the trial space does not actually lead to death, but all feelings are real. The sound of her bones being crushed and pulverized was still echoing in her mind. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. She finally couldn't control her churning stomach and vomited profusely. The person in charge of the assessment from the Eagle Kingdom also rushed to her side. The moment Ashley was killed, they lost their access to the fourth trial. What happened? Even with you and Nakajima Tsunekazu joining forces, you still couldn't defeat Jiang'an, the summoner from China? Ashley couldn't help but tremble at the mention of Jiang'an. Although Yanning did not use her illusionary charm on her, that murderous glance was enough to leave her with a psychological scar for the rest of her life. Ashley shook her head frantically. It's impossible to fight back. We cannot resist. Vomit. Chapter 89: The Strength of Flame Shadow. The space where representatives from various universities in China are located. There was complete silence inside. All eyes were fixed on the pile of minced meat that Ashley had been smashed into pieces. After a moment, someone swallowed hard and muttered. Were those two level 16 characters instantly killed? That fox. From their perspective, Yanning caught up with Nakajima Tsunekazu and killed him instantly with just 2 light claw strikes. Ashley couldn't even withstand a single hit from the ball-hungry player. Seeing the flaming shadow clones filling the entire trial space, everyone was speechless. While the ability to create clones is relatively rare, it's not entirely unheard of. The vast majority of clones are merely illusions, like bubbles that burst at the slightest touch, and they have no actual combat power. But the clone skill used by Flame Shadow is clearly completely different. Not only are they terrifying in number, but more importantly, they also possess a certain level of combat capability. The newly spawned level 14 normal monsters are the best proof of this. They are being slaughtered by Flame Shadow's clones. This assessment was clearly intended to test Jiang'an's limits. But how come it looks like this now? It seems to have turned into a test for the monster. In particular, ordinary level 14 monsters are no match for the Flame Shadow clone. It was cleared out almost instantly. Even the speed at which monsters spawn in the trial space can't keep up with the speed at which Flame Shadow kills them. This is the first time I've encountered this situation in the 4th stage of the assessment. The so-called 4th level has also become a place for Jiang and to rack up points. Just as everyone fell silent. Ding dong. A message came through someone's phone. Upon opening it, their expression changed slightly. Sakura claims that their top contender, Nakajima Tsunekazu, was injured by a Chinese student during the 4th round of the assessment, leaving him with psychological trauma. We condemn the behavior of the Chinese students and demand that they assist in the treatment of Nakajima Tsunekazu. Upon hearing this, Li Jing, representing the Mountain and Sea Academy, was somewhat stunned. What the hell? Isn't it normal to die or get injured in the trial space? They wanted to target Jiang'an, and now that they've failed, they're resorting to these kinds of tactics, right? Disgraceful. Ahem, it seems this psychological trauma is not quite what we imagined. The other person held up their phone, which was playing a recently recorded video. In the scene, the school representative and the person in charge of the assessment of Sakura Academy try to approach Nakajima Tsunekazu, but Nakajima Tsunekazu covers his buttocks and runs around like a madman. He kept muttering to himself, "No, it's going to crack." He even resorted to using his life-saving skill, escape, in the real world just to escape these elders who had once been very close to him. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. This brings to mind Jiang and's previous issues. All I want to know now is if I really killed them both, or even left them with some kind of psychological trauma that would cause them to never recover. Will this cause any trouble? It is obvious that Jiang is responsible for Nakajima Tsunekazu's current state. The video on the phone ended as Nakajima Tsunekazu disappeared from the screen. After a moment of silence, everyone finally burst into laughter. Li Jing burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. This kid is a real talent. That fox of a man must have mastered mental skills, which is why he was able to create clones and even trap Nakajima Tsunekazu in some kind of extremely realistic hallucination. Its skill level is definitely not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Nakajima Tsunekazu to still be unable to get rid of the psychological shadow after escaping the illusion. Not bad, not bad. Our Mountain and Sea Academy is a good fit for Jiang'an. The representative from Jiuhua Academy was immediately displeased. Li Jing, that's enough. If we're talking about the most suitable place for mental skills, then of course it's the Cloud Mist Secret Realm of our Jiutian Academy. Everyone knows that the Cloud Mist Secret Realm is specifically designed to improve the level of mental skills. Hey, what's wrong with the secret realms that our Huaxiao Academy possesses? As the 3 universities began arguing again over who would own Jiang'an, a representative from one of the less prestigious universities whispered a question to the others. Aren't they worried about the cherry blossom statement? Aren't we supposed to maintain a good relationship on the surface? Everyone looked at him in surprise as soon as he said this. You don't think Lord Wei Qing is joking, do you? He said he would take responsibility for any problems that might arise. Li Jing smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Wei Qing should be on his way to Sakura by now. This is a small matter that Lord Wei Qing can resolve by taking a trip to see the cherry blossoms. Some people, not believing in such superstitions, open Wei Qing's Weibo account. Latest message. Take a rare vacation and go on a trip. Target, cherry blossoms. The accompanying picture shows Wei Qing wiping the long sword in his hand. Before anyone even opened the comments section, someone exclaimed, "It's been retracted." Sakura retracted the message she just posted and said that it was Nakajima Hisashi's own lack of strength. Laughter, even louder than before, suddenly erupted in the trial space. That's more like it. Lord Wei Qing is mighty. Time flies. In the trial space, the monsters spawning around us have gradually increased in level, and they have now reached level 17 normal monsters. One after another, rotting zombie monsters appeared in front of Jiang'an. Yanning twitched her nose slightly and shook her head in disgust. It's that disgusting guy again. Flames filled the sky, and the fiery storm was unleashed before the monster could even fully take shape. This type of monster is the most common monster in the undead graveyard dungeon that Jiang'an has been upgrading recently. Not only does it have a disgusting smell, but it is also extremely difficult to kill. Fortunately, its greatest natural enemy is fire. It just so happened that it ran right into the muzzle of Flame Shadow's gun. Even the level 17 Flame Shadow can easily deal with the monsters in Nightmare difficulty undead objective, let alone the unenhanced monsters in the trial space. I casually opened Flame Shadow's panel. Flame Shadow. Race. Divine Two-Tailed Fox. Purity 20%. Gender. Female. Level. 17. Same as owner. Strength, 80. Spirit, 1000. Swiftness, 1000. Physical fitness, 950. Talent skills, Chu Yin, Divine Might. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV5, Bronze. Flame Tail, LV5, Platinum. Flamestorm, LV6, Platinum. Phantom Bewitching, LV4, Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV4, Platinum. Judging solely from the four-dimensional attributes, Flame Shadow is not much better than Greedy Ball. Jiangyan attributed this to the difference in the initial species. After all, Flame Shadow was just a fire fox when it first hatched, but Black and White Panda was a boss-level pet egg. Even so, there is still a significant gap in combat strength between the two. Flame Shadow's skill level is far superior to Greedy Ball's, especially Flame Shadow's terrifying Flamestorm, which Greedy Ball can only dream of. Moreover, Flame Shadow also possesses a trump card talent, Divine Might. Just as Jiangyan was pondering this, the roars of corrupt liches echoed from the side. Chapter 90, Where's My Godfather? Corrupted Lich, Elite. Level, 18. Strength, 50. Spirit, 500. Swiftness, 100. Physical fitness, 100. Combat skills, Corpse Explosion, Silver Tier. Life Steal, Silver Tier. Resurrection of the Dead, Silver Tier. These elite corrupt liches are hideous in appearance. Small in size, shrouded in a large black robe. Their facial features were blurry and indistinct. Only a few green lights could be seen, which were their eyes. Several corrupt liches waved their hands, and the corpses of the zombie monsters that had just been killed by Flame Shadow immediately began to swell rapidly. The terrifying Corpse Explosion skill is about to be unleashed. Corpse Explosion detonates the energy within nearby corpses, creating a large-scale explosive attack on surrounding creatures, causing massive damage. The damage value is related to the original health of the corpses. This skill once caused Jiang in considerable trouble in the undead graveyard. At this moment, Yin Ying is in a pile of corpses. If all the damage from the explosion of these corpses hits her, Yin Ying's health bar will definitely drop to a very dangerous level. Fortunately, Jiangyan was no novice and was already mentally prepared. Skill, Teleportation activated. The gluttonous ball, which was originally in a safe position, gave Jiangyan a resentful look before disappearing from its spot. It reappeared at the location of the Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow, on the other hand, went to the position of Greedy Ball. A cracking sound came from the body of the gluttonous ball, which was the result of its platinum-level steel bones. Defense capabilities increased exponentially. Rumble rumble. After several explosions, the gluttonous ball was completely devoured. When the explosion finally ended, Greedy Ball's health points had only decreased by less than 1/10. It looked toward the location of the corrupted lich, intending to take revenge, only to find that Flame Shadow had already taken action and eliminated them all. Then, Flame Shadow walked gracefully to Greedy Ball. With a flick of his head, he tossed the remaining half-box of premium pet food to Greedy Ball. Here you go. Then Yining turned and left. Chanchio looked touched and quickly picked up the half-box of premium pet food and started eating it. Jiangyan could still clearly sense Chanchio's inner thoughts at this moment. Wah, Sister Flame Shadow is so kind. I am willing to protect Sister Yining forever. With the master, Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. He was such an easily satisfied glutton. Yining returned to Jiangyan's side. Her aloof demeanor from when facing Chan Xiu vanished instantly, and she rubbed her head against Jiangyan's leg. Master, when we go out, could you buy Flame Shadow a new box of premium pet food? Is it okay? Yin Ying's cute little head kept rubbing against Jiangyan's leg. Jiangyan looked helpless. What else could he do? He raised them himself, so he had to spoil them. The space where the representatives from each university are located. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone nodded in approval. This corrupt lich is already considered a rather unique and difficult monster to deal with. Even a well-trained squad can easily suffer casualties from being injured or killed by the corpse explosion when facing the corrupted lich. Jiangyan's handling of the situation was undoubtedly the best that any summoner could achieve. It seems that Jiangyan's strength is partly due to his powerful summoned beasts, but his combat experience is also very rich, and he is not the kind of summoner who relies entirely on his summoned beasts. Distinguished delegates, many students have already completed this assessment. Have you all found suitable students for this year's enrollment quota? Seeing that everyone was still focused on Jiangyan's trial space, Sun Jinghao couldn't help but remind them. Everyone then came to their senses and quickly switched their perspective to that of the other students. After all, their responsibility as representatives is to fill in the seed players for each region. Each representative has a quota, which is at least a certain number of students. Unexpectedly, Jiangyan emerged from the competition and attracted everyone's attention. Now things are much better. The assessment is almost over. Apart from Jiangyan, the targets for the others have not yet been fully determined. Those from third-rate universities, in particular, kept looking at the situations in other trial spaces. However, with Jiangyan's masterpiece preceding it, everyone else seems to think it's just SOSO. It felt like panning for golden shit. The third level only required killing 3 monsters, and it was over? This student is no good. At least you made it to the third round. Look at this student. He was eliminated in the first round. Hey, what's wrong with these students? TSK, TSK, TSK. That's way too much. Inside the assessment hall, many people had already finished their assessments in the trial space. They were teleported out. The hall became crowded and lively once again. Many people showed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Holy crap, I got 897 points. That's amazing. You should be able to get into a pretty good university. I only got 673 points. That's great. I was eliminated in the very first round, so I can only prepare to try again next year. My dad said he can find a way to make me a recent graduate. You're level 14 and you've never fought a venomous spider. No, I chose the boss level. Should. Hearing the noise around him, Qian Duoduo's face also showed excitement. His assessment is over, and he got 1,010 points. I got 200 points in the first round and 150 points in the second round. The key point is the third level, where he managed to get a score of 660. 66 monsters were killed in the monster horde. The third test was an advantage for him, because ordinary level 13 monsters did very little damage to him when his defense was fully activated. Although the process was somewhat comical, the monsters had completely surrounded him. But this also makes it very easy for him to attack. He can hit monsters even with his eyes closed, and any skill he releases. He wouldn't have dared to imagine getting this score in the past. If I share this score with my parents later, they'll probably faint from happiness. However, Qian Duoduo was also very clear that if Jiangyan hadn't led her into the secret realm and later helped her level up with Su Chan, she would never have achieved this result. His first thought was to find Jiangyan and thank him properly. However, after searching through the crowd for a long time, they couldn't find Jiangyan anywhere. Qian Duoduo frowned. Where's Jiangyan? That's impossible. I've already finished my assessment. Has he not finished his exams yet? With this in mind, Qian Duoduo turned her gaze to the large screen next to her. During the assessment process, the scores of candidates who have completed the assessment will be published and ranked in real time. Not only are there assessment halls, but major websites also broadcast them regularly. It can be said that absolute fairness and transparency were achieved. And at this moment, the #1 spot on the combat profession rankings is none other than Qian Duoduo's own name. First place, Qian Duoduo, total score, 1,010. And unsurprisingly, Su Chan's name was ranked first among support classes. First place, Su Chan, total score, 1230. Su Chan's score has almost broken the limit for support professions over the years, but it was also within Qian Duoduo's expectations. After all, Jiangyan had been helping Su Chan level up, and Su Chan, who was level 16, was only a step away from level 17. But what about Jiangyan? He frowned deeply. Something was wrong. Where's my godfather? Chapter 91 doesn't seem like such a bad thing after all. Inside the examination room, the principals of various schools in linen gathered in their offices, updating the rankings on the webpage. Upon seeing Su Chan's ranking and score, Tang Yu's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. 1,230. Even when all professions are considered together, this score is unprecedented. As expected, Su Chan lived up to my high expectations. Zheng Yang looked nervously at the rankings of combat professions, searching for Jiangyan's name. But it has not been found yet. The page shows that there are still more than 200 people in the trial space, and the assessment has not ended. However, the numbers are dropping rapidly, indicating that the assessment is nearing its end for most people. Could it be that Jiangyan is still in the trial space and hasn't finished his assessment? That shouldn't be the case. Qian Duoduo, as a tank class, has already finished the assessment. Logically, Jiangyan's speed should be even faster. Just as Zheng Yang was pondering this, the rankings of combat classes have suddenly changed. Qian Duoduo dropped 1 place to second. Zheng Yang's eyes lit up, but upon closer inspection, his face immediately fell in disappointment. First place, Su Changsheng, total score, 1080. Tang Yu couldn't contain her joy any longer. Changsheng performed quite well. Although he's only level 14, he actually surpassed Qian Duoduo, who is level 15. Not bad, not bad. It was worth the special training I gave them before the assessment. Suddenly, Tang Yu changed the subject, her eyes darting towards Zheng Yang. By the way, Principal Zheng, why hasn't Jiangyan from your school finished his assessment yet? A level 17 summoner should have even better results than Changxing, right? Could something have happened? His seemingly caring words were barbed, and Zheng Yang's composure vanished. He wasn't worried about his honorary principal status, but rather whether something had actually happened to Jiangyan. Seeing Zheng Yang's expression, Tang Yu felt even more satisfied. The only slight annoyance is that ever since I asked my husband, who works at the Education Bureau, to look up information about Jiangyan, it has been a problem. I never replied to their messages again. They're probably still busy with work, right? The same concerns are not unique to Xingyang. In the orphanage, the director and a group of children were gathered in front of the television, intently watching the live broadcast of the assessment. Grandpa Dean, why hasn't Brother Jiangyan come out yet? That's right, I saw Jiangyan's friends. Where's Jiangyan? I remember that Sister Lu used to be very quick in her assessments. Yes, Sister Lu's name will soon appear in first place. Sister Lu is amazing. Is Brother Jiang and even more amazing than Sister Lu? You can't beat me, can you? I remember Sister Lu got 1100. It's more than that thing called money. No, Brother Jiang and is so amazing, he'll definitely have even more. Then why haven't Jiang and's results come out yet? The dean patted the child's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, have faith in your brother Jiangyan. He's working hard right now, and he'll definitely get good grades and get into the Mountain and Sea Academy. Let's cheer for Brother Jiangyan together, okay? Go for it, Brother Jiangyan, a child's voice shouted. Go Jiangyan, brother. Come on. Good luck on your exam. I'm waiting for you to come back and take us out for a big meal. After comforting the children, the dean frowned as he looked at the television screen showing that less than 100 people remained for the assessment, his eyes filled with worry. Lin and Huaxiao exchange branch. Bai Hong placed a plate of fruit in front of Bai Jing and complained, Sister Jing, what are you looking at? So engrossed. Bai Jing stretched out her fair fingers, picked up a grape, and put it in her mouth. The computer screen in front of me also displayed the assessment. I'm wondering what big thing Jiangyan is planning this time. Damn it, Bai Hong blinked, somewhat confused by Bai Jing's meaning. Haven't you noticed yet? Wherever this guy goes, trouble follows. Look at all the trouble he got into during his trip to the Bamboo Forest Mountains. You mean? Bai Jing moved the computer slightly, and the screen displayed the news that Sakura had previously withdrawn. I told you to be clever, but you just can't learn. Can you guess who Sakura's message is aimed at? Bai Hong still looked dazed. Sigh. Bai Jing sighed and shook her head. It's hopeless. Although Jiangyan's name is not written here, there are not many people who can do this. Plus, Jiangyan's results haven't been updated yet. Still can't figure it out? Oh, I see. Bai Hong's eyes lit up slightly. Jiangyan didn't take the assessment in Linen. He went to Japan to take it. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Jing almost choked to death on the grapes. Forget it. You'd better not analyze it. I'll just want to laugh if you do. Have you forgotten that the legendary assessment trial has a fourth stage that can be unlocked, and it's only in the fourth stage that you can meet the other candidates? Bai Hong gasped. The fourth level? I thought that was just a legend. I've never heard of it ever being opened. No, it was activated. You just didn't know it. Then, Jiangyan has a lot of potential, right? Then, sister, would you like to? Bai Hong looked tempted. Do you need anything? We've already made the investment. All we need to do now is maintain a good relationship. Bai Hong scratched his head. No, I meant to say, sis, do you want to make a sacrifice? I think Jiangyan is quite handsome, and he also has a lot of potential. Besides, sis, you're already 24 and don't even have a boyfriend. Your parents are worried sick at home. Get out. Take your grapes and get the hell out of here. Bai Jing was furious and threw the whole plate of grapes at him. I thought Bai Hong had finally figured things out and wanted to invest in Jiangyan ahead of time, but I never expected that Bai Hong actually wanted to get himself involved. Bai Hong caught the grapes and quickly ran outside. However, before closing the door, Bai Hong whispered something again. Are you really not going to consider it? Get out of here. Bang. Only after the office door was closed did Bai Jing's anger gradually subside. She took off her high heels and relaxed her legs, clad in thin black stockings, on her desk for a moment. As she looked at the rankings from the live stream, Jiangyan's smiling face couldn't help but appear in her mind. And the sincere gratitude Jiangyan expressed when she helped him find a blacksmith to upgrade his equipment some time ago. Gradually, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. I must be crazy, there's a 6-year age gap. Bai Hong really can come up with anything. Realizing what she was thinking, Bai Jing angrily closed the computer screen. However, Bai Jing unconsciously fiddled with the lace trim on her stockings with her right hand. It doesn't seem like a bad thing after all. Chapter 92. The fourth level that keeps getting refreshed. as the large screen displayed that only one candidate remained in the trial space. The candidates in the examination hall were getting impatient. The entire assessment is not considered complete until the last student leaves. Before that, even after the assessment was over, they could not leave the assessment hall. Who is this guy? Why is he being so slow? Tisk, even a tank class should be finished by now, right? Don't say that. Maybe they're planning something big. Hehe, I'm afraid they'll end up with a huge problem. Every year, there are people who deliberately drag it out until the last minute, thinking they are very cool. Look at the neighboring city last year. There was someone who kept delaying. Even though they only had a little over 500 points, they deliberately kept it going and didn't finish. It was disgusting. Wait, this time it doesn't seem to be. Finally, someone noticed the reissued statement from Sakura. A candidate from China has made it to the 4th stage of the assessment. And he even killed a candidate from Japan during the assessment. Not just Japan with cherry blossoms. It's Japan with eagles too. They killed candidates from 2 other countries. And Lord Wei Qing has also made a move. The examination hall erupted in cheers as the screen displayed the last remaining person. Holy crap, could this amazing guy be from our city? This is fucking awesome. Lord Wei Qing is so handsome. Wait, let me check if the people in other places have finished their assessments. Everyone looked at the students searching for exam results from other regions, and soon got the results. The assessments in other regions have already concluded. So that means this person who's still taking the test is the amazing one who entered the 4th stage and defeated the candidates from Sakura and Eagle Country? Holy crap, that's awesome. I'm definitely going to get his autograph when he comes out. Qian Duoduo stood in the crowd, listening to the discussion and understanding the general situation. A slight smile appeared on her lips. I knew it. With Jiang and strength, how could he not become number 1 after the assessment is over? They killed the candidates from Japan and the UK. Well done. Su Changsheng, who is currently ranked 1st, couldn't help but smile when he heard the news. Damn, this guy is really awesome. I need to find a chance to get to know him properly. People of this age usually have very simple thoughts. They are all passionate young people. Discovering that the examinee who could defeat Sakura and Eagle Country was from the same examination area as himself, he was naturally more happy than jealous. Only Sun Mei, standing in the crowd, had extremely complicated feelings. She originally thought that as long as she worked hard enough, she could even achieve a score of 960. That would close the gap between the 2 people and at least give them a chance to apologize. Unexpectedly, by the time she reached 960, others had already jumped out of the circle. A complex mix of emotions swirled within me. In contrast to the bustling atmosphere in the assessment hall, the space where the representatives from each university were located was completely silent. They all stared intently at the projection. In the picture, the monsters around Jiang and have been upgraded to level 22 elite level. One by one, humanoid dolls made of metal parts appeared in front of Jiang. These dolls have obvious welding marks on various parts of their bodies, and their blank expressions and humanoid appearance can easily evoke fear in people. Puppet Doll Elite. Level 22. Strength 750. Spirit 100. Swiftness 500. Physical fitness 600. Combat skills, self-destruct, silver tier. Metal skin, silver tier. Turbulent force field, silver tier. All creatures that reach level 20 will generally experience a huge increase in attributes. These elite monsters, which have reached level 22, may not have reached the level of Flame Shadow in terms of attributes, but given their large numbers, clearing them out is not an easy task. In particular, their metallic skin skill can activate metallic traits, enhancing their all-around defense. The skill's surging stance will create a constantly swaying magnetic field around them. Any creature that tries to approach them is repelled by the vibrating magnetic field and suffers some damage, which greatly restricts the gluttonous creatures. In addition, Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow have been fighting for several hours. In the trial space, one cannot quickly recover physical strength. Even someone as formidable as Flame Shadow couldn't help but show signs of fatigue. Greedy Ball tried his best to get close to the puppet doll, but failed every time. Every time you get close, you are quickly bounced away. But it never gave up and kept getting up to try to get closer again. Flame Shadow desperately squeezed out the remaining power to unleash a fiery storm. But at this moment, it no longer had the strength to maintain the existence of its clones. Its own fiery storm was simply unable to cover all the puppet dolls. There was resentment in Yin Ying's human-like eyes. If she were in her normal state, she could easily deal with monsters of this level. Jiang stepped forward and patted Yin Ying's head. Okay, you're already very good. Leave the rest to me. Skill activated. Shadow Technique Twins. Copy the Flame Storm. The skill copied by Jiang and was instantly integrated into the Flame Storm released by Yining. Double Flame Storms combined. The range of the firestorm more than doubled instantly. Flames raged, and the entire trial space seemed to have been turned into a sea of fire once again. Even the puppet dolls that had released their metallic skins melted away, turning into a pile of corpses. It passed again. It's passed again. This is already a level 22 elite monster. Its combat power is truly terrifying. Looking at Jiang and standing in the firelight, the delegates were completely speechless. Such strength is unmatched, not to mention them. Even if Wei Qing himself were present back then, he might not be able to match it. Thankfully, it should be over by now. His summoned beasts are already exhausted. There won't be a chance when the next wave of monsters spawns. This assessment is almost over. Many people have received the news and are waiting to see how many points Jiang will get. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? What? Luckily, I was born 2 years earlier. Otherwise, if I had been born in the same era as him, I probably would have been severely impacted. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, as if it really would be the case. Just as they were chatting, new monsters have spawned in the scene. One after another, 3-meter-tall minotaurs appeared before Jiang. These minotaurs wielded enormous battle axes. Just standing there makes it hard to breathe. Their massive bodies formed a stark contrast to the frail Jiang. It's a minotaur. That's definitely over. Once this monster gets close, it uses a series of control abilities. If his summoned beasts were in good condition, it might be okay, but right now there's no way to fight him. Just when they thought Jiang was about to give up. But suddenly, they saw that the fur on the exhausted Flame Shadow's body began to sway on its own. An inexplicable sense of majesty emanated from the projection. Chapter 93, Level 17 Platinum Grade Weapon. The Flame Shadow, who seemed exhausted just a second ago, suddenly seemed to recover the next second. It stood up, and its fur moved on its own even without wind. His bestial eyes were fixed on the newly formed minotaurs. What happened? Shouldn't this summoned beast's stamina have already reached its limit? That black and white panda was so exhausted that it couldn't move, so why did it suddenly regain some of its strength? Just as they were discussing this, Flame Shadow suddenly moved. It vanished from its spot as quickly as a red lightning bolt. Every time someone gets close to a minotaur, their health bar is instantly emptied before the minotaur even has a chance to raise its battle axe. Li Jing jumped up from his seat. This speed, it's even more terrifying than before. Is this its true power? The power that Yining is unleashing now is truly astonishing. His speed has at least doubled compared to before. The power of the skills has also noticeably changed. This can't possibly be its normal strength. It's more like some kind of skill that can temporarily enhance one's strength. The representative from Huaxia Academy muttered to himself. But, is it usually possible to increase this much? This world has all sorts of amazing skills. Some skills can indeed boost attributes for a short period of time, but usually, a 30% boost is already considered a very powerful skill. Furthermore, there are often various stringent conditions for unlocking them. For example, the near-death berserk state that Jiang once witnessed could increase attack speed by 30%. The conditions for activating it are extremely strict. It can only be activated when one suffers fatal damage, and once activated, the user will be in an instant death state after the skill effect ends. At this moment, Yingying's speed had increased by more than 30%. People would believe it was 100%. They couldn't even imagine how terrible the side effects of such a powerful buff would be. This is just a test in life. Jiang wouldn't be planning to drive his capable partner to his death during this test, would he? I don't think so. This situation is terrifying. In the trial space, Jiang watched as Yining, now in divine power, wreaked havoc, a smile playing on his lips. The god-level talent obtained after purifying the Flame Shadow bloodline is incredibly useful. It's useful whether you're using it for a burst of energy or for a final burst when you're exhausted. All 4 attributes doubled, and even stamina increased exponentially. In terms of energy alone, Flame Shadow is no different from a creature that has just woken up. And the best part is that it has absolutely no negative effects. It's just that the cooldown period is as long as 3 days. When Yining is in his divine might state, he is undoubtedly a dominant force, with all 4 of his attributes doubled and his skill damage also enhanced. Almost instantly, those once mighty minotaurs were completely wiped out by Flame Shadow. The next wave of monsters began to spawn. Flame Shadow's divine might skill has only 1 minute left. Its tail swayed behind it, the purple tail bobbing. One after another, flame shadows in their divine might form appeared around them, then immediately turned to hunt down the newly spawned monsters. a level 23 elite Tauren leader. Its strength is more than one level higher than the Minotaur from before. Unfortunately, it was still nothing compared to Flame Shadow in his current divine form. Just in time for the last second of the Divine Might State, they successfully wiped out all the Minotaur leaders. The Divine Might State then ended. Flame Shadow's body shrank rapidly, and its eyelids became incredibly heavy, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Master, Flame Shadow did her best. As soon as he finished speaking, Yining collapsed to the ground. But before it could fall completely to the ground, Jiang'an had already reached out and caught it. All right, you should get some sleep. With a flash of light, the Flame Shadow was taken into Jiang and summoning space to rest. In the summoning space, as long as the summoned beast is not fatally injured, it can quickly recover to its best condition. It's perfect for Flame Shadow, who's exhausted. Only Jiang and Chanchio, who had not yet fully recovered, remained in the entire trial space. In the space where the various universities were located, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be over now. That fox has completely lost its fighting ability and has been withdrawn. Well, that's about right. If his score were shown to the world, it would probably surprise them if he added an extra 0. That was terrifying. Luckily, we're from the Mountain and Sea Academy. Li Jing, get out of here. By the way, what were the level 24 monsters designed for again? Sun Jinghao laughed and said, it's a Thornwood demon, a rather troublesome monster. Oh, so it's really over. These monsters have a life-draining attack, so you can't kill them unless you can kill them quickly. Jiang'an only has that black and white panda left now, and its combat power is severely insufficient. Even if it can summon elemental spirits, it will be difficult. Yes, but it was worth it. He killed so many monsters in the 4th level, and the points he earned alone exceeded what many students earn in a year. In the projected image, those Thornywood sprites have gradually spawned. This is a monster that looks no different from a plant. If you're not careful in a dungeon, it's easy to mistake it for an ordinary plant. Thus, they were ambushed. Possessing powerful crowd control abilities, it is a nightmare for many teams. Looking at the Thornywood spirits, Greedy Ball came to Jiang and sighed. Jiang patted Chanchio's head and murmured, since you get points for killing each monster, you can convert those points into real points once you get to the academy. Then, let's kill as many as possible. I don't want to waste a single one of these points. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang'an's eyes hardened instantly, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. A scepter appeared in his right hand. The scepter is entirely black, and the spider decoration at the top is exactly the same as that of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. However, the original 20-odd eyes, which seem to be carved from red gemstones, have now all turned blue. And the quantity has also changed. The number of seeds increased from the original 20-odd to more than 40. This changed the style of the entire scepter, giving it a more eerie feel. But this is not the biggest change. The silvery white light that had originally shimmered on the scepter had completely disappeared, replaced by a dazzling platinum light. This is a platinum-grade weapon. The space where the university representative is located. Everyone stared wide-eyed, having thought Jiang had already given them enough surprises. However, this platinum-grade weapon was completely unexpected by them. Representatives from several third-rate universities had particularly enthusiastic eyes. Even they don't have platinum-level weapons. Such rare equipment can only be obtained through luck, dropping from secret realms or high-end dungeons, or only by having connections to prestigious universities. More importantly, they had never seen platinum-level equipment below level 30 before. The fact that Jiang can equip it at this moment already indicates that the weapon's level is limited to below level 17. A level 17 platinum-grade weapon. Unprecedented. Chapter 94 Hidden Class. Blacksmith. Extra equipment upgrade. 1 week ago, Jiang, who had just finished a day of leveling up in a dungeon, suddenly received a call from Bai Jing. Come find me at number 8 Sheena Street. It's related to equipment upgrades. To be honest, Jiang had thought that Bai Jing had forgotten about helping him find a blacksmith. Although he felt that the gold-grade equipment wouldn't improve him as much anymore, he wasn't that short of money right now, even if he sold the Cyclops heart. You might as well give it a try. It's good to broaden my horizons. Unexpectedly, when Jiang arrived at number 8 Sheena Street, he noticed that the place was already completely surrounded. Many people craned their necks and peered inside expectantly. I heard that a master blacksmith named Master Sun has come from Shanhaiguan. He once made weapons for Lord Wei Qing. Really? Of course it's true. This master craftsman is the mentor of the owner of this forging shop. It's said that he happened to be here to teach this time. If you find any good materials, prepare them quickly. Why prepare materials? You don't know this, do you? It's said that Master Sun likes to randomly select lucky audience members to make equipment for them during his lessons, but of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself first. Damn, I'm still missing a few materials. I'll go to the exchange to buy them now. Don't bother going. I've already bought them all. Listening to their praise of this so-called Master Sun, Jiangyan couldn't help but feel a little curious. He peered inside, and then suddenly received a call from Bai Jing. Have you arrived yet? We're here. I'm at the entrance, but there are too many people here. Then wait in the empty shop next door, and I'll find someone to pick you up. Good. Not long after, a man dressed in Sun's forging uniform opened the door of the forging shop. In an instant, everyone excitedly handed their materials to each other. I have the heart of a cyclops here. I have high-grade mithril here. Big brother, look at me. All I need to do is make one piece of silver-grade equipment. The man shook his head, avoided the crowd, and went straight to Jiangyan. He glanced at the iconic flame-shaped emblem on Jiangyan's shoulder and respectfully greeted him. Mr. Jiangyan, please follow me. And so, Jiangyan was brought into the forging shop. Although the storefront of this blacksmith shop looks small, the inside is a completely different world. The stove made a constant whooshing sound, and the temperature inside rose considerably. Yanning stretched comfortably, clearly enjoying the environment. Before long, the man led Jiangyan to a place where a large number of blacksmiths were gathered. The crowd made way for Jiangyan. Is he the Jiangyan you mentioned? A deep voice came from below. Jiangyan looked down and saw an old man who was only about 1 meter tall. The man had gray hair and a messy beard, but his arms had noticeably bulging muscles, clearly the result of years of training. He was none other than Master Sun. Standing next to him was Bai Jing. Yes, Bai Jing was neither a blacksmith nor a skilled craftsman, and at this moment, her forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat as she stood near the furnace. Her hair also looked a bit messy, but it was precisely this feeling that made her charm even more powerful. Master Sun first looked Jiangyan up and down. He then spread his hand out in front of Jiangyan, saying, "Not bad, give it to me." Jiangyan took out the heart of the Cyclops and the Spider King's scepter and handed them to Master Sun. Other materials. Bai Jing waved her hand, and a large amount of materials appeared on the forging table. I've already brought it to you. You can settle the bill later. Thank you very much. Taking advantage of this time, Bai Jing came to Jiangyan's side. This is a blacksmith from the Shanhaiguan military, a hidden profession. There's even a chance to upgrade your equipment during forging. Just then, Master Sun picked up the Spider King's scepter, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Not bad. This is a weapon that can only be obtained from a difficult level spider nest. The quality is quite good, and it even has a binding attribute. You're very lucky. Do you know the rules? Seeing that Jiangyan looked confused, Master Sun glared at him and said, I'll help you upgrade your equipment. You'll have to provide the materials yourself. After the upgrade, whatever the quality, it's all yours, and I won't charge you a penny. But I will let these people observe and learn during the upgrade process. If there are no objections, I'll begin. You can come and pick it up in 3 days. Jiangyan nodded. He naturally wouldn't be angry because of Master Sun's attitude. Geniuses often have eccentricities. Then he and Bai Jing walked out of the forging shop together. The crowd outside, knowing that the forger had already been chosen and that there was no longer a chance to get something for free, dispersed. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. How about it? Isn't the blacksmith I found for you pretty good? This blacksmith would normally charge at least $1 million. That's right. I thought you had forgotten. How could that be? I contacted him a while ago, but he was forging other equipment at the time, so I had to wait 2 more days. Bai Jing suddenly turned her eyes, leaned forward, and teased. This is a private favor for you. So, how will you repay your sister? By now, Jiangyan had a better understanding of Bai Jing's personality and knew that she was all talk and no action, and had never even touched a man's hand. So Jiangyan took the initiative to reach out his hand, pretending to grab the 2 steamed buns. Such a great favor. I can only repay it with my body, but let me inspect the goods first. Bai Jing blushed, then casually slapped Jiangyan's hand away. You want to inspect the goods? You're getting a good deal. Just don't forget how good your sister is to you. In the trial space, Jiangyan smiled as he recalled Bai Jing blushing. The platinum-grade scepter he was holding at the moment had unexpectedly been upgraded once more due to an additional buff triggered by Master Sun's profession during the upgrade process. Originally, it could only be upgraded to gold level, but it was directly promoted to platinum. Although only one word has changed, the meaning is completely different. While gold-grade weapons can occasionally be seen circulating in exchanges, platinum-grade weapons are mostly in the hands of major powers and are never put on the market for trading. Even when there are transactions, they are usually barter. When he went to retrieve his weapon, Master Sun was extremely reluctant to part with it. He clung to the weapon, refusing to let go. The cost of upgrading a silver-grade weapon to a gold-grade weapon is vastly different from the cost of upgrading a gold-grade weapon to a platinum-grade weapon. Equipment that reaches the platinum level usually has some special features. Even after you level up, it can still be effective. Weapons are naturally much more valuable than other equipment. If this weapon hadn't already been bound to Jiang'an, Master Sun might not have been willing to return it. Jiang'an himself was somewhat shocked when he saw the attributes of the scepter. Chapter 95 Assessment complete. Record broken. The Spider King's Scepter. Type: Weapon. Limited class: Summoner. Equipment level requirement: 15. Quality: Platinum. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Special effect: when wielding this weapon, it will exert a special pressure on all spider creatures, increasing damage by 10% against ordinary spider creatures, 5% against elite spider creatures, and 3% against boss spider creatures. All summoned beasts can also enjoy this effect. Additional Skill 1, Spider Web Guard, LV10. Additional Skill 2, Spider Gaze, LV10. Special skill included, Spider Realm Descent. Spider Gaze, LV10 Platinum level skill, can be actively cast. Consumes a large amount of spirit to stun one enemy unit. The stun duration depends on the difference in spirit between the two units. Spiderweb Guardian, LV10 Platinum level skill, can be actively activated. Consumes a large amount of spirit to generate a spiderweb shield for a designated friendly unit, increasing its defense by 200% and reducing its movement speed by 20% for 10 minutes. Spider Descent, Platinum level skill, cannot be upgraded. When activated, a summoned beast must be selected as a sacrifice target, absorbing 99% of that target's health to summon Spider Descent. Opens a dimensional gate, summoning countless venomous rainbow spider kings to descend and devastate all enemies within range, dealing 10 times the absorbed summoned beast's health as damage. Duration depends on the caster's spirit level and the selected attack range. This equipment is now bound to Jiang'an. The vines on the bodies of those thorny wood spirits were rapidly spreading towards Jiang'an. Jiang'an smiled. Skill: Shadow Technique, Twin Activation. Copy the target. Flame Shadow. Divine Might. Flame Shadow, who was taking a nap in the summoned beast space, suddenly twitched its ears, then continued to remain asleep. As Jiang'an stood still, his hair fell loose, and an aura of majesty remarkably similar to that of Yanning spread out. He seemed to be a high and mighty god. His Shadow Twin skill has been upgraded to level 4, and the copied skill has 75% of the original effect. The mental attribute has been increased by an additional 75%. Even the speed at which the vines of the thorny wood spirits spread were affected. Suemo gripped the scepter tightly and looked at the greedy ball. At this moment, Chanchio stood up and roared at Jiang'an. Roar! Master, I'm ready. Jiang'an decisively activated the skill Spider Realm Descent. The object of sacrifice, a glutton. Greedy Ball's originally full health points instantly dropped to rock bottom, leaving only a sliver of health. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding space had suddenly stopped. Countless spatial rifts suddenly appeared in midair. One by one, the ferocious-looking, highly venomous rainbow spider kings fell out of the spatial rift. These highly venomous rainbow spider kings did not display any level. Each of them was incredibly large, and they hurled their attacks precisely at the Thornwood demons. While still in midair, their spider legs came together. It's the signature move of the venomous rainbow spider king, Spider Spear Assault. Under normal circumstances, this skill is difficult to hit the target because of its long preparation time. But the number of these highly poisonous rainbow spider kings in midair is truly terrifying. They were so densely packed that even without aiming, they could easily hit these thorny wood spirits if they all landed and pierced the ground. More importantly, the greedy ball's health points are far higher than those of these thornwood spirits. What's more, it's increased tenfold. Bang, bang, bang. Dust and smoke rose up in front of them, and they could vaguely hear the sound of the thornwood spirit's body being pierced. Those thornwood spirits with powerful regenerative abilities died completely before they could even unleash their skills. As the dimensional rift slowly closed, only the corpse of the thornwood spirit remained on the ground. A smile appeared on Jiang'an's lips. This skill is perfect for him, especially since he possesses a summoned beast with high HP, such as the greedy ball. The instantaneous damage is even higher than that of the flame shadow. The only drawback is that the mental strength required to maintain long-term, wide-area coverage is simply too high. Without the overpowered skill Divine Might, Jiang'an would have had a hard time ensuring that he could clear out all those Thornwood demons. Jiangyan glanced around at the next wave of monsters that was about to spawn, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. These are all points. I choose to end the assessment. As soon as Jiangyan finished speaking, the entire space was instantly cleared and restored to its normal state as a trial space. And Sun Jinghao's figure reappeared. His eyes were filled with amazement. Congratulations to the candidate for completing the 4th round of assessment. In this assessment, Sun Jinghao paused slightly, swallowed, and said, a total of 1,124 monsters were killed, for a total score of 11,240. In addition, according to the rules, you will receive an extra 100 points for each candidate from another country you defeat in the 4th round, for a total of 200. So your current score is 24160. However, given your performance in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm, you will receive an additional 51 points. Therefore, your final assessment score is 24,211 points. Representatives from various universities were practically speechless when they saw the score. If it weren't for the rule against recruiting students in the trial space, the representatives of the 3 universities would have loved to recruit Jiang into their respective universities right now. Ahem, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Li Jing coughed twice and then immediately disappeared from the trial space. Damn it, this guy definitely went to find Jiangyan. Shameless. I want to go too. TSK. With so many candidates still here, aren't you planning to accept them early? With Jiangyan here, the others aren't in a hurry. Although Sun Jinghao's projection was in Jiangyan's trial space, he could still hear the words of the representatives from various academies. At that moment, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he winked at Jiangyan, given that the assessments in other regions have already concluded. I can tell you a secret. Your score has broken the national record. Oh no, it should be said that it has broken the world record. The threshold of someone's house is going to be worn down by people soon. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Jiangyan still couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. The world record has been broken. Marvelous. Now I will have absolutely no problem getting into the Mountain and Sea Academy. Xiaolu, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. All right, then I won't keep you any longer. After saying this, the light in Sun Jinghao's eyes disappeared, and he returned to his blank expression. He said to Jiangyan in a calm tone, the assessment is over, and the candidates will soon exit the trial space. The surrounding scenery immediately distorted and deformed. A sudden, dizzying sensation followed. Jiangyan then appeared in the assessment hall. The once noisy and chattering hall fell silent instantly. Chapter 96, A Terrifying Score. All eyes were now on Jiangyan, who had just appeared in the assessment hall. There was a hint of admiration and curiosity in everyone's eyes. Qian Duoduo's expression finally relaxed after seeing Jiangyan appear, and he looked at the electronic screen. Sure enough, with Jiangyan's appearance, his ranking dropped from 2nd to 3rd. The first place had now become Jiangyan's name, along with that long string of numbers. Individual. 10. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Seeing the dazzling score of 24,211, Qian Duoduo almost jumped up on the spot. He excitedly rushed to Jiangyan and grabbed Jiangyan's shoulder, exclaiming, Holy crap, you really are my dad. Over 20,000 points? How did you do that? Upon hearing the score, many people were stunned, their eyes blankly turning to the large screen. Looking at the long string of numbers on it, they instantly felt completely bewildered. Jiangyan felt a little dizzy from being shaken by Qian Duoduo, so he stopped him and spoke honestly. Actually, you just need to kill all the monsters in the 3rd level, and then kill more than 1,000 of the monsters in the 4th level. Qian Duoduo froze on the spot. He had only meant to make a sarcastic comment, but he didn't expect Jiangyan to give such a sincere answer. And this answer, he's so honest. It's as if others can achieve it. The other candidates around them gradually came to their senses. Over 20,000 points. That's terrifying. The best score since the assessment system was implemented has never even reached that level. No. I remember there was a necromancer with a unique hidden class who managed to rack up a lot of points in the 3rd level by constantly summoning skeletons, barely reaching 10,000 points. Didn't you hear him say that he killed everyone in the 3rd level, and a lot of them in the 4th level too? Wait, don't the monster levels in the 4th level keep increasing? How can he still rack up so many points even when the monsters are getting stronger and stronger? Wait a minute, buddy, I'm seeing things. Can you tell what his profession is? He looks like a regular combat class summoner to me. You read that right. It's a summoner. Holy crap, summoners are this strong. Suddenly I feel like I missed something. There's a guy at my school whose summoned creature is a slime who asked me to team up with him to level up, but I refused. Don't worry, The slime summoner is really no good. I suggest deleting the account and starting over. That's my fucking sister. Some busybodies approached Jiang and asked, "Hey buddy, let's interview you. Is there anything you'd like to say to the players from the UK and Japan?" Recalling what the examinee from the Cherry Blossom country had gone through, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. Send something even stronger next time. At the Twin Hearts Orphanage, the children excitedly pointed at the live stream screen, shouting, "Grandpa Dean, Brother Jiang is out. Brother Jiang is out. Brother Jiang, and score is so high. So many numbers. We got first place. Brother Jiang is so awesome. Now Brother Jiang can go find Sister Xiao Lu." The dean quickly put on his reading glasses, and when he saw the score, he opened his mouth wide. 2. More than 20,000 points. This child. The dean's eyes unconsciously welled up with tears. Even without Jiang saying it, he could imagine how hard Jiang had worked to get that score. After all, Lu had already pushed himself to the limit by becoming the top scorer with just over 1,000 points. When the dean heard someone asking about the cherry blossoms and the questions from the Eagle Nation examinees, he realized that Jiang had also encountered targeting from other countries during the assessment. I was immediately indignant. This is outrageous. The external threats haven't been resolved yet. This is just temporary peace. They actually started this kind of internal strife. Fortunately, Jiang is strong, otherwise his performance would have been really affected. Just then, Jiang's answer was amplified and broadcast from the television. Send something even stronger next time. The dean's face was so wrinkled it looked like it had almost clung together. How can this kid talk like that? Where does this leave the other two countries looking bad? Even so, the broad smile on the dean's face clearly betrayed his true thoughts. He stood up excitedly and walked towards the kitchen. "Grandpa Dean, where are you going? Tell Chef Yang to buy more good vegetables. We're having a big meal tonight. Celebrating with your brother Jiang." At the linen branch of China Securities Exchange, Bai Jing, who was originally bored, was yawning when she suddenly noticed that the one on the screen had changed to 0. "Oh, so this guy finally decided to come out. Let me see how many points you got." Bai Jing used the mouse to open the score statistics section. "Yes, unsurprisingly, first place," etc. Looking at the long string of numbers, Bai Jing paused for a moment before putting her slender, black-stockinged legs down from the computer desk. She pressed herself against the screen and counted them one by one. Over 20,000 points? Bai Jing stood frozen in her seat, as if petrified. After a long while, she came to her senses and murmured, "No one has ever achieved this score before." If I remember correctly, Wei Qing only scored a little over 2,000 points in his assessment back then. This guy really gave me a big surprise. The office door was suddenly violently kicked open, and Bai Hong rushed in holding his phone. "Sis, look, Jiang Yan's score." Bai Jing frowned slightly, but said calmly, "I already know. I've told you so many times to be composed. Look at yourself now. Where is your composure?" Bai Hong scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Hee, I just forgot." Then Bai Hong's eyes darted around. "Sis, are you really not considering an older man dating a younger woman?" Bai Jing kicked Bai Hong hard in the leg. "Who's the old cow?" "You're the old cow. Even if I did have some thoughts, they'd still be about a young, inexperienced woman." Bai Hong looked aggrieved. "Jiang is only 18, but you're already 20, sister." Before she could utter the last word, Bai Jing's eyes widened, and she immediately swallowed it back. "Have you prepared this month's report?" "Not yet. You haven't even done it, yet you have the nerve to grumble here? Do you want your performance bonus docked?" "No, sis, it's only the 6th of the month. Can't we do reports at the beginning of the month?" Bai Jing raised her eyebrows slightly, showing signs of anger. Seeing this, Bai Hong shook his head frantically. "Of course not. I'll do it right away." After Bai Hong disappeared, Bai Jing's expression instantly returned to normal, as if she had just changed her expression. Jiang Yan's reply came through the computer speakers at that moment. "Send something even stronger next time." She turned her gaze back to the screen, looking at Jiang Yan's confident face, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. He really is quite a different kind of little man. Bai Jing seemed to have thought of something and covered her mouth with a smile. "Oh no, I forgot that he's not young anymore." Chapter 97. 10 years as a gatekeeper wasn't for nothing. Compared to the others, the atmosphere in the room where the principals were was much more subtle. Tang Yu watched as Jiang Yan's scores soared to the top, while her student was relegated to second place. The smile on her face vanished instantly. The other principals were equally astonished. "Over 20,000 points? Old Zung, you've been hiding your talent well. Goodness, no wonder you weren't worried at all when we talked about the honorary principal. So you had a backup plan all along. That's great, Lao Zung. To have taught such a student is enough for a lifetime." Xingyang shook his head. How could I possibly teach him? He got to where he is today entirely thanks to his own hard work. Zhengyang was speaking from the heart. He never believed that Jiang An's high score was related to him. Jiang An just happened to be in this school. Even if he changed schools, it wouldn't affect his grades. However, his heartfelt words sounded hypocritical to Tang Yu at that moment. It even felt a bit like they were deliberately showing off. The principal of number 3 middle school was Zheng Yang's friend and had always disliked Tang Yu. At this moment, he deliberately spoke sarcastically. Not bad, not bad. I thought your title of honorary principal was going to be taken away by someone else. It's a good thing Jiang An came along. Otherwise, we would be being ridden on by others in the future. As he spoke, he glanced at Tang Yu, seemingly unintentionally. The meaning is already quite clear. Tang Yu flew into a rage and sneered. More than 20,000 points, is that even possible? There have never been so many points in history. How could Jiang An possibly achieve this? I suspect there's something wrong with his score. Upon hearing this, several principals frowned, but the principal of number 3 middle school was overjoyed. TSK. Tang Yu, this is an assessment. There is absolutely no possibility of cheating. There are some things you don't know, so you can't just say them. If these words get out, even if your husband is the head of the education department, he won't be able to withstand it. If questioning the assessment system without evidence or reason arouses suspicion, she will have to bear responsibility even if her husband is the head of the education bureau. Yes, Tang Yu, you can't just say things like that. Although you may not know much about these things, there is absolutely no possibility of cheating in the assessment. Other principals who knew Tang Yu well reminded her. Tang Yu also realized that she seemed to have said something inappropriate. Seeing the mockery in the eyes of the 3rd middle school principal, Tang Yu's face flushed red and then turned pale. Just as she was about to have an attack, Tang Yu's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was her husband. Tang Yu was secretly delighted. Maybe her husband really did find something wrong with Jiang An's information and could overturn the other party's assessment results. That way, his students would still be number 1, and he could still become the honorary principal. I answered the phone with a smug smile. A man's furious voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. What have you done, you stupid woman? The sound was almost a roar, and even without being amplified, everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone immediately perked up their ears, ready to listen to the drama unfold. Tang Yu was completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened, when the roaring voice from the other end of the phone continued. That Jiang An you asked me to investigate. I just opened the file and my access was locked. Those who suspect I'm a heretic. The investigation team is already on their way. I'm warning you, if anything happens to me, you won't get away with it either. Don't think you got your position legitimately. The call ended with a busy signal. The other principals looked somewhat alarmed. Jiang An was someone with quite a background. Even when the head of the education department wanted to view his information, he was investigated. This is going to be a good show. The fact that they both managed to get to the position of head of the education department means they have no clean reputations. Especially the principal of number 3 middle school, whose face was all wrinkled together, resembling a large chrysanthemum. Only Xingyang showed a slight expression of deep thought, followed by a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. He was initially worried that Jiang An had ruined the plans of those evil guys and might be targeted by them. Unexpectedly, even the human race's internal defenses were so tight. It seems I was overthinking things. Tang Yu's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her current position as principal was obtained through her husband's influence and connections. If an investigation is conducted, even if it is ultimately proven that they are not evil individuals, they can also easily find out about their connections and influence. Naturally, his job was lost. She murmured, distraught. How could this happen? How could this happen? Half an hour later, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, Jiang An sneaked back to the vicinity of the orphanage. There was nothing he could do. He had seriously underestimated the enthusiasm of others. The candidates in the examination hall were relatively restrained, but when he left the hall, the sea of reporters outside completely stunned Jiang An. This is the only way to blend in with the crowd and leave. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the orphanage, there was also a large crowd gathered at the entrance. However, compared to the reporters outside the assessment hall, these people were clearly much more capable. Even though the other party was trying to hide it, Jiang An could still clearly feel the incredibly powerful aura emanating from this group of people. Opposite them stood Uncle Lee, the gatekeeper of the orphanage. No, the dean said he won't give any interviews. We'll talk about it when Jiang An comes back. The man opposite him, dressed formally with a livid face, was Li Jing, the representative of the Mountain and Sea Academy. No, We are not reporters. We are representatives of the university. Uncle Lee scoffed at this. Who would believe that? The assessment has just ended, and it's impossible for the university representatives to arrive so soon. Don't think I don't know. The admission results won't be announced for another 7 days. You reporters, don't cause trouble. If we let you in, the dean will be angry. The group of university representatives at the entrance looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected it to turn out this way. They thought that as representatives of various universities, they would be warmly welcomed when they visited in person, but they were surprised to find that they couldn't even get through the gates of the orphanage. The key point is that their goal is to recruit Jiang'an. Rushing into the orphanage could very well provoke Jiang'an's displeasure. Then a somewhat comical scene unfolded. The 3 universities, led by Li Jing, stood in front of the gate in a daze. Behind them were several representatives from other universities who were still unwilling to give up. They all waited quietly for Jiang'an. Uncle Lee sat in the guardhouse, warily scanning the reporters. Humph. He's clearly a reporter, but he's trying to fool me. If I let you in, all my 10 years as a gatekeeper would have been for nothing. Chapter 98. Wait a minute. I need to make a phone call. A few minutes later, after Jiang'an explained, Uncle Lee finally realized the huge misunderstanding he had made and quickly opened the door for the group. Jiang'an led them into the orphanage. Upon learning of Jiang'an's return, the dean immediately came out to greet him. I was a little stunned when I saw the representatives. However, the children beside him didn't think that much and rushed over as soon as they saw Jiang'an. They climbed on him like little monkeys. Wow, Brother Jiang'an is so amazing. Where's Flame Shadow? I want to touch Flame Shadow. I want to touch the gluttonous ball. The children's hearts had long been completely captured by Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball, and they kept making noise because they couldn't see the 2 little guys. Jiang'an sensed that Yin Ying and the others had rested enough in the summoning space, so he waved his hand and summoned them out. Yin Ying immediately tried to jump onto Jiang'an's shoulder, but she found that it had already been taken by a child, and she felt a little wronged. However, she was soon surrounded by other children, who kept stroking the fur on Yin Ying's body. Flame Shadow soon began to snort contentedly. The gluttonous ball also enjoys similar treatment. Seeing this harmonious scene, the representatives from various universities all nodded in approval. Double-heart orphanages are located in various regions, and the atmosphere inside them is surprisingly good. Besides the fact that the dean himself had undergone numerous rigorous assessments, it was also related to the children's own admiration for their parents. They didn't rush him, but waited until Jiang'an had spent some time with the dean and the children sharing their joy before suggesting that they talk to Jiang'an alone. The dean naturally didn't stop them, but instead led Jiang'an and the representatives to his office. Before leaving, he only reminded Jiang'an of one sentence: don't make decisions too quickly, and fight for what you should fight for. After the room door was closed, the representatives briefly introduced the universities they represented. To save time, Jiang'an politely declined the offers from those relatively less prestigious second-tier universities. Only the top 3 universities remained. He had already considered this point beforehand. Universities with less abundant resources may indeed offer higher rewards in order to compete for their own resources. If it were in my previous life, I could have weighed the pros and cons. In this world, top universities represent top-tier resources. Putting aside everything else, among the 3 top universities, almost every one of them, according to Jiang'an, possesses a secret realm. Second-rate universities cannot provide such resources. After the Bamboo Forest Mountains incident, Jiang'an felt that the secret realm was incredibly appealing. Representatives from other second-tier universities left with expressions of regret. Of the remaining 3 universities, Lu Tianan, representing Huaxia University, was the first to extend an olive branch. Our Huaxia Academy boasts almost the most outstanding teachers, and we also have exclusive access to several high-level dungeons. Normally, these high-level dungeons require points to enter. If you choose our Huaxia Academy, I can promise you free admission. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't think I'm short of points, do you? I understand that it's difficult to get points in the academy, but I think that as long as I want to get in, I will eventually get the chance to enter. Lu Tianan quickly added, of course. In addition, our Huaxia Academy is willing to create an extra skill scroll for you, based on the skill you specify. Upon hearing this, both the representative from Jiutian Academy and Li Jing from Shanghai Academy were stunned. Skill scrolls for specific skills are indeed circulated within the academy. However, if Jiang'an specified it, then it must not be an ordinary item. It must be an extremely rare and powerful skill. The production cost alone is substantial, not to mention that the owner of such a rare skill may not be willing to share it. No level restrictions? Jiang'an asked. Skills below level 40. Lu Tian'an wiped the sweat from his forehead and added this restriction. Oh, if the level limit is set to 40 or below, the value of this scroll will naturally be greatly reduced. Although it is still precious, Jiang'an can obtain it from other places. Therefore, it's not very attractive. Jiang'an turned his gaze to Huang He, the representative of Jutian Academy, and asked, "What about your side?" "The conditions we can offer are similar to those of Huaxia University. However, an additional opportunity to enter the Cloud Misty Secret Realm will be granted. Under normal circumstances, to enter the Cloud Mystic Realm, one needs to pass the third-year strength assessment and then consume a large number of points to obtain this opportunity. Of course, this is just an opportunity. Whether you can get in depends on your performance at that time." Huang He said sincerely. However, it must be said that the conditions offered by Jutian Academy are indeed very generous. After all, the Cloud Mist Secret Realm is a very famous secret realm in China, which can quickly improve skill proficiency and thus level up. This is the best choice to quickly increase one's own strength. Jiang'an looked very interested, nodded to indicate that he would consider it, and finally looked at Li Jing, who represented the Mountain and Sea Academy. Li Jing's face darkened at this moment. He originally thought that since Wei Qing from the Mountain and Sea Academy had already made a move, Jiang'an's choice would be simple. So he didn't apply for many resources from above at all, but he never dreamed that the other two top universities would offer such generous terms. They even brought out the qualification to compete for the secret realm. This is outrageous. They opened the door for something so outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Seeing Jiang'an's expectant gaze, Li Jing could only stammer and force himself to speak. Our Mountain and Sea Academy also possesses a fully developed secret realm with abundant resources. If you choose our Shanghai Academy, you will not only gain access to advanced dungeons, but also have the opportunity to engage in real combat at Shanhaiguan. Jiang'an frowned slightly. No chance to enter the secret realm? Oh well, I can apply to the higher-ups. No skill scrolls. Li Jing's forehead was covered in a thick layer of cold sweat, especially when he saw the representatives from the other two universities looking at him with schadenfreude. His heart skipped a beat. Huang He added from the side, "This is quite normal for the Mountain and Sea Academy. After all, the people at the Mountain and Sea Academy are all brutes, and they mostly get their resources by robbing them. You'll be competing for opportunities with other second and third-year students, unlike at our Jiotian Academy, where newcomers receive extra benefits." "I see," Jiang'an said, feigning disappointment. "What a pity. I had high hopes for the Mountain and Sea Academy. However, it seems that Jiotian is more suitable." Compared to Huang He's overjoyed expression, Li Jing's face looked even uglier than if he had eaten a lump of food. He had already assured the university leaders that he would bring Jiang'an back. If Huang He were to steal the peaches, where would he put his old face? "Okay, wait a moment. I'm going to make a phone call." Chapter 99, A New Journey. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Li Jing stood there scratching his head like a monkey ever since he made the phone call. It said I needed to apply, but there's still no result. Is it really a matter of giving up on Jiang'an, this promising talent? Huang He was also worried that things might get complicated if he delayed. So he urged, "Can you do it? Don't drag this out." Jiang'an, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned, appearing completely at ease. After all, his goal from the very beginning was to go to the Mountain and Sea Academy. However, since I have performed quite well, the Mountain and Sea Academy should provide corresponding conditions. Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage? Just then, Jiang'an's phone rang. The number displayed is an unknown number, originating from Shanhaiguan City. The call was connected. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jiang'an, I am Wei Qing." Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, not expecting that in the end, it would be Wei Qing who took the initiative to contact him after Li Jing made all the contact. "Greetings, Lord Wei Qing." The representatives from the three universities immediately turned their gazes toward Jiang'an. A hint of joy appeared on Li Jing's face. Wei Qing was really helpful. He actually took the initiative to contact Jiang'an. Some were happy while others were sad. Huang He and Lu Tian'an exchanged a glance, both having a bad feeling. "I've heard about the situation on your end. Besides what Li Jing mentioned, there is another benefit that our Shanghai Academy can offer you, and it is also the most important one." Before Jiang'an could ask, Wei Qing spoke on his own. "That is my teaching. I have high hopes for you. If you are willing to come to Shanghai Academy, I can guide you. I won't give you skill scrolls or dungeon access directly, because these things only have meaning if they are obtained through plunder. I will arrange the dungeon progress according to your situation, and even go to Shanhaiguan to kill the Demon Legion. Military merits can buy anything." let alone the qualification for the secret realm of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Even if you want to go to the Cloud Mist secret realm from the Mountain and Sea Academy, as long as you have military merits, they will have to respectfully invite you in. Wei Qing's voice carried a certain authority. I can guarantee that you will achieve the fastest improvement in strength at the Mountain and Sea Academy. So the question is, are you willing? Hearing Wei Qing's words, Jiang En's breathing became somewhat rapid. It must be said that Shanghai Academy has truly shown the utmost sincerity. Even if you multiply the secret realms and skill scrolls tenfold, they still can't compare to Wei Qing's teachings. Vision and ability are not comparable on the same level. In addition, entering the Mountain and Sea Academy was Jiang En's original plan. The reason for the hesitation is simply that I want to get more benefits. Now that his goal has been achieved, he naturally wouldn't refuse. As Jiang En accepted, the faces of the other two academy representatives also turned completely gloomy. Disappointed, I left the office. Then Wei Qing brought Jiang En a message. Students admitted this year are required to arrive at the university a month in advance. The academy will organize a one-time copy cleanup. One-time dungeons are a special type of dungeon containing a large number of monsters of varying levels. The coverage range is very wide. Furthermore, the drop rate is significantly higher than that of regular dungeons, with the probability of obtaining good items falling between that of regular dungeons and secret realms. However, you can only complete the game once. Once the first team clears the dungeon, the instance will be completely closed. These copies are usually discovered and then kept by various universities to hone students. After Wei Qing hung up the phone, Li Jing exchanged a few pleasantries and then took his leave. After all, there are still quite a few target candidates this time. Although Jiang En has been secured, we still need to contact the others. After everyone left, the dean walked in and asked with a smile, "Is it over?" "Well, I've decided to go to the Mountain and Sea Academy." "Good, good, good." The dean said good several times in a row, then seemed to remember something. "By the way, when you get to the Mountain and Sea Academy, if you need any help, you can go to a guild called the Lion Guild. They also founded the guild after leaving our orphanage. Being away from home is different from being at home, so it's always good to lend a hand to each other." After his initial joy, the dean gave some words of advice with some concern. "Okay, I understand. Let's go down and have dinner now. The little ones can't wait to hear you talk about the assessment." Jiang En thought about his assessment process. "It's all right, I'm not too nervous. It's quite hypnotic." Compared to the frequent dungeon runs and leveling up before, the days that followed became much more mundane and leisurely. Having finally finished the assessment, Jiang En didn't rush to upgrade his rank. Instead, I planned to relax. For example, a classmate graduation party. Normally, Jiang En wouldn't participate in these activities, but Qian Duo insisted on dragging him along. This time, Qian Duo's performance was quite an upset. From being unknown, he became the second-ranked combat profession in the city. To use Qian Duo's words, "Since you have the ability, you should enjoy the admiration of others. To not return home in wealth and honor is like wearing fine clothes at night." Defeated by Qian Duo's words, Jiang En could only go with him a few times. To be honest, it does feel quite different. Even the usually cold-hearted homeroom teacher became much more enthusiastic, and Principal Zheng Yang made several appearances just to take more photos with Jiang En. Congratulations to Jiang En for becoming #1 in the country. Congratulations, Jiang En. And congratulations to myself for being second in the whole city. After offering his congratulations, Qian Duo hurriedly added another sentence, as if afraid that others would forget him. 7 days later, an acceptance letter arrived in Jiang En's hands. It was news of the admission to the Mountain and Sea Academy. At the same time, Qian Duo also received an admission notice from Shanghai Academy. It clearly states that you need to arrive at the Mountain and Sea Academy in 3 days to start a one-time dungeon assessment. It is worth mentioning that Sun Mei's assessment scores met the requirements of Shanghai Academy, but she ultimately chose Huaxia Academy instead. She didn't even attend her classmates' graduation party. She just sent Jiang En a message. The message was very simple, consisting of only the 3 words, "I'm sorry." Jiang En did not reply. For him, when Sun Mei first refused to join the team, their relationship was merely that of classmates. Linan Railway Station 2 days later. Jiang En, accompanied by the dean, arrived at the train. "Remember to wear a couple more layers when you get there. It's cold there. Call back every now and then. Don't be like that guy Lu, who barely calls a few times a year, and all he does are ask about you." Jiang En nodded. "Okay, I'll remember. Passengers traveling on the Linan-Shanghai route, please board and take your seats. The train is about to depart." Jiang En said to the dean at the last second before boarding the car. Oh, right. Dean, I forgot to tell you, the card I gave you last time is under my bed. The password is 6/8. Don't forget to retrieve it. After saying this, Jiang didn't give the Dean time to react before boarding the train. They quickly found their place. Surprisingly, the person sitting next to him was not Xian Duo. It was Su Chan's smiling face. Chapter 100. The real show is about to begin. Su Chan smiled gently by the window, the sunlight shining perfectly on her face, making her look youthful and radiant. Shanghai Academy? Jiang was somewhat surprised. Although Su Chan had expressed her intention to go to the Mountain and Sea Academy, Jiang thought that Su Chan's family might not agree with this choice. After all, the Mountain and Sea Academy places more emphasis on practical combat than the Huaxia Academy. It is still much more dangerous, relatively speaking. Yes, Su Chan nodded. My family originally wanted to dissuade me from going to the Mountain and Sea Academy. But after seeing your score, they changed their minds. Let me come to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Jiang smiled, and just as he sat down, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Well, so that's why someone took the seat next to Lao Jiang. Turns out it was you. Looking back, Xian Duo was walking over, dragging a huge suitcase. He sat down in the seat behind the two of them. Xian Duo muttered, looking at the list posted in the group, it seems like there aren't many people going to Shanghai Academy. Besides the three of us, there are only 4 or 5 other people. Su Chan covered her mouth. You'll have to ask Jiang'an about that. Since the Mountain and Sea Academy poached him, Huaxia and Zhoutian had to focus on other people, so they poached quite a few. No wonder. I see that they haven't gone to the academy yet. Only those of us who signed up for the Mountain and Sea Academy need to go early. I wonder what's the point of this one-time dungeon. Xian Duo pouted. I heard that this one-time dungeon has a level restriction of 10 to 20. In addition to us freshmen, the students who were at the bottom of the class and hadn't reached level 20 yet will also participate, as it will be considered their final exam. This seems to be their last chance to take the test. If they fail, they will be asked to leave, Su Chan explained to the two of them like an encyclopedia. Even Jiang was hearing this news for the first time. Just then, Yin Ying, who had been quietly perched on Jiang's shoulder, suddenly pricked up her ears, and a wary voice rang in Jiang's mind. Master, someone has been spying on us. Jiang's heart stirred slightly, and he casually glanced into the carriage while chatting with Su Chan and the others. There weren't many people in this carriage. Aside from a group of over 10 elderly tourists, there was only one other person in the middle of the carriage, a couple who seemed to have just had a fight and were giving each other the silent treatment. To avoid alerting the enemy, Jiang withdrew his gaze. On the surface, he was still chatting with Su Chan and the others, but in his mind, he was silently pondering. Logically speaking, the tickets for our group's trip were purchased directly by the Mountain and Sea Academy. The itinerary should be kept absolutely confidential. There shouldn't be anyone targeting us. But Yining never makes mistakes. Since she has noticed the spying, it means that someone must be watching her. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility, which is also the least likely, is that there are human traitors within the Mountain and Sea Academy, and that they have infiltrated very deeply. They leaked their itinerary to the evil cultists in advance. Given their current performance and their previous disruption of plans in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, the evil group decided to take a desperate gamble. The second possibility is that they were sent by the Mountain and Sea Academy to protect them. This is the most likely possibility, but Jiang doesn't quite understand it. Logically speaking, the train should be perfectly safe during its journey, and there should be no need to send someone specifically to protect it. Unless... Jiang's heart stirred slightly, and a crazy idea came to mind. The rear half of the carriage. They were about 7 or 8 rows away from Jiang and his group. A man and a woman were sitting together. The man's name was Tang Guodong. He was burly, with a square face and a serious expression. The woman's name was Su Piao, and she was dressed like a typical urban professional. The two seemed to have just had a fight, and were casually looking down at their phones. In reality, they were communicating in a voice they thought only the two of them could hear. Good heavens, this Jiang is far too perceptive. I was just keeping an eye on him for a little while, and he almost noticed me. Su Piao said softly, if you are really discovered by a little guy who is less than level 20, I don't know where you'll put your old face. Don't worry, he will never be able to find me. Tang Guodong shook his head dismissively. But this time, Lord Wei Qing is really quite bold. They actually let Jiang and his group's whereabouts leaked out on their own initiative. Aren't they afraid that the evil people will send out something that even we can't handle? Lord Wei Qing must have his reasons for doing this. The top combat forces of the evil sects have already been arranged by Lord Wei Qing in advance, so the ones that come cannot be too strong. However, Don't forget Lord Wei Qing's request. Tang Guodong nodded. I know, we only need to deal with enemies above level 20. Those below level 20 will be handled by Jiang'an, he said with a hint of mockery. These little guys definitely didn't expect this. This assessment actually began as soon as they set off. Flame Shadow's ears remained perked up, and with its superb hearing, it mentally recounted the entire conversation between the two to Jiang'an. Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. My choice was definitely right. I'm afraid only the Mountain and Sea Academy would dare to do this. They actually sold the information of their new students to evil people, just to lure them into a trap. In that case, we can be fairly certain that the two people behind them are safe, since there's no problem inside the carriage. Does this mean the danger comes from outside the train carriage? Just then, a piercing sound suddenly came from the train. The strong push caused Qian Duoduo to crash directly into Jiang'an's chair. Holy crap, is this train driver drunk today? How could they drive like that? Qian Duoduo complained. Now so many girls' makeup will be imprinted on the chair. Old Jiang, you should take a look at Su Chan. Even though Jiang'an knew Qian Duoduo was just being silly, he couldn't help but glance at Su Chan. Su Chan had just bumped into the chair, but there wasn't a single mark left on her. A natural beauty. Su Chan rolled her eyes at Qian Duoduo, then asked with some concern, what's going on? Logically speaking, we shouldn't be stopping now. This train runs directly from Linen to the mountains and sea. The entire route was in the wilderness, so logically there shouldn't have been any stops. The sudden stop clearly indicates a problem. Soon, a sweet female voice came over the train's loudspeaker. Sorry, the train has to stop temporarily due to road obstructions. We expect it to take half an hour, please be patient. Damn, Qian Duoduo complained, still completely unaware of the situation. This is so unlucky, such a 1 in a million chance, and we still managed to run into it. Jiang'an looked out the window. Now that the train has been forced to stop, shouldn't the real show begin? Chapter 101 Go, Flame Shadow. The train stopped right at the edge of a forest. A few minutes later, Jiang'an noticed goblins carrying human leg bones emerging from the forest. These goblins were enormous, and their entire bodies were a creepy green. The sudden appearance of the monster caused a series of gasps from the group of retired elderly people in the carriage. Oh my god, look what's that? Oh my god, a monster is coming. The flight attendant's gentle voice rang out again. Please do not panic. Our train is equipped with protective arrays to absolutely guarantee your safety. Also, please have all combat and support classes on the train proceed to the nearest attendant. We need your assistance. Let's go. Jiang'an stood up and kicked Qian Duoduo. What's wrong? Why are you so eager? This is called serving the people, you know? Since they've asked us to go, let's go and take a look. Jiang'an looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing this. Look how wonderful this child is. Not only is he incredibly capable, but he's also so kind-hearted. Based on this alone, he should get full marks in terms of character. Qian Duoduo looked at Jiang'an suspiciously, feeling that something was not quite right. When did Jiang'an become so proactive and enthusiastic? Shouldn't people only act when there's something in it for them? However, seeing that Su Chan had also gotten up, he stopped worrying and followed the two of them towards the front of the carriage. They quickly found the flight attendant. The attendant led them to a separate, small carriage. There were other passengers who volunteered as well. One of the boys' eyes lit up when he saw Jiang'an, and he stepped forward to shake hands with Jiang'an, saying, Jiang'an, my idol. Seeing Jiang'an's confused expression, the boy introduced himself. My name is Su Changsheng. I'm from Linen No. 1 Middle School. I even took a picture with you during the exam. Jiang'an then realized that the other person was the one who was originally ranked first. Unexpectedly, he also enrolled in the Mountain and Sea Academy. After exchanging a few words, Jiang'an noticed that the two people who had been sitting behind them had also come over. Just then, the train conductor walked out from the front of the carriage with a serious expression and said to them, the situation is not very good right now. The formation on the train has been disrupted, and its protective capabilities have been greatly weakened. If those crazed goblins get close and keep attacking, it could very well cause the formation to break down. Qian Duoduo bluntly said, is it really that bad? The train's formation shouldn't be that fragile. Under normal circumstances that would be true, but the problem is that the road ahead is damaged, and it will take at least half an hour. Moreover, the formation was interfered with by something, and those goblins were not level 10 goblins either. Jiang'an frowned slightly and looked out the window. At this moment, the goblins were very close to the train, and Jiang'an noticed that all of their eyes were a strange red. To introduce identification techniques. Mutant Goblin Elite. Level 18. Strength 400. Spirit 1. Swiftness 300. Physical fitness, 500. Combat skills, big club strike, silver rank. Surprise attack, silver rank. Powerful strike, silver rank. The other passengers on the train also used their appraisal skills, and when they saw the results, they all gasped in shock. This attribute is significantly stronger than that of a regular goblin. With their numbers accumulating, and considering that it takes half an hour before they can depart again, there's a real possibility that they could damage the train. Only Jiang felt a slight stirring in his heart. This mutated goblin. They look a lot like those mutated demon wolves. Could it be that these two incidents are orchestrated by the same person? Alright, then you can temporarily suspend the formation. Let's go out and kill these monsters, a bearded man said heartily. Then I'll leave it to you, the train conductor said happily. He then quickly returned to the control room and temporarily opened the array and the car doors. The passengers began to walk out of the train. At this moment, in the forest, pairs of people dressed in gray robes stared intently at the train that had been forced to stop. And at the very front was the crescent priestess who had escaped from the bamboo forest mountains. Haichi stood respectfully behind him. They're out. The new moon priest stared at Jiang figure, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Remember, attack them as soon as they are more than 100 meters away from the train. Everyone else is a fake target. Only Jiang is the true target. I want him dead. He was overjoyed when he received news of Jiang and from his subordinates. Since the failure of the bamboo forest mountains incident, he has been completely unable to hold his head high in the holy church. Not to mention priests of the same rank. Even those in gray robes who were one rank lower than him clearly looked down on him. To regain respect, Jiang must be torn to pieces. Only in this way can I become the revered priestess of the crescent moon once again. This desire was so strong that he didn't even consider the possibility that it was a trap. Only Huei, standing behind him, felt a strong sense of unease. Even the wolf king she summoned had its hairs stand on end. She silently took 2 steps back and stood behind the crowd, ready to retreat at any moment. Perhaps because it's close to the forest, the air outside is still a bit chilly. The goblins became even more excited upon seeing humans and quickly approached. Suchan immediately took out the musical instrument. It released a wide range of heavenly sounds. All eyes were drawn to this beautiful woman. Even Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao were amazed. Such terrifying support abilities, the percentage-based boosts that ignore level apply to them. This year's students are truly outstanding. No wonder even the assessment was personally decided by Lord Wei Qing. The first mutated goblin came to Qian Duoduo's side. The club and the shield came into contact. This small battle has now officially begun. Jiang did not rush to make a move. He first observed the crowd. Qian Duoduo and Su Chan skipped over the incident, but Su Changxing's damage was quite exaggerated. Each explosive tag thrown can cause considerable damage to the goblins. Although he is still far from being a flame shadow, he is definitely considered a very strong person among his peers. As for the other passengers, none of them were particularly outstanding. The highest level was only level 25. Dealing with these goblins is easy, but it's not something you can wipe them out in an instant. The 2 people Jiang was most concerned about were Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao. As expected, they were hiding their strength. It merely demonstrated the level of a normal level 20 combat class. After turning his gaze back, Jiang had a clear understanding of the situation. He looked at Yanning and said calmly, "Go, Flame Shadow. Chapter 102 It's over. It's over. I'm definitely going to die this time." Flame Shadow transformed into a red lightning bolt that shot out from Jiang and shoulder and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. The rate at which these goblins died went from nearly 1 per minute to 10 per minute in an instant. Flame Shadow seemed to have become a ruthless harvesting machine. Each time it gets close to a mutated goblin, its tail bursts into flames. The flame tail was drawn out. Instant kill. This scene left everyone in awe, and Su Changxing made no attempt to hide his admiration. Wow, what an awesome fox. This damage, I couldn't even do it if I threw hundreds of explosive tags. Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. Before setting off, the 2 were very curious about Jiang and strength. After all, this is the first time in so many years that someone has achieved a score of over 20,000 during the assessment period, which can be said to be unprecedented and likely to remain so. What kind of strength could possibly make the usually ruthless Lord Wei Qing willing to step in and support him? Unexpectedly, Yan Ying's single move proved everything in an instant. The 2 looked at each other and nodded silently. Soon, the seemingly terrifying number of mutated goblins decreased rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between the people and the train was growing further and further, until it exceeded 100 meters. A beam of black light suddenly appeared, like a giant bowl turned upside down on the ground, enveloping everyone inside. Qian Duo and the others were immediately shocked. Oh no, it's a trap. It's those heartless and insane bastards. As the words fell, the priestess of the crescent moon and other gray-robed figures appeared within the black veil. TSK. I thought it would take more effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that this so-called genius is nothing special after all. Unless one burns with holy flames, there is absolutely no way to escape this black veil. The priestess of the crescent moon made no attempt to hide the mockery on her face. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of pleasure. Charge! Kill them! The Holy Church will surely reward you handsomely. The group of gray-robed men pulled out their equipment and attacked the group. Damn it! The evil sects have really gone all out this time. Qian Duo exclaimed, his face pale. They've even mobilized someone of the black-robed priest caliber. The black-robed priest must be at least level 50 or 60. How are we supposed to fight him? Shameless. Jiang ignored Qian Duo and instead used his appraisal skill on the gray-robed evil men, whose levels were almost all around level 20. However, black flames erupted from his body. With this special buff, their strength will be significantly enhanced compared to the others on their side. Several gray-robed evil men, engulfed in black flames, rushed in front of the group, their faces flashing with unrestrained and arrogant smiles. Although Qian Duo complained, she still did not give up the fight. They took the initiative to shoulder the shield and stand at the forefront. The battle axe kept slashing down. It made a series of clanging and jingling sounds. Qian Duo's health bar dropped significantly in an instant. Fortunately, Su Chan reacted quickly and immediately applied defensive effects and restored health to Qian Duo. This allowed Qian Duo's health bar to stabilize for a moment. Su Changsheng wasn't idle either. He threw explosive talismans at the gray-robed evil disciple in close combat. Bang bang bang. After several explosions, the gray-robed villain's health points dropped significantly, but he still did not back down. While burning with holy flames, they are completely unafraid of pain. Even the pain of the explosion was a source of pleasure for them. The frequency of attacks has actually increased. At the same time, the range-class gray-robe outlaw also unleashed his skills. The goal is to kill Qian Duo, the only tank class, first. Seeing that Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao still chose to hide their strength, Jiang nodded to Yining. Flame Shadow's tail swayed slightly. Phantom Clone activated. Phantom Bewitching activation. In an instant, the eyes of all the gray-robed evil men who had rushed over showed a look of confusion. They were trapped in an illusion created by Yining. They quickly broke free from the burning effect of the holy flames. Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time they regained consciousness, the fire had completely engulfed everything. This includes their physical bodies. Those gray-robed evil men who were at a distance, though they narrowly escaped death, also had a change in expression, because they could clearly see a huge black and white panda rapidly approaching them. Lightning could be faintly seen flashing on the dark bear paws. A hint of regret crept into the hearts of these gray-robed evil men. The reward for killing Jiang and doesn't seem to be so easy to obtain. Bang bang bang. With a series of slaps, Chanchio instantly killed the group of evil thugs. Then he looked at the black-robed priest and bared his sharp fangs at him. At this moment, Gray, standing at the edge of the black veil, felt an extreme sense of unease upon seeing this scene. After glancing at the new moon priestess, black flames erupted from his body, and he turned and fled frantically out of the black shroud. The priest of the crescent moon had not yet noticed the abnormality of his trusted subordinate. At this moment, he was looking at Greedy Ball, and the anger in his eyes was growing stronger. Having studied the bamboo forest secret realm for so long, he naturally knew that the monster in the bamboo forest secret realm was the black and white panda. Jiang'an obtained this powerful pet in the bamboo forest secret realm. If Jiang'an hadn't ruined my plans, this thing should have belonged to me. The hatred in the new moon priest's heart twisted to its limit, and black flames rose from her body. The black flames emanating from him were significantly stronger than those of the others, even distorting the air around him. Even Yining, who was extremely sensitive to flames, couldn't help but look at him at this moment. She could feel the terrifying energy in the black flames. Although its energy level is not as high as her own flames, its quantity is simply too great. Flame Shadow is not yet able to resist this power. Even so, the fighting spirit in Yin Ying's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. It even let out a series of fox cries. But the fighting spirit of the others was not so strong. The Crescent Priestess now openly revealed her level and class, without any attempt to conceal it. Dark Summoner, level 63. Qian Duo, and the others all looked ashen-faced. Level 63. That's a jump of over 40 levels. Even if Jiangyan were stronger now, he would have absolutely no way to deal with such a powerful monster. It's over. It's over. I'm doomed this time. Qian Duo cried, his face contorted with grief. I haven't even gone to the Mountain and Sea Academy yet. Su Chongqing swallowed hard, still unwilling to give up, and pulled out his most powerful explosive talisman, ready to fight to the death. Su Chan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Faced with such a terrifying level, she felt only powerlessness. Even a talisman given by family members cannot protect everyone. Moreover, they cannot leave the Black Hood. After the amulet's effect ends, death remains the only possibility facing them. She instinctively looked at Jiangyan. Her previous experience teaming up with Jiang and to run dungeons had given her absolute trust in him. But when she looked at Jiangyan, she realized that Jiangyan didn't seem nervous at all. She was stunned for a moment. Could it be? Is there any other turning point? Chapter 103 The Crescent Moon Priest makes his move. Targeting Jiangyan, Tang Guodong kept his eyes fixed on the freshman, silently conducting the first round of score ranking. Crisis events are the greatest test of a person. Su Chan is quick-witted and kind-hearted. Her skill amplification effect is powerful. Out of 10, she gets 8 points. Qian Duo is lazy, but he can be surprisingly good if given some encouragement. He is brave enough to be at the forefront when facing attacks from evil people. 6 points. Su Chongqing is relatively mediocre, but he volunteered to take on the task in the face of a crisis. He is a promising talent, 7 points. As for Jiangyan, Tang Guodong hesitated, not because Jiangyan's performance was not good enough. Rather, it's because this guy's behavior was just too exaggerated. When faced with a crisis that has nothing to do with them, they are quick to offer help and even inspire their classmates. Only, the performance was so perfect that it felt unreal. Even now, as the Crescent Moon Priest has revealed his professional level, Jiangyan remains remarkably calm. His face never showed any emotion other than calmness. Does this kid know we exist? Tang Guodong felt a little uneasy, but he quickly shook off that feeling. Impossible. Both of us have already reached level 60. Jiangyan would never discover the disguise. Jiangyan is enthusiastic and proactive. He responds to crises immediately and can even motivate his classmates. Rating, 10 out of 10 inch. After quickly making their assessment, Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao no longer concealed their identities. They stood in front of the group of freshmen. Both of them also chose to publicly disclose their class and profession. Tang Guodong, level 65, Druid. Su Piapiao, level 61, Shadow Assassin. Suddenly, dense hair sprouted from Tang Guodong's body, and his already burly and robust physique rapidly swelled. The teeth that were originally normal are now gradually protruding. Its head also grew dense wild animal fur, and soon its head completely transformed into that of a black bear. In less than a second, the transformation from human to bear was completed. Wow, isn't that the famous teacher Xiong from the Mountain and Sea Academy? Qian Duo exclaimed in surprise. Tang Guodong's lips twitched slightly. Even though his surname was Tang, he was always called Teacher Xiong because of the druid's skill effects. He looked back at the new moon. You're over level 60 and you're still trying to cause trouble for kids every day. Aren't you ashamed? Su Piapiao, standing to the side, didn't say anything and disappeared from the spot, stealthily approaching. Crescent Moon was somewhat stunned when she saw these two opponents of the same level, but she quickly recovered and exclaimed in shock and anger. You actually used Jiangyan as bait on purpose. You're only realizing it now? I thought I'd only catch small fry, but it turned out to be a big fish like you that took the bait. Xinyue's face darkened. After going through the whole process of how she obtained Jiangyan's information, she quickly realized how obvious the flaws were. Normally, I would never have fallen for that bait so easily. The die was cast, and Xinyue stopped dwelling on it, looking coldly at Tang Guodong and saying, You think you've already won? Su Piapiao, who had been stealthily approaching, suddenly revealed herself without warning when she stepped within 10 meters of the new moon priestess. Behind the new moon priestess, a strangely shaped summoned beast slowly emerged. This summoned beast was like a pile of minced meat, with no organs or limbs. Only a fleshy pillar was growing upwards, and at the top of it grew an eyeball that was currently locked on Su Piapiao's location. This is, Jiangyan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The flesh-eyed beast has the ability to detect enemies in a wide area, and can break through the stealth of any assassin-type class. Such summoned beasts are not uncommon. Jiangyan had seen the corresponding pet eggs in the exchange. Most summoners will choose to contract a summon once their summoning space becomes less strained. This is to prevent being secretly assassinated, since the summoner's physical body is very fragile. Seeing that her figure had been exposed, Su Piapiao stopped hiding and disappeared from the spot in a flash. The next moment, Su Piapiao separated from the shadow behind the new moon priest. The dagger in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the back of the crescent priest's head, its surface gleaming with the unique light of a gold-grade weapon. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh came from the other end, and Su Piapiao's expression changed. Because this is not the density that human flesh and blood should have. She looked up. As expected, the original crescent moon priestess had disappeared, and in her place appeared a black tiger with a white king character on its head. His dagger pierced the tiger's back. Although the health bar decreased by 10%, it was clearly not enough to be fatal. Su Piapiao immediately assessed the tiger's strength. Dark Star Tiger is an elite-level pet that drops from a level 40 dungeon. Its current level should be above 60. Without hesitation, Su Piapiao chose to retreat and search for the location of the new moon priestess. Just as the Dark Star Tiger was about to give chase, it was fiercely pounced on by Tang Guodong's transformed black bear. The bear and the tiger quickly engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Su Piapiao's gaze finally settled on the crescent moon priestess, not far away. A three-headed summoned beast with a contract had appeared in front of him. The three summoned beasts are a level 59 Netherworld lizard, a level 57 dark flame bird, and a level 48 thornflower fairy. All of them were elite-level summoned beasts, and there were also several elemental spirits around them. Jiang even saw the advanced version of elemental summoning, Elemental Commander. The priestess of the crescent moon had icy eyes, and a flash of red light emanated from her body. His enthusiasm was then unleashed upon his summoned beast. These summoned beasts immediately became even more excited and frenzied. Even the Dark Star Tiger, which had been overpowered by Tang Guodong, clearly had gained more strength. Various ranged skills were also thrown at Su Piapiao. Su Piapiao dared not be careless and quickly applied various buffs to herself, frantically dodging the opponent's skills. However, the level of the Crescent Priestess is already quite high, and when combined with the summoner's unique enhancement methods for summoned beasts, not to mention the additional bonus from the Black Flame, each attack that hits Su Piapiao will cause her a minor injury. Fortunately, Su Chan was constantly releasing buff skills behind her, allowing Su Piapiao to ignore many attacks and quickly approach. Tang Guodong's side is also clearly gaining the upper hand. At this rate, he will be able to kill the Dark Star Tiger in just a few minutes. For a summoner, having their highest level summon killed is undoubtedly fatal. It can be said that the defeat is basically sealed. However, Jiang suddenly frowned. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Something is not right. Since this Crescent Moon Priestess is a dark summoner, her skills may differ from those of ordinary summoners. However, the restrictions on their summoned beasts should be the same. Since he has already reached level 60, it means that he should have 6 slots for summoning beasts. So far, only 5 have appeared. Is the last one too low level to be upgraded yet? Or are they planning a sneak attack? Chapter 104 New Talent. Demonic Flame. His gaze swept over each of the summoned beasts. Jiang's unease grew stronger. Just then, Jiang suddenly felt a slight movement in the soil beneath his feet. The entire soil suddenly sank into the ground. A powerful force seemed to be pulling at his feet, threatening to engulf both the soil and Jiang and himself. Jiang activated his skill without hesitation. Teleportation. Choose your target ball. His figure vanished from his original spot in an instant and reappeared where he had been standing. Greedy Ball, on the other hand, faced the sudden attack head-on. Through telepathy with Jiang, he had already activated his skill, Steel Bones. Even so, a giant mouth that suddenly appeared from underground bit into the gluttonous ball's body, immediately causing it to lose 80% of its health. If Greedy Ball hadn't activated his iron body technique beforehand, he probably would have been instantly killed. The gluttonous ball struggled to shake off the other's huge mouth. This also brought out the monster that was hiding underground. It had a bloated body, and its skin was covered with a metallic-like shell, making it look very similar to a sandworm. Especially on its head, its chrysanthemum-like mouth is covered with densely packed sharp teeth. It was also burning with the same black flames as the Crescent Moon Priest. Jiang instinctively used the appraisal spell, but it only returned a name and level information. Dark Sandworm Elite, level 35. Clearly, this is the summoned beast that the new Moon Priestess contracted after reaching level 60. Its level hasn't been raised yet, so it can't play much of a role in battles against other priests of the same level. So they let him use his skills to launch a sneak attack on Jiang. Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong also noticed the commotion behind them, and their expressions changed slightly. One of the most important aspects of this operation was the safety of the test takers. If something happens to Jiangyan, neither of them will be able to explain themselves. But now Tang Guodong is entangled with Dark Star Tiger, and Su Piapiao has gradually approached the New Moon Priest, so neither of them can get away to return. Instead of going back to rescue them, it's faster to kill the New Moon Priestess. Both of them simultaneously unleashed a powerful aura, clearly preparing to fight to the death. Meanwhile, in Jiangyan, Su Chan was already playing the Symphony of Life to restore Chanchio's health. However, the health of the gluttonous ball bitten by the dark sandworm decreased much faster than that of Su Chan. At this rate, the gluttonous ball will be completely wiped out of health and killed in less than 10 seconds. The difference in their levels is too great. Watch out, Qian Duo didn't have time to think. He grabbed his shield and rushed forward to help block the dark sandworm's attack. Su Chongxing also threw out talismans, but to little avail. Others also lent a helping hand to Greedy Ball, wanting to help him. But this dark sandworm was still too high a level for them. Even restrictive skills are completely ineffective against such a terrifying level difference. Master, my ball hurts. Ouch, that hurts. Feeling the pain of craving a ball. A cold, killing intent flashed in Jiangyan's eyes, and at the critical moment, he produced the platinum-grade scepter in his hand. The max-level spider gaze erupted instantly. The dark sandworm's body stiffened instantly, though it lasted for less than half a second. But that was enough for the ball to escape its attack. Just as the dark sandworm was about to give chase, a beast's claw pressed down on its body. The divine power was displayed, and the inexplicable pressure made everyone's heart tremble. With the divine might state activated, all of Flame Shadow's mental attributes are doubled, and skill damage is also doubled. She could also feel the pain that Chanchio had just experienced. She would absolutely not allow anyone to harm her companions. The dark sandworm writhed wildly under Flame Shadow's claws, preparing to launch its next attack. Suddenly, Yining let out a loud cry, and then Jiangyan noticed a notification flashing on his panel. Your summoned beast, Flame Shadow, has learned the new talent, Demonic Flame. The flames on Yin Ying's body went out briefly for a second, then reignited in an even more terrifying and exaggerated state. Moreover, the color of the flames changed from the original orange-yellow to a dark color that faintly exudes an evil aura. The black flames covering the dark sandworm showed a subtle tendency to submit when they came into contact with the flames on the Flame Shadow. Finally, it went out quietly. After the sudden end of the black flame state, the weakness buff also appeared on the dark sandworm. Flame Shadow coldly stared at the dark sandworm, and evil flames suddenly rose from its tail. Flame Tail skill activated. It lashed out with its tail. The dark sandworm's health suddenly dropped by half, and Flame Shadow launched a second attack without hesitation. After 2 consecutive Flame Tail attacks, the dark sandworm's health points were reduced to 0. He was brutally killed by Yining. As the dark sandworm died, the Crescent Priest felt as if he had been pricked by a needle in the head. The intense pain made him forget about the battle. Those summoned beasts weren't very intelligent to begin with. The fact that she was able to delay Su Piapiao at a lower level was entirely due to the experience of the New Moon Priestess. For a moment, even the rhythm of the attack was disrupted, and a considerable opening appeared. Su Piapiao took this opportunity to quickly approach. Xin Yue finally came to her senses, and Su Piapiao was already very close to her. His expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to think of a way to stop it, a wail suddenly came from Dark Star Tiger's side. His summoned beast, which had been with him ever since he changed jobs, died. An even more intense pain than before spread throughout my body. New Moon has only one idea. It's over. Everything is over. When he came to his senses again, all that was left in front of him was Su Piapiao's dagger. The outcome is obvious when a squishy summoner gets close to an assassin. After the New Moon died, all the summoned beasts around him died because of the contract. At this moment, Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong turned to look at Jiangyan. It was completely silent over there. The black flames on Yin Ying's body slowly subsided. The enormous, dark sandworm corpse indicated what had happened. A level 30+ summoned beast was killed by Flame Shadow. Moreover, it was almost a one-sided massacre. The dark sandworm didn't even manage to mount an effective resistance. Everyone else was equally dumbfounded. This is an elite-level dark sandworm burning with black flames. It wouldn't be surprising if it could even take on a level 40 combat class. Yet Jiangyan killed him so easily. Only Su Chan's gaze lingered thoughtfully on the flames surrounding Yining. Before being killed, the dark sandworm had clearly entered a weakened state following the eruption of black flames. The black flames suddenly dissipated upon contact with the flames on Yin Ying's body. Based on what Su Chan knew, There is only one possibility for this situation. The black flames used by the evil cultists are not even in the same energy level as the flames of flame shadow. That's why this state of submission amidst the flames occurs. Chapter 105. Don't worry, it can't hurt me. Jiangyan also noticed the change in Yanning and quickly opened the panel to check the new talent that Yanning had acquired. Demon Flame, passive talent. All fire skills will be replaced with Demon Flame, increasing damage by an additional 30%, inflicting a special burning effect, and suppressing ordinary fire. Jiangyan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This demonic flame is such a terrifying passive talent that Flame Shadow will benefit from its bonus whenever it launches an attack. It also has a suppressive effect on ordinary flames. In other words, Flame Shadow was in a state of divine power while under the premise of increased damage from demonic flames and evil flames, which means that its damage was also amplified by divine power. In addition, the Dark Sandworm is in a weakened state. This is what led to the final, stunning effect. Jiangyan was overjoyed. 3 talents. Including the newly acquired Demonic Flame, Flame Shadow now possesses 3 innate skills. Even the boss might not have this many. Moreover, each of these innate skills is highly suitable for Flame Shadow. Even Chu Lian's state, which doesn't seem to directly increase combat power, can lower the enemy's guard against Yanning. Under Chu Lian's influence, the flames on Yanying's body quietly turned back to orange-yellow, and the original evil aura also quietly disappeared. She still seems to be that harmless little fox. Even though they had just witnessed the formidable strength of Flame Shadow in killing the Dark Sandworm, Flame Shadow, under Chu Lian's talent, still made people want to cherish her. At this moment, Greedy Ball shrunk to a size similar to Flame Shadow, ran in front of Flame Shadow, and gave her a bear hug. Thank you, Sister Flame Shadow. You saved my life. Let's get close and affectionate with my sister. Flame Shadow froze, trying to break free, but was held tightly by Greedy Ball. Feeling the warm sensation on his body, Yan Ying's expression softened considerably, but he still coldly responded to Chan Xiao with his spiritual insight. Useless. You don't need me to deal with a tiny bug. Glutton nodded frantically. Yes, Glutton is useless. He needs Sister Flame Shadow's protection. Sister Yenying, let's get close. The black shroud that had been hanging over them slowly dissipated, and Tang Guodong and the other man walked to Jiangyan's side. After glancing at Jiangyan as if he were a monster, he slowly spoke. You all performed well this time. You did not choose to back down in the face of crisis, but were willing to step forward and solve the difficulties. Especially Jiangyan, he's very good. We look forward to the surprises you will bring us in the future. By now, these people could all guess that this trip was also a test. Qian Duoduo looked at Jiang, and with a somewhat subtle expression. No wonder Jiangyan acted so strangely before, changing his usual style of only acting when there was something in it, and becoming so enthusiastic. Did they already realize something was wrong? Jiangyan kept his eyes down, ignoring Qian Duoduo's gaze. After saying a few words, Tang Guodong waved for everyone to get back into the car and prepare to depart. Watching Jiang and the others board the train, Tang Guodong finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Good grief, Crescent almost caused some trouble. What if something really happens to Jiangyan? Wouldn't Wei Qing just rush over and kill me? The rest of the journey went smoothly, and we arrived in Shanghai City before dark. As soon as Jiangyan got off the bus, he saw the endless city walls on the distant horizon, like an insurmountable barrier. Beyond the city wall lie countless chaotic rifts, from which an endless army of demons emerges. If it weren't for people like Wei Qing, who guarded Shanhaiguan generation after generation, the entire human race would probably have been wiped out long ago. That's Shanhaiguan. It's truly magnificent. Qian Duoduo took a deep breath, her eyes filled with admiration. Wow, this feeling is so amazing. Su Chan murmured to herself. She was extremely glad that she hadn't followed her family's choice to go to Huaxia University. Otherwise, she didn't know how many years it would have taken to see such a magnificent building. Tang Guodong got out of the car and looked at the group. You'll be following Su Piapiao later. She'll take you to a hotel for the night, and we'll meet up again tomorrow for a one-time dungeon run. I'll report to the academy after the dungeon is finished. As for Jiangyan, come with me. Lord Wei Qing wants to see you. Following behind Tang Guodong, the two walked straight towards a building in the very center of Shanghai City. Upon arriving at the building, Jiangyan finally saw the name on it. Shanhaiguan Combat Command Center. Tang Guodong pressed the elevator button for the 22nd floor for Jiangyan, and then stood outside the elevator to wait. Teacher Tang, aren't you coming along? Lord Wei Qing only requests to see you. I will wait for you below. The elevator doors closed, and it began to ascend gradually. It soon stopped on the 22nd floor. There was only one office, and the office door was ajar. As soon as Jiang reached the door, he heard a deep, steady male voice coming from inside. Just come in. Jiang took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went inside. In the office, Wei Qing stood with his hands clasped in front of the window, gazing into the distance. Although I had seen Wei Qing's projection in the trial space, that was not the real world after all. Now that he has actually met the legendary figure, Jiang is naturally quite excited. He was wearing a military uniform, and behind him was a medal on his chest symbolizing his command. Greetings, Lord Wei Qing. Don't be so nervous. I just want to chat with you casually, Wei Qing said with a hearty laugh, then gestured for Jiang to sit down. It must be said that Wei Qing has a lot of personal charm. After chatting for a few minutes, Jiang found that the other party was not quite the strict person he had imagined. The initial tension vanished completely. Wei Qing quickly got to the point. I have 2 things to ask you about. The first thing concerns your summoned beast, Flame Shadow, isn't it? I've read the incident report. It seems to have the ability to extinguish the black flames. Could you have it demonstrate that? To reassure Jiang, Wei Qing added, Don't be nervous. I just want to know how you did it. After all, those evil guys can significantly boost their combat power with the black flames. If there's a way to remove their weakness, it would greatly reduce the pressure. Jiang nodded, and with his permission, Yan released Chu Lian from her state. The flames on his body quickly turned black, and an eerie aura inexplicably appeared. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Let it use its skill on me. Jiang hesitated. Don't worry, it can't hurt me. All right then, be careful. Jiang warned before unleashing the flame shadow attack. Evil flames rose from its tail. Platinum-level flame tail is released instantly. Snap! The blow landed squarely on Wei Qing's arm. Wei Qing's body swayed slightly. My heart was filled with amazement. The damage from this attack was definitely not something a creature below level 20 could produce. Judging from the perceived damage alone, it was at least close to level 30. Suddenly, Wei Qing felt a burning sensation coming from the spot on his arm where he had been hit. An additional negative status has been added to my status. Burning Evil Flame. Loses 1% of current health per second for 10 seconds. Note, this buff can stack. Chapter 106 Farewell to the Frost Crystal Core. He's so strong. One more time. One more time. Flame Shadow looked excited, and flames had rekindled on its tail. Jiang quickly stopped him. Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing hid his arms behind his back. Pretending to be nonchalant, he said without changing his expression, It's all right. This little fox is quite capable, but it's still a bit inferior to our generation back then. Jiang glanced at Wei Qing's health bar with some suspicion. It's decreasing by 1% every second. Are you really okay? Ahem. Wei Qing also remembered that his health bar seemed to have given something away, so he quickly changed the subject. Well, we can now determine why the evil disciple's black flames dissipated automatically. Jiang immediately became interested and stared intently at the other person. This fox, the flames that Flame Shadow wields are no ordinary flames. It is a higher level of existence. Although those black flames are powerful, they are still within the category of ordinary flames. This evil flame is most likely at the same level as the source of the black flame. Only under these circumstances can the black flames be forced to stop, which is what is known as suppression. I see. Jiang suddenly realized. No wonder the description of Yan Ying's talent also included the suppression of this aspect. In short, it's not a bad thing. At first, Tang Guodong and the others were a little worried. I fear that this evil flame of Flame Shadow might become the origin of a second cult. Now they can rest assured, it won't happen at all. Jiang nodded. So what was the other thing you mentioned earlier? Don't be nervous, the other thing is easier. Wei Qing grinned mischievously. Well, given the strength you've demonstrated, I've decided to set a target for you in this one-time dungeon. To become a top 5 team. Top 5. Jiang frowned slightly. It didn't seem too difficult. Don't be careless. There are still quite a few level 20 players in this dungeon. You might just accidentally get caught out. Wei Qing then remembered something and added, By the way, the normal rule for this instance is a 5-person team, but you are an exception. You need someone to enter the instance. Why? There's no reason why. It's just that I want you to be stronger. Then, Jiang eyes flickered. Since there are these restrictions, there should also be additional rewards, right? Ha, you actually guessed it. Wei Qing laughed heartily. He then stretched out his hand in front of Jiang and a flash of light appeared. A piece of white metallic or emanating a faint chill appeared in his hand. Jiang's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a frost crystal core. Yes, that's right. This is the main material for making cooling amulets. If you enter the dungeon alone and achieve a top 5 ranking in the assessment, This item is yours. Don't underestimate this small piece. It's enough to upgrade to dungeons below level 40. Of course, Wei Qing said jokingly. If you feel you can't do it, you can choose to give up in advance and team up with your friends. I'll keep this and use it as a gift. As he spoke, Wei Qing made a gesture as if to put it away. Wait, I want this. Jiang firmly replied. Please keep this safe for me for this period of time. Wei Qing's lips curled up. Ha ha ha, all right. Then I'll keep it safe for you for this period of time. After their conversation, Jiang left the 22nd floor and was led to the hotel by Tang Guodong. Suddenly, a strange man's voice came from inside the office. TSK, now I think I know why you care about him so much. Another man's figure slowly emerged. For such a long time, he had been staying in the office in stealth mode, but neither Jiang nor Yanning noticed anything unusual. He looked to be about the same age as Wei Qing, but he had a terrifying scar on his face. He looked somewhat ferocious. On his right chest was a medal that was extremely similar to Wei Qing's, indicating that he was also a powerful general. But are you really that confident that he can make it into the top 5 by himself? There might still be a chance among the new students, but the older students are teams that have been working together for at least a year. Even if they are both level 20, their combat power is several times stronger than that of the freshmen. Although his flame shadow can damage you, it should be some kind of special effect, lasting only 5 seconds. You never know what kind of monsters might appear in this kind of one-time dungeon. Aren't you afraid that the students you choose will fail because of this? Wei Qing kicked him, saying, Stop talking nonsense. This kid has great potential. It just needs proper guidance and development. Don't even mention the top 5, maybe even the top 3. The man smiled and shook his head, his figure slowly dissipating. TCH, stop talking big. Let's get into the top 5 first. The next morning, Jiang and the other students, led by Su Piapiao, arrived at a mountain range about 2 kilometers away from Shanghai City. Everyone looked incredibly excited. Get ready to face new challenges. Su Piapiao also took this opportunity to say to the group, this one-time copy was discovered half a month ago. Because the level requirement is below 20, it is being used as a trial assessment. The resources you can obtain later will be determined based on your score. But the situation inside the instance is complex, so your own safety should be the top priority. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. After passing through the bushes ahead, a very spacious area that had just been cleared out came into view. Many people are already waiting here, including new students who have just arrived from other regions and returning students who have already enrolled. Jiang and his group were clearly among the last to arrive. As soon as they entered the venue, Jiang immediately noticed several pairs of eyes fixed on him. You can still faintly hear some whispers. Is he Jiang? A freshman with scores of over 20,000? Wow, he doesn't seem to have 3 heads and 6 arms, but the fox on his shoulder and the black and white panda lying in his arms are so cute. She's even cuter than she looks in the photos. I want to pinch her cheeks. I wonder if he has a team. If he doesn't, maybe I can tag along. So you want to team up? You just want to pet the fox, right? Ugh, I wanted to pet the black and white panda. Most curious glances, after discovering that Jiang seemed to have no other outstanding qualities besides being handsome, were quickly drawn to the 2 adorable creatures on his body. Of course, there was also a gaze that always carried a hint of provocation. A girl in jeans and a baseball cap walked straight out of the crowd, stood in front of Jiang and looked him up and down. So you're Jiang, the one Lord Wei Qing treats with special favor? Chapter 107, let's give him a perfect score first. So you're Jiang, the one Lord Wei Qing treats with special favor? This girl looks to be about the same age as Jiang and should also be one of the freshmen from other regions. My name is Wei Yu, level 16, spirit swordsman. Upon hearing her profession, Jiang couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The reason is simple. This profession was also Wei Qing's profession. Seeing that Jiang had noticed him, Wei Yu raised his head high and said, I want to challenge you. Our team will compete against your team to see who ranks higher. The other girl with her quickly stepped forward and pulled him back, apologizing to Jiang at the same time. I'm sorry. She always wanted to be Wei Qing's student. So I got a little carried away. Wei Yu shook off the other person's hand, stared at Jiang and shouted, I'm not out of control. I'm serious. I am the most suitable student for Lord Wei Qing. What makes you think you are so great? This commotion naturally attracted many people to look in this direction. Jiang remained calm in the face of Wei Yu's questioning and said indifferently, I scored 24,211 points in the assessment. Wei Yuning choked, then quickly said, Lord Wei Qing's profession is also a spirit swordsman. I am also a spirit swordsman. In terms of profession, we are of the same lineage. I scored 24211 points on the test. Wei Yu's face flushed red. I'm just not good at group attacks, but even so, I still have 2,100 points. Even Lord Wei Qing, who was also a spirit swordsman, only had 2,310 points back then. Oh, Jiangyan nodded. But I scored 24211 points on the test. Wei Yu was getting anxious. Besides your score of 24,211 on the exam, what else can you say? Jiangyan remained calm and said indifferently. The teacher I recruited is Lord Wei Qing. I met him in person yesterday. Ah! Wei Yu screamed as if she had gone mad. Although you have now gained Lord Wei Qing's approval, I will not admit defeat. I will defeat you. I will show Wei Qing that I am the most suitable student for him. Let's start with this instance. I'm sorry, I cannot accept this challenge. Wei Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Are you scared? If you don't even have the courage to accept a challenge, how can you become Lord Wei Qing's student? If you do this, then you truly make me lose. No, you've misunderstood, Jiangyan interrupted. Lord Wei Qing asked me to enter the instance alone yesterday. Therefore, I cannot play a team match against you. After saying that, Jiangyan ignored her and walked past her. She was left standing there, stunned. Qian Duo sidled up to Jiangyan and whispered, well done. Give her the sheer fabric directly. Jiangyan shook his head. He didn't have any negative feelings towards Wei Yu. She was clearly a relatively naive and somewhat immature person who was determined to become Wei Qing's student. He thought that challenging himself would earn Wei Qing's approval. It's always more reassuring to openly and honestly express a challenge than to resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. All right, the dungeon is now open. Please enter in groups of 5. Of course, Jiangyan is an exception. While others were still looking for teammates, Jiangyan headed straight for the dungeon vortex. Just kidding. In this kind of one-time dungeon, the number of monsters is decreasing with every kill. The sooner you get in, the sooner you can start playing. Since there's no help from teammates, it's reasonable to try and gain some time. Standing in front of the whirlpool, Su Piao reminded, remember, grades aren't the most important thing. Safety comes first. Jiangyan nodded, then reached out and touched the dungeon vortex. There was no difficulty option pop up. I was immediately taken into the dungeon. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Jiangyan then randomly appeared at a certain location in this one-time instance. This type of instance is somewhat similar to a secret realm. People who enter the instance are actually in the same space, unlike ordinary instances where they are independent of each other. Before he even opened his eyes, Jiangyan felt a sandy sensation under his feet. Desert. When I opened my eyes, I saw a vast desert stretching as far as the eye could see. The temperature was much higher than in the real world, and even the air seemed distorted. A blood-red sun hung in the sky. The scalding reddish-brown gravel hurt my feet when I stepped on it. Greedy Ball somersaulted off Jiangyan's arms, and its body instantly grew larger. Then it placed Jiangyan on its shoulder. Flame Shadow, on the other hand, deliberately jumped to the ground. The scalding sand felt like an extremely comfortable massage to Flame Shadow. It moved with graceful steps, clearly in a good mood. Less than 3 meters away from where Jiangyan and his group were, there was a plant that looked like a cactus. The green leaves are covered with brown needles. The identification technique was used. Poisonous Needle Cactus. Level, 17. Strength, 300. Spirit, 200. Swiftness, 300. Physical fitness, 500. Combat skills, Poison Needle Attack, Silver rank. Root Absorption, Silver rank. Whiplash, Silver rank. Seemingly sensing the prey that had appeared beside it, the poisonous needle cactus trembled slightly. Countless poison needles shot towards Yanning. Flame Shadow's speed, reaching 1,000 points, displayed terrifying speed, and his aura changed drastically, giving rise to an evil aura. Gaodan nimbly dodged the attack and then appeared beside the poisonous needle cactus. The poisonous cactus tried to fight back, pulling a thick root out of the soil and making a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Unfortunately, before it could even touch the Flame Shadow, it slumped to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the level 17 Poison Needle Cactus. You have gained 3,100 experience points. Obtain material, Cactus Poison Needle 1. Obtain material, Cactus Poison Needle 1. A golden light fell on Jiangyan and Yanning at the same time, and their levels, which had been stagnant for several days, finally increased to level 18. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. Normal level monsters of the same level shouldn't give you much experience. At most, around 2,000 would be considered quite good. I never expected that the monsters in this one-time dungeon would give such a high amount of experience. If I get a few more, my leveling speed will be incredibly fast. Jiang'an also noticed a statistics item popping up on his panel. Assessment score, +1. Is this the standard for this assessment? Jiang'an pondered carefully. The score is calculated on a team basis. Killing a normal monster earns 1 point, killing an elite monster earns 3 points, and killing a boss monster earns 20 points. That's a really simple and crude way of calculating. Let's set a small goal then. Let's aim for 100 points first. Jiang'an looked into the distance and saw a large group of poisonous cacti not far ahead. The man and the two beasts left 2 long footprints in the desert. Those poisonous cacti basking in the sun had no idea what kind of slaughter they were about to face. Chapter 108 just a little trick. Another location in the copy. Careful. Su-chan raised her hand and released a debuff removal skill, restoring Qian Duoduo, who had just been poisoned, to normal. Qian Duoduo grinned and raised his shield. Holy cacti are too freakish. The damage from this poison sting can actually stack. If it weren't for Su-chan, your crowd control removal skill was of a high enough grade, you would probably have died here. Su-chan Sheng, who was in the same team, nodded in deep agreement, originally thinking that this dungeon was nothing special. Unexpectedly, they randomly fell into a group of poisonous cacti. Don't be fooled by the fact that these monsters are only level 17. Their damage is simply unbearable. Watch this. A cold snort came from the side, and Wei Yu produced a long sword. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the long sword flew up and pierced straight through the body of a poisonous cactus. The poisonous cactus's health bar instantly decreased by 9/10, leaving only a thin layer of blood. The girl next to her took out a bow and arrow and shot an arrow that took the life of the poisonous cactus. The two of them were members invited by Su-chan to form a team. Their professions perfectly complement the shortcomings of Su-chan's team. Wei Yu's face showed a proud expression. With her level 16, she could empty the health bar of this terrifying poisonous cactus with a single blow, which certainly gave her reason to be proud. He glanced at Su-chan and the others out of the corner of his eye. She wanted to see the surprise and shock on Su-chan's face. If she wants to surpass Jiang'an, then she must do it in every aspect. However, she did not expect that although Su-chan and the others' expressions showed admiration, they clearly carried a hint of comparison. Qian Duoduo muttered to herself, I thought he was much stronger. That's all. This is so different from Boss Jiang'an's level. Su-chan nodded. Although I've never done a dungeon run with Jiang'an, I remember he always killed goblins instantly. Forget goblins, even that level 30 plus dark sandworm. What? Wei Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. A level 30 plus dark sandworm? Is Jiang'an really able to fight across levels more than 10? That's impossible. That's outrageous. I see. Jiang'an must have been afraid of being challenged, so he had his friend deliberately team up with him and fabricate facts to destroy his confidence. Only in this way is it reasonable. Su-chan wanted to go and comfort Wei Yu, who was feeling devastated, but she didn't expect him to cheer up so quickly. Just a little trick. No one and nothing can shake my resolve. Su-chan gave up on offering comfort. Okay, she's definitely a Chinibu, middle school syndrome girl. On the other side, the overwhelming flames swept across the desert as if it were the end of the world. Flame shadows stood at the center of the flames, from which countless black, malevolent flames emanated. Those thorny cacti were writhing wildly. They even wished they could pull out their roots and run away. Unfortunately, the evil fire spread too quickly and couldn't escape the range of the flame storm. Jiang'an also noticed the burning buff effect of the evil fire. It deals 1% of the target's current health as damage per second, and this effect can stack. In other words, even if Flame Shadow is facing a monster of a much higher level, it still has a chance to kill the opponent through the burning effect of the evil fire. Of course, this is all on the premise that Flame Shadow can hold out until then. With a smile, Jiang'an looked at the charred, helpless cactus in the sea of fire, as if a mountain of experience was beckoning to him. Sure enough, after all the cacti were burned to death, Jiang'an's experience points increased from 0% when he just leveled up to 12%. This leveling speed was already terrifying at level 18, considering that normally it would take at least 1 or 2 days to gain 10% of the experience points. Jiang'an achieved this simply by defeating this wave of monsters. Jiang'an roughly estimated that he might be able to reach level 19 by the time this dungeon ends. I'm one step closer to reaching level 20 and unlocking the next summoning space slot. Jiang'an's heart was burning with excitement. I'm really looking forward to that tricolor deer. Just as Jiang'an was about to continue looking for monsters to grind, unexpectedly, some monsters came to him on their own initiative. Scorpions with flames burning behind their tails emerged from the sand. Even in the flames, One could faintly see the metallic sheen shimmering on its tail needle. Flame Scorpion. Level, 20. Strength, 420. Spirit, 125. Swiftness, 400. Constitution, 200. Combat Skills. Flame Tail, Silver Rank. Rampage, Silver Rank. Explosive Tail Needle, Silver Rank. A level 20 monster with high attack and low defense, and it also possesses the same skills as Flame Shadow. However, the skill level is only silver. Without Jiang and even needing to give orders, Yanning had already charged forward first. Upon seeing Flame Tail approaching, the Flame Scorpion immediately activated its Flame Tail skill, causing flames to burst forth from its tail. Flame Shadow also felt a playful urge, and evil flames rose from its tail. The moment the evil flames ignited, the flames on the Flame Scorpion's body weakened considerably. The two tails collided. The Flame Scorpion's health bar was instantly emptied. However, Yin Ying's health points were not even slightly damaged. Flame Shadow continued its charge towards the next fiery scorpion. However, these fire scorpions are clearly a bit more troublesome than the poisonous cacti. They are all hiding under the sand and gravel, and are distributed relatively far apart. Even if Flame Shadow uses Flame Storm, it can only cover a few of them. So Jiang'an waved his hand. A large number of elemental spirits were summoned. Although the damage is not as great as Flame Shadow, there are so many of them. With each elemental spirit taking turns attacking, they can always kill a flame scorpion. Jiang'an, on the other hand, was lazy and simply let Chancho lie on the ground. I then lay down on its belly to rest. The gluttonous creature had thick skin and amazing defense, and it felt nothing at all from the scalding hot sand. Not long after, Jiang'an even heard Chancho snoring. This guy is a heavy sleeper and a heavy eater. Jiang'an sometimes wondered if it was a panda or a pig in panda skin. Yanning was having a great time playing with Yanhuoxia, and Jiang'an could feel the joy she was conveying. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang'an took out his phone with some concern. The chat page on the screen was stuck on a chat interface with someone named Xiaolu. Xiaolu hasn't contacted Jiang'an for almost half a year. She didn't even reply to Jiang'an's message to her from the Mountain and Sea Academy. Xiaolu never forgets to reply to his messages. Even if someone didn't reply to messages while running a dungeon before, it would only take a few days at most, but this time it's been so long. Could something have gone wrong? Jiang'an put his phone away, having made up his mind. When I finish the dungeon and go to the academy to report for duty, I'll go and ask around for information. Chapter 109, A Unique Experience. Not far from Jiang'an, the group of 5 was teleported into the instance, each of them dressed in exquisite and excellent equipment. The team's composition is also very reasonable. 1 support, 2 ranged, 1 tank, and 1 warrior-type class. The team leader is none other than Bai Xiao, the support character. They had been in the instance for more than 10 minutes, and a look of worry had appeared on everyone's faces. How come we haven't seen a single monster after all this time? What happened? Is it because there aren't many monsters in this dungeon to begin with? Bai Xiao frowned. These people were all students who had been in the Mountain and Sea Academy for a year. However, for various reasons, they are all stuck at level 20 and haven't leveled up yet. He was already considered one of the worst students in his class. If a student fails to achieve a top 10 ranking among the new students in this assessment, they may face elimination. Suddenly, Bai Xiao's gaze sharpened. Look, what's that? At the very front, there was a strangely shaped piece of coke. These charred remains retain the shape of some kind of cactus plant, but they have clearly been dead for a long time. Oh no, Xiao, we've probably run into other senior teams. And it should be a violent team entirely composed of fire mages. While a team is always best when there is a clear division of labor, over such a long period of evolution, teams with the same profession often emerge. For example, a team that consists entirely of mages. It can quickly sweep through most monsters and increase the leveling speed, but its drawback is also very obvious. It lacks endurance. Only a flame storm can cause this kind of damage, and frankly, even if I learned this skill, I wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying situation. The fire mage in the team calmly analyzed. I would probably need at least 4 of them to even attempt it. Bai Xiao frowned even more deeply. No, we can't continue on this route. If we follow behind this team, we might not even get a taste of the soup. Adjust the route. Everyone clearly obeyed Bai Xiao and immediately changed direction, trying to avoid the mysterious team's route. Before leaving, Bai Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances at the charred remains. Are there really that many fire mages among the students who haven't reached level 20 yet? Something just feels off. Completely baffled, Bai Xiao had no choice but to give up and follow the group in another direction. This scene didn't just happen to Bai Xiao. Almost all teams whose dungeon teleportation points are close to Jiangyan encountered this situation. 3 hours later, a group of fresh desert rabbit corpses had appeared in front of Jiangyan. The experience points have reached 77%. Sure enough, at this rate, I should be able to level up again very soon. Of course, the price for this was countless monster corpses. To avoid situations where monsters happened to be in his blind spot, Jiangyan even had the elemental spirits scatter to monitor the monsters around them with their own bodies. If there are only 2 or 3 scattered ones, then the elemental spirits can take care of them. If there are a large number of enemies, send out Flame Shadow or Greedy Ball. With Jiangyan's current strength, he can now maintain good control over the distance between his summoned beast and himself within 500 meters. Jiangyan seemed to have transformed into a locust swarm, leaving nothing but barren land wherever it went. Not a single monster was left. Not bad, not bad. You've already got 132 points. Moreover, the drop rate of these monster materials is also extremely high. Just selling these materials could probably bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a bit of a shame that no equipment dropped. As Jiangyan pondered this, the wind elemental spirit beside him was diligently blowing a gentle breeze towards him. There's no way around it. It's just too hot here. However, even when there is wind in this desert environment, it is still hot wind. It didn't provide much comfort. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the water elementals release a bubble prison onto a lone desert rabbit. The desert rabbit was immediately enveloped in water elemental energy. Jiangyan could vaguely feel that it was noticeably cooler near the water sphere. His eyes lit up, and he commanded the water elemental spirit to release a bubble prison around himself. He was completely enveloped by a transparent water sphere and suspended in midair. Jiangyan then lay happily in the water sphere, propelled forward by the water elemental spirit. Sure enough, this layer of water film perfectly insulated against the outside temperature. Even though the temperature in the desert outside is at least close to 40 degrees Celsius, it's only around 20 degrees Celsius inside Jiangyan, just as comfortable as being in an air-conditioned room. Not bad, not bad. Sitting inside the water sphere, Jiangyan observed the situation in this instance. So far, he has not encountered any elite-level monsters. Even if elite-level monsters are relatively rare, you should have encountered them by now after killing so many monsters. Just as Jiangyan was pondering this, a notification appeared on everyone's panel. 124 normal-level monsters remain. Defeat them all to unlock the next level of the dungeon. Really, you need to kill all the normal-level monsters before you can encounter an elite-level one. But now there are only 124 ordinary monsters left. Jiangyan muttered to himself, "It doesn't feel like that many. I've already killed 143. Jiangyan completely forgot that no other team could farm like him. It's practically a human bulldozer. No, if there are 124 of them, and someone else takes them all, there might still be a chance that they surpass us. This possibility must be nipped in the bud. That frost crystal core must be mine." Jiangyan's mind stirred, and his enthusiasm was immediately unleashed. A crimson glow emanated from Jiangyan's body. The attacks landed on Greedy Ball, Flame Shadow, and a boss-level lightning elemental spirit, respectively. They immediately became highly motivated and searched for monsters in their surroundings. Once discovered, they must be eradicated immediately. After Jiangyan finished these tasks, looking at the energetic summoned beasts, he suddenly felt a sense of joy, like an auto-leveling game where you just leave your pets to level up. Now that he didn't need to do anything himself, Jiangyan stretched. And believe it or not, this bubble not only insulates against temperature, but also against sound. Moreover, as long as you don't try to break it from within, or the water spirit actively dispels it, this skill can then exist for a long time. Perfect for sleeping. Jiangyan simply took out a pillow and a duvet cover from his backpack and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 110. I'm going to die. What are you guys doing? In the desert, a team of 5 freshmen is struggling to kill a 3-headed poisonous cactus. Or rather, it was brutally killed by the 3-headed poisonous cactus. Damn, this thing is way too hard to kill. This root absorption can even restore health. Nanny, please give me some milk. Apart from exceptionally outstanding teams, most of the new students are at level 14, even in teams of 5. Being able to deal with a level 17 poisonous cactus is already the limit. Not to mention the 3-headed poisonous cactus. I feel like we can't hold on much longer. Should we retreat? The 3-headed creature is really too difficult to kill. This assessment is mainly aimed at the 2020 cohort of students. We're just extras. I can't take it anymore. The tank class in the team has dropped to a very dangerous level and could die if they are not careful. Just as the captain was about to announce his withdrawal from the dungeon in desperation, They suddenly noticed a strange group rapidly approaching from not far away. A fox with 2 tails, and a panda with a huge body like a giant. There were also many elemental spirits all around, seemingly standing guard or patrolling. What caught their eye most was a giant bubble in the very center of the group. There was a boy lying inside, still covered with a blanket. Covered with a blanket in the desert? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Why do I feel like there's such a huge difference between people? I'm going to die. What are you doing? The tank class shouted for help. The captain then came to his senses and shouted for help towards Jiang and's location. Please help us. Give us a hand. Flame Shadow had already noticed them, but since they were already fighting monsters, Flame Shadow didn't plan to steal their monsters. But when the other party suddenly let out a howl, Yining immediately turned to look at Jiang'an. I noticed Jiang'an twitched slightly inside the bubble, but thankfully, he wasn't woken up yet. We can't let them wake up the owner. Flame Shadow immediately unleashed his full speed, appearing before the group like a bolt of lightning. Evil fire rose from the tail of the Flame Shadow. Snap, snap, snap. Its tail lashed out 3 times in succession. The 3 poisonous cacti that nearly wiped them out died instantly. Then Yining ran back to Jiang and sighed without looking back. The 5 members of the team were left speechless, especially the tank class. He didn't notice Jiang and's team approaching from afar. He only knew that he was calling for help. A gust of wind blew by, and a terrifying fox-like monster appeared before him. The 3-headed poisonous cactus was instantly killed. The terrifying aura almost made him kneel down. Holy crap, who's this, Captain? Is he a senior from the previous year's class of 20? The tank class couldn't help but ask. The captain shook his head and uttered a few words with difficulty. No, he seems to be Jiang'an. I saw his summoned beast on TV. Jiang'an, isn't that this year's top scorer? Holy crap, that's fucking awesome. They're both freshmen this year. So how come he seems to have it so easy in dungeons? And he can even sleep? And he's not hot at all. I'm fucking dying of heat. I'm so jealous. Watching Jiang and strange team disappear into the distance, their 5-person team suddenly felt that even this dungeon had become boring. High above the clouds, a boss-level golden rock covered in golden feathers soared in midair. Its 2 eyes blinked frequently and nimbly. Its powerful eyesight allows it to keep track of the newborn below at all times. It will launch a rescue operation immediately should anything happen that endangers the safety of the newborns. This one-time dungeon is still a bit challenging for new players. At most, you can kill some low-level common monsters. If the level is slightly higher or there are many of them, it is easy to die. This is the means by which the university protects itself. There is also a special staff member outside the instance, whose level is only 20, which is just enough to meet the requirements for entering the instance. That golden rock was also his pet. The scene that Jin Peng was seeing at that moment was also projected in a special way. The university professors can even see the current score rankings. Looking at Jiang'an, who was sleeping soundly, the teachers all had a look of mixed amusement and exasperation on their faces. I thought the competition for this dungeon would be incredibly fierce, but what's with the first-place player just sleeping the whole time? But this guy is really strong. A level 17 poison needle cactus and a level 19 sandworm were both easily defeated by him. Exaggeration. Old Tang, what were his scores in the first round of tests when he arrived? Someone asked Tang Guodong with curiosity. Tang Guodong scratched his head. Full marks, 10 points. Not bad, not bad. This child has a bright future ahead of him. However, someone suddenly thought of something and reminded him. Judging from the current trend, Jiang'an will probably take on the vast majority of monsters. Then what about the senior students? Wouldn't they all face being laid off? Everyone's attention turned to the statistics page. Currently, Jiang'an is in first place alone, with a score of 154. As for second place, it was by Xiao Xiao's team, with a pitiful score of 18. Well, this doesn't seem like a good thing. Let's make a separate note of this later and see if these returning students need to be re-evaluated. In front of Shan Haiguan. On the eve of the great battle, Wei Qing took advantage of the time to open the scoreboard of Jiang and the others who participated in the assessment. This kid actually managed to squeeze into first place. Judging from this, it seems they've taken over most of the monsters. Sweep straight through. It seems that I really might not be able to keep this frost crystal core. Wei Qing's expression was somewhat subtle. A figure quietly appeared beside him. Wow, you're in first place now. Such a strong momentum. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you value him so much. The man wearing the general's medal, Bai Gu, chuckled. However, if you show off too early, you're bound to be targeted. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. The common level monsters are scattered, But when you encounter elite-level monsters, you will run into other senior students. He stole all the points from everyone else. You're bound to be targeted. I think your kid is in for a big scare. Don't give me that. Wei Qing sneered. You think they're all like your students? So what if we're being targeted? Strength is strength. Suppress anyone who dares to target us. So confident. White Dove's eyes darted around. Shall we make a bet? Let's bet on whether Jiang and will be targeted and suppressed by the other senior students in this assessment. They've been knocked off first place. Chapter 111, so it wasn't a lie after all. Let's bet on whether Jiang and will be targeted and suppressed by the other senior students in this assessment. They've been knocked off first place. First place. Wei Qing frowned slightly. There was no doubt that Jiang and was very strong. However, those veterans who have reached level 20 should not be underestimated either. After all professions will have an assessment task when they reach level 20, and once they pass it, they will receive additional attribute boosts. Currently, all the monsters appearing in the dungeon are of normal level and are very scattered. With Jiang and's two powerful summoned beasts and the elemental spirits working together, they could indeed clear the area quickly. However, once all the normal level monsters are killed, you can only get points by defeating elite level monsters. Ironically, elite monsters spawn very close together. There are many people, but few strange creatures. To kill elite monsters, you not only need strength, but also to deal with the harassment from other senior students. Although everyone is a student, they won't go too far. However, if you get delayed, others may steal your points from the elite monsters. Moreover, there are more elite monsters than regular monsters. Previously, base students also showed their talent, but when they encountered elite monsters, they were restricted by control skills until the end, and had no chance to kill the elite monsters. White Dove asked with amusement, "What? Scared? It's okay, it's normal. My student failed the same way back then." "Bullshit. How could I be afraid?" Wei Qing couldn't stand it and cursed. "I'm stronger than you. Of course my students are better than yours. I'll take the bet. What's the stake?" Bai Ge's eyes lit up. "Sure thing. If you lose, I'll take your frost crystal core. I can use it for my students. As for if I lose, I will give you the white jade gold essence." Wei Qing looked the White Dove up and down. This white jade essence is also an essential ingredient for making cooling amulets, and it is extremely rare. You've probably had your eye on my frost crystal core for a while now, haven't you? This won't do. I've already promised Jiang'an. If we lose, what will I give him? Change to another one. White Dove frowned. All right then, I want the demon crystal you got last time. No problem. The bet is now settled. In the dungeon, the number of remaining monsters is constantly decreasing. Soon only 10 remained. As the flame storm on Yan Ying's body ended, the last 10 were finally all killed. A new notification popped up on the panel. The normal level monsters have been cleared. Please enter the elite level monster hunting ground via the vortex. A blue vortex quietly appeared around them. Jiang'an only just woke up at this moment, stretched, and looked at the reminder on the panel. Interesting, elite level monsters aren't on this map. Then let's go take a look. The bubble prison shattered the moment Jiang'an put away the blankets and pillows. He yawned as he came into contact with the vortex. Then everything around us spun around us. He then appeared in a gladiatorial arena. The arena is nearly 500 square meters in size, and only the arena itself is lit. The rest of the world was completely dark. People were continuously being teleported over from all around. The once spacious arena gradually became somewhat crowded. You can vaguely hear many people complaining about something. There are so few monsters in this dungeon. We only have 19 points so far. 19 points is already considered good. We only have 12 points. If there are few monsters in the dungeon, it's fine. If everyone has relatively few monsters, it won't be too bad. But if someone kills all the monsters, then it will truly be a crack. It shouldn't be that bad. However, I do seem to have seen quite a few charred corpses. Jiang'an touched his nose, wondering why they seemed to be talking about him. Jiang'an didn't pay any attention, and then he saw Qian Duo and the others who had just been teleported over. Qian Duo immediately came over and complained, "Wow, this dungeon is no place for a human to stay. The monsters are strong, and it's so damn hot. I'm sweating profusely from the heat." Indeed, everyone who was teleported into the arena had disheveled hair, and their clothes were almost completely soaked with sweat. He looked utterly disheveled. Jiang'an was the only one that looked clean and tidy, as if it had never been moved at all. "Huh? Why aren't you sweating at all, Lao Jiang?" Qian Duo asked, puzzled. Su Chan and the others also turned their gazes toward Jiang'an. Standing among this group of disheveled people, some of whom even had a faint smell of sweat, Jiang'an looked completely out of place. They were not part of the same style at all. Give me a heads up, bro. How many monsters have you killed? And how many points have you gotten? Qian Duoduo suddenly lowered her voice and whispered in a volume that only a few people could hear. Wei Yu appeared nonchalant on the surface, but in reality, his ears were already perked up. Jiang glanced at the panel and said with some regret, "Only 183 points. There are too few monsters to come. They can't be found anywhere near me. They've all been killed by others." Cough, cough. Wei Yu, who was eavesdropping, almost choked on her own saliva. Her eyes widened. How many? 183. Even though they were exhausted, they only managed to score exactly 10 points. Jiang scored 183 points by himself. Those are 183 ordinary-level monsters. Moreover, the monsters in this dungeon are much more difficult than those in the assessment trial. Even if the attributes are of the same level, they should be at least one-third higher. It's almost as difficult as the nightmare difficulty in a normal dungeon. Unlike Wei Yu's reaction, Qian Duoduo and Su Chan both nodded. Oh, that's about what we estimated. Wei Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You initially estimated that Jiang could kill over 100 monsters? You're all crazy. No, these people are definitely not giving up. They want to use this terrible record to undermine my confidence. Impossible. Wei Yu, will absolutely not be discouraged. Just then, a notification popped up on everyone's screen from the teachers. The Coliseum is about to open. Current scores are as follows. Number 1, Jiang and his team, 183. NO2, by Xiao Xiao and her team, 39. NO3. Wei Yu stood there dumbfounded, feeling as if her world had collapsed. So it wasn't a lie after all. They really killed so many. Su Changxing shook his head at the dazed Wei Yu, then stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a look of sympathy, "It's really discouraging, isn't it? But you'll get used to it after a few more times." Look, I'm used to it very well now. Apart from Wei Yu, everyone else, whether freshmen or seniors, was also shocked when they saw Jiang and score ranking. Bai Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in anger. So it was all stolen by this kid. Chapter 112, Clearing the Field. All these points are mine. Looking at Jiang and's terrible score, the senior students present all exchanged glances, and a certain unspoken understanding had been quietly reached. Just then, a series of roars came from the animal pen not far away. The monster's silhouette could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Someone tried to throw skills at it, but they were all blocked by the animal pen, and the attack was deemed ineffective. However, the identification technique can still be used normally. Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 620. Spirit, 250. Swiftness, 600. Physical Fitness, 500. Combat Skills, Flame Tail, Silver Rank. Rampage, Silver Rank. Explosive Tail Sting, Silver Rank. Scorpion Swarm Summoning, Silver Rank. This, Qian Duoduo gasped. How are we supposed to fight this? These attributes are just too outrageous. Even Wei Yu, who had previously looked down on these monsters, frowned. The attributes of these monsters seem to be somewhat beyond the scope of the game. Although the difficulty level cannot be selected in this one-time dungeon, the actual difficulty is already very close to nightmare level. In addition, monsters will receive additional attribute increases once they reach level 20. This resulted in these new students being noticeably powerless when facing level 20 elite monsters. This is like asking them to use slingshots to shoot down airplanes. It's simply impossible. The main force in this dungeon is still those senior students who have also reached level 20. Jiang silently watched the elite level Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion. Once the animal pen opens, launch an attack immediately. Finally, the heavy animal pen rumbled loudly. The giant Crimson Scorpion inside was excitedly wagging its tail, seemingly thrilled with the prey it was about to kill. As soon as the animal pen was opened, the Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion rushed out. Flame Shadow immediately prepared to launch an attack. However, he suddenly noticed tree roots appearing under his feet. Bind his limbs and keep him in place. Not only Yin Ying, but also Jiang and other summoned beasts are the same. At the same time, another special divine skill of Bai Xiao Xiao, the Holy Light Priest, flew in from the other side. Silence. The attack landed precisely on the summoned beast team, led by Jiang. While applying buffs to her teammates, Bai Xiao Xiao winked at Jiang. Sorry, Junior. It's because you stood out too much. We had no other choice but to resort to this tactic. Qian Duoduo immediately became displeased. How can you do this? Shouldn't it be fair competition? As he spoke, Qian Duoduo prepared to break the vines that were trapping Jiang. However, before he could even make a move, he and Su Chan were also covered in vines and silence. Don't be so impulsive. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. We didn't have any bad intentions. We just wanted to even out the score. Please wait quietly for a moment. We also face a lot of performance evaluation pressure. How about we get these points? Here's a word of advice. This Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion is incredibly dangerous. What if it accidentally hurts you? Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at everyone, and, seeing that no one dared to make a move again, prepared to continue dealing with the Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion. These senior students from the class of 2020 indeed cooperated very well with each other. The giant Crimson Scorpion couldn't even get close. They were repeatedly mocked by the tank classes and several teams, making it impossible to kill these tanks. The assessment for the senior students this time was actually quite simple. All 10 teams of senior students had to be in the top 10. Teams that do not make it into the top 10 will face elimination. It seems simple, but it actually takes into account the existence of a freak like Jiang and among the freshmen. Therefore, Bai Xiaoxiao understood very well that these senior students did not need to fight to the death. Simply assign the final blow in sequence. Just as she was deciding who would kill the first Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion. Suddenly, Jiang En's voice came from behind. Sorry, these scores are all mine. Bai Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at Jiang En. Jiang En was still restrained by the vines, and her panel clearly showed that the silent skill was also in effect. Movement is restricted, and the user is silenced and unable to use skills. Under these circumstances, is Jiang En still confident that he can kill this elite monster? Fatty, trust me, you guys should exit the dungeon now. Run quickly, Jiang En said with a slight smile. Run. Bai Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback, not understanding why the fat man and the others should run, when the situation was clearly in their favor. Jiang En can't even use a single skill. What threat does he pose? However, she noticed Qian Duo and the others on the other side after hearing Jiang En's reminder. Without hesitation, I immediately chose to exit the instance. His figure slowly dissipated in the arena. And it wasn't just Qian Duo. There were also quite a few other people who had encountered Jiang En in the desert. They all chose to exit the instance as Jiang En had instructed. Just then, the scene before Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly blurred. She then noticed that Jiang En and Yin Ying's positions had changed. Bai Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? When was your silent skill broken? Is that Su Chan? No, Su Chan has already left the instance. That means Jiang En himself possesses a skill that can remove negative status effects. But my silent skill is at the gold level. It doesn't make sense that it could be lifted so easily. Without time to think too much, Bai Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to use the silent skill again. However, in that instant, she suddenly found several Jiang Ans and Yin Yings in front of her. It was Jiang En who used the shadow technique to create a phantom clone of Yin Ying. Jiang En and Yin Ying's numbers continued to increase, and Bai Xiaoxiao put down her weapon somewhat helplessly. She found that she had no way of distinguishing between the real Jiang En and the real Yin Ying. Flame Shadow took a step forward. All the clones did the same thing. Platinum level skill. Flame Storm. Blooming. Jiang En and his clone also took a step forward. Shadow technique dual transformation. Copy. Blazing Storm. The flame storms released by the countless clones overlapped with the flame storm of the main body. The surrounding space was instantly filled with raging flames. These black flames carried an eerie aura. Just one glance at it can make you feel suffocated. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others stared in shock, momentarily stunned. How terrifying. Is this a skill that a summoner who is not even level 20 can unleash? For a moment, they were all stunned and stood there, forgetting even about the emergency exit from the dungeon. Seeing this, Jiang En shook his head and controlled the speed at which the evil flames spread. The purple tail behind Flame Shadow swayed slightly. Jiang En and his clone also replicated the Phantom Bewitching skill. These senior students, although their attributes were enhanced after reaching level 20, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for them to think that their mental strength could rival that of Flame Shadow. Unaware of their surroundings, they chose to exit the instance while in the illusion. In the blink of an eye, those veteran students disappeared from the instance. All that remained in the entire dungeon was that weak, pitiful, and helpless Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion. Chapter 113 of this year's freshmen are just too bad. Outside the instance, the projected display was delayed after the students entered the elite level, still showing the scene of Jiang and being controlled by the vines. The teachers suddenly noticed the fluctuations in the dungeon vortex and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that some new students have decided to give up after reaching the elite level. These young people need to be tempered, otherwise they are all the pride of their respective regions and very difficult to manage. TSK. Jiang En has really stumbled this time. Bai Xiaoxiao probably won't let him interfere in elite level or boss level battles. Her silence skill is gold level, and she's very troublesome. As the vortex fluctuations subsided, she and Duo and the others then appeared in front of the group of teachers. Yes, that's right. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is not necessarily a bad thing. After a few words of comfort, the dungeon vortex started fluctuating again. Another group of new students was teleported out. Just as the teachers were about to say something, they noticed that the vortex in the instance seemed to be constantly moving. It fluctuates constantly. The teachers exchanged glances, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Logically speaking, although level 20 elite monsters are very difficult to deal with. But after all, the main force is still the senior students. Even if these freshmen don't intend to try to take on the challenge, most of them will choose to watch the battle to enrich their practical experience. But now, they've all been teleported out one by one. Does this year's freshmen really not value practical experience? This year's freshmen are just too terrible. If that's the case, they really need to reconsider their teaching methods for this year's cohort. Just as they were pondering this, the instructor in charge of controlling the Golden Eagle suddenly frowned and muttered, "Something's not right." The Golden Eagle seems very tense. There might be a problem in the instance. The group looked up at the projection. Due to the delay, the scene shows by Xiao Xiao and a group of senior students attacking the Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion. They are experienced and skilled. The Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion was unable to mount an effective counterattack. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any more unexpected events in this situation. Oh no, the Golden Eagles have been dispatched to the rescue. The teachers were on tenterhooks. What exactly happened inside the instance that even the Golden Eagle was mobilized for a rescue? Could the Crimson Flame Giant Scorpion have mutated? Even if they mutate, these experienced level 20 veterans might still be able to handle them. Wait, the Golden Eagle's mood seems to have returned to normal. The instructor in charge of controlling the Golden Eagle breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right now. The other teachers also relaxed, saying, "It's good that everything is all right. It's good that everything is all right." I knew it. They're just elite monsters of the same level. There are so many of them. Even if they're mutated, they shouldn't be unable to handle them. Haha, we should have more confidence in students. Good. I wonder if they can catch up in this stage. Just as the teachers were discussing this, the dungeon vortex began to fluctuate again. Are there still new students who haven't come out yet? Someone counted the number of people and said, "Wait a minute. All the freshmen except Jiang have already come out. Could it be Jiang who chose to leave the instance this time? Since we can't move and are silenced, it's reasonable to leave the instance." However, this performance is probably somewhat disappointing. After all, back then, even by GE students were targeted by senior students, but she still did not choose to give up and tried her best to gain points. Compared to others, it feels somewhat inferior. They subconsciously assumed that Jiang should be the one exiting the instance at that moment. They've even started comparing Jiang with his former students. The fluctuations of the dungeon vortex grew stronger. The first figure finally appeared. It was Bai Xiao Xiao, who looked completely bewildered. Even after Bai Xiao Xiao was teleported out, the fluctuations in the dungeon vortex did not end. One after another, figures were continuously teleported out. Each one of them is a senior student who has reached level 20. Their expressions were similar to Bai Xiao Xiao's. Completely bewildered. The teacher's expressions changed drastically. After counting the number of people, someone swallowed hard and said, "It seems all the level 20 veterans have left the instance." Everyone's left? What happens to this instance? Not everyone, Jiang is still inside. Oh. They looked up at the projection, which showed Jiang using the teleportation technique to forcibly break free of control. Is this the summoner's teleportation skill? But wasn't he silenced? How can he still unleash his skill? At this moment, not only the teachers, but also the bewildered senior students looked at the projector, wanting to know exactly where they had lost. One teacher, clearly experienced in research, stroked his beard and said, "There is one possibility. That means Jiang's teleportation skill is of a very high grade. When the skill level is high enough, there are usually some extra effects, and removing negative effects may be one of them. However, this is just speculation. A summoner friend of mine has platinum level teleportation, but it doesn't have such an outrageous effect." After silently noting this down, the teachers continued to watch the changes in the video. When they saw countless Jiang appear on the screen, they were completely dumbfounded. Is this a skill a summoner should possess? Although the teleportation was quite outrageous, at least similar skills have been seen on other summoners. But this clone skill has never appeared in the summoner's spells. This is clearly a skill that only assassins or mental monsters possess. When the fiery storm, which seemed to multiply into multiple forms, appeared, All the teachers could no longer sit still. This is Flamestorm? A summoner has mastered Flamestorm? And the clone can also cast spells? Wait a minute. Why are the flames of this firestorm still black? If this skill were to fall on by Xiao Xiao and the others, it would probably kill them instantly, right? As can be clearly seen in the footage, the endless storm of flames slowed down considerably when it reached the location of the old man. It is obvious that Jiang is deliberately controlling the release of water. This gave the senior students enough time to escape. However, the older students in the video seemed to be terrified and did not choose to leave at all. But the next moment, the purple tail of the flame shadow clone swayed slightly in the picture, and the illusory shadow of flames that appeared behind Jiang and also wagged its tail. All the level 20 veterans stared blankly for a moment, and then disappeared from the dungeon. In the following scene, only the piercing, terrifying sound of the crimson flame giant scorpion remained. All the senior students, led by Xiao Xiao, lowered their heads in shame. Chapter 114 Boss Map. Terrifying terrain. This Jiang and skill seem a bit strange. Isn't Flamestorm a mage skill? Take a close look at the fox phantom behind him. It's definitely not an ordinary skill. Several teachers were still having a heated discussion about Jiang and skills when someone finally noticed the group of dejected senior students. This group of people became the bottom of the pack because of their slow leveling speed. This assessment is also to verify their abilities. If you don't make it into the top 10, you'll be eliminated. But now that Jiang has interfered, it's no longer about strength, but about luck. The luckier you are, the more monsters you encounter, and the more points you get. If someone is unlucky and happens to be near Jiang, then they're just doomed. Ahem, Tang Guodong coughed twice and said to Bai Xiao Xiao and the others, "We will save the projection. We will analyze your situation separately. Don't be too nervous. The academy is also flexible." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao and the others raised their heads, their expressions improving slightly. Now let's see what surprises this new student has in store for us. On the other side, Bai Gu and Wei Qing were still discussing the upcoming battle. Upon receiving Tang Guodong's message, Wei Qing's lips curled into a smile, and he extended his hand in front of Bai Gu. "Give it to me. What did you bring?" White Dove was a little confused. "White jade and golden essence." "Are you crazy? It's only been a short time," White Dove said, somewhat astonished. "Even if they're incredibly fast, they couldn't possibly finish this early. At least we'll wait until tonight." "That's why your students have to wait so long," Wei Qing said, placing his phone in front of Bai Gu. "Sorry, but my apprentice is just that awesome. He's currently in first place, and all the other students have already logged out of the game." "Well, just hand it over obediently." Bai Ji's face darkened. "Let me see." Only after seeing the contents of the phone did Bai Gu grit her teeth and pull out the white jade essence. What are these senior students doing? We couldn't even stop a freshman. If it were an upperclassman from my student's year, the outcome would definitely be different. "Stop making excuses," Wei Qing said, almost dragging the white jade essence from his hand. This white jade gold essence looks only the size of a fist and is round and smooth, like jade, yet it weighs 1,000 pounds. Wei Qing murmured to himself, pleased with himself, as he put the item into his backpack. His target was to be in the top 5, and now that he's actually gotten first place, we'll have to blew some more money out of him. "Thank you so much, that was just in time." White Dove's face turned ashen, and her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. You could still faintly hear him muttering to himself, "I shouldn't have gambled. Now look what's happened. The things that were supposed to be given to you are gone. We need to find a way to get another one." Wei Qing was taken aback, then his smile deepened. He glanced at the still fading burn marks on his arm. You tried to scheme against me, didn't you? My student is really amazing." Awoo. The elite-level wilderness wolf, who had just left the pen less than a second ago, let out a howl before seeing Flame Shadow rushing towards him. The tail, burning with evil flames, was pulled out. Snap! This elite-level monster was instantly killed. At the same time, a golden light emanated from both Jiang Anying and Chanxiu. Jiang and Yin reached level 19, while Chanxiu reached level 17. Awesome! The elite monsters in this dungeon give so much experience. There are more than half as many of them as there are ordinary level monsters. Moreover, the drops are relatively plentiful. In just 2 hours, 3 pieces of silver-grade equipment have already been obtained. Fortunately, those older students didn't try to take it from me. Don't be fooled by the fact that 3 pieces of silver-grade equipment in 2 hours may seem like a small number. In reality, it's an incredibly impressive figure. After all, under normal circumstances, some people might not even get a single silver-level item even after running dungeons for a week straight. Not to mention 3 items in 2 hours. Jiang looked at the animal pen with anticipation, wondering what kind of monster would appear next. To Jiang's disappointment, the animal pen slowly closed. He glanced at the scoreboard and found that his score had reached 903 points. Aside from the 183 points gained from killing normal-level monsters, 720 points were earned by killing elite-level monsters. Each elite-level monster is worth 3 points. In other words, he has already killed 240 elite-level monsters. No wonder the leveling speed is so fast. As the stables gradually closed, a teleportation vortex appeared in the very center of the arena. Elite-level monsters have been cleared. Please use the vortex to enter the boss's location. After reaching out and touching the vortex, the scenery in front of Jiang instantly distorted. The terrifying heat seemed to be melting Jiang's entire body. He opened his eyes, and the air around him was completely distorted. Is this underground? Above them were thick rocks, and in front of them stretched a vast expanse of molten lava. The golden lava churned and rolled, like some kind of work of art. But Jiang picked up a stone and threw it in. Not even a ripple occurred. The stone simply melted away. Holy crap, could the boss be inside this lava? After looking around, Jiang didn't see any creature. This speculation naturally arose. Flame Shadow stepped forward, its nose twitching slightly as it tried to catch a scent. Unfortunately, under this terrifying heat, all smells seemed to be blocked out. Master, Flame Shadow doesn't like it here. It's so hot, and there's this huge thing here. I don't know where it is, but it's definitely there. Even a glutton likes it here. Not only Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball, but even the elemental spirits were releasing uneasy emotions. The water elemental spirits, in particular, seemed to have shrunk in size. Jiang frowned, pondering what to do next. There's no doubt that monsters exist here, since it's been said that this is the boss's territory. If it doesn't exist outside the lava, then the only possibility for it to exist is inside the lava. Normally, if other creatures enter the area where the boss is located, it will definitely trigger the boss's attack. However, nothing has happened yet. Was it because the lava blocked out the noise? With that in mind, Jiang decided to have the water spirit release water ripples. The three-headed water sprite raised its hand and threw its skill at the bubbling lava in front of it. Sprays of water burst forth from it. A hissing sound immediately followed. The lava near the water ripple skill cooled and turned into rock. However, it only lasted for a moment. It melted again the next moment. This is clearly a drop in the ocean. Jiang frowned, unwilling to give up, and had the thunder spirit unleash a series of lightning storms and chains of lightning on the lava. A flash of white light appeared, and the thunder sprite's skill could actually merge into the lava. The next moment, a deafening roar came from the lava. Chapter 1:15 A brutal hand-to-hand combat. The projection outside the copy. After Jiang entered the location of the boss, the lag became noticeably more severe. The scene displayed on their screen showed Jiang clearly unsure of what to do in the face of lava. Wait a minute. Someone turned to Su Piapiao. Teacher Su, didn't you tell the freshman how to lure out the boss? Su Piapiao looked embarrassed and nodded blankly. He didn't say. But we didn't need to say it before. In the past, those who reached this stage were all senior students, so they naturally knew what to do. As Su Piapiao spoke, her gaze swept over the group of senior students led by Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others lowered their heads even further in shame. Tang Guodong also frowned. That's a bit troublesome. If he acts rashly and angers that big guy in the magma, things could get complicated. Troublesome? If that lava behemoth really awakens, Jiang's life might be in danger. Even a golden eagle might not be able to save them. Yes, what should we do? Can golden eagles transmit messages inside? The teacher in charge of the golden eagle shook his head. No, the golden eagle can only save people. Even the projection was only possible because of my special skills. Now we can only hope that Jiang can find the real boss's location. And we won't provoke the big guys in the lava, will we? I hope so. Inside the instance. With that huge roar, violent fluctuations came from the magma in front of them. Numerous bubbles emerged from the magma. It's like something is awakening inside the magma. The next moment, a gigantic monster, over 10 meters tall, emerged from the lava and landed on the ground. The molten lava on his body was rapidly cooling and solidifying. Exposed skin is as hard as obsidian. Compared to its enormous size, its tiny head looks rather comical. The small, grape-like eyes on that little head faintly revealed the anger of being disturbed and awakened. The identification technique was introduced. Lava Behemoth, boss level. Level, 28. Strength, 1,100. Mental state, 80. Swiftness, 200. Constitution, 1500. Talent skill, Lava Heart. Combat skills, Rampage, Gold rank. Rock Shock, Gold rank. Hard Armor, Gold rank. Lava Explosion, Gold rank. Looking at the other party's stats, which were comparable to Flame Shadows, Jiang frowned. This guy is only level 28, but his stats are terrifying with the special bonuses from the dungeon. Their strength is about the same as that of a glutton. And the key point is this talent skill, Lava Heart. If Jiang remembers correctly, this talent is a nightmare for all fire-related professions. It has a damage reduction of up to 80% against fire-type damage. It only appears on certain rare and special creatures. Of course, this talent also has its drawbacks. Water attribute skills will receive an additional 50% damage bonus. However, the problem is that, apart from the water elemental sprite, Jiangyan has no other summoned beasts with water attribute skills. A sense of shock rose within Jiangyan. Would the Mountain and Sea Academy dare to use such a terrifying monster to assess its senior students? Keep in mind that these senior students are only at level 20. Even if all the senior students enter the boss map, can they really deal with this terrifying level 28 monster? It truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious academic institution. Even routine assessments are fraught with danger. Little did they know that the outside world was already in a panic when they saw him throwing water attribute skills at the lava. The lava behemoth blinked and quickly locked onto the 3 water elemental spirits and the lightning elemental spirit that had disturbed its slumber. Sensing the water elemental spirit's aura of water, the lava behemoth instantly became even more enraged. He reached into the molten lava and grabbed a handful. The molten lava, which was clearly liquid, was continuously compressed in his hands and finally solidified into a molten lava sphere. He hurled it forcefully toward the location of the water and lightning elemental spirits. With a power boost of over 1,000 points, the magma sphere appeared next to the water and lightning elemental spirits almost instantly. There was no time to dodge. A violent explosion followed. The molten lava sphere exploded instantly. The 3 water elemental spirits and the lightning elemental spirit, which were just at full health, were instantly killed. With the strength of this elemental spirit, challenging this lava behemoth was undoubtedly too much of a stretch. Jiang frowned slightly, and Yin Ying and Chan Xiu rushed out at that moment. Flames filled the sky. Black flames instantly enveloped the entire underground cavern with the flame storm skill. Jiang vaguely saw a notification flash across the panel. However, he didn't check it. Instead, he stared intently at the lava behemoth's health bar. Despite the raging firestorm, the lava behemoth's health only decreased by 10%. This lava behemoth's fire resistance is definitely not low. However, it's still there. The passive effect of Demon Flame can still take effect. At this moment, the lava behemoth is being continuously scorched. The lava behemoth was enjoying this unusual fiery massage. Unexpectedly, after the massage, I felt itchy all over. Roar! The lava behemoth roared without even opening its mouth. He pulled his arm out and lashed out at Yining. Seeing the situation was not good, Yining retreated and dodged immediately, while the glutton behind her took the hit squarely. Fortunately, the gluttonous ball had already activated its Iron Bones ability, so its health bar only dropped slightly. The greedy ball got angry and immediately activated its innate skill, extremely flexible. Its size has changed to be almost indistinguishable from that of a lava behemoth. It waved its bare paw, which crackled with lightning. A metallic gleam suddenly flashed across the lava behemoth's body. It was gold-grade hard armor, before charging towards the gluttonous ball. Bang! The 2 sides clashed head-on. Greedy Ball's palm struck the lava behemoth's little head. The attack momentarily stunned the lava behemoth, even interrupting its golden-level rampage. Both players' health bars dropped simultaneously. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that Chancho clearly dominated the points in this match. The rate at which blood volume decreases is significantly slower. After all, the 2 sides have similar strength attributes. However, the skills that Greedy Ball possesses are platinum level, while Lava Behemoth only possesses gold level skills. The power of their skills is on a completely different level. The Lava Behemoth shook its head, but instead of giving up, it immediately continued its charge towards the gluttonous ball. The 2 became entangled in this way. Every punch lands squarely. The sounds of banging echoed continuously. And along with the attack of the gluttonous ball, an ancient beast roar can occasionally be heard. A phantom black and white panda appeared out of thin air and launched an attack on the lava behemoth as well. It was the effect of the bamboo shadow belt, a gold-grade equipment that Jiangyan obtained from the bamboo forest secret realm. Special effect 3. When worn, there is a 1% chance to trigger a phantom attack when attacking. When worn by summoner-type classes, their summoned creatures will also be affected. Chapter 116 Hiss. There are 2 bosses in this dungeon. Flame Shadow's strength was greatly limited, and Greedy Ball became the main force in this battle. She could only look for opportunities to strike the lava behemoth, constantly stacking the negative effects of the demonic flames burning. Soon, the lava behemoth's health dropped to about 30%. Greedy Ball's health points are still close to half. The lava behemoth's grape-like eyes suddenly widened, and the obsidian on its body quietly shattered. It revealed the red magma inside its body. Its entire body was made of magma. Countless fragments of skin flew out. Shoot it at the Craving Ball. Greedy Ball never expected this guy to have such a trick up his sleeve, and he didn't have time to dodge at all. Puffed. All the skin fragments were injected into the gluttonous ball. Even with the enhanced defensive capabilities of the Steel Bones buff activated, Greedy Ball's health plummeted to 20%. The situation seemed to have been reversed in an instant. The lava behemoth shook its head gleefully, preparing to launch another attack. However, at that moment, Jiangyan brushed his hand across his waist. A ball of pure white light landed on the gluttonous ball. The injuries on Chanchio's body began to heal rapidly at this moment. Health points began to gradually increase. The lava behemoth was dumbfounded. You cheated. It angrily turned its head and tried to attack Jiangyan. The Greedy Ball let out a roar, tightly binding it in place. Seeing this, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. The high-speed healing from the Bamboo Shadow Belt's gold-level technology is truly extraordinary. High-speed healing, LV3 gold tier skill, can be actively cast, consumes spirit to heal the target unit, rapidly restoring their injuries and health dot. I hadn't had a proper opportunity to try it before, but now it has finally shown its power. The two were now entangled together. They are constantly attacking and being attacked. Despite this, Greedy Ball's health points continued to climb at an extremely slow pace. This state lasted for 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the white light on the gluttonous ball slowly dissipated. The lava behemoth's health finally reached 0, and after letting out a mournful howl of resentment, it died completely. Several notifications immediately popped up on the panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 lava behemoth, boss level. You have received an additional 19,800 experience points. Obtained item, Lava Charm 1. Obtained 1 lava heart. Obtained 3 lava behemoth skin fragments. The goods have finally been shipped. Although it wasn't the equipment Jiangyan had imagined, some rare items did appear. Jiangyan excitedly took the prop out of his backpack. Lava Amulet. Special props. Special effect 1. When equipped, it increases resistance to fire attribute skills, reducing their damage by 5%. This effect is not stackable. If duplicate items are available, the highest value will apply. Special effect 2. When worn, grants extreme adaptability to lava environments. Jiangyan's gaze was somewhat intense. An item that increases fire resistance, even if it's only 5%, could fetch at least 1 million if you wanted to sell it. As for this extreme adaptability, after some hesitation, Jiangyan chose to wear it, and then slowly reached out his hand towards the lava. The temperature above the lava was originally extremely high, but Jiangyan seemed not to feel it at this moment. There was even a feeling in my heart. It seemed that I could touch the magma. He slowly pressed his hand down, until a grain of lava landed right on the back of his hand. Jiangyan felt no discomfort whatsoever. There was absolutely no discomfort on the skin of my hands. Jiangyan was overjoyed, and then tried putting his entire palm inside. Really, there was absolutely no burning sensation. It's like putting it in water. A glint flashed in Jiangyan's eyes, and he immediately understood that the greatest function of this talisman was not to reduce fire damage. It is this extreme adaptability. In other words, as long as you wear this amulet, you can enter certain extreme areas of the dungeon. It's important to know that many high-level dungeons have exceptionally harsh environments. For example, the level 60 Black Dragon Cave dungeon is located near a volcano. The high-temperature preparations alone before entering the instance require a considerable amount of money. Even so, there are still many areas that cannot be visited due to excessively high temperatures. But as long as I have this amulet, I can move freely without any obstacles. Jiangyan then looked at the experience bar. It has reached level 19, 33%. This lava behemoth gave me nearly 10% of the experience. But Jiangyan felt something was strange. Besides the experience given to him by the lava behemoth, it seemed that his experience bar had increased significantly. Remembering the notification that had flashed on the panel earlier, Jiangyan kept scrolling up the panel page. Sure enough, I saw a different notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 20 Crimson Flame Bat, boss level. You have received an additional 9,800 experience points. Obtained Crimson Blade 1. Obtained material, Crimson Bat Heart 1, etc. Jiangyan was somewhat bewildered. There are actually 2 bosses in this dungeon? Thinking back to the time indicated, it was precisely the moment when Flame Shadow unleashed the Flame Storm. In other words, this boss was probably hiding somewhere and got accidentally hit by Flame Shadow's skill, so it died? Jiangyan shook his head. This was probably a boss who had died unjustly. But I didn't expect to get a piece of equipment. A flash of light appeared in Jiangyan's hand, and a dagger appeared before him. The dagger has a luster like red jade and is about 20 centimeters long. The blade has grooves resembling bat teeth. What's most eye-catching is the golden luster that shimmers on the blade. A gold-level weapon? Jiangyan couldn't wait to check the weapon's attributes. Crimson Blade. Type, Weapon. Restricted Class, Assassin. Equipment Level Requirement, 20. Quality, Gold. Agility plus 50. Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Special Effect 1. When used, attacks will trigger a lifesteal effect, restoring 3% of the damage dealt as health with each attack. Special Effect 2. When used, attacks will cause a tearing effect, triggering bleeding damage, dealing 0.1% of the enemy's maximum health per second. This effect cannot be stacked. Special Effect 3. When used, skill attacks deal an additional 3% damage upon hitting the target. Additional skill, Bat Concealment. Bat Concealment, LV5 Silver Tier skill, can be activated actively. After activation, the user is in a hidden state, unable to move, and cannot be detected by any skills. All 3 special effects can be triggered directly upon attacking. Furthermore, it provides an additional boost to damage. As for the Bat Concealment skill, although it feels somewhat useless because it prevents movement, its terrifying stealth feature can bring out the terrifying aspects of the assassin class to the extreme. Hiss. An assassin's weapon. This is definitely an assassin's weapon. Chapter 117, Is There a Possibility? Outside the instance. The teachers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The projection in front of me has been turned off. Even golden eagles appeared outside the instance. Furthermore, faint traces of demonic flames could still be seen on the golden eagle's feathers. What should we do? Their hearts were already in their throats when they saw Jiang and provoke the lava behemoth beneath the magma. However, unexpectedly, Flame Shadow's flame storm severely injured the golden eagle, which was also hidden in the boss map. If I hadn't retreated quickly enough, I probably would have been killed like that bat. Although they survived by sheer luck, the projection naturally broke apart. Perhaps we don't need to be too pessimistic. Since that crimson flame bat is dead, there should be a way out of the dungeon. I believe Jiangyan has such strength, and he didn't get it by brute force. He must know how to avoid danger. An experienced teacher shook his head. If the lava behemoth doesn't awaken, the dungeon will end once the crimson bats die. But since the lava behemoth has awakened, it means that the boss in the dungeon is still there. Unless it is killed, you cannot clear the dungeon and leave. We also cannot forcibly interrupt the copy. The only hope now is that Jiangyan will back down and choose to withdraw voluntarily. After all, the lava behemoth is still too much of a challenge for him, and his strongest summon, Flame Shadow, is a fire attribute beast that is perfectly countered by it. If Jiangyan doesn't react in time, I'm afraid. Standing next to Su Changsheng murmured, "It can't be that bad, can it? Didn't he kill the dark sandworm before?" Su Chan shook her head, her brows furrowed. Elite level and boss level are different, and the monsters in this dungeon have additional attribute bonuses. Its strength may be even greater than that of the dark sandworm. More importantly, the lava heart talent is just too disgusting. Qian Duo clenched her fists. Nothing can happen. Old Jiang is harder than a rock in a latrine. He'll definitely be able to kill the lava behemoth and get away. Su Chan glanced at Qian Duo. Although she wanted to believe it too, it was, after all, a level 28 boss-level creature with additional attribute bonuses from the dungeon. She could only silently pray that Jiangyan would leave safely. As for Tang Guodong, just thinking about the possibility of Jiang and getting into trouble made him break out in a cold sweat. This is the first time in all these years that Lord Wei Qing has shown such care for a student. If Jiangyan were to actually get into trouble in the instance, he would have no idea how to face Lord Wei Qing. Just then, the vortex in the instance finally showed a ripple. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Jiangyan has finally chosen to give up. It's all right. As long as nothing bad happened, it's fine. Actually, he did a very good job. He killed most of the ordinary level monsters, and even killed all the elite level monsters. Even the Crimson Flame Bats have perished. Theoretically speaking, he is actually the best student in history. Even Lord White Dove students are far inferior. As long as I can get out, that's fine. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Jiang-un, Yin-ing, and Chan Xiu emerged simultaneously from the dungeon vortex. Tang Guodong immediately surrounded them and carefully examined them. How are you? Are you all right? Tang Guodong breathed a sigh of relief after Jiang and nodded to confirm that he was not injured. He comforted her, saying, "No matter what, it's good that you came out safely." The level of this monster was really outrageous. Normally, killing the Crimson Flame Bats would be enough to clear the game. Choosing to give up is not shameful. On the contrary, it takes courage. Jiang looked completely bewildered. Looking around, he noticed that most people were giving him a comforting look. He slowly began, "Is there any possibility I cleared the game and left after killing the lava behemoth?" Huh? That's impossible. Tang Guodong instinctively wanted to deny it. Before he could finish speaking, the other teachers suddenly gasped in surprise. The dungeon vortex is closed. This dungeon has truly been cleared. All eyes were drawn to the vortex in the instance. The swirling, constantly fluctuating traces of the dungeon vortex suddenly began to slowly change direction, eventually slowing down, until it completely dissipates. Everyone was stunned. Logically, since the lava behemoth has been awakened, the dungeon should not end until it dies. But now the instance has ended on its own, which can only prove one thing. What Jiang said is true. He actually killed the lava behemoth and successfully cleared the dungeon. Tang Guodong swallowed hard, asking incredulously, "Ew, you really cleared the dungeon?" A flash of light appeared in Jiang's hand, and a stone heart appeared in his palm. It is the heart of lava. When Tang Guodong saw the heart, all his doubts were completely dispelled. This heart could only be obtained by killing the lava behemoth. Everything has proven that Jiang, at level 17, no, level 19, successfully killed the level 28 boss creature. If this news were to get out, it would probably shock countless people. Even Wei Qing had never killed a monster at such a high level. The other teachers also looked shocked. Only Qianduo's nose was practically pointing to the sky. He snorted coldly. "I knew it. Old Jiang is very strong. Otherwise, why would I have recognized him as my subordinate?" Suchan shook her head helplessly. Sometimes she had to admire the shamelessness of this clown. Wei Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward and came to stand in front of Jiang. The disdain she had shown towards Jiang at the beginning was completely gone from her eyes. His expression also became serious. "You are indeed very strong. Now I know why Lord Wei Qing treats you differently." She bowed to Jiang as she spoke, saying, "I apologize for my previous recklessness. But I won't give up. I will keep trying to challenge you until Lord Wei Qing approves of me." Her expression was serious. She was clearly not joking. Jiang thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'm ready to accept your challenge anytime." Wei Yu then smiled and turned to leave. The older students standing nearby also stepped forward to offer their congratulations to Jiang. Bai Xiaoxiao stood to the side, looking somewhat embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, he stepped forward and sincerely said to Jiang, "I'm sorry for using such despicable means. We only resorted to this tactic because we didn't want to leave the Shanghai Academy." Jiang smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention. Meanwhile, Tang Guodong seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Jiang, "Oh, right. Are you planning to sell this lava heart or keep it for yourself?" "They'll probably sell it, right? What? Does Teacher Tang have any recommendations?" Chapter 118, A Good Deal. Heart of Lava. Originating from the heart of a lava behemoth, it contains a small amount of pure fire elemental energy. Jiang examined the attributes of the lava heart, but couldn't discern anything significant, so he decided to hand it over to the people at the China Exchange for processing. Tang Guodong pondered for a moment. "I do know that some people are looking for materials that contain the power of various elements. However, you can ask Lord Wei Qing for the specifics later. Let's go. Lord Wei Qing already knows about your results. By the time we get back, he should have almost finished the battle." The sky was gradually darkening. Everyone followed the teacher's lead, preparing to return home. Only Jiang, led by Tang Guodong, returned to the Shanhaiguan Battle Command Center. "Take the elevator to the 22nd floor." The door was wide open, and Wei Qing was still wearing his combat gear inside. You can still vaguely see that it is stained with a lot of blood. Besides Wei Qing, there was another man Jiang had never seen before. He could only tell from the medals on his chest that he was also a commander. Wei Qing was delighted to see Jiang and quickly pulled him over to introduce them. "This is Bai Gu, the commander of Shanhaiguan. He is my student, Jiang, who also scored 923 points in the test just now, ranking first. Ahem, if I remember correctly, His score was more than double that of someone else's student. Bai Gu glared fiercely at Wei Qing, then gave Jiang in a friendly smile. "Greetings, Lord White Dove," Jiang greeted. "Young man, not bad at all. Better than my students were back then." "That's right. I'm better than you. So of course my student is better than your student," Wei Qing said without any politeness. "My apprentice even killed the boss of the super dungeon in this instance, a level 28 lava behemoth. Don't even mention your apprentice. Even you back then might not have been able to do it." As Wei Qing was speaking, fearing that Jiang would become too proud, he quickly added a sentence. "I still have about 1/10 of my former glory." Veins throbbed on Bai Ji's forehead. Ever since Jiang's performance, Wei Qing had been looking like this, asking for a beating. If Jiang weren't here, he would really like to fight Wei Qing. "Wait a minute." White Dove suddenly paused. "You just said that he killed the lava behemoth." "Yes." White Dove's expression suddenly became agitated, and he asked eagerly, "Did you get a lava amulet?" "And the heart of lava." Jiang was slightly taken aback and subconsciously turned his gaze to Wei Qing. Wei Qing nodded, indicating that it was safe to speak, and Jiang obediently nodded in response. "It's been leaked." White Dove's eyes lit up immediately. "What is it? Is it a lava amulet? Or perhaps the heart of lava?" His eyes held a strong sense of anticipation. He couldn't wait to know the result. Both of them have been exposed. "What?" Bai Gu jumped up from her seat and came to Jiang. "May I take a look?" Jiang opened his hands, and 2 white lights flashed. The heart of lava and the lava amulet appeared in his palm. The White Dove's breathing quickened instantly. It really is these 2 things." Wei Qing also looked puzzled. "White Dove, what do you need this for?" "It's not me, it's Yuer. Yuer is stuck on the quest requirement for advancing to level 60. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. "A level 60 quest can get you stuck?" "You don't know this, but her promotion quest actually requires collecting all 5 elemental items and then entering the core area of the Black Dragon Cave dungeon to complete it. She collected 3 types herself, and I helped her find one, but we still haven't found a fire attribute item that meets the requirements. It must contain pure fire elemental energy, and this lava heart is one of them." Bai Gu looked somewhat excited. "Besides collecting elements, there's something even more critical. The core area of the Black Dragon Cave dungeon is simply inaccessible to humans. You know how terrifyingly hot it is. Just breathing in that air can cause you to lose blood like crazy. And this lava amulet is also the most useful item. I never expected this. After searching for so long, I finally found it in a student." Hey. Wei Qing had already reacted by now and directly stepped in between the 2. "You obtained it without even asking Jiang's opinion. Even if Jiang intends to sell, you will still have to pay a price to buy it. Jiang, tell me, are you planning to sell this?" Wei Qing looked at Jiang. Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected that Wei Qing, who seemed rather rough on the surface, was actually so thoughtful. "I do intend to sell this lava heart. However, I have no intention of selling the lava amulet." When Bai Gu heard the first half of the sentence, he was clearly delighted, but the second half made his heart sink. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he knew he couldn't force a sale. But if you miss out on this lava charm, what other way is there to enter the Black Dragon's Lair dungeon without being affected by the environment? Just as the White Dove was struggling with her dilemma, Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Of course, if Lord White Dove's student really needs it. I don't need this for the time being. Although we don't plan to sell it, we can rent it out. Of course, you have to pay." White Dove's eyes lit up again. "That's right. She couldn't buy it, but she could rent it. What do you want?" Jiang looked to Wei Qing for help. At this stage, Jiang believes that Wei Qing can give him better advice. Wei Qing understood instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Originally, since you met the requirements for the top 5, the frost crystal core should already be yours. I'm still missing 3 of the main materials needed to craft the cooling amulet. These are white jade gold essence, black jade gold, and top-grade yellow jade. The white jade, gold essence, and white dove have already been sponsored for free. Then let's exchange the heart of lava for black jade and gold. As for the final cost of renting the lava amulet, it is yet to be determined." Wei Qing chuckled. "Anyway, even if you manage to gather all the materials, you'll still have a lot to prepare. It's not too late to talk about the cost later." Fine. Bai Gu gritted her teeth. "You're really ruthless when it comes to your students. Stop talking nonsense and just tell me if you want it or not," Wei Qing said with a smile. "Yes." Bai Gu immediately agreed, afraid that Jiang would change his mind if she hesitated even a second. "Give me a few days to find the black jade and gold." "No problem." Bai Gu glared at Wei Qing, then walked out of the room grumbling. clearly going to prepare things. Jiangyan asked with some curiosity, "Why not the top-grade yellow jade?" Wei Qing chuckled. "This thing is relatively easy to handle. As long as there is enough topaz, alchemists can extract it. To put it bluntly, it can be solved by throwing money at it. There's no need to waste such a good opportunity on white doves." Jiangyan understood instantly. The two men's meaningful laughter echoed in the office. Bai Gu, who was still waiting for the elevator, looked even uglier upon hearing the laughter. Chapter 119 Mountain and Sea Academy. The Value of Points. A moment later, Wei Qing stopped laughing, walked to the sofa, sat down, and patted the sofa to signal Jiangyan to sit down as well. "Actually, there were two things I wanted to ask you to come here today. The first thing is the frost crystal core that I promised you. It's yours now." Place the frost crystal core in Jiangyan's palm. Jiangyan could instantly feel the temperature in his palm drop significantly. He still remembers the lively scene at the auction for that frost crystal core. "I have truly obtained something so precious. In addition, given that you exceeded your target, you actually took first place instead of the original top 5. It's a real source of pride for me. Consider this piece of white jade essence, sponsored free of charge by White Dove, as an extra reward." As he spoke, Wei Qing placed another rare material in Jiangyan's hand. "After we complete the transaction with White Dove, I'll take you to make a cooling amulet." Jiangyan nodded. "So what's the other thing?" "As you know, this assessment is a weeding out process for returning students, but for new students, it's a factor in class placement based on their assessment scores. Different grades will be taught by different teachers. Of course, generally speaking, the higher the score, the better the resources you will receive. And you, incredibly, got a score of 923. Wei Qing picked up a glass of water from the table. "And this doesn't even include your previous character assessment score, which I understand was also a perfect score. With your score, you're not even qualified to be in the same class as a freshman, let alone an upperclassman." "So what does Lord Wei Qing mean?" "It's very simple." Wei Qing put down his water glass. "Starting today, you will be in a class by yourself. I will manage it and plan the most suitable upgrade path for you, including subsequent class advancement." Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This was certainly the best possible outcome. "But before that, I'd like to know if you have any restrictions on your choice of summoned beasts." Jiangyan instantly became somewhat wary, even though Wei Qing was known for his uprightness and integrity. But this involves his biggest secret cheat code. Seeing that Jiangyan was a little nervous, Wei Qing explained, "I didn't mean to pry into anything, but I noticed that the data shows that you haven't contracted a new summoned beast since you reached level 10. It was only after the Bamboo Forest Mountains incident that I made a contract with that black and white panda, which is why I asked this question." Jiangyan gradually relaxed. "Actually, it's not a restriction, it's just that I have higher requirements for summoned beasts. After all, for summoners, summoned beasts are their most important core combat force. Even if you can replace a summoned beast after it dies, it still takes a lot of time to train it. Therefore, I am quite cautious when choosing summoned beasts." Wei Qing nodded in approval. "Good. Everyone has a bad impression of summoners, thinking they are too mediocre and have no special skills. But in reality, that's just a common impression left by a group of mediocre summoners. Fake summoners rush to sign contracts as soon as they get a spot, not wanting to waste any boost to leveling up, ultimately resulting in mediocre performance. In fact, a talented summoner is terrifying. Even when you specialize in a particular area, you can become more powerful than others." After thinking for a moment, Wei Qing gave an example. Take Sun Yu, a student of Bai Gu, for instance. His hidden profession is Holy Summoner. She is a pure damage dealer. All the summoned beasts she contracts with are powerful offensive types. His damage output is ridiculously high, but he's rather weak in other aspects and needs the cooperation of his teammates. However, you are different." Wei Qing suddenly looked at Jiangyan, his eyes shining, and said, "In my opinion, your summoned beast is much more powerful than the angel she summoned. And you haven't given up on other aspects. So I want you to be more focused on well-rounded development. Even a single person can exert the power of an entire army through the coordination of their summoned beasts. One man can form an army." After leaving Wei Qing, Jiangyan clenched his fists, his heart surging with emotion. "One person can form an army. Can I do it?" The flame shadow perched on his shoulder seemed to sense its master's emotions and gently licked Jiangyan's ear. Only Chanchio was already asleep in my arms, with a big bubble hanging from her nose. I went back to the hotel and took a nap. The next morning, the new students finally arrived at the long-awaited gate of the Shanghai Academy. The buildings at the school gate were constructed using materials left over from the casting of Shanhaiguan. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Jiang put his signature flame shadow and greedy ball into his summoning beast space. He got out of the car and looked at the school gate. Just by getting close, a sense of antiquity and desolation washes over you. Congratulations to everyone for becoming new students of the Mountain and Sea Academy starting today. Later, senior students will take you to choose your dorm rooms and handle related matters. The class assignments will be announced later. Tang Guodong smiled and said, "Then, go and embrace your academic life." Woohoo! Qian Duo cheered enthusiastically. After the teacher left, many senior students gathered around. "Are you a new freshman? Do you need a guide? It only costs 10 points. I only need 8 points to answer any question. Me? 5 points in the role king." The freshmen had never seen anything like this before, and they were all stunned for a moment. Someone said timidly, "I don't think I have any points." "Don't worry, your assessment results will be converted into points. 10 points equals 1 point. After calculating their scores, everyone realized they still had several dozen points left, so they happily asked an older student to lead the way. Su-chan and Wei Yu followed an older student away. After confirming the reward of 8 points, Qian Duo and Jiang and also chose a guide. "Don't worry, juniors, you definitely won't regret choosing me, Lao Su. There's nothing in this academy that I don't know." "Really?" Qian Duo's eyes lit up instantly. "Senior Su, do you know which girl's restroom you can peep in?" Senior Su blinked. "Don't say this in public. I'll tell you in private, 20 points. "Shaw, I don't believe it." Qian Duo waved his hand. "Senior Su, please take us to register first." Jiang urged him on. "Okay, this way, follow me." Led by Su, the two soon arrived at the academic affairs office. After completing the registration process, the group headed to the dormitory area. On the way, Qian Duo asked curiously, "Are these points very rare?" "Yes, everything in the Mountain and Sea Academy can only be redeemed with points. Although you can exchange points at the official website, the ratio is 100 to 1, and the maximum exchange rate is 10 points every 3 months. 10 points for 1,000 yuan doesn't seem too expensive." Qian Duo smacked her lips. Senior Su shook his head. "When I said 100, I meant 1 million. Chapter 120, is this even a freshman?" "How much?" Qian Duo jumped up on the spot, her face full of disbelief. 1 million. And even so, this exchange channel is still in short supply. Many people hope that more quotas can be opened up. Seeing Qian Duo's reaction, Su Xuechan couldn't help but smile. "I recall having the same reaction when I first entered university." "No, wait a minute," Qian Duo's head snapped. "So that means you're just helping us find our way. You only made 8 million? Yeah. Robbery." Qian Duo exclaimed loudly. Who would have thought that points would be so incredibly valuable in academia? Senior Su smiled and shook his head. "Don't be anxious, Junior. Although you can redeem points at the official website, this is only for those whose families are not short of money. Student points cannot be traded for money. They can only earn money through academically recognized work, such as leading the way. So its value should actually be more than 8 million. After all, many high-value dungeons and secret realms in the academy require points to exchange for entry qualifications. These dungeons are stronger than the monsters outside, but the experience rewards and the output of materials and equipment are quite good. Basically, you can make a profit every time you accumulate enough points to go on a trip. Therefore, points are the most practical resource within the university. From now on, you should not easily exchange points for labor with others." Qian Duo was taken aback, originally thinking that Senior Su would comfort her. "I never expected that this senior, who seemed so warm, would utter such cold words. Let's go? Old Jiang, we don't need a guide anymore. At worst, we can find it ourselves slowly." Jiang smiled and shook his head. This Mountain and Sea Academy covers a vast area. It would probably take forever to find it by searching alone. Moreover, since Senior Su can ask for 8 points, he can probably provide some additional information as well. Senior Su raised an eyebrow at Jiang, his eyes filled with admiration. He said with a smile, "Actually, an employment relationship was already established when you invited me to become your guide. Even if I run away now, the academy will help me get my points back. Don't worry, these points won't be wasted. Please follow me." Jiang followed closely behind, and Qian Duo hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and following after him. The three of them arrived at the dormitory management office. The blackboard next to it clearly and explicitly records the points required for different types of dormitories. 1. 8 people sharing a dormitory, 1 point/3 months. 2 to 4 people sharing a dormitory, 3 points/3 months. 3. 2 people sharing a dormitory, 5 points/3 months. 4. Single dormitory room, 10 points / 3 months. 5. Detached villa, 20 points / month. Qian Duo was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Damn it. My score, when converted, is only a little over 100 points. I feel like I can only afford an 8-person dorm room. Jiang turned his gaze to Senior Su. He smiled slightly and explained to the two of them. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous about points. Obtaining this thing is both difficult and easy. I don't recommend choosing an 8-person dormitory. It may seem cheap, but having too many people can really disrupt your rest. A 2-person dormitory is actually the most cost-effective option. Jiang asked curiously, what about the detached villa? The detached villas are definitely top-notch. Not only are they detached, but every so often, people from the university are responsible for cleaning up the garbage and maintaining the environment of the courtyard. There's also a hidden perk. What hidden perks? The area where this detached villa is located is called Yuan District, which is actually where teachers live. Most of the students who live there are there to curry favor with the teachers, running errands for them, or even walking their pets. After all, as long as the teacher is happy, they will let you take priority when they release some high-scoring tasks, and you can even earn 10 points from a single task. However, Su shook his head. This is not a place that ordinary people can afford to live in. I suggest you choose a double room. Qian Duo looked at Jiang and with a questioning gaze. Jiang hesitated, pondering what to choose. Double dorm rooms are indeed a cost-effective option. However, both Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball actually need more space to move around. When I lived in the orphanage and had a single room, the two of them had relatively little space to move around and felt very cramped. I'm not so worried about the points I have right now. Moreover, if teachers can issue high-scoring tasks, then Wei Qing's high-scoring tasks must be even more outrageous, right? With this in mind, Jiang made a decision. He looked at the registration staff and said, "Hello, I would like to book a detached villa. How about we book for 6 months first?" Su, the senior student standing next to him, stared wide-eyed. A detached villa. Subscribe for 6 months. A detached villa earns 20 points per month, which adds up to 120 points over 6 months. This guy probably used all the points he earned from the exam to book a villa. Senior Su quickly grabbed Jiang. Classmate, this detached villa costs 20 points per month, unlike the other options which cost 3 months. You must be mistaken. Yes, thank you, senior. The staff member kindly reminded them. So, do you still want to choose a detached villa? Yes, 6 months. Thank you for your help. The staff processed the paperwork efficiently until the final step of deducting Jiang's points. Jiang handed over the points card he had received when he enrolled in school to the other party. With a single swipe, the machine displayed the remaining points. 2,812 points. Jiang himself was somewhat surprised by the amount. It wasn't that I thought it was too little, it was actually much more than I had imagined. After a moment of stunned silence, he realized that his assessment score was 24211, and the extra point calculated by the academy had also been counted as 1 point for him. That is, 2422. In addition, he accepted a mission from Sun Jinghao while he was in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. You will receive 10 points for each villain you kill. I killed a total of 51 people, which is 510 points. Adding the two together gives 2932. Subtracting the 120 for the currently reserved villa leaves 2,812 points. Jiang felt a bit emotional, realizing at the time that the points reward for this task didn't seem to have any significance. It seems that just killing a low-level villain, 10 points, is worth 10 million. This reward is undeniably extravagant. However, Jiang knew that this was a special case. Normally, one would probably have to kill a gray-robed villain like Gray 1 to get 10 points. Hello, here are your keys. The address information has been sent to your mobile phone. After regaining my senses, I looked at the staff member who respectfully handed me the keys with both hands. Jiang responded with a gentle smile, picked up the keys, and looked at the others. But he found that Su Xuechong was looking at him like he was a monster. Is this even a freshman? After a new student had 120 points deducted, they still had 2,812 points left. He has worked so hard to accumulate points for so long, but now he only has a little over 200 points. Chapter 121. This is what it means to enjoy life. After standing there in a daze for a while, Su Xuechong suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "You're Jiangyan?" It's likely that Jiangyan is the only one in history to have accumulated so many points right upon entering school. After Jiangyan nodded in agreement, Senior Su looked him up and down. Wait a minute, where's the fox next to you? I was afraid it would attract too much attention, so I put it into the summoning beast space, Jiangyan shrugged. A smart choice. Yesterday, when When we found out that new students were coming, we were joking that we were going to rip you off. Kill me. Senior Su frankly said. That's right. Everyone knows that you, Jiangin, scored over 20,000 points in the assessment. Let's squeeze you dry before you realize how valuable those points are. But since no one saw the Firefox or the Panda, they thought you only arrived in the afternoon. I never expected it to be here with me. He suddenly realized his mistake and looked heartbroken. Oh dear, what a loss. I should have booked 80 points for the guide. This is a huge loss. Amidst the jokes, Duo had already gone to complete the procedures for a two-person dormitory. After everything was settled, Jiangin couldn't wait to ask about Xiaolu. Are you also a student of the Mountain and Sea Academy? The university has its own communication channel. Why don't you try searching on it? Upon hearing this, Jiangin immediately turned on his phone and connected to the university's Wi-Fi. Sure enough, there was a separate communication app. After typing the 3 characters, Lu Tingyu above, a gray avatar then appeared. It shows that it has been 132 days since the last time I was online. Has he been offline for so long? Su muttered to himself. Could he be on some secret mission? I hope nothing unexpected has happened. Probably not. If a student dies unexpectedly, their profile picture will be changed to a black and white photo. It's just that the other party is simply not online. But it's true that this situation is rare. Su Xuechong thought for a moment, and then suddenly remembered something, slapping his thigh and saying, Hey, this is simple. Even if she went to carry out some mission, we are too low level to find out. You can see Lord Wei Qing, right? Why don't you ask him to investigate? Even if you can't know the specifics, you can still learn something. Jiangin then realized. Yes, why didn't I ask Wei Qing to help me investigate? After thinking for a moment, he took out his communicator and sent a message to Wei Qing. I asked him to help me find out about Xiao Lu's situation. This scene was naturally witnessed by Senior Su. TSK, they even have Lord Wei Qing's contact information. As expected of a student favored by Lord Wei Qing, the treatment is indeed different. Let's go. I'll take you to see the dormitory area first. After leading the two around the academy for a while, they finally arrived at the boys' dormitory, where Duo lived. It's pretty much what I imagined, a double room with a bunk bed and a desk underneath. It also has a bathroom. That's all. The entire room is no more than 10 square meters. Duo's other roommate hadn't arrived yet. After putting his things down, he started clamoring to go see Jiang's detached villa. After the 3 of them bypassed the dormitory area, they saw the villa by a scenic river. Upon closer inspection, the villa comes with a private courtyard. The interior has been landscaped with gardens and even features a stream design. It's like a small garden. Duo was dumbfounded. The difference is just too big. This is what it means to enjoy life. Su Xuechong's eyes also held a strong sense of envy. Although I knew beforehand that there was a villa area within the university campus. However, this was also the first time he had actually walked in. The visual impact is still very strong. Moreover, maintaining such a landscape is extremely troublesome. Unless one has a specialized profession, it is difficult to preserve such beauty. The university has even considered this point and will arrange for someone to come and make repairs regularly. Jiangin was quite satisfied with the scene. With a thought, he summoned Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball with a wave of his hand. As soon as Yanning appeared, it jumped onto Jiang's shoulder and rubbed against his face. A strong sense of attachment welled up inside me. All right, I won't put you in the summoned beast space anymore. Do you like this house? Flame Shadow then looked around. Greedy Ball, on the other hand, was much more playful and was already lying near the stream-shaped structure, watching the koi swimming freely inside. Taking advantage of the bear's inattention, he reached into it with his paw, scooped up a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, you can't eat it. Jiang in pride opened the mouth of the gluttonous fish and forcefully pulled the terrified koi carp out of its throat. Put it back into the water. Flame Shadow's little paw touched a stone on the ground. Master, Flame Shadow likes it here. Even a glutton likes it. Greedy Ball continued to lie near the stream feature, looking ready to strike again at any moment. Standing to the side, Senior Su shook his head and sighed. No wonder the girls in the academy are talking so much about your summoned beast. Who wouldn't love these 2 adorable creatures? Duo then turned her gaze to the villa. Go in and take a look quickly. Let me see just how big the gap really is. Jiangin led the 2 of them into the villa. The room is fully furnished with all the necessary furniture and living facilities. In addition, there will be someone to clean it every day. Even the glass was wiped so clean it looked completely transparent. The villa has 2 floors. The upper floor is for resting, while the lower floor is the living room and kitchen. You can even cook here. Duo said with a mournful face. I regret it. I shouldn't have come. Compared to this place, what is my place? A pigsty. How am I going to sleep when I get back? Senior Su patted Duo on the shoulder. It's okay. My place is a pigsty too. What you're saying won't comfort me at all, Senior. Duo relentlessly attacked. After finding a place to stay, Senior Su then took Jong-un and the others to see the various facilities within the academy. This includes places like cafeterias and libraries. However, the place with the most people is the instance gathering point. There are also several dungeon gathering points inside the Mountain and Sea Academy. The range of levels covered is much higher than that of the Bamboo Forest Mountains. There are corresponding dungeons available for players from level 15 to level 45. Outside the instance, there was a huge crowd of people, and many others emerged from the instance looking disheveled. The entry requirements for these instances are relatively low, requiring only 2 or 3 points to enter. So it's always been very lively. Compared to here, the dungeon on the back mountain of the academy is obviously much more advanced. The levels are the same, but the points required to enter are more than 10 times higher. Of course, the experience and rewards will also increase accordingly. Chapter 122 Leveling Up with Proxy Service. After touring the campus, Senior Su considered his work done and made his graceful exit. Duo and Jong-un also returned to their dormitory to pack their things. Jong-un's communicator suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was Wei Qing. Once the call connected, Wei Qing's calm voice came through. Who is looting you to you? She and I were from the same orphanage, and we were very close. Jong-un hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, friends. Did you find anything? How is she now? After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone said, I can only tell you that she is still alive and is on a special mission. I can't say anything else. Jong-un frowned. Can I contact her? Cannot. Wei Qing resolutely refused, then added, but you can rest assured, if anything happens to her, I will receive the message and let you know. This is my promise. Although Jong-un was anxious, he knew that even Wei Qing had said so. What Xiao Lu is doing must be kept very secret. Okay, thank you for your help. Don't overthink it. The only thing you can do to help her right now is to improve your strength. I remember you're already level 19, right? Hurry up and level up to level 20, and I will help you find a third suitable summon. After saying that, Wei Qing hung up the phone. Jong-un hadn't even had a chance to tell him that he already had a candidate for a third summoned beast. Jong-un then noticed a notification pop up on his panel. Your mentor, Wei Qing, has issued you a new task. Reach level 20 within 3 days. Reward for successful completion of the task, 50 points. Punishment for mission failure, none. Do you accept this offer? Accept. Jong-un looked at the extra 50 points reward in the task list and was filled with emotion. As expected, Lord Wei Qing was very generous. According to Su, each teacher in the academy has a quota for issuing point-based tasks, but since there are so many students, each task usually only awards a few points at most. Tasks that award 10 points are already considered extremely rare and hard to come by. Either you get accepted early because of good connections, or you have to be quick to grab a spot from other students the moment it's released. No one could be as generous as Lord Wei Qing, who directly gave 50 points. Seeing that it was still early, and considering Xiao Lu's matter, Jong-un had no intention of resting. They couldn't wait to improve their strength. So he went alone to the dungeon gathering point in the back mountain. There were indeed far fewer people here. All of them were unfamiliar faces. Most of the time, they are doing things like forming teams and inventorying and clearing things up. Someone noticed the conspicuous flame shadow on Jong-un's shoulder and immediately recognized him. Isn't that Jong-un? Have you already secured admission and are you planning to move up a grade? Ah, that fox is so cute, I want to pet it. That panda is so cute, oh my god. Wait, his level is 19? Don't I remember he was only level 17 when he took the exam before? Isn't his upgrade speed a little unscientific? Haha, you're obviously out of touch. He monopolized all the monsters in a one-time dungeon. Even by Xiao Xiao and her group of senior students couldn't do anything about him. Amidst the murmurs, all sorts of gazes fell upon Jong-un. Jong-un ignored them and headed straight for the dungeon vortex. Unexpectedly, a boy suddenly emerged from the crowd before they even reached their destination. He was thin and agile, moving like a monkey. Hello Jong-un, my name is Ho Pingkong. You can just call me Senior Ho. Do you need me to help you with a dungeon run? We are a professional team that helps people level up. With skilled team members and reasonable team composition, we can cover levels from 15 to 45. You don't need to do anything in the next dungeon. We'll take care of killing monsters, and you can just collect the experience and loot. Of course, all that's needed is a little bit of points. Jiangyan asked curiously, how many points are needed to upgrade from level 19 to level 20? Ho Pingkong had only intended to play a couple of rounds, but he didn't expect Jiangyan to actually respond. He immediately became interested and said, this level range requires quite a bit of experience. If you calculate it that way, it's 50 points. After listening, Jiangyan glanced at Ho Pingkong silently. I never expected this guy, who looks so fair-skinned, to have such a dark heart. 50 points are almost equal to the rewards I can get. Why doesn't he just rob it? Sorry, no need. Jiangyan walked past him and headed straight for the dungeon vortex. Ho Pingkong was still somewhat unwilling to give up and explained from behind, brother, I didn't mean to trick you. While the rewards for high-level dungeons here are plentiful, the difficulty of the monsters has also increased. Unless you have a well-coordinated team, it's easy to mess things up if you rush in. You don't want to waste your points and cooldown time without getting anything good, do you? Jiangyan shook his head and walked to the front of the numerous dungeon vortexes. Having found the weakest dungeon, Jiangyan reached out and touched its vortex, and thus understood the situation of this dungeon. The instance is called the Vanished Fishing Village. Entry level restricted, levels 18 to 22. Jiangyan felt a little regretful, as the minimum level required to enter was 18. It seems my plan to use up Su Chan's cooldown buffs is probably going to fail. However, level 22 seems to be beyond the level range covered by her amulet. Jiangyan refocused his attention. Several difficulty levels will pop up in front of you to choose from. Without hesitation, he decisively chose the highest level, Nightmare. Entering the dungeon requires 10 points. Do you want to pay? Yes. Jiangyan's points balance instantly decreased by 10, leaving him with 2802. With a flash of light, he disappeared before the dungeon vortex. Ho Pingkong looked regretful. TSK, this deal still slipped away. You rascal, aren't you afraid the dean will come after you? The dean is so busy. How could he have time to look for me? After making a couple of complaints, Ho Pingkong couldn't resist his curiosity and reached into the vortex to check Jiangyan's entry record. He quickly frowned. Nightmare level? This guy is really fearless, like a newborn calf. No freshman goes straight into a high-level dungeon, starting at Nightmare difficulty. The difficulty of these high-level dungeons has increased to some extent. Even the normal level dungeons are almost the same as those one-time dungeons. This is still a dungeon with a maximum level of 22, and you dare to choose Nightmare difficulty. Aren't you really afraid of being taught a lesson by monsters? Ho Pingkong's eyes darted around. This kid must have a lot of points. Wait a minute. Maybe he'll be interested in helping with leveling up once he suffers some losses in the dungeon. It's points after all. Chapter 123 New Dungeon. The Vanished Fishing Village. In the copy, the salty, damp air unique to the sea permeates the area around Jiangyan. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dilapidated fishing village that looked like it had been uninhabited for decades. Many houses in the fishing village have collapsed, and the fishing nets hanging on the racks are covered with a thick layer of dust. This is the Vanished Fishing Village. Where's the monster? Just as Jiangyan was searching for the monster, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind him. Greedy Ball leaped down from Jiangyan's arms, and its innate skill was immediately activated. His body grew larger, protecting Jiangyan behind him. It was only then that Jiangyan noticed that it was actually a triangular harpoon made of fine steel. The harpoon landed right in the chest of the glutton, but thankfully the damage wasn't severe. It only deducted a tiny bit of the glutton's blood. Looking in the direction from which the harpoon came, that's a location near the sea. A monster with bluish-black skin and a human-sized body was staring menacingly at Jiangyan. The identification technique was used. Yiksha. Level, 18. Strength, 320. Spirit, 550. Swiftness, 200. Physical fitness, 400. Combat skills, harpoon throw, silver tier, water wave, silver tier, call to arms, silver tier. Seeing that the harpoon had failed to cause any damage, a blue light flashed in the demon's eyes. A wave appeared and exploded around the gluttonous ball, causing continuous damage. Unfortunately, although this skill can continuously deal damage, and the damage is quite high. However, it wasn't a lock-on skill. As the gluttonous ball strode forward, the skill continued to explode on the open ground. The Yiksha only had time to let out a piercing howl. He was then slapped to death by Greedy Ball with a thunderous palm strike. Greedy Ball was about to go back and claim credit. But then they saw that all the demons on the beach seemed to have heard the call and gathered together. For a time, the sky was filled with flying harpoons. Upon seeing this, Greedy Ball immediately shrunk its size. Once it became small enough, countless harpoons flew past it. Only 1 or 2 harpoons landed on it. Before the gluttonous ball could even launch an attack, splashes of water exploded continuously around the glutton. The damage caused by these water waves is indeed somewhat exaggerated, especially with so many yakshas using their skills at the same time. Greedy Ball's health dropped rapidly at a visible rate. Before Chanchio could launch a counterattack, all he saw was a blur before his eyes. Flame Shadow had already appeared in front of it. The evil flames on his body suddenly rose. The signature firestorm has already been unleashed. Congratulations on defeating the level 19 Yaksha. You have received an additional 5,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 20 Yaksha. You have received an additional 6,666 experience points. Obtain equipment. Steel Harpoon 1. Obtain 1 piece of Yaksha's hide. Numerous kill notifications refreshed on the panel, and Jiang glanced at the dropped equipment. After discovering that it was a silver-grade weapon, they paid no further attention to it. We can just take it out and sell it later. After a large number of Yakshas died, the sand beneath Yan Ying's feet suddenly rippled slightly as she lowered her head. A brown crab, about the size of a palm, emerged from the sand and spat out countless bubbles at Flame Shadow. These brown crabs seemed to have been in the sand from the beginning, so Flame Shadow didn't even sense the danger beforehand. In addition, the distance is too close. These bubbles immediately sprayed all over Yan Ying's face. Flame Shadow's health points didn't drop much, but her eyelids became noticeably heavy, and her limbs showed signs of becoming unsteady. Jiang quickly opened the Flame Shadow panel to take a look. As expected, a negative status effect called Hypnotic Bubble appeared. Hypnotic Bubble. Creatures hit by a hypnotic bubble will fall asleep after 10 seconds. Jiang didn't have time to think and immediately used the Shifting Shadow technique. Swap the positions of Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. The negative status effects on Yan Ying were also instantly removed. Jiang raised his hand and threw the appraisal technique at the crab. Beach crabs. Level 20. Strength 750. Spirit 300. Swiftness 200. Physical fitness 400. Combat skills: Hypnotic Bubble, Gold level. Mighty Pliers, Silver level. Cut in 2, Silver level. It was only a level 20 monster. It seems the monsters in this dungeon are indeed quite dangerous. The crabs hiding in the sand alone are enough to give you a headache. They are difficult to detect, but once hit by a gold-level hypnotic bubble, they are highly effective. Support classes may not be able to remove negative effects. Combined with the Yaksha's attack, it can easily lead to a sudden loss of personnel. No wonder Senior Su specifically reminded us when introducing the dungeon that it's best to find a team to enter. This dungeon shouldn't be underestimated. At Jiang Yin's command, Chanchio waved its bare paw, and lightning flashed. One slap and the crab was instantly killed. A golden light suddenly flashed across Greedy Ball's body. Great. Master, I've reached level 18. Greedy Ball's level has finally caught up. Huh. This is... Jiang subconsciously checked the upgraded attributes of the Greedy Ball, but unexpectedly found a new skill in the skill bar. Greedy Balls. Race: God, Black and White Panda. Purity 20%. Gender: Female. Level: 18. Strength: 1,200. Spirit: 50. Swiftness: 1,000. Constitution: 1,200. Talent skill: Flexible and Elastic. Combat skills: Steel Bones, Platinum. Intimidation, Platinum. Thunder Palm, Platinum. Fearless War Cry, Platinum. The more you fight, the stronger you become, Platinum. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Max passive skill, cannot be activated actively. After entering combat, a stack of the Fighting Spirit buff is added every second. Every 5 stacks grant an additional 3% attribute boost, up to a maximum of 200%. The more you fight, the stronger you become. This skill is quite suitable for someone who loves to play. Jiang could even imagine the scene of the gluttonous ball becoming stronger and stronger, activating its fearless battle cry state, charging into the monster horde and wreaking havoc. Greedy Ball scurried back to Jiang and sighed, looking like he wanted to take credit. Jiang patted its head, and its 2 eyes immediately narrowed into slits with joy. On the other hand, Yining seemed rather downcast. Jiang picked Yining up from the ground. All right, it's just that you were accidentally hypnotized. Just be more careful next time. Yining buried her little head in Jiang's arms and made a coquettish sound. Jiang shook his head helplessly. After spending so much time together, he also discovered that these summoned beasts all had their own personalities and preferences. They are not simply tools for fighting. Like Greedy Ball, it's a typical carefree foodie, but it also feels very disappointed when Flame Shadow dislikes it. As her first summoned beast, Flame Shadow always had very high standards for herself. Even the slightest dissatisfaction with their performance can lead to immense frustration, accompanied by a low murmur. Flame Shadow will do even better next time. Chapter 124 Jiang and has really messed up by provoking her. After calming Yanning down, Jiang looked into the interior of the fishing village. According to the information in the instance, after dealing with the first wave of monsters, there should be an NPC-like character guiding you to the next step. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Jiang discovered a pair of pale blue eyes in a relatively intact house in a corner of the fishing village. Its eyes look exactly like those of the Yiksha's. As Jiang stepped forward, the other party seemed to be startled and quickly hid. Jiang gradually arrived in front of the house. Even the door here has been decayed and destroyed. There were many fish bones on the ground, and a Yiksha dressed in human children's clothes was crouching in the corner, trembling. Calling it a Yiksha isn't entirely accurate, because apart from its eyes, its facial features are quite similar to those of a human. Unlike other Yikshas, it doesn't have gills on either side of its chin that allow it to breathe underwater. Jiang instinctively used his appraisal technique. The feedback I received consisted of only one line of description. Xena, a half-beast child, a neutral being. Are you human? Before Jiang could speak, Chi-Na took the initiative to speak. To me, I am human. Can you save us? My whole family has been turned into demonic monsters. A light shone in Xena's eyes. Can you save them? What should I do? It's very simple. All you have to do is go underwater and kill that giant mud skipper. As she spoke, Xena pulled out a bunch of strange-looking seaweed. This is gill grass. If you eat it, you can enter the water. Jiang nodded and agreed to his request. This is also part of the progression of this instance. You must obtain the gill grass from him before you can go into the sea and kill the other monsters. However, this person named Xena is also the #1 person on the internal complaint list of the Shanghai Academy for many years. Every year, some new students don't do any dungeon planning beforehand, and after encountering Xena, they foolishly eat the gill grass and go straight into the sea. The ending, he drowned. Because the seaweed that kid gave us was fake. He appears to be a good person on the surface, but he's actually just pretending. Jiang didn't hesitate, but the greedy guy next to him immediately unleashed a thunderous palm strike. A slap landed. Xena let out a scream and was instantly killed. Congratulations on defeating the level 19 shape-shifting mermaid. You have gained 4,888 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 3 pieces of unknown aquatic plant material. Congratulations on obtaining 3 pieces of the material cheek grass. After being killed, Xena gradually transformed into a mermaid about half a person's height, covered in black slime. This monster is not good at fighting, but it is very good at transforming, and the transformed objects are hard to distinguish from the real ones. Even identification techniques cannot determine it. After obtaining the cheek grass, Jiang led Yan and Chan Xiu to the seaside. After swallowing the gill grass, Jiang took the lead and walked into the sea. Submerging underwater, I felt no discomfort other than the cool sensation. There was no difficulty breathing. It felt as natural as being on land. Only Flame Shadow seemed to be affected to some extent, as the flames on its tail were noticeably weakened. But it was still burning. Greedy Ball seemed to be in good spirits, excitedly looking around at the fish swimming to and fro. Before Jiang could even figure out which direction to go, a group of Yikshas wielding harpoons charged toward him. Yanning looked listless and weak. The environment was really not conducive to her performance. Her skill damage would probably be reduced by 2/3 in this environment. Harpoons were already being thrown. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but these steel forks seemed to be moving many times faster than they would on land. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were next to the glutton. It let out a roar, and its body suddenly grew much larger, taking all the damage from the steel forks. The health bar has been reduced by 1/5. A red light flashed on Jiang's body. Enthusiasm inspires and releases. She excitedly charged towards the group of demons. Lightning flashed in the bear's paw, and it slapped down. It wasn't just that one Yiksha that died. Even the other Yikshas near that Yiksha suffered the same damage. Jiang took a closer look and then noticed. The Thunder Palm of Greed Ball received an additional boost to its damage in this sea, and it also seems to have a spreading effect. Greedy Ball was slightly taken aback, then looked at the remaining Yiksha. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Bang bang bang. He slapped down several times in succession. These once fierce Yikshas instantly perished and died. All of it turned into Jiang's experience points. The man and the 2 beasts swam towards the place where the Yiksha had appeared. As they swam deeper into the water, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim. until a coral reef cave appeared in front of Jiang'an. This should be the real entrance to the instance they were talking about. Jiang'an quickened his pace and crawled into the cave. As soon as I entered, the feeling of being surrounded by water disappeared. Light returned to my eyes. Both feet were back on the ground. A fishing village suddenly appeared in front of them. This fishing village looks exactly like the previous one. Even the houses are in the same state of damage. Yanning was somewhat bewildered. It turned around and looked back. The coral cave was still there, with ripples of water faintly visible inside. Flame Shadow tentatively extended its claws and entered the cave. You can feel the seawater over there. Retracting its wet claws, Flame Shadow cast a curious glance at Jiang'an. Jiang'an shrugged. That's how this instance is. They say this is the real fishing village now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of yakshas suddenly appeared from the shore. Yanning trembled. She was so frustrated by the previous waves. Now it's her turn to appear. The flame shadow vanished from its spot in a flash. They charged towards those demons. Outside the instance, the students were all busy forming teams or dealing with the loot they had just obtained from completing the dungeon. Suddenly, a somewhat abrupt voice rang out from the crowd. Where's Jiang'an? I heard he's here. The sound was as clear and melodious as a silver bell, causing everyone to look up. A girl was seen searching for Jiang'an's whereabouts with gritted teeth. The girl was wearing a sky blue dress and looked very innocent. However, one could vaguely sense a chilling aura emanating from her. Someone recognized her at a glance. Isn't this Sun Yu? What did Jiang'an do to offend her? I don't know. I remember she had an older sister named Sun Yu, who was a student of Master Beige. Jiang'an is in big trouble for messing with her. I remember she was one of the strongest in this year's cohort, and her level-up speed was also incredibly fast. If I remember correctly, she's almost level 30, right? Level 28, the hidden combat class Ice Witch, huh? Among the crowd, only Ho Pingkong's eyes darted around for a moment. He ran to Sun Yu's side and said, I know where Jiang'an is. Explain. The information fee is 3 points, Ho Pingkong said with a smile. Sun Yu was a little reluctant, but the thought that Jiang'an was the culprit who caused her sister Sun Mei to refuse admission to the Mountain and Sea Academy made her teeth itch with anger. You're getting better. After checking that the points had been credited to his account, Ho Pingkong immediately smiled and said, Jiang'an has entered the Lost Fishing Village instance, and he's been there for a while now. Logically, it should be teleported out in a few more minutes. Of course, that's assuming nothing goes wrong inside. After all, he entered the Nightmare level. Chapter 125 Raging Yaksha. Skill Evolution. The Vanished Fishing Village. Sun Yu frowned, a hint of confusion on her delicate face. Didn't he just enroll? Even if his level increases, his other companions won't be able to keep up, right? Ho Pingkong chuckled. You wouldn't know that, would you? He went in alone, and it was a nightmare-level dungeon. Alone? Sun Yu's eyes widened. The surprise in her beautiful eyes lessened her anger considerably. Sun Yu couldn't help but shudder when he recalled his first experience entering the Lost Fishing Village instance. I was in a team with the most outstanding group of people in that year. Even so, their team was tormented half to death by the elusive crabs, and she herself was almost killed by a group of yakshas after being put to sleep by the bubbles. Moreover, these women were all the pride of their respective regions at the time, so they only glanced at the information about the dungeon. They didn't even notice the warning about the deformed mermaid. As a result, after entering the seabed, I had to end the dungeon early because I was tricked, wasting 10 points in cooldown time. Sun Yu later learned that this dungeon could be entered by players between levels 18 and 22. However, it is generally assumed that players will only start the challenge at level 20 or higher. Even if you don't have regular teammates and want to find other people to team up with temporarily at the gathering point, they all require a level of 22 to join a team. This is enough to prove how terrifying high-level dungeons are. Sun Yu suppressed his memories, and a cold expression reappeared on his face. They really are like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. A single person dares to enter the nightmare-level difficulty of a high-level dungeon. I hope I can hold on inside a little longer. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed. After she finished speaking, she did not leave, but waited in front of the dungeon vortex. 3 hours later, in the copy, a large group of yaksha corpses had appeared around Yanning, along with a few beach crab corpses. Conservative estimates suggest there are at least 60 corpses of the light yaksha. Jiang'an's experience points have also soared to level 19 with 33%. This high-level dungeon is indeed different. Each time, there are no fewer than 7 yakshas. If we consider a team of 5, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. It should be noted that these yakshas have varying levels of power. A yiksha that is above level 20 will normally experience a significant increase in attributes. There needs to be at least one yiksha who is above level 20. One round of skill damage is enough to reduce a normal tank class of the same level to a sliver of health. Even a slight lapse in teamwork can easily lead to disaster. What's more, there are also occasional attacks from beach crabs. It requires a high level of control over support roles. Fortunately, the glutton has the fearless battle cry, making it completely unafraid of the beach crab's sleep ability. Flame Shadow also basically maintained the effect of inspiring enthusiasm. This is why the situation is so one-sided. Another group of yiksha monsters appeared and approached. This time it was noticeably different from the previous ones. The height was about the same, but the person had explosive muscles all over their body. The identification technique was used. Rampaging Yiksha, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 620. Spirit, 350. Swiftness, 600. Physical fitness, 600. Combat skills, Berserker Rage, Silver Tier. Ripple Activation, Silver Tier. Triple Fork, Silver Tier. The fighting style of these elite Berserk Yikshas was clearly different from that of the previous Yikshas. The steel forks they held were not weapons used for long-distance launching. It's meant for close-quarters combat. Seeing this, the greedy ball excitedly pounced on it. Its favorite type of monster is melee combat like this. I just love that visceral, bone-crunching feeling. Suddenly, ripples of water spread out from the body of the Berserker Yiksha. As soon as the gluttonous ball got close and touched the water ripples, it immediately started exploding continuously. The damage from this explosion was even greater than the water wave damage released by a normal yiksha. Caught off guard, the greedy ball lost a small amount of health points. In this state of constantly spreading water ripples, any creature that tries to approach and engage in close combat will have to endure a continuous barrage of explosive attacks. The gluttonous ball got angry. She suddenly tilted her head back and let out a roar. A notification flashed across Jiang En's control panel. Congratulations! Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has evolved its skill Thunder Palm into Chain Thunder Palm. Huh. Jiang En was a little stunned. Skill evolution? What's going on? I opened the panel and took a look. Chain Thunder Palm, LV1 Diamond level skill. After activation, it unleashes multiple Thunder Palm attacks, inflicting a slight paralysis effect and possessing a spreading characteristic. Diamond level skill. The Gluttonous Ball actually possesses a Diamond level skill. The Gluttonous Ball, entangled with the Berserk Yiksha, was also extremely excited and slapped down several times in succession. The skill damage has increased by more than 30% compared to before. Moreover, Jiang En finally witnessed the so-called diffusion characteristics. With each strike, lightning crackled across the water surrounding the raging Yikshas. This also paralyzed the other Yikshas. The water wave skill, originally intended to protect themselves and harm their enemies, has now become the medium for spreading the lightning palm. Seeing this, the gluttonous ball became even more excited. Excitedly, it swung its paws, determined to smash all the Yikshas in front of it into mincemeat. Yanning looked at the diamond-level skill of the gluttonous ball, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Jiang En could sense the reason for her disappointment. Flame Shadow was the first summoned beast she had contracted, but at this moment, Greedy Ball seemed to have a strength that surpassed hers. She was naturally a little down. At the same time, I also hate myself for not being able to become stronger. Jiang En stepped forward and patted Yan Ying's little head. How could a glutton like you possibly compare? You possess divine power. Only then did Yan Ying reveal a slight smile. Jiang En was momentarily dazed. As Flame Shadow's level increased, he noticed that Flame Shadow's emotions seemed to become more and more complicated. Sometimes, I don't even feel that Flame Shadow is a fox. It is one person. After the gluttonous ball dealt with all those raging Yikshas, bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface. It looked as if something was about to emerge from the sea. Jiang En's eyes were full of anticipation. Is it coming out yet? The final boss-level creature. Splash, splash, splash. The water surface was broken. A creature covered in golden scales leaped out of the sea, floating in midair. This creature is at least 20 or 30 meters long, and its massive size is quite astonishing. Its scales are particularly eye-catching and easily evoke images of the legendary dragon. Fishtail, snake body, eagle claws. Unfortunately, if we shift our gaze to its head, you will then find that its head is round and smooth, without any scales. There were also a few long, swaying whiskers on the corners of his mouth. It looks exactly like a loach covered in golden scales. Chapter 126, but he really beat the game. The identification technique was used. Golden Dragon Loach, boss level. Level, 22. Strength, 500. Spirit, 800. Swiftness, 700. Physical fitness, 600. Combat skills, Dragon Shield, gold rank. Dragon's Fury, gold rank. Scale Storm, gold rank. Dragon Claw Assault, gold rank. Golden Healing, gold rank. As expected of a boss in a high-level dungeon, its skills are almost all at the gold level, just like that lava behemoth. Their combat strength should not be underestimated. However, there was no fear in Jiangyan's eyes. Instead, there was a strong look of joy. The Golden Dragon Loach, both its name and its skills are clearly related to dragons. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it has the blood of a dragon. Theoretically speaking, dragons should also be considered a type of mythical beast. If I'm lucky enough to get a pet egg, wouldn't I be able to contract it and evolve it into a dragon? With that thought in mind, Jiangyan's gaze toward the Golden Dragon Loach became even more intense. The Golden Dragon Loach floated in midair and quickly locked onto its target. With Chu Lian activated, Yining undoubtedly appears to be the easiest enemy to deal with. The Dragon Claw Assault skill is activated instantly. The Golden Dragon Loach vanished from its spot with a flick of its body. The next moment it appeared beside Yining, its claws on its lower abdomen viciously clawing at Yining. Flame Shadow neither dodged nor evaded, and Chu Lian's state instantly dissipated. The purple tail behind it swayed slightly. Phantom Bewitching activation. The Golden Dragon Loach stood frozen in place, but its mental strength was not low, and it quickly broke free from the illusion's control. It was met with a simultaneous attack from Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. The bear's paws, crackling with lightning, and its tail, burning with demonic flames, seemed capable of shattering everything. Two attacks landed in quick succession, and the Golden Dragon didn't even have time to activate its Dragon Shield skill. He was instantly killed. Jiangyan immediately heard the kill notification and the long-awaited dungeon completion notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 22 Golden Dragon Loach, boss level. You have received an additional 12,800 experience points. Obtain material, Golden Dragonfish Whiskers 1. Obtain material, Golden Dragonfish Heart 1. Congratulations on your first clear of the Lost Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 3 hours and 12 minutes, which is now the fastest clear time for the Lost Fishing Village dungeon. Refresh the clear record for the Vanished Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon. Reward, 10,000 EXP. First completion record of the Lost Fishing Village dungeon, Nightmare, obtained 1 pet egg. Jiangyan was somewhat stunned. It seems like a large shipment has been shipped. A boss-level Dragon Loach pet egg. He couldn't wait to take the pet egg out of his backpack. Pet egg, Golden Loach. Level boss. After hatching, you can obtain a precious Golden Dragon Loach as a pet. Not bad, but it's a pity that I haven't reached level 20 yet, so I haven't unlocked the next summon slot. It is impossible to determine whether they possess divine blood. But, since they're both Dragon Loach, they shouldn't be wrong, right? Jiangyan was delighted and put the pet egg away first. I plan to wait until I reach level 20 to see if I am eligible for a contract. Exit the instance. Outside the instance, Sun Yu had already grown somewhat impatient. What exactly is Jiangyan doing in there? It's been several hours, and they still haven't come out. Could something have really happened inside? Thinking of this, Sun Yu frowned slightly. Although he had come to stand up for his sister and wanted to vent his anger, he was still there. But she never intended for anything to happen to Jiangyan. After all, it's rare for the human race to produce such a genius in so many years. Just as Sun Yu was pondering whether she should inform the teacher, she suddenly felt a fluctuation in the dungeon vortex. Then a figure appeared in front of the vortex. Sun Yu glanced at it and was somewhat stunned. He was a boy who looked clean-cut and even somewhat handsome. A cute and adorable fox is perched on my shoulder. There was also a panda in her arms. This very scene seemed to possess some kind of magic to her. I really want to pinch that panda's cheeks. Ho Pinkong, who had been waiting for a long time, had already moved closer. I didn't expect my junior to be able to persevere for so long. So, have we entered a real fishing village? Ho Pinkong asked with a wicked grin. 3 hours is neither a long nor a short time. A skilled team with experience in clearing customs would likely be able to reach the actual fishing village. However, for a newbie like Jiangyan, who was entering alone, most likely, they'll just kill a few yakshas in the fishing village they just entered, which will take up some time, and then they'll be done. How about we consider upgrading our services now? No, thank you. Ho Pinkong was not discouraged and quickly added, Junior, you've already been inside and seen it for yourself. The difficulty of the dungeons here is not that of normal dungeons. You were lucky to get out this time. What if you're unlucky next time and happen to run into a beach crab spraying hypnotic bubbles in your face? The summoner has been hypnotized. You can't exit the dungeon just by relying on your summoned beasts. Points are important, but human life is more important. Jiangyan stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute. Who said I was lucky? Couldn't I just be the one to get it through? Ho Pingkong was taken aback by Jiangyan's words. Junior, you really know how to joke. You entered a nightmare-level dungeon. There's no record of anyone clearing this level of dungeon yet. What Ho Pingkong said is indeed true. These high-level dungeons are a level more difficult than ordinary dungeons. Furthermore, with the added attributes from the nightmare-level dungeon, the monster's strength far exceeds the normal level. Someone once organized a team of all 22 students to try and break the record, but in front of the boss, they had no choice but to give up. The Dragon's Fury skill not only deals terrifyingly high damage, but more importantly, it's a group skill that locks onto targets. Even with support buffs, squishy characters can't withstand this damage. Over time, no one challenged the nightmare difficulty anymore. Oh, Jiangyan nodded. Then we have it now. After saying that, he intended to ignore Ho Pingkong and started to leave. Ho Pingkong initially did not believe it. Seeing Jiangyan's confidence, he walked towards the dungeon vortex with some skepticism to investigate. Ho Pingkong's expression changed drastically when he saw the line of records belonging solely to Jiang and in the nightmare-level dungeon's completion log. Did I really beat the game? And it only took a little over 3 hours? How could that be? The others noticed the change in Ho Pingkong's expression and couldn't help but say, What? Monkey, you're not telling me that he really cleared the nightmare-level dungeon all by himself, are you? Ho Pingkong stared blankly at Jiangyan, muttering to himself. But he really beat the game. What? Ho Pingkong's words immediately stirred up a huge uproar. Chapter 127, What does this have to do with me? Who said he didn't have it? Many of the onlookers who had been watching the spectacle in front of the instance could no longer sit still. They had mostly experienced the Lost Fishing Village instance. Even the most difficult dungeons are incredibly challenging. There have even been instances where students have died unexpectedly inside. Let alone freshmen, even experienced students who have reached level 22 have not been able to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon. What's more, the customs clearance time in Jiangyan is so fast. The current completion time for the hardest difficulty level has reached 7 hours and 8 minutes, and that was only achieved by 5 experienced players who had almost reached the limit and had extremely skilled teamwork. Jiangyan, as a freshman, completed the nightmare difficulty level all by himself in less than 4 hours. This is simply unbelievable. Jiangyan walked out of the crowd without incident. The cooldown period for this vanished fishing village is 2 days, meaning the time from now on. I can only farm in the dungeons that consume fewer points. The upgrade speed will definitely be much slower. If only Su Chan's level could catch up. You can also get high-quality pet food for free. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, a girl in a long dress suddenly walked out from the side. It was Sunyu, etc. Jiangyan stared at the other person for a long time, vaguely feeling that there was something familiar about their features, but he was sure that he had never seen them before. Who are you? Sunyu. Sun Mei is my sister, Sunyu said with a stern face. Oh, Jiangyan suddenly realized that it was the second son of the Sun family. What's the matter? Sunyu tried her best to maintain her anger, but her eyes remained fixed on the glutton in Jiangyan's arms. Jiangyan frowned slightly and asked again, Is there something you need? Sunyu snapped out of her daze. I just want to know why my sister chose to refuse to come to Shanghai Academy, because of you. My sister and I share the same hidden profession. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Jiangyan frowned slightly. What's it to me? Sunyu's expression was blank. Whether at home or at the Mountain and Sea Academy, her appearance and strength had always been cherished. When did I ever get treated so coldly? Hey, what do you mean? She said, getting a little embarrassed and angry after realizing what she meant. Why are you asking me about your sister's affairs instead of asking her? Jiangyan chuckled. How would I know why she didn't come to the Mountain and Sea Academy? Sunyu gritted her teeth, feeling utterly horrified. I think you're just pretending not to know. Can't you sense that my sister likes you? My sister is so beautiful. Don't you even want her? Jiangyan paused slightly. You mean just because your sister likes me, I should like her back? Certainly. So if I randomly pick someone and they confess their feelings to you, would you accept them? Sunyu choked up for a moment. This is not a single thing. You're really good at using double standards. Jiangyan clapped his hands and said, The same thing would be different if it happened to you. But then again, what if I already have a girlfriend? You want me to break up with my boyfriend and be with your sister? Sunyu was stunned for a long time. At first, she only knew that Jiangyan had come to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Furious that Sun Mei chose Huaxia University, she rushed over. Unexpectedly, Jiangyan's strength far exceeded her expectations. He was able to solo the nightmare-level Lost Fishing Village. They have a whole repertoire of reasoning skills. I don't care. You don't have a girlfriend right now, so call Mayor now. Let her come to the Mountain and Sea Academy. Jiangyan turned around, about to lash out. A slender hand suddenly slipped through his arm. Who said he didn't have it? Su-chan stared at Sun Yu with a smile on her face. The onlookers, who hadn't dispersed yet, suddenly let out a howl of wolves. Sun Yu is considered a beauty in the Shanghai Academy, and with her formidable strength, she has countless suitors. But compared to Su-chan at this moment, undoubtedly, it pales in comparison and pales in comparison. What excited them even more was that Su-chan directly took Jiangyan's arm. The relationship between the two is definitely not ordinary. Su-chan smiled and looked at Sun Yu. I'm sorry. Let me introduce you, Su-chan, Jiangyan's friend. She paused deliberately, and although she didn't explicitly say she was his girlfriend, her intimate gestures undoubtedly hinted at many things. Sun Yu's expression was rather unpleasant. Before, she could feel indignant that her younger sister was so beautiful but was disliked by Jiangyan. Now, she could no longer say those words to Su-chan. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Su-chan glanced at Sun Yu with a contemptuous smile on her face. She then left with Jiangyan. Only Sun Yu stood there dumbfounded, his face extremely pale. After walking to a secluded and deserted place, Jiangyan couldn't help but ask, how did you end up here? Su-chan tore open the packaging of the premium pet food and said to Yin Ying and Chan Xiu with longing eyes, we've been assigned mentors today. It took a lot of time, so we didn't team up to run the dungeon. I was going to have Fatty Chin take me to your place to play with Flame Shadow. Turns out you're not home. When the pet food was fed to Flame Shadow, it immediately started eating it with gusto, while Greedy Ball watched longingly from the side. Su-chan continued, based on what I know about you, you can't just go somewhere else to rest. You're just going to run a dungeon. Normal dungeons can't keep up with your leveling speed. You'll definitely need to come to high-level dungeons. Look, I just got here and I heard you broke the dungeon record, and now someone is chasing after you, telling you to go after her sister. As she spoke, Su-chan couldn't help but laugh. I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I rashly said it was your friends. Don't mind it. Jiangyan waved his hand. What's there to mind? You've always been my friend. They misunderstood, that's their problem. Upon hearing Jiangyan's words, Su-chan's feeding motion froze slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. So what are you planning to do later? Run a normal dungeon. However, I'm already level 19, so it might be difficult to find a team. Su-chan shook her head. There's one more thing I need to talk to you about. Take this. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared in Su-chan's hand, and a cooling talisman appeared in her palm. Before I came, I had my family help me upgrade the amulet. It can now be used in dungeons below level 30. You can borrow this for now. Jiangyan was a little stunned. Lend it to me? This stuff isn't cheap. Even the lowest level cooldown charm, levels 1 to 20, is incredibly expensive. What's more, it's now upgraded to level 30. Speedrun Chapter 128. Even if Su-chan doesn't use this cooling amulet herself, she can earn a lot of points by renting it out to others. Although Jiangyan also desperately wanted this thing, he knew it was no joke. Well, this thing isn't very useful to me right now. After all, when I go to level up in a team now, it's always a 5-person team, so reducing the cooldown time by myself is meaningless. I'd like to lend it to you for now, so that its effectiveness can be maximized. Besides, if I really need it, it wouldn't be too much trouble for my family to make me another one. Su-chan placed the cooling talisman directly into Jiangyan's hand. Then he lowered his head and scooped a spoonful of pet food from the bowl under Yin Ying's mouth for Chan Xiu. Under the delighted gaze of the gluttonous ball, she continued, but this thing will be useful to you. Of course, I'm not lending it to you for free. I need you to reach level 30 within 2 months. I'll need your help with something then. Level 30 in 2 months. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Why the rush? I can't say the reason. This news hasn't been announced yet. But if your teacher is Wei Qing, he should tell you in the next couple of days. Jiangyan frowned and pondered for a moment before clenching the cooling talisman tightly in his hand. Okay, I promise you. Reach level 30 within 2 months. If you need any help then, I will do my best to help you if it's within my power. The allure of the cooling charm is simply too great. Although Wei Qing was also preparing materials to make the cooling talisman. But we still need to wait for news from Beige. Who knows how long it will take? Judging from what they said at the time, it might not be impossible to wait even a year or 2. This cooling amulet can solve your immediate problem. As for the help Su-chan mentioned, Jiangyan wasn't too worried. Jiangyan trusted Su-chan's character to a certain extent. Okay, don't blame me for not telling you. It's just that this news hasn't been released yet. Once Wei Qing tells me, I can tell you what kind of help I can provide. After Yan Ing and Chan Xiu finished showing off their high-end pet food, Su Chan stood up and gave Jiang a reassurance. If you feel it's inappropriate at that time, that's fine too. Alright, then I won't keep you from leveling up any longer. I'm leaving. Su Chan waved to Yan Ing and slowly left amidst the two little ones' reluctant gazes. Reaching level 30 in 2 months. Jiang murmured, without a cooling amulet, that requirement is indeed a bit of a stretch. However, it's worth a try now. Jiang looked at the cooling talisman, which Su Chan had thoughtfully fully charged. The current usable cooldown cycles are 10. I chose to use it without hesitation. A chilling sensation emanated from the amulet and spread throughout Jiang's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The cooldown time for the vanished fishing village instance has been reset. Jiang smiled. Let's go, let's continue upgrading. Return to the vortex of the instance. Those who originally loved excitement had only just left. Everyone was somewhat surprised to see Jiang return. After all, among the high-level dungeons, only the vanished fishing village is suitable for Jiang's current level. He shouldn't be coming back now that he's just finished the game. Under the watchful eyes of many, Jiang walked straight into the dungeon vortex. With a flash of light, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Ho Pingkong, who hadn't left yet, eagerly went up to check the records. Holy crap, he's gone into a nightmare-level dungeon again. He has a cooldown charm. Amidst everyone's shock, Ho Pingkong's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something. Inside the instance, having learned from his previous experience, Jiang decided to compress the time required to complete the game as much as possible. Let's try to finish the game within 2 hours. Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow leaped down and headed straight for the beach. Greedy Ball charged ahead, unleashing its fearless battle cry first. Sensing the approach of a creature, the beach crab immediately emerged from the bottom of the sand and flung out hypnotic bubbles. The gluttonous ball neither dodged nor avoided the hypnotic bubble. That extremely troublesome negative buff had no effect on Greedy Ball at all. A series of thunderous palm strikes were unleashed. After the beach crabs were instantly killed, the Yiksha monster quietly appeared. Before the steel fork could even hit the ball, Flame Shadow's figure had already entered their field of vision. Evil flames spread, and fire raged to the heavens. In just one encounter, the Yikshas were all wiped out. After doing all this, Jiang, who had been keeping a close eye on the inside of the fishing village, immediately spotted the NPC that was actually a mermaid. This time it wasn't in the same room as last time. Instead, it was in a place that had collapsed, leaving only a corner. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball walked ahead, approaching the deformed mermaid together with Jiang. You are. Xena hadn't finished speaking. Flame Shadow charged forward, its tail blazing with demonic flames. Flame Tail easily ended its life. Jiang looked at the 3 gill grasses he had harvested, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Progress is good. 2 hours later, the boss-level golden dragon loach floats on the sea surface. And on the beach in front of it, the corpses of the Yikshas almost completely covered the beach, and if you looked closely, you could still see a few more ferocious Yikshas. Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow stood at the front, while Jiang and the 15 elemental spirits stood at the back. This time, the golden loach seemed to react even faster than before. Upon seeing Jiang, it immediately activated its gold-level skill, Dragon's Fury. A golden light appeared above the heads of Jiang, Yan Ing, Chan Xiu, and the elemental spirits. The moment the light fell, it exploded. Feeling the power of the explosion, even Jiang winced in pain. However, the health points did not fluctuate at all. Thanks to the passive effect of the Heart of God, all damage is transferred to the summoned beast to bear. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball's health was instantly reduced by 30%. The elemental spirits, however, were not so lucky. This golden dragon loach already deals terrifyingly high damage. They also need to bear the burden of Jiang's past hurts. His body suddenly shattered and disappeared. He was instantly killed by that one blow. Fortunately, this was within Jiang's expectations. Seeing that the golden dragon loach was not approaching him as actively as last time, a flash of light appeared in Jiang's hand. The platinum-grade weapon, the Spider King's scepter, has quietly appeared. The spider-shaped eyes at the top of the scepter suddenly all turned to look at the golden dragon loach. Additional skills. Spider Eye Gaze is released immediately. The golden loach froze, motionless. Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow immediately seized the opportunity to rush forward and launch an attack. Chain Lightning Palm. Flame Tail. Both skills hit simultaneously. The golden loach only had time to let out a mournful cry before it collapsed and died. Jiang also heard a pleasant kill notification. Chapter 129 Golden Equipment. Golden Shield. Congratulations on defeating the level 22 Golden Dragon Loach, boss level. You have received an additional 12,800 experience points. Obtained equipment, Golden Shield 1. Obtained material, Golden Dragonfish Whiskers 1. Congratulations on clearing the Vanished Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 2 hours and 3 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Vanished Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon. Refresh the clear record for the Vanished Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon. Reward, 10,000 EXP. No extra rewards will be given for clearing the Vanished Fishing Village, Nightmare, dungeon for the first time. Jiang didn't rush to check the equipment attributes, but instead opened his experience bar. It has now successfully soared to level 19 with a 79% success rate. Jiang's eyes brightened slightly. My experience points were 46% before entering the dungeon, meaning a quick run would yield approximately 33% experience. It truly lives up to its reputation as a high-level dungeon with nightmare-level difficulty. At this speed, I can level up to level 20 today? Of course, you'll need to use up one more cooldown charm. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang finally took out the shield. The shield was as big as half an adult, and its entire surface looked as if it were cast in gold. The shield features a flying image of an animal resembling a golden dragon. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that it is not a golden dragon, but a golden loach. Golden shield. Type, shield. Restricted class, tank. Equipment level requirement, 20. Quality, gold. Strength, plus 50. Constitution, plus 100. Special effect 1. When using a shield to defend against an attack, there is a 1% chance to trigger Dragon Shield, generating a shield equal to 5% of your maximum health for 5 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked. Special effect 2. When using a shield, your constitution is increased by an additional 1%. Special effect 3. When using a shield, there is a 1% chance that 30% of the lost health will be restored after taking damage. Additional skill, Golden Healing. Golden Healing, LV3, a gold level skill that can be actively activated. After activation, it restores 60% of the user's health. Cooldown, 3 hours. Jiang's eyes brightened slightly. This shield's attributes are absolutely top-notch. Any tank class can significantly increase their tankiness by equipping this item. I'll wait until I reach level 20, then sell them at the exchange to make money. After making up his mind, Jiang encountered the vortex that appeared outside the instance. The sun had completely set by now. The faint glow of stars could still be seen in the sky. Just as Jiang was about to use the cooling talisman, Ho Pingkong suddenly jumped up from the side and shouted, Boss, you have a cooldown amulet, right? Rent it to me. For each cooldown, I'll give you 3 points, and I'll also be responsible for the number of recharges. Huh. Jiang looked at him with some surprise. It not only controls the number of times you can recharge, but it also gives you 3 points. This cooling amulet seems to be worth more than I imagined. After all, as Senior Su said before, the official exchange value is 1 million for 1 point. Recalling the business Ho Pingkong had offered him, Jiang seemed to understand something. Those who can get into the Mountain and Sea Academy are all local geniuses, who can accept performing mediocrely in this academy that everyone yearns for. The fastest way to level up. The obvious solution is to use a cooling charm. Even if Ho Pingkong is in charge of charging and earning 3 points, he should still be able to make a lot of money. Moreover, this is essentially a way of converting his own money into points. As long as you keep recharging with money, you can earn a lot of points. This is much more cost-effective than the official exchange, and there are no limits on the amount you can redeem. Ho Pingkong was filled with anticipation at this moment, thinking about the cooling talisman. This is a great tool for racking up points. Every year, some students miss out on entering high-level dungeons or secret realms because their level is too low. With this product, you can easily find plenty of people to buy it by leveraging your personal connections. With enough points, you can apply to enter the secret realm, and then it might not be impossible to soar to the sky. Under Ho Pingkong's expectant gaze, Jiang shook his head. Sorry, this doesn't belong to me. Therefore, I cannot agree to this deal. Ho Pingkong's expression darkened. However, I can mention it to the owner for you, but whether the owner will accept it is another matter. I cannot guarantee that. Ho Pingkong was overjoyed and excitedly took out his communicator to add Jiang's contact information. Then it settled, Boss. Be sure to let me know if there's any news. Jiang nodded. Su-chan would most likely not agree to this deal, even though the cooldown talisman only consumes 1 charge each time. However, according to Jiang's understanding, the cooling talisman will only be able to withstand a certain number of charges. The maximum limit will gradually decrease. For example, It can now be fully charged 10 times each time it is charged. With wear and tear from use, it may go up to 9 times, then 8 times, and finally just 1 time. By then, the amulet will be close to being completely ruined. This is why the cooling charm is so expensive. After Ho Pinkong left, the people around the instance have mostly dispersed. It's so late, so people generally don't choose to enter the dungeon at night. Their condition is too poor. Any mistake could easily lead to a team wipe. Jiang'an lowered his head and touched Yin Ying and Chan Xiu. So, want to continue? Keep going. Flame Shadow will avenge his previous defeat. Okay, but I'm hungry. Do you have any more premium pet food, Master? No. I'll take you guys to find Su-chan for a free meal tomorrow when I have time. Greedy Ball really loves high-end pet food, but it's just too expensive. Even though Jiang and now has some savings. But Chanchio really can eat too much. It can eat the equivalent of 5 meals of Flame Shadow in one sitting. It still hurts to keep supplying high-end pet food. Looking at the listless, greedy little ball, Jiang shook his head helplessly. How about this? Let's run the dungeon again later. Judging from your performance, if you can reduce the clearance time to less than 2 hours, I'll buy you 10 servings of premium pet food later. Greedy Ball's eyes widened instantly. Even Flame Shadow looked excited. Okay, I'll definitely do it. Take out the cooling charm and select use again. The cooling charm now has 8 charges remaining. Jiang reached out and touched the vortex in the instance. After a flash of light, the person disappeared from the dungeon's gathering point. Looking at the familiar fishing village in front of me, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball have already charged forward with loud roars. At this moment, these yakshas are no longer monsters. Rather, it is the biggest obstacle preventing them from enjoying delicious food. Chapter 130, Level 20. I ran into an old acquaintance. Time flies. The two gluttonous creatures were completely different in their behavior after being given high-quality pet food as an incentive. Those yaksha monsters were like his father's killer. As soon as it appears, it will either be killed by the gluttonous ball. They will either be burned to death by the demonic flames of the Flame Shadow. Even the dungeon boss, the Golden Dragon Loach, was instantly killed after just one encounter. Congratulations on clearing the vanished fishing village, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 1 hour and 48 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the vanished fishing village, Nightmare, dungeon. Refresh the clear record for the vanished fishing village, Nightmare, dungeon. Reward, 10,000 EXP. No extra rewards will be given for clearing the vanished fishing village, Nightmare, dungeon for the first time. A golden light fell upon Jiang and Yining. My level has been increased to 20. It really did upgrade. Jiang smiled. In just one day, I leveled up from level 19 to level 20. This upgrade speed is so fast that probably no one would believe it if word got out. To achieve this level of upgrade speed, various conditions are indispensable. However, achieving such a rapid upgrade speed requires very strict conditions. Apart from Jiang'an, probably no one else could have accomplished this. The sheer number of players who can complete the Nightmare level Vanished Village in just 2 hours as a single player is enough to deter them from playing. Moreover, there's the mandatory requirement of a cooling charm. I checked the backpack. This trip didn't yield anything particularly valuable. After reaching level 20, I finally have 3 summon slots, and I can contract another summon. They couldn't wait to take out the Golden Dragon Loach's pet egg. A quick glance revealed a notification. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. That really won't work. The Golden Dragon Loach does not possess the bloodline of a god. Jiang stroked his chin. He wasn't particularly surprised by the result. After all, he had seen all the pet eggs in the exchange back then. There wasn't a single one that met the requirements. From this perspective, the value of the tricolor deer pet egg he possessed has increased even further. It doesn't matter, even if a contract cannot be made. Selling this golden loach would also be a good option. At the same time, Jiang also noticed the 2 lines of reminders that flashed across the panel. Upgrade task complete. Please claim your reward. After clicking to claim the reward, Jiang's remaining points, which he had previously used, actually increased to 2,832. The level 20 trial quest is now available. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. When everyone reaches level 20, a trial mission will be randomly generated. Only after completing the mission can you continue to level up. There will also be additional attribute boosts. I opened the task details and took a look. Mission objective: solo clear the Lost Fishing Village dungeon on normal difficulty. Task reward: all attributes receive a 30% boost. Looks like I'm in luck. Just as Jiang was thinking this, he suddenly felt a warmth on his chest. The feeling I had when I absorbed the skill scroll before resurfaced. The task details on the panel have subtly changed. Mission objective: solo clear of the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Land of the Sleeping Dead. Task reward: your personal attributes will be enhanced by 50%, and the bloodlines of all contracted summoned beasts will be purified once. Jiangyan's eyes widened instantly. Jiangyan had already ignored all the previous attribute enhancements. The key was to purify the bloodlines of all the summoned beasts in the contract. I originally thought I would have to wait for the next opportunity to purify it. But unexpectedly, there is now an opportunity to increase the bloodline purity of 3 summoned beasts at once. The only problem is, where is the place where the dead sleep in this instance? Jiangyan had never heard of this copy before. Never mind, let's leave this place where the dead sleep to Wei Qing. He's experienced and knowledgeable. He should know what's going on. I sent a message to Wei Qing to inquire. As for now, let's go to the China Exchange and sell the items first. Shanghai Academy is one of the world's top universities and also the most important part of Shanhaiguan. The Huaxia Empire established a separate branch within the Shanghai Academy. Previously, Senior Su had taken Jiang En and the others to take a look from afar. After leaving the instance, Jiang En quickly arrived at the location of this branch. Although this branch is only responsible for transactions within the Mountain and Sea Academy, it should not be very large in scale. But when Jiang En actually arrived at the gate, he realized this exchange is even much larger than the Linen Exchange. The storefront alone is the size of the previous 3. The exchange, which is open 24 hours a day, is brightly lit. Jiang En stepped inside. As soon as Jiang En entered the lobby, a staff member came up to him and asked about his needs. After Jiang En presented his relevant documents, he was led to a private room on the 3rd floor. Hello, please wait a moment. Someone will be there to assist you. Good. Jiang En assumed it was because his access to the exchange had been increased, so he didn't pay much attention. The room's decor is simple yet sophisticated. 2 plates of fresh fruit have just been served on the table. It was the foxtail fruit that Flame Shadow loved most. This fruit is entirely red, shaped like a fox's tail, and covered with densely packed small granules, each with hair-like whiskers. It tastes sweet and sour. Flame Shadow leaped from Jiang En's shoulder onto the table in a flash. With a small foxtail nut dangling from its mouth, its eyes were squinted with happiness. Yanning fell in love with it the first time she tasted it at the Linen Exchange. I never expected that the exchange would have this thing at this branch of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Just as Jiang En was thinking this, suddenly there was a knock on the door behind me. Please come in. The clattering of high heels rang out, accompanied by a familiar voice. Oh, you've only just arrived at the Mountain and Sea Academy, and you're already going to patronize my business? Does he know that his sister is unfamiliar with the area and urgently needs big orders to gain a foothold? Jiang En turned around in surprise. Bai Jing. He then realized that the so-called specialist referred to Bai Jing. Moreover, it's highly likely that the foxtail fruit was specifically requested and arranged by the other party. A half-smile appeared on Bai Jing's face. What? Have you already forgotten your sister after only a few days? How could I dare? Jiang En quickly denied it. I was just surprised that you came here. Aren't you the chief auctioneer of the Linen Exchange? Bai Jing walked to Jiang En sighed and stretched. It's very simple. She suddenly leaned down and moved closer to Jiang En. A warm breath emanated from her nose and landed on Jiang En's face. I miss you. That's why I came here specifically to find you. This enchanting and ambiguous scene would probably have made any other 18-year-old boy surrender on the spot. It's just a pity that I met Jiang En. Really? I was just missing you too. Let me hug you. As Jiang En spoke, he reached out and hugged Bai Jing. Chapter 131 Bai Jing's Advice. Bai Jing gently poked Jiang En's forehead with her finger. Humph, you glib little brat. I wonder how many girls he's fooled. After playing around for a while, Bai Jing's expression turned serious. Okay, I'm just kidding. My performance has been pretty good lately, and the higher-ups said they might consider a promotion and a raise. And then I thought of how you happened to be at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Let's take a look. As she spoke, her expression became somewhat exaggerated. You have no idea, the exchange in the Mountain and Sea Academy is a real one. Everything depends on performance. Most of the students here have people they trust. I've been having a really tough time lately. I've been waiting for you like I've been waiting for the stars and the moon. Bai Jing picked up a foxtail fruit from the table and fed it to Yanning. So, are you going to bring out a bunch of top-tier equipment so I can vent my anger on my colleagues? Bai Jing's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Although it was a joke, there was a bit of truth to it. After all, she was the chief auctioneer at the Linen Exchange. Everything is a new beginning here. The colleagues here are much more difficult to deal with than those at the linen stock exchange. Using the phrase, looking down on people like a dog, to describe this is not an exaggeration at all. She desperately needs a big order to prove her capabilities. Seeing this, Jiang En's lips curled up slightly. Top-tier equipment? I don't know if these count. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang En waved his hand. A whole bunch of equipment appeared in front of Bai Jing. The two most eye-catching items are, of course, the golden shield that radiates a golden luster and the crimson blade. Bai Jing jumped to her feet, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. He was just joking with Jiang En and didn't expect him to actually bring any special or top-quality equipment. After all, if she remembered correctly, Jiang En had only officially started his studies at the Mountain and Sea Academy today. There's no time to grind dungeons. Unexpectedly, Jiang En immediately produced 2 gold-level pieces of equipment. Bai Jing excitedly examined the 2 pieces of gold-quality equipment and said confidently, "It counts." Both of these items are considered top-tier among gold-grade equipment. Not a single attribute is wasted. They are all very useful. Especially the Crimson Blade, a level 20 weapon, gold quality, and it comes with such an abnormal skill. If I remember correctly, it has been a long time since we have seen such a high-quality gold-grade assassin weapon. There should be quite a few people willing to buy it. Bai Jing put down her equipment and looked at Jiang and TSK. You're new here today, aren't you? You got gold-level equipment so quickly, and you're still patronizing your sister's business. Bai Jing lightly bit her red lips, her alluring gaze sweeping across Jiang En's face. His fingers gently traced Jiang En's chest. How should I thank you? Jiang En grabbed Bai Jing's hand and pulled her forcefully. Bai Jing collapsed into Jiang En's arms. Fragrant jade fills my arms. He whispered in Bai Jing's ear. That's easy, just repay me with your body. The slightly warm breath landed on her ear, and her face instantly turned red. Bai Jing hurriedly stood up, suppressing her chaotic thoughts. All right, you little rascal. Let me say it again. I'm not a little guy, Jiang En said with a half-smile. Humph. Bai Jing was completely defeated and gave up on continuing the topic. These things are quite nice. Are you planning to sell them all? Then I need to ask you some more questions about. Wait a minute. Jiang En interrupted. It's not over yet. Is it not over yet? Bai Jing's beautiful eyes darted around. This was already gold-level equipment. Could it be that Jiang En has some other amazing equipment up his sleeve? Of course, but this time it's not equipment. As Jiang En spoke, he stretched out his hand and waved. The golden pet egg then appeared in front of Bai Jing. Bai Jing felt as if her heart had stopped for a second. Pet eggs. Moreover, its value should be even higher than that of gold-grade equipment. Could it be? She glanced at the pet egg with disbelief. A boss-level pet egg. This time, she couldn't contain her surprise any longer, almost screaming, "Another boss-level pet egg! And this is a golden loach pet egg. It is said to possess rare dragon blood, which makes it exceptionally powerful. The boss of a high-level dungeon. This single pet egg alone would probably be enough to start an auction. Boss-level pet eggs are extremely rare. What's more, these are pet eggs from high-level dungeons." Even though Bai Jing wasn't a combat professional, she knew how terrifying the golden dragon loach boss was. Dragon's fury can directly lock onto targets and launch a group attack. Owning such a pet is like having a mage teammate. This thing is different from the previous highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. Although both are boss-level pet eggs, their skill strength and development potential are vastly different. What's more, this golden loach has a very cool appearance. For summoner classes, this pet egg is like an incredibly tempting and priceless treasure. Bai Jing's gaze lingered on the pet egg for a long time. She glanced at Jiang En. Jiang En's place in her heart has become increasingly special. Such a high-level dungeon boss-level pet egg would be something that no one would choose to give up. Instead, they will immediately form a contract and convert them into combat power. Jiang En, however, was willing to give up. After a moment, she managed to suppress her excited thoughts. You've managed to get another pet egg. And you're actually planning to sell such a powerful pet egg? That's right. Jiang En picked up a foxtail fruit and handed it to Greedy Ball. This golden dragon loach is quite powerful, but compared to a being like Flame Shadow that can activate divine bloodlines and continuously evolve, it is clearly not up to par. Bai Jing gave a wry smile. You've performed so well. I wonder which woman will benefit from this in the future. Bai Jing took a deep breath and said, All right, you don't have anything else to scare me with, right? That's all. Okay, now I'll give you some advice. Since you're planning to sell it anyway, my suggestion is not to accept cash. Instead, the auction will be held at the Shanghai Academy. Transactions are conducted using points. This way, it should be of the greatest help to you. Jiang En nodded, He had considered this as well. Take skill scrolls as an example. Before he entered the Mountain and Sea Academy, the only way to buy skill scrolls was through the Huaxiao exchange. In reality, the more powerful the skill scroll, the less likely it is to circulate and enter the market. It can only be achieved through points accumulated at various universities. Alternatively, it can be exchanged for merit points earned from killing demons on the battlefield. Chapter 132's leveling speed is a tiny bit too fast. However, I have some concerns. If we choose to conduct the auction using points, won't that mean fewer people will participate? Although there are many people at the Mountain and Sea Academy, not everyone necessarily needs this pet egg. After Jiang voiced his concerns, he saw Bai Jing smile. This is very simple. Points auctions are not unique to Shanghai Academy. Other universities also have a points system, and it is applicable to this kind of auction. As you probably already know, there are strict restrictions on exchanging money for points, but there are no such restrictions on exchanging military merits for points. As for those who have neither points nor military merits, they probably can't afford this pet egg either. Jiang suddenly realized, I understand. Then I'll trouble you to handle these matters for me. Oh, right, I also want to buy a few skill scrolls. 10 copies of universal skill scrolls for levels 1 to 40, please. Bai Jing took out a tablet and operated it for a moment. Then she raised her head and said, a universal skill scroll for levels 1 to 40 would cost 4.2 million if traded in cash. However, there is currently no stock available, only pre-orders. Orders will be shipped in the order of order placement. At the current pace, it will take about 1 or 2 months. I don't really recommend this type of transaction. Jiang frowned slightly. What if we trade using points? Using points is more convenient, and we already have stock. After checking the prices, Bai Jing found that a general skill scroll costs 3 points. As for the specific skills, we'll have to check them again as needed. 3 points? Jiang felt a surge of joy. It seemed he was still quite wealthy. Then let's buy 10 using points. Okay, that's 30 points in total. The price of 10 portions is less than the reward for completing a single upgrade task casually assigned by Boss Wei Qing. The purchasing power of points was displayed so clearly to him for the first time. Wei Qing is really extravagant. Bai Jing skillfully helped Jiang with the transaction. His points balance has returned to 2,802. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the 4-digit score. In the entire Shanghai Academy, those who can achieve this level of score are few and far between, let alone freshmen. Even seasoned veterans who've been around for years probably don't have that many points. Only top students whose goal is to enter the secret realm would risk going to the battlefield to exchange military merits for so many points. He handed the skill scroll to Jiang without making a sound. I have already entered the information for these items. The exchange branches of each university will begin this auction in a week. You don't need to worry about publicity. A week later? Jiang frowned. Does it really take that long? Last time it was done the very next day. This amount of time might be enough for me to level up 2 more times. It's different. There was already an auction last time, and the buyers overlapped, so we could just add the items directly to that auction. Since there's no auction now, we should definitely spread the word before starting one. Otherwise, what if the big spenders with money are all in dungeons or busy with other things? Wouldn't we be losing a huge amount of points for nothing? Jiang thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to need these points right now. Let's just delay it for another week. He put away the 10 scrolls. Oh, and give me 2 more incubation potions and 10 servings of high-grade pet food. Yes, you can pay with money. Bai Jing didn't ask any further questions, but instead retrieved 2 doses of incubation potion from the warehouse and handed them to Jiang. After leaving the exchange, Jiang went to his dormitory. Oh no, it should be called a villa. Stepping into the courtyard, bathed in moonlight, the scenery within appeared exceptionally charming. These villas offer both exceptional security and privacy. Each villa even has its own protective array. Even if someone were standing outside the courtyard at this moment, they wouldn't be able to see what Jiang is doing. The only downside is that it's too expensive. Jiang decided not to go inside, but instead sat in the courtyard. They opened the 10 portions of premium pet food. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball instantly perked up. Despite the quantity being 10 portions, Flame Shadow can eat 3. The rest are all gluttonous balls. Just as they were eating heartily, Jiang's phone suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID. Wei Qing. After the call was connected, a puzzled voice came from the other end. You just asked me what the level 20 trial quest means. You're already level 20? Jiang said, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I claim the mission reward? Didn't you get a notification? Thud. There was a sound of something shattering on the other end of the phone. There was no sound from the other end for a long time, as if they were confirming something. After a long pause, Wei Qing's voice came through the phone. How did you do that? If I remember correctly, you just leveled up from level 17 to level 19 the day before yesterday. The experience required to go from level 19 to level 20 is an astronomical figure. There's no way you leveled up in just one day. Jiangyan frowned. I'm the one who soloed the nightmare level vanished fishing village. Oh right, and a friend also borrowed her cooldown charm. So the upgrade speed is a little bit fast. Wei Qing fell silent. What do you mean by a little bit fast? It's more like a tiny bit fast. If you call this a little bit fast, then what do you call older students like by Xiao Xiao? Is the upgrade speed as slow as a snail? So, you've already claimed those 50 points. Yes. Oh, okay. Wei Qing's voice seemed to carry a hint of heartache. However, before Jiangyan could delve deeper, Wei Qing quickly changed the subject. Your trial requires you to clear the nightmare-level dungeon, the Land of the Dead, and it has to be a solo run without any assistance from others. Yes, I've never heard of this instance before, so I wanted to ask you about it. Wei Qing remained silent for a moment, then said, logically speaking, the more difficult the trial mission, the better. The better the reward after completion, the better, but isn't the requirement for this task a bit too exaggerated? Wei Qing began to explain the dungeon in detail. Strictly speaking, the place where the dead rest is not within the various universities, but near the battlefield of Shanhaiguan. The difficulty of this dungeon is similar to that of the high-level dungeons within the academy. However, the level requirement for entering this instance is 20 to 28. The level range is as high as 8 levels. This also makes the monsters inside extremely powerful. Especially if you enter at level 20, it will be even more difficult to deal with. But the task trial requires you to do it solo. Chapter 133, Is there a more suitable pet than the Golden Dragon Loach? Wei Qing sounded troubled on the other end of the phone. For most people, the more challenging the trial mission, the more terrifying the power boost they will receive upon completion. A single trial mission can boost attributes by 10% to 20%, which is already considered quite high. But this only applies to ordinary people. Students at the Mountain and Sea Academy often encounter a problem during trial missions. Since most of them are hidden combat classes, the trial missions they receive are likely to be too demanding. Although the extra attribute bonuses they receive are very worthwhile, this undoubtedly makes it impossible for them to complete them quickly. It might even be impossible to complete it all. If the trial mission is not completed, the level will be stuck at level 20, even if the experience points for level 20 are already 100%, and the player will not be able to level up. At this time, Jiangyan's trial mission also encountered this awkward problem in Wei Qing's view. If Jiangyan gets stuck because of this trial mission, wouldn't that be a waste of such a talented person? Just as Wei Qing was thinking this, he suddenly noticed a notification on his phone, and his eyes lit up. Now that you've reached level 20, you can contract your third summoned beast. Perfect timing, I just received the news. A summon that's perfect for you is coming soon. With this summoned beast, plus your gluttonous ball and flame shadow, I think the pressure of clearing the level shouldn't be so great. Jiangyan was slightly taken aback. Was it a summoned beast that was very suitable for him? If there were a summoned beast that was more powerful than the tricolor deer and possessed divine blood, he wouldn't necessarily need the tricolor deer. After all, the tricolor deer pet egg is only of elite quality. What is it? Wei Qing's voice carried a hint of excitement. Speaking of which, you should have already seen it. After all, your rapid leveling up is inseparable from it. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan felt a subtle unease rising within him. What Wei Qing said. It can't be. It's the Golden Dragon Loach, the boss of the Lost Fishing Village dungeon, came Wei Qing's triumphant voice. Well, this news probably hasn't even spread yet. My friend leaked it to me beforehand. You should have already experienced the Golden Dragon Loach. It has a wide-range headlocking skill, and also a lot of area of effect damage skills. If you contract a Golden Dragon Loach and level it up quickly, it should be able to be useful in the Land of the Dead. Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated. After all that, it turned out to be the same golden loach that he wanted to sell. It's good, but the problem is that it doesn't have the bloodline of a god. Its future development potential is very limited. Wei Qing was still chattering on the other end, but this time I heard it's going to be an auction of points within the academy. I'm guessing I'll lose a lot of points. In that case, we'll use this to fill in the gap in White Dove's transaction. Have him help you take a picture of the golden loach. You can lend him the lava amulet later. Problem solved. Wait a minute. Jiangyan was still a little hesitant about whether to tell Wei Qing that he was the seller of the Golden Dragon Loach pet egg. Upon hearing that the deal with the White Dove was to be used here, he suddenly became anxious. Are you worried it's not worth it? Wei Qing explained without thinking too much about it. Actually, their values are about the same. High-level dungeon boss pets like the golden dragon loach are extremely rare and hard to come by. Moreover, if Bai Ge were to make the purchase, many people would likely give up out of respect for him. This way, fewer points are spent. Ahem, that's not what I meant. What a joke. They'd love for others to spend as many points as possible. How could they possibly want Bai Ge to step in and make others give up? It's like this, that golden dragonfish pet egg. Jiang said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm the one who revealed it. There was a 3-second pause on the other end of the phone before Wei Qing's surprised voice came through. What? Did you get that golden dragon loach pet egg? Wasn't I leveling up in the vanished fishing village? If you're lucky, it'll drop. Good luck. Wei Qing was speechless on the other end of the phone. The drop rate of pet eggs from high-level dungeon bosses is incredibly low. It's not just a matter of luck. This is simply unbelievably good. Wei Qing quickly realized what was happening and said without hesitation, contact the people at the China Exchange immediately and have them cancel the auction. The news of the auction hasn't even spread yet. Are you confused? I'll definitely keep these high-level dungeon boss pet eggs for myself. Who would take it out to sell? Wei Qing thought Jiang hadn't realized the value of the pet egg, so he quickly told Jiang to withdraw his intention to sell it. No need. I have other better pet eggs. A better pet egg? Wei Qing was somewhat stunned. Are there any pet eggs better than those from high-level dungeon bosses? Is it also a high-level dungeon boss-level pet egg? Wei Qing mentally reviewed all the high-level dungeons he could enter at his current level in Jiang'an. Is it the Flame Lion boss? Or perhaps the Skeleton General? That doesn't make sense either. Jiang'an spent the whole day leveling up in the vanished fishing village. He didn't have time to farm high-level dungeon boss pet eggs. Yes. Jiang'an hesitated for a moment, but still honestly said, a pet egg of a tricolor deer. A tricolor deer? Wei Qing's voice sounded somewhat puzzled on the other end of the phone. It seemed to be pondering which instance's boss this was. He was then somewhat surprised to find that he had never heard of any dungeon boss being the three-colored deer. Where did you get this pet egg? I traded some materials with a woman when I was at the linen exchange. You traded it? What materials did you use? You actually managed to trade it for a high-level dungeon boss pet egg? Wei Qing's curiosity was now completely uncontrollable. He subconsciously assumed that the woman Jiang mentioned was some powerful and mysterious person. In exchange for the materials Jiang had previously possessed, he took out a pet egg that was even more powerful than the golden dragon loach. Jiang said frankly, you misunderstood. This pet egg is of elite level. Elite level. Wei Qing frowned instantly, muttering, an elite level tricolor deer. I seem to remember seeing this somewhere before. Its skills don't seem to be powerful offensive types. It's more like a support skill. Upon hearing this, Jiang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly relaxed. Are these skills geared toward support? Perfect timing. My Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball are incredibly powerful, and if I could get a god-level support, wouldn't that allow them to unleash even greater combat power? Chapter 130 for the purity of the divine bloodline is 30%. While the tricolor deer is indeed more suitable for your current summoner setup, it is only an elite level 1 after all. Its attributes are definitely much worse than those of the golden dragon loach. What's more, you're also facing a level 20 trial. The golden dragon loach should be able to provide you with some assistance once it reaches around level 15. However, the tricolor deer may still need a lot of time to grow, and its potential is not as high as that of the golden dragon loach. Are you really sure you've thought this through? Instead of directly stopping him as Jiang had imagined, Wei Qing listed out the differences between the two. Yes, I've thought it over. I will choose the tricolor deer for my next summon. Okay, I believe you and respect your choice. Wei Qing said calmly on the other end of the phone. I will help you arrange things regarding your trial instance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I can send you there within a day. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Wei Qing. After the call ended, Wei Qing looked thoughtful and murmured, they don't even want the golden dragon loach. This guy is really surprising. I wonder what this tricolor deer will look like. Wei Qing did not think that Jiang, who had come this far, was a fool who would give up the better golden dragon loach. Since Jiang was so confident in choosing the tricolor deer, it can only mean that this tricolor deer is probably extraordinary. After all, even the firefox could turn the tables, so the tricolor deer must be stronger than the firefox. Wei Qing leaned back in his chair and gazed at Shanhaiguan in the distance. Under the cover of night, the towering Shanhaiguan Pass resembles a man-eating beast, ready to devour anyone who approaches. Get stronger quickly. We don't have much time left. Inside the villa, Jiang sat cross-legged in the grass, while Yin Ing and Chan Xiu curiously examined the three-colored deer egg in front of them. The egg is blue and white, and you can vaguely see leaf-like patterns on it. Greedy Ball lay on the ground, sniffing the tricolored deer eggs incessantly. You can also hear it swallowing its saliva from time to time. Pushing the gluttonous ball away, Jiangyan looked at the pet egg and decided to hatch it tonight. The reason for this urgency is quite simple. The reward for the trial mission does not indicate an increase in the number of times the Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball's bloodline can be purified. Instead, it refers to all of one's summoned beasts. Therefore, a third summoned beast must be contracted before completing the trial mission. This way, the reward won't be wasted. After making up his mind, Jiangyan took out the incubation medicine and dripped it onto the eggshell. The medicine was quickly absorbed by the eggshell. Jiangyan placed his hand on the egg, and the incubation spell was instantly released. A pure white light emanated from his palm, enveloping the entire pet egg. As the light gradually faded, Jiangyan frowned. The egg swayed slightly, and then fell silent. The hatching failed. Fortunately, I had prepared incubation medicine in advance. Otherwise, the tricolor deer egg should have shattered if the hatching had failed. Not daring to be careless, Jiangyan took out another incubation potion and dripped it onto the egg. Incubation technique. A white light quietly bloomed. After the egg shook for a while, a cracking sound came from it. The entire egg was covered with cracks that resembled a spider web. Jiangyan was overjoyed. However, at that moment, the egg stopped moving. The second hatching attempt failed. Jiangyan frowned. He did not use the incubation potion again. The protective effect of incubation agents has its limits. A pet egg can only be used a maximum of 2 times. If you were to use it again, you wouldn't even need a third incubation process. The entire egg would simply shatter. From now on, it's all down to luck. Jiangyan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the egg. Come on, come out and let me see what you really look like. Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow also noticed something was wrong and came to Jiangyan's side, looking at the pet egg with concern. They seemed to sense that there was a little creature inside trying hard to hatch. Incubation technique. A pure white light shone forth once more, and it was unclear whether it was influenced by Jiangyan's will. Jiangyan could clearly feel his heart pounding extremely hard, and even the light from the incubation technique was much brighter and larger than before. Under the white light, the eggshell kept making a cracking sound, until a tiny antler finally broke through the eggshell. The entire egg then shattered on the ground. The creature inside was finally revealed to Jiangyan. The moment Jiangyan saw it clearly, he was stunned. I can hardly believe that the creature in front of me is so cute. This creature has 2 short, cute antlers on its head. Its body is predominantly blue and white, with faint green leaf patterns visible. His limbs were struggling to stand up. What shocked Jiangyan the most was not her deer-like body. It was her face that looked no different from anyone else's. Yes, it has a face that looks exactly like a human's. She doesn't have a V-shaped face. Both sides are a bit chubby. It's like a cute and slightly silly steamed bun. It makes you want to pinch her cheeks. Those blue eyes, as pure and clean as the deep sea, are captivating. In fact, not only Jiangyan, but also Yin Ing and Chan Xiu were somewhat stunned. Because they were both Jiang and summoned beasts, they could clearly sense each other. This newly hatched little creature possesses a divine bloodline that surpasses even that of the 2 of them. Soul contract bound, current summoning space, 3/3. Jiangyan only snapped out of his daze when a notification flashed on the panel. He hurriedly opened the panel to check. Untitled. Race, divine tricolor deer, purity 30%. Gender, female. Level 1. Strength, 1. Spirit, 300. Swiftness, 350. Constitution, 350. Talent skill, Spirit of the Deer. Combat skills, Water Essence, LV1, Diamond. Wood Spirit Guardian, LV1, Platinum. Radiant Orb, LV1, Platinum. Deer Spirit, innate skill. When hit by any control skill, the user will transform into a soul form, becoming unattackable, untargetable, and unable to cast skills. The user can choose to end the deer spirit state, which cannot be triggered again for 1 hour after it ends. Water Essence, LV1 Diamond level skill. When activated, it can simultaneously grant up to 4 friendly teammates a water shield equal to 30% of the caster's health. Teammates with the water shield have their skill cost reduced by 20% and their skill damage increased by an additional 20%. Furthermore, when the shield is generated, any negative effects on teammates will be removed. Wood Spirit Guardian, LV1 Platinum level skill. When activated, it summons a wood spirit to protect up to 4 friendly teammates. While the wood spirit is present, teammates receive 20% less damage, and the wood spirit restores 5% of the caster's maximum health every 5 seconds. Radiant Orb, LV1 Platinum level skill. When activated, it throws a light elemental orb that bounces between up to 5 enemies, dealing damage and stunning them for 1 second with each bounced. Chapter 135 New Skill. Visual Projection. Hiss. When Jiangyan saw the little guy's stats and skills, he couldn't help but gasp. This guy's bloodline seems to have been purer than Flame Shadow's from the very beginning. The skills are even of diamond grade. Definitely a top-tier support player. No wonder the hatching process was so difficult. If it weren't for the help of my divine heart talent, they might not even be able to hatch successfully. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, the fawn had eaten all the eggshells on the ground, and then looked at Jiangyan with a pitiful expression. Hungry. Perhaps because it was just born, its voice was still a little unclear. Hungry. The fawn came to Jiang inside and gently rubbed its tiny antlers against his leg. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball cast complex glances at each other, a mixture of envy and anticipation. This little deer possesses 30% divine blood, which gives it some human-like characteristics, and it can even speak like a human. When they reach a purity of 30%, wouldn't it be the same? Seeing the adorable little deer calling out for food in front of him, Jiangyan couldn't help but pinch its chubby cheeks. Just then, the little deer's round, cherry-like mouth opened and closed. Daddy, Daddy, I'm hungry. Jiangyan's expression froze. Goodness, this kind of address is not suitable for everyday use. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a demon father. Just call me Master. The little deer nodded blankly, its adorable big eyes fixed on Jiang and Master. I'm hungry. Okay, I'll buy you some premium pet food right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt the gazes directed at him by Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow. You have some too. Yay, Master is the best. Flame Shadow loves Master the most. The little ball snuggles up to its owner. Even though it was late at night, the order was still delivered within 10 minutes after being placed online at the Huaxiao Exchange. I bought a total of 20 cans of premium pet food. This type of canned food packaging allows it to be stored for a longer period of time. Place all 3 portions in front of the deer. 2 more portions were taken out and given to Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow respectively. The 3 little ones immediately began to feast. Despite the little deer constantly saying she was hungry, she couldn't even finish 1 serving. I could only eat a little over half before I couldn't eat anymore. Fortunately, the gluttonous ball continued its steady performance and was completely eliminated. After eating and drinking its fill, the little deer nestled against Jiangyan's legs, gently rubbing against him to express its joy. What name should I give you? How about I call you White Deer? No, there are other colors on you too. Then how about? Suddenly, the name of a character from a game he had played in his previous life flashed through Jiangyan's mind. I'll call you Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. She tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and nodded with a cute, blank expression. I have a name now. My name is Xiaoyao. She skipped and hopped over to Yan Ying's side, and soon they were inseparable. Jiangyan then went to the side and took out a skill scroll to prepare for use. Jiangyan had already mastered all the common summoner skills before level 20. Other skills that haven't been mastered yet are either hidden summoner class skills or extremely rare skills. This rare skill can only be obtained by luck from a boss. The only options are to find another summoner to create the skill scroll, gamble on luck, or spend money. Considering the several 4-legged money-devouring beasts he raises, Jiangyan decided to focus on the general summoner spells from level 1 to 41st. I bought 10 skill scrolls at once. Logically speaking, you should be able to acquire several new skills no matter what. As he thought this, flames rose from the scroll. A pleasant reminder also rang in Jiangyan's ears. A blinding white light suddenly burst forth. Silver level skill? Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, his heart suddenly pounded violently, and the white light was replaced by an even more dazzling light. Congratulations on learning the new skill, Visual Projection. Visual Projection cannot be upgraded diamond level skill. When activated, it opens the vision of a designated summoned beast, granting the summoned beast visual perception and allowing commands to be issued. Up to 3 summoned beast visions can be opened simultaneously. The spirit cost depends on the distance and the number of summoned beasts. Visual Projection? Looks like I'm in luck, Jiangyan murmured. This skill has a wide range of applications. Under normal circumstances, summoned beasts like Flame Shadow cannot leave their own range. Currently, the limit of this range is only 500 meters away from Jiangyan. Beyond 500 meters, the spiritual connection between Yanning and Jiangyan will be severed. Every year, many novice summoners cause their summoned beasts to go berserk or even disappear after the mental connection is severed because they don't control them well. Although Yin-ing and the others were completely subservient to Jiang'an. But this also means that they will not be able to leave Jiang'an by more than 500 meters. With this skill, Jiang'an only needs to consume spirit points to increase the distance by a certain amount. Jiang'an was not unfamiliar with this skill either, since he had already seen other teachers use golden eagles for monitoring and protection when he first came to the Mountain and Sea Academy. However, the mental energy consumed by visual projections that cross dungeons will be exaggerated to an incredibly terrifying level. With Jiang'an's current strength, even if he could do it, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for more than a few seconds. Visual projection. Watching the three little ones playing around, Jiang'an decisively chose to activate the visual projection. Target, craving balls. A white ray of light, visible only to Jiang'an, connected to the gluttonous ball. Jiang'an immediately felt a strange sensation. Two images seemed to appear before my eyes. One is the scene of the three little ones playing, as seen by myself as a human. The other one can see Yanning Xiaoyao up close, as well as himself standing at the farthest point. Wrong. It's not just about being able to see. I can feel all of the greedy ball's senses, including touch, hearing, and smell. The visual projection skills possessed by normal people are basically at the silver level, meaning they can only perceive hearing and sight. Just like a projection on a movie screen, it's impossible to sense the summoned beast's emotions, touch, smell, etc. This only proves that the quality of diamond-level skills is indeed unbeatable. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. He could even sense that the little glutton, who had just eaten several servings of high-grade pet food, wanted to eat again. The gluttonous ball lay on the ground, seemingly playing and rolling around casually, but in reality, it was constantly getting closer to the food that Yanning hadn't finished eating. Suddenly, it seemed a little dazed, and couldn't help but turn its head and glance guiltily in Jiang'an's direction. It seemed to vaguely sense that something was amiss. It only breathed a sigh of relief after it realized that Jiang'an was not responding, and then it looked greedily at the high-grade pet food belonging to Yanning. It did a somersault on the grass, and, by sheer coincidence, landed right on the edge of the pet food. Chapter 136 New Skill. Elemental Sacrifice. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, Greedy Ball quickly stretched out its chubby little paws to grab the pet food. Hey, you glutton. Jiang'an's voice suddenly rang in Chanchio's heart. Chanchio shuddered and slowly turned to look at Jiang'an, only to see the ambiguous smile on Jiang'an's face. Its two little eyes darted around very quickly. Wow, Master is so amazing, wise and mighty. Nothing can be hidden from the Master. You've eaten so much and you still want more. Calling you Greedy Ball is really fitting for you. It was only then that Chanchio noticed that Jiang'an was not talking and communicating as usual. The sound entered its brain directly in another way. Neither Yin-ing nor Xiaoyao reacted. Wow, Master is amazing. That sound actually went directly into Greedy Ball's brain. Great job. Owner is awesome. While it was praising Jiang'an, its dark-circled eyes kept glancing at the pampered food out of the corner of its eye. Seeing that Jiang'an did not stop him, Chanchio scooped the remaining premium pet food in front of it to block it and ate it in small bites. They were terrified of being discovered by Yin-ing. In fact, even without the visual projection, Jiang'an knew that Yin-ing had already discovered it, but simply hadn't exposed it. Jiang'an then tested the skill on Yin-ing and Xiaoyao, gaining a deeper understanding of its effects. Previously, the soul connection between summoners and their summoned beasts could only transmit emotions and what the other party wanted to tell them. However, once the field of view projection is used, Jiang'an was able to perceive their feelings more clearly and distinctly. In a sense, he is them. Jiang'an tested it out, and with this skill activated, they were indeed able to exceed the 500-meter limit. Flame Shadow, moving at full speed, transformed into a red lightning bolt, traversing the academy. It had already reached a distance of 2 kilometers in just 1 minute. With the visual projection skill activated, Jiang'an felt as if he had become Flame Shadow. The wind brushed past me, and my soft fur swayed in the breeze. The feeling of his adrenaline surging was captivating. As the distance increased, Jiang'an could clearly feel his mental energy being gradually depleted. Fortunately, the rate of consumption is not too fast. Even if you control the 3 little ones to scatter at the same time, it is enough to support a very long battle. It should take at least 1 or 2 hours. After the test, Jiang'an had Yin-ing return and open the next skill scroll. Hopefully, I can continue this good luck. As the flames ignited, a notification sound rang in Jiang'an's ear. Gained the duplicate skill Shadow Technique Twin. Again. Gained a duplicate skill. Again. Gained a duplicate skill. Jiang'an, expressionless, repeatedly took out the skill scroll and opened it. The universal skill scroll has this major flaw. Once you have acquired a number of skills, it's easy to keep using the same skills repeatedly. This is why specific skill scrolls are so expensive. Until Jiang obtained the last skill scroll. His lips twitched slightly, and he casually opened them. Can I really be that unlucky? Only 1 in 10 gets a skill. All the rest went down the drain. Although Jiang was mentally prepared, wasn't this a bit too harsh? Is there not even a minimum guarantee? Just as he was thinking this, that familiar feeling surged back. The dark light grew larger and larger in Jiang's eyes. Iron grade. Wrong. As his heart pounded, a dazzling light once again shone before Jiang's eyes. Congratulations on learning the new skill, Elemental Sacrifice. Elemental Sacrifice, LV1 diamond level skill, creates a magic circle in front of the user. Elemental creatures within the circle will be sacrificed. The elemental defense of all enemies within the designated area will be reduced by 30%. In addition, depending on the type of elemental creature sacrificed, special effects will be applied. Fire element. All enemy units within range will be affected by the burning effect. Water element. All enemy units within range will be frozen. Lightning element. All enemy units within range will be paralyzed. Wood element. All friendly units within range will gain a lifesteal effect. Wind element. All friendly units within range will gain the swiftness effect. The densely packed skill descriptions made Jiang and scalp tingle. But after he finished reading it, a look of excitement immediately appeared in his eyes. This skill's effect is absolutely insane. Level 1 can reduce the elemental defense of enemies within range by 30%. It can also come with additional special effects. If Jiang remembers correctly, this skill has been criticized by many summoners. Because their elemental sacrifice only reduces the enemy's elemental resistance by 10% and does not have any special effects. Some people have tried to develop this skill, but they have found that even if the skill level is increased, they will still be able to develop it. It's just that the reduction in elemental resistance has increased from 10% to 15%. Although Jiang felt that the elemental summoning skill was rather useless, that was only true for Jiang. Not every summoner can possess a powerful summon like Flame Shadow. For them, elemental summoning can significantly enhance their combat power. However, this elemental sacrifice requires sacrificing the life of an elemental spirit, but only results in a 15% reduction in elemental resistance. The price-performance ratio is naturally too low. Moreover, the summoned beasts they possess may not have elemental skills, which naturally makes this skill even more useless. But who would have thought that this skill would have such a terrifying bonus after being upgraded to diamond level? This is especially good news for Jiang. After all, elemental spirits don't actually play a very significant role in the current dungeons. Especially after the purity of Flame Shadow's bloodline is further improved. This gap will become even more pronounced. If used as a sacrifice, it can not only inflict negative effects on the enemy, but also inflict positive effects on teammates. Isn't that wonderful? In that instant, the gloom of repeated failures vanished. It's worth it. This one skill alone is worth it. Although Yan Ying and the others didn't understand why Jiang was so happy, they were easily infected by his joyful mood. Especially the little one, which was happily rolling around in the grass. It ruined the originally perfectly arranged garden landscape, making it completely devoid of beauty. Chapter 137 Assemble. Enter Shanhaiguan. The next morning, Jiang couldn't wait to arrive at the lost fishing village instance. I'm going to hurry up and level up Xiaoyao. Seeing the cooldown notification displayed in the instance, a flash of light appeared in Jiang's hand. The cooling charm appears in your hand. Select to use it. With the cooldown timer reset, he immediately chose to enter the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Only after entering the dungeon did Jiang eagerly summon Xiaoyao from the summoned beast space. The reason is simple. This little guy is just too cute. I wanted to buy breakfast in the morning, and Xiaoyao followed behind me. It almost attracted the attention of the entire hospital. In the end, Jiang had no choice but to take her back into the summoning space to end the matter. All right, then let's get ready to upgrade. Xiaoyao nodded, then gently shook its ears. Blue shields instantly appeared on Jiang and Yan Yingqiao. Although the shield is currently only a thin layer, the additional benefits of reduced skill consumption and increased skill damage are tangible and noticeable. She tilted her head back and let out a soft groan. 3 wood spirits then appeared beside the 3 of them. This wood spirit looks like a small ginseng, with a nose and eyes. After the wood spirit appeared, Jiang could instantly feel that his defense had been further enhanced. Not far away, the Yiksha monster had quietly respawned. Accompanied by Xiao Yao's silvery laughter, A pure white ball of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It landed on the monster that was about to throw the steel fork. After taking -1 damage, the group of yakshas stood there dumbfounded, not even having had a chance to throw their steel forks. The word dizziness was displayed above my head. When the dizziness finally subsided, a fiery red figure appeared before my eyes. The demonic flames burst forth, utterly reaping their lives. Jiang turned his gaze to Xiao Yao, his face filled with undisguised satisfaction. This little guy's skills are too powerful. Even though it's only level 1, the boost and control it provides are enough to make it play a role in battle. It could even have an impact that influences the entire course of the war. Flame Shadow also let out a fox cry. He praised Xiao Yao without reservation. Xiao Yao happily spun around on the ground, while 7 golden lights shone from her body at the same time. The level 1 character level skyrocketed to level 8 thanks to the massive amount of experience gained. Feeling stronger, Xiao Yao was visibly happier. The deer antlers gently grazed Jiang and trouser leg. Open the panel. Xiao Yao. Race: Divine Tricolored Deer, Purity 30%. Gender: Female. Level: 8. Strength: 1. Spirit: 650. Swiftness: 700. Constitution: 700. Talent skill: Spirit of the Deer. Combat skills: Water Essence, LV1, Diamond. Wood Spirit Guardian, LV1, Platinum. Radiant Orb, LV1, Platinum. Sure enough, the attributes increased dramatically. Jiang was somewhat taken aback. Its base attribute values were simply too high, which was why it had only reached level 8. The attributes are already this exaggerated. It's conceivable that when it reaches level 20, it might be significantly stronger than Flame Shadow. After the addition of Xiao Yao as a key general, Jiang's customs clearance speed has undoubtedly improved significantly. It only took 1 hour and 30 minutes to clear the vanished fishing village again. That vision projection skill doesn't seem that powerful. However, it can greatly increase the speed during dungeon runs. After all, these monsters could be instantly killed by Flame Shadow. The only difference is that their previous coverage area was only 500 meters around Jiang'an. The area has now been expanded to 2 kilometers by Jiang'an. The speed of clearing levels has also been greatly increased. Jiang'an didn't even have a chance to try out his new skill. Xiao Yao's level also soared to level 12. It also cleverly mastered a new auxiliary skill. Blessed Ray, LV1 Platinum level skill. When activated, it fires a ray of light that can refract up to 4 times. Friendly creatures hit by the ray will gain 20% attack speed and 20% movement speed. Jiang'an patted Xiao Yao's head, put her back into his summoning space, and then left the instance. As soon as he left, Jiang'an's communicator rang, and he saw the text message from Wei Qing that had been sent half an hour earlier. The dungeon setup is all set. Someone will take you there. It also comes with a license plate number. With a quick glance, Jiang'an spotted a black military pickup truck. The other party is currently stationed not far from the instance's rally point. The license plate number matches perfectly. He strode forward, and before Jiang'an even reached the car door, he could already hear faint sounds coming from inside. Who are they waiting for? Who has such a big face? The voice belonged to a woman, and Jiang'an vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. There were also some comforting male voices nearby. Let's wait a bit. The people who can go to this instance must be quite extraordinary. After all, that place is in Shanhaiguan. We'll need to look out for each other if anything happens. The girl in the carriage with delicate features and a frosty expression was none other than Sun Yu, who had previously argued with Jiang'an. She complained, "They can't even be on time. It's really incomprehensible. Besides, there should only be 5 of us in our year who can go to this instance. Could it be from the previous year? That's really useless. All right, that's enough. I heard that they were able to take us there because of them, and we just hitched a ride." The honest-looking man, wearing a thick layer of armor, explained, "Didn't you see we applied for half a month, and it's only now that it's been approved? But that can't be done like this, waiting for so long." Sun Yu muttered softly. Although the others, apart from the man, did not say it explicitly, their faces clearly showed a hint of displeasure. The person sitting in the driver's seat was clearly a soldier. He had a serious expression and sat upright, ignoring the people sitting in the back. He didn't see Jiang'an walking towards him until he saw him in the rearview mirror. He immediately opened the car door and got out, greeting Jiang'an warmly. "You must be Jiang'an. I am Xiongzhengbin. Lord Wei Qing specifically asked me to take you to Shanhaiguan. Please get in the car." Although the people in the car didn't hear the name clearly, they were all quite surprised by the soldiers' enthusiastic reaction. Based on their experience, these soldiers do not treat students differently because of their abilities. Compared to these soldiers, The students are undoubtedly still just flowers in a greenhouse. Even if they have the ability, they are not on the same level as them. Just now, when they tried to greet others, they only received extremely cold responses, and often they were simply ignored. They looked out the window with some curiosity. Sun Yu's pupils contracted slightly the moment she saw Jiang Yin's figure. Was it him? How did he end up here? Isn't he only level 19? Chapter 138 Nightmare Level Dungeon Trial. A genius is envied by heaven. Hey, Yu, isn't he that Jiang Yin guy? It seems you met with him yesterday? Sun Yu's expression darkened slightly. It's him. I don't know why he's here. I remember he was only level 19 yesterday. Xiong Zhengbin opened the car door and said to Jiang Yin with a hint of apology, Lord Wei Qing originally only planned to pick you up. However, Lord White Dove sent word that they should be taken along as well. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sun Yu and the others and said, Move over and make room for them. Sun Yu moved to the back of the car with a displeased expression, muttering under her breath. They really have a big entourage just because they have Wei Qing backing them up. So domineering, they even want us to give up our seats. Before Jiang Yin could say anything, Xiong Jingbin's face instantly turned cold. I advise you to watch your mouth. You can't just slander Lord Wei Qing's reputation like that. This trip was originally planned for Jiang Yin. You are just an afterthought. If you are dissatisfied, you can choose to leave and find another way to enter Shanhaiguan. When he gets serious, he exudes a steely aura, as if he could unleash a skill to kill Sun Yu at any moment. Sun Yu's face turned pale instantly. The burly man standing nearby quickly tried to smooth things over. Just kidding. We'll let you pass. We'll let you pass. Jiang Yin, is that you? I'm Tang Bo, a year ahead of you. It's nice to meet you. Hello, senior. Jiang Yin returned the greeting with a smile. Xiong Jingbin, who was in charge of driving, looked slightly better. After Jiang Yin got into the car, he returned to the driver's seat. The vehicle moved slowly. Tang Bo tried to ease the tension by asking, Junior brother Jiang Yin, which instance are you going to? I don't recall there being a dungeon in Shanhaiguan that's suitable for my junior's level. I'm going to the Land of the Dead dungeon, Jiang Yin said calmly. Uffed. Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh from the back seat. When she saw Xiong Zhengbin give her a cold glance through the rearview mirror, she quickly suppressed it. Fearing he might upset her, he simply threw her out of the car. Tang Bo looked curious as well. Isn't it too early for you to go to this instance now? This dungeon is for levels 20 to 28. It's not early, Jiang Yin replied seriously. I'm already level 20, so I can enter this dungeon now. Level 20? Tang Bo's eyes widened. He was both amazed by the speed at which Jiang Yin had advanced in rank and impressed by his courage. The 5-person team in their car was theoretically the fastest leveling team in their cohort. While others were still preparing for the level 20 trial mission, they had already made great strides. Level up quickly. Now, they have even achieved the remarkable feat of having all members at level 28. Even so, this was their first attempt to challenge the land where the dead slumber. There's no other reason than that this dungeon's reputation is simply too terrifying. A team of all level 25 students once entered this instance, but none of them came out alive. Everyone's understanding of the land of the dead is that one must reach the maximum level before daring to enter. Otherwise, it is holding a lantern in a latrine. You're asking for trouble. Moreover, Jiang Yin was clearly alone, without any other teammates. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Bo said, Junior brother Jiang Yin, do you have a compelling reason to go? This place where the dead sleep is not a good place to level up. If it's not necessary, I suggest you consider upgrading elsewhere. It would be safer. Looking at Tang Bo's sincere expression, Jiang Yin smiled and said, There's no other way. It's a level 20 trial mission. What? Tang Bo's pupils contracted slightly. Your level 20 trial quest is to have you solo the normal level Land of the Dead? A trial mission should naturally be challenging, but at the same time offer a certain chance of success. Tang Bo didn't think that sending someone who had just reached level 20 to grind the normal level Land of the Dead was a trial mission. This is clearly a suicide mission. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, even Sun Yu, who was sitting in the back row, was taken aback. His gaze softened instantly. At level 20, go solo the normal difficulty of the Trial of the Dead. This is probably the most difficult and impossible task to complete. She still remembers that her trial mission was nothing more than clearing a normal level outdoor dungeon solo. Even so, she paid a heavy price to prepare a lot of life-saving items in advance and narrowly escaped death. Jiang Yin's mission was even more terrifying than hers. You have to do it all by yourself. Although the others did not speak, their eyes were filled with pity as they looked at Jiang Yin. It was as if I had witnessed the fall of a genius. It is impossible for one person to clear the Land of the Dead. If the trial mission cannot be completed, Jiang En's level will be stuck at level 20, and he will be unable to level up further. No matter how strong Jiang En is now, he will remain at level 20 and have no future. Only the soldier was driving, his expression resolute, showing no sign of surprise. Feeling a little embarrassed by everyone's stares, Jiang En touched his nose. That isn't actually a place where the dead sleep in an ordinary way. Tang Bo was taken aback, thinking that Jiang En was joking, and immediately laughed heartily. Haha, I knew it. How could anyone possibly complete the normal level land of the dead solo in their trial mission? This is simply impossible to finish. It's nightmare level, Jiang En said without changing his expression. Tang Bo's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time, like a duck whose throat had been stepped on. Sun Yu exclaimed, your trial mission is to solo the nightmare level land of the dead? You? Tang Bo struggled to process this terrifying information. After holding back for a long time, he slowly spoke. Aren't you going to consider giving up? Give up? What? Jiang En looked very puzzled. Of course, survival is the priority. Life is too short to risk everything for a trial mission where death is inevitable. Tang Bo couldn't help but offer his advice. If it were just a regular level place where the dead slumber, based on Jiang En's strength as he had heard, although he couldn't clear it, at least if he acted quickly, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Nightmare level. That would undoubtedly be like trespassing into a den of wolves and tigers. No one has ever cleared nightmare difficulty in this dungeon. Even in the history of clearing the hard difficulty level, only a handful of teams have ever done so. Almost everyone in each team who survived has become a renowned powerhouse. For example, White Doves. But now they learn that Jiang En's trial mission is actually a nightmare level requirement. Tang Bo couldn't help but feel sorry for this junior who had just arrived at the university. It's a tragedy that such a talented person is so envied. Chapter 139 Wei Qing's status. The Sharp Knife Regiment. Jiang En smiled and shook his head. A mission that's bound to result in certain death? Not necessarily. Besides, if you don't even dare to try, why come to the mountain and sea academy? Jiang En did not believe this was a mission that would inevitably lead to death. At least that's how it is for him. Seeing Jiang En's calm expression, Tang Bo gave him a thumbs up. Good lad. Just for what you said, I, Tang Bo, admire you. I've decided to be your friend. During their conversation, the vehicle quickly arrived at Shanhaiguan. Through the car window, both Jiang En and Yanning couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock in their eyes. Jiang En originally thought that the gate of the Shanhai Academy was cast from the leftover materials from Shanhaiguan, and that the two should be similar. But now that we've gotten closer, let's take a look. The two are not comparable at all. Upon approaching, the tall, thick walls were so imposing that just looking at them made one feel suffocated. Jiang En could still see a lot of bloodstains on the wall. These bloodstains, weathered by time, have long been absorbed into the wall. There was red blood, and also black blood unique to the Demon Legion. It's truly spectacular. Jiang En couldn't help but murmur. He seemed somewhat lost in thought. Does this blood contain a portion of their parents' blood? Tang Bo followed Jiang En's gaze to the wall, his eyes filled with admiration. Yes, it is all thanks to those fearless ancestors that we can live a peaceful life inside Shanhaiguan. If it weren't for them, humanity would probably have become slaves of the Demon Legion long ago. Hey, Junior Jiang En, I vaguely remember hearing that you were a child from the Twin Hearts Orphanage. Upon hearing about the Twin Hearts Orphanage, the others were all taken aback, and their gazes involuntarily turned to Jiang En. Everyone in the Chinese Empire knows about the Twin Hearts Orphanage. Descendants of fallen soldiers. Jiang En hummed. Sun Yu's eyes no longer held the initial dissatisfaction with Jiang En. Instead, they revealed a hint of shame. The vehicle slowly drove into the checkpoint. Immediately, a group of people armed with silver-level weapons surrounded the vehicle, cautiously observing its condition. As the most important place for the human race, Shanhaiguan has extremely strict defenses. Anyone entering or leaving Shanhaiguan must have complete procedures and sufficient reasons. Any evildoers are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. After showing the relevant documents, the personnel in charge of the inspection checked Jiang En and the others one by one. After confirming that there were no traces of evil people on his body, the expression on his face relaxed a little. Be careful when you go there. The nearest place is a bit far from the garrison. Beware of the vanguard of the demon army. After giving some instructions, the other party waved their hand to signal that they could pass. The vehicle then continued moving forward. There were more of these checkpoints later on, after being reviewed about 7 or 8 times in succession. Jiang En and his group finally entered Shanhaiguan. Contrary to Jiang En's expectations of a military camp, there weren't many soldiers here. The vast land was barren, with only reddish-brown stones on the ground, and the sun on the horizon distorted the air. "We'll be there soon." The driver, who was focused on driving, suddenly said to Jiang'an, "The area we are currently passing through is under the jurisdiction of Lord Wei Qing. They should all be on the front lines, so this area is a relatively safe place. However, the land of the dead is not in the military camp, so we still need to be careful. After all, those guys from the Demon Legion would send out some scouts from time to scout out the situation." Upon hearing his words, everyone in the car felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, not long afterward, Jiang'an and his group saw the military camp with over 1,000 men. They appear to be conducting combat training at this moment, and each of them exudes an incredibly powerful aura. The best among them are even at the level of level 100 and above, having undergone a second job advancement. At the very least, they must be a first-level powerhouse. Generally speaking, one can complete the first job advancement at level 50 and the second job advancement at level 100. Each time you complete a job change, there is a certain probability of getting a career advancement. Taking Jiang and Summoner class as an example, if you are lucky enough when you complete the first job advancement at level 50, you have a certain chance to advance to the Advanced Summoner class. Jiang'an was somewhat surprised. Are all the people in the military this strong? The driver, a soldier, showed a hint of admiration and respect on his face. Of course not. These are all soldiers led by Lord Wei Qing, the elite cavalry regiment. To carry out the most dangerous missions, one must naturally possess the corresponding strength. Everyone is personally selected by Lord Wei Qing, and it is a great honor to be among them. The way everyone in the car looked out changed. It was a look filled with longing and a desire to prove oneself. It was only then that Jiang'an understood. Even though they are both captains. However, Wei Qing was significantly inferior to other generals, such as Bai Go. His elite squadron often appeared in the most dangerous positions on the battlefield to carry out decapitation strikes. Even at extremely critical moments, Wei Qing was able to mobilize the subordinates of other generals. The military driver glanced at Jiang'an as he spoke. "I hope to see the day you join the elite force." Jiang'an clenched his fist and nodded. Tang Bo and the others looked at Jiang'an with somewhat complicated expressions. Given Jiang'an's demonstrated strength and the high regard that Lord Wei Qing has for him, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will surely be able to join the daggers and become the sharpest knife in the group. But unfortunately, in their eyes, this level 20 trial mission seemed like a joke that God was playing on Jiang'an. It's just that fate is cruel. All right, I'm going to speed things up now. Hold on tight. After passing the military camp, the vehicle suddenly began to accelerate. With a tremendous roar, a large amount of smoke and dust was kicked up behind it. Another hour passed. The vehicle came to a smooth stop. All around was silent. Even the outline of Shanhaiguan became somewhat blurred. It is clear that they are now quite a distance from Shanhaiguan. Jiang'an opened the car door and stepped out first. Flame Shadow immediately twitched its nose. "Master, Yanning has detected a very peculiar scent. It smells like sulfur with a faint hint of blood." "Blood with the smell of sulfur?" Jiang'an's heart stirred slightly. This seems to be a characteristic unique to demons. He looked at the military driver and asked, "Was there any fighting around here recently?" The military driver paused for a moment, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "That's right. About half a month ago, a scout from a demon legion tried to sneak up on us. They were all wiped out just a few hundred meters away from here." After he finished speaking, the soldier driver looked at Jiang and with some surprise in his eyes. It's amazing that a newcomer to Shanhaiguan for the first time could notice these things. If Jiang'an hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered what happened half a month ago. Jiang'an nodded, then looked ahead. Amidst a vast expanse of unidentified wild grass, a red vortex in the dungeon stood out conspicuously. Chapter 140 Undead Corruption. Instant Death Status. Tang Bo and the others also got out of the car. He didn't rush to enter the instance immediately, but looked at Jiang'an and hesitated for a long time before reminding him. "I hope you can complete the trial mission. But don't force it. Even if you fail, even if you choose to quit, there is still a glimmer of hope." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the dungeon vortex. Sun Yu paused slightly as he passed by Jiang'an. "Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care." Although the other three hadn't interacted much, they all offered their blessings at this moment. Solo Nightmare level land of the dead. As the others disappeared before the dungeon vortex, Jiang'an also headed towards it. The soldier silently saluted Jiang'an from behind, not to Jiang'an, but to Jiang'an's deceased parents. "I will wait for you here. I believe you will not disappoint Lord Wei Qing." "Okay, I'll make it out alive." As he spoke, Jiangyan's hand had already touched the vortex in the instance. When the dungeon difficulty page popped up, Jiangyan noticed that the highest difficulty level of this dungeon was not actually Nightmare. There is also a difficulty option below Nightmare. Hell level. The icon also features a mesmerizing black skull. Jiangyan hesitated for a moment, but still chose Nightmare level. The level difference in this instance is too great, and the instance itself is also quite difficult. First, run the Nightmare difficulty dungeon once. After completing the trial mission and obtaining the attribute rewards, use the cooldown charm to reset the cooldown and enter the Hell difficulty. With a flash of light, Jiangyan felt a blur before his eyes, and the scenery around him changed drastically. The bright daylight instantly turned dark. The air was filled with an extremely strong stench of decay, which made people dizzy. This feeling of dizziness was not just a sensation, but a real effect on Jiangyan's condition. Even Yin-Ing felt a strong sense of discomfort. Greedy Ball reacted quickly, immediately unleashing its skill, Fearless War Cry. They got out of that state. I opened the panel and took a look. Sure enough, a large negative effect of weakness appeared on the status bar. Undead Corruption. Exposed to a poisonous atmosphere, this gold tier status effect accumulates periodically, reducing attack and movement speed by 20% and causing a 1% health loss per second. This effect refreshes and stacks every 10 minutes. Accumulating 10 stacks results in instant death. Jiangyan's expression changed slightly. 10 times, you'll die instantly. After learning about the trial mission, Jiangyan consulted a guide on how to complete the Land of the Dead Sleep dungeon. Unfortunately, the best guides available are for the normal level Land of the Dead. The difficult level only has a few sentences. In summary, it all boils down to one point. Danger. Run. I didn't expect the Nightmare level dungeon to give me such a rude awakening right away. Jiangyan quickly summoned Xiaoyao. Yo, Master, Xiaoyao misses you so much. As soon as Xiaoyao appeared, she eagerly rubbed against Jiangyan's trouser leg. But when she realized something was wrong, she immediately unleashed her skill. Water Purification. The light blue shield had just enveloped Jiang and Yin-Ing and Chanqiu. The negative effects of the putrid poison were immediately cleared away. How often can you use Xiaoyao's skill? Yo, it can be released once every 3 minutes. Hearing this answer, Jiangyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. The negative effects in the dungeon stack every 10 minutes, but as long as Xiaoyao is present, they can be cleared every 3 minutes. There's absolutely no need to worry about being overwhelmed by negative publicity and dying out. Jiangyan looked at the adorable Xiaoyao and cupped her face in his hands amidst her blank expression. He planted a big kiss on her cheek. My Xiaoyao is so amazing. A shield with built-in diamond-level purification. Without you, this dungeon would be impossible for anyone to clear. Xiaoyao's face turned red rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Yo, as long as the owner is happy, I love it. I love it so much. Suddenly, Jiangyan felt a strange pang of sadness spreading through his heart. He turned around in surprise and found that the feeling came from Yin-Ing. However, Yin-Ing had already withdrawn her gaze and turned her head away. Flames rose from her tail, illuminating the dim surroundings. Only then did Jiangyan see the scenery further away from him. Not far away, there were several slightly raised mounds of earth, overgrown with weeds, and various weapons could be vaguely seen stuck in front of the graves. Most of these weapons were broken and no longer gleamed. Strangely, even though these burial mounds appear to have been there for quite some time, the soil beneath Jiangyan's feet still retains a bright red color. It looked as if it had just been stained red with blood. In addition, Jiangyan also saw many pieces of limbs with dark skin. The occasional exposed organs clearly indicate that they are not human. Is this a battlefield site? Just as Jiangyan was beginning to have doubts, the fragments of demonic limbs on the ground suddenly began to move. The limbs quickly gathered together and rapidly overlapped and combined. This change immediately alerted Jiangyan. It took less than a second. 3 monsters made up of missing limbs appeared in front of Jiangyan. They are entirely black, with extremely long limbs. However, many of the organs are no longer present, making it look like a doll created by a deranged serial killer. Uft. Occurred sounds from the surrounding graves. One by one, humanoid monsters that had rotted into almost skeletons crawled out of the grave. Although these monsters have slightly different body structures, all of them have hollow eye sockets that glow with a bright green light. Sleeping Dead. Level, 25. Strength, 800. Spirit, 200. Swiftness, 300. Constitution, 1000. Combat skills, Corrosive Poison, Silver Tier. Bone Shield of the Dead, Silver Tier. Hunt of the Living, Silver Tier. Note: Those who guard the sleeping monarch will awaken from their slumber if any living being approaches, and will only fall back into slumber after hunting down all the nearby creatures. Jiang'an looked serious. A normal level monster of this level could have 1,000 stamina points. No wonder so few people come to challenge this dungeon. The sheer size of the health bar alone is enough to deter most challengers. Moreover, if Jiang'an is not mistaken, these monsters are nothing more than cannon fodder. As the monsters drew closer, Flame Shadow took the initiative to launch an attack. The signature skill, Flame Storm, quietly unfolds. Not to be outdone, the greedy ball roared at the monster closest to it and slammed its bare paw down. Xiao Yao wasn't idle either. Blessed Rays, with spirit protection, and radiant orbs were all unleashed. Chapter 141 Bone Claws. The moment these slumbering undead monsters sensed an approaching threat, they all simultaneously unleashed the skill Undead Bone Shield. One by one, white bones appeared out of thin air, protecting their bodies. Their health bars also gained 50 more shield value. This is clearly a very powerful defensive skill. However, this was their only chance to unleash this skill. Xiao Yao's radiant flashball, released after being released, arrived first and landed on them, bouncing continuously within them. Forced dizziness for 1 second. Just then, a black storm of flames swept through. The shield that had just formed on the sleeping undead rapidly diminished almost instantly. Wait until the firelight dies down. Each sleeping undead has only a sliver of health left in its health bar. Flame Shadow seemed somewhat disappointed, as if he was quite dissatisfied with his inability to instantly kill these monsters. Greedy Ball unleashed a barrage of thunderous palm strikes. The splash damage instantly wiped out these monsters that were left with only a sliver of health. Congratulations on defeating a level 25 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 8,888 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 25 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 8,888 experience points. Obtained 1 undead crystal. Obtained 1 undead crystal. With a surge of experience points, Xiao Yao's body glowed with golden light once more, and her level had reached 13. Undead crystal? A flash of light appeared in Jiang'an's hand, and a round bead emitting a grayish-white aura appeared in his hand. Necromantic crystal, a bead possessing the power of an undead being, seemingly having some peculiar function. If I remember correctly, neither the hard nor normal difficulty guides mentioned this kind of crystal. Could it be something that can only drop on nightmare difficulty? Regardless, even if this dungeon doesn't drop anything, I can't possibly give up just for the sake of the trial mission. All the sleeping undead that were awakened nearby have been killed. Having gained experience from this battle, Jiang'an had a general assessment of the strength of these monsters. They are very strong, but still not as strong as Yin Ying and the others. In that case, what we need to do now is to improve our efficiency in farming. Jiang'an glanced at his experience bar, which showed he had reached level 20 with 13.2% experience. Although the experience bar was locked, he could not reach level 21 until he completed the trial mission. However, these experiences do not simply disappear. Previously, some people were even stuck on the trial missions for several years before finally completing them and gaining enough experience to level up 8 levels directly. Therefore, the efficiency of the upgrade is still very important. A thought suddenly struck him, and he remembered the descriptions of these monsters. The approach of any living creature will awaken them from their slumber. Wouldn't my newly acquired skill, visual projection, be perfect for this situation? Moreover, these sleeping undead don't move very fast. They're more like meat shield warriors. Even at Xiao Yao's current speed, she can easily leave them behind. After all, Xiao Yao's attributes at level 13 are already terrifying. Xiao Yao. Race, divine tricolor deer, purity 30%. Gender, female. Level, 13. Strength, 1. Spirit, 900. Swiftness, 950. Physical fitness, 950. Talent skill, Spirit of the Deer. Combat skills, Water Essence, LV1, Diamond, with Spirit Guardian, LV1, Platinum, Radiant Orb, LV1, Platinum, Blessing Ray, LV1, Platinum. With a slight thought, he simultaneously connected the visual projection skill to Xiao Yao, Yin Ying, and Chan Qiu. The 3 little ones immediately understood Jiang'an's meaning and rushed off in different directions. At each grave mound we passed, we could hear rustling sounds coming from inside. The slumbering spirits inside are awakening. While silently observing the 3 little ones, Jiang'an raised his hand and summoned 5 different elemental spirits. These 5 different elemental spirits stood beside Jiang'an, preventing any undead monsters from appearing. Fortunately, these undead monsters seem to share a very unified hatred, and they will all prioritize targeting the creatures that awaken them. After emerging from the grave mound, they immediately chased after Flame Shadow and the others. Zhang An's observations were still focused on Xiaoyao. Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow have already done this kind of monster pulling many times during the leveling process, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Although Xiaoyao has strong attributes, her skills are not powerful enough. In addition, since I've never aggroed any monsters before, it's best to be cautious. However, to Zhang An's surprise, Xiaoyao did not show any fear or apprehension whatsoever. On the contrary, I felt somewhat excited and thrilled. One by one, the sleeping undead rose from the ground, trying to catch Xiaoyao, but he couldn't even touch Xiaoyao's tail. They could only watch helplessly as Xiaoyao easily widened the distance between them. The three little ones were about 2 kilometers away from Zhang An. Zhang An also managed to get a pretty good grasp of the terrain in the vicinity. The number of sleeping undead following behind the three little ones was countless. Let's prepare to go back. The three little ones turned around and prepared to take a detour back. This process is also the most dangerous moment. If you are inexperienced and accidentally get entangled by a certain undead monster, you can easily be overwhelmed by it. Flame Shadow is the easiest. With a slight twist of her slender waist in midair, she perfectly avoided the claws of the undead monster reaching out to her from behind. These undead creatures' attacks all have a corrosive effect. Once caught, they will be covered in a layer of corrosive poison. The Greedy Ball is the most reckless, possessing the god-level skill Fearless War Cry, which completely ignores the effects of corrosive poison. The attacks from these undead creatures were barely noticeable on Greedy Ball. With a few simple moves, he shook off the undead monsters that were clinging to his back and sped towards Zhang An. While Xiaoyao lacked experience in attracting monsters, she performed quite well at this crucial turning point. After taking a slightly longer detour and using the effect of the Radiant Orb, they forcibly restrained the nearest undead creatures and then quickly returned. Just when Zhang An thought everything was going smoothly, unexpectedly, pairs of white bone claws suddenly spread out from under Xiaoyao's limbs. These skeletal claws appeared without warning beneath Xiaoyao's feet. It has a strong binding effect. Before Xiaoyao could react, her limbs were tightly locked by the white bone claws. Not good. Just as Zhang An was about to use the shadow shift technique to forcibly switch the positions of Yan Ying and Xiaoyao, suddenly, a pure white light flashed across Xiaoyao's body. Her entire body seemed to transform from a physical form into a spiritual form. Even the cute human-shaped head has been transformed back into the appearance of a real deer. The skeletal claws that had been gripping her on the ground were still holding on tightly, but it did nothing to restrain her. With a light leap, she broke free from the claws of bones. They quickly approached Zhang An. Chapter 142, A Terrifying Elemental Sacrifice. Zhang An finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Xiaoyao was out of danger. Spirit of the Deer. I almost forgot about Xiaoyao's important talent skill. Deer Spirit, innate skill. When hit by any control skill, the user will transform into a soul form, becoming unattackable, untargetable, and unable to cast skills. The user can choose to end the Deer Spirit state, which cannot be triggered again for 1 hour after it ends. This skill isn't actually that effective on Flame Shadow or Greedy Ball. After all, they will lose the ability to unleash skills when they are in the state of Deer Spirit. But for Xiaoyao, this talent is extremely useful. It was originally a team support summon with limited damage skills, ensuring its survival would greatly increase the damage of Flame Shadow and others. At this moment, due to the visual projection, Zhang An could also sense Xiaoyao's talent. I felt as if I had become a carefree elf, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Moreover, even though she couldn't be selected in this state, the awakened undead monsters still followed closely behind Xiaoyao. Zhang An noticed that among the undead monsters following Xiaoyao, there was indeed one that looked different from the other sleeping undead. It wore a gray robe, and its body was nothing but a skeleton. But he was still holding a dusty gray staff in his hand. Those skeletal claws must have been its creation, to prevent the other party from using the same trick again. Xiaoyao simply didn't actively end the effect of Deer Spirit. Instead, he only recovered from his condition after returning to Zhang An's side. Just then, Yan Ying and Zhang An had just accumulated a layer of the corrosive poison buff because they had been in the dungeon for more than 10 minutes. The essence of water was immediately applied to the body. It sweeps away all negative states. A vast horde of undead creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. Everywhere you look, there are white bones. Its momentum was comparable to a monster siege. If it were anyone else, just seeing this scene would probably make their legs go weak. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball stood at the forefront, quietly awaiting Jiang En's instructions. Only after these undead creatures got close enough did Jiang En decisively choose to make his move. Jiang En felt a surge of excitement. Finally, I can see the effects of this new skill I just learned. He murmured, Elemental Sacrifice. A huge magic circle appeared in front of Jiang En, and the elemental creatures that had just been summoned were all inside the magic circle. Huh? Can't the same element be sacrificed repeatedly? As the magic circle was generated, one of each of the 5 different elemental spirits was sacrificed. An incredibly exaggerated skill coverage area fell on the heads of that group of undead creatures. This area is at least close to 500 meters. In other words, the elemental resistances of all undead creatures within 500 meters have been reduced by 30%. In addition, they were also inflicted with burning, freezing, and paralysis effects. Their already slow movement became even slower, and their health points gradually decreased. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball were in for a treat, as the sacrifice of the wood and wind elemental spirits granted them the effects of life steal and speed boost. The two instantly charged into the horde of undead monsters. Combined with Xiao Yao's support skills, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball seemed to have transformed into war gods, moving through the level 25 undead monster horde with ease at level 20. Originally, Flame Shadow's skill damage was barely enough to kill these undead monsters directly. There will be a small amount of blood left. However, at this moment, after the opponent's fire attribute skill resistance was reduced by 30%, even with the undead bone shield active, it was impossible to stop the rate at which the health bar was decreasing. The demonic flames surged to the heavens. Flame Shadow strolled leisurely amidst the black flames, while the surrounding undead monsters could only let out mournful howls. Needless to say, the Greedy Ball was now extremely ferocious. His body had reached its current limit, and he unleashed a barrage of thunderous palm strikes as if they were free. Each strike can kill a large number of undead creatures. Congratulations on defeating a level 25 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 8,888 experience points. Obtained 1 undead crystal. The number of undead crystals in Jiang En's backpack was increasing rapidly, but his gaze did not fall on the hideous undead monsters. Instead, he was looking for the monster that had used the bone claw on Xiao Yao at the beginning. Jiang En quickly found the creature at the edge of the monster horde. The identification technique was used. Sleeping Lich, Elite. Level, 26. Strength, 1. Spirit, 1100. Swiftness, 500. Constitution, 1000. Combat skills, Corrosive Poison, Silver Tier. Bone Shield of the Dead, Silver Tier. Bone Claws, Silver Tier. Bone Spear, Silver Tier. Note: the sleeping monarch's most trusted subordinate. It will awaken from its slumber upon the approach of any living being, and will only fall back into slumber after hunting down all the nearby creatures. Lich. Jiang En narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the strategy guide for the normal level dungeon, the goal was to find this Lich. After defeating the Lich, a sacrificial token will drop. Once you obtain 4 tokens, you can awaken the boss in this dungeon. Defeating the boss will naturally clear the game. With a slight thought, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball immediately approached the Lich hidden among the monsters. The sleeping Lich brandished its dusty gray staff, and skeletal claws immediately appeared beneath the feet of Flame Shadow and Gluttony. The goal is to first prevent the two from getting close together. This bone claw seems to be a lock-on skill, even though Flame Shadow dodged it immediately. Yet it was still firmly held in place. Only the gluttonous ball, maintaining its fearless battle cry, rapidly approached the Lich. In its fearless battle cry state, it is not restricted by binding skills below platinum level. The undead monsters surrounding Flame Shadow approached her, intending to attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that these monsters can be instantly killed by Flame Shadow and his companions. However, the damage is still not to be underestimated. The putrefactive effects are particularly disgusting. Fortunately, just at this critical moment, Xiao Yao's water essence has cooled down, and her diamond-level dispel skill easily removed the restriction from Whitebone Claw. Facing the endless undead monsters, the purple tail behind Flame Shadow swayed slightly. Suddenly, many more flame shadows appeared among the undead monsters. Each of the flame shadows erupted with demonic flames. The superimposed flame storm burst forth instantly. The massive damage wiped out all the monsters around Flame Shadow. Meanwhile, Flame Shadow's true form resolutely chased after the Lich. The gluttonous ball had already reached the Lich in its rampage. Through the perspective of the gluttonous ball, Jiang En could also see the true face of this Lich. The body beneath the robe had completely rotted away, leaving only a bare, human-shaped skeleton. Inside the skull, only green will-o'-the-wisps were constantly leaping and burning. Chapter 143 Fate plays tricks on us. Faced with the enormous, greedy ball, the green light in the lich's skull head quietly intensified. Thick bone spears rapidly materialized before it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the bone spear took shape, it pierced towards the gluttonous ball. The gigantic gluttonous ball took the hit squarely, its health points suddenly decreasing by 30%. Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly. The damage from this lich monster was indeed not to be underestimated. Even with the greedy ball's defensive capabilities and the enhancement of various defensive skills, it still loses such a high amount of health. If it were an ordinary team, those bone spears alone would probably be enough to give them a run for their money. Fortunately, the gluttonous ball had already reached the lich. A series of thunderous palm strikes were unleashed. Snap, snap, snap. Each strike inflicts significant damage on the lich, while the gluttonous orb's health continuously recovers during the process. Lifesteal returns 5% of the damage dealt as health upon attacking. Don't be fooled by the fact that 5% may not seem like much. In reality, Greedy Ball's skill damage is already ridiculously high, and with its enlarged size, even its normal attacks can be considered wide-range area of effect attacks. Moreover, after Thunder Palm becomes Chain Thunder Palm, it is no longer a single target skill. Each swing generates lightning damage in all directions. In addition, elemental resistance is reduced by elemental sacrifice. The gluttonous ball actually withstood the attacks of a bunch of undead monsters, and its health bar was still slowly climbing up. On the contrary, it was that lich. The relentless attacks from the gluttonous ball didn't last more than a few seconds before its health points were completely depleted, and it was killed. A kill notification also flashed on Jiang's panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 26 Sleeping Lich Elite. You have received an additional 10,000 experience points. Obtained 1 Undead Crystal. Obtained Lich Token 1. Obtained Lich Staff 1. Huh. They actually shipped the goods. With a flash of light, a token and a dusty gray staff appeared in his palm. Lich Token. Special props. This can only be used in the Land of the Dead dungeon. After use, the user will temporarily transform into a lich. In this transformed state, undead creatures will be considered friendly and cannot be attacked. This was the key item for clearing the level. After carefully putting it away, Jiang turned his attention to the staff. Unfortunately, it was only a silver-grade weapon. After casually putting it away, Jiang stood helplessly before the seemingly endless tide of undead monsters. He calmly watched as Flame Shadow and the others unilaterally slaughtered the undead monsters. As long as the lich is not present, these undead monsters cannot affect their two formidable combat abilities. Even if you are accidentally attacked, you can quickly recover your health bar thanks to the lifesteal effect of the powerful elemental sacrifice skill. Xiao Yao only needs to monitor their condition and replenish the hydrating essence as needed. The number of undead monsters is decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. On the other side, Tang Bo and his companions, who had just entered the normal level Land of the Dead dungeon, stood close together. Tang Bo gently reminded everyone, "Be careful, try not to get separated. These undead monsters are very perceptive and can be easily awakened. If we face more than 5 undead monsters at the same time, it will put a lot of pressure on us. We have to find our way little by little until we find the lich's location. Only then will there be any hope of passing the level." The other 5 looked tense, a far cry from their relaxed demeanor in the car. They were afraid that they might accidentally awaken several undead monsters at the same time. As Tang Bo, who was at the very front, stepped out. At the same time, movement was heard from the 3 grave mounds on both sides. A withered, rotten hand emerged from the grave mound, and 3 sleeping spirits awoke. Looking at these undead that were clearly different from ordinary monsters, even though Sun Yu and the others were mentally prepared, they still felt somewhat physically uncomfortable. These 3 sleeping undead had no intention of giving them a chance to gradually adapt. They instantly locked onto their target, Tang Bo. It first covered its body with a bone shield, and then grabbed at Tang Bo. Sun Yu reacted very quickly, letting out a soft chuckle. Condense. A mass of ice instantly appeared beneath the feet of the 3 sleeping undead. The sleeping undead's movement speed decreased slightly, but that was all. This attack didn't even reduce the bone shield's shield value by half. Let me. In the blazing flames, several fireballs were flung out one after another. It landed on the sleeping dead. The 2 combined their skills and barely managed to break through the bone shields on their bodies. Seeing this, the 5 men's expressions turned rather grim. The defenses of these sleeping undead are simply too exaggerated. Tang Bo raised his shield high, shouting, "Keep attacking. I can hold on. Keep yourselves together. The healer must keep an eye on the corrosive poison buff on me and dispel it immediately to prevent it from stacking." Good. The three sleeping undead extended their claws and simultaneously grabbed Tang Bo's shield. The fingernails scraped against the shield, making a toothache-inducing sound. Tang Bo's expression changed slightly. Even with his shield activated in advance, the attack from the sleeping undead still far exceeded his expectations. Health points instantly decreased by 1/5. After the attack was successful, these sleeping undead had a faint red glow on their claws, which resembled withered wood. It was the sleeping undead skill, Silver Tier Living Being Hunt. Each time they attack a creature, they gain a hunt buff, which further increases their damage against the hunted creature. Quick! We can't give them time to stack the buff. Focus fire on one of them and take it down quickly. The people behind him had serious expressions as they stood still, continuously unleashing ranged skills that landed on a sleeping undead on the far right, whose arm had already decayed and broken. After focusing fire, the damage efficiency did indeed increase significantly. The health bar of this sleeping undead was decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. The only assassin in their team also stealthily approached from behind. The dagger slashed forcefully across his neck. They managed to cut off the head of the undead monster, completing the final harvest. Tang Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. With only 2 ends remaining, the pressure would be much less. Thanks to their excellent teamwork, the other 2 sleeping undead were also gradually killed. The tense expressions on the 5 people's faces eased slightly. The thought that countless of these monsters might be lurking beneath the earth made the expressions on their faces stiffen. These 5 are all the pride of the Mountain and Sea Academy, and their levels have all reached level 28. Logically speaking, dealing with these level 25 normal monsters should be quite easy. They never expected that just 3 sleeping undead could pose such a great threat to them. If the ordinary level is like this, I can't imagine how terrifying the nightmare level Jiang and will have to face will be. Upon hearing Tang Bo's words, a sense of worry inexplicably arose in Sun Yu's mind. Tang Bo murmured, "Hopefully he'll choose to leave the instance in time. Alas, it's such a pity to lose such a genius. What a cruel twist of fate." Chapter 144. Let's compete. In the land of the dead dungeon, Jiang looked at his rapidly increasing experience bar and could hardly stop smiling. While the difficulty of this dungeon is indeed somewhat exaggerated, Flame Shadow and the others are currently able to handle it with minimal effort. On the contrary, each monster gives an incredibly generous amount of experience, and their numbers are terrifying. Jiang even felt that he might be able to level up directly after he finished grinding, as the last sleeping undead burned to ashes before the Flame Shadow. Without hesitation, Jiang led Yan and the others further afield. His eyes burned with desire as he prepared to go to a more distant place and use the same trick to lure the monster. This time, he plans to expand the scope further. There shouldn't be any problems within a 3,000-meter radius. After testing the godlike effect of elemental sacrifice, Jiang was filled with confidence. This skill is absolutely terrifying. The reduced elemental resistance effectively increases the damage dealt by Flame Shadow and other undead creatures, and the various negative effects applied to these creatures greatly reduce their threat. Not to mention, the lifesteal effect that Flame Shadow and the others gain can greatly increase their endurance. If it weren't for the elemental sacrifice, Jiang would probably have had to take it slow. This large-scale battle is perfect for Flame Shadow to shine. With sufficient firepower, even a large number of sleeping undead are just there to give you experience points. Arriving at a place they had never been before, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball joined forces to wipe out the sleeping undead that had been awakened around them. Visual projection skill activated. The 3 little ones immediately went their separate ways. Only the elemental spirits remained standing beside Jiang. In theory, vision projection could also be used on these elemental spirits, but their attribute values are simply too low. Even if a boss-level elemental spirit is summoned, it is still no match for these incredibly powerful sleeping undead. If you try to control them to lure monsters, you'll probably get killed halfway through. Aside from wasting one's mental energy, it does nothing of substance. So he simply let them wait obediently beside him, ready to be sacrificed. Focusing his mind, Jiang observed the situation of Yan and the others. With previous experience, the efficiency was significantly higher when luring monsters again. Even when the location was extended to 3,000 meters, the 3 little guys still had plenty of room to maneuver. Instead, Jiang carefully sensed the rate at which his mental energy was being depleted. At the same time, controlling 3 summoned beasts from such a distance also increased Jiang's mental energy consumption rate considerably. Fortunately, it managed to hold up. Suddenly, Jiangyan noticed something in Chanchio's perspective. There was a much larger, grayish-white tomb, and as we passed by, a rumbling sound came from inside. A second lich? Jiangyan murmured. Sure enough, the tomb exploded as if it had been violently destroyed, and a sleeping lich stood inside. A bright green flame ignited in the empty head beneath the robe. The skill Whitebone Claw was silently unleashed. With Jiangyan's warning, the greedy ball naturally wouldn't fall for the trick, and it let out a roar. Fearless War Cry activated. The Whitebone Claws swiftly reached out from under its feet, only to find that they could not imprison the greedy ball at all. Cull. Once we kill this lich, we only need 2 more liches to find the boss. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that the movements on Yin Ying's side in his field of vision were a bit strange. Let's take a look. Beside Flame Shadow was another gray-white tomb, significantly larger than the previous one. No way. With a cracking sound, the grave crumbled. Another lich appeared in front of Flame Shadow. With Xiaoyao not around, Yining doesn't possess skills like Fearless War Cry that ignore control. If it were controlled at this time, then I would have no choice but to use the teleportation ability to switch the positions of Xiaoyao and Yining. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, Yining suddenly moved. The moment Flame Shadow saw the lich, he realized that the lich might launch an attack. She did not slow down her movement at all. As it maintained full speed ahead, its tail swayed slightly behind it. The skills Phantom Clone and Phantom Bewitching are activated simultaneously. During the brief control effect of the illusion, the lich only felt a blur before its eyes, and then the fiery shadow in front of it was about to dart out of the maximum attack range of the Bone Claw. The lich brandished his staff, his skeletal claws poised to strike. The next moment, it discovered that there were countless fiery shadow clones in front of it. It's impossible to tell which one is the real one. The Bone Claw was still released. The skeletal claws burst forth from beneath the soil and seized a nearby flame shadow. They trapped it firmly in place. The slumbering undead around it swarmed forward and tore the fiery shadow to shreds in an instant. Pity. It's a clone. The real flame shadow had already escaped the attack range. Well done. Jiangyan praised Yin Ying in his heart. The corners of Yin Ying's mouth turned up slightly as he ran at top speed, seemingly enjoying it immensely. Fortunately, they only encountered 2 liches this time, and without any further complications, they all returned to the vicinity of Jiangyan. Seeing the vast horde of sleeping undead following behind the 3 summoned beasts, Jiangyan perked up. At Jiangyan's prompting, the 3 little ones tried their best to lure the monsters together. During this process, Jiangyan also needs to pay special attention to the 2 sleeping liches. If these 2 guys manage to control the situation with their skills, the game could easily fall apart. Fortunately, Greedy Ball has the Fearless Battle Cry, and Flame Shadow has Phantom Clones for cover. Even if all else fails, there's always Xiaoyao and his own teleportation ability as backup plans. Although it was a bit thrilling, we managed to gather the 3 waves of monsters together without any major incidents. When the second lich monster stepped into the area covered by the sacrifice, Jiangyan did not hesitate to activate the elemental sacrifice. The sacrificial magic circle unfolded instantly. The 5 elemental spirits were quietly sacrificed and disappeared. The elemental resistance of the group of menacing, sleeping undead suddenly dropped by 30%. They also suffer negative effects such as freezing, paralysis, and burning. Then, let the hunt begin. Prioritize killing those 2 liches. After giving the order, Xiaoyao immediately applied various support skills to Chanchio and Yinying. These 2 liches were targeting Greedy Ball and Flame Shadow respectively. The 2 liches moved in perfect unison. Thick bone spears appeared before them. Flame Shadow tilted its head back and let out a fox howl, its voice carrying a hint of provocation towards Greedy Ball. It seems to be an invitation to the game to see who can kill the lich first. Roar. Not to be outdone, the Greedy Ball also had a desire to prove itself to Jiangyan. Let's compete. Chapter 145 Temple Dungeon. The Stone of Destiny. When Yining saw that Chanchio had accepted the challenge, his expression immediately changed. Focused and perceptive, he stared intently at the lich in the center of the sleeping undead horde. At that moment, the bone spears beside the 2 liches had fully materialized and were whistling through the air. Upon seeing the opponent's familiar skill, Greedy Ball instinctively shifted its position slightly, trying to avoid the bone spear as much as possible. One bone spear after another whistled past Greedy Ball. Only a few bone spears were unavoidable, which is why the gluttonous ball managed to eat them. Keeping your health bar above 90% is considered a very safe position. It looked at Flame Shadow with a hint of smugness. However, it was so surprised by what it saw that it even forgot to continue its attack. They were also facing attacks from bone spears. Logically speaking, given the speed and size of the Flame Shadow, it should be easier to dodge than the Greedy Ball. However, Flame Shadow seemed to have no intention of dodging at all, and instead charged straight at the bone spear. Flame Shadow doesn't possess defensive skills like Greedy Ball. It only has the defensive boosting skill released by Little Yao. Puffed, puffed. Dozens of bone spears struck Yin Ying in succession. Her health bar instantly dropped by 80%, leaving her with only a dangerously low 20%. The intense pain distorted Yin Ying's expression. Even so, she did not back down at all, and the hair on her body began to grow wildly on its own without any wind. Demonic flames surged to the heavens. The familiar signature skill, Flame Storm, suddenly erupted. Death has arrived. The slumbering undead around them hadn't even had a chance to reach Flame Shadow before they were engulfed in this massive firestorm. They twisted and howled. Health points are dropping to 0 at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Flame Shadow's health points were skyrocketing. The remaining 20% of health points were almost instantly restored to near full. Meanwhile, Flame Shadow had already arrived beside the Lich, while Greedy Ball, due to dodging the bone spear, had to face the harassment of other sleeping undead. Black demonic flames rose again from the tail of the Flame Shadow. The flames grew larger and larger in front of the Lich until they completely engulfed it. So handsome. Xiao Yao stood near Jiangyan, her adorable eyes filled with admiration for Yining. She murmured softly, "Sister Yining is so cool." Looking at the fiery figure standing in the firelight, Jiangyan could sense the complex emotions emanating from her. She wanted to prove herself. Ever since he acquired Greedy Ball and Little Yao, Flame Shadow has been eager to prove himself. After all, both of these little guys are quite powerful. One is already at the boss level, while the other was born with 30% divine bloodline. In comparison, Flame Shadow's base attributes are undoubtedly slightly weaker. After all, she was just an ordinary fire fox at the beginning. This situation, coupled with Yin Ying's consistently strong personality, is what gave her such a strong desire to express herself. They were even willing to take injuries in order to quickly complete the kill. To be fair, Jiangyan has never underestimated Yining. Based solely on Xinwei's unique skill, Yining is undoubtedly the #1 in Jiangyan's mind. Unlimited potential. Well done. Flame Shadow is indeed the best, Jiangyan said to Yin Ying in his heart, especially emphasizing the word most. Although Yin Ying's expression remained unchanged amidst the firelight, the joy deep within her heart was already overflowing from her eyes. She moved with graceful steps toward the other sleeping dead. A certain place in Shanhaiguan. Wei Qing stood in by Ji's office, gazing solemnly into the distance. The lazy sound of white doves came from the empty office chair. "Hey, your students are taking the level 20 trial assessment. What are you doing here guarding me?" As the words fell, the white dove's figure quietly appeared from the chair. Wei Qing didn't turn around, but sighed and said, "Do you think Jiangyan can pass this test?" "Hey, aren't you very confident in your student? Why are you worried now?" Bai Ge teased. "Afraid he won't be able to complete the trial mission and will be stuck at level 20? Wei Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "If it's a normal dungeon, I naturally don't need to worry. The place where the dead sleep. You teamed up with someone to clear the hard difficulty level back then. What do you think are his chances of passing the trial?" Upon hearing Wei Qing's words, Bai Ge's smile gradually faded. "You really want to know?" It's very difficult, even impossible." Seeing that Wei Qing was serious, Bai Ge stopped joking and analyzed the situation in a serious manner. "You haven't entered this instance before. It's different from the normal instance. In addition to the increased monster attributes, the conditions for clearing the instance may also change due to the increased difficulty. Back then, I barely managed to clear the hard difficulty dungeon when I was level 28, which was the maximum level for dungeons, and I was in a party. And to be honest, that was a dungeon experience that I still remember vividly to this day. If we hadn't been lucky, we probably would have been wiped out several times over. Nightmare level difficulty. Although I have never entered it, I know from just imagining it that it is a near-death experience." Seeing that Wei Qing remained silent, Bai Ge offered another word of comfort. "With Jiang in strength, as long as he doesn't act recklessly and simultaneously provoke a large number of sleeping undead attacks, survival shouldn't be a big problem." "Survive?" Wei Qing murmured softly. Bai Ge looked at Wei Qing's back as he stood by the window and shook her head. From his angle, the majestic Shanhaiguan Pass looked as if it were pressing down on Wei Qing's shoulders. He was certainly aware of the responsibilities and pressures Wei Qing had borne over the years. The chaotic rifts opened wildly as if they were free, and every time they opened, Wei Qing's elite squad was always at the forefront. The casualties were naturally the most severe. Everyone in the elite unit was personally selected by Wei Qing, and he knew each and every one of them. However, by now, the members of the elite unit have changed wave after wave. However, no one has been able to produce another figure like Wei Qing. It's not easy for someone like Jiang to emerge with such extraordinary talent and demonstrate such powerful combat strength. Wei Qing naturally had extremely high expectations. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If it were any other trial mission, Jiang could have easily accomplished it with his strength. But it happens to be the place where the dead sleep. For Wei Qing to see a student he respected stuck at level 20 and unable to level up was undoubtedly more painful than killing him. Suddenly, Wei Qing, standing by the window, took a deep breath. White Dove, I remember there's a destiny stone in the temple instance, right? Chapter 146, The Terrifying Tomb. The White Dove's expression froze, and she instantly became alert. What do you mean? What do you want to do? This so-called temple dungeon is one of the top-tier dungeons in the human world that is yet to be conquered. The prompts upon entering the instance include information about the unique drop, the Destiny Stone, claiming to be omnipotent and capable of changing destiny. Logically speaking, the existence of such a thing would naturally attract the envy of countless people. The problem is that even the ordinary level monsters inside can easily surpass the attributes of the White Dove. The Human Alliance once organized an attempt to clear the level. The strongest people in all of humanity gathered to try and clear this dungeon, but they all failed. They were almost completely wiped out. Since this Destiny Stone can change destiny, Wei Qing murmured, do you think it could be used to modify Jiang's trial mission? You want to try and clear the temple dungeon? Are you crazy? Is it worth it for Jiang? Bai Ge couldn't sit still any longer and stood up to stand up and go to Wei Qing. The projection on the glass clearly illuminated the faces of the two people. Compared to the White Dove's anxiety, Wei Qing's face was filled with unwavering determination. In recent years, the Chaos Rift has been opening more and more frequently, and it is getting closer and closer to the defense line of Shanhaiguan. I suspect that the Demon Legion has figured out some kind of pattern and is trying to find a way to increase the frequency of the rifts appearing. At this rate, it will probably take only a few years for the Demon Legion to completely grasp the pattern of the rift's appearance. It could even lead to stable chaotic cracks. You should know very well what this means, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to train Sun Yu. Bai Ge lowered his head slightly, but he did not deny it. So, you think Jiang has the potential to change the situation? Wei Qing finally turned his head to look at Bai Ge. What do you think? We both know that Jiang's current strength has already surpassed our level back then. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is unprecedented. I didn't tell him because I was worried he would get arrogant. In fact, the number of records he has broken is already countless. And all of them were completed solo. Just for this reason alone, it's worth taking the chance. The White Dove fell into a long silence. If Jiang really can't pass the level, I won't make a big fuss. I'll just try it alone. The White Dove suddenly raised its head, not expecting that Wei Qing had already made up his mind. He even planned to enter the temple instance alone. The chances of passing this level are even lower than Jiang and completing the trial. You trust him that much? Wei Qing pictured Jiang's slightly immature face. Since I said I would be his teacher, I will do my best. I just want to have a clear conscience. Besides, maybe Jiang can give us a surprise and complete the trial himself. A bitter smile appeared on the White Dove's lips. Jiang single-handedly cleared the nightmare-level land of the dead. Is it really possible? 3 hours later, in the land of the dead dungeon, among the vast expanse of sleeping undead corpses, a lich that is still alive seems somewhat out of place. It brandished its dusty gray staff and launched another attack on the flame shadow. Before the bone spear had even taken shape, the tail burning with black flames behind flame shadow had already lashed down. Then a clicking sound was heard. The lich's already fragile body was broken into several pieces by this attack. Health points also quickly dropped to 0. Jiang smiled as he looked at the new lich token in his backpack. I finally got the 4 tokens. According to the guide for the difficult dungeon, collecting these 4 tokens should be enough to awaken the sleeping boss. Take out all 4 tokens. The 4 square tokens flickered with the same green flames as those inside the lich's head. Suddenly, the flames blazed brightly. Then, a violent earthquake shook the surrounding area, accompanied by a series of booming sounds. This is, Jiang frowned slightly. This commotion seems a bit different from what was mentioned in the guide. According to the guide for the hard-level dungeon, after using the lich token, The boss will then emerge from underground. Simply defeat the boss. But isn't this commotion a bit too much? The shaking sensation gradually subsided. An incredibly magnificent mausoleum slowly rose from the crack in the ground. There are no inscriptions on the tomb indicating the origin of the deceased. There is only an extremely wide black passageway. The dark passageway exuded an unsettling feeling. Chanchio hurriedly tried to rush in, but Jiang quickly stopped him. Yan Ying's expression was also somewhat serious, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance. Master, there's something wrong with this passage. Going in recklessly will result in death. Upon hearing this, Chanchio was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. Xiaoyao nodded. Sister Yining is right. I also feel a strong sense of crisis. Jiang had always had unwavering faith in Yan Ying's judgment. There was no rush to go in at that moment. Instead, they peered around the passage, trying to find another way to get the boss out. Or perhaps they are looking for other ways. Unfortunately, more than 10 minutes later, Jiang reluctantly announced that this passage seemed to be the only way to enter the mausoleum. He didn't come away completely empty-handed during those 10 minutes. On the stone walls on both sides of this seemingly dark and empty passage, there are vivid stone carvings of monsters. Fortunately, Jiang had a very solid theoretical foundation, and he was able to identify several well-known monsters from these stone carvings. Thunder Dragon? The Light Bird. Jiang became increasingly alarmed as he observed them. All of these monsters were level 100 or higher, at least at the second rank. The key point is that the longer Jiang observed them, the more he felt that these stone sculptures seemed to be alive. The sense of crisis that Flame Shadow and the others felt came precisely from these stone sculptures. Jiang had a headache. The current situation is clearly no longer related to strategies for difficult level dungeons. In other words, I will have to figure it out on my own from now on. Without prior experience, one must be extremely careful. After much deliberation, Jiang summoned 3 lightning elemental spirits and ordered them to stand still. He jumped onto Flame Shadow's back, letting Flame Shadow carry him as far away as possible. Fortunately, with the appearance of the tomb, the sleeping spirits around it were no longer awakened. It wasn't until Yan Ying, Shanxiu, Xiaoyao, and Jiang arrived 5 kilometers away that they finally reached them. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a talisman materialized. One-time skill amulet, Life Protection. Upon use, it releases the gold-tier skill, Life Protection, generating a shield that lasts for 3 minutes, during which the user is immune to negative effects. Chapter 147, The Inside of the Tomb. Looking at the amulet, Jiang couldn't help but smile. It was the second-tier talisman that Su Chan had given to me before. This amulet can withstand even second-class enemies for 3 minutes, and even if something unexpected happens, you should have enough time to escape the dungeon. After holding the amulet in his palm, Jiang closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the perspective of the 3 lightning elemental spirits. Under his control, the 3 lightning elemental spirits slowly walked towards the passage. Dark and damp. This was Jiang's first impression of the visual projection. Fortunately, lightning kept flashing in the body of the lightning elemental spirit, so even in this dark and sunless passage, it was still possible to see what was in front of it. The passageway was very narrow, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side at a time. The material is also very peculiar, seemingly carved from some special substance. Soon, Jiang controlled the lightning elemental spirit to arrive at the first stone sculpture. The pattern on this stone carving is a thunder dragon, a dragon-like creature whose entire body is covered in lightning. The dragon's powerful claws, its scales that looked like metal, and its angry, wide-open eyes. Its enormous dragon wings were so large that they seemed to blot out the sky. This kind of thunder dragon is completely different from the golden dragon loach that Jiang had seen before. This is a monster with pure dragon blood. Although they are Western dragons that look like lizards, their strength should not be underestimated. Dungeons that feature thunder dragons are generally only accessible to players who have completed at least the second-class advancement. As Jiang observed, the appearance of the thunder dragon on the stone carving became more and more lifelike. The next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the statue. The stone chips on the entire statue fell off, and a miniature thunder dragon appeared in front of the thunder elemental. However, this thunder dragon's body was also covered with signs of decay. The wings on its back were riddled with holes, and the dragon bones inside were clearly visible. They looked quite similar to those sleeping dead. Jiang tried to check this guy's attributes, but all I got was a series of question marks. Nothing else can be viewed. Then a dazzling white light appeared before my eyes. That's Thunder Dragon's signature move, Chain Thunder Punishment. A flash of lightning. Jiang felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and the connection with the lightning element spirit was completely severed. Dead. Jiang remained calm, showing no particular surprise at the outcome. He muttered, "The attribute level cannot be viewed, and there is no health bar." And they didn't rush out and leave the passage. This means that these stone monsters were not meant to be killed by humans. It's part of the unique mechanics of this instance. We cannot rely on brute force. Then, there's only one possibility left. A glint flashed in Jiang's eyes, and the Lich token quietly appeared in his hand. Lich token. Special props. This can only be used in the Land of the Dead dungeon. After use, the user will temporarily transform into a Lich. In this transformed state, undead creatures will be considered friendly and cannot be attacked. Although we can't see the attributes of that thunder dragon, it doesn't look like a normal thunder dragon. It should also belong to the undead category. In other words, you shouldn't be able to be attacked after transforming into a Lich using the token. Let's do it. The only way to find out if your guess is correct is to take the risk and try it out. He had Yanning lead him quickly back to the entrance of the passage. Does Master really want to do this? Xiao Yao looked at the dark passage with worry. Even though Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball couldn't speak, they still felt tense. Jiang pretended to be relaxed and said, "There's no need to be so nervous. Since this passage exists, it must be possible to get through it. Even if I guess wrong, there's a talisman to cover my losses. Rest assured." After patting the three little ones on the head, Jiang chose to use the token. The token shimmered with light. Jiang noticed that a lock icon had appeared on all of his skills. 3 spatial rifts opened in front of Xiao Yao, the Flame Shadow Greedy Ball, and absorbed the 3 of them. After transforming into Lich form, all of one's skills become unusable. This naturally included summoned beasts, so they were all forcibly sent back to the summoning space. Jiang looked down at himself. They discovered that their original clothes had completely disappeared, replaced by robes identical to those of the Lich. At the same time, Jiang was surprised to find that his sense of smell and touch had disappeared. Even what we see has changed dramatically. The once clear and colorful world seemed to have turned into a black and white photograph, and the smell of decay was no longer there. Is this the Lich's perspective? Jiang gripped the talisman tightly in his hand, took a deep breath, and walked towards the passage. From the Lich's perspective, the originally ancient and desolate tomb appears more solemn and grand. Enter the passageway. Despite the lack of light, Jiang could still clearly see the black and white images around him. The eerie green flame in his head continued to burn. As he gradually approached the statue of the Thunder Dragon, my heart jumped. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon had returned to its original position, but the stone chips on its body had not yet been covered, and only a small part of its body showed signs of petrification. Lei Long's dazed eyes suddenly turned to Jiang. Jiang was startled and was ready to crush the talisman at any moment to activate the protection. Fortunately, the Thunder Dragon, which had already become an undead creature, did not launch an attack. He simply kept his eyes fixed on Jiang. Even after Jiang walked past Lei Long, the attack was not triggered. Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Great, my guess was right. Sure enough, after becoming a Lich, the statues in this passage stopped attacking me. This passage is over 100 meters long, and there are at least 100 creatures on the stone walls on both sides. The first few Jiang were still barely recognizable. Jiang had never heard of it after that. All one can feel is their enormous and terrifying aura. As you pass a stone carving, the stone chips on its surface crack, revealing the rotten body inside. None of them launched an attack. They simply kept their eyes on Jiang, just like the Thunder Dragon. In addition, Jiang could also vaguely sense that the passage seemed to be gradually descending. It seems to be taking itself deep underground. Soon the exit of the passage appeared in front of Jiang, and a faint light could still be seen. He quickened his pace silently and soon crossed the 100-meter-long passage. The moment Jiang stepped out of the passage, a platform over 100 meters long appeared in front of him. The images displayed on the platform gave Jiang a jolt. Chapter 148 Hidden Dungeon. Descendants of the Bone Dragon. On a black jade platform that is hundreds of meters high, 2 corpses lay there. One was a human corpse, dressed in a suit of dusty armor that seemed to have stood for countless years, the armor no longer gleaming. The flesh on the corpse had long since dried up, making it a mummified corpse. Based on its appearance, Jiang can be roughly identified. This should be the boss they mentioned in the hard-level dungeon. In the hard-level dungeon, once you collect all the Lich tokens, this guy will be awakened. Defeating it will allow you to clear the level. However, the corpse looked completely dead, showing no signs of being awakened. Seeing that it did not react, Jiang turned his gaze to another corpse. The corpse was clearly unusual. His physique was at least 3 times stronger than that of an average person, with a jet-black complexion and an incredibly robust build. Its complexion was normal, and its flesh and blood were still intact. If it weren't for the bloody wound on his chest, with all the internal organs completely ripped out, Jiang would have even thought that this guy might still be alive. After a careful examination, Jiang's expression changed slightly when he noticed the slight bulge on the top of the other person's head. This is actually the corpse of a demonic creature? In the difficulty level of this Land of the Dead dungeon, the boss is a powerful human undead. The corpses buried in the graves throughout the instance all possess human characteristics. Although there were a few corpses of demonic creatures, most of them were scattered on the ground. Jiang naturally assumed that the owner of this tomb would be human, but he never expected such a change. Just as Jiang was pondering what to do next, he suddenly noticed that the other 3 lich tokens in his backpack had disappeared. The lich state on his body was also lifted. He immediately became alert and summoned the Flame Shadow Ball and Xiao Yao at the first opportunity. Then, he released the elemental spirits one after another, ready to offer elemental sacrifices at any time. After the lich token disappeared, Jiang could clearly sense that some kind of strange change had occurred throughout the entire mausoleum. The human corpse began to decompose and decay at an astonishing speed. In less than a second, the entire corpse, along with its equipment, was reduced to ashes. A gentle breeze blew by, and all the flying ash was lifted into the air. It was as if they had their own consciousness, and they all landed on the demon's corpse. Its tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. His body suddenly rose into the air. Jiang then noticed that the demon's corpse had a purple wing on its back. The demon flapped its single wing, staring intently at Jiang as if it had been fully resurrected. Let's unleash the art of identification. Necromancer Demon Kue, Boss Level. Level, 28. Strength, 800. Spirit, 1500. Swift, 900. Constitution, 1000. Talent Skill, Silent Sleep. Combat Skills, Undead Drain, Gold Rank. Undead Summoning, Gold Rank. Undead Domination, Gold Rank. Bone Spear, Gold Rank. Undead Bone Shield, Gold Rank. The sheer number of skills dazzled Jiang. In particular, the mental value of 1500 far exceeded his expectations. With such a high spirit value, the Bone Spear skill alone could probably instantly kill all summoned creatures except for the Gluttonous Ball if it hits. We must be very careful. Did you awaken me? Human. Just as Jiang was about to initiate the elemental sacrifice, the undead demon Ku spoke first. These words did not come from its throat, but rather from mental fluctuations. It was directly translated into a language that Jiang could understand. However, this fluctuation seemed to carry a subtle, alluring quality. Jiang frowned slightly. This kind of seduction seemed to have a very strong inflammatory quality. Despite his deep fear of this undead demon, he now felt a degree of trust in it. I couldn't help but want to answer his question. Fortunately, Jiang's willpower, honed through 2 lifetimes, far surpassed that of ordinary people. He quickly calmed down, and his eyes flickered slightly. I recalled a piece of unofficial historical record that I had once read. That's about the origin of evil people. It is said that the Abyss Outlaws first encountered the demonic creatures in some unknown dungeon. The demonic creatures made a deal with the original evil followers. They made a deal with the evildoers using power. Could it be that this place where the dead sleep is actually a similar instance? Thinking of this, Jiang nodded. Yes. Very good. The necromancer Kue nodded and looked around. I didn't expect I had been asleep for so long. You did a good job waking me up. What do you want? Power? Or the possibility of turning into a demon? I can do all of that. But of course, you need to help me with something first. Jiang controlled his breathing, appearing rapid and tense, and seemed very eager to try. I wonder what price one needs to pay to transform into a necromancer. The term Demon Legion is just a general term. In reality, there are different classifications of demons. Necromancers are one branch of this lineage, and are said to control the power of death. Ku Yi's lips curled up slightly, and the seductive meaning in his voice grew even stronger. It's simple. I need you to enter the level 28 hidden dungeon, the Bone Dragon's Nest, and kill that bone dragon to get its offspring's egg. I need its descendants to truly resurrect it. Jiang's eyes brightened slightly. Hidden dungeon. Descendants of the bone dragon. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 keywords instantly triggered Jiang's excitement. Hidden dungeons and secret realms are very similar. They are things that can only be encountered by chance, and are not something that can be sought after. The only difference is that the secret realm is purely based on luck. If you're unlucky, even if the secret realm opens right in front of you, you may not be able to enter. However, hidden dungeons are different. Since it's called a hidden dungeon, as the name suggests, this kind of dungeon is hidden and cannot be discovered under normal circumstances. Even a powerful expert like Wei Qing, standing in the area where the dungeon is located, would absolutely be unable to discover the dungeon vortex no matter what method he used. The corresponding dungeon vortex can only be accessed by activating specific items at specific locations. This shows how rare it is. Generally speaking, these hidden dungeons can only be opened once, and the rewards are far greater than those of higher-level dungeons. It's only slightly inferior to the secret realm. What's more, this is a hidden dungeon about the bone dragon. Only those who were dragons in life can be transformed into bone dragons after death. Therefore, its descendants are naturally not comparable to those of the Golden Loach. If I could get it. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang coughed lightly. This hidden dungeon requires certain items to activate. As soon as he finished speaking, a completely black stone was thrown in front of Jiang. This is it. Chapter 149 cleared. Trial complete. Ku-yi never expected that any human could resist his bewitching charm, and carelessly tossed the prop to Jiang. For him, the only way was for Jiang to kill the bone dragon, obtain its offspring, and offer them to him. Only by being resurrected can one truly be resurrected. Jiang picked up the black stone to examine it. Obsidian as a keepsake. Special props. Activated at coordinates 1032, 2331. This location grants access to the level 28 hidden dungeon, Bone Dragon's Nest. After putting the obsidian token into his backpack, Jiang looked at Ku-yi with a smile. What's wrong? Ku-yi felt a little uneasy under Jiang's gaze. It's nothing. It's just that the level requirement for this dungeon is 28, and with my current strength, I'm really not up to the task. Ku-yi was slightly taken aback. This is a nightmare-level dungeon, and seeing that Jiang entered alone, he naturally assumed that Jiang's level had reached the dungeon's level cap. He glanced at Jiang's level and saw the bright number 20. Ku-yi's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, level 20, still a full 8 levels away from level 28. No wonder Jiang packed up the props so quickly. Is it because you're afraid of realizing something's wrong and then taking your feelings back? It's all right. I can reward you with a black flame. This black flame is enough to greatly increase your strength and accelerate your leveling speed. Ku-yi quickly recovered and didn't pay any attention. A ball of black flame rose in his hand. But then he saw Jiang shake his head. Not enough. Jiang shrugged and said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. My trial mission requires me to complete a level. In order to fulfill your request, I have no choice but to ask you to die. The moment the words were spoken, the elemental sacrifice was activated. After the 5 elemental beings quietly disappeared, multiple negative effects fell upon Ku-yi. He was furious, and only now did he realize that Jiang was playing a trick on him. You're asking for it. Ku-yi's wings flapped rapidly, and one after another, incredibly thick bone spears appeared in front of him. Compared to the bone spears released by the Lich before, the number of these bone spears is at least twice as many. Moreover, the thickness of each one is significantly exaggerated. Flame Shadow's tail swayed slightly, and the phantom clone was activated immediately. Countless fiery shadow clones appeared in front of Ku-yi. The bone spear whistled past. Bang bang bang. The sound of piercing could be heard continuously. Each bone spear, imbued with immense force, easily pierced through the flame shadow clone. Sounds like bubbles bursting echoed all around. The clones kept shattering. Fortunately, although there are many bone spears, there is ultimately a limit to how many there can be. The seemingly endless clones still managed to block the attack. Ku-yi's expression was icy as he coldly said, "You have some tricks up your sleeve." However, that's all. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that after one of his flame shadow clones was destroyed and dissipated, a palm-sized black and white sphere was rapidly approaching. This palm-sized object expanded rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. A fist crackling with lightning slammed heavily into Ku-yi's face. Bang! Ku-yi was sent flying backwards through the air. The health bar also suddenly decreased by 10%. Roar! The gluttonous ball landed on the ground with a disdainful sound. Are you kidding me? Ku-yi's only wing flapped in midair, barely managing to keep his balance. Their expressions became distorted. It suddenly reached out its hand, and green flames ignited in its eyes. The ground cracked open, and countless white bones crawled out from underground. Golden skill, undead summoning. These skeleton monsters are individually similar in attributes to the previous sleeping undead, but their numbers are incredibly exaggerated. It seems as if it is endless. Foolish humans, I intended to grant you the power of immortality, but now I regret it. I will kill you and make the lowest of bone dogs from your bones. As Kui spoke, a green light flashed in his hand, and green dots of light appeared among the skeleton monsters on the ground, flying towards Kui. His health points, which had just been depleted, were instantly restored to full. Gold tier undead absorption. The essence of water and the protection of wood spirits fell one after another. Looking at the terrifying number of skeleton monsters, a cold, killing intent flashed in Yin Ying's beastly eyes. Show your true strength. As Jiang finished speaking, Yining decisively activated her talent skill. Kemui. A woo. A woo. A clear fox cry echoed throughout the tomb, and the fur on Flame Shadow's body grew wildly. The demonic flames seemed to have been doused with gasoline, their momentum overwhelming. This was the first time Xiao Yao had ever seen Yin Ying in this state. Her cherry-like lips were slightly parted. Sister Yin Ying, so amazing. This kind of oppressive force. Chanqiu also had an envious look on his face. The divine might talent is something even the greedy ball doesn't possess. It's a talent unique to Flame Shadow. It possesses an explosive power that can be described as unique. Kui's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Is this the pressure of God? That's impossible. Looking at the Flame Shadow, who was only level 20, Kui felt a great fear in his heart. For the first time, he had the thought of temporarily avoiding the brunt of a creature whose level was lower than his own. Just then, he suddenly noticed an unusual light appearing in Jiang's hand. That's the unique luster of platinum-grade equipment. The spider-eye gaze is quietly unleashed. Kui froze. Even the flapping of his wings stopped. He fell from midair. When he finally recovered, he was less than a meter away from the ground. After forcibly regaining control of his body, what he saw when he looked up was Yanning leaping through the air. Her posture was elegant, and demonic flames emanated from her body, combined with the unique pressure of a god-level being. At that moment, Kui seemed to see a majestic and awe-inspiring demon god. The black demonic flames were her most loyal servants. It was burning everything in the world. Wherever the flames spread, all the skeletons turned to ashes. Kui let out an angry roar, and the flames in front of him grew even stronger, until it completely engulfs it as well. Its health bar looked like a lit cigarette. It burned and disappeared rapidly. Even though it tried its best to release the dead to drain its energy, it was still to no avail. The brief boost in health couldn't even last a second. With its unwilling roar, its health finally dropped to 0. Jiang finally heard the pleasant kill notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Necromancer Demon Kui, boss level. You have received an additional 18,000 experience points. Obtain 1 wings from Material Kui. Obtained 1 piece of the Material Warehouse's internal organs. Congratulations on your first clear of the Land of the Dead, Nightmare difficulty. Your clear time was 4 hours and 32 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Land of the Dead dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Land of the Dead, Nightmare difficulty. Reward, 20,000 EXP. First time breaking the record for clearing the Land of the Dead, Nightmare difficulty. Obtained item Soul of the Dead 1. Chapter 150 The Soul of the Undead. Mass Bloodline Purification. I cleared the game. Jiang suppressed his excitement and took out the materials and reward items that had been obtained. Key's wings. Originating from the wings of the Necromancer Kui, possessing a trace of immortality, they might have a unique use in the hands of an alchemist. Key's internal organs. Originating from the internal organs of the Necromancer Kui, possessing a trace of immortality, it might have a unique use in the hands of an alchemist. After examining it for a while, Jiang put it away, planning to ask the knowledgeable Bai Jing when he got back. His gaze then fell upon the undead soul. This so-called necromancer looks like a miniature version of a Kui figurine. Even the wings on its back are incredibly lifelike. When Jiang saw the description above, he couldn't help but gasp. The soul of the dead. One-time use special item. You can choose 1 corpse to release. After release, the corpse will briefly revive, possessing 80% of its former strength and all its memories. The revived corpse will have 100% loyalty to the item. Note, the revival time depends on the corpse's strength. This item disappears after 1 use. An item that can revive the dead. Jiang's gaze changed instantly. This thing could definitely be called a forbidden artifact. Any tool that can touch upon life and death is extremely powerful and terrifying. For example, over the long course of history, Wei Qing was by no means the only strong human. There have also been cases of once brilliant geniuses falling from grace, especially considering that there are hundreds of powerful human warriors who died near Shanhaiguan. This item can awaken them, sometimes enough to change the entire course of the battle. I never expected that such a prop would be revealed. Carefully and cautiously put this item away. Jiang looked expectantly at the completion notification on the task panel. The level 20 trial mission is finally complete. Select Submit Now to complete. A beam of golden light suddenly descended. Jiang then noticed that his level had reached 18% of level 21. Although this place where the dead sleep is dangerous, the experience points are incredibly generous for someone who has just reached level 20. However, upgrading is not the main focus. The key is the reward after completing the trial mission. It's not just that your own attributes get a permanent 50% boost. More importantly, all summoned beasts will also receive an additional bloodline purification. He looked at Yanning and the others with some excitement. Really, 3 orbs of pure white light fell upon them. This light was exactly the same as when Flame Shadow and the others completed their bloodline purification missions before. Bloodline purification begins again. Jiang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely felt that the light emanating from Yin Ying's body was particularly intense. It was even stronger than the combined light from the greedy ball and the light orbs on Xiao Yao's body. Could it be that Flame Shadow has a surprise for me? Under Jiang's expectant gaze, it was Xiao Yao who was the first to lose her radiance. Her petite and adorable deer body hasn't changed much, except that her originally smooth and soft fur now has star-like spots. The starlight spots appeared to be a mixture of 2 colors, shimmering on her body. Even her face had a faint starlight effect, making her face look even rounder and cuter. And I don't know if it's just my imagination, but her facial features also seem to be gradually maturing. Jiang couldn't wait to open Xiao Yao's interface. Xiao Yao. Race, God, 5-colored deer, purity 40%. Gender, female. Level, 16. Strength, 1.5. Spirit, 1650. Swiftness, 1725. Constitution, 1725. Talent skills, Spirit of the Deer, Auspiciousness. Combat skills, Water Essence, LV3, Diamond, with Spirit Guardian, LV3, Platinum, Radiant Orb, LV3, Platinum, Blessing Ray, LV2, Platinum. After seeing Xiao Yao's 4-dimensional attributes, Jiang gasped in shock. The attributes have been increased by 50% from level 16. At only level 16, her 4-dimensional attributes are already more exaggerated than those of a level 28 nightmare-level dungeon boss. Is this 40% of divine bloodline? In addition to the increase in attributes, Xiao Yao's race has also changed from the original tricolor deer to the 5-color deer. Secondly, he also gained an additional talent skill. Auspicious Fortune, passive talent. Creatures possessing this talent will have better luck in the unseen world and will have the ability to sense auspicious signs at certain times. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time he had ever seen a talent that leaned so heavily towards luck. I wonder if the bonus will result in even more good items appearing. Master. Xiao Yao was very happy after completing a bloodline purification process. Moreover, for some reason, she felt that Jiang was radiating some kind of special information. It made her want to get closer to Jiang. She lowered her head and pressed it close to Jiang's trouser leg, rubbing it gently against him repeatedly. Feeling Jiang's body temperature, Xiao Yao's face quickly turned red. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the side. Roar! The sound was so loud that the entire mausoleum trembled slightly. Jiang's attention was immediately drawn to it. The white light on the gluttonous ball began to gradually dissipate. The iconic black and white hair was the first thing that came into Jiang's view. The appearance doesn't seem to be much different from the original, but upon closer inspection, you'll notice that the fur has a metallic sheen. Open the panel. Greedy balls. Race, God, Iron Forged Black and White Panda, purity 40%. Gender, female. Level, 19. Strength, 1800. Mental strength, 75. Swiftness, 1575. Constitution, 1800. Talent skills, flexible extension and retraction, gold absorption. Combat skills, steel bones, LV5, platinum. Intimidation, LV3, platinum. Chain Thunder Palm, LV3, diamond. Fearless War Cry, LV5, platinum. Hiss! Jiang gasped. The purity of Chanchio's bloodline has increased from 20% to 40%. A 20% increase in one go. He caught up with Xiao Yao's progress directly. Like Xiao Yao, Her four-dimensional attributes have increased by 50%. The current strength of Greedy Ball far exceeds its level before its bloodline evolution, not to mention the additional talent skill he acquired. Upon opening his talent list, Jiang En's eyes lit up. Gold Devouring, active talent, a talent skill that only iron-forged black and white pandas can learn. It allows them to permanently increase their defense by consuming the essence of rare metals. Note, there is a limit to the growth of the same type of metal. That's a god-tier talent skill. Consuming rare metals can enhance your defense. In other words, as long as there are an endless variety of rare metals, the defensive power of the Gluttonous Ball can be continuously and permanently enhanced. Although defense is not directly reflected in the four-dimensional attributes, its role in actual combat should not be underestimated. The same skill could take away most of Flame Shadow's health, but when it hits the Gluttonous Ball, it only causes a small scratch. Chapter 151 Bloodline Purity 50%. The Competitive Flame Shadow. However, while this talent is powerful, it is also foreseeable that the investment and expenses on Chanchio in the future will be considerable. After all, rare metals are not cheap. No wonder it's called swallowing gold. But then again, Jiang En's gaze swept back and forth over Chanchio. Why didn't she develop human characteristics similar to Xiao Yao after reaching 40% bloodline purity? Jiang En had originally hoped that it would be a chubby little cutie. Greedy Ball seemed to realize that its body hadn't changed, and it waved its bare paws while scratching its head in a rather silly manner. Master seems to be craving something. The moment the words left his mouth, Chanchio froze in shock. He then covered his mouth with his bare paw in surprise. The Gluttonous Ball can talk now. Her voice sounded like that of a baby who had just learned to speak, a little childish. Hee hee. Greedy Ball can talk now. Excitedly, the Gluttonous Ball did 2 somersaults on the ground, its round body rolling straight to Jiang En. Little Yao, little Yao. Look, I can talk now. Seeing the excited glutton, Xiao Yao also showed a happy smile. The white light emanating from Yan Ying's body also began to gradually shrink. It is clear that the purification process is nearing completion. You can vaguely see 3 fluffy tails swaying slightly behind Yan Ying's graceful and slender body. Greedy Ball stared at the white light on Flame Shadow's side. Having just undergone a 20% purification process, she could clearly sense that Yan Ying's bloodline purification level was roughly the same as hers. It's highly likely that it was purified by 20% in one go, reaching a level of 40%. However, considering his newly acquired talent, he decided to devour gold. The Greedy Ball said with a bit of confidence, Hee hee, this time Sister Flame Shadow shouldn't be able to beat me. As soon as he finished speaking, the white light emanating from Yan Ying paused slightly. Then, in the next instant, a great white light shone. The Gluttonous Ball stared in disbelief, frozen in place. Xiao Yao exclaimed in surprise, Hey, it seems like Sister Yan Ying has triggered an additional bloodline purification. Jiang En was also pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but rub the head of the Gluttonous Ball vigorously. Unexpectedly, Yan Ying's terrifying competitive spirit was actually ignited by Chanchio's words, which fueled an even stronger fighting will. Instead, this led to Yan Ying undergoing an additional bloodline purification. I just don't know how purified it will be this time. Soon the white light began to gradually dissipate. A graceful figure appeared in the white light. Jiang En's breathing momentarily stopped, because this figure was not in beast form. Instead, it possesses the perfect human curves. Using the terms front, convex, back, and curved is not an exaggeration at all. She even has a more stunning figure than Bai Jing. Jiang En's mouth went dry after reading this. After the white light completely disappeared, the appearance of Yan Ying was also fully revealed to Jiang En. A faint red glow could be seen at the ends of her black hair, as captivating as her strange, demonic flames. Her features were exquisite and aloof, and her eyes and brows exuded an air of superiority. She still retained some traces of the fox. For example, the 2 animal ears that are vaguely visible, and there are 6 tails swinging wildly behind them. With her current appearance, Yan Ying could easily outshine those celebrities from her previous life. In particular, her innate animalistic temperament blends perfectly with her mature and sophisticated aura. She's so irresistible. Yan Ying pursed her lips, watching Jiang En's reaction. She thought to herself, the owner must like it. She knelt down directly in front of Jiang En. A cool, mature voice came from her mouth. Flame Shadow greets its master. Please give me your orders, master. Looking at the Flame Shadow bowing before him, Jiang En felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yan Ying's lips curled up slightly. It seems, the owner likes it very much. Ahem. Jiang En tried to regain his composure. Can you still use Chu Lian's talent? We can only appear in this current state. Flame Shadow raised its head and looked at Jiang, and Flame Shadow can switch freely if Master prefers the original Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow can also transform back into beast form. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Alright, from now on, appear in beast form when there are people around. Appear in human form only when no one is around. In addition, Jiang reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Yin. Remembered to put on some clothes. Flame Shadow covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, my master. Then Yin turned to look at Chanchio. Wow, Little Ball has gotten stronger too. I heard you want to have another match. With a long face, Chanchio said, I was just saying. Sister Yin, I was wrong. Humph. Flame Shadow let out a soft hum from her small nose. Xiao Yao couldn't contain herself any longer and moved closer to Yin. Wow, Sister Yin, you have such a great figure. Won't this figure affect your combat ability? Xiao Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. Yin Ying's eyes flickered, and she whispered a few words in Xiao Yao's ear. Xiao Yao looked at Jiang with a subtle expression. Fairy. Jiang silently complained to himself. Yin is really a vixen now. Even if she just stands there without saying a word, she can attract the attention of countless people. Fortunately, she is her own fox spirit. That's all right then. Looking at the 6 tails behind Yin that had all turned black and red, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked Yin Ying's attributes yet. He hurriedly opened Flame Shadow's attribute panel. After seeing what was displayed, he was immediately shocked, and his eyes widened. Flame Shadow. Race, God, 6-tailed fox, purity 50%. Gender, female. Level, 21, same as owner. Strength, 80. Spirit, 2,400. Swiftness, 1,800. Constitution, 1725. Talent skills, Chu Lien, Divine Might, Demonic Flame, Fire Mastery. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV5, Platinum. Flame Tail, LV6, Platinum. Flame Storm, LV7, Diamond. Phantom Bewitching, LV6, Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV6, Platinum. 6-Tailed Annihilation, LV1, Platinum. Chapter 152, The 6-Tailed Fox Annihilated. A terrifying Flame Shadow. The purity of Flame Shadow has reached 50%. Even their race has evolved into a 6-tailed fox. This is no longer an ordinary or elite-level monster. If Jiang remembers correctly, there is a high-level dungeon where the boss is a very troublesome 6-tailed fox. The panel attributes are even more outrageous, with the single attribute of spirit reaching a terrifying 2,400 points. Even a level 30 powerhouse might not be able to reach this value. But Flame Shadow is only level 21. Not to mention that this value would be even more terrifying if it were in its divine might state. In addition, the talents she possesses far surpass those of Chanchio and Xiaoyao, reaching a terrifying 4 talents. Fire Mastery, innate skill, cannot be upgraded. Creatures with this talent will receive an additional 30% damage bonus when using fire-type skills and will take 30% less damage from water-type skills. Flame Shadow's damaging skills are almost all fire-based. This talent is a perfect fit to increase the damage of Flame Shadow. Jiang's gaze fell upon the new skill she had learned. 6-Tailed Annihilation, LV1 Platinum level skill. Activating this skill unleashes the power of the 6 tails, forming a prison chain that deals massive damage while restricting the enemy. The duration of the restriction depends on the difference in spirit points between the two sides. A single target restriction skill. It seems it can still cause considerable damage. Satisfied, Jiang closed the panel and looked at the dungeon vortex to the side, preparing to exit the dungeon. Flame Shadow's form subtly changed, quickly transforming from a human into its original adorable and innocent form as a fire fox. However, the fur on its body still looked incredibly elegant and luxurious. Exit the instance. Outside the instance, Xiong Zhengbin stood guard in front of the dungeon vortex, staring at it almost intently. As a loyal follower of Lord Wei Qing, he could naturally sense the importance that Wei Qing attached to Jiang. This trial mission is related to whether Jiang can continue to level up, so he is naturally a little nervous. When you see fluctuations appearing in the dungeon vortex, Xiong Zhengbin immediately frowned. There is no other reason. That's too fast. It's only been a little over 4 hours. Even a normal level dungeon like the Land of the Dead should take far longer. He had already checked the completion time of the dungeon. The historical record for completing the game on a normal difficulty level is 9 hours and 56 minutes. The historical completion time for the hardest difficulty level is a staggering 13 hours and 21 minutes. There's no way around it. The monster trigger mechanics in this dungeon are just too sensitive. Even during battle, the slightest mistake could awaken a large group of sleeping undead, making the battle situation even more severe. The fluctuations in the instance gradually ceased. As Jiang Yin's figure appeared before the dungeon vortex, Xiong Zhengbin sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to go over and comfort Jiang Yin, he suddenly noticed that the expression on Jiang Yin's face did not look like that of someone who had failed to pass the level. Moreover, Jiang Yin gave him a completely different feeling. As a soldier, he has an extremely keen eye for observation. The fox perched on Jiang Yin's shoulder exuded a different aura than before, appearing more alluring and noble. And there's the little panda in Jiang Yin's arms. The fur on its body still had a faint metallic sheen. Xiong Jingbin's heart stirred slightly. No way. Is it really possible for someone to complete nightmare difficulties sleeping dead in just over 4 hours? He launched an appraisal technique with a skeptical attitude. He was stunned when he saw that Jiang Yin's level had reached level 21. That resolute face was filled with disbelief. In just over 4 hours, Jiang Yin single-handedly cleared the nightmare level land of the dead. What kind of speed is that? Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he was still somewhat taken aback. He swallowed hard and approached Jiang Yin. You beat the game. How did you do that? Xiong Zhengbin couldn't help but ask. This nightmare-level dungeon has no clear record whatsoever. There isn't even a walkthrough for completing the game. And even if there were a guide, it would be absolutely impossible to do it in 4 hours. Jiang Yin shrugged and said casually, just kill all the sleeping undead, then kill the boss, and you'll clear the game. Slay all the sleeping dead. Kill the boss again. Xiong Zhengbin stared wide-eyed. Goodness. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were playing a newbie dungeon. But this is a dungeon that strikes fear into the hearts of countless people. Jiang Yin glanced around and realized that Tang Bo and the others had not yet come out. Since they haven't come out yet, I'll go and try the hell difficulty again. The time should be about right. Xiong Zhengbin had not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced, and his eyes widened even more when he heard Jiang Yin's words. Hell level? You want to enter a hell difficulty dungeon? Have you entered a hell difficulty dungeon before? No. Jiang Yin honestly shook his head. The previous dungeons were all only nightmare difficulty. Although you have proven your strength, Xiong Zhengbin said with a wry smile, I still do not recommend that you rashly enter the hell-level dungeon. The difficulty of hell-level dungeons is not even in the same league as nightmare-level dungeons. It's basically not designed to let people complete the game. You can think of it as a challenge that seems unattainable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The monster attributes in hell-level dungeons are doubled? Not quite, Xiong Zhengbin scratched his head. But the attributes will increase by at least a third. And there will be even more monsters. You know, in dungeons like this, it's easy to make mistakes when there are too many monsters. A slight mishap could lead to. Before Xiong Zhengbin could finish speaking, he saw Jiang Yin pull out a cooling talisman with shining eyes. Jiang Yin felt a surge of excitement. There are even more monsters. Doesn't that mean that if I run a hellish dungeon once, I might level up again? Of course, we should seize such a great upgrade opportunity. Thanks for the reminder, but I still plan to give it a try. Don't worry, I'm confident. Jiang Yin decisively chose to use the cooldown amulet to reset the cooldown of the dungeon, Land of the Dead. He then reached out and touched the dungeon vortex again. With a flash of light, Jiang Yin disappeared from the dungeon vortex. Only Xiong Zhengbin, who hadn't come to his senses yet, stood there dumbfounded. It took him a while to gradually come to his senses. Then, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Truly worthy of being a genius favored by Lord Wei Qing. Not to mention, I can easily clear the nightmare-level dungeon. They don't even want to rest. They have to keep going through hellish difficulty dungeons. If his previous respect for Jiang Yin stemmed from Lord Wei Qing's approval, now he himself has begun to feel a sense of admiration for Jiang Yin. No, I must inform Lord Wei Qing of this good news immediately. Chapter 153, Let Jiang Yin make his money big this time. Hey, can you please stop shaking? It's making my head hurt. Standing in front of the French windows, Wei Qing paused slightly, then paced back and forth more vigorously. You bastard. Bai Gu rubbed her temples helplessly and could only let him wander around her office. Suddenly, Wei Qing's communicator rang. After the call connected, Xiong Zhengbin's voice came from the other end. Both of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. So fast. Estimate. Unexpectedly, Xiong Zhengbin got straight to the point and said, That's great, Lord Wei Qing. Jiang Yin has now cleared nightmare difficulty. He has completed the trial mission. What? You beat the game? Yes. I've already checked the dungeon completion history. A calm voice came from Xiong Zhengbin's side. The clear time for the nightmare-level dungeon has been changed to 4 hours and 32 minutes. The clearer is Jiang Yin. Wei Qing was slightly taken aback. 4 hours and 32 minutes. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! I knew this kid wouldn't let me down. Truly a student I had high hopes for. Where is he now? Tell him to come back to see me. Wei Qing couldn't wait to know how Jiang had passed the test. Once a dungeon like this, which has no walkthrough, is cleared, Jiang can choose whether or not to release the walkthrough. Of course, if Jiang chooses to make it public, he will receive points rewards based on the difficulty of the dungeon and the completeness of the strategy. I'm sorry, Lord Wei Qing. Jiang has already reset the dungeon cooldown and entered the hell-level dungeon. Wei Qing frowned slightly. A hell-level dungeon, huh? It seems the reward for this trial mission must be quite generous. His strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to take on the challenge so rashly. For him, it's actually a good thing. After all, the upgrade speed is faster. Speaking of which, at his current leveling speed, he might be able to reach level 30 within 2 months, which would allow him to participate in the Secret Realm assessment. Wei Qing muttered to himself, completely unaware that the white dove looked as if she had seen a ghost. He had cleared the hard difficulty level of the Land of the Dead, and he had a deep impression of the difficulty of this dungeon. Throughout his many years of career, the Land of the Dead has always been one of the most dangerous dungeons. Back then, they almost accidentally awakened more than 20 sleeping ghosts at once due to a miscoordination. If it weren't for a very strong tank class among his teammates, he probably would have died in the dungeon. Even so, it still took them more than 10 hours to complete the game back then. Now we know that Jiang accomplished a 4-hour clear of a nightmare-level dungeon all by himself. White Dove felt like her worldview had collapsed. After hanging up the phone, Wei Qing looked at Baigu with mockery in his eyes. TSK, look at this. I used to hear you brag about how difficult the Land of the Dead dungeon was every day. The result, Baigu rolled her eyes at Wei Qing, ignoring his sarcasm, and asked seriously, you plan to let him participate in the Secret Realm assessment 2 months from now? Wei Qing's expression instantly returned to normal upon mentioning the Secret Realm. At his current leveling speed, it's entirely possible for him to reach level 30 within 2 months. Level 30 is just a requirement of strength. Besides that, there are also points. Are you so confident that he can earn that many points? If I remember correctly, the last time the Secret Realm assessment slots were sold for tens of thousands of points. Moreover, no Secret Realm has been opened for a full 10 years. I wonder how many people are eyeing this spot. Even if Jiang has the points he earned from the assessment, it would be difficult for him to meet this requirement. Baigu smiled and said, how about this, you leave him in my military camp for a while. The combat danger level of the military camp I lead is moderate. If I can accumulate enough points by exchanging combat merits, I might be able to do so. Wei Qing looked the white dove up and down. Well, you little rascal, I never expected you to look so refined, but inside you're all black. The white dove looked completely bewildered. You're just trying to steal my students, don't think I don't know. The white dove's expression froze, its eyes darting around uncertainly. Don't try anything funny with me. I'm a student, and you don't need to worry about my points. Wei Qing suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I remember that son you still had one summoned beast that he hadn't decided on after reaching level 60. White dove nodded. That girl has high aspirations and doesn't want to contract an elite level summoned beast. In addition, she is a holy summoner and has requirements for the attributes of the summoned beast, so it has been vacant for a while. TSK, how can this be allowed? Wei Qing said with a serious face. She is about to start the level 60 assessment, so of course all resources must be converted into resources. That's true, but your information isn't up to date enough. Someone has leaked a golden dragon loach pet egg. I remember that the golden dragon loach itself also possesses sacred attributes, so it should be able to be contracted. Really? White Dove's eyes lit up instantly. As a former member of the Mountain and Sea Academy, Beige was naturally familiar with the boss, Golden Dragon Loach. It possesses both extremely formidable combat power and divine attributes. It would be a good fit for Sun Yu to sign a contract. Who leaked this? How lucky. Could it be that someone organized a team to farm it? If we're talking about bartering, I do have some hidden treasures, White Dove murmured. No need for that trouble, Wei Qing said with a smile. The auction organized by the China Exchange uses points for transactions. You can exchange your battle merits for points and buy whatever you want without any problem. Upon hearing this, the white dove relaxed a little. Wait, you're suddenly being so kind? I have a feeling this is a trap. You idiot. I've already released the announcement. Would I lie to you? Wei Qing feigned anger as he opened the announcement page. Don't say I didn't warn you. This thing is also very useful to Jiang'an. If he can't find a suitable summoned beast himself, I will consider buying this golden dragon loach for him. Bai Ji's expression changed slightly. The golden dragon loach, a boss-level pet found in high-level dungeons, is naturally exceptionally rare. Even without Wei Qing's involvement, the auction would probably have fetched an extremely outrageous price. In order to improve the strength of the younger generation, those old guys in the army were willing to pay a very high price. Not to mention that Wei Qing was going to take action. So, prepare more points. After saying this, Wei Qing turned around with a faint smile on his face. It's just a difference in integrals. Let's make sure Jiang'an makes a killing at this auction. Chapter 154, Replenishing Health Bar. Enemy Attack. In the land where the dead sleep, Flame Shadow has reverted to its human form. She wore a deep red, form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly showcased her graceful figure. Her combat abilities were not affected in the slightest in her human form. She walks on the earth. Wherever it went, sleeping spirits rose from the ground. The attributes of the hell-level sleeping undead are indeed about 30% stronger than those of the nightmare level. A normal-level monster is already almost as powerful as a boss monster in other dungeons. It would be difficult for anyone else to handle this. Fortunately, the attributes of Flame Shadow and the others are enhanced by far more than just 30%. The four main attributes alone have been enhanced by 50%, and in addition, Flame Shadow also has a separate fire attribute damage amplification. The sleeping undead had barely shown themselves when flames ignited on Flame Shadow's tail, and with a gentle twitch, they were killed. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Even Jiang'an didn't need any reminders or controls. He could easily pass the level by letting them do whatever they wanted. The only slightly troublesome thing is that the rate at which the corruption stacks in hell-level dungeons has changed to once every 5 minutes. Fortunately, with the top-tier support Xiao Yao, this poison had no effect on Yin Ying and the others. Suddenly, Jiang'an noticed a relatively large tomb next to Yin Ying. It is the tomb of the sleeping lich. As soon as Yin Ying approached decisively, the tomb immediately cracked open. The lich, burning with a ghostly green light, stared intently at the Flame Shadow. You've come at the perfect time. Jiang'an thought to himself. Perfect timing. I'd like to try out Flame Shadow's new skill. Yin Ying's stunningly beautiful face remained completely expressionless. Skill, Six Tails Annihilation. Activated. At that moment, the tail behind her seemed to suddenly become infinitely large. Six tails rose up, covering the lich like a dark cloud. This lich had never seen anything like this before, and instinctively waved its staff. The bone spear instantly materialized and shot towards the Flame Shadow. Unfortunately, it was too late. The six tails had already spread to the lich and immediately wrapped around him. Then each tail straightened up, and every hair stood on end. Jiang'an could only see the lich's health bar plummeting rapidly at that moment. Almost in the blink of an eye, the health bar was emptied to 0. Got killed instantly? A sense of joy rose in Jiang'an's heart. This Six Tails Annihilation skill is not simply a damage skill. Its main function is still individual control. More importantly, while casting this skill, Flame Shadow can still cast other skills such as Flame Storm. But I never expected that such a powerful control skill would deal such exaggerated damage. However, considering Yin Ying's innate talent for evil fire and mastery of fire, Jiang'an felt relieved. The greedy ball, watching the Flame Shadow rampage, was so envious it was practically drooling. Sister Yin Ying is so amazing. I want to be as powerful and beautiful as Sister Flame Shadow. Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Sister Yin Ying is so beautiful. All right, you guys, stop slacking off and hurry up and level up. Jiang'an supervised and urged the gluttonous ball on like a foreman. Of course, he couldn't help but glance at Yin Ying from time to time. Time passed quietly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the instance, Xiong Zhengbin, who had been waiting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked in the opposite direction of the dungeon vortex, his brows furrowed. What happened? It seems like something is approaching. The land of the dead instance is located on the border of the Shanhaiguan military camp, and in the past, it has often been a place where Demon Legion sentinels have crossed the border. However, each time they were discovered in advance by the people of Shanhaiguan, thus blocking their advance. But I clearly haven't received any related warning messages. Could it be my imagination? Xiong Zhengbin muttered to himself, and he nervously took out his communicator, wanting to ask about news from the military camp. Unexpectedly, the communicator's signal was blocked. Something's not right. Logically, the communicator signal should cover the entire human battlefield. How could it possibly break now? Xiong Zhengbin suddenly stood up, his hands flashing with light. A signal flare took off and exploded. Then a heavy sword longer than his body appeared in his hand. Just then, dozens of demonic creatures appeared on the distant horizon. Each of these demonic creatures had an appearance extremely similar to Ku-e, and their bodies exuded an astonishing aura. Xiong Jingbin's expression changed drastically. It's the vanguard of the undead demons. What are they trying to do? Lord Wei Qing's troops are nearby. He had a bad feeling. These undead demons were among the most troublesome in the demon army. Moreover, this area is Lord Wei Qing's territory. Logically speaking, even if they wanted to find a place to break through, they shouldn't have chosen this place. Xiong Zhengbin looked up in the direction of the military camp. Logically, since I had already released the emergency signal flare, the military camp should have responded. There's no reaction at all. Could it be that this area has already been tampered with beforehand? Xiong Zhengbin instantly recalled that a small-scale battle had broken out in this area not long ago. Was it done at that time? Xiong Jingbin's expression was grave. As the distance between the two sides gradually closed, he immediately used the appraisal technique. The result of the return made his heart sink completely. A total of 19 undead demons. The leader of them possessed the strength of level 68, while the other undead demons were at least level 30. And his own level was only level 69, although it is one level higher. However, the combat power of demonic creatures is definitely not something that can be easily dealt with at the same level. Even more critically, Jiang Un and others were in the vortex of the dungeon behind him. Even if I die, I will die with honor. But if Jiang Un were to perish here, my sins would be immense. The only hope now is that Jiang Un, Tang Bo, and the others can stay in the instance for as long as possible. We must not leave until reinforcements arrive. Just as Xiong Zhengbin was thinking this, the long-dormant dungeon vortex suddenly began to fluctuate. Oh no! Xiong Zhengbin's face turned even uglier. The next moment, the fluctuations subsided. Tang Bo and his companions, covered in a mess, appeared outside the instance. The five of them all wore expressions of frustration, as they had already collected 3 Lich tokens. Only one more Lich token is needed to successfully awaken the boss. It's safe to say we're very close to clearing the game. But a mistake happened at the last moment. If it weren't for Captain Tang Bo's quick reaction, they might have died inside. Even so, their combined life points were only around 30%. Before they could even react, they heard Xiong Jingbin's roar. Everyone, get behind me. Restore health. Enemy attack. Chapter 155, The Resurrection Plan. Restore health. Enemy attack. Tang Bo and his companions, who had just left the instance, hadn't even had time to review their mistakes when they heard the words, enemy attack. The 5 men's expressions changed drastically instantly, and they instinctively moved closer to Xiong Jingbin. She hid behind him. When the 5 of them realized that their enemy was a demonic creature, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. For a top student enrolled in the Mountain and Sea Academy, demonic creatures are targets they strive to kill. However, every lesson and every introduction to demonic creatures always includes information about the creature's strength. In fact, the strength of all demonic creatures is basically equivalent to that of a boss of the same level in the wild. If demonic creatures weren't so bad at teamwork as humans, Shanhaiguan Pass would probably have fallen long ago. Even so, the number of soldiers who sacrifice their lives at Shanhaiguan every year is still an enormous number. Students like Tang Bo, who are among the best at the Mountain and Sea Academy, usually wait until they reach level 60 before they start fighting demonic creatures. At this moment, they were only level 28 and had to face such a large number of demonic creatures, and fear instantly overwhelmed them. This deep-seated fear made their heartbeat stop for a moment. At this moment, the group of undead demons had also discovered the presence of Xiong Zhengbin and his companions. The leader of the undead demons, named Kuro, coldly remarked, "There are actually humans around here. Give him to me. Proceed with the original plan and prepare for Lord Qi's resurrection." Yes. Kuro was clearly very confident in his abilities, and even though he was a level below Xiong Zhengbin, he could handle him with ease. Xiong Zhengbin's mind raced. My primary task is to ensure the safety of the students. Jiangyan, in particular, absolutely cannot afford any accidents. Seeing that the leading demon did not swarm forward, but instead made the other lower-level demons retreat, he breathed a slight sigh of relief and said in a deep voice to the others, "Don't fight. First, restore your health to full. If you have any ranged skills, you can help me harass them. Support, remember to apply the buff to me." Okay. The support player on Tang Bo's team was a girl, and she hurriedly applied support skills to Xiong Zhengbin. However, her level was only 28, and unlike Su Chan, she didn't have a powerful percentage-based support skill, so the benefits for Xiong Zhengbin were negligible. It's better than nothing, at least. Xiong Zhengbin held his heavy sword horizontally in front of his chest, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he stared intently at Kuro. Interesting human. I wonder if you would still possess such a strong fighting spirit if I were to turn you into my subordinate. A human voice came from Kuro's throat. As intelligent beings, they were no strangers to human language. Tang Bo forcibly suppressed his fear and forced himself to remain calm, saying, "You beasts, this is the territory of the Sharp Knife Regiment. Are you here to die?" Kuro's lips curled into a smile. "So what if it's the Sharp Knife Group? You don't think we're completely unprepared, do you? My men didn't die in vain recently." "Really?" Xiong Jingbin's heart sank slightly. There was something wrong with the battle that broke out here some time ago. The other side must have released some kind of item to seal off this area in a short period of time. Sun Yu coldly retorted. "Even if you came prepared, the scouts of the Sharp Knife Regiment will soon discover the problem, and then none of you will escape." "Is that so?" Kuro's face showed an indifferent expression. "I'm looking forward to that time. By the time the elite troops notice anything unusual, we should have already completed the ritual. When Lord Kuei is resurrected, he will need a group of powerful subordinates." Xiong Jingbin was deeply shaken. Although he didn't know who this so-called Lord Kuei was, based on their understanding of the Demon Legion, to be addressed as Master by a level 60-plus undead demon, one must be at least a third-tier high-level undead demon of level 150 or higher. As a third-tier high-ranking undead demon, its most powerful ability is to transform dead creatures into undead creatures and revive them for battle. Generally speaking, they can only convert corpses of lower levels than themselves into undead creatures. If a high-level undead demon with 3 reincarnations were resurrected elsewhere, the harm might not be so great. But don't forget, this is Shanhaiguan. Putting aside everything else, there might be hundreds or even thousands of corpses in the soil beneath Xiong Jingbin's feet alone. If they are converted, they might actually cause a lot of trouble for the elite unit. At this moment, the other 18 relatively low-level undead demons had scattered to the surrounding area. This conveniently surrounded Xiong Zhengbin, Tang Bo, and others in the center. No, rather than surrounding Xiong Jingbin and the others, it's more accurate to say that they surrounded the vortex of the land of the dead sleep instance. Their faces were filled with piety as they murmured in the language of the demons. Their once strong bodies were now gradually decaying, as if all the life force within them had been drained away. "This is bad," Xiong Zhengbin said in a deep voice. "These 18 undead demons are all sacrifices. These are materials specifically used for resurrection." He instinctively wanted to swing his weapon and attack these low-level demons. A hint of displeasure flashed across Kuro's face. "Foolish humans, your opponent is me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kuro waved his hand. The soil around Xiong Jingbin and the others cracked open, and one after another, rotting corpses crawled up from the vicinity. Some of these corpses were clearly from many years ago, with all flesh and blood gone, leaving only dull, rough white bones. However, some of the corpses looked much fresher, with the flesh not yet completely rotten, and you could even vaguely see maggots crawling inside. Some of these corpses had obvious characteristics of demonic creatures, but occasionally one or two of them were dressed in the uniforms of Chinese soldiers. They must be soldiers who died in battle in this area some time ago. Sometimes, due to the urgency of the battle, the only option was to bury them on the spot. I never expected to encounter such a disgusting, undead demon. Xiong Jingbin's eyes instantly turned red. "Go to hell." He swung his weapon at the transformed, sleeping undead. The heavy sword, imbued with immense force, slammed down upon the sleeping undead. Triple skill combo activated. Bang, bang, bang. Several collisions rang out in succession, and a sleeping undead, reduced to nothing but a skeleton, was easily chopped into several pieces. Its soul fire was extinguished, and it fell to the ground. Kuro's lips curled up slightly. "Not bad destructive power. If I kill you, I should be able to reach level 69. This is a perfect opportunity to turn you into my subordinate." Chapter 156, Leveling Up While Idle. Hearing Kuro's words, Xiong Jingbin's face showed a look of unwillingness. Even though he had just killed a sleeping undead, it did nothing to improve the overall situation of the battle. For necromancers, as long as there are enough corpses, sleeping undead are like an endless supply of consumables, and they don't care if a few die. He glanced at the people behind him and made a decision in secret. "The most important thing right now is to preserve our fighting strength. We must wait until Jiang'an comes out before we can consider breaking out. Otherwise, if Jiang'an leaves the instance, and he is unable to escape with Jiang'an due to poor condition, he will be unable to do so. Then you would be the biggest sinner." As for Tang Bo and the others, I can only do my best. He naturally didn't want to give up anyone, but if he really had to make a choice, he understood the priorities. So he changed his previous berserk state and slowly retreated in the face of the approaching sleeping undead, trying to buy as much time as possible. Tang Bo and the others knew that they couldn't help with their current strength, so they could only stick close to Xiong Jingbin and try to minimize the possibility of being attacked by the sleeping undead. These awakened slumbering undead are not like the monsters in dungeons, which have clear level restrictions. The level and strength of these sleeping undead depend entirely on the level of the corpse in life, often reaching level 40 or 50. If you accidentally touch one, there is only one possibility. You will be instantly killed. However, at this moment, a hint of doubt also arose in their hearts. Where are the people from Jiang'an? Why don't I see Jiang'an? All 5 of them entered the normal level land of the dead, but due to a mistake, they were forced to abandon the instance and escape. Jiang'an entered a nightmare difficulty dungeon, which was far more challenging than a normal dungeon. Could it be that he's still stuck in the dungeon? Kuro stood to the side, his arms crossed over his chest. It didn't seem to be in a hurry to eliminate the group, but instead slowly manipulated the sleeping undead to approach. This allowed Xiong Jingbin and his group to gradually move away from the dungeon's vortex. Kuro remained expressionless. The appearance of Xiong Jingbin and others was not part of their initial plan, since they discovered that the former third-tier high-level undead demon Kuei died in this area, and it has also formed a high-level outdoor dungeon called the Land of the Dead. The plan to revive Kuei has been carried out in secret. No one knew that a high-ranking undead demon that had reached the 3rd job advancement would not die so easily. As long as the body is not completely destroyed into dust, it can be resurrected through a blood sacrifice ritual within the necromancer demon. Once Kuei is resurrected, his strength will quickly return to its peak. Their status as a race of undead demons is actually quite awkward. The strength of the sleeping undead is not recognized by other demons. Their fighting strength is solely based on their numerical advantage. Furthermore, there are no powerful beings above the 3rd rank among the undead demons. This led to necromancers and demons often being the vanguard. In other words, they're cannon fodder. But if Kuei were to be resurrected, the situation would be different. A 3rd-tier necromancer demon is definitely a powerful being. At that time, the awkward position of the undead demons in the demon army will naturally rise as well. However, the most taboo thing about this resurrection ritual is that it be interrupted. Although he could suppress these humans, if that level 69 human really fought to the death, he might actually ruin the entire resurrection ritual. He was naturally unwilling to take that risk. It's better to boil the frog in lukewarm water and slowly drive them away. Since the area was already sealed off, they would have no chance of getting the message out unless he died. Once Lord Kuei is resurrected, everything will be settled. Thus, both groups had their own plans. It maintains a relatively balanced state. In the Hell difficulty dungeon, the Land of the Dead, completely unaware of what was happening outside, Jiang'an continued to happily grind monsters and level up. The experience points from Hell difficulty dungeons are just too much. Even a regular level sleeping undead can give Jiang'an more than 10,000 experience points for killing just one. In addition, the number of monsters in Hell-level dungeons has also increased. This is practically an upgraded paradise tailor-made for Jiang'an. With such a terrifying experience point bonus, Chanxiu and Xiaoyao's levels also grew rapidly. If we can keep farming in this dungeon, Jiang'an won't need 2 months at all. He can reach level 30 in a month at most. With the aid of the elemental sacrifice skill, Greedy Ball stood amidst a terrifying number of sleeping undead, frantically slaughtering these monsters. The gigantic gluttonous ball, combined with its high attributes and Xiaoyao's skill enhancements. Even a normal attack felt like an area of effect skill, taking the lives of a large number of sleeping undead. Under Jiang'an's deliberate manipulation, Yanning did not make a move. The reason is simple. Although your summoned beasts can gain experience after a monster dies. However, the summoned beast that kills the monster will also receive additional experience points. Since Flame Shadow was his first summoned beast, its level was already bound to his own, so he naturally didn't need this extra experience reward. But it's different for those who crave gluttony. Since she hasn't reached level 21 yet, these extra experience rewards are naturally very important. Of course, Jiang'an had another reason for making this arrangement. Master, do you think this force is appropriate? A pair of slender, delicate fingers reached out from behind Jiang'an and gently massaged his shoulders. Jiang'an could faintly smell a unique fragrance emanating from Yanning. Yes, it suits you. Jiang'an nodded, looking quite pleased. That's good. I was just worried that if the pressure was too strong or too weak, the master wouldn't like it. Yanning whispered in Jiang En's ear, her breath sweet and fragrant. Jiang En could even feel the warmth coming from his ear, and nodded with his cheeks slightly flushed. Flame Shadow's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. She really enjoyed seeing Jiang En happy and comfortable. She was willing to do anything to make Jiang En happy. Jiang En stretched out his hand, and a flash of light appeared. A plate of crystal grapes appeared in his hand, and Yanning took it without Jiang En even asking. The two tails behind it overlapped to form a fluffy little table, on which the plate of grapes was placed. Yanning reached out and carefully peeled the skin off the crystal grapes for Jiang En, revealing the translucent flesh inside. His fair fingers gently pinched the grape pulp and brought it to Jiang En's lips. Chapter 157. This is the kind of enjoyment a summoner should have. The peeled grapes, with their enticing aroma, fell into Jiang En's mouth. Sweet and soft. Jiang En exclaimed in admiration. Yanning smiled happily and said, "Master, I'm glad you like it." "I like it, of course I like it." Yanning lowered her head and continued peeling grapes for Jiang En. Xiao Yao, who was assisting from the side, widened her eyes, her mind already working on her notes. Her master liked to eat grapes. "Once I fully possess human form, I will also try to please my master in this way." A roar came from the side of the gluttonous ball. "Xiao Yao, the support can't stop. Oh, here I come." Watching Chanchio and Xiao Yao easily team up to defeat monsters, while enjoying Yinnying's close care, Jiang En couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is the kind of enjoyment a summoner should be experiencing. As the greedy ball continued to kill, more and more of the sleeping undead around it were awakened, until the last sleeping lich appeared before the gluttonous ball. Greedy Ball shouted excitedly, "Hey, I've been waiting for you." A barrage of lightning palm strikes rained down, and countless damage numbers appeared above the sleeping lich's head. This guy didn't even get to use a single skill before he was easily killed by Greedy Ball. As the drop notification appeared, a flash of light appeared. 4 lich tokens appeared in Jiang En's hand at the same time. The ground began to tremble again. Soon, a magnificent mausoleum appeared before Jiang En. At the same time, a dark passageway also appeared. It seems that the mechanics of this hell-level dungeon are not much different from those of nightmare-level dungeons. Jiang En walked towards the passage while thinking about it. After using one of the lich tokens, Jiang En's appearance changed back into that of a lich. Flame Shadow and the others were immediately forcibly sent back to the summoned beast space. With safety as the top priority, Jiang En took out the talisman and held it in his hand. Only then did they crawl into the passage. The stone monsters in the passage were exactly the same as before, but their strength seemed to have increased significantly. The previous stone-carved thunder dragon was probably around the 2nd level of power, but this time Jiang En could clearly see a 3rd dragon horn growing on its head. This is one of the hallmarks of the thunder dragon after reaching the 3rd job advancement. This hell-level dungeon is already the most difficult. The stone sculptures in this tomb passage are all at the 3rd rank. Doesn't that mean that the undead demon must have possessed the strength of a 3rd-tier demon in its previous life? Jiang En was startled by his own guess. Those who reach the 3rd rank are all level 150 or above. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as extremely rare. Moreover, the boss of this dungeon, Ku Yi, clearly demonstrated extraordinary intelligence and even attempted to bewitch me into helping him revive. It's quite possible that they are actually powerful individuals at the 3rd level or above. While pondering the matter, Jiang En did not stop walking. He quickly passed through the passage and arrived at the familiar black jade platform, quietly waiting for Ku Yi to be awakened. As the human corpse turned to ashes, all the ashes fell on Kuei, and it gradually began to regain its mobility. The lich status on Jiang En was also automatically removed. He immediately summoned all his summoned beasts, including Flame Shadow. Perhaps due to the increased difficulty, Ku Yi's recovery operation was significantly faster this time. In just a few seconds, Ku Yi suddenly opened his eyes. They locked their attention firmly on Jiang En. Jiang En was preparing to try and see if he could trick him into giving him another item to unlock a hidden dungeon. Unexpectedly, Ku Yi took the initiative to speak. "I underestimated the shamelessness of you humans." Jiang En was somewhat surprised. This guy actually possessed memories from the nightmare-level dungeon? Logically, shouldn't each dungeon's boss exist independently? "I will kill you and make the lowest of bone dogs from your bones." Jiang En picked at his ear impatiently. "No, why are you repeating the same sentence over and over again? Don't worry, I'll be even faster this time. I hope you can find something valuable. Otherwise I'll be very disappointed." Ku Yi was furious. Whether he was a powerful 3rd-level cultivator in his previous life or a dungeon boss, he had never been so humiliated. Everyone who sees him has to treat him with extreme caution. Now I'm being looked down upon by a human being. Kid, I'll show you what real power is. Before he could finish speaking, Yaning, who was standing behind Jiang'an, had already taken the initiative to act. Skill, Six Tails Annihilation. Activated. The six tails behind Yaning instantly swelled up, covering Ku-yi like a dark cloud. Before Ku-yi could react, he was tightly bound to the spot by the six tails. Its six tails locked tightly around its neck, limbs, and waist. Its tail quickly straightened. A powerful force of annihilation instantly emanated from its tail, and Ku-yi felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Health points are rapidly and frantically decreasing. He realized something was wrong and tried to activate his skill. To his surprise, he found that he was unable to concentrate in this state, and even activating his skills was extremely difficult. Originally capable of awakening thousands of sleeping undead, this time, even with all its might, it could only awaken less than 10 sleeping undead. Seeing this, Jiang'an's lips curled into a smile. No way. You're supposed to be a hellish dungeon boss. Are you going to regress in status? You can't even summon 10 sleeping undead at once. Ku-yi was furious. His heart, which was already shriveled and could be vaguely seen in the cut-open chest, was swollen and bluish-black with anger. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang'an didn't say anything more, but his eyes were full of contempt. Kill them. Yes, my master. Ku-yi's six tails straightened even more instantly, and his health points plummeted. At that moment, flames burst into flames on all six tails. Black demonic flames covered each of its tails. It's the platinum-level skill Flame Tail. Ku-yi's alarm bells rang loudly. He sensed a terrifying threat. This strike will land. I will die? Ku-yi's gaze towards Yaning changed. That's terrifying. What kind of creature is that? Why was it that in the nightmare-level dungeon before, she clearly needed some kind of explosive skill to kill herself? However, this time in the Hell difficulty dungeon, my attributes were actually enhanced to some extent. And this guy doesn't even need that terrifying burst skill to pose a threat to me. Before Ku-yi could figure out the origin of Yaning, the six tails activated the Flame Tail skill the instant the six-tailed annihilation ended. Chapter 158, Death Sacrifice. Dungeon closed. Snap, snap, snap. It was accompanied by a crisp sound. Ku-yi's health points plummeted instantly. After Flame Shadow evolves into six tails, its Flame Tail skill doesn't seem to change much on the surface. In reality, Flame Shadow can control each tail to activate the Flame Tail skill individually. The instantaneous consumption increased sixfold. However, the damage is also ridiculously high. After unleashing 6 bursts of Flame Tail skills, Ku-yi's face showed only a hint of unwillingness before his health was completely depleted. A pleasant reminder also rang in Jiang'an's ears. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Necromancer Demon Kue boss level. You have received an additional 20,000 experience points. Obtain 1 wings from Material Ku-yi. Obtain 1 wings from Material Ku-yi. Congratulations on your first clear of the Land of the Dead, Hell difficulty. This clear time is 4 hours and 13 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Land of the Dead Hell difficulty dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Land of the Dead, Hell difficulty. Reward, 30,000 EXP. No additional rewards will be given if the record for clearing the Land of the Dead is not broken for the first time. A large amount of experience points flooded in instantly. A golden light simultaneously emanated from Jiang'an and Yaning. You've reached level 22. In just one day, I went from level 20 to level 22. This record is probably unique in the world. The only downside is that nothing good was revealed. However, Jiang'an was quite content, as gaining so much experience was already the greatest achievement. A dungeon vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. This looks somewhat different from the vortex that appears at the end of previous instances. Under normal circumstances, the fluctuations in the dungeon vortex should be very slow and stable. However, the visuals displayed in this dungeon vortex were somewhat strange. The fluctuations were so violent, you could even feel them. Swirl. It looks like it's about to shatter. Jiang'an had witnessed this situation once before. But that fluctuation only occurs after you've cleared a one-time instance. Since the Land of the Dead is not a one-time instance, it should be quite stable. Could something be wrong outside? Jiang'an frowned and silently took the talisman out of his backpack and placed it in his palm. Let's go? Let's get out of here first. As Jiang'an came into contact with the vortex of the dungeon, he disappeared into the dungeon with a flash of light. Outside the instance, under the constant attacks of the sleeping undead, Xiong Zhengbin, Tang Bo, and others had to keep adjusting their positions. Unbeknownst to them, They had already gotten a short distance from the dungeon vortex. The voices from the 18 undead demons around them grew louder and louder. Suddenly, black blood flowed from the mouth of one of the undead demons, and its health points dropped rapidly without it being attacked. He looked as if he was about to die. In less than 5 seconds, the undead demon lost its breath and collapsed to the ground. Xiong Jingbin was slightly taken aback. Before he could react, he noticed that the other undead demon closest to the one that had died was also bleeding black blood. It's actually a death sacrifice? Are they even willing to risk their lives? Tang Bo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Look! Something's wrong with the dungeon vortex. Does this mean the instance is being shut down? Xiong Jingbin was startled and quickly turned to look at the dungeon vortex. They then discovered that the instance vortex, just one person away from them, was indeed experiencing violent fluctuations, seemingly about to close. Xiong Jingbin suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Tang Bo urgently, asking, "The place where the dead sleep. Is the boss inside a demonic creature?" Tang Bo was taken aback and stammered, No. The only guides available for the Land of the Dead dungeon are for the hard and normal difficulty levels. The bosses described inside are all humanoid undead. There was no mention of demonic creatures at all. No. Xiong Jingbin frowned. No, there's definitely something wrong with this instance. Could it be that the demon corpse they want to resurrect is in the dungeon? Is it because you haven't encountered enough difficulties that you haven't met them? Xiong Jingbin didn't have time to think much. As he watched the second undead demon's health bar rapidly decrease to 0, his face darkened. Xiong Jingbin originally thought that these undead demons appeared here simply because the corpses of the demons that were to be resurrected were in this area. Based on his understanding of necromancy and demons, resurrecting a demon requires a series of preparations. I should have plenty of time. As long as I can wait until Jiang leaves the instance, there is still a chance to help him escape. That's why I didn't want to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, the demons these undead demons wanted to resurrect were inside the dungeon. Moreover, their desire to revive it was so strong that they were even willing to risk their lives to speed up the process. Upon hearing Xiong Jingbin's words, Sun Yu was visibly shaken. Although she had already guessed it, she was still somewhat shocked when Xiong Jingbin mentioned that Jiang was actually still in the instance. Fortunately, she was a seasoned veteran and quickly realized that she was the team's most powerful ranged damage dealer. They immediately targeted the undead demons that were about to be sacrificed. With a wave of her hand, a huge ice cone quickly solidified in front of her. Then it shot out suddenly. The ice spikes whistled loudly in midair as they pierced the nearest undead demon. Facing the attack of ice spikes, a rare hint of tension appeared on the face of the undead demon. It wasn't that it was worried about how much damage the ice spikes could cause, but rather that it was currently preparing for a sacrifice, and being attacked would interrupt the entire sacrifice process. The ice pick was about to hit. A hint of anticipation appeared on Sun Yu's face. This is her most powerful skill. A single release consumes a large amount of mental energy, but its power is also astonishing. It can even instantly kill monsters of the same level in normal dungeons. If it hits, even if it doesn't kill the undead demon, it should at least break the sacrifice state. Bang! The ice cone shattered violently upon impact. Ice shards were scattered all over the ground. Sun Yu and the others turned pale instantly. The ice spikes failed to hit the undead demon at all. Suddenly, bone shields formed from white bones appeared on the bodies of those low-level undead demons. A shield value far exceeding the health bar appeared on the screen. Kuro's icy voice rang out. How foolish. Did you think I would let you cause such destruction? If you had fought hard from the beginning, you might have had a chance. Now he had a faint smile on his face. I advise you to obediently give up resistance. That way I might be able to give you a quick death, since you can be resurrected after you die anyway. Why work so hard? Wouldn't it be better to be a sleeping dead? Chapter 159 by Qi, the god of slaughter. He has no regrets even in death. Xiong Jingbin also realized that he seemed to have missed the best opportunity to cause damage. At the time, he was only thinking about protecting Jiang, not realizing that their target for resurrection was in the instance. To revive Ku-yi, the dungeon must be forcibly shut down. With his level 68 strength, Kuro's undead bone shield was something Sun Yu couldn't break. If you want to get closer, you have to clear away all the sleeping undead around you first. By the time it takes to clean up, the sacrifice would probably already be complete. After realizing that his current situation meant certain death no matter what, Xiong Jingbin suddenly felt relieved. Bah, he cursed. Even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will never give up the fight. So what if you resurrect that old man? We can kill him once. That way I can kill him a second time. No matter how strong he is definitely no match for Lord Wei Qing. Kuro shook his head. What an ignorant person. Wei Qing? Heh, he's just a junior in front of Lord Ku-yi. If it weren't for Wei Qing's master Bai Qi risking his life to ambush Lord Ku-yi, how could Lord Ku-yi have died here? Even so, Bai Qi also perished here. Do you really think Wei Qing is qualified? Upon hearing the name Bai Qi, Xiong Jingbin's pupils suddenly contracted. God of Slaughter. Bai Qi. This is a historically renowned figure. For a time, Shanhaiguan was infiltrated by the Abyss evils, resulting in weak defenses. The Demon Legion even nearly broke through Shanhaiguan's defenses. It was Bai Qi who single-handedly pacified the entire Shanhaiguan Pass. It can be said that much of the human blood spilled on the walls of Shanhaiguan was caused by Bai Qi. But apart from the Abyss cultists, no one had any complaints against Bai Qi. On the contrary, they all respected him immensely. Later, he even mentored Wei Qing. However, Lord Bai Qi later mysteriously disappeared. Nobody knows where he went. Now that Kuro said that, the Land of the Dead dungeon was indeed discovered after Lord Bai Qi disappeared. Could it be that the demon in the dungeon is really that terrifying? Even Lord Bai Qi would have to fight desperately to kill him. At this moment, not only Xiong Zhengbin, but also Sun Yu and others standing to the side had their expressions changed drastically. Even the legendary Bai Qi had to trade his life for another. If such a high-level demon were to be resurrected, it would surely cause devastating consequences. It could even be enough to overturn the entire battlefield situation. Get ready to fight, Xiong Zhengbin said calmly. I won't be able to protect you anymore. If you have a chance, you should run away. I'll fight. Tang Bo felt the blood rushing to his head. Even if I die, I'll stop that guy from coming back to life. Sun Yu's expression was equally resolute. It's better to fight than to run away. I came to the Mountain and Sea Academy to kill all these demons and send them back to their hometown. I would die without regret. The other three did not speak, but they all gripped their weapons tightly. Good, good, good. Xiong Zhengbin felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at their resolute expressions. Then let's go all out. From now on, you are no longer students, but soldiers who fight for humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Zhengbin's body glowed red, and his health bar instantly decreased by 70%. Only the last 30% remains. If Jiang'an were present, he would definitely recognize that this is the core skill of the Berserker, the advanced class after the warrior class completes its first job advancement. Rampage. Use the power of Qi and blood to enter a berserk state. In this state, damage dealt to enemies increases by 16%, attack and movement speed increase by 15%, and all damage taken is reduced by 70%. The heavy sword in his hand seemed to be covered with a layer of bloody light. With a light leap, he soared into the air. A powerful surge of blood energy emanated from the great sword, which slashed heavily at the sleeping undead monster in front of it. Bang! As the greatsword landed, surging blood and Qi energy instantly spread out from it. The seemingly tangible power of blood and Qi exploded instantly like molten lava. The sleeping undead in front of them were immediately cleared out, creating a small area. Several other sleeping undead tried to approach, but as soon as they moved, clumps of frost appeared beneath their feet, completely restricting them. Xiong Zhengbin quickly crossed the cleared area. Ice arrows kept flying out from around him. Do everything you can to prevent other sleeping undead from getting close to him. A faint scream came from behind. Xiong Zhengbin's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't even dare to turn his head. He stared intently at the undead demon not far away. Judging from the direction of its spread, this undead demon is the closest to the dungeon vortex, and is also the last undead demon to be sacrificed. The sacrifice has now reached the 10th undead demon, leaving 8 undead demons. Each undead demon takes 5 seconds to complete its sacrifice. That means I have 40 seconds left. As long as I can kill him within 40 seconds. Theoretically, this should be able to stop the sacrifice. In the face of a life-or-death crisis, Xiong Zhengbin displayed almost his strongest abilities, even choosing to ignore and withstand attacks from some low-level, sleeping undead. All I wanted was to get close to this undead demon as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there were far too many sleeping undead around. The number of ice arrows coming from behind gradually decreased. Xiong Zhengbin's progress was ultimately slowed down by the continuous appearance of sleeping undead. Xiong Zhengbin's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his heavy sword repeatedly. Blood Qi cross slash. Mountain crushing strike. The powerful berserker skills were unleashed incessantly, but the sleeping undead in front of him seemed endless. It was impossible to get close enough to the last sacrificial undead demon. He could only watch helplessly as time slipped away, filled with resentment. Seeing this, Kuro's smile became even more exaggerated. TSK, 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 look. It would have been better to give up from the start. Finally, it's the last one. Go in peace. I will definitely report your merits after Lord Kuei is resurrected. At that time, Lord Kuei will turn you into glorious liches. The last undead demon's health bar began to drop rapidly, but there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, they were full of piety. Xiong Zhengbin looked utterly hopeless. It seemed his mission had completely failed. They failed to protect Jiang'an, nor could they stop the resurrection of the undead demon named Ku-yi. When the last undead demon's life points were down to just 1%, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the vortex of the dungeon that was about to shatter. Jiang'an's tall and straight figure appeared in front of the dungeon vortex. Beside him were Flame Shadow, Greedy Ball, and Little Yao, a three-headed summoned beast. The necromancer's health points have been completely reduced to 0. The dungeon vortex suddenly began to churn violently, and terrifying spatial power emanated from the entire vortex. It was as if it wanted to grind everything that came near into powder. Then there was a popping sound. The dungeon vortex shattered and disappeared. Chapter 160 Resurrection. By Qi, the god of slaughter. The moment Xiong Zhengbin saw Jiang'an, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. But the next moment, seeing the dungeon vortex collapse and disappear, his heart sank into an abyss. Clearly, the resurrection sacrifice has ended. That terrifying third-tier demon is about to be resurrected. Xiong Zhengbin turned around and shielded Jiang'an behind him. Jiang'an scanned his surroundings. The sheer number of sleeping undead nearby was terrifying. Clearly, something really happened. Jiang'an asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation now?" Xiong Zhengbin quickly gave a brief explanation of the situation. Jiang'an frowned and quickly came to a conclusion. You mean a necromancer demon with the strength of a third tier or higher is about to be resurrected? And right now, the people at Shanhaiguan have absolutely no idea what the situation is. As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings. There were too many sleeping spirits, and he could no longer see Sun Yu and the others. Xiong Zhengbin's face was bitter. Yes, but once that third stage guy is resurrected, no matter what means they use to block the detection, it should all fail. At that time, Lord Wei Qing will surely take action. But we might not live to see that day. For a high-ranking demon who has already reached the third level of power, killing these people would be a piece of cake. No matter how strong Jiang'an is, he could never be a match for him. Jiang'an took a deep breath and pondered a solution in his mind. On the other side, the excited Kuro didn't pay any attention to this human who had just appeared and was only level 22. His gaze was now completely focused on the broken part of the dungeon vortex. As the dungeon vortex completely disappeared, there appeared an extremely magnificent mausoleum and a dark mausoleum passageway. It is exactly the same as the tomb that Jiang'an saw in the dungeon. Kuro became even more excited upon seeing the tomb appear. He danced with excitement, and a black streak of light flew from his hand and pierced directly into the tomb. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire tomb and passageway were violently broken open. The black jade platform appeared before Kuro. Two corpses lay on the stone platform. One was Ku-yi, a necromancer demon with strength of at least the third rank, and the other was by Qi, the legendary god of slaughter. However, compared to what Jiang'an saw in the instance, their corpses were clearly in a much worse state now. Time has completely dried up their flesh and blood. They looked like two mummies. Suddenly, deep purple energy beams appeared on the corpses of the 18 undead demons around them. All of these energy beams were directed at Qi. His withered body began to recover rapidly under the illumination of the energy beams. It expands and unfolds rapidly, just like a sponge absorbing water. Seeing this, Jiang'an's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on the other human corpse. By Qi, the god of slaughter. Let alone a high-level demon that has reached the third job advancement. That level 60 plus Kuro alone is already troublesome enough. Once Ku-yi is resurrected, they will have absolutely no chance of survival. The talisman given to me by Su Chan could only withstand attacks from second-tier enemies. Being able to block Ku-yi's attack was already considered an exceptional performance. The only chance now is with the god of death, by Qi. A flash of light. The special item obtained by breaking the dungeon record then appeared in his hand. The soul of the dead. One-time use special item. You can choose one corpse to release. After release, the corpse will briefly revive, possessing 80% of its former strength and all its memories. The revived corpse will have 100% loyalty to the item. Note, the revival time depends on the corpse's strength. This item disappears after one use. Jiang and chose to use it without hesitation. Target selection. Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. The necromantic soul instantly dissolved, transforming into an incredibly thick beam of energy that surged from Jiang and's body into Bai Qi's corpse. This change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiong Zhengbin stared blankly, his brain completely short-circuited. Isn't this the work of a necromancer demon? How come Jiang and is involved too? The key question is he trying to resurrect the legendary god of war, Bai Qi? Kuro, on the other hand, had a drastic change in expression. As a necromancer demon, he was naturally familiar with the item called the necromancer's soul. This is a rare and special item that can only be produced by necromancers of level 3 or higher. Even within the Demon Legion, it is extremely rare. How could someone who just emerged from the dungeon possess such a rare item? More importantly, no matter how much he had previously looked down on Bai Qi, but the thought of such a legendary figure being resurrected still filled Kuro with intense fear. A chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jiang'an. He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang'an. One after another, incredibly thick bone spears instantly took shape. A dense array of bone spears stabbed towards Jiang'an. Xiong Zhengbin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately tried to stand in front of Jiang'an. Regardless of how Jiang'an managed to do it, this is their only hope of breaking the deadlock, and he absolutely cannot allow Kuro to interrupt it. Just then, Xiong Zhengbin suddenly felt a powerful restraining force coming from beneath his feet. I looked down. The bone claw skill had firmly gripped his legs. It is completely immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the bone spear whistled past him. It's over. Everything is over. Even if Jiang'an is very strong, this is still an attack launched by a level 68 undead demon. Even if he were hit by multiple bone spears at the same time, his health bar would probably drop to an extremely dangerous level. Jiang'an will definitely be wiped out instantly. The bone spear was getting closer and closer to Jiang'an, but Jiang'an seemed not to notice it at all. Not moving at all. Even Jiang and summoned beasts avoided the bone spears. Bang! Bang bang bang. Jiang'an didn't even flinch, letting the bone spears hit him one after another. Xiong Zhengbin felt his heart sink. However, just when he thought Jiang'an was about to die, he was surprised to find that Jiang'an's health bar did not move at all. It was as if the attack had never taken effect. Only then did he notice that a faint white light had appeared on Jiang'an's body. The white light clung tightly to Jiang'an's body, completely enveloping him. Not only Jiang'an, but also his three-headed summoned beast was covered in a layer of white light. This is a second-tier support skill called Life Protection. Xiong Zhengbin recognized the skill, and while he was delighted, he was also filled with surprise. There are no second-tier support characters present right now, which means that Jiang'an saved a second-tier support skill, Life Protection, in advance using the skill talisman. This skill amulet is worth far more than hiring a second-tier support character to perform the skill. I never expected Jiang'an to have such a treasure. No wonder he was so fearless. Unlike Xiong Zhengbin's joy, Kuro's expression at that moment was even more disgusting than if he had eaten shit. Chapter 161. Isn't more than 10,000 experience points enough? Kuro never dreamed that this little guy, who had just come out of the dungeon and was only level 22, would be so troublesome. Not only can you obtain the incredible item, the soul of the undead. Furthermore, he also possesses a life protection amulet. Is this guy really only level 22? He glared at Jiang'an through gritted teeth, wishing he could kill him with his eyes. At this moment, the thin layer of white light on Jiang'an's body slowly dissipated. A thick shield appeared on Jiang'an and his summoned beast. This shield value compressed Jiang'an and the others' health bars into a single line, so all you could see was the terrifying shield value on top of the health bars. This life protection skill is arguably the strongest protective skill for support characters after a second job advancement, capable of blocking even the skills of other second job powerhouses. The shield lasts for 3 minutes. In other words, Kuro could only watch helplessly as Jiang'an used the special item, the soul of the dead, to resurrect the god of slaughter, Bai Qi. The two mummified corpses on the black jade platform quickly became plump. Bai Qi's deeply sunken abdomen gradually filled out, and his dry skin quickly recovered. The speed of recovery is almost catching up with Qi. Soon, the undead soul in Jiang'an's hand completely dissipated, turning into beams of energy that merged into Bai Qi's corpse. Jiang'an could clearly sense that a consciousness was gradually awakening inside the corpse. However, it will take about a minute for it to fully recover. Qi's body on the other side should be in the same condition. Taking this opportunity, Jiang'an looked around at the terrifying number of sleeping undead. I really went all out this time. Necromancer's soul, Life Protection Skill Charm. If these two items were sold, they could probably buy the entire city of Linen. Since we've gone to such great lengths, we should at least get something back. Looking at the thick shields on Yan Ying and the others, Jiang An's lips curled up slightly. With such a thick shield, even if Flame Shadow and the others stood in the midst of the sleeping undead and were attacked, they would not suffer any damage. Go all out. These monsters are all high level. We should kill as many as we can. Upon receiving Jiang An's order, Yan Ying and Chan Xiu immediately launched their attack. The Chu Lian state on Yan Ying instantly disappeared, revealing her true form as a six-tailed fox demon. Its body quickly grew taller than a person, and flowing hair instantly grew out. A captivating and noble aura naturally arises. The gluttonous ball, which was originally the size of a fist, suddenly grew to the size of a small giant, blocking Jiang Yan's way. Xiao Yao gently swayed her antlers, and her support skills landed on Yan Ying and Chan Xiu. Kuro naturally noticed this commotion. Kuro looked on with disdain. Even with the life protection buff, a level 22 summoner can only save their life. Do you want to pose a threat to the sleeping undead you summon? Absolutely impossible. Just as Kuro was thinking this, he noticed that Jiang Yan suddenly raised his hand and summoned a bunch of elemental spirits. Then, in the next moment, those elemental spirits were suddenly sacrificed and disappeared. Instead, various negative buffs appeared on themselves and the sleeping undead. Burning, freezing, paralysis. All 5 elemental resistances have been reduced by 30%. Kuro narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy really does possess an incredible amplification skill. However, this level is still too weak. The sleeping undead he summoned, though of varying levels, none of them were over level 60, but all were at least level 30 or 40. Even with reduced elemental resistance and multiple negative buffs stacked, it's more than enough to deal with a level 22 three-headed summon. The next moment, Kuro then noticed that the flames on Flame Shadow's body instantly spread out. The fiery storm spread out, instantly engulfing all the sleeping undead monsters in the surrounding area. The fiery shadows within the black flame storm resembled an ancient demon god, exuding an astonishing aura. For a moment, even Kuro Xiongzhengbin was somewhat lost in thought. And when the firelight fades away, the two of them gaped in astonishment. The sleeping undead around Yan Ying were all turned to ashes by Yan Ying's attack. Only a few sleeping undead that had reached level 40 or above managed to survive. Even if they survive, most of their health points have already been deducted. Kuro instinctively wanted to control them to retreat temporarily. Let other sleeping undead fill the gap. However, before Kuro could even issue his command, Xiao Yao, who had been waiting for her chance, had already made her move. A shimmering orb of light was flung out. The ball of light landed on these high-level sleeping undead, instantly stunning them. And in that brief second, the greedy ball had already rushed forward first. A series of lightning palm strikes were launched. Snap, snap, snap. Lightning flashed everywhere. These level 40-plus sleeping undead were wiped out in an instant. Xiongzhengbin, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Jiang An's level 22 summoned beast can instantly wipe out a whole area of sleeping undead? Are these sleeping undead really over level 40? Even for a berserker who has already undergone a first-level transformation, breaking through so many sleeping undead is a problem. While it's partly because berserkers aren't good at group battles, I'm still a first-tier powerhouse. Jiang An is only level 22. No wonder Jiang An was able to clear the nightmare-level dungeon. Xiongzhengbin had initially thought that Jiang An had some secret gadgets that allowed him to clear the game so quickly, but now it seems that Jiang An really cleared the game purely based on his own strength. Kuro's face darkened completely. The level 40-plus sleeping undead was dealt with in a short time by a level 22 summoner. Such terrifying humans absolutely cannot be allowed to grow up. The human race is already terrifying enough with just one Wei Qing. This is an even more exaggerated existence than Wei Qing. Wait, summoner? Kuro suddenly remembered something, and the name Jiang An quickly overlapped with a list in his memory. It's him, a human genius who broke the assessment record. This guy? He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Kuro made up his mind in his heart. Once Lord Kuei is resurrected, we must make sure he eliminates this guy. As the sleeping undead was defeated, a barrage of notifications popped up on Jiang An's screen. Congratulations on defeating a level 43 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 18,888 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 41 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 16,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 43 sleeping undead. You have received an additional 18,888 experience points. A large amount of experience points poured in instantly, and Zhang Yan's experience bar also surged by 6%. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overjoyed, but Zhang Yan's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. A level 40-plus monster only gave me a little over 10,000 experience points, and it didn't drop anything? Xiong Zhengbin scratched his head awkwardly to the side. Isn't more than 10,000 experience points enough? Chapter 162. If we kill him, we should get a lot of experience. Isn't more than 10,000 experience points enough? Xiong Zhengbin recalled that when he was around level 20, he was already quite satisfied with getting more than 2,000 experience points from a single monster. I never expected Jiang En's requirements to be so high. But then I thought about it again. Jiang En is someone who can easily clear even nightmare-level dungeons. It seems, but it also seems quite normal. He explained to Jiang En, that's normal. After all, these monsters are only temporarily awakened and summoned. They will turn back into corpses after a certain period of time. Moreover, there is no experience bonus in the wild, so it is already quite remarkable to have 10,000 experience points. Jiang En nodded. He actually understood the reasoning behind it. However, after spending so much effort, the returns were so meager, which inevitably led to some disappointment. Seeing that the two corpses over there had not yet come back to life, Jiang En's gaze fell on Kuro. If we kill him, we should get a lot of experience points. Xiong Jingbin's body trembled slightly, and his expression froze. Unexpectedly, Jiang En would actually set his sights on Kuro. Before Xiong Jingbin could dissuade them, he saw Yan Ying and Chan Xiu leap up and rush straight past the sleeping undead towards Kuro. The sleeping undead that had just been cleared away by Flame Shadow were quickly replenished, and they all attacked Flame Shadow's greedy orb. Faced with these attacks, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball did not dodge or evade, but instead quickly approached Kuro at top speed. The barrage of attacks fell like tickles. It had no effect on the health of Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball, and even the shields remained unchanged. This is what makes the second-tier skill, Life Protection, so terrifying. Without considering being attacked, a distance of several tens of meters is reached almost instantly for Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. Kuro frowned and immediately unleashed the Bone Claw. White bone claws rose from the ground, attempting to grab the limbs of Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. However, Kuro was surprised to find that with the life protection buff, as long as the shield existed, he was immune to any negative effects. The bone claws were completely unable to restrain these two summoned beasts. In the short time that was wasted, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball had already rushed to Kuro's side. Skill: Six Tails Annihilation activated. The tails behind Flame Shadow spread out in an instant, completely locking Kuro's body in place. The tail was taut, and a terrifying force emanated from it. Greedy Ball seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of thunderous palm strikes. Kuro, who was under control, had no way to dodge. They could only physically withstand the attack of the gluttonous ball. Kuro truly lived up to his reputation as a level 68 powerhouse. Even with the combined attack of his two summoned beasts, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball, his health was only decreasing at a very slow rate. Jiang En frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the speed at which Kuro's health bar was decreasing. He failed to notice Xiong Jingbin's expression, which seemed as if he had seen a ghost. When did a level 22 ordinary combat class summoner become so strong? Even a necromancer demon that has already undergone a first transformation can cause so much damage. Xiong Jingbin roughly estimated that even if he were very close to Kuro, the damage he could inflict wouldn't seem to be much higher than Jiang An's. Of course, all of this is based on the premise of the bug-level auxiliary skill Life Protection. Otherwise Jiang and Summoned Beast would have no chance to get close to Kuro. Even so, it is already quite incredible that a level 22 summoner's Summoned Beast can exert such strong combat capabilities. Compared to Xiong Jingbin's surprise, Kuro's face was full of humiliation. He's a fully fledged undead demon. When has he ever been treated like this? Any human of the same rank or even higher than him would tremble in fear upon seeing him. Unlike now, I'm being controlled by this fox with its 6 tails. It's like a wooden stake. You can't move at all while standing still. Health points are still decreasing. He could clearly feel the black flames attached to his tail continuously burning away his life force. Damn humans! Kuro practically roared out those words, venting the resentment in his heart. Once your shield disappears, I will kill you with my own hands and turn you into the lowest of bone dogs. Jiang En was slightly taken aback. Good heavens, these undead demons were really all the same. Even their threatening words were like they were carved from the same mold. People are tired of hearing it. Upon hearing Kuro's threat, Yin Ying's eyes instantly turned cold. She would never allow anyone to harm her master. Flames rose from the 6 tails, the fiery tails poised to unleash their power. Snap, snap, snap. With a crisp sound, tails lashed heavily across Kuro's face. Kuro's ferocious face swelled up considerably in an instant, and his health bar dropped by about 10%. Just as the flame tail skill ended, flames filled the sky. The fiery storm enveloped Kuro almost seamlessly. His health bar dropped another 5%. After the flame storm ended, Kuro was covered in burn marks all over his body, and the lingering demonic flames could still be faintly seen on them. Kuro's level was still too high. The 6 tails destruction only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it ended. Kuro regained his freedom. He was filled with rage and wished he could tear the fox to shreds on the spot. However, seeing the thick shields on Yen Ying and Chan Xiu, he could only suppress his desire for revenge and prepare to avoid their sharp edge for the time being. After this wave of flame shadow attacks, Kuro had no doubt that, given enough time, Jiang could indeed kill him. Feeling the intense burning sensation throughout his body, Kuro immediately prepared to escape. However, at that moment, Flame Shadow's tail began to wag wildly. Phantom Bewitching activation. Kuro stood there stunned, and taking advantage of the moment, Greedy Ball quickly unleashed his Thunder Palm to finish him off. The flames on Flame Shadow's 6 tails rose up again, forcibly activating the enhanced stacking skill, Flame Tail, once more. The 6 tails were pulled out again with great force. This time, Kuro's body clearly showed burn marks from being whipped by his tail. Combined with the previous attacks, Kuro's health finally dropped below 60%. As of now, only 12 seconds have passed. The consecutive activation of the stacked flame tail was clearly not an easy task for Flame Shadow either. Her breathing became rapid. Still quite a bit short. Jiang's eyes flickered slightly. With his current level 22 strength, it was indeed too difficult for him to instantly kill Kuro. He was only able to do this because of the terrifying strength of Yen Ying and the others. But Jiang was naturally unwilling to give up the remaining 60% of his life points. Unfortunately, Flame Shadow's skill Divine Might is still on cooldown and cannot be used. Otherwise, Yen Ying, in his Divine Might state, would truly be wreaking havoc under these circumstances. Chapter 163 The Spider Realm descends again. When Xiong Zhengbin saw Jiang reduce Kuro's health to 60% in just over 10 seconds, his breathing became rapid. He was so excited that he wished he could be by Kuro's side right now and help Jiang kill him quickly. However, he did not possess the skill of life protection and could only slowly clear out the sleeping undead. Xiong Zhengbin sighed inwardly. What a pity. If I had known Jiang possessed such terrifying strength, I should have attacked the moment I saw Kuro. This might help Jiang reduce his health bar significantly in advance. That way, there might actually be a chance to kill him. Now it seems a bit of a stretch. After all, Jiang and Summon Beast should have already used all its explosive skills and entered a period of weakness. The damage is already top-notch at level 22, but it's still a bit of a stretch to deal with a level 68 undead demon. Just then, Kuro, thanks to his exceptionally high mental strength, broke free from the illusion's control. Kuro's expression changed slightly after noticing that his health points were down to only 60%. His murderous intent toward Jiang intensified. Just then, Kuro suddenly noticed that Jiang had a scepter that shimmered with platinum light in his hand. Platinum-level weapon. Spider Eye Gaze. Jiang immediately released his control skill, and Kuro, who had just been freed from the restriction, was instantly frozen in place. The next moment, both shadow techniques appeared. Copy. God's Might. Divine Might mode activated. A strange pressure instantly emanated from Jiang, and his entire demeanor underwent a sudden change. Xiong Zhengbin, who was closest to Jiang, even felt a faint urge to worship him. Fortunately, the oppressive aura emanating from Jiang wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, he might have actually knelt down. After activating his Divine Might state, Jiang did not hesitate. The special skill Spider Realm Descent, obtained by choosing to release the Spider King's scepter and upgrade it to a platinum weapon as soon as possible. Spider Descent, platinum level skill, cannot be upgraded. When activated, a summoned beast must be selected as a sacrifice target, absorbing 99% of that target's health to summon Spider Descent. Opens a dimensional gate, summoning countless venomous rainbow Spider Kings to descend and devastate all enemies within range, dealing 10 times the absorbed summoned beast's health as damage. Duration depends on the caster's spirit level and the selected attack range. Jiang looked at Xiaoyao. In terms of health points alone, Xiaoyao, who has already reached level 19, has even surpassed Yining Chanxiu in health points. They are the best targets for sacrifice. Moreover, at this moment, there is a life protection effect, and the shield value will not disappear due to sacrifice. A resolute look appeared on Xiao Yao's lovely face as she nodded. As Jiang An summoned Beast, Xiao Yao also longs to help participate in Jiang An's battles. Choose Xiao Yao as the sacrifice target. Xiao Yao's health was instantly depleted, leaving her with only 1% remaining. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Countless spatial rifts suddenly appeared in midair. One by one, the ferocious-looking, highly venomous rainbow spider kings fell out of the spatial rift. Each of the highly venomous rainbow spider kings was enormous, falling straight down to the ground from midair. The long, slender spider legs had already closed together, resembling terrifying spider spears. The signature move of the venomous rainbow spider king, Spider Spear Assault. As soon as Kuro released his spider eye gaze, he saw an infinitely enlarged, highly venomous rainbow spider king hurtling towards him. He didn't have time to dodge at all. They could only watch helplessly as the attack landed. Bang bang bang. The seemingly endless, highly venomous rainbow spider kings rained down like nuclear bombs. Dust billowed up around Kuro in an instant. All the sleeping spirits near Kuro also suffered a devastating annihilation. Jiang An gripped the Spider King's scepter tightly, his spiritual power surging forth like a dam suddenly bursting open. This is different from the last time I used this skill in the assessment and trial space. The trial monsters I faced last time were very fragile. They would be instantly killed if attacked once by the venomous Spider King. In order to kill as many monsters as possible, I chose a larger release range. But this time, they're facing a level 68 undead demon. Jiang An didn't believe that an attack from a single highly venomous rainbow spider king could kill him instantly. Therefore, Jiang An decisively chose to control the skill range around Kuro, so that the duration could be longer and the damage within the range would naturally be higher. The spatial rift above Kuro's head seemed endless, with countless venomous rainbow spider kings falling one after another. Bang bang bang. Jiang An stared intently at the situation within the smoke and dust. Fortunately, Kuro had no chance to escape due to the relentless attacks of the venomous Spider King. We can only try our best to defend against the attack. However, the attacks of this highly poisonous Rainbow Spider King seemed endless, and with the added blessing of the Divine Power State, the damage was even more outrageous. Kuro's health points dropped rapidly. He wanted to let out a roar of anger, unwilling to accept his fate. Unfortunately, just as he opened his mouth, a highly venomous Rainbow Spider King plunged into it. It also successfully took away his last bit of health. Death occurs when health points reach 0. Xiong Jingbin, who was standing to the side, was completely speechless. He swallowed hard and stared at the gradually closing spatial rift, his heart filled with shock. What kind of skill is this? Why had he never heard of it before? And more importantly, Jiang An is a summoner. Isn't a summoner's combat power entirely in their summoned beasts? How is this guy able to instantly kill a level 68 necromancer demon with just one skill? Isn't this skill a bit too outrageous? Xiong Jingbin's gaze fell on Jiang An, and he then noticed that 2 streams of bright red blood were flowing from Jiang An's nose. His right hand, which was holding the Spider King's scepter, trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, the skill he unleashed had pushed him to his limit. Fortunately, in the next moment, multiple golden lights emanated from Jiang An, Yining Chanxiu, and Xiao Yao. For golden lights flashed across Jiang An's body in succession. My level jumped from 22 to 26 in an instant. Jiang An successfully leveled up to 4 levels simply by gaining experience points from killing Kuro. Chanxiu and Xiao Yao also flashed with golden light multiple times, reaching levels 25 and 24 respectively. With each upgrade, Jiang An's depleted mental energy recovered slightly. He noticed that a notification seemed to flash across the panel. Before they could even look around, strange changes had already occurred in their surroundings. The sleeping spirits who had been standing beside Jiang An and the others all collapsed to the ground and lost their breath after Kuro's death. A thick layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky, completely obscuring the already gloomy sky. A cold wind howled, and faintly, the sound of weeping could be heard carried on the wind. Chapter 164 God of Slaughter. By Qi. Shanhaiguan Command Center. Back in his office, Wei Qing suddenly felt his heart pounding. It was as if something was about to happen. He frowned. Something's wrong, something's happened. Wei Qing's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he thought of something and reached out his hand. With a flash of light, the medal symbolizing his status as a commander appeared in his hand. The medal is entirely red, with 3 stars faintly twinkling on it. This medal was personally awarded to him by his teacher, Bai Qi. From the day he was handed over to him, he inherited Bai Qi's identity as the commander-in-chief in the elite spearhead regiment. However, less than a month later, Bai Qi disappeared. No one knows where Bai Qi went. Even Wei Qing never heard from his teacher again. At first, everyone thought the teacher had simply disappeared, but gradually everyone assumed that Bai Qi must have died in some accident. As time went on, Wei Qing had to accept this fact. But now, the second star on that medal is flashing wildly. It seems like they're celebrating something. Wei Qing was somewhat stunned as he stared at the twinkling second star. The stars on the medal indicate which generation of commander it represents. I am a third generation, that is, the third star. The second one represents Bai Qi. Wei Qing's breathing quickened for a moment, and a thought arose spontaneously. Could it be? His teacher, Bai Qi, was not dead at all. He gripped the medal tightly, carefully feeling the vibrations of the second star. A coordinate can be vaguely detected. Without thinking, he crashed straight out of the window. After free fall, it crashed heavily to the ground. Instantly, countless cracks, resembling a spider web, appeared on the ground. Wei Qing, however, acted as if nothing had happened and pushed off with his foot. He vanished from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Near the vortex in the land of the dead dungeon, the sky seemed to darken in an instant, and even the wind seemed to howl. Jiang'an frowned slightly. After Kuro's death, something seemed different about the surroundings. Xiong Zhengbin shared the same feeling, and he said with some delight, "With Kuro dead, that restriction has been lifted." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Zhengbin immediately pulled out a signal flare. The signal flare soared into the sky and exploded. A signal flare immediately responded from afar. Great, someone should be here soon. Just then, Jiang'an suddenly noticed that on the other side of Ku Yi's body, two figures were vaguely approaching with a limp. Take a closer look. It turned out to be Sun Yu and the female support player on their team. However, the two of them no longer possessed the high spirits they had when they first set off. Both of them looked exhausted, and the support girl even had tears streaming down her face. His clothes were tattered and torn from head to toe. His clothes were covered in blood. Sun Yu and Xiong Zhengbin quickly approached Jiang'an, their eyes filled with gratitude towards Jiang'an. The five of them simply couldn't survive in the terrifying horde of sleeping undead. As the team leader, Tang Bo could only desperately try to withstand the monster's attacks in order to buy time. Even so, the defense line simply couldn't hold. They could only watch helplessly as their familiar teammates were torn apart and killed by those sleeping undead. Until finally, only Sun Yu and her companion remained. Jiang'an finally killed Kuro. All the sleeping spirits died instantly, and the two of them were lucky enough to survive, so they quickly reunited. Looking at the two disheveled men, Xiong Jingbin's lips moved slightly, but in the end he only said one sentence. "You're both great." Just as Sun Yu was about to thank Jiang'an, one of the two corpses finally showed a new change. Surprisingly, it was not Qi who woke up first. It was the legendary god of slaughter, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's body has now fully recovered to the state of a living person, and even his skin looks no different from that of a normal person. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his features were resolute. However, there seemed to be a hint of confusion in his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on Jiang'an. "It was you who resurrected me, the soul of the dead." His memory returned quickly, and Bai Qi guessed the prop Jiang'an used in just 1 second. Jiang'an nodded to him, his face showing respect. Jiang'an felt deep reverence for this legendary figure. As for Xiong Zhengbin and Sun Yu, they stared intently at him, showing even more respect than Jiang'an. Bai Qi ignored the others and scanned his surroundings. Ultimately, it settled on Ku Yi. His brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Ku Yi, he's already being resurrected." "Indeed, that is precisely why we need to awaken you from your slumber." Jiang'an quickly explained what had happened. "We beg Lord Bai Qi to intervene and stop this demon that is about to be resurrected," Xiong Zhengbin said firmly. Under the expectant gazes of several people, Bai Qi shook his head. "The resurrection ritual has already begun and cannot be stopped. Can we wait until he revives and then kill him?" Jiang'an asked. "Unfortunately, it probably won't work." Bai Qi clenched his fists and felt the force. "Although the necromancer resurrected me, I can only exist for 3 minutes, and my strength is only 80%. In this state, we cannot deal with Kuei, who has been perfectly resurrected." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and Jiang'an also frowned. "However, we forgot this point. The resurrection of the soul of the dead is relatively much easier, as it does not require the sacrifice of a life. However, there are also more restrictions. If Bai Qi is unable to defeat Ku Yi, then death will still be the only outcome for everyone. After all, Ku-yi was a powerful third-tier cultivator, and even if he used the life protection skill talisman, it wouldn't be able to stop him. The second job advancement's life protection might not be enough to block an opponent's attack. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Qi actually smiled and said, "Don't worry. I can sense that my students are on their way. Killing Kuei is difficult, but delaying him is easy." Bai Qi's student? Wei Qing. Jiangyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was only then that he suddenly realized that Bai Qi was Wei Qing's teacher, and Wei Qing was his own teacher. Doesn't that mean I'm still considered Bai Qi's grand disciple? Just as Jiangyan was lost in thought, Bai Qi's gaze suddenly fell on Yanning, who was standing next to Jiangyan. Huh? Bai Qi's voice was filled with surprise. A six-tailed fox? Somewhat bewildered, Yanning looked up at Bai Qi, a hint of doubt in her beastly eyes. Bai Qi suddenly stood up abruptly, staring intently at Yanning. His face was filled with disbelief. His lips moved slightly, and a trembling voice came out. You are. Chapter 165 Flame Shadow, with third-rank strength. You are. Bai Qi's breathing became somewhat rapid, as if he had recalled a long-forgotten memory. Does Lord Bai Qi know Yanning? Jiangyan asked, somewhat puzzled. Bai Qi then came to his senses, slowly withdrawing his gaze. He hesitated for a moment. I was just thinking of a friend from the past. Even so, his gaze towards Jiangyan softened considerably. She's your summoned beast? May I have your name? Jiangyan. Jiangyan. Bai Qi murmured these two words, a good name. He raised his head and looked intently at Jiangyan. I have a way to deal with Ku-yi, but I need Yin Ying's help. Are you willing? Jiangyan frowned slightly. What impact will this method you're referring to have on Yanning? Someone like Bai Qi might possess a method to unleash his potential in a short period of time. Jiangyan would likely find it difficult to accept the price of granting Yin Ying power comparable to Ku-yi. Bai Qi shook his head. Don't worry, it won't happen. I have a skill that allows me to temporarily transfer my attributes to a specific target. Yanning meets the requirements for inheritance. After inheriting, Flame Shadow will have the same level as me, given her the potential of the six-tailed fox race. The combat power they displayed should be enough to kill Ku-yi. However, after the effects wear off, she may be too exhausted to fight for a day. Apart from that, she suffered no other damage. Hearing this, Jiangyan's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. He glanced at Ku-yi, who was about to recover, then at Yanning, and finally nodded slowly. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Bai Qi. A sense of anticipation rose in Jiangyan's heart. According to Bai Qi, Yanning will inherit Bai Qi's level for a short period of time. Bai Qi is a powerful expert who has already reached the third level. Jiangyan couldn't even imagine how terrifying the power Yanning would unleash if she reached the third level. After Jiangyan agreed, Yanning stepped forward and stood in front of Bai Qi. Bai Qi was somewhat stunned as he stared at Yin Ying's flowing hair. Just as he was about to say something, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from Ku-yi's side. Bai Qi's expression changed slightly, his demeanor instantly becoming serious, and he transformed into a beam of white light, landing on Yanning. Originally, Flame Shadow was his first summoned beast, and its level was tied to his own. Flame Shadow's level will only increase as its own level increases. But at this moment, Flame Shadow's level broke through the limit. It rises rapidly starting from level 22, 23, 27, 50, 60. As his level continued to rise, Yin Ying's aura also rapidly increased, and his body shape uncontrollably began to transform completely into a human form. Just then, Ku-yi, who was standing to the side, finally completed his full recovery. His eyes snapped open, and the wounds that had once been fatal were now completely gone. It was as if he had never died, but had simply been asleep for a long time. His wings flapped slightly, and his body rose into the air from the ground. His eyes flashed, his gaze sweeping over Kuro and the other undead demons. He murmured, I died once. Bai Qi is too strong. Even when he was seriously injured, he was still able to trade his life for mine. Fortunately, I won in the end. His gaze swept over the remaining survivors one by one. Xiongzhengbin, Sun Yu. When Ku-yi's gaze swept over Jiangyan, his expression froze. Memories of being humiliated in the dungeon flooded back instantly. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up in his chest. It's you. With a slight flap of its wings, Ku-yi swiftly swooped down from midair. A gentle flick. The thick shield formed by Jiangyan's life protection collapsed and shattered. The terror of a third-tier powerhouse is evident. Ku-yi appeared before Jiang, and with an extremely ferocious expression on his face. If you escape back to Shanhaiguan, I might not be able to find you. If you dare to lie to me, I'll make you die in the most painful state. Hell of bones. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Ku-e rippled slightly. Countless tiny bone spurs suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Each bone spur was not large in size and had countless sharp spikes like needles on it. The bone spurs that suddenly appeared completely covered the space around Jiang'an. Even Xiong Zhengbin and the others were forced to retreat a few steps and could only watch Jiang'an with worry, unable to get close. The bone spurs slowly pierced Jiang'an's body, and Jiang'an's face showed an expression of extreme pain. Ku-e was extremely excited and let out a hoarse laugh. What could be more satisfying than being able to take revenge right after being resurrected? However, he was dozens of meters away. Xiong Zhengbin and Sun Yu stared in disbelief at the deranged Ku-e. As soon as this guy revived, he flew in midair and muttered to himself. Later, he flew down and unleashed the terrifying skill White Bone Hell on an open space. And what was in the core area of the skill's attack range was a rock. Sun Yu even suspected that this guy might have been dead for too long and had developed brain problems. Only Xiong Zhengbin sensed something and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman beside Jiang'an. The 9 tails behind Flame Shadow swayed slightly. The skill Phantom Bewitching was activated the moment Ku-e was resurrected. Having inherited Bai Qi's power, Yin Ying's strength has also reached the 3rd level. She wore a long black dress. Her exposed skin was fair and delicate, and her eyes were deep and mysterious. A slight smile played on her lips, yet it subtly conveyed a sense of aloofness. Only when looking at Jiang would she reveal a different kind of tenderness. Yining parted her lips slightly, and a melodious voice rang out. Master, shall we kill him? Kill. Yes, sir. Flame Shadow's figure vanished silently. The next moment, Yining appeared near Ku-e. Ku-e, engrossed in the illusion, was completely unaware of the sudden change. Yining looked at the opponent of the same level in front of him, his face showing no change in expression. Since the master wants to kill him, then so be it. 9 tails silently emerged from behind Flame Shadow. Its fluffy tail, however, harbors a terrifying power. The 9 tails spread rapidly, as if they had come to life, and rushed towards Ku-e's location. Flame Shadow uttered 5 words. 9-tailed flame dragon annihilation. The flames shot up in an instant, and as the flames ignited, the 9 fox tails transformed into fiery dragons. The dragon was so lifelike that Jiang could even see the movement of its eyes and the slight swaying of its whiskers. Each fire dragon seems to possess its own individual consciousness. They circled around Ki, binding him tightly within them. At that moment, Ku-e's health points also began to drop rapidly. Chapter 166 The Heavenly Flame Baptism, comparable to a forbidden spell. Driven by the frantic drop in health points, Ku-e finally broke free from the control of the illusionary mind. His eyes regained their clarity. Only then did he realize that Jiang, whom he had just humiliated to death, was nothing more than a stone that had been shattered into powder. The real Jiang remained standing unharmed to the side. However, he was tightly bound by the flame dragon. These fire dragons also possessed the characteristics of demonic flames, causing massive damage while also producing a burning effect. Looking at this somewhat familiar scene, Ku-e was even a little dazed. What's going on? Did I not resurrect? Are we still in the instance? Was this just a delusion I had before I died? That's not right. Ku-e was 100% certain that his strength had recovered to the level of the 3rd rank, even if he hadn't had time to control the other powerful sleeping undead. It's absolutely impossible for this level 22 summoner to compare. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that Jiang's level had become level 26. His expression immediately became incredibly subtle. But when his gaze fell on Yining, who was standing quietly to the side, his expression changed instantly. What terrifying strength! Wasn't she only level 20 before? How come you already have the strength of a 3rd-tier cultivator? Bai Qi. Ku-e could vaguely sense a trace of Bai Qi's unique aura emanating from Yining. He instantly realized that he might not be the only one who had been resurrected. This is a trap that Bai Qi has set for himself. Even in death, this guy doesn't intend to let me go. He's determined to completely eliminate my chance of resurrection. Damn it. Ku-e struggled frantically to break free from Yanlong's restraints, but when his gaze unconsciously fell on Yining, the unique aura emanating from Yining actually made him consider giving up and dying at her hands. This feeling is quite wonderful. It was as if he genuinely wanted to please Yining. In fact, it's not just Qi. Even Xiong Zhengbin and Sun Yu had similar thoughts when they saw Yining. The nickname, Fox Spirit, is not without reason. Even if Flame Shadow, who has the strength of a 3rd-stage cultivator and has become the 9 tails, just stands there without making any move. People can't help but feel pity for her. Fortunately, Ku Yi's fighting instincts were still intact. He instantly snapped out of it and realized how terrifying his thought was. This delay reduced his life points to only 40%. Ku Yi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying his best to avoid being affected by the flame shadow again. A layer of bone shield covered his body, temporarily slowing down the rate at which his health points were decreasing. All control skills have a time limit. Since this flame dragon skill deals such high damage and also has a control effect, it shouldn't last too long. As long as I can get through this period, that's fine. Oh, Yin Ying's lips curled into a charming smile. Trying to stall for time? A mysterious black light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Heavenly flame baptism. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the previously gloomy sky, and clusters of heavenly fire emerged from the horizon and crashed down upon the group. Upon closer inspection, each of these celestial fires is actually a burning meteorite. The edges of the flames faintly emitted a black light. At a cursory glance, it appears that at least 100 heavenly fires are falling simultaneously. Ku Yi was able to keep his eyes closed until he suddenly heard the whooshing sound of falling and felt the powerful pressure coming from all around him. He opened his eyes and looked. A burning meteorite kept growing larger in front of him. Who the hell unleashed this forbidden spell? The thought flashed through Ku Yi's mind in an instant. The next moment, his eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he struggled frantically. They wanted to do everything in their power to break free from the binding effect of the nine-tailed flame dragon. Unfortunately, the 9 fiery dragons seemed to be welded to his body, making it impossible for him to get rid of them. They could only watch helplessly as the meteorite crashed down. Suddenly, it seemed as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky, and Yining stood helplessly in the area where the meteors were falling. Each meteorite fell around her, crashing down on Ku Yi. Bang bang bang. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. Flame Shadow's hair swayed slightly, her expression as cold as an ancient demon god. The burning meteorites seemed to become nothing more than a backdrop for her. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of Xiong Zhengbin, Sun Yu, and others. I'll never forget it. We are currently only about a kilometer away from here. As Wei Qing ran wildly, his pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the meteorite falling from the horizon. The location of the meteorite clearly overlapped with the locations of his master and student Jiang'an. The power of this meteorite is too great. It's almost at the level of a 4th level forbidden spell. However, most of those who can summon meteors are mage-type classes. It couldn't possibly be his teacher, Bai Qi. Such terrifying power. Even if the teacher could barely withstand it, Jiang'an definitely couldn't. Wei Qing suddenly became anxious, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. A long sword flew from his hand, and then miraculously merged into Wei Qing's body. His movement speed was further increased. The person approached rapidly, like a phantom. The continuous falling meteorites have finally come to an end. A huge crater appeared where Kuro was, and all the plants and animals around him had been vaporized by the terrifying heat. Only the flame shadow stood safely within it. Kuro's life points had long since reached 0, and he was dead. A notification flashed across Jiang'an's control panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 186 Necromancer Kuro. You have received an additional 888,888 experience points. Jiang'an's pupils dilated slightly. This 3rd-tier undead demon had actually given him so many experience points. This far exceeded Jiang'an's expectations, considering that he had borrowed Bai Qi's power during the kill. In this state, it's equivalent to teaming up with Bai Qi, plus the huge level difference between the two. When making judgments, most of the experience will naturally be given to those with higher levels. Even so, they still gave me so much experience. If I could kill monsters across so many levels on my own, I estimate that the experience points I could gain would be dozens or even hundreds of times greater. The golden light that had just appeared not long ago rose again. Golden light flashed continuously around Jiang'an. The level also keeps rising and changing. It soared from level 26 all the way up. It didn't stop until level 30. Sun Yu looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her cherry-like mouth agape, as if a banana could be stuffed inside. Level 30. But when they set off, Jiang'an was only level 20. At the time, I felt sorry for the trial he was going to undergo. Who would have thought it would only last for less than a day? He jumped from level 20 to level 30, even higher than his own level. A full 10 levels of difference. This is unbelievable. Let alone level 20. Even someone who has just changed jobs can't level up 10 levels in a single day. Chapter 167: The Side Effects of Inheritance. Not only Sun Yu, but Xiong Zhengbin was also shocked. It's already incredible enough that Jiang and killed Kuro, who was at level 68. He actually killed a third-tier undead demon? Even with Bai Chi's help, it's definitely not something anyone could do alone. If this news were to get out, it would probably cause a global sensation. Moreover, this crisis, which was originally thought to have killed many people, seems to have been resolved so easily by Jiangyan. Just then, Yanning suddenly frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiangyan. Master, I can sense other powerful beings approaching. A strong person? How strong? Very strong. Flame Shadow's eyes were filled with vigilance. Upon hearing this, Xiong Zhengbin and the others were startled. Even the third-tier undead demon Ku would be easily killed by Yan Ying's current strength. The fact that Yanning takes him so seriously in this state shows that this powerful figure is definitely extraordinary. Jiangyan frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. This place isn't too far from Shanhaiguan. Under normal circumstances, any powerful member of the Demon Legion with strength exceeding the first level would trigger a danger alarm if they approached. Kuro was able to become an exception partly because his strength had just reached the first level, and because of the prior arrangements, he was able to deceive the monitoring department of Shanhaiguan. However, the price that a creature that Flame Shadow could call a powerful being would have to pay to conceal the surveillance department was definitely not something that a few undead demons could achieve. The person who came was most likely human. The other party's figure had just appeared on the distant horizon when, in less than a second, it appeared in front of everyone. Xiong Zhengbin awkwardly lowered his heavy sword. Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing scanned his surroundings with his tiger-like eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiangyan was unharmed. But Bai Qi wasn't there. There was only the corpse of a level 60-plus undead demon on the ground. That terrifying meteorite fall just now could not possibly have been unleashed by a level 60-plus undead demon. He asked warily, "Where are the enemies? Were they taken away by the teacher?" No." Xiong Zhengbin scratched his head, his gaze drifting over Jiang, and Yanning. "They've already been dealt with." Solved. Wei Qing frowned and stared at Xiong Zhengbin. If he didn't know Xiong Zhengbin well, he would have almost said it was impossible. He looked at Jiangyan, about to ask a question, but suddenly noticed Yan Ying beside Jiangyan. When did Jiangyan acquire such a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and aloof demeanor? More importantly, this guy somehow carries a hint of a teacher's aura about him. But when he sensed Yan Ying's strength, his expression changed drastically. This stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and aloof demeanor is the powerful figure who released that terrifying meteorite. However, it seems that she doesn't harbor any hostility towards Jiangyan and the others. On the contrary, he treated Jiangyan with utmost respect. At this point, Jiangyan stepped forward and explained the whole story. This includes his use of the necromancer's soul to resurrect Bai Qi, and Yanning temporarily inheriting Bai Qi's power. Wei Qing's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The teacher briefly resurrected and passed on her level to Yanning. "She is Yanning." Yanning greets Lord Wei Qing. Yanning was clearly very polite to his master's teacher. Just then, a beam of white light split off from Yan Ying's body. It appears that the inheritance period has ended. Her body suddenly shrank, and 3 of her 9 tails disappeared in an instant. It reverted to its 6-tailed form. Chu Lian's talent then came into play, transforming her into the adorable and innocent Flame Shadow. However, she was clearly exhausted and was panting heavily. Jiangyan quickly took her into his arms so that she could rest. On the other side, Bai Qi had already materialized from that white light. He looked at Wei Qing with a face full of satisfaction. That little guy from back then has grown up quite a bit. Seeing Bai Qi's youthful appearance, Wei Qing's eyes instantly reddened. Over the years, he had known in his heart that Bai Qi was most likely dead, otherwise he would have contacted him, but he simply refused to admit it. Wei Qing murmured, "Teacher, why bother? You should have waited for me. I can save you all. I definitely can. Why use this method of inheritance? Once it's used, after you disappear, no one in the world will remember that you ever existed. You will be erased and eliminated throughout the entire river of time." As Wei Qing spoke, he suddenly started crying like a child. "Why didn't you wait for me? I don't want to forget." Jiangyan's pupils suddenly contracted. "What? After the inheritance method is used, Bai Qi will disappear completely, and no one will remember him. The side effects of this skill are terrifying." No wonder Jiangyan had never heard of a skill that could raise the target's level inheritance to such a terrifying degree. Bai Qi wasn't lying to himself. This skill really didn't cause any damage to Yanning, it only made her weak. However, he bore all the side effects. Being erased from the river of time means that no one will remember that he ever existed. All the achievements of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, all fame will be completely buried and disappear. All traces of his existence will be erased. A slight smile appeared on Bai Chi's lips. Silly child, why are you crying? You are now the commander of the elite regiment. What kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing like this? Isn't it good enough that we can see each other again? As for the rest, they are nothing but empty titles. Wei Qing then wiped away his tears, lowered his head, and glanced at Xiong Zhengbin, Sun Yu, and the others. They were startled and immediately pretended to look around, as if they hadn't seen Wei Qing's disheveled appearance at all. Seeing this, Bai Qi shook his head helplessly. However, before I dissipate, there are a few questions. Please speak. Is Shanhaiguan safe? How is the elite guerrilla unit? Although there are internal frictions within the human race, the stability of Shanhaiguan remains unchanged, always prioritizing external forces at crucial moments. As for the Sharp Knife Regiment, it has never been defeated. Wei Qing declared firmly. Good, Bai Qi said with a look of satisfaction. Do you have any students? Wei Qing looked up at Jiang'an. He is my student. Bai Qi was slightly taken aback, then exclaimed, good. 3 times in succession. You have good taste. I never imagined that the 3 of us, master and disciples, would be reunited today. Ha! Hearing Bai Qi's laughter, Wei Qing forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Just then, Bai Qi's body began to decay. His time has come. Bai Qi's tone quickened considerably. One last question. How have you been these past years? The students are doing well, but sometimes they wish their teachers were around. Wei Qing's eyes welled up with tears again. I trust you. Even if I'm not here, you will lead the elite squad to defend the mountains and seas. Before he could finish uttering the last word, Guan, Bai Qi's body had already completely decayed. As a gentle breeze blew by, it dissipated into the entire world. Chapter 168 News from the Secret Realm. A feast for the senses. As Bai Qi's figure completely disappeared, everyone present fell silent, as if something in their minds had been altered. Only Jiang'an was completely unaware, muttering to himself, Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Take care. Wei Qing turned her head in surprise, her tears still wet on her face. What? The god of slaughter, Bai Qi? Never heard of it. What a show of arrogance. How dare you use such a haughty nickname? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, then looked at Xiong Zhengbin and the others. They found that Xiong Zhengbin and the others also looked confused. They seemed to have no idea what Jiang'an was talking about. Jiang'an quickly took out his phone and searched for Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, on his browser. The page popped up blank, and apart from some low-quality paid ads, there was no information about the god of slaughter Bai Qi on the entire internet. Jiang'an then realized that Bai Qi's existence had been erased. But why do I still remember? Using the summoner's unique telepathic abilities, Jiang'an asked the 3 little ones if they remembered Bai Qi. Who is it? Xiaoyao doesn't remember. Is Bai Qi edible? Is he delicious? Yaning, nestled in Jiang'an's arms, struggled to lift her head and look at him. Master, I still remember Lord Bai Qi. Perhaps it's related to the power I inherited from him. My memories of him were preserved. My master was probably influenced by the soul contract, and similarly retained those memories. Jiang'an understood. A complex feeling arose in my heart. In this world, perhaps only he and Yin Ying will remember the former god of slaughter, Bai Qi. Oops, how did sand get in my eyes? Wei Qing wiped his eyes. He then casually glanced at Jiang'an, and his eyes widened in surprise after seeing Jiang'an's rank. He was somewhat incoherent, exclaiming in surprise, You're already level 30? How did you do that? Just as Jiang'an was pondering how to explain Bai Qi's situation, Xiong Zhengbin spoke up. The necromancers secretly infiltrated and resurrected a 3rd-tier necromancer. This sleeping land of the dead is where that demon fell. Fortunately, there is also an unknown human powerhouse in the dungeon. Fortunately, Jiang'an obtained the necromancer's soul item after clearing the dungeon, which resurrected that human powerhouse. Unfortunately, the opponent was not good at combat, so it merged with Jiang and summoned Beast Flame Shadow and forcibly killed that 3rd-tier undead demon. As he spoke, Xiong Jingbin's voice grew softer and softer. Even he himself felt a little guilty talking about it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed it. By the way, during this time, Jiang'an also managed to kill a level 68 undead demon at level 22 by relying on the life protection skill amulet. Wei Qing's eyes widened further. Is this all true? Jiang'an gave up explaining the identity of the so-called unknown human powerhouse and nodded. Not bad, truly worthy of being my student. Wei Qing. They can even produce rare items and amulets like the soul of the undead and the protection of life. Even with the help of props, Being able to kill a level 68 at level 22 is still quite impressive in terms of damage. Wei Qing was about to give a lavish praise when he suddenly remembered something. Cough cough. The damage is only slightly less than what I suffered back then. Wei Qing secretly praised himself, thankful that he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have blurted out his thoughts. Zhang is only 18 years old. If he is constantly praised, he will easily become arrogant and complacent. He had seen many geniuses perish prematurely in the game because of their arrogance and complacency. However, Wei Qing didn't notice how hard Xiong Zhengbin and the others were trying to suppress their laughter. What a joke. Wei Qing wasn't a genius who soared to prominence in the early stages. He got to where he is today through steady and solid progress in the later stages. If Wei Qing, with his level 22 attack power, could kill a level 68 undead demon, that would be a mistake. It's likely that the Demon Legion has already retreated into the Chaos Rift and dares not show its face at all. Anyone with eyes can see that Wei Qing was simply trying to maintain his dignity as a teacher. We really have to thank that unknown powerful figure. Wei Qing's expression turned serious. Otherwise, if a third-tier undead demon were to revive here, it might really cause a stir. These demons have become increasingly rampant lately. It seems it's time to let the elite troops shed some blood. A cold, killing intent flashed in Wei Qing's eyes, and Xiong Zhengbin and the others trembled in fear. They understood that Wei Qing would definitely launch a major battle to deter the Demon Legion. As for those classmates, Wei Qing's expression softened as he glanced at the mangled corpses of Tang Bo and the others. Xiong Zhengbin quickly recounted the situation of Tang Bo and others. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, Tang Bo and the others did not shy away from the battle against the undead demons. They fought to the bitter end for their comrades. If a soldier is buried in military uniform, his or her parents and family members will enjoy the same benefits as the families of fallen soldiers. This is to comfort their souls in heaven. Thank you, Lord Wei Qing. Xiong Zhengbin, Sun Yu, and the others shouted in unison. After Xiong Zhengbin collected the body, Wei Qing led everyone back to Shanhaiguan. The others dispersed. Wei Qing escorted Jiang and all the way to his residence at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Does Lord Wei Qing have other plans? Wei Qing nodded. That's right. A secret realm will open in 2 months. The minimum entry level for this secret realm is level 30, and the maximum is level 70. I hope you can attend. Jiang suddenly realized that this must be what Su Chan had mentioned earlier. The secret realm will open in 2 months. The secret realm, whose approximate opening time can be determined, should be one that the Academy has already fully mastered. Given the 40-level gap, it shouldn't be purely about combat and monster killing. Otherwise, it would be too unfair for those at the lowest level of 30. Is it the Divine Forging Tower, a secret realm specifically designed to upgrade a particular skill level? Or is it the Mystic Realm Ruins, a secret realm where you can obtain various rare materials? You may have heard of this secret realm. It's the Illusionary Realm Ruins. A secret realm that can produce all kinds of rare and precious materials. The materials in this secret realm are all-encompassing, including but not limited to rare materials that can be used to craft cooldown amulets, upgrade equipment, and even advance summoned beasts. Originally, I was planning to create a cooldown amulet with a maximum level of 40 in one go. However, given your current leveling speed, you should probably consider crafting a level 60 cooldown amulet directly. In that case, you will definitely need to consume more materials, so you need to obtain as many materials as possible in this secret realm. Jiang nodded, but another thought arose in his mind. This secret realm is filled with countless rare materials, including metals. With its innate talent for consuming gold, wouldn't Greedy Ball be able to take this opportunity to get a huge amount of free stuff? Chapter 169, A Bountiful Harvest. The Wings of the Necromancer. After Wei Qing left, Jiang searched for information about the Illusionary Realm Ruins on his computer. The relevant information will soon be displayed. The exact date of the first discovery of the Illusionary Realm Ruins is unknown, and it is currently under the control of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Each opening requires a large amount of rare materials, so a large number of points are charged as an entry fee for each opening. Currently, it is only open to students within the Shanghai Academy. You need to use points as a ticket, so it seems that level 30 isn't the only limitation. There will definitely be other high-level experts at that time, and it looks like the competition will be very fierce. But that's what makes it interesting. Jiang closed his laptop, a smile playing on his lips. It's time to settle the accounts and reap the rewards. This level 20 trial used up a lot of my best items, but fortunately they all turned into benefits, so it wasn't a complete loss. The experience points alone were already a great deal, Both I and Flame Shadow jumped from level 20 to level 30. The leap of 10 levels in one day was even faster than the speed on my first day after changing jobs. Chanxiu and Xiaoyao have reached levels 29 and 28 respectively. Open the Summoning Beast panel. A thought crossed my mind. The panels for the three little guys slowly appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. Flame Shadow. Race, God, Six-tailed Fox, Purity 50%. Gender, Female. Level, 30, same as owner. Strength, 80. Spirit, 3,300. Swiftness, 2,475. Constitution, 2,400. Talent skills, Chu Yin, Divine Might, Demonic Flame, Absolute Fire Domain. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV5, Platinum. Flame Tail, LV6, Platinum. Flame Storm, LV7, Diamond. Phantom Bewitching, LV6, Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV6, Platinum. Six-tailed Annihilation, LV1, Platinum. Heavenly Flame, LV1, Platinum. Greedy Balls. Race, God, Iron Forged Black and White Panda, Purity 40%. Gender, Female. Level, 29. Strength, 2,550. Mental Strength, 75. Swiftness, 2,250. Constitution, 2,550. Talent skills, Flexible Extension and Retraction, Gold Absorption. Combat skills, Steel Bones, LV5, Platinum. Intimidation, LV3, Platinum. Chain Thunder Palm, LV3, Diamond. Fearless War Cry, LV5, Platinum. Thunderstrike, LV1, Platinum. Xiaoyao. Race, God, 5-colored deer, Purity 40%. Gender, Female. Level, 28. Strength, 1.5. Spirit, 2,475. Swiftness, 2,550. Constitution, 2,550. Talent skills, Spirit of the Deer, Auspiciousness. Combat skills, Water Essence, LV3, Diamond. Wood Spirit Guardian, LV3, Platinum. Radiant Orb, LV3, Platinum. Blessing Ray, LV2, Platinum. Luck Toning, LV1, Platinum. After the three little guys leveled up rapidly, their attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Compared to yesterday's units, their combat power is worlds apart. With Yin Ying's current strength, he can rightfully be called the strongest fighting force under his command. Furthermore, after this level upgrade, they each learned a new skill. Xiao Yao's new skill is called Qi Depression. The effect is also very powerful. Active skill, targets an enemy and casts this skill, subjecting them to bad luck for the next 3 hours. Bad luck is upon me. This isn't just a matter of bad luck. It's a true reflection of one's destiny. After all, there's a saying, when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause you to choke. As for the skill, Thunderstrike, that Greedy Ball has mastered, it is a powerful movement skill that allows Greedy Ball to quickly approach enemies and unleash burst damage. This can be considered as making up for the weakness of the Gluttonous Ball. As for Flame Shadow's new skill, it is a weakened version of Heavenly Flame Baptism, which can summon a heavenly flame meteor to fall and cause massive damage. Just seeing the skill description, Jiangyan couldn't help but recall the unparalleled elegance displayed by Yan Ying after reaching the 3rd level of power. Especially when such a stunningly beautiful woman respectfully calls him master. That feeling was simply amazing. After gaining a general understanding of the strength of his summoned beasts, Jiangyan looked at his backpack. He himself is a second resurrection, and after being killed, he only gives experience points and no loot drops. However, this was the first time Kuro had been killed. A notification flashed on the screen, but because the situation was critical, Jiangyan didn't have time to check it. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in Jiangyan's hand. A pair of wings shimmering with a golden luster appeared in his palm. This piece of equipment looks like a scaled-down version of Kuro's wings, only the size of a palm. Necromancer Demon Wings. Type, Special Back Equipment. Class Restriction, None. Equipment Level Requirement, None. Quality, Gold. Special Effect, grants brief flight ability when worn. The description of this equipment is very simple. As a gold-grade item, it does not provide any bonuses to the 4 main attributes. Even the special effects are just one additional effect. But it was precisely this simple additional special effect that made Jiangyan's eyes widen in surprise. Wearing it grants the ability to fly briefly. As far as Jiangyan knows, having flight skills is extremely rare. In fact, it could be said that most professions do not qualify one to learn flight skills. Take Wei Qing's profession, for example, the Spirit Swordsman. Although it possesses formidable combat power and can fight opponents of higher levels, It can control the longsword to fly into the air to attack, but it still does not have the ability to fly. In addition, some professions, such as wizards, are qualified to learn flying skills. Most of these flight skills require a minimum of second-tier skill level to learn. Jiangyan's professional summoners are not qualified to learn flight skills. To gain the ability to fly, one can only rely on summoned beasts. For example, one might possess a large, flying summoned beast, which can only be ridden to fly. Although this equipment does not increase any of the 4 main attributes, its special flight effect alone is enough to make it highly sought after. Jiangyan chose to wear it without hesitation. After choosing to wear it, the miniature wings that were originally in Jiangyan's palm actually burrowed directly into the flesh of Jiangyan's palm. It disappeared from his palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, a pair of wings that looked exactly like those of a necromancer suddenly sprouted from Jiangyan's back. The feeling was so subtle that it didn't even feel like a piece of equipment, but rather like a pair of wings that had grown out of one's own body. Jiangyan's mind stirred slightly. The wings can be closed and folded at will, and once folded, there is absolutely no sign of anything unusual. Jiangyan tentatively flapped his wings and immediately felt a strong buoyancy, his whole body slowly lifting off the ground like a kite. Despite it being his first time using it, Jiangyan felt no awkwardness whatsoever, as if he had possessed these 2 wings since birth. The gluttonous boy standing nearby covered his mouth in surprise upon seeing this. Wow, the owner flew away. Chapter 170 Long Live the Master. An invisible wind whistled past Jiangyan's ears. The villa beneath our feet gradually became a tiny speck in our field of vision. In the distance, you can still see buildings standing tall in other areas. Jiangyan felt extremely happy. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he sensed the emotions emanating from Yanning. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly before he suddenly landed on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in Yan Ying's eyes as she transformed into human form, and then she saw Jiangyan's hand around her waist. The two took off together. Wow, Sister Yan Ying flew away with Master. The two stood together in midair, the moonlight shining on Yan Ying's stunningly beautiful face. Jiangyan only realized something was wrong at this point. Originally, I only brought Yan Ying along because I sensed her envy, but now the two are in direct contact. The sensation from this arm is absolutely amazing. Yan Ying looked up at Jiangyan, and their eyes met. The bright moonlight shone on Yan Ying's delicate skin, making it appear even whiter and smoother. A gentle breeze blew by, and strands of her hair brushed against Jiangyan's face. Jiangyan could even feel the breath exhaled by Yan Ying, and a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance emanating from her body. For a moment, I was lost in thought. Under Jiangyan's gaze, Yan Ying's face instantly flushed red. Where was the aloof demeanor he had displayed when he slew the third-tier Ku-yi? It was impossible not to feel boundless pity for him. Jiangyan snapped out of his daze, flapped his wings powerfully, and the strong airflow immediately propelled him forward. Soon, Flame Shadow's attention was also drawn to this peculiar sight. Looking around, the two flew around the villa area under the moonlight. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ansai landed slowly with Yan Ying. Yay, it's my turn to play. Chanchio was so excited that she danced around, thinking she was next. Jiangyan shook his head. Next time. While this equipment allows one to fly, its drawbacks are also quite obvious. First is speed. The speed of flight is actually not very fast, about the same as the speed of running, far less than the speed of creatures like the greedy ball Flame Shadow. The second issue is battery life. A single flight can last no more than 10 minutes, and the time would likely decrease further if the altitude were increased, requiring a break before continuing. However, despite its various shortcomings, it can still be very useful in critical moments or in certain special terrains. Chanchio looked disappointed, and Xiaoyao's mood also dropped. Upon seeing this, a flash of light appeared in Jiangyan's hand. 3 boxes of premium pet food appeared in his hands. Yay, there's food. Greedy Ball excitedly took the premium pet food from Jiangyan and began to devour it. Yan Ying and Xiao Yao were much more refined, chewing in small bites. As he watched them eat, Jiangyan pondered his next plan. The illusionary ruins are the focus for the next 2 months. Although you can enter at level 30, you can imagine that the higher your level, the richer the rewards will be. Therefore, leveling up remains the top priority. However, somewhat awkwardly, the cooldown amulet obtained from Su Chan is no longer usable. It can only be used in dungeons below level 30, so I must have enough loot in the illusionary ruins to create a cooldown amulet that truly belongs to me. There are still 2 days left until the auction officially begins, and I have just reached level 30. They have a new slot for summoned beasts. More importantly, he also possessed information about a hidden instance. Bone Dragon Cave. According to Kui, there are descendants of bone dragons in this dungeon. Let's rest for the night. We'll set off to hunt dragons first thing tomorrow morning. After making up his mind, Jiang'an prepared to go into his room to take a shower and rest. It happened while Jiang'an was taking a shower. A sly glint flashed in Yin Ying's eyes as she pushed the remaining half-box of premium pet food toward Glutton. Given Greedy Ball's eating speed, a box of premium pet food wouldn't be enough for her. She would have finished it all long ago. I was already drooling over Yin Ying and Xiao Yao's slow, leisurely eating, but I never expected Yin Ying to push her portion to me. She visibly became excited, but still feigned modesty and asked, "Oh, Sister Yin Ying, aren't you going to eat?" Yin Ying glanced at her, saying nothing, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. Then Yin Ying walked towards Jiang'an's bedroom. Greedy Ball couldn't wait to show off the remaining half-box of premium pet food that Flame Shadow had. "Wow, Sister Yin Ying is such a kind person. I like Sister Yin Ying." When Jiang'an finished showering and came out, he looked at the bed. I was completely stunned. Yin Ying had closed her eyes and was sleeping in her favorite spot. But the problem is, Yin Ying did not use Chu Lian's talent and was not in her petite and cute Firefox form. Hearing Jiang'an's footsteps stop, Yin Ying, who had been feigning sleep, slowly opened her eyes. He looked at Jiang'an with a blank expression. "Master, aren't we going to sleep?" "Ahem, you. What's wrong, Master?" Yin Ying looked down at the spot where she was sleeping. "That's right, Master. Yin Ying usually sleeps here too." "Jiang'an, you usually have a lot of fur on your body. Good grief, is this how you test your cadres? Isn't Master sleepy yet? Is Flame Shadow going to sleep first?" Flame Shadow is a very deep sleeper. Yin Ying pursed her lips, then lay back down on the bed with her eyes closed. Jiang'an took a deep breath. He knew perfectly well that Yin Ying was not asleep at all. They have a soul contract between them. Jiang'an could even sense Yin Ying's excitement and anticipation. A real man, not a eunuch. What am I afraid of? Jiang'an threw down the bath towel, climbed into bed, and prepared to rest. The lights were turned off. Springtime is in full bloom. In the villa's courtyard, Xiao Yao looked at the darkened bedroom with a bewildered expression. "Sister Greedy Ball, I just received orders from Master that we shouldn't go to the bedroom all night. Is Master playing some kind of game with Sister Yin Ying?" The gluttonous creature raised its head, a few food crumbs still clinging to the corner of its mouth. "Huh? I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, Master said he'll give us more premium pet food first thing tomorrow morning. Long live the Master." Chapter 171. Why is the gap widening so much? The next morning, golden sunlight shone on Yin Ying's fair skin. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a pair of bright eyes, tinged with a hint of bestiality, slowly opened. When Yin Ying saw Jiang'an staring at her, a blush flashed across her face. "Owner, who could resist such an unparalleled beauty calling you Master?" Jiang'an thought to himself, "What a devil." Or, the thought had barely crossed my mind when the bedroom door slammed shut with a loud bang. Chanchio and Xiaoyao rushed in cheering. "Master, it's morning. Time to feed the pets." Greedy Ball sat upright in front of the bed, looking at Jiang'an with longing. "All right, let's wait until tonight." Jiang'an reluctantly got up to prepare breakfast for Chanchio and the others. The gluttonous little ball crouched beside Jiang'an, ready to start eating as soon as possible. Xiao Yao, however, ran over to Yin Ying with some curiosity. "Sister Yin Ying, what mistake did you make that led to your punishment?" Yin Ying looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. It was only then that I realized Xiao Yao had misunderstood something. The blush that hadn't faded from Yin Ying's face instantly returned, and she whispered a few words in Xiao Yao's ear. Then he stood up with a smile. Xiao Yao was left standing alone by the bed, a hint of confusion on her cute and innocent face. "So it's because you like someone that you act like this? But does Master not like Xiao Yao?" Xiao Yao's mood quickly became somewhat depressed, and she even felt a little worried. Sister Yin Ying is so beautiful and so powerful. Although Sister Greedy Ball is a bit silly, she's very cute and quite strong. I'm basically powerless in combat, and I'm not as pretty as Sister Yin Ying. If the owner doesn't like me, they might even abandon me someday. Unlike other classes, summoners can break their soul contract with their summoned beasts after paying a certain price. However, dispelling this method will cause the summoned beast to die instantly. Just as Xiao Yao was lost in thought, Jiang'an opened the premium pet food. Seeing that Xiao Yao hadn't come over yet, Jiang'an waved to her with a warm smile. "What are you thinking about? Stop standing there and come eat." Xiao Yao then managed to suppress her low spirits. "My owner is so good, he would never abandon me. I must also strive to learn from Sister Yin Ying so that my master will like me." Jiang'an withdrew his gaze from Xiao Yao with some suspicion. He could sense that Xiao Yao's emotions had been as complex as a roller coaster ride, but thankfully she had returned to normal, so he didn't delve into it further. Watching Yan Ying and the others slowly enjoy their breakfast, Jiang'an also decided to make himself 2 fried eggs. Before he could even fire, he heard someone knocking on the door. Upon opening the door, Su-chan and Wei Yu were standing outside. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. Su-chan was someone he had messaged last night to ask her to come, while Wei Yu was purely an accident. Wei Yu was also carrying a large bag of food. She raised the food, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I specially brought this from the cafeteria. It tastes amazing. If you want to eat it, fight me first. Su-chan shook her head helplessly. Even though she already knew Wei Yu to some extent, she still found it hard to stand up to such childish behavior. Jiang'an smiled slightly. Are you sure? You want to fight before you give me any? Of course. Wei Yu's eyes flashed with joy. Don't underestimate me. I've already reached level 18. Our levels are about the same now. If I win, Lord Wei Qing will definitely notice me. Enough talk. Let's go. Wei Yu placed the large bag of food in Su-chan's arms. With a flash of light, a longsword gleaming with silver light flew into the air, eager to launch an attack at any moment. Sensing the sudden surge of fighting spirit, Yanning unleashed her speed, appearing from the second floor almost instantly to block Jiang'an's path. At this moment, she had transformed into a 6-tailed creature with a tall and human-like figure. His wild eyes swept indifferently over Wei Yu. If Jiang'an hadn't mentally stopped Yanning, she probably would have launched an attack immediately. However, Wei Yu, who was directly facing the flame shadow, did not have such a pleasant experience. Flame Shadow's terrifying killing intent seemed to solidify into a physical form, ready to erupt and kill at any moment. Wei Yu's legs even trembled slightly from the terrifying pressure. She had never felt this way, not even when facing a boss of the same level. It felt like I was about to be beheaded at any moment. Su-chan, standing to the side, exclaimed in astonishment, Flame Shadow? When Yan Ying's gaze swept over Su-chan, the killing intent on Yanning subsided a little upon seeing this former feeder. Wei Yu gasped for breath, as if he had escaped from the jaws of a tiger. She was horrified to find that her back was soaked with cold sweat. Your tail has become 6 tails. After confirming that the majestic fox in front of her was indeed Yanning, Su-chan was also somewhat excited. From the initial fire fox to the 3 tails, and now to the 6 tails, Flame Shadow's strength must have been further enhanced. The fact that Yan Ying's strength has increased naturally means that Jiang'an's strength will also increase. Therefore, the possibility of Jiang'an reaching level 30 and participating in the secret realm within 2 months will naturally be higher. Yanning nodded, glanced back, and saw Jiang'an nod as well. Her form subtly transformed from beast to human. Yes, thank you, Master. I have evolved into a Vulpix. Her stunningly beautiful face and the Cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her hot figure left Su-chan and Wei Yu stunned, as if struck by lightning. You. Wei Yu stammered, his words mumbled indistinctly. Su-chan paused for a few seconds before snapping out of her daze and glanced thoughtfully at Jiang'an. It seems you've improved a lot in such a short time. Wei Yu felt a jolt. Jiang'an's strength had increased again? These past 2 days, she has been relentlessly leveling up, aiming to fight Jiang'an at the same strength level as much as possible. However, they overlooked the fact that Jiang'an couldn't possibly have been stuck without improving for so long. She couldn't wait to unleash her appraisal technique. The appraisal technique was applied to Jiang'an, but the result sent a chill down Wei Yu's spine. Level difference exceeding 10 levels prevents viewing. Wei Yu was completely dumbfounded. The long sword that had been flying overhead fell to the ground with a thud. A few days ago, she was in level 16, while Jiang'an was only level 17. Now she has reached level 18. But Jiang'an has already surpassed her by 10 levels? Why is this gap widening so much? Chapter 172, is this guy specifically designed to steal boss cubs? Seeing Wei Yu's bizarre appearance, Su-chan could easily guess that she must have used an appraisal technique. So, unable to resist asking out of curiosity, how is it? What level is Jiang'an at now? Wei Yu swallowed hard, as if he'd seen a ghost. I can't check. Not high enough level. Not high enough level. Now it was Su-chan's turn to be surprised. She and Wei Yu were roommates, and she had naturally seen how hard Wei Yu had worked to catch up with Jiang'an during this time. Although he knew from the beginning that this was destined to be a losing contest, isn't it a bit too much that Wei Yu can't even see Jiang'an's level now? It can disable Wei Yu's appraisal skill at level 18. Doesn't that mean Jiang'an's current level has reached level 28, or even higher? 2 pairs of surprised gazes fell on Jiang'an, who touched his nose. Ahem, I was lucky yesterday. I've reached level 30. Level 30. Wei Yu felt like the sky had fallen. She could still muster a sliver of a fighting spirit against Jiang'an, who was level 17, but Jiang'an was level 30. Let alone their class. Even the class before them was easily swept aside. Wei Yu murmured, "Your leveling speed is simply terrifying. It jumped more than 10 levels in such a short period of time. What exactly did you do?" Before she could finish speaking, Su Chan covered Wei Yu's mouth with her hand. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "Don't ask, you can't handle it." Based on Su Chan's understanding of Jiang'an and Wei Yu, she knew Jiang'an's answer very well, and also knew that Wei Yu's personality was unlikely to be able to withstand such a blow. Wei Yu retrieved the long sword that had fallen to the ground into his backpack and took the large bag of food from Su Chan's arms. With a complex expression, he said, "It seems that Lord Wei Qing indeed has exceptional insight. In that case, there is no need for a competition. But don't let your guard down. I'll keep working hard." After shoving the pile of food into Jiang'an's arms, she turned and left. Su Chan shook her head helplessly. She knew that Wei Yu was probably provoked and was preparing to continue grinding for experience. With Jiang'an as a goal ahead, Wei Yu has no choice but to work hard. Su Chan looked at Jiang'an with her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Now that you're already level 30, then, will Wei Qing tell you what will happen 2 months from now?" Jiang'an nodded. "The illusionary realm ruins?" "Right." Su Chan's eyes lit up. "Since you've already reached level 30, as long as you have enough points, you should be able to pass the assessment easily with your potential. The things in this secret realm are not just simple materials." Jiang'an raised an eyebrow, clearly very interested in this information. "You know that when you reach level 60 and undergo your first job advancement, you have a chance to get a job advancement opportunity, right?" In addition to the requirement of completing the first job advancement quest, the most important thing for career advancement is the corresponding job advancement materials. These job change materials can usually only be obtained in certain hidden dungeons or secret realms. "You mean, the illusionary realm produces job change materials?" Jiang'an asked tentatively. "Not bad." Su Chan smoothed her hair. "This secret realm is the most stable source of job change materials. Every time it's opened, I can get quite a few." "So what you want me to get is the job change materials?" "To be precise, it's not just a job change material, but a specific job change material called Tongyin bamboo." Jiang'an stared at Su Chan, and then he seemed to realize what was happening. "Are these the materials you need when you advance to the next job class?" "But aren't you already the only hidden support class?" Jiang'an asked, somewhat puzzled. "That's right. The sound-connecting bamboo is indeed an advanced material for the sound master profession." Su Chan explained frankly without hiding anything. "As for why the only hidden support profession can continue to advance, I don't know either. I only know that there is such a material in the secret realm of the illusionary ruins, and the description of the material is that it is only one of the necessary materials for the advancement of the sound master profession." Jiang'an looked at Su Chan with some surprise. Although I already knew that Su Chan's family was extraordinary, I was surprised that she knew directly what materials were in the secret realm. This is clearly not something that can be achieved simply by coming from a wealthy family. Considering that even Wei Qing only recently learned about the upcoming opening of the secret realm, Su Chan already knew about it in advance. This guy's background seems to be getting increasingly impressive. If I have the chance to get the sound-communicating bamboo, I will do my best, but the number of slots released when the secret realm opens will probably be quite large. Among them, there should be many powerful individuals who have already reached level 60. I may not be able to obtain them. Jiang'an was quite self-aware of his own abilities. Although Flame Shadow and the others could deal enough damage to a level 60 powerhouse, the level difference was still significant. Without the protection of a skill like Life Protection, Flame Shadow and the others would not be able to withstand an attack from a level 60 powerhouse. "Don't worry, I've also hired other people at home. You can help them out when the time comes. Just do your best. Even if you don't get it in the end, it's just that I didn't have the right opportunity." Jiang'an was immediately relieved by Su Chan's words. Then, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and the skill talisman belonging to Su Chan appeared in his palm. "Now that I've reached level 30, this amulet is no longer of any use to me. I've used up quite a few of the available uses inside, and I've already booked the Academy's exclusive alchemist for repairs. He will contact you directly at that time, and the repair cost will be deducted directly from my account." Su Chan nodded, didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang'an, and took the skill amulet and put it away. "So what are your plans next?" A glint of light flashed in Jiang'an's eyes. "First, fill up the newly unlocked summon slots, then level them up as quickly as possible." "You already have a target pet egg?" Su Chan was somewhat surprised. Then she remembered the recent high-level boss pet egg auction that had caused quite a stir. Is it the pet egg of that golden dragon loach? My family originally wanted me to buy this pet egg, but I'm still a little hesitant. I feel a bit ugly. Su-chan breathed a sigh of relief. It just so happens that you wanted it, so this helps me make a decision. I won't let my family bid on it anymore. Jong-un touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly. Is there any possibility? Was that golden dragon loach pet egg the one I took out to sell? Su-chan's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. It's you again? Su-chan hadn't forgotten that the last time, the highly venomous rainbow spider king was also revealed by Jong-un. Unexpectedly, this golden loach was also Jong-un's doing. Is this guy specifically designed to steal boss cubs? Chapter 173 Departure, Bone Dragon's Nest, Here I Come. Su-chan stared at Jong-un with a strange look for a long time. It's a good thing I'm not a combat class, otherwise I would have met a freak like you. It really makes one feel powerless. She finally said those words and then took her leave. He did not ask Jong-un about his summoned beast again. In her opinion, since Jong-un was willing to sell the golden dragon loach, it was clear that Jong-un no longer cared about this level of summoned beast. After having a simple breakfast, Jong-un arrived at the entrance of the academy. He had already arranged a vehicle through the school forum last night. For just 2,000 yuan, you can have a private car provide round-trip transportation. The location of this bone dragon's nest is not in Shanhaiguan, but in the Hengduan Mountains, which are adjacent to Shanghai City and Tianhai City. It's also a very popular spot for leveling up in the wild. After spending more than 3 hours, Jong-un finally reached the edge of the town closest to the Hengduan Mountains. Unlike the Bamboo Forest Mountains, the monsters in the Hengduan Mountains range in level from 18 to 35. Since there are no low-level monsters, there is no chance of a newly promoted player accidentally entering the area. Even official guard posts are extremely rare in this area. It is only used to prevent sudden riots by wild monsters. In cases of man-made disputes, these places tend to turn a blind eye and won't investigate further unless things go too far. Therefore, some say that these places are the real wilderness areas. Just call me when you come out. I'll wait for you here for 3 days. I've heard that things aren't very peaceful in the Hengduan Mountains, so please be careful. The driver kindly reminded Jong-un of something. Jong-un nodded, made a note of it, and then got out of the car. He is currently in Duanshan Town, which is said to be named so because it is located right in the middle of the Hengduan Mountains, and from a high vantage point, the town looks like a knife inserted into the Hengduan Mountains. Although this is just a small town, it has a large flow of people. One by one, adventurers wearing silver-grade armor walked past Jong-un, and they all carried a strong smell of blood. Many people also noticed Jong-un and the adorable fire fox on his shoulder. However, most of these people only glanced at the subject before looking away. Most of the people who come to Duanshan Town are adventurers who want to kill monsters and make money in the Hengduan Mountains. They are only interested in people with strong combat abilities. Although Jong-un is very handsome, a firefox summoner is clearly not among the strong people they generally recognize. Hey, there's an adventurers guild here too. Jong-un, who was about to head straight for the Hengduan Mountains, suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a simply decorated building, which was the Adventurers Association. People were coming and going inside, and many of them had happy expressions on their faces. After hesitating for a moment, Jong-un decided to go in and take a look. The experience I learned from Tangong. You can get a lot of information from these adventurers guilds, including information on the distribution of monsters and maps. This is very helpful for people like Jong-un who are visiting for the first time. Upon entering the Adventurers Guild, a cacophony of noise immediately filled the air. Team up to farm golden armor scorpions. 3 players needed, 1 support, no picky. Anyone interested, let's go. Come on. Hard difficulty Treant Dungeon, 1 for 4, level 25 and above, come on. New herb gathering quest released. Anyone want to team up? We'll split the rewards. Amidst the commotion, one spot stood out. A burly man holding a banner. Flame Wolf Guild is recruiting new members. Requirements: level 20 or above, hidden class. Salary to be discussed. Jong-un was somewhat surprised. Advertising like this in the Adventurers Guild usually requires paying extra for advertising. Normally, only newly established guilds would choose this money-burning method to quickly gain popularity. However, newly established guilds usually focus on quickly recruiting members to level up the guild. This Flame Wolf Guild, on the other hand, only recruits members of hidden classes, so it is obviously not a newly established guild. It seems this Flame Wolf Guild is quite powerful. A number of people were whispering around the burly man. TSK, the Flame Wolf Guild is really rich. If I were a hidden class, I would join too. They're the son of the richest man in Tianhai City, so of course they're not short of money. I heard their target is the #1 guild in Tianhai City below level 30. Isn't this way too early? They haven't even filled all their positions yet, and they're already aiming for the top guild? That's incredibly arrogant. TCH, you don't know that. They're incredibly powerful now, and they've even suppressed our local guilds. Joining the guild comes with a free silver-grade weapon, which has attracted many powerful members. Now they've even monopolized several leveling spots in the Hungduan Mountains. Holy crap, this is so awesome. I wish I wasn't a hidden class. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Joining will give you a silver-level weapon. It seems that the Flame Wolf Guild is even richer than I imagined. I bought a map and a monster distribution map from the Adventurers Guild staff. This information was collected by the association, but it is not very detailed. I can only say that it's a rough estimate, much more so than the one Tan Gong gave me before. It's better to have something than nothing. After comparing the coordinates on the map, Jiang quickly located the exact position at coordinates 1032, 2331. Let's go. Here I come to the Bone Dragon's nest. Upon entering the Hungduan Mountains, Yanning voluntarily jumped off Jiang's shoulder. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, guarding against any potential danger. The gluttonous ball, which was sleeping in Jiang's pocket, was pulled out directly. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Oh dear, more work to do. I'm so hungry." Jiang completely ignored her last sentence. She was never not hungry. The summoning space opened, and Xiao Yao couldn't wait to jump out from the spatial rift, happily rubbing against Jiang's arm. Xiao Yao misses her master so much. Jiang pinched Xiao Yao's cheek as usual. I miss Xiao Yao too. I love Xiao Yao's adorable appearance. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Like, wouldn't that mean? A hint of excitement flashed across Xiao Yao's face. But they saw Jiang intently directing Yan Ying and Chan Xiu to clear the surroundings, preventing wild monsters from suddenly appearing and attacking. It was completely different from what she had imagined. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Yao's face. However, she quickly recovered and cheered herself up. It's okay. It's just that I haven't tried hard enough. Sister Yenying would never lie to me. When I have a figure as good as Sister Yenying, then the owner will definitely fall in love with you. Chapter 174 Flame Wolf. Lion. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Golden Armored Scorpion, Elite. You have received an additional 2,888 experience points. Looking at the experience points displayed on the panel, Jiang's lips twitched slightly. Even elite-level monsters in the wild give far too little experience. Jiang shook his head and decisively decided to move forward at full speed, ignoring all other monsters except those that blocked his way. Try to find the Bone Dragon's nest dungeon as quickly as possible. Yes, my master. Flame Shadow revealed its true form with 6 tails, and with a gentle sway of its tails, it wrapped around Jiang's waist. With a forceful flick, Jiang then steadily mounted Yenying. Just like last night. Feeling the hardness on her back, Yenying's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness, but she quickly suppressed it. Call out. Flame Shadow swiftly traversed the Hungduan Mountains. The hidden dungeon, Bone Dragon's Nest, is not located in a high-traffic area, but in a secluded place. In order to speed things up, Jiang did not choose to take the detour via the normally opened road. Instead, they forced their way through the woods. The advantage is that the speed can be greatly increased. The downside is that you might encounter monsters from time to time. Fortunately, Flame Shadow was no pushover either. The wild monsters she encountered were no match for her. Even those thorny thickets could not pose any obstacle in the face of Flame Shadow's demonic flames. Time slips away quietly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Jiangyan is getting closer and closer to the Bone Dragon's Nest dungeon. At this rate, he should be able to reach his destination in about 10 minutes. Just then, Flame Shadow suddenly stopped. Her nose twitched slightly. Master, there's a smell of blood. Very strong. Jiangyan frowned slightly. This place is deep in the Hungduan Mountains, far from roads and instance gathering points. And there are no well-known monsters spawning in this area. Could it be that we encountered a revenge killing? A rustling sound came from the nearby woods. A disheveled figure emerged from inside. He was dressed in leather armor, with a lion-shaped medal hanging on his chest, and gripped a dagger tightly in his hand. 2 arrows were stuck in his left arm, and blood was flowing out of them continuously. Jiangyan threw out his appraisal technique. He is an assassin, level 31. The man was also taken aback when he saw Jiangyan, seemingly not expecting to meet anyone else here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows pierced the air. The man was caught off guard and was shot in the right leg by an arrow, immediately falling to his knees. The other 2 arrows were not aimed at the man, but at Jiang'an. A murderous intent flashed in Yan Ying's eyes, and he unleashed his full speed, easily dodging the attack. Uffed. 2 arrows landed one after the other where Flame Shadow had stood, their tips embedded in the ground, only the fletching still trembling slightly. Huh. A surprised voice came from behind, seemingly astonished that Flame Shadow could dodge his arrows. A harsh, mocking voice rang out. I think you've used up all your energy on women's bellies. Can't even handle a level 30 summoner who's just passing by. As the sound faded, a man and a woman emerged from the woods and appeared before Jiang'an. The woman's equipment looked significantly more sophisticated than the fleeing assassins. Even the greatsword in her hand was silver-grade, and her face was full of mockery. The other bearded man held a silver-grade bow and arrows. Those 3 arrows were his creation. The bearded man was looking at Yan Ying with suspicion, his gaze lingering slightly on Yan Ying's 6 tails. Wu Mingmei, Lu Wenhu, aren't you people from the Flame Wolf Guild afraid of being purged by the authorities for doing this? The man with an arrow in his right leg knew he couldn't escape and asked through gritted teeth. TSK, Yang Jian, should I say you're naive or stupid? If we dare to make a move, we definitely won't leave any survivors. Wu Mingmei chuckled softly. Don't worry, we'll kill all your teammates. Don't blame us. It's your fault for discovering the rare metal copper essence. This is not something you can get your hands on. Why don't you just kill yourself now? I'm too lazy to cleanse my sword. Yang Jian, having lost too much blood, turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Knowing that he was doomed and might even implicate this innocent passerby, he looked at Jiang'an and murmured, I'm sorry. Then he roared, the Lion Guild will never admit defeat. I heard the name Lion Guild. Jiang'an's heart stirred slightly. Isn't this the guild the dean mentioned before he left? Could he also be from the Twin Hearts Orphanage? Before Jiang'an could think further, Yang Jin's figure vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the archer Lu Wenhu. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me. The dagger slashed out fiercely. However, his attack had already been anticipated. Wu Mingmei kicked out and swung her heavy sword upwards. Caught off guard, Yang Jin was instantly slashed across the back with a deep, bone-revealing wound. He was sent flying backward, and his health points instantly dropped to around 30%. Lu Wenhu belatedly realized what was happening and touched a line of blood seeping from his neck. You fucking want to die? He aimed at Yang Jian, who had fallen to the ground, and furiously drew the bowstring taut. An arrow burning with flames is poised to be released. Call out. As the flaming arrow drew ever closer, Yang Jian closed his eyes in despair. He felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. Uffed. The sound of an arrow piercing his body rang out, but Yang Jian felt no pain whatsoever. He opened his eyes with some confusion, but then he found a huge black and white creature blocking his way. The flaming arrows that struck the black and white creature only reduced its health by less than 3%. This black and white creature had naturally used the Thunderstrike's Greed Ball. Greedy Ball used its bare paw to pull out the arrow and grinned at the archer Lu Wenhu. Greedy Ball doesn't like you. Kill them, Jiang'an said coldly from behind. Greedy Ball could no longer suppress his killing intent and charged towards the 2 of them. Lu Wenhu was filled with surprise and doubt. He didn't understand why his level 34 fire arrow had only caused so little damage to the summoned beast. Isn't this summoner only level 30? Wu Mingmei didn't think that much of it. What a big mouth. She swung her heavy sword and charged towards the gluttonous ball. The 2 had barely made eye contact when Greedy Ball's broad bare paw crackled with lightning and slapped down. Wu Mingmei's level is only 33, which is 4 levels higher than Chanchio's, but her attributes are far inferior. Not to mention the difference in skill levels. Wu Mingmei swung her heavy sword and slashed at the gluttonous bear's paw. Originally, they thought they could force back the attack of the Greedy Ball, but unexpectedly, a tremendous force like a mountain came from the heavy sword. Oh! Wu Mingmei only had time to let out a scream. Then a muffled sound was heard. Splat. Chapter 175 Mine, Coordinates Overlap. Wu Mingmei was slapped to the ground by Chanchio and smashed so badly that she couldn't be pried off. Seeing their companions, who were full of energy 1 second, turned into mincemeat the next, were utterly horrified. Lu Wenhu's legs were trembling slightly, and he subconsciously turned his head to run away. But he never expected that the seemingly bulky black and white creature would be so fast. They appeared in front of him almost in the blink of an eye. No, don't do it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to harm you. Lu Wenhu never dreamed of this. I encountered a level 30 summoner in the wild who was surprisingly powerful. Let alone level 30, he had never been this afraid. Not even when facing a level 40 powerhouse. I am a member of the Flame Wolf Guild. If you kill me, the Flame Wolf Guild will not let you off the hook. He's like a drowning man, desperately trying to grasp at any straw that might save him. Chanchio was stunned by his words and couldn't help but look up at Jiang and kill. Okay. Splat. Another dull thud was heard. Yang Jian stared dumbfounded at the two pools of minced meat, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions, relief at surviving a disaster and disbelief. Just then, Yining slowly carried Jiang into Yang Jian's side. Are you from the Lion Guild? Yang Jian nodded subconsciously. After a moment's thought, Jiang remembered that one of the checks he had sent to the orphanage in the past came from Shanghai City. His name seems to be Tang Feng. Is your guild leader named Tang Feng? Yes, you're the president's friend? Friends. I guess so. Only then did Yang Jian finally come to his senses. He forced himself to kneel before Jiang, and despite the wound on his right leg. Please save the president and the others. They're still trapped inside the mine. I can't leave at all. Please help me take this message back and find the authorities. Jiang frowned. This round trip would take at least an hour, and that's only if the officials are quick and efficient. Tell me what the situation is first. Yang Jian quickly explained the situation in detail. Jiang frowned more and more as he listened, finally understanding the whole story. It turns out that the Lion Guild recently discovered a mineral vein containing rare metals in the Hengduan Mountains. Logically, one could choose to hand over such an undiscovered mineral vein and receive a one-time reward. Alternatively, you can choose to develop it yourself, which only requires paying a large sum of tax each year. While the second method yields greater returns, it also carries the risks that may arise during the mining process. This includes the possibility of being targeted by other guilds. Everything was normal for the first 2 months, but recently the news has somehow leaked out. The Flame Wolf Guild had secretly set their sights on this mine. The members of the Flame Wolf Guild were even more audacious, planning to wipe out the Lion Guild and seize the mining rights to the vein. Today is the day they make their move. Most of the guild members were trapped in the mine. The Flame Wolf Guild members were also wary of a last-ditch counterattack, so they planned to wear down the Lion Guild members until they were dead. Only Yang Jian originally brought people with him to make the handover. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by members of the Flame Wolf Guild, and everyone in the team except him died. If he hadn't met Jiang, he probably wouldn't have escaped his clutches either. What are the coordinates of that mineral vein? 1031, 2330. Yang Jian reported the coordinates without any hesitation. Although the exact relationship between Jiang and their leader is still unknown, judging from the fact that Jiang killed those two members of the Flame Wolf Guild, they are clearly friends, not enemies. Jiang frowned. Good heavens, these coordinates are practically right on the edge of the dungeon entrance. To enter the Bone Dragon Cave, you will most likely have to enter the mine. Jiang suddenly said, lead the way. Lead the way. Yang Jian was a little stunned. Shouldn't they go back and find the officials directly? Before Yang Jian could even react, Yining had already grabbed his collar and put it in her mouth. The Flame Wolf Guild mobilized at least 100 people this time. They are all hidden classes above level 30. Going there rashly is certain death. Once he realized what was happening, Yang Jian said urgently that he wasn't worried about dying. Instead, they were worried that the news of his death hadn't spread yet. Jiang glanced at him. How long have you been on the run? How long will it take for the round trip? Are you sure anyone will still be alive by then? If everything has already been resolved, then how do we put it? Well, that all depends on what other people say. Besides, if the Flame Wolf Guild dared to do this, don't you think they didn't make some prior arrangements? Yang Jian's already pale face turned even paler. Go straight through the woods until you see a crooked tree, then turn left. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yining began to act. The terrifying speed made Yang Jian's eyes widen. The black and white creature was already moving at an astonishing speed, but who would have thought that this fox would be even faster? A few minutes later, Jiang and his group encountered the crooked tree. Occasionally, one can see a corpse wearing the Lion Guild medal on its chest. They were Yang Jian's original teammates. Master, the smell of blood ahead is getting stronger. Flame Shadow slowed down to avoid alerting the enemy. After passing through a thicket of thorns, Jiang saw a mine shaft that had been dug by human intervention. There were still many bloodstains on the ground around. However, no one from the Flame Wolf Guild was seen. Yang Jian's breathing became rapid. Those beasts from the Flame Wolf clan must be impatient to enter the mine. Jiang nodded, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he took out the obsidian, the token from the copy. The token shimmered with an unusual black luster, which grew brighter as it approached the mine. Now Jiang is 100% certain that the entrance to the Bone Dragon's Nest dungeon is in this mine. Let's go in and take a look. The mine shaft appears to have many naturally formed areas, which have become incredibly spacious after only minor reinforcement and some renovations. It can accommodate at least a dozen people passing through at the same time. Yang Jian explained in a low voice. There used to be a wild boss here, but after we killed it, we discovered that there were rare metals deeper inside. Jiang'an then realized what was going on. As they ventured deeper into Jiang'an, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Fortunately, there were pre-installed light sources on both walls, so it didn't affect eyesight. The mine shaft continued to extend downwards, and the air inside became increasingly polluted and gloomy. After turning a corner, Jiang'an finally met the members of the Flame Wolf Guild. A man and a woman seemed to be guarding both sides of the mine, carefully observing their surroundings. It was obviously to keep watch for the others inside. Flame Shadow unleashed its full speed, appearing before the two like lightning. The terrifying speed terrified the two men, who had just opened their mouths to warn them. The black flames were growing larger and larger before their eyes. Chapter 176. The second in command of the Flame Wolf Guild. Instantly killed? Deep inside the mine, Su Mabai, the second in command of the Flame Wolf Guild, gazed with a smile at the cave in front of him that resembled a dog hole. The remaining 10 members of the Lion Guild all hid inside. These 10 people are also core members of the Lion Guild. Once these 10 people are killed, the rest of the Lion Guild will be no threat, and the guild won't even need to lift a finger. The Lion Guild will disband on its own. There were no fewer than 20 people around Su Mabai, each of whom was a hidden professional powerhouse who had reached level 30 or above. Su Mabai wasn't in a hurry. He had already sent archers to scout the cave, and they found it to be extremely narrow. There were no other passages and no food. To put it bluntly, it's a dead end. Tang Feng, why struggle anymore? You should come out now. I might spare the lives of the others around you. No sound came from the narrow cave, as if it hadn't been heard at all. Su Mabai wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, "Don't you want to come out? All right, then everyone else listen up. If you can kill Tang Feng, bring out his head. I can guarantee you entry into the Flame Wolf Guild. Give them a silver-level weapon and the same treatment as elite members." A rustling sound came from inside the cave, and Su Mabai's lips curled into a smile. Since ancient times, wealth has been a powerful motivator. If the Lion Guild members can start an internal conflict, I can take them all down at minimal cost. The president will definitely reward me handsomely then. Then, a woman's loud cursing came from inside the cave. Su Mabai, stop playing these divisive tricks. None of us in the Lion Guild are cowards. You call yourself a man? You shameless bastard. Su Mabai's face immediately darkened. Fine. You're all tough, huh? Let's see how long you can keep this up. In the narrow cave, the 10 people who were forced to squeeze inside had almost no room to stand. Even so, a small space was still cleared at the very back for Tang Feng to lie on the ground. To cover their retreat, guild leader Tang Feng forcibly blocked several skills, sustaining serious injuries in the process. Unfortunately, none of these 10 people were healers, so they could only rely on healing potions to prolong their lives. Sister Yue, what should we do next? There's no food here, and the longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. All eyes fell on one of the women. She had wheat-colored skin, a neat ponytail, and wore silver-grade leather armor. She was the one who had just cursed Su Mabai. She is also Tao Yu, the vice president of the Lion Guild. Tao Yu glanced at Tang Feng, her expression firm and decisive as she made her decision. Wait another hour. I received a message from Yang Jian earlier, and he has already gone to look for rescue. If nothing unexpected happens, an hour should be enough. If something unexpected happens, there's no need to wait any longer. As for Tang Feng, it would be best if he could regain consciousness. If he's still not awake by then, we'll have no choice but to fight them. Tao Yu's reputation among this group was clearly not low, and everyone nodded in agreement after hearing her arrangement. Apart from Tang Feng and Tao Yu, none of the remaining 8 people chose to back down. Even if it means death, I will take a piece of their flesh. That's right. Otherwise, these brats would really think our Lion Guild is made of clay. We both came from the Twin Hearts Orphanage. If we give up like this, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our parents? Tao Yu's face showed a complicated expression. The 10 core members of their Lion Guild all came from the Twin Hearts Orphanage across the country. They got together because they were compatible. But I never expected to encounter such an undeserved disaster today. Just as Tao Yu was pondering whether there were other ways to break the deadlock, a scream suddenly came from outside the cave. Oh. The temperature inside the cave seemed to rise considerably as a result. Who are you? We're from the Flame Wolf Guild. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Screams echoed everywhere, as if the members of the Flame Wolf Guild outside were being slaughtered in a frenzy. Tao Yu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? The Flame Wolf Guild members are indeed scum, but they are wealthy after all, and the members they recruit are all hidden professions with extraordinary strength. Let alone those of the same level. Even those several levels higher might not be able to deal with them. Judging from the screams outside, it seems like the situation is completely one-sided. Tao Yu instinctively wanted to check the situation outside, but her teammates held her back. Don't go out. Sister Yue, this must be a conspiracy by that scoundrel Su Ma Bai. They're trying to trick us into leaving like this. Tao Yu was startled. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that this was exactly the kind of thing Su Ma Bai was capable of doing. But judging from the commotion outside, it really didn't seem like an act. Besides the screams, they could also vaguely hear strange roars and the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The temperature around them continued to rise, and soon everyone couldn't help but fan their clothes. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. A woman's corpse crashed heavily against the wall in front of the cave, landing near the entrance. Tao Yu was startled. She recognized the woman. This woman's profession is the Flame Witch, and she is considered one of the stronger members of the Flame Wolf Guild. Tang Feng was seriously injured because he was hit by 2 of her skills in a row. Tao Yu's doubts have grown stronger over time. Was this really orchestrated by Su Ma Bai himself? Even the guild's pillars are being used for a performance. Isn't that too high a price to pay? Just as Tao Yu was hesitating, Yang Jian's joyful voice came from outside the cave. President, Sister Yue, come out. They've all been dealt with. Is it Yang Jian? So fast. Did he somehow find someone from the authorities along the way? Will the authorities just take action and kill them all? The group fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to do. In the end, Tao Yu steeled her resolve and said, "You all wait here. I'll go out and take a look first." As she spoke, Tao Yu bent down and crawled out of the cave. What she saw next left her completely stunned. The once arrogant members of the Flame Wolf Guild were now either turned into puddles of mud or charred remains. The entire space was filled with an indescribable smell. After struggling to identify the clothes Su Ma Bai was wearing for a long time, she finally found them in a pile of mud. She was momentarily stunned. The second in command of the Flame Wolf Guild, a hidden powerhouse at level 34, who was confident of victory just a moment ago. He died in such a short time? They couldn't even mount a counterattack? Instantly defeated? Chapter 177 Hee. Look who this is. Sister Yue, are you alright? Where are the others? Tao Yu slowly came back to her senses. When she saw Yang Jian's serious injuries, her heart sank. The president is injured, but his life is not in danger. Your injuries? Yang Jian waved his hand casually, then quickly pointed to Jiang and beside him and said, "Thank you very much, brother, this time. If I hadn't met him, I probably would have died at the hands of those beasts, the flame wolves. Moreover, it was all thanks to this young man that we were able to take them down." Upon hearing this, Tao Yu looked at Jiang and in surprise. His gaze lingered briefly on Jiang and Yaning, who had activated Chu Lian's form. Finally, she remembered something and exclaimed, "Shaolin. Only people in the orphanage would remember this name. Could it be?" Jiang kept glancing at Tao Yu, but couldn't remember who she was. Upon seeing this, Tao Yu quickly pulled her tied ponytail apart. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. "It's me, Tao Yu. Don't you remember me?" "Tao Yu?" Jiang looked at the other person's face, which had fully matured. The image gradually overlapped with that of someone in my memory. However, at that time her skin was still white, and she didn't wear a ponytail. She was a year older than Lu Tingyu, and she used to love pinching her own cheeks when she was little. Later, due to the slow pace of his academic progress, he failed to get into a top university and left the orphanage. I never expected that she would join the Lion Guild. But thinking about it, it's not surprising that Tang Feng, the guild leader of the Lion Guild, also came from the Twin Hearts Orphanage in Linen. I remember now, Sister Yue, I didn't expect to see you here. Jiang smiled, for meeting an old friend in a foreign land was always a pleasant experience. Tao Yu was equally overjoyed. I didn't expect this either. If it weren't for you showing up this time, the Lion Guild would probably be finished. But, I remember you just passed your assessment this year, didn't you? They even broke the record. Jiang scratched his head. You know that too? Of course, Tao Yu said with beaming eyes. This is the first time our Linen Shuangxin orphanage has produced someone as promising as you. You have no idea how much Tang Feng talked about you those 2 days. He almost annoyed us with his constant nagging. Yang Jian only realized it now and exclaimed, "So you're the Jiang and that the guild leader has been talking about?" Jiang nodded with a smile on his face. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Jian exclaimed in amazement. It seems like it hasn't been long since the assessment ended. Yang Jian came in with Jiang. Jiang'an was initially worried that he would be powerless to face so many enemies. They were prepared to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, so many hidden professional powerhouses with levels over 30 were no match for Jiang'an, who was as weak as a clay chicken and a clay dog. Reminded by him, Tao Yu's eyes showed deep surprise. Jiang'an asked, "Where are the others? Are they still inside?" Tao Yu then realized that her teammates were still inside, and quickly shouted, "Come out! There's no danger outside." The people inside the cave couldn't wait to crawl out of the narrow opening. Like Tao Yu, everyone who came out and saw their surroundings was shocked. The Flame Wolf's men were so arrogant just a second ago, but now they've all been dealt with. Jiang'an's brows furrowed immediately after Tang Feng was carried out. Originally, it was thought that Yang Jian's injuries were already quite serious, but unexpectedly, Tang Feng's injuries were even more exaggerated. His health points had plummeted to rock bottom, and he had fallen into a coma. His body was covered in burn marks from the injuries. Yanning said to Jiang'an in his heart, "Master, the negative effects of burning on his body will be noticeable in the future. It won't last long." Tao Yu only then noticed Tang Feng's abnormal drop in health, and her expression changed drastically. They hadn't noticed that Tang Feng had the burning debuff. But now they are in a mine in the middle of nowhere, and there is no way to find other helpers to provide treatment. If they were to take Tang Feng back, he would probably die on the way. The group immediately fell into chaos, frantically searching their backpacks for any healing potions or tools. Jiang'an shook his head. "I'll do it." All eyes immediately fell on Jiang'an. Tao Yu asked with a worried look, "Shaoan, do you have a solution?" Jiang'an didn't say much, but his heart stirred slightly. Xiao Yao immediately came up. She was originally standing in the shadows, and everyone's attention was on Jiang'an, so they didn't pay much attention to her. Only when they got closer did they notice Xiao Yao's unique, human-headed deer body. So cute. This was the first thought that popped into everyone's mind. "I really want to pinch its cheeks." This is the second one. Xiao Yao shook her head slightly. The essence of water and the protective skills of Wood Spirit were immediately unleashed. Blue and green light rushed towards the crowd. Xiao Yao's healing skills can cover multiple targets at the same time. These two skills landed directly on the most seriously injured people. Tang Feng is naturally the first choice. A thick shield immediately appeared on Tang Feng's health bar. The burning effect on my body was instantly removed. His breathing immediately became much more even, and a relatively comfortable expression appeared on his face. The health bar jumps up a little every 5 seconds, and it can be restored to full health in less than 2 minutes. Holy crap! Yang Jian, standing to the side, couldn't help but swear when he saw the buff effect he had been given. Wow, this support effect is just too amazing. My combat power can at least double, and the speed at which health regenerates is ridiculously fast. Xiao Yao's support skills are basically based on the effect of Xiao Yao's own health. Xiao Yao currently has far more health points than Yang Jian and the others. Therefore, the effect of the auxiliary support is particularly noticeable. Seeing that Tang Feng was in stable condition, Tao Yu could not contain her joy. She cupped Xiao Yao's face in her hands. "You're so amazing." He then boldly kissed Xiao Yao on the cheek. Xiao Yao stared blankly at Jiang'an, somewhat confused about what had happened. "Because Xiao Yao is so great, she likes you." Xiao Yao seemed to understand something. "Do you like it?" Just then, Tang Feng, who had been unconscious, woke up. "What happened? Where are the people from the Flame Wolf Guild?" "They're all dead." As she spoke, Tao Yu flashed forward and revealed Su Mabai's pile of flesh to Tang Feng. Tang Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. "Dead? How did you do that?" Countless questions seemed to pop into Tang Feng's mind, and for a moment he didn't know which one to ask first. Look who this is." Tao Yu pushed Jiang'an in front of Tang Feng. Tang Feng's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. "Jiang'an, did you save us? How did you do that?" Chapter 178 unlocks the hidden dungeon. Bone Dragon's Nest. Uffed. Tang Feng's expression was so interesting that Tao Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Before Jiang'an could speak, Yang Jian had already recounted how he met Jiang'an and how Jiang'an killed these people. Tang Feng's expression grew increasingly subtle as he listened. How come there's such a big difference between people who came from the Linen Shuangxin orphanage? After all these years of hard work, I'm only around level 30. I even created the Lion Guild, but I still get chased and attacked. Then look at Jiang'an. He soared to new heights and broke the world record in the assessment alone. It hasn't been long since the assessment, and he can already easily defeat enemies that he couldn't possibly defeat. Tang Feng felt like he had wasted all these years. However, he adjusted his mindset very quickly. "Awesome. No wonder you came from our Twin Hearts orphanage." Others chimed in. "Double Hearts orphanage is awesome. Double Hearts are the coolest." Only Yang Jian looked resentful. Among everyone present, he was the only one who hadn't come from an orphanage. President, I feel like you're targeting me. Ha 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 ha. Hearty laughter echoed through the mine. Even Jiang and had a faint smile on his face. After a few jokes, Tao Yu's expression gradually turned serious. However, the Flame Wolf Guild may not let this go so easily after suffering such a big setback. Even if he wants to, I won't allow it. A cold, killing intent flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. This time, they were caught off guard by the Flame Wolf Guild and didn't even bring any support, which is why they suffered such a big loss. If we prepare them properly, the outcome is still uncertain. The others were equally furious. After all, although they had survived, Yang Jin's team was now down to just him. This feud has already been formed. Let's not talk about that for now, Tang Feng said. Looking at Jiang, you must have come here for other reasons, right? Jiang nodded, just as he was about to say that he needed to borrow the mine shaft. Suddenly, a crisp snapping sound came from behind me. Everyone looked in surprise toward the direction from which the sound came. A black and white bear-like creature was sitting on the ground, each of its two paws clutching a large piece of black metal ore. The crisp, crackling sound came from its mouth. You could vaguely hear her muttering to herself. So delicious. This is so delicious. Everyone was stunned. That was black featherstone, a rare metal that could be used to make equipment. Its hardness is even greater than that of ordinary steel. At this moment, it looked more like a snack after a meal in the mouth of this bear-like creature. Jiang gave an awkward smile and was about to stop Chan Xiao when he suddenly noticed a series of reminders flashing on the panel. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal black featherstone. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal black featherstone. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal black featherstone. Jiang immediately changed his mind. He looked at Tang Feng, President Tang. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Feng immediately interrupted. Why are you calling me chairman? That's too formal. Call me brother. Brother Tang, I'd like to buy a batch of black featherstones. My summoned beasts really like to eat these things. Tang Feng's eyes widened. Hey, what are you saying? We're from the same place. According to the rules, you should be considered my younger brother. How can a younger brother ask for something and the older brother ask for money? Besides, you saved our lives this time. Take it. Take it. Let your summoned beast eat as much as it wants. Tao Yu pretended to be angry and said, You're treating us like outsiders. Let it eat if it wants to. You've helped us so much this time. We haven't even had a chance to repay you yet. Besides, how much can it possibly eat? Others were also trying to persuade them. Jiang felt a little embarrassed, but under their insistence, he stopped pressuring them. With Jiang An's approval, Chanchio's eyes lit up, and she went to a mine that had not yet been mined. Ores that ordinary people need special mining tools to mine. She can do with just a forceful thrust of her bare claw. The hard rock crumbled like tofu dregs, revealing a large amount of black featherstone inside. The gluttonous bird seemed to have found a rare delicacy and began to devour it with gusto. Jiang An's control panel was also filled with a dense array of notifications. A few minutes later, a deep pit appeared in front of the gluttonous ball. It has to be said that even when consuming rare metals, the appetite of the gluttonous ball is still quite astonishing. The rare metals she swallowed alone were enough to forge dozens of pieces of equipment. Even so, Tang Feng and the others did not show any sign of distress. Instead, they were betting on how much the gluttonous ball could eat. Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. This feeling was wonderful. It felt like I was back in the Twin Hearts orphanage, surrounded by a group of friends I could joke and play around with freely. He could even imagine what the atmosphere inside the Lion Guild was like. Seeing how much the glutton was enjoying its food, Xiaoyao curiously went over and took a bite. Tui, tui, tui. It doesn't taste good. I can't chew it. Humph. This is what it means to have no taste. Greedy Ball picked up the almost intact piece of ore and stuffed it into his mouth. Isn't this chicken flavored and crunchy? Click, click. Fortunately, as the glutton continued to eat, the reminders on the control panel quietly changed. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +2 defense by consuming the rare metal black featherstone. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +2 defense by consuming the rare metal black featherstone. After consuming a certain amount of black featherstones, the defensive attributes gained gradually decrease. It started as +2, but gradually became +1. Until finally, the gluttonous ball ate the last piece of black featherstone. Belch. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained +0 defense by consuming the rare metal black feather stone. The gold-devouring talent has a growth limit for the same rare metal. After this black feather stone is devoured by the gluttonous ball again, it will no longer gain a defensive bonus. To further enhance the defense of the greedy ball, we need to acquire more rare metals. I'm so full. I'm so stuffed. Greedy ball patted its round belly, looking very satisfied. In front of her was a deep pit that was much larger than her body. Jiangyan couldn't remember how much defense stat greedy ball had increased, but the metallic sheen of her fur had become even more intense. If you look closely, you might even feel that each hair is made of metal. Jiangyan then explained to Tang Feng that he needed to borrow the mine shaft. They agreed very readily, without even asking Jiangyan what he intended to use it for. It's just the right time to settle scores with the Flame Wolf Guild. Let's go back and arrange the manpower first. Shaoan, contact me after you've settled things here. After exchanging contact information with Jiangyan, Tao Yu and Tang Feng hurriedly left. Once everyone was alone, Jiangyan took out the token. The black sheen on the obsidian was so intense that it was impossible to look away. Looks like this is the place. Unlock the hidden dungeon. Bone Dragon's Nest. Chapter 179 Old Friend. Ghoul. You have reached coordinates 1032, 2331. Do you wish to use this item? Note. Once used, the item will disappear. The Bone Dragon's Nest dungeon is a solo dungeon with a level restriction of 28 to 32. Please make sure you are fully prepared before using it. Jiangyan did not hesitate and decisively chose to start. The obsidian in his hand transformed into a streak of light and vanished silently, while a pale yellow vortex appeared at the edge of a corner of the mine. A faint, chilling aura still emanates from this vortex of the dungeon. Even the surrounding walls were covered with a layer of frost. It seems the environment is more like an ice field. Flame Shadow shook its head in annoyance, causing the flames on its tail to burn even more fiercely. Let's go, Bone Dragon, here I come. Jiangyan reached out and touched the vortex in the instance. Like the secret realm, there was no prompt to select the difficulty level. Jiangyan felt a blur before his eyes, and then the temperature around him plummeted. Achoo! Achoo! Xiao Yao sneezed twice in a row. The temperature here was so low that it had reached below 0. Boom! Flames rose from Yen Ying's body, dispelling the chill from Jiangyan. Enjoying Yen Ying's attentive care, Jiangyan then looked around. He was then somewhat surprised to find that he seemed to still be in the mine. The surrounding environment was almost the same as before entering the instance, with a large amount of black feather stones exposed on the ground. Let's go out and take a look first. Yan Ying led the way, with Jiangyan and Xiao Yao following closely behind. There's no way around it. The temperature here is just too low. Aside from Flame Shadow, only Greedy Ball felt slightly better, since she had thick fur and wasn't afraid of the cold at all. Soon they will be able to see the exit of the mine. The bright light made the entire exit area extremely dazzling. You can still vaguely see large snowflakes blowing into the cave from outside. The ground of the mine was covered with a thick layer of snow. It looks like the weather outside the mine is going to get even worse. Jiangyan prepared himself mentally and arrived at the mine entrance, looking out. He was completely stunned. I originally thought the existence of the mine meant that the terrain of this instance was likely the same as that of the Hungduan Mountains. But what lies outside is not a dense forest, but a bottomless abyss. This mine is located on a cliff face. The clouds below blocked Jiangyan's view, making it impossible for him to see just how high the cliff was. However, he could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon coming from below. Could the Bone Dragon's lair be located in this abyss? This dungeon is ridiculously unfair. If someone doesn't have the ability to fly, they'd have no choice but to give up. Of course, you can also choose to jump down and end it all. After making some quirky and sarcastic remarks, Jiangyan put Xiao Yao into his summoned beast space. The greedy ball quickly shrank to the size of a palm and hid in Jiangyan's pocket. Yan Ying, still in Chu Lian's form, jumped onto Jiangyan's shoulder. The six tails clung tightly to Jiangyan's neck like a scarf. The black flames brought warmth to Jiangyan, but he felt no burning sensation whatsoever. After completing all the preparations, Jiang Anshin's mind stirred slightly. The pair of wings on its back quietly unfolded. He didn't rush to use it, but instead leaped forward with all his might. He flew in a parabolic arc off the cliff, then plummeted downwards like a free-falling object. A violent wind howled in his ears, and he kept his eyes open, checking the situation below. Finally, after passing through the thick clouds, he saw the vast plain below, covered with a thick layer of white snow, and the countless tiny, sesame seed-sized things on the plain. Just as it was about to land, it suddenly stretched out its wings and flapped them forcefully. A powerful gust of air suspended Jiang in midair, and he stared intently at the things that looked like sesame seeds. He then chuckled. These sesame seeds are actually humanoid monsters, each covered in tattered animal hides stained with brownish blood. Their hair was disheveled, obscuring their faces. These are the ghouls that Jiang once faced. Sensing the presence of living beings above, the ghouls immediately became agitated and looked up at Jiang. Jiang didn't rush to land, but instead first threw out an appraisal spell. Ghoul. Level, 32. Strength, 1,488. Spirit, 200. Swiftness, 1,100. Constitution, 1,588. Combat skills, Frenzied Scratching Silver Rank, Wailing Silver Rank, Bloodlust Silver Rank, Plague Outbreak Silver Rank, Corrupting Touch Silver Rank. The skills haven't changed much, except for the addition of an aggressive, Wild Claw attack. However, the level and attributes have been greatly enhanced. Jiang slowly descended, and the ghouls immediately surged up. Before Jiang could even land, the gluttonous ball had already crawled out of his pocket and was the first to fall to the ground. While still in midair, the gluttonous ball had already restored its size and increased in size. Bang! The enormous gluttonous ball had already killed several ghouls with just the impact of its landing. The other ghouls immediately launched an attack on the gluttonous ball. The skill is activated in a frenzied, chaotic grabbing motion. Sharp claws, gleaming with a metallic sheen, attacked the gluttonous ball. Ding ding ding. The ghoul's attack landed on the gluttonous ball and produced a sound like metal clashing. Attacked by more than 10 ghouls at the same time, Greedy Ball's health bar dropped by about 3%. Upon seeing this, a glint of light flashed in Jiang eyes. If it were the gluttonous ball before it devoured the black feather stone, although its defense was not bad, it would lose at least 7% of its health when facing so many ghouls. I seem to have underestimated the terrifying nature of the gold-eating talent. Jiang suddenly realized something. The Divine Might effect in Flame Shadow's talent is incredibly powerful, capable of unleashing more than twice the combat power in a short period of time. Could it be that the gluttonous ball's talent for swallowing gold is just as extraordinary as Camui's? And what about Xiao Yao's talent for attracting good fortune? After all, theoretically speaking, they are both beings with divine bloodlines, so they shouldn't be much weaker than Yanning. Just as Jiang was pondering, Chanchio was already waving its bare paws to sweep away the annoying sesame seeds in front of it. With the extra defensive power from the Gold Devourer, the Greedy Ball's attacks became even more brutal. They basically ignored the attacks from the ghouls. As for the Plague Toxin attached to the ghoul's skills, it has no effect at all under the effect of Fearless Warcry. After Xiao Yao appeared and released the Wood's Spirit Guardian, Greedy Ball's health bar remained completely unchanged. The damage caused by the ghoul is less than the health restored by the Wood's Spirit Guardian. I was so excited about the game that I couldn't stop playing. Several pages of notifications flashed across Jiang's panel, and his experience points were skyrocketing. Chapter 180 Guild War begins. Congratulations on defeating a level 32 ghoul. You have received an additional 23,333 experience points. Obtain material, Ghoul Heart 1. Obtain material, Ghoul Heart 1. Congratulations on defeating a level 32 ghoul. You have received an additional 23,333 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 32 ghoul. You have received an additional 23,333 experience points. As he watched his experience points steadily increase, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that the only way to level up quickly is in dungeons. The rewards from these high-level hidden dungeons are especially considerable. However, Jiang did not forget his main purpose for coming here. What about the Bone Dragon? Just now, when we were above that cliff, we could hear the roar of a dragon, but now that we're down here, we can't hear it anymore. After looking around for a long time, I still couldn't find the Bone Dragon. Jiang noticed another towering mountain peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. Could the Bone Dragon be up there? Why don't we fly up and take a look? Jiang was somewhat tempted. This Bone Dragon nest is a hidden dungeon, so there are no guides available. You have to figure everything out on your own. Just then, Xiao Yao suddenly came up to Jiang and tugged at his clothes. Master, don't fly up there. Xiao Yao feels that this is the best choice. Seeing Xiao Yao's somewhat nervous expression, Jiang instantly remembered Xiao Yao's talent, the auspicious star. Did you sense something? Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Yes, I can't explain it either. It's just a feeling, something in the dark. If we keep waiting here, it seems like something good is going to happen. After a moment's thought, Jiang decided to follow Xiao Yao's lead. Since there are so many ghouls here, it's not bad to consider it a level up. Yening yawned as she perched on Jiang En's shoulder and jumped off. Jiang En could feel the temperature around him drop significantly in an instant, so he quickly summoned his elemental spirit. By deliberately placing fire elemental spirits around himself, he was able to barely withstand the cold. The moment he landed, Yin Ying's expression changed. The original laziness and leisure have turned into focus and coldness. Call out. Its 6 tails were wagging wildly. The flames seemed endless, spreading from her tail. Diamond-level skill. Flame Storm. Seeing this, Jiang En also activated his skill at the same time. A master of both shadow and magic. Copy the skill Flame Storm. As the skill was unleashed, a phantom of a humanoid flame immediately appeared behind Jiang En. Flames kept emerging from the phantoms. The 2 fiery storms overlapped at this moment. Its power and range increased dramatically. The flames mercilessly devoured all the ghouls around them. These 32 ghouls' health bars plummeted the moment they came into contact with the flames, until they were reduced to 0 and turned into charred corpses. Not only the ghouls, but even the eternal snowfield beneath their feet melted and vanished at that moment. The black permafrost at the bottom was exposed. If this vast white snowfield is likened to a fine work of art, then the raging storm is like a cigarette but leaving its unique mark on it. This one wave alone caused Jiang En's experience bar to surge by 5%. It's worth noting that Jiang En's current level is already 30. For a normal person at this stage, it's quite normal to need several months to level up even once. Jiang En's value surged by 5% in just a few seconds. Moreover, the ghouls on this snowfield seemed to be endless. Jiang En's lips curled up slightly. Even if I never encounter the bone dragon by the end, these ghouls should be enough to level me up. Then this trip won't have been in vain. Compared to Jiang En's joy, Chan Xiu stared at Yin Ying with a mournful expression. She was originally surrounded by a bunch of ghouls, killing them one by one with great gusto. As soon as Yin Ying arrived, he wiped out the entire area. So what if you have area of effect skills? I'll learn area of effect skills sooner or later. Muttering to itself, Greedy Ball charged toward the approaching ghoul. Flame Shadow, on the other hand, leisurely walked to the other side and began to clean up. At the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters. Bang! Upon receiving the news, Chairman Li Zhihai smashed the teacup in his hand to pieces. How is that possible? He stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on the frowning man beside him, a man named Shikuan, as if he could devour him. These were people that Li Zhihai had brought over from the Lion Guild at great expense. The information about the mine was also obtained from him. You fucking dare to scheme against me? Shikuan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained. How could that be? If I were plotting against you, how could I dare to leave the Lion King and come to the Flame Wolf Guild? I originally thought the Lion Guild was doomed to defeat. Li Zhihai thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, so he calmed down a bit. Then tell me what's going on. According to the information you provided, the Lion Guild has absolutely no chance of resisting Mo Bai and his group. This. Shikuan's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. I suggested this time of raid because they only have one level 30 support in their guild, and she goes home to rest at this time every month. But if she happens to not have a rest this time, she will have support from others. In addition, the terrain in the mine is complex, and if Chairman Su underestimates the enemy, there is a possibility of an accident. An accident? You call this an accident? These people were all elites that our Flame Wolf Guild painstakingly recruited, and now they're just gone like that. Seeing Li Zhihai's anger, Shikuan quickly came up with an idea. Don't worry, guild leader. The Lion Guild has only survived for now because of their familiarity with the mine. Then the losses will definitely be heavy, and it's possible that only Tang Feng will be left alive. As long as you launch a guild war at this time. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? At that time, not only would the mines be yours, but even the Lion Guild's headquarters would be yours. Guild wars are a form of combat that exists only between two guilds. Once activated, members of both guilds have only 10 minutes to choose to leave their guild. After that time, guilds can only join and cannot leave. Subsequently, both guild headquarters will become the targets of the attack. The outcome of the battle will be determined by the breach of the stronghold, and casualties among members of both guilds will not be controlled during this period. The side whose territory is breached will immediately disband, and all guild resources will be automatically transferred to the winning side. Of course, the cost and conditions for starting such a guild war are extremely high. Only guilds of the same level or lower level guilds can challenge higher level guilds. Li Zhihai's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He knew all too well the strength of Su Mabai and his group. How could the Lion Guild possibly kill them without taking any damage? The losses will be devastating. Just seize this opportunity. You can gain higher returns. Pass the word down. Prepare for guild war. Winning against everyone will reward you with 2 silver-grade equipment items and 200,000 in cash. Chapter 181 Undead Bone Dragon. Misha Gardner. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jongin has been on the snowfield for some time now, and the snow under his feet has completely melted. Even the temperature became several degrees higher than in other places. The seemingly endless ghouls were significantly reduced in number under such intense attacks. If someone were to look down from midair, they would clearly notice that those sesame seeds have become much scarcer. Of course, so many ghouls didn't die in vain. Jongin's experience bar had already surged to 89%. Based on this growth rate, Jongin felt he should be able to reach level 31 after this dungeon ends. The only strange thing is that, as of now, Jongin still hasn't seen any trace of the bone dragon. They didn't even hear the dragon's roar. Jongin turned his gaze back to the towering mountain peak and made a decision in his heart. Wait another half hour. If there is still no change after half an hour, these ghouls should be almost cleared out. I'll fly up and take a look. Just as Jongin had made up his mind, he suddenly heard an extremely loud dragon roar. The dragon's roar seemed to carry an invisible threat. Upon hearing it, all the ghouls froze in place. Only Jongin and Yening were unaffected. A bone dragon leaped down from the mountain peak and flew towards the snowfield. At first, Jongin couldn't see the exact appearance of the bone dragon because it was far away. As the distance closed, the true form of the bone dragon was completely revealed to Jongin. It was an enormous dragon skeleton, its wings devoid of flesh and blood, merely outlines formed from white bones. Within the enormous dragon head, the flames of the soul leap and dance. The bone dragon swiftly landed on the snowfield, its enormous claws grabbing the ground. He then grabbed several ghouls and placed them in his claws. These ghouls shrank considerably after being touched by the dragon's claws, making it easy to catch hundreds at a time. Only, the number of ghouls here is much less than before. The bone dragon lowered its head in confusion, looking at the few ghouls in its claws, and its soul fire leaped even more intensely. It seems they were thinking that just a few hours ago there should have been a lot of ghouls. How come they're almost extinct now? However, since its brains are gone, thinking is clearly not its forte. It quickly gave up thinking and turned to grab at other ghouls in other locations. Since there are fewer ghouls, I can just walk a few more steps. As luck would have it, the bone dragon was heading in the direction of Jongin. Just as Jongin was about to unleash his appraisal spell, Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Master, don't resist. Let it take us back." Jongin frowned slightly. Xiaoyao's words must be due to the influence of that passive talent. In other words, it would be considered auspicious if the bone dragon captured you and took you back? But why? Jongin's mind raced as he stared at the bone dragon's pure white, jade-like skeleton. He suddenly realized something. The bone dragon was clearly not pregnant. Jongin could clearly see that its lower abdomen contained nothing but bones. Moreover, this bone dragon went to such great lengths to capture these ghouls. But as far as Jongin knew, pure undead creatures like bone dragons shouldn't need to eat. More importantly, what Kui had mentioned before was that he was a descendant of the bone dragon. A flash of inspiration struck Jongin. Could it be that the so-called descendants of the bone dragon are not pet eggs, but hatched young beasts? Even the pure dragon race that was born before the bone dragon transformed? Jongin felt a surge of excitement. If that were true, wouldn't he have struck it rich? Bone dragons certainly have many flaws compared to pure dragons. After all, it was formed from the corpse of a dragon after its death. But what if the cub isn't a bone dragon? With this in mind, Jongin abandoned the idea of using the appraisal technique. After all, the appraisal skill might provoke the bone dragon's hostility, and there's no need to take that risk now. He then shrunk Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball, and had them hang on his body. He then temporarily returned Xiaoyao to the summoned beast space. Fortunately, the ghouls around them were completely intimidated by the dragon's might emanating from the bone dragon. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for Jongin to complete this plan. Soon, the bone dragon grabbed Jongin in its palm with one claw. Then it soared into the sky and flew towards that mountain peak. Jongin peered curiously through the gaps in the claws at the outside world. It was clear that this skeletal dragon was flying much faster than I could fly with my wings. However, Jongin still didn't quite understand why Xiaoyao hadn't let him fly up directly from the beginning. Just as Jongin was thinking this, a flock of unidentified birds and beasts flew in from not far away on the horizon. The moment these birds and beasts approached, the soul fire within the bone dragon's head suddenly ignited. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blue soul fire. The entire group of unidentified birds and beasts were burned to a crisp. Jiang pupils contracted slightly. This skeletal dragon seems to have an extremely strong possessive desire for the airspace, and any creature that gets close will be attacked in midair. If I were to rashly use the necromancer's wings to fly up, I'm afraid I would be chased by this bone dragon as soon as I'm in midair. Aerial combat is the domain of the dragons. With nowhere to land in midair, Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball were unable to unleash their full power. Thinking of this, Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Yao's auspicious talent is really useful. As the bone dragon continued to fly upwards, the surrounding air grew increasingly cold, and Jiang couldn't help but shiver twice. Fortunately, the bone dragon's flight speed quickly decreased, and at the top of the mountain, there was an extremely flat area. It landed on the ground and released its claws. A large number of ghouls in Jiang's entire army were thrown out by it. Fortunately, Yanning reacted quickly, immediately dispelling Chu Lian's condition and catching Jiang steadily. The bone dragon was about to leave when its attention was drawn to the suddenly appearing Flame Shadow. It could sense the powerful threat emanating from Flame Shadow. Seeing this, Jiang stopped pretending and immediately used his appraisal skill on the bone dragon. Undead Bone Dragon, boss level. Name, Misha Gardner. Level, 32. Strength, 2000. Mental state, 80. Swiftness, 1800. Constitution, 2200. Talent skill, Dragon's Might. Combat skills, Breath of the Dead, Platinum. Dragon's Fury, Gold. Tail Sweep, Gold. Bone Dragon Claw Strike, Gold. Return to Nest, Platinum. As expected of a dragon, even a bone dragon transformed from a corpse possesses 2 platinum-level skills. The bone dragon opened its massive jaws, and a majestic roar echoed out. It is precisely its innate skill, Dragon's Might. Chapter 182 The Cry of the Bone Dragon Hatchling. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly emanated from the bone dragon. This kind of pressure is extremely similar to the aura that Flame Shadow gains when using the Divine Might talent. It's just that it needs to be weakened a lot. Flame Shadow, Greedy Ball, and the newly summoned Little Yao, all born with divine blood, have a natural resistance to this pressure and are completely unaffected. But those ghouls who had just recovered were in a terrible predicament. Suppressed by Long Wei's imposing aura, he stood frozen in place, unable to move at all, just like on the snowfield, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Seeing that the dragon's might had failed to produce the expected effect, the soul fire within the bone dragon's head leaped even more fiercely. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, and the blue soul fire gathered power within it, about to erupt. Flame Shadow had already witnessed the terror of this soul fire. Even if she were touched by this soul fire, she would probably suffer considerable damage. Only the gluttonous ball might be able to withstand this attack. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and her tail spread out in a vast, overwhelming manner. At the same time, each tail was flashing with purple light. Six-tailed Annihilation and Illusionary Bewitching are activated simultaneously. When the bone dragon saw the purple light, even its constantly flickering soul fire paused for a second. The bone dragon changed direction the next moment and breathed its soul fire at the group of stunned ghouls. The ghoul's body withered and turned into a cloud of black ash in an instant as it was scorched by the soul fire. After the bone dragon finally managed to escape the illusionary bewitching spell, only then did he realize that his attack had not hit Jiang'an at all. Moreover, 6 fox tails have appeared on its neck, waist, wings, and hind legs. The bone dragon was furious and shook its body violently, trying to break free from the 6 tails restraints. Unfortunately, the effect of this restraint cannot be removed. No matter how much the bone dragon struggled, its 6 fox tails remained taut, but showed no signs of breaking. However, the black flames quickly spread along the fox's tail to the skeleton of the bone dragon, which was the additional burning effect of the demonic flames. At the same time, Flame Shadow activated his newly learned skill, Heavenly Flame, for the first time. A meteorite is burning fiercely as it approaches from the far horizon. Just then, Jiang'an had finished summoning the elemental spirits and activated Elemental Sacrifice. With multiple negative effects stacked on the bone dragon, its struggling strength weakened slightly. Ha! It's my turn to step in. The gluttonous ball grew its body to its maximum size, becoming almost indistinguishable from a bone dragon. The ground trembled violently as he ran. Hey, take this. Intense lightning crackled on the palm of the greedy ball. Slap it down hard. During this process, Xiao Yao was not idle either. All kinds of auxiliary skills were used on Yanning and Chan Xiu. Even her newly learned skill, Qi Luck Adjustment, was used on Bone Dragon. Bang! Bang! Boom! When Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball attack simultaneously, the Bone Dragon's health drops wildly, like a roller coaster ride. It quickly dropped to 0. Just when Jiangyan thought the Bone Dragon was about to die, he suddenly discovered that a series of dense immune signals were emerging from the Bone Dragon's body. Yanning let out a soft exclamation. Chanchio was also a little stunned. What's going on? How can it be immune? This guy is cheating. A flash of inspiration struck Jiangyan, and he suddenly remembered the results he had obtained from the appraisal technique before. This skull dragon possesses a platinum-level homing ability. The skill of homing is quite special. It is said to be a skill that all female creatures may be able to learn. This skill doesn't increase combat power, but it has an incredibly powerful effect. This skill can only be triggered once. Monsters with the Return to Home skill will trigger this effect when their health drops to the last 1%. This monster will activate forced invincibility and then return to its lair. During this process, health will recover at a rate of 1% per second until health is fully restored. At this moment, the Bone Dragon triggered the homing effect. As expected, the six-tailed annihilation released by Yan Ying was easily broken free from the effect of immunity, even though the time had not yet come. The Bone Dragon flapped its wings powerfully and then flew off to the west. Chase! Jiangyan ordered decisively. This mountain peak should be the exact location of the Bone Dragon's lair. Even when returning to its lair, it wouldn't stray too far. If we keep chasing it, we can find its real nest and also find the cub. The greedy ball suddenly shrank and jumped into Jiangyan's arms. The tail behind Yanning gently wrapped around Jiangyan's waist, and with a light flick, Jiangyan sat on Ying's waist. Flame Shadow then chased after the direction in which the Bone Dragon was flying. Jiangyan did not take Xiaoyao back. This time, Xiaoyao has proven the value of its talent. If Xiaoyao hadn't spoken up to remind it, it wouldn't have been so easy to perfectly defeat the Bone Dragon. Moreover, in terms of speed alone, Xiaoyao is even slightly faster than Yanning. The speed at which the Bone Dragon flew in the sky was almost the same as the speed at which the Flame Shadow moved on the ground. Flame Shadow could stay steadily by its side. The mountain peak wasn't particularly wide, and the Bone Dragon's speed quickly decreased. We are now at the highest point of this mountain. There were also many towering rock pillars all around, and the gaps between these rock pillars should be just enough for the Bone Dragon's huge body to pass through. As the Bone Dragon flew over the rock pillar, a bird suddenly flew over from the side. The Bone Dragon's attention was diverted, and it crashed into one of the rock pillars. The impact shattered the rock pillar, producing a tremendous, thunderous roar. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Could this be due to the effect of the negative influence Xiaoyao had on it before? After all, this is the lair of the Bone Dragon, so it should be very familiar with this place. How could it possibly run into a pillar at its own doorstep? It was at this moment, perhaps because of the sound, that Jiangyan was able to clearly hear a dragon's roar coming from behind the rock pillar. However, the dragon's roar was noticeably weaker. It sounded like the voice of a dragon that had just hatched. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow and urged Yanning to accelerate through the gap next to the rock pillar. After passing through the rock pillars, the broad mountain peaks came into view before Jiangyan. The ground was covered with many dry branches, and the skeletal dragon was lying on a pile of dry branches, rapidly recovering its health. Beside the Bone Dragon was an egg that was already half-cracked. However, the creature inside the egg did not choose to detach from the shell, but remained inside. The cry of the young dragon that Jiangyan heard earlier must have come from here. Jiangyan's eyes immediately burned with fervor. This is nothing like the golden dragon loach. This is a pure-blooded dragon. They should all possess divine blood. However, there is one more important thing to do right now. We need to deal with this Bone Dragon first. Chapter 183: The Holy Undead Dragon. The Bone Dragon, who was resting on the ground to recover its health, also noticed Jiangyan at this moment. The fire of the soul in his head surged instantly. Its health had recovered to 24%, but it still let out an angry roar and charged towards Jiangyan's location. Flames instantly erupted from the 6 tails behind Flame Shadow. The 6 overlapping flame tails lashed heavily onto the Bone Dragon. The white, jade-like bones on the Bone Dragon's body shattered instantly. The flame of the soul in his head quietly went out, and his life points were completely reduced to 0. Before it fell to the ground, the empty eye sockets were looking at the already shattered dragon egg. Bang! The enormous skeleton lay on the ground. Having lost its life, its necromantic power also dissipated, and its originally formed skeleton instantly shattered into pieces after the fall. Jiangyan finally heard a pleasant reminder. Congratulations on defeating the level 32 Undead Bone Dragon, boss level. You have gained an additional 38,888 experience points. Obtain material, Bone Dragon Wings 1. Obtained 1 broken dragon bone. Obtained 1 intact dragon bone. 2 golden beams of light rose up on Jiang En and Yin Ing respectively. With the help of the undead bone dragon, Jiang En and Yin Ing both leveled up to level 31. However, Jiang En couldn't care less about that at the moment and eagerly turned his gaze to the dragon egg that had been partially broken. He approached cautiously, and the creature inside the dragon egg seemed to sense Jiang En's approach. He immediately began to shake uncomfortably. Jiang En wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he paused for a moment before slowly approaching. The shaking of the dragon egg did indeed lessen considerably. As Jiang En approached, a timid eye inside the dragon egg, which was as tall as a person, met his gaze. Jiang En was somewhat lost in thought. What kind of eyes are these? A large, bright, deep blue eye, as deep as the ocean. The other one was empty, with only a flickering flame of the soul. Her gaze shifted downwards, and she instinctively curled her body further into the eggshell, seemingly not wanting Jiang En to see her. Even so, Jiang En still noticed the abnormality in her body. Half of its body has normal flesh and blood, and its body is covered with golden scales. Each scale is like a carefully carved work of art, making it impossible to look away. However, its other half of its body has the same skeleton as the bone dragon. The crystal clear, white bones were completely devoid of flesh and blood. This was the first time Jiang En had ever seen such a strange creature. Her true dragon body gave the impression of a majestic and sacred dragon. However, the other half of the undead body gives people a dark and eerie feeling. These two completely different feelings should be seen as opposing forces. Yet, these two completely different qualities of hers blend together perfectly, as if she were always meant to be this way. After a slight pause, Jiang En unleashed his appraisal technique. Holy Undead Dragon. Gender, female. Level 1. Strength, 300. Spirit, 300. Swiftness, 300. Physical fitness, 300. Talent skills, Divine Dragon's Might, Undead Whispers. Combat skills, Undead Breath, LV1, Platinum. Holy Dragon's Wrath, LV1, Platinum. Dragon Scale Holy Defense, LV1, Platinum. Note: she was a life that existed before the holy dragon Misha Gardner transformed into a bone dragon. After Misha Gardner transformed into a bone dragon, she absorbed half of the undead power, becoming a unique holy undead dragon. The two diametrically opposed forces are overwhelming her body. If this cannot be resolved, she has only 1 year to live. Only the restorative power of the summoning space can perfectly fuse the two powers. But the sacred dragon would never submit to mortals. Her destiny was already sealed. Jiang En frowned slightly, and couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the long string of notes. According to this logic, wouldn't this sacred undead dragon be doomed? Only the restorative power inherent in the summoning space can solve her problem, but the arrogance of the holy dragon makes it impossible for her to be contracted as a summoned beast. Just as Jiang En was pondering, he noticed a reminder slowly loading on the panel. This creature possesses divine blood. Would you like to form a contract with it? As expected, pure-blooded dragons possess the bloodline of gods. I originally thought it would be pretty good if this guy was a pure-blooded dragon like a thunder dragon or a fire dragon. But little did they expect that she was actually a sacred dragon. The sacred dragons hold a very high status among the dragon race, belonging to the most noble bloodline. What makes the sacred dragon so famous is that no one in history has ever been able to tame a sacred dragon. Historically, other dragon species have all been contracted to some extent. Only the holy dragon, never. Jiang En gave a wry smile. Who would have thought that one day he would be troubled by the other party's strong bloodline? Inside the dragon egg, the holy undead dragon blinked, staring up at the suddenly appearing human. For some reason, she felt an extremely comfortable sensation from this human. From the moment she was born, two completely different forces caused her constant pain all over her body. That's why she never left the eggshell. Since we're all going to die eventually anyway, why bother leaving? But now she sensed a glimmer of hope in this human, a chance to survive. She instinctively reached out her dragon claw and gently gripped Jiang En's hand. A clear, crisp sound rang in Jiang En's mind. Can you take me with you? Jiang En was taken aback. He glanced at Yin Ing and the others before realizing that it was actually the sacred undead dragon inside the dragon egg talking to him. Are you willing to come with me? Would you be willing to become my summoned beast? Once you become my summoned beast, I can store you in my summoning space. There is restorative power in the summoning space, so you won't die. Jiang En felt like a creepy old man trying to lure children with candy. He hadn't expected to succeed, but to his surprise, the holy undead dragon nodded. I sense you're not an ordinary human being. Being around you feels very comfortable. I think I'm willing to become your summoned beast. Not an ordinary human? Jiangyan subconsciously looked down at his chest. My heart was pounding. So that's it. It's because of the talent of the heart of God. Jiangyan seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that with the heart of a god, I am no longer human. He composed himself and said, Then, I will form a soul contract with you later. Don't resist. Leave everything to me. Chapter 184 The Holy Undead Dragon Takes Form. Hatched young animals cannot become pets for other professions. However, summoners who make a living solely from summoned beasts have the opportunity to sign a contract with them. However, this method is more dangerous than directly signing a contract with a pet egg. After all, the creature inside the pet egg hasn't hatched yet, so its resistance to the summoners will be minimal. However, since this sacred undead dragon has already hatched and developed self-awareness, if the summoner wants to sign a contract, they need to connect with its soul and obtain its consent before a contract can be signed. During this period, once the target summoned beast develops a repulsive will, all soul contracts will fail to be signed, the summoner's soul will be damaged, and they will be unable to contract new summoned beasts for the next month. The summoned beast will also be severely injured. This sacred undead dragon was already tormented by the conflict between the two forces. If it were to fail in its attempt to sign the contract and become severely injured, it might just die. I only have one chance. Jiangyan held his breath and placed his hand on the head of the holy undead dragon, silently reciting the words, "Sign the contract." A white light suddenly burst forth at the point where the two met. Jiangyan could clearly sense a pure, yet innocent soul. She seemed very curious about herself, but showed absolutely no aversion. He readily accepted the soul contract he had issued. The whole process went incredibly smoothly until this notification flashed on Jiangyan's panel. Soul contract bound, current summoned beast space 404. Jiangyan then realized that he had actually formed a contract with this sacred undead dragon. The moment the contract was signed, her gaze toward Jiangyan changed from curiosity and confusion to dependence and trust. She slowly crawled out of the egg. Only then was her full appearance revealed to Jiangyan. On the left is a dragon's body, exuding a sacred and noble aura, with pale golden scales neatly arranged on its body, like some kind of precious and rare metal. On the right is a crystal-clear, pure white dragon skeleton, exuding a strong aura of gloom and the dead, inspiring fear in those who behold it. The blend of these two different temperaments made Yan Ying and Shan Xiu unable to look away. Wow, Master's scales look delicious. Can I have a bite first? Xiaolong was startled when he heard Shan Xiu's words and instinctively hid behind Jiangyan. Seeing this, Yan Ying immediately pressed a claw down on the head of the greedy ball, saying, "Don't listen to her nonsense." Then Yan Ying's figure changed, transforming into the appearance of that peerless beauty. She came to Xiaolong and gently stroked his forehead with her fair hand. "Don't worry, we'll all be partners from now on. No one will dare to bully you." Xiaolong looked at Yan Ying, a hint of joy appearing on his dragon face. Jiangyan opened Xiaolong's panel to take a look, and all the information that was previously invisible was now displayed. Untitled. Race, Divine, Holy Undead Dragon, Purity 50%. Gender, Female. Level 1. Strength, 300. Spirit, 300. Swiftness, 300. Physical fitness, 300. Talent skills, Divine Dragon's Might, Undead Whispers. Combat skills, Undead Breath, LV1, Platinum. Holy Dragon's Wrath, LV1, Platinum. Dragon Scale Holy Defense, LV1, Platinum. Divine Dragon's Might, Passive Talent. The majesty of the divine undead dragon will intimidate any low-level creature, reducing damage taken from the divine undead dragon by 20% and having a low chance of inducing a state of fear. Whispers of the Undead, Passive Talent. When the holy undead dragon uses undead skills, it gains the Whispers of the Undead effect, which has a certain chance to inflict whispering panic on enemy creatures, reducing their defense by 20%. Undead Breath, LV1 Platinum Tier Active Skill. Gathers undead power and unleashes a breath attack, dealing significant undead damage to those hit. Holy Dragon's Wrath, LV1 Platinum Level Active Skill. Condenses holy power to generate an explosive dragon's fury above the heads of enemy creatures within range, dealing massive damage. Dragon Scale Holy Protection, LV1 Platinum Level Active Skill. Forms a protective barrier with the power of dragon scales, granting invincibility for 0.5 seconds. Looking at the little guy's terrifying attributes and skills, Jiangyan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The combination of these two talents with these two platinum-level area of effect skills alone is enough to demonstrate her formidable strength. What surprised Jiangyan even more was that she actually possessed a skill that made her invincible for a short period of time. Although it was only 0.5 seconds, it was still quite amazing. Among all defensive skills, invincibility skills are the most sought after. As long as the opponent's attack deals instantaneous damage rather than continuous skill damage, this skill can be used to forcibly dodge it. Especially considering that Jiangyan himself also possesses dual shadow skills. Furthermore, it can directly copy this skill to tank damage when necessary. However, the information on this little guy's panel was a little different from what I had imagined. It turns out that even among pure dragons, the bloodline of gods is not 100%. However, upon closer reflection, Jiangyan also found it to be normal. After all, there has never been any talk of gods in this world. But I've heard of dragons. However, the concentration of this divine bloodline is 50%. It's the same as Flame Shadow. Jiangyan suddenly had an idea and asked, on a whim, "Can you transform into a human like Yining?" This little guy's appearance is so amazing that if you took him out, he would probably cause a bigger sensation than Xiao Yao. After all, although some people in human history have been lucky enough to obtain dragon pets. However, there has never been a dragon race with such noble blood as the Holy Dragon. What's more, this guy is a holy, undead dragon. The little guy looked at Yining and nodded heavily. Then her figure also subtly changed. The originally thick dragon claws gradually shrank, and the strong and powerful body also changed little by little. Even the right side bone dragon, which Jiangyan was particularly worried about, had developed a layer of flesh and blood. In less than a second, a girl who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old stood in front of Jiangyan. Thick black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin was fair and smooth. Her features were so exquisite that it seemed as if she was a product specially blessed by the heavens. Her eyes inherited that ocean-like blue. She exudes a sacred and noble aura, pure and inviolable. From a distance, she looked like a saint from some church. However, once you get close, you'll notice the very prominent bone dragon tattoo on her right arm. The tattoo was so lifelike, it looked as if it could fly off her arm at any moment. There was also a skull pendant on her right ear. Even in her human form, she still possesses two extremely conflicting qualities. It is incredibly attractive, yet perfectly natural. Chapter 185 Divine Ghosts. The Curse of the Undead. However, like Yining, she still retains some of the original dragon characteristics. Two faint, pale yellow dragon horns were visible in her hair. Master, is this okay?" She looked at Jiangyan with timid eyes, and Jiangyan felt his heart almost melt. "Yes, of course." Greedy Ball let out a gasp from the side. My God, even the newcomers can turn into human form. For the first time, the gluttonous girl, who had always been focused on eating, felt a sense of crisis. Flame Shadow swatted at Greedy Ball with its tail. "Humph, you still have the nerve to say that? The only thing you can't do is transform. At least Xiao Yao is a human head. Unlike you. You good for nothing." Xiao Yao was secretly delighted. Then her gaze lingered on the chest of the new addition to her group. Well, her figure is just average. She's probably not the type the master likes, so she shouldn't be a threat. "Oh right, I haven't given you a name yet." Jiangyan looked at the little guy and murmured, "Holy Dragon and Undead Bone Dragon. Elegant and noble, yet sinister and terrifying." Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiangyan. "How about I call you Shunyu?" The little guy blinked, then nodded. "Shunyu, I like this name." Then it's settled. Seeing Shunyu starting to get along well with the other three kids, Jiangyan smiled. "I've had a very rewarding experience from this Bone Dragon's Nest dungeon run. Not only did they level up, but they also obtained an extremely valuable dragon pet. This can make up for my lack of air combat skills." Jiangyan could foresee that once the little guy grew up, he would definitely become the king of aerial combat. No flying enemy is a match for her. "Alright, now that everything is resolved, let's go then. We can help Shunyu level up while we're in the Hengduan Mountains." The headquarters of the Lion Guild. Tang Feng's expression was grave, while Tao Yu, standing beside him, said with deep concern, "It started when the Flame Wolf Guild launched the Guild War. More than 20 people have left the guild. They all refuse to participate in guild wars, preferring to join other guilds instead. These people are really short-sighted," Tao Yu said indignantly. "So many members of the Flame Wolf Guild died in the mine this time, and their strength has been greatly reduced. If they don't withdraw, the Flame Wolf Guild is doomed to lose. They just don't use their brains at all. They're terrified just by hearing the words Flame Wolf Guild. All right. Tang Feng shook his head. No need to say anything more. Everyone has their own ambitions, and leaving is their own choice. This is a good opportunity to screen the core members of the guild. If our Lion Guild wins this time, the remaining members' benefits will all be doubled. Tao Yu nodded. However, without these people, our combat strength is not at an advantage. Should we? Tao Yu hesitated. Asked Shaoan. No. Tang Feng interrupted Tao Yu immediately. He has his own business here, which may take him a day or two. He had already helped us a lot in the mine. There's no reason for us to interrupt him because of our business. Besides, I don't think we'll lose. Tang Feng stood up. Have everyone prepare to assemble. The fastest way for the Flame Wolf Guild to get here is definitely by crossing the Hengduan Mountains. And there is a necessary road from the Hengduan Mountains to our base. You mean? Tao Yu asked uncertainly, startled. Instead of waiting for them to come to us from our base, let's take the initiative and catch them off guard. I want to see just how capable the Flame Wolf Guild really are. In the Hengduan Mountains, Jiang Yin and the four little ones finally found a small group of lightning scorpions spawn point. These lightning scorpions have reached level 33. Although the level of wild monsters is not high, they are more than enough to level up Xinyu. The human-shaped flame shadow's gaze swept over the greedy ball. Greedy ball immediately stepped forward obediently and swung its bare paw at a lightning scorpion. Bang! The lightning scorpion was instantly killed without even a chance to retaliate. The experience points immediately surged into Xinyu's body, and 7 golden rays of light continuously rose from her body. The level difference is too great. Even a single monster is enough for Xinyu to level up quickly. The bare paws, craving the ball, slapped down repeatedly. Bang bang bang. Xinyu's experience points also rose rapidly. One after another, golden rays of light rose up. After the small group of lightning scorpions was wiped out, Xinyu's level reached 17. Jiang Yin couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could have leveled up at this speed when he first changed jobs. Open Xinyu's attribute panel to view it. Xinyu. Race, Divine, Holy Undead Dragon, Purity 50%. Gender, Female. Level, 17. Strength, 2,200. Spirit, 2,200. Swiftness, 2,200. Constitution, 2,200. Talent skills, Divine Dragon's Might, Undead Whispers. Combat skills, Necromancer's Breath, LV1, Diamond. Holy Dragon's Wrath, LV1, Platinum. Dragon Scale Holy Defense, LV1, Platinum. Dragon Dance, LV1, Platinum. Necromancer's Curse, LV1, Platinum. Hiss! Jiang Yin gasped in astonishment. At only level 17, Xinyu's four-dimensional attributes already reached a staggering 2,200. This attribute plane is terrifying. Is this the mighty dragon race? Moreover, after upgrading to level 17, the Undead Breath skills grade was also increased to Diamond. Furthermore, he mastered 2 other skills. Dragon Dance, LV1 Platinum level active skill. Upon activation, it summons dragon power to stack on the user, increasing skill damage by 10% for 1 minute, and can stack up to 10 times. Curse of the Undead, LV1 Platinum tier active skill. Upon activation, it curses enemies within range. Once a cursed enemy is killed, it is transformed into an undead creature with 70% of the caster's attributes. Duration is 10 minutes. Both of these skills are quite useful. Dragon Dance allows the damage of Divine Ghost skills to stack continuously, eventually doubling the effect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine skill. The other skill, Undead Curse, is even more outrageous, as it can continuously create undead cannon fodder with 70% of the attributes of the Divine Ghost. If Jiang Yin already possessed the Divine Netherworld during the assessment, I reckon you can keep racking up points indefinitely from the 4th level. Chapter 186 Clearing the Area. I'm definitely getting this dragon. As his strength increased, Xinyu's expression became extremely excited. Jiang Yin and the 4 little ones hadn't gone far when they encountered another small group of lightning scorpions. Xinyu pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yin. Master, can Xinyu give it a try? Jiang Yin naturally couldn't refuse, and Xinyu was overjoyed after receiving consent. A dragon's roar came from her throat. Those lightning scorpions were just ordinary level wild monsters, and under the mighty dragon's roar, many of them displayed a warning of fear above their heads. These lightning scorpions, displaying their fear of battle, reacted just like the ghouls in the hidden dungeon, all standing frozen in place, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Xinyu had quickly regained his dragon form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he lifted himself about 5 meters off the ground and sped towards the lightning scorpions. Before they could close the distance completely, The soul fire in the right side of Shinyo's head suddenly flickered. Undead Curse skill activated. A pure white skull floated out from Shinyo's body, splitting into thousands of pieces in midair, all of which landed on the lightning scorpions. Suddenly, a skull appeared to float around each of these lightning scorpions. You can vaguely see the word panic appearing above the heads of several of the lightning scorpions. It is the passive effect of the Divine Spectre, Whisper of the Dead, that reduces the opponent's defense by 20%. The dragon opened its mouth impatiently, and undead breath spewed out. The pale white undead breath instantly swept over the group of lightning scorpions. Although the undead breath looked like fire, the lightning scorpions were actually unharmed. The soul breath seemed to have directly destroyed their souls. Lightning scorpions' health plummeted instantly. The health bar was completely depleted in less than a second. 2 golden lights rose up from Shinyo's body again, and his level reached 19. The spirit circled excitedly in midair, seemingly celebrating its first successful hunt. Just then, the lightning scorpions that had fallen to the ground and died suddenly got up again. The previously red hostile status has now turned into a reminder from a teammate. Jiangyan instantly recalled the skill description about the Undead Curse. Curse of the Undead, LV1 Platinum Tier active skill. Upon activation, it curses enemies within range. Once a cursed enemy is killed, it is transformed into an undead creature with 70% of the caster's attributes. Duration is 10 minutes. Is this what a transformed undead creature looks like? Jiangyan tried to check their attributes. Undead minions. Level, 17. Strength, 1540. Spirit, 1540. Swiftness, 1540. Constitution, 1540. Skill, Necromancer's Venomous Touch, Platinum Tier. Undead Poison Touch, LV1 Platinum Level Passive Skill. Each attack inflicts undead poison. Enemies infected with the poison lose 1% of the attacker's maximum health per second for 30 seconds. The duration is refreshed with each attack and cannot be stacked. Jiangyan couldn't help but smile. Truly worthy of being a dragon's pet. That's insane. Its destructive power alone is stronger than that of a flame shadow of the same level. This undead curse further enhanced her sustained combat ability to a terrifying degree. Even if these summoned undead minions only inherited 70% of the attributes that the gods had when they killed them, it was still quite considerable. Especially since it also has a disgusting passive skill like Undead Poison Touch. This negative skill is platinum level. In other words, even with support from the opponent, one would need at least a platinum level purification skill to remove the effect of this skill. In reality, the vast majority of support staff in most teams do not possess this high-quality skill. Unfortunately, the monsters in this area have been mostly cleared out, and these undead minions can only exist for 10 minutes. We can only let them dissipate on their own when the time comes. Just as Jiangyan was about to leave with Shun Yu and the others, Shin Yu's voice suddenly rang in Jiangyan's heart. Master, I see so many people. They seem to be coming this way. Jiangyan frowned slightly as he used the visual projection on Shin Yu for the first time. At this moment, Jiang Anquan understood everything Shin Yu felt and saw. Sure enough, there was a group of more than 40 people not far from Shin Yu. The leader was a young man with unsteady steps, a pale face, and dark circles under his eyes, clearly someone who had indulged in excessive sexual activity. Although he looked a bit weak, his equipment was by no means inferior. He was wearing a full set of gold-grade armor, and even the weapon in his hand was gold-grade. While the other 30-odd people beside him did not have gold-level equipment, they all had silver-level weapons. There aren't many people with such strength in the Hungduan Mountains. Adding to the fact that each of them wore a Flame Wolf Guild badge on their chest, Jiangyan immediately guessed what was going on. These people are probably the remaining members of the Flame Wolf Guild. As for the person in the lead who possessed gold-level equipment, it was naturally Li Zhihai, the guild leader of the Flame Wolf Guild. They had originally planned to attack the Lion Guild, but unexpectedly, they heard the roar of a dragon in the Hungduan Mountains. This left Li Zhihai and his group completely dumbfounded. I've never heard of dragon-like monsters spawning in the Hungduan Mountains. They instinctively decided to take a detour. After all, dragons have always been synonymous with power. Even the weakest dragon is at least a first stage or higher being. Of course, this doesn't include things like the Golden Loach. Just as they were about to take a detour, they noticed Shinyu's petite figure and unique appearance. They were fascinated by the fusion of two completely different temperaments. Especially considering that Shinyu's size clearly indicated that he had just been born, the greed on their faces was immediately impossible to conceal. Li Zhihai made a quick decision. Let's go. Let's go take a look. This might be the biggest opportunity our Flame Wolf Guild has ever encountered. This is a dragon, and it's part of the Lion Guild's guild war. Shirkuin reminded him somewhat uneasily. He would be uneasy as long as the Lion Guild did not eliminate this traitor. Only when he saw the Lion Guild disbanded could he put his mind at ease. Li Zhihai glanced at him. Just a young dragon. Its level must be very low. There shouldn't be any danger. Although it's not a pet egg, there's still a possibility of catching it alive. Summoners can form contracts with cubs, and there will definitely be countless powerful individuals willing to spend resources to buy them. Moreover, this dragon is clearly different. I've never seen a dragon like this before. Its value will definitely be higher. The resources of the Lion Guild are nothing compared to this dragon. Clear the area. Kill anyone who gets close. I'm getting this dragon. Chapter 187. Never mind. Kill this dragon. Other guild members nearby chimed in. Besides, there are so many of us. Taking it shouldn't take too long. We can deal with the Lion Guild later. Yes, there's plenty of time. This is a young dragon. I've never seen a dragon in my entire life. If we win, we'll have something to brag about while we're drinking. Apart from Li Zhihai, everyone else looked extremely excited, clearly very interested in the suddenly appearing baby dragon. Seeing this, Shirkuin didn't say anything more, though he himself was still very curious about the young dragon. He only spoke up to dissuade them because he was worried that something might go wrong with the Lion Guild. Seeing that no one objected, Li Zhihai's lips curled up slightly. Charge! Take down this young dragon first. Slay the lion once more. The group sped up and rushed toward Xinyo's location. Jiangyan, with Xinyo's powerful perception, took in all of this. Flame Wolf Guild Guild War. Jiangyan quickly caught the key phrase. These guys are really persistent. They've even started a guild war. Once a guild war begins, it means that the two guilds are locked in a life-or-death struggle. One of them is destined to be forcibly dissolved. And more importantly, they actually wanted to attack Xinyo. A cold, killing intent flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. Then let me see just how strong you really are. Sensing Jiangyan's emotions, Xinyo flapped its wings forcefully and actually rushed towards Li Zhihai and the others. In the woods below, the undead minions transformed from lightning scorpions followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Xinyo appeared near Li Zhihai and the others. Only after getting up close did Li Zhihai and the others finally get a clear look at her. More than 40 people were completely dumbfounded. What kind of dragon is this? My God, if we capture him alive, the resources we can exchange for him will probably be enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Many people couldn't wait to use their identification skills. But it only returned a simple result. Holy Undead Dragon, level 19. Holy Undead Dragon. It seems pretty awesome. Huh, why can't I see its attributes? Could it be a summoned beast? It seems that only summoned beasts have attributes that cannot be viewed. How is this possible? This is a dragon creature. Historically, only a handful of people have ever owned a dragon pet, and now they are all dead. Perhaps the dragons are just too powerful for us to check their attributes. Looking at the divine spirit hovering in midair, the greed in their eyes was almost overflowing. They already considered Xinyo as theirs for the taking. After all, no matter how powerful a dragon creature is, it is only level 19 at the moment. It's just a young dragon that hasn't fully developed yet. Li Zhihai shouted impatiently. Quick! Use your control skills to capture it. Don't use high damage skills. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands together, ready to attack, they suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the nearby woods. One after another, undead servants resembling lightning scorpions appeared before them. Li Zhihai didn't take it seriously, casually instructing the few people around him to clean up quickly, and then paid no attention to it. This type of lightning scorpion is quite common in the Hungduan Mountains and may be quite troublesome for some ordinary teams. However, clearing out members like the Flame Wolf Guild, who are all hidden masters, is not difficult at all. The most important thing right now is to capture this rare baby dragon. A hidden class member of the Flame Wolf Guild, the Forest Witch, raised her hand and unleashed the skill, Vine Prison, on Xinyo. Wooden vines rose from the ground, attempting to bind Xinyo within them. Just as the Vinewood prison was about to finish binding, a flash of blue light appeared on Xinyo's body, and he broke free of the restraints with a thick shield. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Do dragon creatures possess this ability to break free from control? And isn't her shield a bit too thick? Before they could even react, screams suddenly rang out. Li Zhihai and the others looked in surprise toward the direction from which the sound came. But instead of being easily dealt with, the lightning scorpion surrounded the guild members. Each attack from these lightning scorpions left deep, bloody marks on their bodies. Toxins continuously seep into it. In addition to causing continuous damage, this toxin also has an additional hidden effect. That was excruciating pain. Their screams were tormented by the excruciating pain, and even their ability to fight back weakened. Li Jihai frowned, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. Useless. You can't even handle a few lightning scorpions. What use are you? Where's the support? What are you standing there for? The support players finally snapped out of their teammates' dire situation and quickly used their cleanse abilities. Then, white light began to fall one after another. However, the screams of his teammates did not stop. The support players' expressions immediately changed drastically. It can't be dispelled. These lightning scorpions have very high skill levels. Only then did someone finally cast an appraisal spell on the very familiar lightning scorpion. The feedback they received, however, took them by surprise. This isn't a lightning scorpion. What kind of undead servant is this? A level 17 character has a 4-dimensional score of 1540. Skill platinum level. Everyone's expression changed immediately. At only level 17, he had 1540 in all 4 stats. Even as a hidden class at level 30-something, he didn't have such high attribute values. More importantly, how did these undead servants with the appearance of lightning scorpions come into existence? Shirkuan looked up at Shanyu, who was coldly watching them from midair, and exclaimed in horror. It's it. It must be this dragon's doing. The holy undead dragon might even possess the ability to create undead minions. Many people realized what was happening and turned their attention to Shanyu. President, there might be something wrong with this dragon. Should we kill him first? Li Jihai looked pained, knowing full well that the sudden appearance of these so-called undead servants was most likely related to the sacred undead dragon. But he had already considered this sacred undead dragon as his own. A holy undead dragon cub can fetch an astronomical price, but what if it dies? Then it won't be worth anything. Undead minions continued to emerge from all around, and the guild members who had been attacked earlier gradually lost their ability to resist, being overwhelmed by the swarming undead minions. Li Jihai gritted his teeth. Never mind. Kill this dragon. Let's do it. The group, who had been waiting in ambush, immediately unleashed a variety of powerful attack skills. The goal is to quickly kill the spectral spirits in the sky to eliminate these undead minions. Chapter 188 The Wrath of the Holy Dragon. Terrifying indeed. Through the perspective of the spirits, Jiang silently observed the undead servants. The main purpose is to test their actual combat capabilities. After observing them for a while, Jiang discovered that the combat power of these undead servants might be much higher than he had imagined. Normal creatures will always have a corresponding reaction when they are hit by a skill. For example, pain. For example, after an injury, the wound can reduce movement speed. Various things. However, these undead servants have no such restrictions. They are fearless and completely indifferent to these attacks. Unless their limbs are dismembered, they always maintain a high level of fighting spirit when attacking. This is why these people, despite being hidden professions, were besieged and overrun so quickly. Just as Jiang gained a better understanding of the undead servants' combat capabilities, Li Jihai was preparing to launch an attack. Kill them all. Yes, master. The constant talk of being captured alive by the group below, and the feeling of being treated like merchandise, had long since disgusted Shinyu. She possesses the bloodline of a noble and sacred dragon. Even if it's only half, it is absolutely impossible to tolerate being insulted like this by these people. At that moment, everyone below unleashed their skills almost simultaneously. The skills unleashed in anger are incredibly powerful. Although their attributes are inferior to those of the divine ghosts, their numbers are significantly greater, and they also have a level advantage. Shinyu flapped its wings forcefully, and its body suddenly moved a large distance to the right. That one move was enough to dodge a lot of attacks. The other skills were applied to Shanyu almost simultaneously. Just when Li Jihai thought he could easily take it down, he saw a golden scale suddenly appear on Shinyu's body. This scale was enormous, completely covering Shinyu's body. After those flashy skills landed, a series of immunity warnings appeared on Shinyu's body. It is precisely the invincible defensive skill of the divine netherworld, Dragon Scale Holy Defense. Before Li Jihai and the others could react, Shinyu's dragon might surged. Platinum level skill. The Wrath of the Holy Dragon is unleashed. Holy Dragon's Wrath, LV1 Platinum level active skill, condenses holy power to generate an explosive dragon's fury above the heads of enemy creatures within range, dealing massive damage. A ball of light, formed from the divine dragon's might, appeared above the heads of Li Jihai and the others. The next moment, the ball of light suddenly fell and exploded the instant it touched their heads. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the terrifying explosions, headless corpses crashed to the ground. One strike. Sold out instantly. Apart from a small number of people staying at the guild headquarters, the Flame Wolf Guild has mobilized almost all of its combat power. Yet it couldn't even withstand a single skill from a level 19 Divine Ghost. It's not that they're too weak. It's that Shunyu is too strong. Shunyu slowly descended from midair, and as soon as she landed, her form changed back to human shape. She looked timidly at Jiangyan, who emerged from the bushes. Well done. Flame Shadow also cast an admiring glance at Divine Shadow. Jiangyan then ordered them to strip all the equipment off these people. So many gold and silver level equipment items are still worth some money. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. We can't waste it. I'll be able to rest for a day by then, and the auction will be about to start. Before that, there is one more thing to take care of. To cut weeds, you must remove them at the root. Since I've already offended the Flame Wolf Guild so badly, I have to wipe them all out. Jiangyan didn't want to be betrayed by the Flame Wolf Guild one day. The Hungduan Mountains are located on the other side of the Lion Guild's territory. The group of people stood solemnly on both sides of the road. To avoid being discovered, each of them also wore special disguises. Unless the enemy sends archers to scout, they will never be discovered. The only problem is that they cannot move an inch in order to maintain this camouflage. Coincidentally, the mosquitoes in the Hungduan Mountains are exceptionally venomous. Although they are not life-threatening, being bitten a few times is still itchy and uncomfortable. Time passed little by little. At first, they were able to persevere patiently, but after Tao Yu's face was covered in bite marks, she simply couldn't hold back any longer. President, it's been over an hour. Could it be that the Flame Wolf Guild didn't take this route? Otherwise, we should have arrived long ago, right? Tang Feng's face was also covered in mosquito bites, and he frowned. I know Li Jihai very well. Logically speaking, since he has already launched a guild war, he should want to finish it quickly. Why the sudden change of heart today? Just as Tang Feng was muttering to himself, his communicator suddenly rang. He initially wanted to hang up, but after seeing that the caller ID showed Jiangyan as the caller, he decisively chose to answer. Your matter has been resolved? Tang Feng asked, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Jiangyan to be so fast. Yeah, it just came out. Jiangyan's voice was a bit chaotic. Hey, don't take that greedy ball shoe. It's just a regular pair of shoes. Worthless. Throw it away quickly. Forget it. Let Yanning go instead. Take all of Li Jihai's equipment. Don't leave a single piece behind. Tang Feng's expression as he held the communicator suddenly became somewhat subtle. What does it mean to strip Li Jihai of his equipment? Did Li Jihai and his group run into Jiangyan on the way? Judging by the time, if Jiangyan had just come out of the mine and then wandered around the area for a while, it seems quite possible that we might run into Li Jihai and his group. Tang Feng swallowed hard. Jiangyan, what do you think Li Jihai meant? You met them? Yes, we ran into each other, and there was a small conflict, Jiangyan readily admitted. So now they're all dead. Tang Feng's expression froze instantly. Li Jihai and the others are all dead? But Li Jihai brought with him all the remaining elites of the Flame Wolf Guild. Even if a group of people died in the mine, there should still be at least 30 or 40 people left. So many people, and all of them are in hidden professions. Jiangyan wiped them out all by himself. Is that possible? Before Tang Feng could think about it, he heard Jiangyan ask a question. So, I wanted to ask where the Flame Wolf Guild is located. Tang Feng immediately realized what Jiangyan was going to do, and without hesitation, he gave out the coordinates of the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters. After obtaining the coordinates, Jiangyan hung up the phone. Tang Feng was left alone, holding the communicator and grinning foolishly in the wind. Guildmaster, what's going on? I heard the coordinates of the Flame Wolf Guild. Tao Yu had a big question mark on her face. Not only her, but everyone else was looking at Tang Feng with surprise. Ever since the Flame Wolf Guild started targeting them, Tang Feng's eyebrows have been like the pleats on a steamed bun, never swaying. Now he's even starting to giggle like an idiot. Chapter 189, was that a dragon? Glug. The sound of swallowing saliva rang out one after another. Finally, Tao Yu couldn't hold back any longer and asked again, President, are you saying? Jiangyan encountered Li Jihai and his group all by himself, and wiped them all out. At least that's what Jiangyan said. And Jiangyan is still on his way to the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters. That's right. Tao Yu suddenly let out a scream and jumped up from the ground. So, we don't need any more deaths, right? Although the Flame Wolf Guild has lost a significant number of hidden class combatants in the mine, the Lion Guild still holds a very slight advantage in terms of pure strength. Even in the event of a surprise attack, there is a high possibility that someone could be injured or even killed. Tao Yu had long been prepared to fight tooth and nail. Unexpectedly, this war involving two guilds ended before it even began. Upon suddenly hearing this good news, the joy on his face was almost overflowing. Not only Tao Yu, but everyone else's faces showed the same expression. Until someone couldn't help but mutter, Jiang Yan's strength is terrifying. Isn't he only level 30? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but Tang Feng laughed heartily in the end. Who cares, as long as he's not a lackey of evil people. No matter how strong they are still people who came from our Twin Hearts orphanage. The stronger the better. Tang Feng straightened his back. Brothers and sisters, ready to set off. Where are you going? Go clear the area for Jiang Yan. Take him home. At the Adventurers Association in Broken Mountain Town. The place was packed with people. Besides those who were there to accept the missions, there were also many people who came to watch the excitement. Once a guild starts a guild war, both guild headquarters will then start live streaming. Almost everyone who isn't on a quest or running a dungeon will come to watch. After all, gossiping is human nature. At this moment, the large screen here is broadcasting the status of both sides' bases live. However, it wasn't quite the confrontation they wanted to see. What? Why are there so few people in both guilds? What are you looking at? The large screen was divided into two images, one showing a flaming wolf and the other showing a majestic lion. The two guild headquarters were remarkably similar, each guarded by only 7 or 8 members at the very center. However, although the number of people who stayed was about the same, the two sides were in significantly different states. The lion-like figure had a serious expression and frequently glanced around warily. Meanwhile, the members of the Flame Wolf group dispersed in 2s and 3s, appearing quite lazy. Clearly, members of both guilds had their own general predictions about the outcome of this guild war. You're too late. An hour ago, people from both of their guilds led their teams out. It'll probably be resolved outside. Someone who happened to be at the Adventurers Guild when the guild war started made this judgment. An hour ago? Then it should be almost done by now, right? That's about it. We'll probably see which guild wins soon. Is there any need to wait? It's definitely Flame Wolf. The Flame Wolf Guild is incredibly powerful, with all of them being hidden classes and possessing silver-grade weapons. How can the Lion Guild possibly compete? No, the guild leader of the Flame Wolf Guild seems even more powerful. I met him once before, and his equipment was all gold grade. They could probably crush the Lion Guild with money alone. Sigh, I have to say the Lion Guild is really unlucky. They were doing just fine in the Hungduan Mountains, but they ended up being targeted by the Flame Wolf. What a pity. Many people were discussing who would win or lose, but almost everyone was convinced that the Lion Guild was doomed to lose. The difference in strength between the two sides is simply too great. Among these people were a few who stood in a corner, waiting to watch the show. They were originally ordinary members of the Lion Guild, but they chose to leave the guild as soon as they received news of the start of the guild war. Now he can only be considered a freelancer. Seeing that everyone was overwhelmingly siding with the Flame Wolf Guild, these people all showed a hint of relief on their faces. We were the ones who reacted the fastest. If we hadn't seized the opportunity to leave the guild, we would have been completely ruined this time. Actually, it's all Tang Feng's fault. If the Flame Wolf Guild wants the mine, just let them have it. Why make things so bad that everyone has to go down together? What good does that do? Stubborn as a mule. I'd say the others are stupid too. With such a huge gap in strength between the two sides, losing was inevitable. Even so, they still want to stay and die together. To put it bluntly, the people at the Twin Hearts orphanage aren't very bright. A fat man said somewhat casually, Shirkuin and I noticed something was wrong a long time ago. I was thinking about finding an opportunity to leave, but we didn't expect the Flame Wolf Guild to be so decisive and start a guild war right away. Oh right. The fat man remembered something and said with some regret, You guys don't know yet, do you? Shirkuin has already joined the Flame Wolf Guild. He was the one who leaked the information about the mine to the Flame Wolf Guild. If I weren't a hidden class, I would have joined the Flame Wolf Guild long ago. That kid Shirkuin is really lucky. The others looked on with envy. Wow, he must be doing really well off because of that mine information, right? Of course, he told me in private that he gets this much in bonuses every month. The fat man waved 5 fingers. 50,000 yuan. The envy in the eyes of others intensified, and they wished they could become a hidden class right now so they could join the Flame Wolf Guild. As for the Lion Guild, it's just a guild that's about to disappear. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out all around. It's happening. The screen has changed. It's here. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention instantly focused, and they all turned their gaze to the live stream from the Lion Guild's headquarters. However, they discovered that the live stream footage remained completely unchanged. The fat man and the others were slightly taken aback. What was going on? However, the commotion among the crowd did not stop. Holy crap, what is that thing? One of the people closest to the fat man and his group suddenly pointed at the live stream screen of the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters and shouted loudly. Their gazes shifted to the headquarters of the Flame Wolf Guild. Above the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters, a figure appeared indistinctly, flying rapidly towards them. The figure was initially only the size of a sesame seed, but it gradually grew larger. However, because the flight speed was too fast, they were unable to capture the true appearance of the figure. The figure finally stopped when it was about 10 meters away from the base, and they were finally able to see the true face of this figure. The moment they saw it clearly, the entire association fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of swallowing saliva. After a long while, someone muttered to themselves, "My God, that's a dragon." Chapter 190 Coincidence. We're just passing by. On the large screen, a dragon with a unique aura could be clearly seen circling above the Flame Wolf Guild. The sacred aura of the left half of the body and the eerie feeling of the right half make it impossible to look away. What kind of dragon is this? It's amazing that these two completely different temperaments can coexist. Wow, this dragon is so cool. I wish it were mine. I'm still a knight, so I could just advance to a dragon knight. You wish. Damn, the Flame Wolf Guild is really unlucky this time. They just started the guild war, and a dragon is passing by their base. If we accidentally damage the core of the base, wouldn't the Flame Wolf people be devastated? Hey, could this dragon have been sent by the Lion Guild? The audience was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. You must be joking. What kind of guild is the Lion Guild that it could possibly be associated with dragon pets? None of the dragon pets that have appeared in history belong to our Chinese empire. They all came from abroad. If someone in the Lion Guild can contract a dragon pet, then let alone the Flame Wolf, they could probably enter the world's #1 guild at will. A middle-aged man with a thick beard, who was clearly familiar with this matter, said confidently. Moreover, this refers to a level 2 dragon. What is a level 2 dragon? Level 2 dragons refer to dragon species with a single attribute, such as wind dragons, fire dragons, and water dragons. Although they are also dragons, their strength attribute is naturally inferior to that of level 1 dragons. Level 1 dragons are like the sacred dragons and the eastern dragons, which are top-tier beings among the dragon race. Moreover, there has always been a legend that a level 1 dragon can never be a pet. Because they are proud by nature, it is absolutely impossible for them to sign a contract with humans, not even when they are still in their eggs. This is also why there has never been a dragon pet in the history of our Chinese empire. Dungeons related to Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon are mainly located in overseas regions, while in China, either they are not available, or the ones that appear are top-tier Eastern dragons. There was simply no opportunity to enter into a contract. Hiss! Someone gasped and said, "This dragon is clearly not a wind dragon or a fire dragon. So you mean this dragon is a level 1 dragon?" That's right. Although I don't know why her body is so different, the left side of her body should be the legendary Holy Dragon. The right side looks a bit like a bone dragon, but it should be more powerful. After all, the power that can coexist with the Holy Dragon should be at the same level. The bearded man said confidently. Moreover, generally speaking, sacred dragons should be relatively gentle. This dragon looks to be in its juvenile stage, so it shouldn't attack on its own initiative. As long as the Flame Wolf Guild doesn't act rashly, she should leave soon. Hearing his confident analysis, the onlookers nodded in agreement. I was initially worried that this guild war would end in such an absurd way. Even so, many people still prepared to take photos and videos. After all, this might be the closest they've ever come to a dragon in their entire lives. The tension on the faces of those who left the Lion Guild gradually dissipated, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man wiped the sweat from his forehead and joked. I almost thought Tang Feng had hidden such a big surprise and secretly contracted a dragon pet. Haha, who can argue with that? The timing of this dragon's appearance is quite a coincidence. Ha 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 ha, you're dreaming. Before he could even finish the last word, the fat man's mouth was agape. He stared blankly at the live stream from the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters. Not only him, but everyone around him, and even the entire association were all astonished and gaped in surprise. The reason for this is quite simple. In the scene, Shen Yu is suspended in midair, and suddenly his body ripples. Subsequently, dragon energy fluctuations appeared above the heads of the guards below. The next moment, bang, 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 headless corpses collapsed to the ground with a thud. Everything happened so fast that some people didn't even see Shen Yu make a move. They just blinked and turned around to see that everyone in the Flame Wolf Guild was dead. Everyone was shocked by Shen Yu's power. Because it was a live stream, they could tell that Shen Yu was clearly a cub, but they couldn't see its specific level. Even if the dragons are exceptionally talented, they probably won't exceed level 20. But these members of the Flame Wolf Guild have already reached level 30. How come we can't even withstand one of this dragon's skills? This strength is just too terrifying. In the ensuing silence, someone finally swallowed hard and looked at the previously confident, bearded man. Isn't it said that the holy dragon has a very gentle nature? Why did they start fighting over a mere disagreement? I didn't see anyone from the Flame Wolf Guild provoking us. Cough, cough, cough. After a moment of stunned silence, the bearded man finally came to his senses and quickly tried to cover it up. Well, there are exceptions, and look at her. She also has a sinister aura about her. Perhaps it was that influence that made him become somewhat brutal and murderous. Is that so? But it's not a big problem. Although the people from the Flame Wolf Guild who were stationed there died, the Lion Guild probably didn't even have the intention of launching a strong attack on the core. Looking at the enormous core in the image, he confidently said, the dragon race wouldn't be interested in a core that can't be eaten. Perhaps even before she leaves, the Flame Wolf's men will have already destroyed the Lion Guild's stronghold. The remaining words were stuck in his throat. The phantom in the picture is now slowly falling from midair. Moreover, judging from the location where it landed, it should be right near the core of that base. The bearded man was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? As a level 1 dragon, this dragon couldn't possibly be someone's pet. It's already quite astonishing that someone would suddenly attack and kill someone while just passing by. Why do they seem interested in the core of the base now? The faces of those traitors from the Lion Guild changed drastically. This isn't quite like the script I imagined. If this dragon accidentally destroys the core of the Flame Wolf Guild stronghold, then the Lion Guild will be declared the winner of this guild war. All resources that originally belonged to the Flame Wolf Guild will be transferred to the Lion. Wouldn't all those who left the Lion Guild become clowns? It's alright, it's alright. It must be a coincidence. I just happened to want to take a break. The core isn't that fragile either. It won't shatter unless it's specifically attacked. Chapter 191 Dragon Knight? Who is this person? The core isn't that fragile either. It won't shatter unless it's specifically attacked. As if in response to them, Shinyu suddenly opened its dragon mouth wide. A breath of undead breath gushed out. After being suddenly attacked, a long string of durability values appeared on the core of the base. However, under the undead breath of the divine ghost, the durability of this core immediately dropped rapidly at a visible speed. It quickly returned to 0. Click. The core, which was originally clear and crystal-like, developed dense cracks and then shattered completely into pieces. A reminder slowly appeared on the large screen. Guild Wars. Flame Wolf vs. Lion. Winner, Lion. All resources owned by the Flame Wolf Guild will be transferred to the Lion Guild, including but not limited to the guild headquarters, guild funds, guild warehouse, etc. The scene flashed, and the symbols on the chests of the headless corpses in the Flame Wolf Guild's territory slowly disappeared. The original fluttering flag icon has been changed to a lion symbol. This also marks the complete end of this guild war. Even now, everyone present is still in shock. That's insane. It's such a coincidence that a level 1 dragon appeared at the Flame Wolf Guild's base during the guild war. In addition to killing the defenders, they also directly destroyed the core of the stronghold, thus dominating the outcome of the guild war. It feels like even God is helping the people of the Lion Guild. TSK, the Lion Guild's luck. I feel like they should just go buy a lottery ticket. Incredible luck. I can imagine the bewilderment Li Jihai felt when he found out his guild had been suddenly disbanded. And maybe Li Jihai was already almost at the Lion Guild's headquarters when this happened. It was worth the trip. Although I didn't get to see the big battle, seeing this dragon made it all worthwhile. After the initial shock, most people just watched with a spectator's mentality. Only those few who had left Lion were now turning green with rage. No way. How did this dragon manage to turn the tide of a game that the Flame Wolf Guild was certain to win? Moreover, although the Flame Wolf Guild has not been established for that long, it has not yet acquired fixed assets such as mineral veins. But the Flame Wolf Guild has money. The funds in the guild alone are estimated to be several times that of Lion. With these resources, the Lion Guild will surely be able to develop rapidly. Furthermore, after this ordeal, the treatment of Lion Guild members will definitely be much better than before. After doing the math, I suddenly felt like I had lost hundreds of millions. Hey, wait a minute. Look, with the guild war coming to an end, the live stream on the electronic screen will soon be shut down. In the closing scene, the dragon also turned around and prepared to leave. This change of direction immediately exposed the dragon's back to the live stream. A clear human figure suddenly appeared on the back of that terrifying level 1 dragon. A black-haired boy. Many people who had initially found chairs to sit and watch were instantly thrown into disarray by what they saw, and all stood up in astonishment. There was someone on the dragon's back the whole time? My God, this dragon's appearance here is no accident. It was intentional. Short black hair, and the clothes he's wearing. He doesn't look like someone from any other empire. Is he from our Chinese empire? A Chinese person who owns a dragon pet? Holy crap, this scene was like a bomb, instantly creating a huge stir in the crowd. The bearded man seemed to have finally found a way out. No wonder I knew it. The holy dragon should be very gentle. So it was manipulated by someone, which makes it no surprise. Wait a minute. Didn't you say before that this guy is a level 1 dragon and couldn't be contracted by a human? The bearded man was speechless for a moment, completely losing his tongue. The lively sounds all around never stopped. This is incredible. It seems that a level 1 dragon has been contracted by the people of our Chinese empire. Our Chinese empire will have dragon knights from now on. Was someone recording that scene just now? Damn it. I closed the app right after the Guild War ended, so I didn't record it. Hee, I recorded it. Hey bro, I'm willing to pay 2,000 yuan to buy the recording. Forget about it. I've already contacted the media. This first-hand information can fetch a fortune. Damn it. I missed another chance to make a fortune. Speaking of which, aren't you all curious about who this person is? The timing of this dragon's appearance is too coincidental. It happened right after the Flame Wolf and Lion Guilds started their guild war, so it must be related to the Lion Guild. It might just be Tang Feng, the guild leader of the Lion Guild. Impossible. Stop talking nonsense. That's obviously a teenager, no more than 20. Tang Feng is over 30. There's absolutely no way it could be him. Who else could it be? The key is that the Lion Guild has kept it very secret. They have such a trump card, but are keeping it so low-key. If the Lion Guild had played this trump card earlier, the Flame Wolf Guild wouldn't have dared to launch a guild war, and probably wouldn't have dared to provoke them at all. Aren't there people from the Lion Gang? Why don't we ask them? Maybe they know. Come on, if they had known, they wouldn't have chosen to leave the Lion Guild so early. They're probably regretting it now. As the video was acquired by major media outlets, the news spread rapidly. The matter quickly escalated. A dragon pet controlled by a Chinese person. Countless people want to know the owner of this dragon pet. Not only the Chinese, but people from other empires were also incredibly curious. On one hand, they wanted to know about their owner's situation. On the other hand, they wanted to know why this creature, which was suspected to be a level 1 dragon, would willingly become a human's pet. This seems like an impossible situation to those who have some understanding of dragon creatures. Even a level 2 dragon is considered a very powerful existence, and those who can contract a level 2 dragon have basically left their mark on history. Who exactly is this powerful being who can contract with a level 1 dragon? In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on this Guild War video, wanting to analyze as much information as possible. Unfortunately, the footage of its owner was far too brief, basically just a fleeting glimpse. Aside from knowing that he is young, there is no other useful information. At this moment, Jiang Un, the owner of the dragon, was already sitting inside the Lion Guild's headquarters. A large amount of delicious food was laid out in front of them. A strange flush of alcohol clung to his cheeks. Behind him were Flame Shadow and Divine Shadow, both in human form. The two sat down next to Jiang'an. They poured wine and added meat to Jiang'an's plate. Chapter 192 Seminar. Searching for a level 1 Dragon Master. Inside the room, a large table was laden with delicious food and fine wine. In order to avoid attracting attention, the only people at the meal besides Jiang and were Tang Feng and Tao Yu. Just as he took a piece of food from Yin Ying's finger, Xin Yu offered him some fine wine. Tang Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he murmured, "What incredible good fortune this is." He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, and Tao Yu's voice came from beside him. "Wow, such good fortune. Looks like you'd like to have it too." Tang Feng's expression changed, and he straightened up instantly. "Ahem, I'm too old to handle such a blessing. Having you is enough." "Humph, that's more like it." Jiang'an looked at the two people behaving intimately and suddenly realized what was going on. "You." Tang Feng blushed and reached out to hug Tao Yu. "Hee, well, she's practically your sister-in-law now. I just felt it wouldn't have a good impact within the guild, so I wanted to wait until we got our marriage certificate before making it public. Congratulations. It just so happens that you are all from our Linen Shuangxin orphanage, so you don't have to worry about whose home to go to for the new year anymore. Moreover, with a personality like Sister Yuer's, probably only Brother Tang and Chairman Tang can suppress her." Jiang'an picked up a glass of wine and joked. Xin Yu, standing to the side, was still dazed, a mouthful of wine in his mouth, not realizing why his master had changed the way he drank this time. Tao Yu blushed, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Humph, he's just a figurehead with the title of chairman. If it weren't for your intervention twice, he would have been a great success. Forget about becoming the guild leader. It's questionable whether the guild even exists anymore. She complained, but her eyes were full of happiness when she looked at Tang Feng. Tang Feng raised his wine cup and said to Jiang'an, "Your error is right. We owe you a lot this time. If it weren't for you, the Lion Guild would probably be gone by now. I don't know how to repay this kindness." How about? He looked at Jiang'an's chest. Jiang'an wears a guild badge on his chest that signifies the Lion Guild. During a guild war, only members of opposing guilds can enter and exit each other's guild territories. Therefore, in order to enter the Flame Wolf Guild's territory, Jiang'an temporarily accepted the Lion Guild's invitation. However, Jiang'an also made it very clear that he would leave the guild after all of this was over. How about, from today onwards, you become the honorary president of our Lion Guild. Enjoy all the rights of the president. From now on, the Lion Guild will be your second home. You can come back whenever you want. Moreover, being an honorary guild president will not affect your future joining of other guilds or creating your own guild. Unless you want to show it off yourself, it will not be displayed on your chest. Tang Feng said earnestly, and Tao Yu nodded repeatedly. The two of them had already planned all of this in private. Jiang'an really couldn't refuse, and in the end he could only nod in agreement. His guild badge flashed, changing from the bronze lion pattern that belonged to guild members to a golden lion pattern that belonged exclusively to the guild leader. It then slowly dissipated into the air. It will only be displayed when Jiang'an wants to show it. After a satisfying meal, Jiang'an prepared to take his leave. Tang Feng frowned. It's so late, it's already dark, and there are no more cars around. Jiang'an chuckled and gently patted Xinyu's head. Xinyu immediately understood, and in a flash, he transformed back into his dragon form. Tang Feng chuckled. I forgot you had such a powerful dragon pet. Your dragon pet has been trending on social media all day, and many people are trying to find out who its owner is. Jiang'an scratched his head, mainly because he didn't know that the guild wars were being broadcast live across both territories. If he had known there would be a live stream, he wouldn't have let Xinyu participate. Please keep this a secret for now, Brother Tang and Sister Yue. Don't worry about that. Tang Feng nodded. Not many people in the guild saw you riding your dragon back, and those who did were all trusted confidants from Twin Hearts Orphanage. I've already informed them. All right, then I'll take my leave now. Remember to tell me when you get married, so I can come back for the wedding banquet. Okay, definitely. Tang Feng and Tao Yu watched as Jiang'an rode on Xinyu and disappeared into the night. At the same time, in a huge office, inside sat dozens of men and women in suits with serious expressions, and there were also many people in military uniforms. If the media were present, they would likely immediately notice that these people in military uniforms are all very famous figures. They are either the commander of Shanhaiguan Pass or a newly promoted and powerful general. On the large screen in front of them, the scene of Xinyu leaving the Flame Wolf camp was being played on a loop. At the very top of the office, a woman in a suit, with a curvaceous figure, sat upright. Even generals like Wei Qing, the commander of Shanhaiguan, sat obediently below, making people extremely curious about her identity. However, the plaque in front of her only had her name on it. Tang Ruxing. With a serious expression, she was explaining the situation to everyone. 4 hours later, the Flame Wolf Guild initiated a guild war against the Lion Guild. Just 1 hour later, the Flame Wolf Guild's base was hit by the devastating attack of this dragon. I believe that based on the images, everyone should be able to tell that this dragon is a rare dual attribute dragon. Moreover, part of its attributes are those of a holy dragon. Based on previous research, its other half of the attributes should also belong to the level of a first-level dragon. And this is the most surprising thing. There is clearly a human figure behind this level 1 dragon. In other words, this level 1 dragon most likely has an owner. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked, especially the researchers who were specifically responsible for studying dragon creatures, who immediately stood up to deny it. Absolutely impossible. Level 1 dragons far surpass humans in both intelligence and strength. If there are gods in the world, level 1 dragons must be the race closest to gods. Given their arrogance, they would never submit to humanity. Tang Ruxing nodded. That's right. That's the consensus everyone has right now. But Professor, there's something you've forgotten. What if this person isn't the owner of this level 1 dragon? Then why would this level 1 dragon allow him to ride on its back? Although this level 1 dragon is still in its juvenile stage, it is clear that it is female. Dragons have inherited memories. Professor, you should understand what this means better than I do, right? The researcher's expression darkened slightly, but he still spoke slowly under everyone's gaze. The back of a dragon is a very private part of its body. Normally, they would never allow other male creatures to ride on them. Unless, Chapter 193, the Level 1 Dragon Master appears. Unless, this dragon has already fallen in love with that human. But that's impossible. The dragon's arrogance makes them have absolutely no goodwill towards humans, let alone a Level 1 dragon. I once had close contact with a Level 2 dragon from the United States, and it didn't even bother to communicate with humans. Tang Ruxing was clearly not surprised by the other party's statement, and a faint smile appeared on her face. That's precisely why this matter is so important. We have to find out who this person is. Whatever his reasons made the dragon accept him, if this method could be replicated. Tang Ruxing glanced at everyone and said, if all of you could contract a dragon pet, your strength would surely increase considerably. Everyone fell silent, and many even began to feel a stirring of desire within them. Historically, most of the dragon pet owners became renowned and powerful figures. The reason is simple. Even a level 2 dragon is far more powerful than a high-level dungeon boss. Having it is equivalent to more than doubling your combat power. In this situation, one can naturally obtain more resources and opportunities to improve oneself. Many of these people haven't tied their pets to their accounts yet because they don't have a suitable partner. Pet eggs of level 2 dragons can occasionally be obtained. Given their capabilities, it's not impossible for them to acquire it. The reason I haven't tried is that it's extremely difficult to successfully form a contract with a level 2 dragon. Even if a level 2 dragon is possible to be contracted, it still needs to be approved by the level 2 dragon first. If this method could be replicated, even a level 2 dragon could have its combat power more than double once it reaches a higher level. Even if someone has already linked their pet. But who doesn't have children or students? If you mastered the method of replicating, wouldn't you be able to give your children and students a head start? Even Wei Qing and Bai Gu, who had been sitting casually to the side, perked up at this moment. Although the two of them had already formed contracts with pets long ago, their students happened to be summoners. If this method could be replicated, we'll probably have to find a couple of level 2 dragon eggs for them. Seeing that most people had become interested, Tang Ruxing smiled with satisfaction. The image then freezes on Jiang and's back. Normally, we can make direct comparisons from the system, but this image is too blurry and shows a back view, making effective comparison impossible. I need everyone to pay close attention to their respective airspace in the coming days. We need to find out who he is as soon as possible. Of course, we have no hostility whatsoever. We just want to confirm whether this method can be replicated. As long as the other party cooperates, there will be no conflict. After Tang Ruxing explained what everyone needed to do, she began to summarize the information that was currently available. As you can see, we can roughly glean 2 pieces of information from this figure. Chinese males, age should be under 20. Just as Wei Qing straightened his back and carefully memorized the information, his communicator suddenly rang. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Wei Qing glanced at the phone number displayed on the screen and frowned slightly. I had to hang up first and planned to contact Jiang again after the meeting ended. The meeting continued as scheduled. On the other side, the call interface on Jiang and's mobile phone, which was flying in midair, showed that the call had ended. Then it returned to the previous web page. The top ones are all trending topics about Xinyu. It even includes speculation about the master of the spirit world. It seems like things have gotten a bit out of hand. Jiang murmured, I wonder if teacher Wei Qing can handle it. He's not answering the phone. I'm sorry, master. Xinyu should be more careful. Feeling the sudden surge of emotion within him, Jiang was slightly taken aback. It was only then that he realized that Xinyu had sensed his emotions through the soul contract. He quickly leaned over her neck and instinctively reached out to gently stroke the scales on her chest. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. Jiang didn't notice that the spot where his finger traced was right below Xinyu's neck. There was a very special scale there. All the scales on Xinyu's body have a fixed growth direction, except for this one scale, which grows in the opposite direction to the other scales. For a moment, Xinyu even forgot to flap his wings, and the two of them suddenly became unsteady. Xinyu quickly steadied himself. After adjusting her breathing, she said to Jiang, Master, don't touch me there. After taking a deep breath, Xinyu explained to Jiang, that's my Achilles heel. Under normal circumstances, only the most trusted half of the dragon race can touch it. It's not just a symbol, but because touching a raw nerve evokes a very peculiar feeling. Jiang was still a little confused about what a strange feeling meant. But then he sensed something strange from Xinyu through the soul contract. Jiang suddenly realized what was happening and quickly avoided that spot. Ahem. I understand. It won't happen again next time. Upon hearing Jiangyan's words, Xinyu said somewhat anxiously, No, no, no one else can touch it. Of course, it is possible if you ask me, master. Just not now, we'll do it another time. During the last two sentences, Xinyu's voice was even quieter than the buzzing of a mosquito. Fortunately, Jiangyan was pressed close to Xinyu at that moment, so he was able to hear what she said. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. A man and a dragon flew swiftly through the night sky, passing through clouds and leaving a clear trail of air currents. It's been so long, why don't we just go to Wei Qing's office? Jiangyan murmured. I feel like we'll probably have to get him to handle things this time. Looking at the detailed analyses on the trending topics, some even claimed that this level 1 dragon might be controlled by people from Japan. The Lion Guild is an undercover agent planted by the Sakura Kingdom. That's why they helped the Lion Guild participate in the Guild War. The increasingly outrageous rumors led Jiang and to decide to shift the blame onto Wei Qing. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Wei Qing was still analyzing with Bai Gu who the owner of this level 1 dragon might be. Just then, Tang Ruxing glanced at the message she had just received. A strong look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Gentlemen, I have just received a message. The Sky Eye system has detected the location of that level 1 dragon. It is approaching our mountain and sea command center. No more than 3 minutes. We should be able to see the true face of the master of this level 1 dragon soon. Chapter 194, I guarantee it with the medals on my chest. Above the Shanghai command center, the powerful figures levitated in midair using their own methods, and even Wei Qing sat on the back of a huge white eagle. This giant white eagle is the white dove's pet. Although it is not very strong in combat, it is considered a treasure by the white dove because it has the ability to fly. Wei Qing looked at the dim night sky ahead. Tisk, do you think this person who has made a contract with a level 1 dragon might be some old guy? White Dove was somewhat surprised. Why do you say that? Wei Qing analyzed seriously. Think about it. With your current strength, can you deal with a level 2 dragon of the same level? Certainly. Stop patting yourself on the back. I'm talking about a one-on-one fight. No, that won't do, White Dove said honestly. That settles it. The simplest way to gain the approval of a level 2 dragon is to win a one-on-one battle, and the 2 dragons must be of the same level. If you want to gain the approval of a level 1 dragon, wouldn't you have to fight it one-on-one? Can a fighter achieve this level of combat power without a full set of top-tier diamond-grade equipment? Who else but those old guys would want to get a full set of top-tier diamond-level equipment? Wei Qing said with a look of disdain. It was as if they were criticizing the White Dove for not using its brain. Bai Gu was somewhat speechless. No, that figure from behind is clearly a young person. Idiot, it's not hard for those old guys to disguise themselves. This. You don't believe me? Want to make a bet? Wei Qing said confidently. In fact, besides these reasons, Wei Qing had another major basis for his argument. That means their first reaction after revealing their dragon pet was to come to Shanhaiguan. If it weren't for those old guys, who would have such high awareness? Fine, let's gamble. White Dove retorted, her temper flaring. What do you want to bet on? Wei Qing's eyes darted around, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the voices of the crowd. They're here. They're here. Although it had already darkened, their abilities still allowed them to clearly see the strange appearance of Xinyu, and that faint, almost imperceptible, dragon's might. Wei Qing and Bai Gu exchanged a glance. Such pure dragon might. The dragon's might emanating from Xinyu is indistinguishable from that of other dragons to most people. But people of Wei Qing's level can already clearly feel the differences. If there were another level 2 dragon present at this moment, it would probably also be affected by this dragon's might. Even among first-level dragons, this level of dragon might is rare. For a moment, both of them completely forgot about the bet, and their eyes were fixed on Xinyu's peculiar appearance. Master, there are many powerful figures ahead. Very strong. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Why were so many powerful figures gathered at the mountain and sea command center? However, considering that this is a human territory, there is no possibility of any unexpected events. More importantly, Jiangyan had already sensed Wei Qing's presence through Xinyu's 5 senses. Then what do I have to worry about? Keep moving closer, ignore them. Xinyu nodded, flapped its wings forcefully, and increased its speed even further. The distance between the 2 groups gradually closed. Wei Qing looked around curiously. Who could it be? Is that Elder Su? Or perhaps, before the next name could even pop into Wei Qing's mind, he had already spotted the familiar figure on Xinyu's back. Wait, why does this person riding on this level 1 dragon look so familiar? It even felt like he was one of my students, Jiangyan. That can't be right. Etc. It seems that Jiangyan has indeed leveled up to level 30 and has a spot for a fourth contracted summoned beast? I remember Jiang saying he was going somewhere. Hongguan Mountains? Isn't that near the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters? The suspicion in Wei Qing's eyes gradually increased, and as Xinyu drew closer, he finally saw that youthful face clearly. Its mouth gradually opened wide, almost big enough to fit an egg inside. When Bai Gu saw Jiang's face clearly, she also showed an expression of extreme shock. Before Wei Qing and the others could react, Tang Ruxing had already taken the initiative to go to them. Behind Tang Ruxing were a pair of white bird wings, which fluttered slightly as they approached Xinyu. Her gaze lingered briefly on Xinyu. Even she couldn't help but be attracted by Xinyu's extremely unique physical structure. Fortunately, she remembered her primary goal and turned her gaze to Jiang'an. So handsome. This was Tang Ruxing's first thought. So young. Why does this look so familiar? She was surprised to find that she vaguely sensed a familiar feeling from Jiang'an, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise. Hey, isn't that this year's top scorer? The one who broke the world record. Oh right, wasn't he still Wei Qing's student? Tang Ruxing suddenly realized that she had seen this face on the news. It wasn't until now that Wei Qing finally came to his senses. He quickly instructed the white dove to control the pet to fly to the front. Upon seeing Wei Qing, Jiang'an respectfully bowed and said, "Hello, teacher." Wei Qing's face flushed red, and he quickly said, "No need to be so formal, my good student. Is this the summoned beast you formed a new contract with after reaching level 30? Jiang'an nodded. Yes, her name is Xinyu. Xinyu. Wei Qing's gaze swept over Xinyu's unique body. A good name, a good name. Teachers, what are all of you doing here? Tang Ruxing was about to speak when Wei Qing waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. We ate a bit too much for dinner, so we came out for a walk. I never expected to run into you. Come on, let's go downstairs and talk. Let's talk in my office." As Wei Qing spoke, he instructed Jiang to follow him and fly towards the Mountain and Sea Command Center. Tang Ruxing frowned, but in the end she obediently followed behind them. As soon as they landed, Wei Qing pulled Jiang straight to his office. Tang Ruxing quickly spoke up from behind them. "Commander Wei Qing, I don't think I need to remind you of the importance of this matter. I need to participate." Wei Qing stopped and turned to look at Tang Ruxing. His expression was extremely serious. "I don't care about anyone else, but Jiang'an is my student. He has his privacy, and I can't let it be exposed in front of so many people. But I swear on my medals that if his method can be replicated, I will make it public. Now please wait outside the office." Just as they finished speaking, the two of them arrived in front of his office. After leading Jiang'an inside, the office door slammed shut. The crowd outside the door was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 195. You just need to tell me if this method can be copied. The people outside the door looked at each other in bewilderment, with Tang Ruxing and Bai Ji's expressions being particularly interesting. Tang Ruxing bit her lip and frowned. She never expected Wei Qing to be so disrespectful to her. This matter is not just for myself or any one person. From that brief encounter, she was able to tell that Jiang had already signed a contract with this level 1 dragon. If this news were to get out, it would probably drive all researchers crazy. Not to mention that if this method could be replicated, it would foreseeably change the future of many people. Compared to Tang Ruxing's anger, Bai Gu looked regretful. "Oh no, this is a huge loss. I should have let that brat Wei Qing explain the bet clearly. It was a rare opportunity to make some money off that guy, but we just watched it slip away. No, let Wei Qing come out. That's a way to form a contract with a level 1 dragon. Do you know what this means? That Wei Qing actually wants to keep this news to himself." The researchers specializing in dragons were starting to panic. If even Tang Ruxing could tell that Jiang'an had made a contract with that level 1 dragon, then it would be easy for them to do the same. He immediately wanted to rush into Wei Qing's office and drag Jiang'an out. But then Bai Ji's expression turned serious, and she stood in front of Wei Qing's office. "This is the office of the commander of Shanhaiguan. Anyone who enters without invitation, regardless of their identity, will be killed without penalty. Have you thought this through?" Upon hearing this, the researchers' expressions instantly fell, and they turned to Tang Ruxing for help. They wanted Tang Ruxing to force Wei Qing to release the people. However, they did not expect that after looking at Bai Gu and then at Wei Qing's office, Tang Ruxing slowly shook her head. "Let's wait for Wei Qing's news first. I think he will make the right judgment." The white dove's serious expression slowly relaxed. "In that case, then please wait here." In the office, the moment Wei Qing pulled Jiang'an inside, he immediately activated the corresponding blocking function in the office. This is a shielding device that is present in the offices of all commanders. It is specifically used in military applications. For the next hour, this office will be in a state where peeping, recording, and audio recording are prohibited. Wei Qing then breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Jiang and standing behind him with a helpless expression. You little rascal, you've really given me a huge surprise this time. Why didn't you inform me beforehand about something so important? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Jiang scratched his head. I contacted you, but you hung up. Wei Qing's expression froze. So Jiang had contacted him back, then intending to talk about this matter, but he had simply hung up on him. To be honest, I have to blame myself. He decisively changed the subject, his gaze falling on the dragon behind Jiang. Even from Wei Qing's perspective, who had seen countless strange creatures, this dragon was a rare anomaly. Those two rare qualities are deeply captivating. Is that the level 1 dragon? Yes, her name is Xunyu. Xunyu's figure changed, revealing herself to Wei Qing in the form of a little girl. A timid voice came from her mouth. Xunyu greets Lord Wei Qing. Upon seeing the god in this form, Wei Qing instantly transformed into the image of a kind old father. As expected of a level 1 dragon, it can already transform into human form at such a young age. Wait, I remember your flame shadow can already take human form, right? Wei Qing suddenly thought of something. Right. Jiang nodded. In terms of bloodline purity alone, Xunyu and Yinying are actually on the same level. It's just that Xunyu has a significant advantage due to the powerful physical attributes of the dragon race. However, if they were to actually fight, even if they were of equal strength, Xunyu might not be a match for Yinying. After all, Yinying's divine power talent is just too abnormal, especially when the 4-dimensional attributes are higher. The double blessing becomes even more terrifying. Good. Wei Qing said 3 times in a row. He then pulled Jiang in to sit on the sofa, saying, all those people outside were actually there for her. Wei Qing said with a hint of regret, it's mainly because I was careless this time. If I had received your call earlier, none of this would have happened. But don't worry, since this is the dragon you contracted, I will definitely not let you suffer any injustice. Wei Qing looked out the door, as if he could see right through it. They want to know 2 things. First, how did you contract with the level 1 dragon, and where did this level 1 dragon come from? You don't need to tell me the whole story. I know you have your own secrets. Jiang's unique choices regarding his summoned beasts each time prove that he must have his own secrets. However, Wei Qing never thought of investigating why. Jiang is his student, and the stronger he is, the better. As long as he is not related to the evil people of the abyss, it doesn't matter. Wei Qing turned his gaze back to Jiang. You just need to tell me if this method can be replicated. A slight ripple stirred within Jiang's heart. The reason I was able to sign a soul contract with Xunyu is almost certainly because of my unique talent of the heart of God. This matter must absolutely not be exposed. He was initially a little apprehensive when he saw so many people appear. He was pondering what kind of excuse he needed to come up with, but he never expected that Wei Qing would trust him so much and had no intention of investigating the matter further. Jiang took a deep breath and looked into Wei Qing's eyes. Teacher, the way I made a pact with the gods cannot be replicated. It only applies to myself. Okay. Wei Qing nodded, showing no surprise. I thought so too. Otherwise, wouldn't all those researchers have been supported for nothing all these years? Jiang touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, then added, however, we can disclose her background. Hidden dungeons are similar to secret realms. It's something that can only be encountered by chance, and the hidden dungeon where Xunyu was originally located was shattered after he left. There is absolutely no possibility of reentry. So Jiang simply revealed in detail how he obtained the unlocking item for this hidden dungeon and the details of the dungeon. Wei Qing's expression gradually became subtle. Later on, I couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Goodness, how old are you? You've already entered a secret realm once. A hidden instance. This is an opportunity that many people never get in their entire lives. Chapter 196 Old Man. Old Tang. While marveling at Jiang's luck, Wei Qing was also pondering how to deal with the group of people outside the door. He eventually opened the office door and gestured for Tang Ruxing to come in. Tang Ruxing suppressed her dissatisfaction and quickly walked into the room. His gaze swept over the strange little girl who had suddenly appeared in the room without any attempt to conceal it. Is this what the first-level dragon looks like in its human form? She has a name, Xunyu, Jiang said coldly from the side. Xunyu. Not a bad name. Tang Ruxing quickly withdrew her gaze from Xunyu and looked at Wei Qing. So now you should have a conclusion? Wei Qing nodded. The appearance of Xunyu was an accident and cannot be replicated. Tang Ruxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Your judgment is too arbitrary. Whether it can be replicated needs to be verified. Wei Qing's face immediately darkened. What do you mean by this? I swear on my commander's medals that the process of making a pact with the gods cannot be replicated. Do you think I'm lying? Tang Ruxing remained calm and said indifferently, I didn't say you were lying. However, this is the first-level dragon contract situation, which is unprecedented. You are not an expert on dragon creatures either, and your lack of experience may lead to inaccurate judgments. I suggest that it would be better to let Mr. Tang study it carefully. It just so happens that although Elder Tang's mount is not a level 2 dragon, it is still a creature mixed with dragon blood. Only Mr. Tang can make the most accurate judgment. Wei Qing's face was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected the other party to even bring out the old man. Only now did he realize that the other party had probably already made plans. No matter what, we must pry the contract out of Jiang'an, even if it means using any means necessary. As the saying goes, wealth can move people's hearts. The method of contracting a level 1 dragon is also a priceless treasure. I have already informed Mr. Tang, and he will be there in person soon. Tang Ruxing smiled and said, I believe the results will be given in due time. Jiang'an frowned, looking at Wei Qing, whose face was pale, with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Wei Qing explained, every generation of our Chinese empire has a publicly acknowledged commander of Shanhaiguan. But besides that, there are many hidden commanders. Although these people do not lead troops, they carry out extremely dangerous missions, resulting in a very high casualty rate. Some people have lived to this day, although they have retired and no longer care about anything. But their status, position, and strength far surpass those of our generation's commanders. Jiang'an suddenly realized the thorny nature of the matter, and his expression, like Wei Qing's, turned somewhat grim. If that old man Tang were to appear, it would probably be difficult for things to end well. I am not strong enough to fight against these people on my own. Wei Qing's expression darkened slightly, though he still had something to say to himself. Each of these so-called old guys is more than 10 times stronger than him, and their forces are deeply entrenched. Although few people know about them, their influence is considerable. In fact, this Tang Ruxing is Tang Lao's granddaughter. It was through his influence that he was able to reach this position at such a young age. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wei Qing's mind, and he whispered in Jiang'an's ear, Where is your girlfriend, Su Chan? Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. She's not. It's not important. Contact her. The only people in this world who can stop these old guys are the old guys themselves. Old Su is also known for his care for the younger generation and his adherence to the rules. With her there, she won't stand idly by. Moreover, you and Su Chan have that kind of relationship. Jiang'an didn't notice the relationship Wei Qing mentioned at all. Instead, he caught the two words, Old Su, in Wei Qing's words. In that instant, I understood many things. No wonder Su Chan was so generous. No wonder she knew about the upcoming opening of the secret realm even before Wei Qing. It turns out her family background is so illustrious. Just as Jiang'an was about to take out his phone to contact Su Chan, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared. This terrifying pressure caused Xinyu to immediately transform into a dragon form, attempting to resist. The faint dragons might instantly fill the entire room. Excellent. It really is a level 1 dragon that has been contracted. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man with white hair appeared uninvited in the office. Despite the terrifying pressure, Tang Ruxing seemed completely unaffected. She was clearly deliberately shielded from the pressure. She approached the old man and said, Grandpa, you've finally arrived. He is Jiang'an, the one I told you about the contract with the level 1 dragon. Wei Qing said that the process of the Jiang'an contract could not be replicated. The old man looked at Jiang'an with his cloudy eyes. The younger generation is indeed formidable. We've tried for so many years and still haven't been able to contract a level 1 dragon, but you actually managed to do it. As for whether it can be replicated, that's not up to him, a junior. Wei Qing's expression darkened slightly, and he subconsciously stepped forward to stand in front of Jiang'an, trying to block all the pressure. Unexpectedly, a longsword gleaming with the light of a dazzling diamond appeared in the old man's hand. The already terrifying pressure seemed to intensify countless times in an instant. It was also accompanied by a strange pushing force, which kept pushing him to the side. Wei Qing, right? Not bad. But you'd better stay put in front of me. This force pushed Wei Qing aside. Wei Qing felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. Even without actually making a move, the opponent's sheer presence can be overwhelming. Wei Qing's expression changed repeatedly. Old Tang, Jiang'an is the top scorer in this year's assessment who broke the world record. It has enormous potential and also has a history of stopping the Abyss Evils and the Chaos Legion. Aren't you afraid that doing this will damage your reputation if word gets out? Old Tang frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that Jiangyan, with such a low rank, had accomplished so much. Tang Ruxing, who was standing nearby, also said, "Yes, Grandpa." Quite a few people are paying attention to him. Hearing his granddaughter say this, Old Tang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, since Jiangyan is a human genius, of course I would never harm a genius. I was just testing the younger generation. Of course I'm very curious. If this genius can tell me how he contracted this level 1 dragon, I can be exempted from this test." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Tang approached Jiangyan step by step. As the distance increased, the pressure emanating from him grew stronger. Jiangyan initially felt as if he was carrying a heavy object, but the weight gradually increased. Gradually, I even felt as if I were carrying a giant mountain on my back. The god was enraged and raised his head, letting out a dragon's roar. Diamond level undead breath. Activate. White flames spewed from her mouth. Chapter 197. I'll fight you to the death. Old Tang smiled as he let the breath of the dead fall on him. Although the breath of the dead looks like fire, it does not actually generate any temperature. It is an attack purely targeting the soul. Even the lightning scorpion, which was more than 10 levels higher than the divine netherworld, was completely unable to withstand the damage from this undead breath. However, when the spirit's breath landed on Old Tang, it encountered its first setback. Old Tang's blood streaks remained unmoved. Come back when you're older. With our current strength, it's not enough. Shinyo's eyes flashed with anger, but he was helpless. The difference in strength was too great. Old Tang looked at the furious Shinyo, but a faint smile appeared on his face. When you lack the strength, even anger will only make you look ridiculous. Fortunately, Elder Tang had no intention of harming Jiangyan. He simply wanted to use his power to force Jiang and to reveal how to form a contract. Shinyu realized that he could not harm Old Tang, and he could feel the pain in Jiangyan's body, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him. He could only anxiously lean against Jiangyan, trying to use his dragon might to resist Elder Tang's pressure. With Shinyo's help, Jiangyan immediately felt much less pressure. "Huh," Old Tang exclaimed in surprise, "you do have some skill." His clothes moved without wind, further amplifying his oppressive aura. Jiangyan frowned, clearly feeling the pressure intensify once more, and he was once again plunged into that state of carrying a mountain on his back. "You only need to state the terms of the contract, and I will remove this oppressive force." Old Tang's voice drifted out leisurely. "Don't worry, if this method can't be replicated, I will keep it a secret for you. But you have to tell me today, whether you like it or not." His voice carried an irresistible air of authority. It makes people want to obey his will. Jiangyan gritted his teeth. There is no law of contracts. It was just a coincidence. It can't be replicated at all. Looks like you won't give up until you hit a brick wall. Old Tang raised an eyebrow, his aura intensifying. Jiangyan's knees gradually bent, and the mountain he was carrying on his back seemed to grow even larger. Just then, Jiangyan felt several spiritual connections in succession. Nervous, eager, care, anger. A mix of complex emotions struck Jiangyan, who was slightly taken aback before finally realizing what was happening. These mental connections originated from the summoned beast space. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the creatures in the summoned beast space also felt the pain. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. Summoning space open. A spatial rift was torn open. Yaning, Chanxiu, and Xiao Yao immediately jumped out. They appeared before Jiangyan immediately. "Owner! Owner! Owner!" 3 voices, spoken in unison and tinged with a hint of heartache, rang out. The 3 of them took the initiative to shoulder some of the pressure on Jiangyan. The entire scene transformed into Jiangyan and his 4 summoned beasts confronting Tang Lao's mental pressure. Tang Ruxing, standing to the side, looked utterly astonished. As Tang Lao's granddaughter, she knew all too well her grandfather's capabilities. She had witnessed her grandfather crush a first-stage expert with sheer mental pressure. Even if they held back against Jiangyan, it should have been precisely at the limit that Jiangyan could withstand. At this moment, a state of equal footing has actually been formed. Jiangyan is indeed quite capable. Wei Qing, on the other hand, kept looking at Jiangyan with concern. Although Jiangyan was surprised that he could hold on for so long, he was more worried about Jiangyan's safety. If possible, he would rather Jiangyan tell Old Tang how to make a contract. However, Wei Qing knew that Jiangyan was unwilling to tell even himself the secret, so how could he willingly tell Old Tang? Fortunately, he had already taken this opportunity to inform Su Chan. If Su Chan sees the message, Tang Lao, standing opposite Jiangyan, had a glint in his eyes and a look of doubt on his face. This kid named Jiang and has some really strange summoned beasts. It's normal that the dragon was able to resist some of my pressure. After all, it's a level 1 dragon with a naturally noble bloodline. But why were his other summoned beasts also able to withstand his oppressive aura? Old Tang's gaze swept over Yin Ying and the others. Upon seeing this, his brows furrowed even more deeply. Is this a six-tailed fox demon? Not only has it mastered a certain kind of demonic flame, but it also possesses the ability to transform into human form. As for the greedy ball and Xiao Yao behind him, he couldn't identify their races. But he could clearly see that their talents were absolutely extraordinary. No wonder Jiang and was able to become the world record-breaking champion. It turns out that all the summoned beasts under my command are so powerful. Could this talented young man be a descendant of an old friend? After thinking it over carefully, Old Tang realized that none of his old friends had the surname Jiang, and he was finally relieved. Kid, you have great potential, and I have no intention of being your enemy. But I am determined to obtain this method of contracting a level 1 dragon. Just hand it over voluntarily. I don't want to hurt you. Jiang looked at the old man in front of him. Anger surged within my chest. The fact that he made a contract with the god of the underworld did not consume any of his resources, so it had nothing to do with him. Even if the method of the contract can be copied, whether or not to hand it over is one's own freedom. How can you just grab something by force like that? I've already said that once. There is no law of contracts. Old Tang shook his head. If you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A mental pressure, comparable to that of a first-stage expert, was released with a roar. It can transform spiritual power into tangible substance. This is Tang Lao's strength. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Jiang's bones cracked and popped all over. This is already close to the physiological limits of the human body. Jiang looked at Old Tang, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This old guy has made up his mind to use his strength to forcefully pry the so-called law of contract out of him. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Under the terrifying pressure, Jiang's brain was working at lightning speed. Suddenly, Jiang remembered that he had been noticed by many people when he flew over, and there should be quite a few media outlets waiting downstairs in this building to take first-hand photos. Jiang's gaze instantly locked onto the window beside him. His expression turned fierce in an instant. I'll fight you to the death. Skill. Shadow Technique Dual Skill. Reissue. Kemui. Sensing Jiang's emotions, Yin Ying's eyes blazed with fury. Innate Divine Power. Activated. Jiang and Yin Ying activated their divine might talents at the same time for the first time. Old Tang's face showed a hint of horror. He could clearly feel that two extremely peculiar pressures suddenly rose from Jiang's side. These two kinds of pressure didn't feel particularly strong to him, but they were extremely peculiar. Compared to these two powerful auras, the aura he released, though strong, felt like that of a subject. These two oppressive forces, however, were like those of an emperor high above. Chapter 198, I have shed blood for the human race. For a moment, Old Tang was somewhat lost in thought. Before he could react, he saw flames suddenly burst into flames on Jiang and the fox. Diamond level skill. Unleash the flame storm. Shadow techniques in harmony. Replicating the blazing storm. Flames instantly engulfed the entire office, even bursting out of the nearby window. The flames obscured Old Tang's vision, so he could only protect Tang Ruxing immediately. However, they didn't notice that Greedy Ball had already unleashed the skill Thunder Strike. The view outside the window was the target. The gluttonous ball moved to the window in an instant, and before it could even land, Jiang had already unleashed his skill. Teleportation. Jiang appeared outside the window, while Chan Xiu appeared where he had been standing. Then, with a thought, before Elder Tang could react, Jiang simultaneously took the four little ones into his summoning beast space. The next moment, Xinyu was summoned once again and appeared beneath Jiang. Trying to escape? Old Tang felt more and more that Jiang must have some secret about the contracted level 1 dragon, and he wanted to capture Jiang and find out the truth. However, he'll have to wait until the firestorm ends, otherwise he'll be fine. However, his beloved granddaughter, Tang Ruxing, might not be so lucky. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang had no intention of escaping at all. Instead, it immediately sent Xinyu flying towards the ground. The sky was gradually darkening, but the area outside the Shanghai Command Center was brightly lit. Countless media personnel have been waiting here. They recently received news that the owner of the first-level dragon has arrived at the Shanhaiguan Command Center. Therefore, they were eager to capture first-hand information about the dragon's owner. However, we've waited so long. Many people suspected that the owner of the level 1 dragon had secretly left. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Bang! In an instant, all the cameras moved upwards. In the darkness, a sound like an explosion suddenly erupted somewhere in the towering command center. Flames continued to erupt from outside the window. Oh my god, what's going on? Didn't they reach an agreement on a forceful attack? Holy crap, is it really that bad? Didn't that guy come over on his own initiative? It can't be a gas leak. Wow, this floor location seems to be the office of Commander Wei Qing. Did Wei Qing make the move? The crowd immediately began to discuss and speculate. The discussion finally stopped when a figure suddenly appeared from the flames. The figure was faintly visible in the smoke, but its size and outline could be determined to be the same as that of the level 1 dragon. Turn on the lights. Camera, hurry up. Get everything ready. If you miss the first shot, you're fucking fired. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Stop dawdling. The figure descended rapidly, at an astonishing speed. Just as they were about to describe the flight speed of the level 1 dragon in detail, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, why does this thing look like it's in free fall? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. That figure was clearly in free fall, without even flapping its wings. It couldn't have been killed already, could it? Has the negotiation really broken down? Surely not. This is the first class, 1 dragon in our Huaxia kingdom. Huh? This. The figure landed quickly, only flapping its wings slightly when it was almost on the ground. Even so, it still created a deep dent in the ground. It then rolled heavily forward again. He looked seriously injured. Every camera was focused on capturing this scene, as if afraid of missing a single detail. Upon closer inspection, even those conducting the interviews could see it clearly. The tragic condition of this level 1 dragon. The once golden, shiny scales on the left side of its body were now dull and lifeless, and the bones on the right side were covered with small pebbles and dust. His left eye was barely visible, and the flame of his soul in his right eye looked like it was about to be extinguished. Oh my god, am I really going to die? What a pity. Hey, such a perfectly good level 1 dragon. How did it? Outrageous. What exactly happened at the Shanhaiguan Command Center? Why would someone commit such a heinous act against the first dragon pet of the Chinese Empire? In an instant, these media outlets, adept at stirring up emotions, had already decided what their headlines would be for tomorrow. Huh? Wait a minute, its health bar looks pretty healthy. Someone timidly spoke a profound truth, but it was completely ignored by these media professionals who were focused on capturing headlines. Cough, cough. A sudden cough drew their attention, and the camera moved around until it finally caught a figure being protected in the arms of a level 1 dragon. A young man with a face covered in dust. The clothes were burned and had many holes. His face was covered in bruises and swelling. Even so, as the #1 trending topic not long ago, Jiang Yin's face was still easily recognizable. Shocking. The master of the first level dragon is actually Jiang Yin, the top scorer in the examination. The level 1 dragon is dying, and its master, Jiang Yin, is seriously injured. What a huge surprise. Isn't Jiang Yin Wei Qing's student? Is this a case of master and disciple plotting to kill each other for favor? Suddenly, all sorts of dark speculation surfaced. Jiang Yin, who was lying down, listened intently to the sounds and slowly opened his eyes. He looked extremely weak. He reached out and supported Xunyu, forcing himself to stand up, and squeezed out 2 tears from his eyes. Xunyu, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of you. Xunyu, feigning great difficulty, stuck out his tongue and gently licked Jiang Yin's face. A constant clicking sound came from all around, just as the people around them were becoming increasingly curious about what had happened. But then Jiang Yin suddenly raised his head and pointed with his right hand at the room in the mountain and sea command center where flames were gushing out. I am Jiang Yin. This year's top scorer has broken the world record. We have wiped out the evil followers of the abyss and fought against the undead demons. I have shed blood for the human race. Even if you didn't achieve anything, you still put in a lot of effort. I was lucky enough to contract with Shonyu in the hidden dungeon this time, and the first thing I wanted to do was to find my teacher Wei Qing to register the situation. But unexpectedly, we encountered an old codger surnamed Tang. He relied on his strength to force his way into the office of the commander of Shanhaiguan, and even tried to take Xinyu from me by force. A disgrace to the human race. Jiang Yin's voice, filled with gritted teeth, was clear and loud enough to reach the ears of everyone nearby. I have shed blood for the human race. Even I was treated like this. You can imagine how much more unscrupulous he must be with other people. These words came from the bottom of his heart, and were also filled with Jiang Yin's anger. Even Tang Lao, who was suspended in midair, could hear it clearly. His expression changed completely at that moment. Chapter 199 Quick. Now, attack me with all your might. Old Tang's face was ashen, and his lips were trembling slightly. That bastard. I was only trying to force him to hand over the contract method by using mental pressure. How did it come out of his mouth and become the story of him forcibly seizing the dragon pet by force? These two issues are completely different in severity. One can at most be considered an unspoken rule, while the other can be directly classified as murder and robbery. If this gets out, where will he put his old face? He instinctively wanted to stop Jiangyan from continuing to spout nonsense. Before he could even make a move, Tang Ruxing, who was holding his arm, quickly grabbed the hem of his clothes. Grandpa, no. If we take action now, wouldn't that confirm what he said? Old Tang's face darkened, and he realized that this was the first time he had ever been flustered by such a young upstart. He looked at Tang Ruxing. Then what do you think we should do? Tang Ruxing coldly glanced at Jiang and below and muttered, many of these media outlets are broadcasting live. We must explain this clearly as soon as possible. Otherwise, the news would spread very quickly. Grandpa, please take me downstairs first. I'm good at this. All right. Without saying much, Old Tang immediately led Tang Ruxing slowly down to the ground. Instead, they were met with the anger of the crowd below. Jiangyan is right. Even if they didn't achieve anything, they still put in the effort, right? Isn't what this guy surnamed Tang did disheartening? That's outrageous. He was the first person in the world to contract a level 1 dragon, and the first person in our Chinese empire to have a dragon pet. How did he become the one who brings disaster? Who is this guy surnamed Tang? So arrogant. He even dares to barge into Lord Wei Qing's office. You old geezer. You never go to the supermarket to steal eggs, and you're just doing nothing here. All of these sounds entered Tang Lao's ears clearly. His lips twitched slightly, and the veins on his forehead were practically bulging. Throughout his life, wherever he went, he was always treated with utmost respect as a senior. When have I ever been insulted like this? Tang Ruxing gently tugged at his sleeve, which finally made him control his expression. Tang Ruxing's face once again revealed that standard, formulaic smile. The two stopped about a meter above the ground, and Tang Ruxing slowly spoke. Everyone can rest assured that we have absolutely not done anything to harm Jiangyan. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sneer came from the crowd. If you didn't do it, then could it be that Jiangyan, who's got nothing better to do, did it himself? Jiangyan's eyelids twitched. He thought his acting was so bad that the truth was guessed so quickly. Wouldn't my plan to muddy the waters be a complete waste of time? Fortunately, no one took that statement seriously. They simply thought Tang Ruxing and her group were hypocritical. Tang Ruxing's smile remained unchanged. Everyone should think about this carefully. If old Tang, who is with me, really wants to harm Jiangyan, does he really still have a chance to escape like this? With a casual remark, she threw the question to the somewhat agitated crowd. Upon closer reflection, they vaguely sensed that something was amiss. According to Jiangyan, this old man surnamed Tang was someone who could directly force his way into Lord Wei Qing's office. Their strength should be even greater than that of Lord Wei Qing. If such a powerful figure were to actually kill and seize favor, would Jiangyan really have a chance to escape? Jiangyan gave the woman a cold look. The plan I came up with on the spur of the moment still has too many flaws. This woman was no pushover either. Even in this situation, she managed to react and point out the biggest flaw. Seeing the hesitation in everyone's expressions, Tang Ruxing added, our goal has never been to hurt anyone. We just wanted to ask about the process of contracting a level 1 dragon. If this process can be replicated, it should naturally be made public. This is a good thing for everyone. Tang Ruxing's gaze swept across the crowd. Sure enough, everyone's expressions were no longer as angry as before. Instead, they looked thoughtful. On the other side, Wei Qing and Bai Gu, looking anxious, had already arrived on the second floor. They heard Tang Ruxing's words from afar and glanced at Jiangyan's injuries. Wei Qing understood Jiangyan's purpose almost immediately. He looked at the white dove and lowered his voice. Quick! Now, attack me with all your might. His dagger without hesitation. The shadow assassin unleashes its diamond-level skill, Throat Strike. The dagger left a trail of afterimages in the air, and Wei Qing's health points plummeted at that moment. It kept dropping until it finally stopped at around 40%. The wound on his neck was bleeding profusely. His clothes were stained red. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked step by step down to the first floor. Blood soaked the clothes and dripped onto the ground. Like Jiangyan, he also had an unnamed fire burning in his heart. He is the current commander of Shanhaiguan, and the student has been forced into this position right in front of him. Do I even care about saving face? His gaze was fixed on old Tang, who seemed to be born superior to others and was suspended in midair. What is it? Even if you have made contributions to the human race in the past, it is not a reason to bully the younger generation now because of your strength. He stepped out of the building before the crowd even noticed him. Wei Qing was the first to let out a loud shout. Tang Lihai, I respect you as an ancestor of the human race and call you Elder Tang. I never expected you would go so far as to attack a junior for a dragon pet. If I hadn't risked my life to protect you, you probably would have succeeded. I will not let you succeed today. The crowd, who had already recovered from their shock, stared at Wei Qing's clothes, which were stained with blood. The reason that Tang Ruxing had finally managed to regain was overwhelmed again. What is Wei Qing's identity? He is the current commander of Shanhaiguan. If Jiang was just beginning to show his talent, then Wei Qing was already universally recognized as a hero of the human race. But this is a human hero who should be revered. He was in such a wretched state, barely alive. Everyone's emotions were completely ignited. If it were only Jiang, it wouldn't be credible. But now that even the commander of Shanhaiguan is in this state, doesn't that prove that what Jiang said is true? In an instant, countless angry eyes turned to Tang Lihai, who was still suspended in midair. The white dove standing in front of the crowd was dumbfounded. Wow, this actually works. Jiang's expression was also somewhat subtle. Wei Qing did a brilliant job. Not only did he fill in the flaws in his hastily devised solution, but he also completely pushed Tang Lihai to the opposite side of everyone. Wasn't this old guy trying to force me to submit through coercion? This time, let him suffer in silence, unable to express his bitterness. Chapter 200 Mud fell into my crotch. However, while this plan is good, it is still important to be mindful of its scope. His goal was to muddy the waters and give Tang Lihai no chance to make a move. But if Tang Lihai is really driven crazy and he disregards other people's opinions and forcibly kills someone, then, with his strength, none of the people present were his match. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Tang Ruxing and Tang Lihai, who were suspended a meter above each other. The expressions on their faces at that moment were even more disgusting than if they had eaten shit. However, Jiang could still see Tang Ruxing tugging at Tang Lihai's clothes, which made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems this old man, despite his age, has a pretty good mental fortitude. Tang Lihai was completely oblivious to Jiang's subtle actions at the moment, and instead glared angrily at Wei Qing. They could understand Jiang's actions given his young age. But Wei Qing just blurted it out. And more importantly, why does he still have such serious injuries? Tang Lihai's face turned pale and then red. Nonsense. When have I ever used any skills to hurt anyone? You're making this up out of thin air. Knowing that her grandfather wasn't good at handling this kind of thing, Tang Ruxing quickly interjected. Lord Wei Qing, why bother with this self-inflicted injury ruse? This mountain and sea command center is full of surveillance cameras. If we really take action, how can we possibly avoid being monitored? Since you say we took action, why don't you show us the surveillance footage, and everything will be clear? Jiang's expression changed slightly. Not to mention that Wei Qing had already turned off all monitoring and recording devices while talking to him, and even activated props specifically to prevent information leaks. Even if there were surveillance cameras, how could Wei Qing possibly provide them? Wouldn't that expose the content of my conversation with Wei Qing? At that time, Tang Lihai will definitely pursue him even more relentlessly. Tang Ruxing's plan was undeniably ruthless. She naturally didn't know that Wei Qing had already turned off the relevant equipment from the beginning. They simply believed that without the surveillance footage, they couldn't prove their actions. However, if they did produce the footage, even if it exposed the process of Tang Lihai exerting mental pressure on Jiang, they would still know the content of Wei Qing's communication with Jiang. No matter what Wei Qing chooses, they won't lose out. Wei Qing frowned as well, unsure how to respond. Just then, Jiang suddenly discovered that a strange mental connection had appeared in his mind. This spiritual connection is different from the connection between myself and Flame Shadow. It's more like a way to communicate privately. Somewhat surprisingly, Jiang clearly sensed two completely different consciousnesses within this spiritual connection. A gentle voice suddenly rang in Jiang's heart. Continue. Provoke Tang Lihai and make him attack you. Only then can I make a move. Jiang had never heard this voice before, and it was able to establish a mental connection with him silently in front of so many people. The opponent's strength is probably far beyond my level. Jiang's eyes flickered slightly as he scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, when his gaze swept over Wei Qing suddenly nodded at him. Then another consciousness within the mental connection spoke up. Do as he says, and I'll explain it to you later. The owner of that voice was Wei Qing. Jiang quickly calmed down. Regardless of who this mysterious expert is, it is clear that he is on their side and has already communicated with Wei Qing. No wonder Wei Qing went so far as to provoke Tang Lihai by self-harming. Now everything makes sense. More importantly, since Wei Qing would approve of this plan, this means that this mysterious person's strength must be above Tang Lihai's. No, to be precise, it should be far superior to Tang Lihai. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make a move before Tang Lihai attacked him. Jiang An slowly exhaled. If that's the case, then what I need to do is quite simple. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. There's only one goal: to go all out to enrage that old bastard. Let him do something to himself. Seeing that Wei Qing and the others were silent, Tang Ruxing thought she had finally found a breakthrough. Everyone saw it. They simply can't produce the surveillance footage. They've smeared us with all this mudslinging. Tang Ruxing's gaze swept over the crowd below. Sure enough, many people wavered under his verbal offensive. That's right. If Jiang An and the others are innocent, why not show them the surveillance footage? This is a bit outrageous. Which side is telling the truth? No, are you blind? Can't you see the injuries on Lord Wei Qing's body? Anyway, something's a bit strange. I think we should wait for the surveillance footage first. Tang Lihai's gaze towards his granddaughter also revealed a hint of satisfaction. Although his granddaughter was not in a combat profession, but merely had an ordinary livelihood. But she has a sharp tongue. That's why I love it so much. Just then, Jiang An, who had been silent all along, suddenly shouted loudly. Shameless bastards. Aren't you so brazen because the teacher turned off the surveillance equipment when he was talking to me? But although we don't have surveillance cameras inside the office, we do have them in the hallway outside. There is irrefutable evidence that Tang Lihai, that old bastard, recklessly barged in relying on his strength. Do we really need to check the surveillance footage? There were other people outside the door at the time. If I remember correctly, Lady White Dove was there too. Bai Gu was a little stunned when Jiang An suddenly called her name. Then, seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he braced himself and honestly said, Wei Qing indeed only invited Jiang An and Tang Ruxing. Tang Ding. Elder Tang entered on his own. Whoosh. The crowd erupted in uproar. Bai Ji's words undoubtedly became the final weight on the scales, causing everyone to lean towards Jiang An and his group. Some people have even started to speculate. Perhaps they had planned this from the very first time they saw this level 1 dragon. Taking advantage of the absence of surveillance during Jiang An and Wei Qing's communication, they rashly broke in, forcibly suppressed the two, and killed them to seize favor. I just never expected that Wei Qing would be willing to risk his life to protect his students. That's why Jiang An was able to escape successfully. Holy crap, that makes sense. Those two are absolutely shameless. The highest level of lying is when it is half true and half false. Now that it has been clearly proven that part of it is true, the other part can easily veer in the direction that Jiang An wants to deliberately guide. Tang Ruxing was both anxious and angry, watching as one blame after another was being placed on her grandfather. She knew she was completely finished this time. Unless she can produce the surveillance footage from that time, there's no way to explain it clearly. This is truly like mud falling into your crotch. Even if it's not poop, it's still poop.